Icecrown Citadel, a place perpetually frozen and shrouded in silence, was uncharacteristically lively today. Outside its gates, the air thundered with the pounding of drums and the crackle of fireworks, as if a grand concert was underway. Like a swarm of ants, the allied soldiers surged forward, pouring through the city gates shattered by battering rams, each one eager to be the first to storm the fortress. Heroes from every corner of Azeroth had assembled here, cutting through hall after hall with unstoppable force, their eyes fixed on the lofty frozen throne. Though the waves of undead minions fell one after another, they seemed inexhaustible, crashing against our defenses like an endless tide. We stood our ground before the portal to the frozen throne, fighting desperately, as if held fast by a binding spell, unable to move even a single step forward. But the soldiers of the Alliance were no tireless undead. As time wore on, exhaustion set in, and the situation grew increasingly dire. Tirion Fordring, wielding the legendary Ashbringer, cleaved a swooping gargoyle from the sky and called out with unwavering resolve. War Chief Garrosh, King Varian, I shall lead the Argent Crusade to the frozen throne. Hold the undead at bay here. Varian, his face etched with worry as he watched his soldiers fall, asked, Tirion, can you truly defeat Arthas? Tirion answered without hesitation, his voice brimming with confidence. The light will be with us. Not to be outdone, Garrosh swung. Gorehowl, felling an abomination with a mighty blow, and shouted, the warriors of the Horde will hold this ground at any cost. Varian, too, roused his soldiers, carve a path through the enemy. Help High Lord Fordring reach the frozen throne. The champions of Horde and Alliance alike threw themselves into the fray, charging with all their might toward the central teleportation platform, as bodies piled up around them like small hills. My name is Xiao Lin. I was once from Earth, but through a strange twist of fate, I became the chosen one. Under the system's rigorous training, I grew into a powerful paladin. Now, as a squad leader under High Lord Fordring, I led my team into the teleportation circle. A flash of white light. When I opened my eyes, I found myself on a frigid, windswept platform. Seated on the throne before me was a figure clad head to toe in armor, watching the relentless advance of the Argent Crusade. Below, with cold indifference, Tyrion's furious cry rang out. Arthas, you must pay for your crimes. All our cherished memories have been shattered by this enemy. Faced with such a foe, who could not burn with rage, the warriors of the Argent Crusade quickly parted to form a path, and Fordring, radiating the aura of a true hero, strode through the crowd to the very front of the ranks. Arthas rose to his feet, his tone dripping with arrogance. I have waited a long time for this day, Fordring. Thanks to you bringing so many powerful warriors, the Scourge will soon rule the world. Even that fallen titan will kneel before me. With that, he slowly raised his sword and descended the steps one by one. The reputation of Arthas, the Lich King, had long spread far and wide. The soldiers in the front instinctively took a step back. Fordring shouted, his voice booming like thunder. Enough with your nonsense. Today marks your end. Brave warriors of the Argent Crusade, charge. His rallying cry echoed powerfully over the battlefield. Just then, the system issued a quest. Assist Fordring in defeating the Lich King Arthas. Reward will be given based on the number of enemies slain, legendary mount Invincible, and the artifact Crown of Domination. Await. Such enticing rewards stirred everyone's fighting spirit. I had intended to just go through the motions, but now I felt a rush of excitement, surging forward with the others, battling fiercely against our foes. Despite being surrounded by enemies, Arthas remained unfazed, unleashing countless tormented souls from Frostmourne. Ghouls and undead poured onto the narrow platform in a relentless tide. I shouted, Crusader Seal Judgment. The weapon in my hand flared with golden holy light, felling one undead after another at my feet. Still, my strength was limited, and my weapon was nothing compared to Ashbringer or Frostmourne. I was little more than an ordinary warrior in this clash. The undead surged from every corner of the fortress like a tidal wave. Behind me, the warriors of the Argent Crusade gave their all, bursting through the teleportation circle and throwing themselves fearlessly into battle against the Lich King and his minions. Arthas paid us no heed. His true objective was to turn every paladin here into a death knight bound to his will. With a cold, mocking smile, he taunted. Fordring, so this is your choice, Fordring? To send these warriors to their deaths for nothing, only to see them rise again as my servants. Fordring and Arthas clashed fiercely, their strength waning, Fordring's hands trembling from exhaustion. It quickly became clear that the Lich King's power far surpassed anything Fordring had imagined. Raising his sword high, Arthas summoned a blast of chilling wind. In an instant, the frozen throne was coated in frost, turning both undead and paladins alike into lifeless statues of ice. Fordring was trapped within the ice, rage blazing even hotter in his heart. I too was frozen, unable to move. Through the haze, I saw Frostmourne emit a shroud of gray mist that enveloped everyone present. The chill of death coursed through my veins, and I realized at once he meant to turn us all into undead. Inside, I cried out in silence, "I don't want to become one of the undead." Arthas continued to gloat, his voice dripping with arrogance. "Ha ha ha, Fordring, you will become the most powerful Death Knight under my command." But just then, a shrill system alarm cut through his laughter. "Warning, host is undergoing soul transformation. System functions are malfunctioning. Formatting and upgrade will commence shortly." Before I could even react, the system interface flickered out, turning pitch black. My world went dark. I couldn't feel or sense anything at all. When I finally regained consciousness, I found myself suspended high above a barren desert. A black hole spat me out, and I crashed to the ground, completely naked. It took a long while before my senses returned, and I slowly opened my eyes, hardly daring to believe I had survived. My first instinct was to check myself over. Fortunately, my limbs were all intact, and I hadn't turned into an undead creature. Only my lower body was exposed, which was awkward, but at least there was no one around to see. At that moment, the system's notification chimed in. System upgrade complete. Now running version 2.0. The system exchange store is now open. Future mission rewards will be converted into exchange points. Due to the recent attack, the host has acquired a new class, Death Knight. My previous system had been incomplete, with many features locked behind specific requirements. This was the first time it had upgraded itself automatically. As a bonus, the system granted me a set of rune armor and a rune blade, and activated 3 powers: Frost, Unholy, and Blood. I could distinctly sense the chilling aura of Frostmourne awakening inside me, splitting into 3 completely different forces. Just as I was about to summon Frostmourne, an unexpected voice made me freeze in surprise. "You just mentioned the Mind Stone and Soul Stone. Does that mean this is the Marvel Universe?" Before traveling to Azeroth, I'd watched plenty of Marvel movies, so I was familiar with the plot lines. That's right. For a moment, I didn't know whether to be excited or anxious. Looking around at the desolate landscape, I had a vague sense that I'd landed in the same desert where Tony Stark had once been held captive. If this is another world, can the Lich King still control me through Frostmourne? This weapon now has a will of its own. With your current power, you are far from capable of mastering it. All right. Disappointed, I returned Frostmourne to my system inventory and drew the ordinary rune blade instead. Summon Gargoyle. Channeling the unholy energy of a Death Knight, I traced a glowing green magic circle on the ground. From within, a pitch-black undead creature emerged. "Head to that camp," I commanded, sending the gargoyle, soaring toward a distant encampment of armed men. As soon as the gargoyle drew near, it was spotted. The camp erupted in shouts, their voices harsh and unintelligible to my ears. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Bullets struck the gargoyle, but only sparks flew where they hit. There was no real harm done. The camp instantly descended into chaos. People burst out of their tents in panic, clearly never having seen such a bizarre creature before. Although the gargoyle lacked independent thought, it possessed instinctive combat skills, deftly dodging the hail of bullets. "Let me make things a bit more lively for you." With a mischievous grin, Xiao Lin plunged his sword into the ground. Magical circles flickered into existence around him. Summon the army of the dead. At his incantation, ghoulish creatures, bodies hunched, muscles rotting, pus oozing, crawled out from the magic circles. Though they looked much like zombies, they moved with unnatural speed, charging straight toward the camp. "Look, what are those monsters?" The militants shouted in terror, raising their guns and firing wildly. Bullets rained down on the ghouls. Meanwhile, in a room at the back of a cave behind the camp, 2 men were busy assembling a massive suit of armor. "Dr. Insun, what's happening out there?" One of them, a haggard-looking man, asked anxiously upon hearing the commotion. "Is the American military here to rescue me?" That man was Tony Stark, the famous American billionaire. "I'll go find out." Insun sighed, feeling helpless. After all, he was only a surgeon and understood little about these complex electronics. Insun knocked on the iron door and shouted something in a language Tony couldn't understand. "Hey, what's going on out there?" "None of your business. Stay put and tell Tony to hurry up with the missile," came the impatient reply from outside. Seeing the other party had no intention of explaining further, Insun could only shrug helplessly at Tony. By now, Tony's suit of armor was nearly complete. Thanks to Xiao Lin drawing the terrorists' attention, they were inadvertently given a helping hand. The secret plan remained undiscovered. A heavy explosion echoed. Though the ghouls and gargoyle were formidable, they were merely summoned creatures of a death knight, their strength tied to their master's growth. Under the militants' concentrated firepower, the monsters were soon blasted to pieces. Assist Tony Stark and Dr. Insun in escaping. Mission difficulty, D. Reward, 2,000 exchange points. If either dies, the reward is halved. Failure carries no penalty. The system prompt chimed in Xiao Lin's mind, and he realized he had stepped into Iron Man's story. Hey, stop right there. A heavily wrapped militant, weapon at the ready, shouted at Xiao Lin as he advanced steadily. Here in the desolate desert, the militants had just finished off the sudden monsters, only to see a strange figure in unusual armor approaching. For a brief moment, they stood frozen, caught between fear and confusion. The terrorists shouted loudly at Xiao Lin in their own language, but he couldn't understand a word. They might as well have been speaking to a stone. Damn it, shoot him dead. Seeing Xiao Lin remain unresponsive, the leader, furious, raised his machine gun. A sudden burst of gunfire erupted. The muzzle spat flames and smoke as bullets rained down on Xiao Lin. Yet things played out very differently from what the terrorists expected. Every bullet ricocheted off his armor, which was covered in mysterious runes, ringing out with sharp, metallic clinks. Xiao Lin gathered the frost energy within him, channeling it into his hands and then into his rune-inscribed sword. With a single, sweeping motion, a blade of white ice shot forth, hurtling straight at the terrorists. An icy wind swept across the battlefield, instantly freezing the air before Xiao Lin and forming a gleaming ice sculpture that caught the sunlight, bringing an unexpected chill to the scorching desert. Just then, a rocket streaked toward Xiao Lin, trailing a line of white smoke. Without flinching, he summoned a sturdy shield of ice around himself and braced for impact. A thunderous explosion rocked the ground, forcing Xiao Lin back several steps, but he remained completely unharmed. Damn it! What is this guy? Keep firing, the terrorist leader shouted, his voice edged with panic. He stared at the figure clad in ruined armor, utterly baffled by the strange powers at play. Their weapons simply couldn't harm Xiao Lin, and even the zombies seemed to move at his command. Meanwhile, in another part of the cave, Tony had finally finished assembling the iron suit. As the control system powered up, both Tony and Insun silently prayed the terrorists wouldn't burst in at this crucial moment. Although Xiao Lin had drawn most of the enemy's attention, someone still noticed activity near Tony's position. There was a frantic banging at the iron door. Hey, what are you doing in there? Open up now. The system finished booting up. Tony allowed himself a small, relieved smile and said to Insun, Dr. Insun, stand behind me. It's time for us to get out of here. The terrorists outside, growing impatient, began trying to batter the door down with their weapons. But when the door finally gave way, they found themselves face to face with a towering figure of steel. After days of captivity, Tony's fury boiled over. Flames shot from the suit's built-in flamethrowers, while enemy bullets struck harmless sparks against the iron armor. Tony charged through the cave. None of the terrorists in his path could so much as scratch the suit. Thanks to Xiao Lin drawing enemy fire outside, Dr. Insun didn't have to risk himself as a distraction this time. The two of them made their way toward the mouth of the cave, their escape finally within reach. A battered and panicked terrorist minion ran up to his boss, shouting, Boss, that bastard Tony didn't build us a missile. He's made a giant Iron Man and charged out. We can't stop him. Idiot, I saw it all myself, the leader roared, punching the lackey to the ground. Glancing at his men frozen into icy statues not far away, and with chaos erupting inside the cave, he realized the situation had turned dire. With no other choice, he shouted to his followers, Evacuate immediately. We're getting out of here. At that moment, Tony arrived at the entrance and took in the scene outside. There were no terrorists lying in ambush, only rows of ice sculptures glittering in the sunlight. Clad in his armor, Tony's eyes widened in astonishment. Insun, is someone holding an ice sculpture exhibition in the desert? How do they even do this? How should I know? Dr. Insun rapped on Tony's armor. Tony, look over there. Someone standing by the rocks. My God, are those zombies? Are we in the middle of a biohazard outbreak? Meanwhile, Xiao Lin spotted the two men at the entrance. He quickly deduced they must be Dr. Insun and Tony, and it seemed their iron suits were finally complete. Insun and Tony eyed Xiao Lin warily, uncertain of his identity. There was an unmistakable chill about him, a sense that they weren't facing an ordinary man. Tony's earlier ease vanished, replaced by a grim resolve. Perhaps the armor gave him confidence. He spoke to Dr. Insun in a low, steady voice. Why give the signal, you run that way. I'll hold him off. Mission complete. You have earned 2,000 exchange points. The system's notification chimed softly in Xiao Lin's ear. Hey, wait, I'm not here to fight you, Xiao Lin called out as he saw Tony, now armored, charging straight at him. Tony heard Xiao Lin's voice. It sounded young, and there was no clear hostility. Still, the ghouls seeping pus around Xiao Lin were enough to make Tony both nauseous and wary. Who are you? And were those things with you zombies? Tony demanded. Xiao Lin glanced at the ghouls he had just summoned, realizing how terrifying the sight must be. He hurriedly began casting the dismissal spell. A green magic circle shimmered at the ghouls' feet, and in a flash of light, they vanished without a trace. Xiao Lin removed his helmet, revealing a youthful face. Hello, Tony. Inside the iron suit, Tony stared at Xiao Lin in disbelief. Was that magic? Only now did he notice the ice sculptures outside weren't ordinary at all, but people frozen in an instant, their faces still twisted with fear. Tony looked around one final time, then slowly lowered his arm, some of his doubts eased by the young stranger's appearance. How do you know my name? I don't remember ever meeting you. Wait, did someone send you to rescue me? Who hasn't heard of Tony Stark? Your Stark Industries is famous all over the world, Xiao Lin replied, taking the chance to pay him a compliment. Would you believe me if I said I was just passing by? Tony shook his head. Out here in the desert, it was almost impossible for someone to wander by chance, let alone show up out of nowhere and take down so many terrorists. Since the stranger clearly didn't want to explain, Tony decided not to press further. Tony, do you know where I can find some clothes? The cold metal of the Iron Man suit was pressed against his bare skin, making him extremely uncomfortable, especially since he wasn't wearing anything underneath. I do. Dr. Een-sun suddenly popped up out of nowhere, beckoning warmly. Come with me. Hey, Een-sun, give me a hand and help me get out of this suit, will you? The makeshift Iron Man armor had been easy enough to get into, but taking it off alone was nearly impossible. So Een-sun doubled back to help Tony remove the armor. Meanwhile, Xiao Lin wandered into the cave on his own. The terrorist hideout was a mess, and after rummaging for quite some time, he finally managed to find a few relatively clean pieces of clothing. They didn't fit perfectly, but they would have to do for now. Hey friend, what should I call you? Tony, finally free from the Iron Man suit with Een-sun's help, turned to Xiao Lin. My name is Xiao Lin, from China. By the way, do you two know where we actually are? The three of them stood atop a sand dune, gazing out at a sea of golden deserts stretching in every direction. I have no idea, Xiao Lin said with a shake of his head. He'd seen the Iron Man movies, but they never specified exactly where Tony had been held captive. He had no answer. Maybe all they could do now was wait quietly for rescue. Suddenly, Tony noticed Xiao Lin's face was unusually pale, almost inhuman in its pallor. He recalled the scene earlier, when Xiao Lin had summoned strange creatures, and couldn't help but ask, Lin, are you human? Why do you ask? Xiao Lin replied, a bit puzzled. Did Tony think he was an alien or something? Oh, it's nothing. Just curious, Tony said, keeping his true thoughts to himself. At that moment, a voice echoed in Xiao Lin's mind, the system speaking directly to him. Host, you're still technically human, but you are no longer among the living. The system's words brought back memories of his recent transformation at the hands of the Lich King. You mean I'm undead now? Xiao Lin was seized by a wave of shock. Not exactly. Your transformation process was interrupted by the system. Just now, the Lich King had only started turning you into a Death Knight. Most of the vitality in your body has already been tainted by the aura of death, and the process is irreversible. To protect the host from being controlled, and to prevent information leakage, the system has transferred you to zero space to continue the transformation. Xiao Lin's tone was tinged with resignation. So does that mean I'm undead now? A Death Knight doesn't need to breathe or eat, but aside from that, there's little difference from a living person. The only obvious change is that your complexion is a bit pale. If the Lich King had completed the transformation, you would have lost consciousness and become a mindless puppet. Well, I still ought to thank you. By the way, why did I end up in the Marvel Universe? Xiao Lin finally voiced the question that had been bothering him. The system is incomplete. Upon entering zero space, it couldn't locate Azeroth, so it could only cross the spatial barriers at random. Eventually, you landed in this world. Lin. A sudden call snapped Xiao Lin out of his thoughts. He turned to find Een-sun and Tony watching him intently. What do we do now? How we get out of this desert? Both Een-sun and Tony had been brought here blindfolded. They had no idea where they were. Xiao Lin had also been teleported here, so he was equally clueless about their exact location. But he remembered that a rescue helicopter would soon come looking for Tony. Let's just wait here. Someone should be here to find Tony today, Xiao Lin said calmly. Seeing Xiao Lin's composed demeanor, Tony assumed he really had a plan. He glanced back at the terrorist base. While passing by earlier, he'd noticed piles of Jericho missiles and other weapons manufactured by his own company. The thought that he'd been attacked with his own weapons struck Tony as deeply ironic. Xiao Lin, I'm going to destroy all those weapons. With those words, Tony turned and dashed toward the base. Dr. Xiao and Xiao Lin exchanged glances, then hurried after him. Inside the base, weapons were everywhere, missiles, tanks, armored vehicles, you name it. Clearly, these militants were gearing up for a rebellion. The trio grabbed whatever weapons they could find and unleashed a storm of destruction, reducing the entire stockpile to a blazing inferno. The base leader hadn't gotten far when thunderous explosions erupted behind him. His heart clenched in agony. Years of amassed firepower annihilated in an instant. Left with no choice, he resolved to restock as soon as possible. He snatched up his phone and dialed a number. Mr. Obadiah, we need to buy another shipment of weapons as soon as possible. After destroying the weapons, the three of them gathered some dry wood and lit a bonfire, hoping the smoke would attract outside attention. For now, all they could do was wait for rescue. Look over there, there's a helicopter. Dr. Xiao suddenly shouted with excitement, waving desperately to signal. Hey, over here. Tony and Xiao Lin followed his gaze and, sure enough, spotted a helicopter approaching from the distance. This way, Tony joined in, calling out loudly and waving his arms. The helicopter gradually descended, and, as the cabin door swung open, Tony immediately recognized the pilot. It was his friend, Colonel Rhodes. The moment the helicopter touched down, Colonel Rhodes leapt out. He had been worried sick about Tony these past few days. After all, Tony was not just a friend, but also one of America's most important figures in technology. Rhodes clapped Tony on the shoulder with relief. Tony, you're safe. That's such a relief. Tony staggered from the blow and tumbled to the ground. Pointing to his chest, he grumbled, You jerk, that hurt like hell. Don't forget, I'm an injured man right now. Colonel Rhodes noticed the device on Tony's chest, glowing with a faint blue light. Tony, what's that thing on your chest? Dr. Xiao stepped in to explain. Tony was hit in a missile attack. There's still a piece of shrapnel inside him. That reactor is keeping the shrapnel from reaching his heart. Without hesitation, Colonel Rhodes shouted to the soldiers disembarking from the helicopter. Quick, get Tony on board. We need to get him to a hospital right away. Hey, I can walk by myself, Tony protested. Just before they boarded the helicopter, Colonel Rhodes turned and asked, Who are you two? We were captured by the terrorists as well, Xiao Lin quickly replied. Can you give us a ride? We have no idea how to get back. Seeing that Tony had no objection, Colonel Rhodes nodded. All right, get in. The helicopter carried all three of them and landed at a heavily guarded military base. Before they disembarked, Colonel Rhodes warned, You two, this is a military base. Don't go wandering around, or I won't be responsible for what happens. All right, Xiao Lin agreed, even though he doubted any of the weapons here could actually harm him. Still, he decided it was best not to cause trouble. A team of medics rushed out from the base's hospital, swiftly transporting Tony into the operating room. Dr. Xiao opened his mouth to speak, then hesitated and fell silent. As a renowned surgeon with an international reputation, even he couldn't completely heal Tony's injuries. He doubted this small base hospital could do any better. Perhaps only Dr. Wu back in China could safely remove the shrapnel near Tony's heart. Despite their best efforts, the doctors at the base hospital were unable to extract the tiny piece of shrapnel close to Tony's heart. Seeing his friend's worried expression, Tony simply shrugged it off. Don't worry, Rhodey. I'll be fine. It's just a bit of shrapnel, and the device I built will keep me alive. Seeing Tony so optimistic, Colonel Rhodes asked, All right, but Tony, do you know who attacked you? What were they after? Hey, Rhodey. Tony clearly didn't want to linger on the topic. It's all in the past. Let's not bring it up again. We've already destroyed their base. I spent more than enough time in that boring place. Now I just want to get back to New York as soon as possible. There are plenty of beautiful women waiting for me. Watching Tony act so nonchalant, Colonel Rhodes could only shake his head helplessly. All right. I'll go arrange a private jet to fly you home. Just then, another thought occurred to Colonel Rhodes. By the way, those two who came back with you, who exactly are they? Dr. Xiao is a renowned surgeon. I've met him before. As for the other guy, Tony thought of Xiao Lin's mysterious abilities. I only just met him myself, and I don't really know his background. But he did help me out. He doesn't seem like a bad guy. Colonel Rhodes gave a reminder. Tony, you know a lot of people are watching your company and your inventions. You need to be careful. All right, I'll keep that in mind, Tony agreed with a nod. He definitely didn't want to find himself in danger again, like this last time. Let's go see them now and find out what their plans are. Sure. When Tony saw them again, Xiao Lin and Xiao were lying on their beds, looking bored. Hearing movement at the door, Xiao Lin sat up and saw Tony and Colonel Rhodes enter the room. Tony, can you take me to America with you? Xiao Lin had just received an important assignment that required him to go to New York. No problem, Tony replied, then turned to Dr. Ensign. Ensign, what about you? Want to come with us? Ensign shook his head. No, thank you. I'd rather go back to my old hospital and keep working as a doctor. As a wealthy man, Tony naturally had his own private jet. Xiao Lin looked around at the spacious, luxurious cabin with a touch of envy. In his previous world, he'd spent his days chasing after greater power, hardly ever enjoying any comfort. In the end, he was still easily defeated by the Lich King, an outcome that left him feeling helpless. Lin, do you have any plans for when you get to America? Tony asked. I haven't decided yet. Is your company still hiring? Tony didn't know much about Xiao Lin's past, but the man seemed to know a lot about him, which put Tony slightly on guard. We're not looking for new employees at the moment. Then could you help me find a place to stay? That's no problem. After a moment's silence, Tony asked, Lin, are you a magician? As a scientist, Tony had never believed in magic. He always assumed it was sleight of hand. Something like that, Xiao Lin answered vaguely. The plane soared through the sky, and before long, they had arrived in New York. The plane touched down on Stark Industries' private helipad. No sooner had they disembarked than a woman's excited voice rang out from a distance. Tony, I'm so glad you're safe. Xiao Lin saw a young blonde woman hurry toward them, her face alight with joy. This had to be Pepper, Tony's girlfriend. Even though Colonel Rhodes had called to reassure her, Pepper didn't truly relax until she saw Tony in the flesh. She seized Tony's arm, looking him up and down with anxious, reproachful eyes. I told you before, you didn't have to go somewhere so dangerous yourself. I'm back safe and sound, aren't I? Tony tried to comfort her as he spoke. Sorry for making you worry. With a touch of prideful stubbornness, Pepper replied, Humph. I was just worried the company's stock price would crash because of you. Watching the two banter, Xiao Lin gave a discreet cough from the sidelines. Only then did Tony remember there were others waiting. He turned to Pepper and said, All right, I need your help with something. Pepper, noticing Xiao Lin for the first time, was slightly flustered. She straightened her clothes and asked, What is it, Tony? It was thanks to this gentleman I made it back safely. I need you to find him a place to stay. Also, have the staff get ready. I'm holding a press conference. Pepper chided him lightly. So you finally care about company affairs? The stock's been falling the whole time you were missing. If this keeps up, the board will be up in arms again. Don't worry, Stark Industries is still under my control, Tony replied with unwavering confidence. Then he turned to Xiao Lin. Lin, just go with Pepper. She'll help you get settled. This is a bank card with $500,000 on it. That should be enough for your needs. If you'd like a place of your own, that could be arranged as well. Xiao Lin was about to respond, when suddenly a system prompt echoed in his mind. Main storyline activated. You have arrived in the Marvel Universe. Now, choose your path. Become a superhero or a supervillain. The system will assign tasks based on your choice. A superhero? Xiao Lin thought of those movie characters, constantly saving the world, always in danger, rarely understood, and often targeted by both the government and the public. That sounded far from easy. As for supervillains, he had no desire to spend his days on the run like them. Besides, he wasn't a bad person at heart. System, do I really have to choose? Why must it be good or evil? I'd rather live freely. Besides, Hydra's members aren't all villains. They just pursue their own goals, even if their methods are hard to accept. Host, are you sure you don't want to choose a side? Yes. The host has given up choosing a faction. The system will now issue a random mission. Mission difficulty, C. Eliminate Kingpin, the biggest crime boss in America, or protect Director Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. No time limit. Reward, 7,000 exchange points. Xiao Lin didn't hesitate at all. He picked Kingpin. He had no intention of crossing the wily Director Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. Compared to him, Kingpin was just an ordinary man with extraordinary strength. Lin, what's wrong? Noticing Xiao Lin standing there lost in thought, Pepper asked with a note of confusion. Oh, it's nothing. Snapping back to reality, Xiao Lin said, Miss Potts, is there a place to stay over in Hell's Kitchen? Of course there is, but are you really sure that's where you want to go? It's the most chaotic district in New York. Honestly, I've never understood why Tony bought a villa there in the first place. Hell's Kitchen, a lawless zone ruled with an iron fist by Kingpin. Even the U.S. government and S.H.I.E.L.D. seemed powerless against him. If he were to be taken out, it might trigger an even bigger upheaval. If Xiao Lin really did make a move on Kingpin, would Fury come after him for it? But Xiao Lin was done thinking it over. Maybe he could seize control of Kingpin's organization in the process. He'd never been one to fight alone. On the contrary, he preferred to stay in the shadows and watch others struggle. Besides, he planned to exchange for the Burning Legion's Star Destroyer, Mimirin's mech, the Skyfire airship, and so on from the world of Azeroth. All those required people to operate. He made up his mind. First, deal with Kingpin, then take his power for himself. The very thought of building his own force and crushing any who dared resist put Xiao Lin in high spirits. Still, he'd have to upgrade the system shop. The cost to redeem all that gear was far too steep. No problem. I'll take it, Xiao Lin said firmly. With a new goal in mind, his spirits had clearly lifted. Seeing his insistence, Pepper didn't argue further. She fished out a set of keys and handed them to him. I'll have Happy take you there. Thank you. If you ever need anything, just give me a call, Xiao Lin replied. He knew Tony would soon be in trouble. Making friends in advance was never a bad idea. Pepper didn't say much more. Clearly, she didn't believe this young man from China could really help with anything. Hell's Kitchen sat on the west side of Manhattan, New York City, once a notorious slum teeming with gangs. Later, Kingpin managed to unite the local underworld by force, leaving almost no one daring to challenge him, except Daredevil. We're here. This is the place. If you need anything, just give me a call. Tony's bodyguard, Happy, stopped the car in front of a villa. I don't know why you picked this spot, but here's some advice. Try not to mess with the local gangs. Thanks, Happy, but don't worry about me, Xiao Lin replied with a calm indifference. After all, gang members were just ordinary people. Even someone like Kingpin was only on par with Captain America. Happy said no more. He started up the sports car, and its deep engine rumble faded into the distance. Hell's Kitchen wasn't all slums. Right before Xiao Lin was a two-story villa. Stepping inside, Xiao Lin discovered not only a swimming pool and a garden, but also a spacious, comfortable living space. He ran a hot bath and washed off the dust clinging to him. After days without proper rest, he soon collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. He had no idea how much time had passed when bright sunlight spilled across his face. It had been ages since he'd slept in such a soft bed, and for a moment, Xiao Lin had no desire to get up. It was nearly 3 in the afternoon before he lazily dragged himself out of bed and wandered the neighborhood in search of a restaurant. He didn't need food for energy, but he still wanted to savor something delicious. He spotted a diner by the roadside and pushed open the door. Perhaps it was the middle of the workday, as there weren't many people inside, just a few black patrons drinking and talking loudly. A waiter approached. Hello, sir. What can I get for you? Xiao Lin ordered a few dishes at random and sat alone, eating while pondering how to track down Kingpin. He was a stranger to this city and couldn't exactly ask around about Kingpin's whereabouts on the street. Suddenly, a loud crash yanked him from his thoughts. A black man swaggered over to his table and slammed a beer bottle down, cursing under his breath. Maybe it was rare to see a Chinese face around here. These men, used to being discriminated against, seemed eager to reclaim some pride from Xiao Lin. Reeking of alcohol, the man threatened, Hey kid, hand over all your cash. My boys and I could use it. Xiao Lin looked at him and asked, Are you members of a local gang? What? The man hesitated, then grew impatient. Cut the crap and hand over your money. Now. When Xiao Lin didn't react, the man took a swing at his head. Let go. But Xiao Lin caught his fist in a steely grip, nearly crushing his hand. The pain made the man howl in agony. The other patrons barely glanced over before returning to their food and drinks, uninterested in intervening. You're dead. The rest of the group, sobering up, jumped to their feet, shouting and waving bottles as they charged at Xiao Lin. Although he wouldn't be hurt by their blows, Xiao Lin had no intention of taking a beating for no reason. He deftly dodged their attacks, all the while quietly channeling wisps of icy spiritual energy into his opponent's bodies. The thugs instantly felt a bone-chilling coldness spread through them, their limbs growing stiff and unresponsive. Everyone else in the restaurant watched in astonishment as Xiao Lin's slender fists struck the towering men. It was as if they had been rammed by speeding cars. One after another, they were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground and toppling tables and chairs in their wake. Perhaps accustomed to brawls, the other diners remained remarkably calm. No one panicked or tried to escape. They simply moved aside, continuing their meals while keeping a close eye on the commotion. Ow! Ow! Just you wait. I swear I'll be back with reinforcements. The thugs, sprawled on the floor, struggled for a long while but failed to get back on their feet. Xiao Lin crouched down beside them. Who's your boss? Is it Kingpin? Kingpin? We don't know who you're talking about. The thugs feigned ignorance, well aware of Kingpin's ruthlessness. They knew that saying the wrong thing could lead to consequences far worse than this beating. Turning his back to the rest of the restaurant, Xiao Lin formed a razor-sharp blade of ice in his hand. Not talking, huh? When the ice blade pierced one thug's arm and blood began to flow, their eyes widened in terror. Unable to hold back their cries, they pleaded for mercy. All right. Our boss is Kingpin. Xiao Lin strode over to the counter and addressed the waiter. Could I borrow some paper and a pen? Yes, of course. The waiter hurried to hand him what he needed. Xiao Lin jotted down his address on a sheet of paper and stuffed it into one of the thug's hands. This is where I live. Tell Kingpin to come find me. Groaning and supporting each other, the thugs stumbled out of the restaurant in disgrace. In a basement deep in Hell's Kitchen, Kingpin was furiously berating his men. Lately, several of his crucial deals had been ruined by Daredevil, causing significant losses. What made it even more unbearable was the blow to his authority. The heads of other American gangs were secretly mocking him, pushing his rage to the boiling point. A blind man, just a blind man, and he's already wrecked our business more than once. What use do I have for useless trash like you? Kingpin rose from his seat, striding down from his platform. His massive fist swung out, slamming viciously into the chest of one of his underlings. With a blood-curdling scream, the gangster's chest caved in, blood gushed from his mouth and nose. It was clear he wouldn't survive. Do either of you have anything to say? Kingpin ordered his men to drag out the dying thug, his voice cold and menacing. Be boss. Under Kingpin's watchful gaze, another underling tried to steady himself, stuttering as he spoke. Someone caused trouble in Hell's Kitchen today. They beat us up and said they were coming after you. They gave us an address. With that, he carefully handed a slip of paper to Kingpin, not daring to keep anything back. Hell's Kitchen was Kingpin's territory. Almost everyone in America knew that. Every inch of this neighborhood was under his control. Daredevil alone was already a thorn in his side, and now another person had the nerve to openly challenge him. Kingpin asked, "How many people were there?" "Jay, just one." "Oh, and you couldn't handle even a single person? Is he as formidable as Daredevil?" The thug replied, his voice tinged with fear. He looked like a Chinese man, and he knew martial arts. Kingpin fell silent for a moment, certain that he had no dealings with anyone from China. Had his men gotten themselves into trouble with the wrong person? Bullseye, tomorrow you'll bring this man to me. As for Daredevil, Kingpin's eyes turned icy cold. This time, I'll handle him myself. No problem, boss. I'll definitely bring him back, Bullseye answered confidently. As Kingpin's most skilled assassin, he had every faith in his abilities. Kingpin trusted Bullseye as well. Remember, I want him alive. I want to know his background and make him pay. Understood, boss. The Marvel world was still plagued by war, but compared to the looming crises on the horizon, these troubles seemed trivial. The Sorcerer Supreme, Apocalypse among the mutants, the Hulk, and even the rumored Sentry. These were beings of immense power, yet they had all gathered on this relatively undeveloped planet called Earth. Kingpin had no idea where he truly stood among such giants. Back at home, Xiao Lin remembered he hadn't really taken a good look at himself since his rebirth. He took off his shirt and stood before the mirror, finding that aside from his face, the rest of his skin was covered with mysterious blue markings, strange symbols reminiscent of those on his weapon. Whenever he summoned the power of death, these runes would glow with an eerie green light. At least he hadn't turned into a full-fledged undead. The mere thought of decaying flesh covering his body was enough to send chills down his spine. As he was now, he resembled an elegant vampire more than anything else. Most Death Knights had once been paladins, for the transition from holy light to death magic was the fastest. Other professions, if they tried to become Death Knights, would lose much of their original strength, resulting in a significant drop in power. Now, there wasn't a trace of holy light left within him. It had all transformed into the power of death. It was just like the Naru of Azeroth, light and darkness coexisting within a single being. He couldn't help but wonder, if he one day regained his paladin abilities, would he also possess the power to balance both light and shadow? After the experiment ended, he enjoyed a long, relaxing shower, then lay on his bed savoring a rare moment of tranquility. The next morning, Xiao Lin sat in the living room watching television, waiting for Kingpin's men to arrive. He was certain Kingpin wouldn't let things go so easily. On TV, Tony Stark stood before a crowd of reporters, announcing a piece of news that would send shockwaves through America. He was shutting down Stark Industries' weapons development and manufacturing indefinitely. Xiao Lin watched as, on the screen, Obadiah Stane, clearly losing control, dragged Tony down from the stage and awkwardly tried to explain things to the reporters below. The head of Stark Industries had declared an end to the arms business, and the media was in an uproar. Reporters surged forward in excitement, turning the scene into utter chaos. The news coverage that day caused Stark Industries' stock price to plummet. Xiao Lin thought to himself that Obadiah would likely take action against Tony soon. After all, Obadiah had always treated Stark Industries as his own property, and Tony's decision had just cut off his financial lifeline. "Hey, over there, don't dirty my floor. I just had someone clean it," Xiao Lin suddenly called out. At that moment, a shadowy figure slipped onto the second-floor balcony of the villa. It was none other than Bullseye, Kingpin's top assassin. Caught in the act, Bullseye froze for a split second. As a master assassin, he was an expert at moving unseen. It surprised him to be noticed by Xiao Lin. Sensing his opponent was no ordinary man, Bullseye abandoned any pretense of stealth and strode straight into the room. Twirling a dagger in his hand, he studied the young man with the Eastern features before him. Xiao Lin looked young, but there was a chilling aura about him that made Bullseye uneasy, though he didn't realize it was the presence of death itself. Seeing Xiao Lin's indifferent expression, Bullseye asked, "Kid, I'm Mr. Kingpin's #1 assassin. I'm here to take your life. Aren't you the least bit afraid?" Bullseye's skills were well above those of ordinary people, but in the Marvel Universe, he was far from the top tier. Xiao Lin didn't consider him a real threat. Xiao Lin's nonchalance enraged Bullseye. With a sudden motion, he hurled his dagger at Xiao Lin. There was a flash of cold steel, but Xiao Lin caught the dagger effortlessly. Bullseye was in disbelief. Few people could intercept his thrown weapons without so much as a scratch. In truth, this was just Xiao Lin's reflexes, honed over years of combat, now second nature to him. Seeing this, Bullseye drew another dagger and charged forward, aiming straight for Xiao Lin's shoulder. Although Kingpin had ordered him to capture Xiao Lin alive, Bullseye intended to make his opponent suffer a little first. Yet Xiao Lin didn't make any move to dodge. Instead, he caught the sharp dagger in his bare hand. Green runes shimmered across his pale skin, and the blade met resistance as if it had struck solid stone, unable to harm him in the slightest. Bullseye had assumed those markings were just ordinary tattoos, but to his shock, they were anything but. "What are you?" Bullseye's voice was tinged with unease. In this era, supernatural beings, sorcerers, demons, gods, and mutants had yet to truly reveal themselves to the world. The only superhero the average person knew of was Captain America, who had appeared over 70 years ago. Relying on his killer's instinct for danger, Bullseye quickly retreated, spinning around to leap out the window and escape. He knew the mission had failed. His only option now was to get out alive. But Xiao Lin had no intention of letting him go so easily. A sinister energy gathered in Xiao Lin's hand, forming an ethereal phantom claw that shot out in an instant, snatching Bullseye just as he was about to leave from the second floor. "In such a hurry to leave. Where are you off to?" Xiao Lin's tone was calm, almost casual. Cold sweat drenched Bullseye's brow. Faced with such unfathomable magic, he was completely at a loss for how to respond. "Take me to see Kingpin. How about it?" Xiao Lin's words sounded like a question, but Bullseye knew he had no real choice. Struggling to compose himself, Bullseye's previous arrogance evaporated. He could only nod in agreement, no longer daring to try and escape. This man's abilities were simply too terrifying. Xiao Lin switched off the television and said to Bullseye, "Let's go." Kingpin's real name was Wilson Grant Fisk, a name belonging to the upper echelons of American society. To those who didn't know his true nature, he was a philanthropist and a civic-minded businessman. Kingpin's headquarters in Hell's Kitchen was housed in a towering building, but he rarely spent time there. He preferred practicing his fighting techniques in his private underground training arena. Despite his enormous size, Kingpin's bulk was nothing but solid muscle. His strength was legendary. For years, even Daredevil, the vigilante with heightened senses and masterful combat skills, had found it nearly impossible to defeat him in a head-on fight. Instead, Matt Murdock would usually resort to sabotaging Kingpin's drug and arms operations before slipping away. Xiao Lin followed behind Bullseye, passing through a series of heavy doors as gang members along the way greeted Bullseye with respect. Suddenly, Bullseye remembered that Kingpin wasn't here today. His steps faltered, and he began to scheme in his mind. When they reached a thick iron door, a thought flashed through Bullseye's mind. There was a hidden mechanism nearby, one Kingpin had specially installed to deal with powerful enemies. He suddenly quickened his pace, darted through the iron gate, slammed it shut behind him, and rushed to the control panel to press a button. With a heavy thud, thick iron doors dropped down at both ends of the corridor where Xiao Lin stood. Openings appeared along the walls, from which several Gatling guns emerged. Xiao Lin barely had time to react before the corridor was engulfed by a hail of bullets. He muttered a curse under his breath and immediately summoned frosty energy to encase his entire body. Frost condensed into a hard armor, and bullets striking it made sharp, ringing impacts, sending sparks flying. Though the firepower was fierce, Xiao Lin didn't feel too threatened. The deafening noise and flashing muzzle bursts were the only things making it hard for him to adapt for the moment. "Target," I stared at the monitor, stunned, a wave of panic rising within him. If even such powerful weapons couldn't stop Xiao Lin, what else here could possibly hold him back? At last, the barrage of bullets ceased, and Xiao Lin let out a breath of relief. In such a cramped space, he'd been nothing but a sitting duck. He wasn't seriously hurt, but the experience was deeply unpleasant. Clearly, his last warning to Target I hadn't been enough. "Target Eye, who is this man?" asked Fisk's chief enforcer Westgear. At first, he'd been puzzled by Target Eye's activation of the corridor's defense system. It was a Trap Fisk had set for only the deadliest foes, and only 3 people had the authority to use it. But seeing the scene on the monitor, Weskier's nerves tightened. Sweat beaded on Target Eye's forehead as he stood there, too rattled to answer right away. Xiao Lin took a deep breath. Responding to his will, runic armor swiftly covered his body, and a rune-engraved greatsword appeared in his hand. With a few powerful swings, he reduced the wall-mounted weapons to scrap, then drove the runic blade into the heavy iron door, producing a screech of tortured metal. Damn it! Weskier watched Xiao Lin break through the door, grabbed Target Eye by the shoulder, and demanded again, "Who the hell is this guy? Why did you bring him in here?" "Let go of me." Target Eye shook off Weskier's hand in annoyance, but explained nonetheless, "He's the one Mr. Fisk ordered me to capture. I can't beat him. That's why things turn out this way." Weskier had no time to assign blame. Realizing the iron door wouldn't hold much longer, he urgently ordered those around him, "Don't just stand there. Get armed and hold this position. If Fisk comes back and finds we've lost control, we'll all pay for it." At the mere thought of Fisk's punishments, a chill ran through everyone in the room. Given what had just happened, Target Eye no longer believed anything could stop Xiao Lin. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a person-sized hole was cut into the iron door. When Xiao Lin stepped out, he was met by dozens of gangsters, all nervously pointing their weapons straight at him. "Fire!" Weskier shouted angrily, but it was all in vain. Against these ordinary men, Xiao Lin didn't even need to draw his sword. Bullets bounced off his rune armor with a sharp, ringing sound. He charged through the hail of gunfire into the crowd, using only his fists. For these people, all they needed was a lesson. After that, they could still be of use to him. Each strike from the Death Knight carried the power of plague and disease. Those with weaker constitutions collapsed into a daze before he even touched them. Bullseye and Weskier were soon pinned to the ground, their faces bruised and battered. In truth, Xiao Lin had held back. Otherwise, the place would have been littered with corpses. Seizing Bullseye by the throat, Xiao Lin growled, "Don't try anything clever. You're out of your depth. Take me to Kingpin now." All right. Bullseye stammered, his words whistling through the gaps where his front teeth used to be, utterly subdued. Most of Kingpin's gang were just ordinary people. None of them could stand in Xiao Lin's way. Weskier, sprawled on the floor, managed to croak out, "Sir, Kingpin isn't here. He's out." "Oh," Xiao Lin frowned, feeling a twinge of annoyance. "Where did he go?" "Kingpin took a whole crew with him. They set a trap for Daredevil. He's probably dealing with him right now. Maybe already finished the job." In his mind, Xiao Lin recalled Matt, the Daredevil, Kingpin's longtime nemesis, their feud in Hell's Kitchen stretching back years. "Do you know how to find him?" Xiao Lin asked. He didn't care about Matt's fate. He simply wanted to eliminate Kingpin and take control of his organization. Having underlings would make many things much easier. "I can call and ask," Weskier said, struggling to pull his phone from his pocket. Meanwhile, Daredevil, Matt, was surrounded by a mob in a derelict factory. Gang members slammed steel pipes against the walls, filling the air with a chaotic din that overwhelmed his senses. Matt knew that escaping today would be nearly impossible. Kingpin had discovered his weakness, and now he couldn't even tell which way to run. Kingpin stood nearby, watching Matt's desperate struggle with a satisfied grin. Casually, he picked up a thick steel pipe and bent it into an arc with ease. It was all part of Kingpin's meticulous plan. They'd spread a false rumor about a drug deal to lure Daredevil out into the open. After years of rivalry, Kingpin had only recently discovered that his adversary was blind, a revelation that left him deeply displeased. Now that he knew Matt's weakness, Kingpin used the cacophony to completely disorient him, robbing him of any sense of direction or escape. With that, the rest would be simple. Daredevil's stamina was running low. Under the relentless assault, he eventually collapsed, his strength utterly spent. He could feel his body reaching its absolute limit. In truth, Kingpin had always intended to capture Daredevil alive. Otherwise, a defenseless blind man would have already been shot dead. Seeing the time was right, Kingpin gave the order, "Tie him up." The gang members swarmed forward and bound Matt tightly. Kingpin strode over to Daredevil and removed his mask. He had always been curious to know the true identity of the man who stood in his way. "It's you," one of Kingpin's men exclaimed in a low voice. Kingpin turned to him and asked, "Jerry, do you know this man?" "Yes, boss. He's a lawyer, Matt Murdock. His father was Jack Murdock, the boxer who fought matches for us. But Jack disobeyed your orders, so you had him dealt with." Kingpin had long since forgotten this matter. To him, such people were utterly insignificant, never worth a second thought. Now, having finally caught the nemesis who had plagued him for so long, Kingpin felt an uncommon sense of satisfaction. Whoever dared cross him had to pay the price, no matter who they were. Just as he was about to take Matt away, a car pulled up to the entrance. Kingpin saw his hitman Bullseye step out, along with his chief enforcer, Fisk. Bullseye, what are you doing here? Did you take care of the job I gave you? Kingpin demanded. Bullseye glanced at Xiao Lin, momentarily at a loss for words. The boss's question put him in an awkward spot. After all, he'd just been coerced by Xiao Lin. At that moment, Xiao Lin stepped forward and said, I think he's already completed your assignment. Kingpin's face darkened as he faced the unexpected newcomer. Who are you? Standing calmly before the burly Kingpin, Xiao Lin replied. I'm the one you've been looking for all this time. Now that I'm right in front of you, is there anything you'd like to say? Kingpin studied Xiao Lin closely. Black hair, dark eyes, features unmistakably East Asian, though his skin was a little pale. Uncertain, Kingpin asked, Are you from Huaxia? That's right, Xiao Lin answered openly. In truth, he'd never even been to Huaxia in this world, though he hoped that one day he might visit and discover what it was like here. Why are you working against me? Kingpin's gang had no dealings with people from Huaxia, and he couldn't fathom Xiao Lin's motives. Naturally, Xiao Lin wasn't about to reveal his true reasons. After a brief pause, he replied coolly, Because I want to. Kingpin's expression grew even darker. You'll soon learn just how foolish it is to provoke me. He decided to take both Xiao Lin and Matt back with him for a little lesson they wouldn't forget. Turning to his men, he barked, Bring Daredevil and this man from Huaxia. We're leaving. Yes, boss. The gang member chuckled as he stepped forward, ready to see Xiao Lin. Wait, Xiao Lin suddenly called out. I have no intention of going back with you. I'm here today to kill you. Hearing these words, Kingpin was momentarily stunned, thinking he had misheard. In America, no one had ever been able to threaten his life. Especially now, with Xiao Lin standing alone, surrounded by dozens of his own heavily armed men. Xiao Lin's repeated provocations finally wore down Kingpin's patience. He no longer cared who this man from Huaxia was, nor did he care about his purpose. All he wanted now was to utterly destroy Xiao Lin, right here and now. I'll do it myself. I'll crush every bone in your body and watch you die in agony. Kingpin tossed aside his cigar and strode slowly toward Xiao Lin, his massive palm swinging out menacingly. The gang members nearby watched with malicious glee, confident that their boss was unbeatable. Only Bullseye and Weskier wore complicated expressions, yet they stood by in silence, unmoving. Matt, bound and helpless, showed a flicker of sympathy, but at this point, he had lost the ability to resist. Suddenly, everyone except Bullseye and Weskier gasped in shock. Xiao Lin's seemingly unremarkable hand had stopped Kingpin's fist in midair. Kingpin tried to pull his hand back, only to find it locked in Xiao Lin's iron grip. This young man from the East, who didn't even look particularly strong, possessed a strength far beyond anything Kingpin had imagined. He could even feel his fist on the verge of being crushed. Could it be that, after years of grueling training, he was still no match for this man's skills? Bastard! Kingpin roared, yanking a pistol from inside his suit with his free hand and pressing the trigger straight at Xiao Lin's head. But Xiao Lin was prepared. The moment Kingpin drew his gun, Xiao Lin let a cold wave of spiritual energy surge through his palm, shielding his temple. Bang! The shot rang out, and Xiao Lin only felt a jolt in the center of his palm. Kingpin froze. He saw that nestled in Xiao Lin's pale palm was the bullet, perfectly intact and not a scratch on his skin. With a mocking smile, Xiao Lin said, Fatty, your gun is useless against me. Kingpin had no idea how Xiao Lin had managed such a feat, but he was not the type to give in easily. His fighting spirit surged, and he launched another attack, swinging his other fist hard at Xiao Lin's abdomen. In response, Xiao Lin grabbed Kingpin's arm and, with a powerful motion, flung him aside. Out you go. With a tremendous crash, Kingpin's enormous body, along with several unlucky henchmen, smashed into the wall. They collapsed in a tangled heap as the wall gave way, bricks and rubble raining down on them. Kingpin shoved the debris off himself and struggled to his feet. His thick muscles had shielded him from serious harm, but his men were not so fortunate. Almost none of them survived the impact. The remaining henchmen were stunned. The boss they had always relied on had proven no match for this newcomer. They had even witnessed Kingpin fire his gun at the young man from the East, only to see the bullets leave him completely unscathed. Wait. At that moment, Matt regained his composure. Though blind, his heightened senses alerted him that Xiao Lin was approaching Kingpin with murderous intent, clearly planning to end his life. Xiao Lin turned to Matt and asked, Daredevil, is there something you want to say? Gritting his teeth, Matt replied, Kingpin sent people to kill my father. Will you hand him over to me? I want to finish him myself. Daredevil harbored a deep hatred for the man who murdered his father. He could never forget the brutal scene of his father being slaughtered by the mob in their home. Like the Punisher, he never showed mercy to criminals. That won't do, Xiao Lin answered coldly. He had his own mission to complete. Kingpin had to fall by his own hand. Bastard. Kingpin leaned against another wall, his face twisted with humiliation as he listened to the two men discuss his fate. Never before had he found himself so powerless. He roared at his men, "Kill him." But before he could finish, everyone watched as Xiao Lin, as if performing a magic trick, pulled a runic greatsword from his spatial pouch and hurled a massive blade straight at Kingpin. With a piercing whoosh, the heavy sword tore through the air, driving through Kingpin's chest and pinning him to the wall behind. He struggled weakly, blood streaming from his wound. Kingpin felt his body growing cold, his consciousness fading. He knew his end had come, and his heart filled with bitter regret. His empire was at its height. His name was known throughout America. He had even dreamed of one day becoming mayor of New York, perhaps even president. Now, those dreams would never come pass. With great effort, Kingpin croaked, "Why? What?" His head bowed in defeat, and with that his eyes closed forever. Kingpin slain. 5,000 exchange points awarded. As the gangsters stared in shock at Kingpin's corpse, their hands instinctively raised their guns at Xiao Lin, then turned to look at Weskier, awaiting his orders. "Stand down," came the simultaneous shout from Bullseye and Weskier. They exchanged glances, each understanding that provoking this man would spell their doom. Their weapons were useless against him. Xiao Lin turned to address the gangsters scattered around the abandoned factory. "From now on, Kingpin's organization is under my control. Anyone have a problem with that?" At this, Matt couldn't help but speak up. "Sir, America is a nation of law and order. I hope you won't rule as Kingpin did." Xiao Lin shot back. "A nation of law? Do you truly believe that?" "I believe far more in my own strength." Matt fell silent. As a lawyer, he had always defended the powerless, witnessing too much darkness over the years. After his father was killed, he believed that by studying law he could uphold justice, but he found that the law was powerless in the face of reality. Government officials turned a blind eye to the facts, otherwise he wouldn't have taken it upon himself to fight crime. With a sigh, Matt said, "I just hope you don't become one of the bad guys, or I'll do whatever it takes to stop you." Xiao Lin admired Daredevil Matt's courage and perseverance, but at this moment, he had no intention of engaging in a lengthy conversation. There were still many matters awaiting his attention. Casting his gaze over the dozens of gang members gathered in the abandoned factory, Xiao Lin suddenly realized how daunting it would be to control such a vast organization. Kingpin's influence reached across the United States. Managing an empire of this scale was no simple task. Besides, Xiao Lin had no interest in becoming a gang lord. Even though he had once served as a squad leader in the Silver Crusaders, most of the time he had merely gone with the flow. Few among the Silver Crusaders' commanders could defeat him in combat, but managing a criminal organization was never his ambition. At this moment, all he wanted was a loyal subordinate, someone who could carry out his orders and help run the gang's affairs. With this in mind, he remembered the Frostmourne stored in his spatial pouch, a cursed blade capable of transforming the dead into ordinary undead, or death knights, all absolutely bound to his will. Of course, there was always the risk of accidents, as with the Forsaken who had broken free. There was no denying Kingpin's extraordinary talent. Without it, he could never have grown his syndicate to such heights in just a few years. Xiao Lin decided to resurrect Kingpin and make him his subordinate. He drew the rune blade from Kingpin's body and returned it to his spatial pouch. Kingpin's limp corpse collapsed to the ground. "Host, if you insist on using Frostmourne now, I must remind you to keep your will strong. Don't let the cursed blade influence you." The system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Xiao Lin gave no reply. His mind was already made up. Arthas had fallen under the sword's control because he was overwhelmed by negative emotions. Xiao Lin believed that since he would only wield Frostmourne briefly, he would not be corrupted right away. As Xiao Lin pulled out Frostmourne, the temperature in the abandoned factory plummeted. The gang members huddled together, their faces etched with fear and unease. "Chief Weskier, should we get out of here?" someone asked, their voice trembling. "No, wait here. Everyone, stay calm and don't do anything rash," Weskier replied with a wry smile. Their stronghold had already been destroyed. There was no point in running back, unless they disbanded and scattered for good, but that wasn't his goal. He craved greater power. At that moment, Xiao Lin gripped the cursed blade, and a chill consciousness seeped into his mind. "Transmute, transmute, transmute the entire world. Grant the dead eternal life." The voice echoed relentlessly in his mind, striving to seize control of his body. Xiao Lin struggled to banish the clamor from his thoughts, swiftly channeling the power of death within him into Jean Bing's cold, lifeless corpse. "Let Jean Bing become my first Death Knight," he thought. After all, the rotting undead move clumsily, while Death Knights preserve their bodies intact, immune to decay, and far more suited for carrying out tasks. Perhaps I could even form my own 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. The notion surfaced suddenly in Xiao Lin's mind. Under the watchful gaze of everyone present, a pale gray mist steadily streamed from the tip of his sword, slowly seeping into Jin Bing's body. Xiao Lin could feel his own strength ebbing away, a clear sign that he was pouring his deathly power into Jin Bing. Jin Bing had been an ordinary man. Transforming him into a Death Knight required an even greater expenditure of deathly energy. No wonder Arthas was so determined to turn Tyrion Fordring into a Death Knight. He could gain a powerful servant without depleting his own strength. But Xiao Lin was no weakling himself, so after the transformation, he possessed a formidable Death Knight at his command. The power of death was reshaping Jin Bing's form, planting within him the seed of a Death Knight's might. Xiao Lin realized he could now control Jin Bing with but a thought, even communicate from afar, much like the Lich King commanding his scourge. However, lacking the boost of the Helm of Domination, his control was not quite as absolute. This transformation left Xiao Lin utterly drained. The mysterious voice continued to whisper in his mind, incessant and manic, tempting him to destroy all life and raise his own scourge army. After a while, Jin Bing's once lifeless body finally began to move. When the transformation was complete, Xiao Lin felt dizzy and disoriented. He resolved privately that this legendary sword was best left and used until he grew stronger, a shame, but a necessary precaution. Only after hastily stowing Frostmourne away in his spatial pouch did his mind begin to clear. Master! Jin Bing now stood upright, restored to normal. He bowed respectfully to Xiao Lin, his eyes stripped of the arrogance and defiance that had once burned there. Were it not for the gaping wound in his chest, anyone would have thought the events just witnessed were nothing but an illusion. Everyone present had seen their boss die with their own eyes, yet here he was, standing once more. Bullseye, Weskier, and every gang member in the abandoned factory stared in shock. A few, unable to bear the terror, slipped quietly toward the exit, convinced that Xiao Lin was far too dangerous to face. Go back, Xiao Lin commanded. Await my orders. Xiao Lin issued a command through the Death Knight's telepathic link, then prepared to leave the scene. He happened to catch sight of Matt, who was lying helpless on the ground, and added, "Let Matt go. Don't trouble him any further." Although Daredevil Matt could be a handful at times, Xiao Lin still had a measure of respect for him. Unlike other superheroes who were often naively merciful, Matt always dealt with criminals swiftly and without hesitation. System mission issued. Difficulty level S. No time limit. Objective: establish the world's largest technology and military-industrial enterprise. Reward: 300,000 exchange points. System mission issued. Difficulty level A. Infiltrate the American Congress. Either you or your subordinates must obtain the status of a congressman. Upon completion, reward: 100,000 exchange points. Out of nowhere, the system presented 2 new tasks. The generous rewards immediately caught Xiao Lin's interest, and these missions happened to align perfectly with his own plans. It seemed the system, as always, tailored its tasks to his inner ambitions. Oh, and from now on, stay away from drugs and underground fighting rings. We're moving into the military and tech sectors, hiring top scientists with generous salaries. At the same time, step up our infiltration into the branches of the American government. I don't want to be caught off guard by them in the future. Xiao Lin had grown weary of preying on the weak, and besides, Kingpin had far more significant tasks for him now. He also found the risk-taking officials within the American government deeply unsettling. General Ross came to mind, as did those lawmakers pushing for the Superhero Registration Act, not to mention the members of the World Security Council at S.H.I.E.L.D. Understood, Master. Their entire conversation took place in the realm of thought, with no one around them the wiser. Amid the puzzled stares of those present, Xiao Lin left the place, his emotions running complex and deep. With Kingpin, the mob boss who had just returned from the dead, the gang members grew even more fearful, and by extension, their reverence for Xiao Lin only deepened. "Bring me a clean set of clothes," Kingpin ordered, his demeanor as calm as ever. Though deep inside, obedience to Xiao Lin had become an unbreakable command. In a now empty factory, only Matt remained, still lying on the ground. Xiao Lin was certain that, given Matt's remarkable ability to recover, leaving here safely would hardly be an issue. Kingpin, along with all his gang members, piled into several cars, ready to leave the place. But just then, someone noticed his friend still standing there. Absorbed in his phone, impatiently, he shouted, "Hey, Abby, stop playing with your phone and get moving. Otherwise, you'll have to walk home by yourself." "Oh, I'm coming. Abby hurriedly shoved his phone into his pocket and dashed toward the convoy. None of them knew that Abby was actually a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, sent by Fury to keep tabs on Kingpin. Just moments ago, Abby had indeed been startled by what he saw, but he recovered quickly. He managed to capture the whole scene, how Xiao Lin resurrected Kingpin, on his phone, and sent the footage straight to Director Fury. S.H.I.E.L.D., which at this stage was still officially called the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, had yet to construct the helicarrier. Their headquarters was the Triskelion. At that moment, Director Fury was seated in his office, watching the video his agent had just sent, his brow furrowed in deep concern. The footage clearly showed an Eastern man effortlessly killing Kingpin, the very man they'd been monitoring for so long, and then reviving him, with a strange, supernatural ability. When Kingpin rose again, he was unusually deferential, as if he had fallen under some sort of control. To resurrect the dead and command the criminal underworld. No matter how you looked at it, these were not the actions of a righteous man. Such powers were simply too sinister. Just then, a knock sounded at the office door. From outside, his deputy, Agent Hill, called out. "Come in," Fury said. A woman with short hair stepped into the office. Seeing the director's troubled expression, she felt a jolt of surprise. She had never seen that look on his face before, no matter how dire the situation. Still, she suppressed her curiosity. "Director, is there something you need me to do?" Fury had originally intended to send her to make contact with Tony, but now he had a different assignment for her. "Take a look at this video first," Fury said, pulling up the footage again on his computer. Agent Hill leaned in, curiosity piqued. As she finished watching, her face registered clear astonishment. She shot Fury a skeptical look. "Director, where did this come from? How could someone, after having their chest pierced, simply stand up again?" And the weapon that appeared in the man's hand, like magic, even more unbelievable than a Hulk. But she did recognize the man who died in the video. It was Kingpin. Fury understood what she was thinking. If he hadn't encountered the sorcerers of the Ancient One himself, he might have thought the agent was playing a prank. This footage was sent to me by agents embedded with Kingpin. I believe everything shown here actually happened. I'll have that agent return. Go and get as much information out of him as you can. Seeing Fury's serious expression, Agent Hill asked, "Director, what should we do next? Should we send someone to go undercover beside him, or deploy an elite team to take him down directly?" "No, we can't do that just yet." Fury had personally witnessed the tremendous power of the Ancient One, the supreme sorcerer of the Order. That was a force no ordinary person could hope to withstand. Not even their most advanced weaponry could stand against it. Moreover, they still didn't know what the other side wanted, nor did they understand his abilities or weaknesses. Fury suspected that reviving the dead was only the tip of the iceberg. They couldn't afford to take such a risk. If, however, the sorcerers of the Ancient Order were willing to help, things would be much easier for them. But those rigid sorcerers rarely, if ever, stepped outside their sanctum. This only strengthened Fury's resolve to assemble a team of exceptional individuals from around the world, dedicated to handling threats that ordinary agents simply couldn't manage. Kingpin controls the majority of America's underworld. His influence runs deep. We can't just let someone else take control of him. But we also can alert our enemies. Send people to get close to him, find out what the other side is planning, and uncover their weaknesses. If they pose a threat to our country, we'll do whatever it takes to stop them. Understood, Director. Agent Hill nodded. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Go ahead. Left alone in the office, Fury's thoughts returned to the task he had originally planned to assign to Agent Hill. Now, he would have to send someone else. He picked up the phone and dialed the number. "Coulson, come to my office for a moment." A short while later, Coulson entered Fury's office. "Director, what can I do for you?" "I have a task for you." Fury shut his computer and stood up, ready to leave as well. "I want you to reach out to Tony. Find out exactly what happened after he was captured by the terrorists, and also ask him about a man named Xiao Lin from China." Fury had already known that Xiao Lin first appeared beside Tony, but with so much happening lately, he hadn't had the chance to assign someone to investigate. Understood, Director. Fury also considered whether he should report this to the Security Council, but after several failed operations, he suspected there might be a mole within SHLD's upper ranks. For now, it was better to keep this quiet. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tony finally told his close friend, Colonel Rhodey, what had happened to him at the terrorist base after his encounter with Xiao Lin. On the other end of the line, Colonel Rhodey tried to comfort him. "Hey, Tony, I think you must have been under a lot of stress. That's probably why you saw those things." Tony firmly retorted, "No, Rhodey, I know what I saw. There's no way it was just a hallucination. I'm only telling you so you'll be cautious. I don't want my actions to put the country at risk of a terrorist attack." Colonel Rhodes had no choice but to agree. All right, I'll have someone keep an eye on him." Still uneasy, Tony added, "Be careful. Don't let him notice. He's not someone ordinary people can handle. Besides, he did save my life once." "Got it, I understand." Rhodey, growing a bit impatient, hurriedly changed the subject. By the way, Tony, you abruptly shut down Stark Industries' weapons division, and that caught us in the military completely off guard. Plus, you made so much money from us every year. Are you really willing to let that go? Lounging on the sofa, Tony replied lazily. Money is just a bunch of numbers to me. Didn't you know? Besides, I still have the arc reactor. I'm already planning to set up Stark Energy. All right then. Colonel Rhodes sighed, a hint of envy in his voice. Still, I bet old Obadiah must be losing his mind right now. Thinking of Obadiah's furious expression, Tony replied with a touch of resignation. Uncle Obadiah may be upset, but I'm not changing my decision. What Tony didn't realize was that, at that very moment, Obadiah wasn't fretting over the shutdown of the weapons division at all. Instead, he had already claimed the suit of Iron Man armor Tony abandoned in the terrorist camp. The sheer power of the weapon captivated him. Though the armor was damaged, Obadiah gathered all of Stark's scientists, working them around the clock to restore and modify it. This abandoned factory was quite a distance from Hell's Kitchen. The car had driven for over an hour to reach it. All around lay barren, desolate land. After walking for a while, Xiao Lin came to a halt. There was no telling how much farther they'd have to go if they kept walking. After a moment's thought, Xiao Lin decided to summon the Akira's Death Charger, the mount of a Death Knight. These days, Xiao Lin had resisted calling upon the Death Knight steed because he didn't want to be reminded of the warhorse he rode as a paladin. Those memories pained him deeply. Back in Azeroth, his warhorse had carried him through enemy lines time and again, even when he was gravely wounded. If not for that loyal companion, he would have died countless times, just like so many other paladins. After all, a warhorse was more than a mount. It was family. A ghostly emerald light flickered across the ground, and in its wake stood a horse clad entirely in black armor. Its eyes and hooves blazed with white flames, and a pair of forward-curving horns jutted from its head. Though it lacked the radiant splendor of a paladin's golden steed, the Death Knight's horse possessed an aura of mystery and formidable strength. A sudden thought flashed through Xiao Lin's mind. Could the steed from his summoning space have been transformed, just like he was? Almost as if sensing what he was thinking, the Akira's Death Charger lowered its head and nuzzled against Xiao Lin's arm. That familiar gesture caught him off guard for a moment. System, has my old paladin warhorse been transformed along with me? Yes. The system's reply was as concise as ever. The answer stirred Xiao Lin's emotions. Unable to hold back, he hugged the steed's head. After all, they'd spent more than 10 years together, and he'd thought that forgetting the summoning contract meant he'd never see his paladin warhorse again. He swung himself up onto the horse's back and called out joyfully, "Goldie, let's go." The warhorse snorted in protest, pawing the ground with its front hooves. "All right, I guess I should call you Shadow now," Xiao Lin said, unable to keep from laughing as he looked at the once golden, now pitch-black steed. With a piercing whinny, the warhorse's hooves ignited a streak of white flames, launching forward like an arrow shot from a bow. The speed was astonishing, far faster than his old paladin steed, and several times quicker than any car. What used to be an hour's drive now took just over 20 minutes. From afar, he could already see the towering buildings of the city. Xiao Lin reined in the horse. Riding a Death Knight steed in the city center would be far too conspicuous, so he decided to walk the remaining distance. Dismounting, Xiao Lin watched as the Death Charger returned to its contract space in a shimmer of light from the reverse summoning magic circle. He made his way back to the villa on foot. Looking at the empty house, Xiao Lin couldn't shake the feeling that there was something important he'd forgotten to do. After some thought, it hit him. He hadn't yet created the essential rune forge and the portal node for Death's Gate that every Death Knight needed. The rune forge was used to magically enhance a Death Knight's runeblade, boosting their combat power. To build a rune forge, the first step was to have a furnace as a base, but he didn't want anyone else coming into his villa. Just then, his eyes fell on the fireplace in the room. An idea struck him. Maybe he could modify it directly. To transform the fireplace into a rune forge, he needed to exchange some ores and materials from the system shop. Serenite ore, a frozen orb, bloodstone, and an inscription potion. These cost him 1,000 exchange points, leaving him with only 8,000. Xiao Lin used the inscription potion to etch several runes for different forging effects onto the fireplace. He then summoned pale flames using the death energy within him, steadily melting the serenite or until it flowed into a pool of green liquid metal. Guiding the stream of molten metal along the magical runes he had drawn, he watched as it climbed upward and merged with the sinister inscriptions. This marked a third of the work complete. The evil runes could now be etched. Next, he fused the frost orb and bloodstone into the runes for frost and blood on the hearth, using the same method as before. Suddenly, a burst of green flames erupted within the hearth. At that moment, Xiao Lin knew he had succeeded in his first attempt at modifying a runic furnace. Constructing the runic furnace was not a complicated task. The last time he had transformed into a Death Knight, all of these memories had been imprinted into his mind. He retrieved the rune sword from his spatial pouch and slowly approached the furnace. Using his sinister spiritual energy, he ignited the corresponding magical runes around the hearth, letting the energy inside flow up along the blade until it enveloped the entire sword. This time, he was forging the Crusader rune, one of the evil runes. It granted a certain chance to increase the wielder's strength by 15%, as well as a chance to absorb the opponent's life force. He gripped the rune sword and gave it a few experimental swings in his hand. Perhaps it was just his imagination, but the weapon now felt much more comfortable and responsive. Once he finished, he checked the time. It wasn't too late, so he decided to go ahead and set up the teleportation node for the Death Gate as well. The Death Gate was a spatial teleportation spell unique to Death Knights. It required precise spatial anchoring, or else one could be transported to an unknown world. With this spell, he would be able to return to his dwelling quickly and conveniently. He glanced at the store and saw that a spatial beacon stone cost 2,000 points, far pricier than the ore materials from earlier. He had 6,000 points left, but could only grit his teeth in exchange for one. Using the same runic ink as before, he drew a magical circle a meter in diameter in his bedroom. The runes inscribed upon it were beyond his comprehension. He simply copied them from the memories in his mind. This magic circle was incredibly complex. It took him a long while to complete it, after which he placed the spatial beacon stone in the center and infused it with his own death energy. Like a stone sinking into a pond, the beacon stone sank into the floor and vanished from sight. Xiao Lin could sense a new connection had formed between himself and the beacon stone. Its presence was clear to him, separated only by a thin veil of space. Death Gate. With a graceful sweep, the rune sword traced a dazzling arc of violet light through the air. Before Xiao Lin, a portal shimmered into existence, glowing with a purple radiance, its depths utterly black, revealing nothing within. As the gate opened, he remembered that this was his first time constructing such a magic circle. He couldn't risk his own life on a careless gamble. If it failed, who knew where he might end up? He picked up a pillow from the bed and tossed it into the gate of death. To his surprise, an identical portal appeared above the magic circle, and the pillow he had just thrown and dropped right out of it. Not bad. Construction successful. Pleased with his own handiwork, Xiao Lin couldn't help but feel a spark of joy inside. It wasn't until he finished setting up both the rune furnace and the Gate of Death teleportation node that he realized he probably should have built all this in a more discreet location. Oh well, it probably won't cause too much trouble. Xiao Lin's thoughts drifted back to his days in Azeroth. In that world, aside from his time in the army, he was always a lone wanderer. Only when summoned by the Knight's Order would he return to report. Most of the time, he roamed on his own, guided by system-assigned quests to venture into the unknown. Whether it was on the planet of Azeroth or the world of Draenor, danger lurked everywhere. There, he had run into burrowing lords and tunnel worms that loved to ambush from underground, ogres who hurled massive boulders at unsuspecting travelers, and troll tribes who delighted in using dark voodoo magic to ensnare their foes. He had faced more opponents than he could count, and none of them played by the rules. Thanks to the system's support, he had managed to survive one peril after another. The world of Marvel was just as treacherous. Skrulls, mutated humans, the Celestials, mutants, the Inhumans, and even Dormammu, the Dark Lord who longed to invade this reality. Suddenly, Xiao Lin asked, "System, what's the designation of this world?" Earth 1111. It was a casual question, and he hadn't expected the system to actually answer. Though he didn't know much about Earth 1111, he remembered. That Earth, 199999, was the main universe of the Marvel films, the place where all the stories he was familiar with had unfolded. So, this world was somewhat different from the Marvel universe he knew. As for what exactly was different, only time would tell. Still, with the system's help, he believed he could live a brilliant life here. He had no intention of repeating his old pattern, having a support system and yet always being someone else's sidekick. The system was helpful, of course. It issued quests, granted rewards, boosted his abilities, and sometimes even protected him. But, more often than not, it was the system itself that drew him into most of these dangers, leaving him constantly on the back foot. By nature, he had always been a bit lazy and withdrawn. It had been 11 years since he acquired the system, and yet he still couldn't figure out its true purpose. In the end, he decided not to dwell on it. As for the 2 tasks he'd accepted today, Xiao Lin resolved to check out the exchange shop first. After all, if he was going to run a tech and military enterprise, he'd need some impressive technology to show for it. Otherwise, he'd never make it far. He also took a moment to see if there was anything he could exchange to help safeguard his villa. After all, he didn't want to come home one day only to find his house gone, or teleport back just to discover himself surrounded by enemies. Unlike mages, Death Knights weren't adept at setting up intricate defensive or alarm magic arrays. Browsing the system store, he saw many powerful guardians that could be used to protect both his home and the core facilities of his military enterprise. Arcane constructs and Ashipi's destroyers, for instance. These were magical machines capable of harnessing potent magical attacks. Their firepower likely surpassed even his current Iron Man armor, but they couldn't fly or carry passengers and could only attack and defend according to preset instructions. That, unfortunately, meant their combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. Arcane Construct requires 5,000 exchange points. A magical automaton crafted by the Blood Elves, powered by arcane crystals, capable of unleashing arcane energy attacks on enemies. Ashipi's Destroyer requires 6,000 exchange points. A war machine created by the Ashipi's Corvian civilization, powered by Ashipi's crystals, and armed with a searing energy ray as its main weapon. Xiao Lin felt a twinge of frustration. He only had 6,000 points left. There was no way he could afford to exchange for just one magical machine, and the system had only released 2 tasks, both of which would take ages to complete. He had no idea how he was supposed to manage. Still, he decided to set that aside for now. His immediate goal was to establish a military industry enterprise. After much thought, he decided to name his company Silver Hand Technology Group, in honor of the knightly order he once served. Looking over the exchange store, he realized it didn't just offer fully assembled engineering machines. It also included the technological knowledge of various races from Azeroth, available for direct exchange, though the required points were staggeringly high. There was the Forsaken's biochemical technology, the Goblins' and Gnomes' bizarre engineering, the Ethereal's ecosystem tech, the Legion's Star Destroyer weaponry, and the Nar's warp drive systems, each a marvel of its own. The Forsaken's biochemical technology was even more advanced than Oscorp's biotech. The toxic gases developed by their Royal Alchemist Society were so potent that even the Lich King couldn't withstand them. However, this technology relied on a fusion with magic, so ordinary scientists would be unable to decipher it. Perhaps only Dr. Doom could manage that. Then there were the Goblins' shrink rays, spatial rippers, and mind control devices, all cutting-edge technologies in this world. And as for the Legion's technology, forged from the conquest and amalgamation of countless civilizations, that hardly needed explanation. If he could master all these sciences, he was sure his tech company would outshine every other corporation in this world, and that troublesome task would be as good as done. But for now, all he could afford were a few cheap items. The rest would have to remain dreams, at least for the time being. After pondering for a while, he spent 3,000 points to exchange for a static collector, a device capable of drawing free magical energy from the air and condensing it into mana stones of various elements. These stones were the fundamental energy source for crafting power cores and running all kinds of Azerothian machinery. With the remaining 3,000 points, he redeemed a noise generator and a gnomish lightning emitter, planning to hand these over to the scientists recruited by Kingpin for research and eventual mass production. The noise generator was essentially a sonic weapon. Whether in his previous world or the Marvel universe where he now resided, such weapons existed in finished form. However, the version he exchanged was more portable, and its attack range could be precisely controlled. As for the gnomish lightning emitter, it allowed him to regulate the energy output, unleashing bolts of lightning at enemies more than 10 meters ahead. If these 2 devices could be successfully studied and replicated, they would make him a fortune. More importantly, they would greatly enhance the company's influence. Before taking a break, Xiao Lin relayed all his decisions to Kingpin via telepathic communication. Time was short, so he gave Kingpin just 1 day to prepare. The day after tomorrow, he planned to check in on the progress of Kingpin's new company. At dawn on the 3rd day, Xiao Lin set off for Kingpin's corporate headquarters, carrying the 2 newly exchanged weapons. As he approached, he notified Kingpin with a thought, instructing him to wait inside the building. Walking into the lobby, everyone Xiao Lin encountered greeted him respectfully without any attempt to stop him. Perhaps the events of 2 days ago had left them wary, or maybe Kingpin had given them special instructions. He hadn't yet reached the elevator when Weskier hurried over, a flattering smile on his face. Mr. Xiao, Mr. Kingpin is waiting upstairs for you. He's currently meeting with a scientist. Understood, Xiao Lin replied, betraying no emotion. He followed Weskier to the door of Kingpin's office, didn't bother knocking, and pushed the door open to enter. Inside, he saw a bespectacled middle-aged man sitting across from Kingpin, the 2 of them deep in conversation. Hearing the door, both men looked over. When Kingpin saw it was Xiao Lin, he immediately stood up. Master! Xiao Lin found himself a seat and sat down. Who is this? He's a scientist who resigned, actually defected from Pioneer Technology. His name is Wim. He's very accomplished in physics, though he's nowhere near the level of Tony Stark or Dr. Reed. Kingpin's blunt words made Wim visibly uncomfortable, but it was the truth, and in his current predicament, being hunted, he had little choice in the matter. Wim waved his hands excitedly, chattering nonstop. Mr. Fisk, first of all, I want to make it clear that I am not a traitor. That damn Murdoch is the real traitor. He murdered all the top executives at Pioneer Tech and seized control of the company. I had no choice but to flee, and I admit, my knowledge can't compare to Tony or Reed's. Murdoch, the big-headed doll? The image of that man whose head seemed larger than his body flashed through Xiao Lin's mind, making him want to laugh. Still, Pioneer Tech was not an organization to be taken lightly. Seeing the respectful expression Fisk wore for the young Asian man in front of him, Wim realized that Xiao Lin was the one who truly called the shots. Wim hurriedly stood up and began pitching himself to Xiao Lin. Sir, I hold a PhD in physics from Harvard. My research in this field is among the best in the world. As long-buried memories surfaced in his mind, Xiao Lin asked, Pioneer Tech once worked for the Nazis and Hydra, didn't it? Wim's heart skipped a beat. How did this man know about something like that? Could he be with Hydra too? A wave of unease washed over him. Sir, that was all during World War II. Besides, I've already severed ties with Pioneer Tech. None of what they do has anything to do with me anymore. Looking at Xiao Lin, he added, my father used to be a high-ranking executive at Pioneer Tech, but Murdoch killed him. That's why I know all this. And it's also why Murdoch won't let me go, either. That was when Xiao Lin realized Wim was simply searching for a safe place to hide. He countered, do you really believe you'll be safe here with us? Well, Wim lowered his head in frustration. After so many years at Pioneer Tech, he understood their terrifying reach. Applying to Fisk Syndicate was an act of utter desperation. He knew Fisk ruled most of the criminal underworld in America, so he'd hoped for some measure of protection. The moment he saw Fisk's company recruiting scientists last night, he rushed over immediately. But thinking it over, it was just a gang, after all. How could it possibly stand against a genius like Murdoch? All of Pioneer Tech's former leaders were dead, and when the police came, they couldn't even determine the cause of death. In the end, the investigation was wrapped up hastily. Noticing Wim was at a loss for words, Xiao Lin spoke up, don't worry. You're about to witness the rise of the most formidable tech company in the world. Pioneer Tech is nothing to me. But can you guarantee your loyalty? I can swear to God, Wim replied. Wim still had no idea who Xiao Lin really was. Even a kingpin like Fisk showed him the utmost respect, and Xiao Lin seemed to know far too much. All Wim could do was pray he'd finally found a savior. Xiao Lin couldn't help but roll his eyes. Swearing oaths meant nothing to him. It was just empty talk as far as he was concerned. He summoned the power of death, sending a surge of sinister energy shooting straight at Wim. Wim stood there, utterly bewildered, patting himself down in confusion. He had no idea what that strange sensation just now had been. I'm a Death Knight, Xiao Lin declared. I hope you don't betray me. Otherwise, the curse I've placed on you will make you wish you were dead. In reality, what he cast just now was only a weakened version of a plague curse. It didn't have any real effects aside from perhaps giving Wim a mild cold. Xiao Lin's real aim was simply to frighten him. After all, there weren't any brilliant scientists in Kingpin's company. As a crime boss, Kingpin had little interest in technological advancement. The one tech company he did establish was purely on a whim, and its annual research budget barely cracked $10 million. Naturally, there were no exceptional scientists there. Xiao Lin extended his hand and said, well then, Azeroth Technologies welcomes you aboard. Wim reached out as well, and they shook hands. He was still completely baffled by everything that had just happened. What exactly was a Death Knight? And was that mist that had touched him really a curse? Xiao Lin then addressed Kingpin. Let's have him temporarily serve as the head of R&D for military technology. I have 2 devices I need him to study, and I hope he can deliver results soon. Wim watched as Xiao Lin, like a magician, produced 2 items seemingly out of thin air. One looked like a radio, the other resembled a flashlight. Xiao Lin introduced them. This is a sonic weapon, a noise generator. The other is a lightning emitter. He glanced around and realized the space was much too small for a demonstration. Kingpin, is there a more open area here? I'd like to give you a demonstration. There is, Master. We can use the rooftop terrace. It's quite spacious up there. Xiao Lin nodded in agreement. Kingpin led the way, and the 3 of them took the elevator up to the terrace. Kingpin's building was more than 200 meters tall, a modest height by New York standards, but the view from above was still impressive. But business came first. Xiao Lin didn't linger to enjoy the scenery. He set the noise generator's twin speakers facing a concrete pillar whose purpose was unclear, then pressed the button. A shrill, piercing screech tore through the air, making everything in front of them shimmer and blur. With a thunderous crack, the pillar began to tremble under the force of the sonic resonance, fissures spreading rapidly across its surface. After just over a minute, the half-meter-thick column crumbled into a pile of debris. The power is mediocre. Xiao Lin shook his head in disappointment. After all, who would just stand there for over a minute and let you attack them? The performance left him far from satisfied. He turned to look at Vim, only to see the man's eyes sparkling with keen interest. Placing the noise machine aside, Xiao Lin continued. Next up is the lightning generator. Seeing both Kingpin and Vim fixed on the weapon in his hands, Xiao Lin pressed the red button on top. A sharp crackle of electricity split the air, a blinding arc flashing out. But instead of striking the pillar ahead as expected, the surge of lightning wrapped itself up Xiao Lin's arm, enveloping him completely in a cage of electricity. Standing rooted in place, Xiao Lin felt as if 1,000 wild beasts were stampeding through his mind. Weren't goblin gadgets supposed to be unreliable? How had even gnome technology ended up like this? Catching the barely suppressed laughter on Vim and Kingpin's faces, Xiao Lin felt thoroughly embarrassed. His body tingled all over. While it hadn't caused much real harm, he'd definitely been paralyzed for a second, unable to move. It seemed there was potential in the device, but the stability needed serious work. Knocking himself out before even hitting the enemy was hardly ideal. Glancing down, he saw his clothes were singed and ragged, and every strand of hair stood on end. He could only imagine how ludicrous he looked right now. Hurriedly, he handed both gadgets over to Vim. These are all yours now. There's a lot to improve. Please upgrade them, and see if you can get them ready for mass production. Achoo! Vim rubbed his nose sheepishly as he accepted the devices, feeling a faint dizziness in his head. These two gadgets, and all the research notes, must be kept absolutely secure. If anyone tries to take them out, you'll see the full extent of my anger. Xiao Lin's warning was mainly for Vim. By the way, take a break tomorrow if you need to. It might be best to visit a hospital. My curse will leave you feeling miserable for a few days. With that, Xiao Lin drew his rune sword from his dimensional satchel, traced a path before him, and opened a shimmering gate of death. He stepped through and vanished from sight. What a humiliation. He needed to hurry home and change. Vim stared in shock at the spot where Xiao Lin had disappeared. The mention of the curse left him uneasy. He had assumed it was all just stage magic. But beneath the nerves, an excited thrill bubbled up. His new boss was a true enigma. It seemed he had chosen well. Perhaps, with Xiao Lin's help, he could finally get revenge on Murdoch. The morning sunlight had yet to reach the villa's little courtyard, but Xiao Lin was already up, going through his daily regimen. Sword slashes, quick thrusts, running laps around the yard. These were all the most basic drills. But he practiced them with exceptional dedication. He wasn't like a true death knight, tirelessly brimming with energy. He, too, would feel spent and powerless at times. That was the drawback of not being an undead. Yet, he rather enjoyed this sensation. He kept training until fatigue set in and the sun stood directly overhead before finally stopping. Great strength still required the most basic skills to control, and improving those skills meant repeating the same training thousands upon thousands of times each day. That had always been his former teacher, General Terralian's, demand, and over time, it had become second nature to him. Thinking of the teacher who had helped him so much, he felt a pang of regret. Back then, he had been fleeing from trolls and failed to rejoin his unit in time, missing the chance to follow his mentor to the Dark Portal. If things had gone as expected, he would now be leading the army of light against demons somewhere in the void. He shook off those thoughts. Perhaps he would be trapped here for the rest of his life. He missed his days in Azeroth dearly, always feeling like he didn't quite belong in this world. By now, it was already afternoon. He sprawled lazily across his bed and turned on the television. Hello everyone. This is New York Global Television. We're currently near Stark Tower. As you can see behind me, two robots have appeared and are engaged in a fierce battle for reasons unknown. We're not sure where they came from, whether they're Stark Industries products, or if something has gone wrong. The scene on TV made Xiao Lin sit up at once. He believed this battle wouldn't happen again. After all, he had already saved Tony, and the first-generation Iron Man suit should still be intact. By rights, the American military should have retrieved it. Wait a minute. He recalled that when they destroyed the terrorist base's weapons, Tony had also blown up his Iron Man suit, but not entirely, it seemed. Xiao Lin kept his eyes on the screen. The agile, crimson figure was clearly Tony's Mark II Iron Man suit. The other, bulkier and rougher in appearance, was the Ironmonger, an improved version of the Mark I, piloted by Obadiah. Compared to the sleek Iron Man armor, Xiao Lin actually preferred the imposing Ironmonger's suit, though it was admittedly a bit ugly. Oh my god! On screen, the reporter dove out of the way as a car came hurtling through the air. The camera caught the terrified middle-aged man inside, gripping the steering wheel in a panic, frozen with fear. The car crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact. Flames from a nearby fire ignited its gas tank, and a violent explosion followed, sending up a burst of fire. There was no question. The man inside was beyond saving. The situation at the scene was getting dire. Many vehicles were trapped in the traffic, and that hulking robot was furiously tossing cars aside. Numerous people had already been killed or injured. Damn it! Where are the police? Someone cursed anxiously. Inside their cars, people could no longer think about anything else. One after another, they scrambled out of their vehicles, screaming and scattering in every direction in a desperate attempt to escape. The camera shook violently, and then, with a sudden cut, the broadcast switched back to the studio. At that moment, a prompt sounded in Xiao Lin's mind. System mission issued. Difficulty B. Eliminate the Ironmonger mech and its pilot, Obadiah Stane. Reward 10,000 exchange points. A new mission at last. Excitement surged through Xiao Lin as he sprang to his feet and hurried to the door, flagging down a car to head straight for Stark Tower. The roads, usually busy, were now even more congested, with car horns blaring incessantly from every direction. Damn it, what's going on? I have a meeting to get to. A man in a sharp suit stepped out of the car ahead of Xiao Lin, his face twisted with anxiety as he looked at the long, unmoving line of vehicles. Hey, officer, what's happening up ahead? Spotting a police officer riding a motorcycle toward them, several drivers swarmed around, blocking his path. There's been an accident up ahead. This road is closed. Now, make way. I have urgent business, the officer barked impatiently. Staring at the endless line of cars, Xiao Lin realized he should have anticipated something like this. Waiting around was pointless. If the battle ended before he arrived, there'd be nothing left for him to do. He tapped the back of the driver's seat. Driver, I'll get out here. All right, just my luck. Stuck in this mess, the taxi driver grumbled, taking Xiao Lin's payment while glancing at the stream of cars piling up behind them. Once out of the cab, Xiao Lin darted into a nearby alley. Making sure no one was around, he donned his full set of rune-etched armor and summoned his death warhorse. There was no room for subtlety now. He needed those points. Old friend, it's time for us to fight side by side again, Xiao Lin exclaimed, patting the steed's neck. He vaulted into the saddle and tugged the reins. The warhorse reared up with a spirited neigh, as if relishing the coming battle, then shot out like a bolt of lightning with Xiao Lin on its back. Galloping across the tops of cars, the steed left dents in its wake. Behind them, shouts of astonishment and curses rose up, but Xiao Lin, caught up in the thrill, paid them no mind. Even before he reached the scene, Xiao Lin could hear the thunderous explosions in the distance. Over 20 minutes had passed since he'd seen the news report. He could only hope the fight wasn't over yet. The heart of the battlefield had been cleared, leaving a wide, empty space. Not a soul remained nearby, not even the reporters or cameramen who had been covering the chaos. On the battlefield, two mechs were locked in a fierce struggle. Tony's Iron Man suit was clearly at a disadvantage. The old arc reactor in his chest flickered. Weakly, a clear sign his energy was running low. All he could do was rely on his agility, dodging missiles and bullets by the narrowest of margins. Warhorse sprang, leaping more than 20 meters over obstacles to draw closer to them. Hey, Tony. Bang. Just as Tony heard Xiao Lin's voice, he was momentarily distracted. His movements lagged by a split second, and the Obadiah mech's arm struck his chest, sending him hurtling through the air. Sir, armor damage has reached 40%. Reactor power is down to 10%. Jarvis's warning echoed in his ear. Tony replied irritably, Yeah, I know, but that doesn't help me at all. Can't you see that guy's all over me? Tony, I think you could use a little help, Xiao Lin called out from the sidelines. Seeing this unexpected stranger appear, Obadiah halted, opening the armor plating around his head. Kid, I don't care who you are, but you'd better stay out of this. And just because you're riding some weird horse, don't think that makes you a noble knight. Xiao Lin rolled his eyes. Weird horse. This was the Akira's death charger, after all. Struggling to his feet, Tony shot Xiao Lin a reproachful look. If you hadn't distracted me, I'd have wrapped this up already. Their disregard infuriated Obadiah. He bellowed, Tony, you're just as arrogant and reckless as your father. If it weren't for me running the company all these years, where do you think your money for all this wasteful spending would have come from? And you, shutting down Stark Industries' weapons division. Stark Industries is mine. I should be the one in charge. He strode toward Tony, the mech's massive arm swinging effortlessly. Tony, not fully upright yet, was pitifully knocked aside again, scraping along the hard ground in a shower of sparks before slamming into a wall. Cracks spidered across Tony's armor, and even his helmet had shattered halfway. Another hit like that, and he'd be on his way to see his father, Howard. Sir, armor damage has reached 90%. Protection can no longer be guaranteed. Shut up. I heard you. Tony muttered, frustration mounting. Obadiah, piloting the Ironmonger, advanced on Tony step by step. Today, I'm going to kill you. Then all of Stark Industries will be mine. I'm really enjoying this, you know? Last time I almost succeeded. The massive iron fist whistled through the air, aiming straight for Tony's head. With no options left, Tony closed his eyes. Clang! A heavy sword swept in, suddenly barring the way between them, stopping the deadly blow in its tracks. Old man, don't ignore me. Xiao Lin reached out to block the blow, feeling the strain in his arms. The strength of this Ironmonger armor was truly formidable. Obadiah was stunned by what he saw. He knew exactly how much power his suit could muster. The computer display on a mech screen showed tremendous force loaded onto the arm, yet he still couldn't land a hit on Tony. Taking a few unsteady steps backward, Obadiah sized up his opponent from head to toe. He noticed that Xiao Lin was clad only in armor etched with strange patterns, wielding nothing more than an ordinary longsword. At that moment, the sound of helicopter rotors thundered overhead. Attention, people below. You are surrounded. Drop your weapons immediately, or we will open fire. Tony glanced up. The soldiers were from a military base near New York. He knew the helicopter weapons wouldn't stand a chance against Obadiah or Xiao Lin, but with his own armor damaged, he'd be in real trouble if they attacked. Annoying pests. Obadiah's mech snapped open several hatches on its back, launching a volley of miniature missiles skyward. A series of deafening explosions followed. In the blink of an eye, the gunships were reduced to bursts of fire and smoke, lighting up the night like grim fireworks. Xiao Lin shot Obadiah a surprised look and couldn't help but ask, weren't those U.S. military up there? Aren't you afraid of bringing trouble on yourself? In this country, there's nothing money can't fix. As long as you grease the palms of a few greedy generals, none of this will ever be a problem. Now, since you insist on getting in my way, I'll take care of you first, then I'll finish off Tony. Twin machine guns unfolded from Ironmonger's shoulders, unleashing a hailstorm of bullets toward Xiao Lin. But Xiao Lin was unfazed. Death's warhorse carried him with uncanny agility, weaving through the barrage as he closed the distance, ghostly blue flames flickering where its hooves struck the ground. In no time, he caught up to the lumbering Ironmonger. Xiao Lin raised his rune-etched sword, the Crusader symbols inlaid along its blade beginning to glow with a faint, holy light. Instantly, he felt a surge of power course through him. With a few swift strikes, he cleaved through the mech's weapons, sending barrels and gun parts clattering to the ground in a rain of steel. Ironmonger could do little but endure Xiao Lin's relentless assault. Alarms blared from the suit's computer, warning of system failures and mounting structural damage. Obadiah realized he couldn't keep this up. Shielding the most vital components with the suit's arms, he fired up the engines in his legs. Jets of orange flame erupted, slowly lifting him into the air. But as soon as he was airborne, Obadiah began to feel dizzy, his vision swimming, though he brushed it off. A smug thought crossed his mind. Now that I've taken to the skies, let's see what you can do. Time for you to taste the power of my missiles. What he didn't know was that just moments ago, Xiao Lin had unleashed a plague strike on him, and now the virus was slowly eating away at his body. Of course, this only worked because Obadiah was an ordinary human. If he were someone like the Hulk, Xiao Lin's not yet powerful aura of evil would have done little to affect him. Seeing his opponent take to the air again, preparing to attack, Xiao Lin dismounted, steadied himself, and gathered a surge of sinister energy in both hands. Death's grasp. A massive purple phantom hand shot out toward the mech, clutching it tightly and yanking it downward. What the? Obadiah gasped, completely stunned. At this moment, the Ironmonger armor hadn't fully engaged its thrusters. With the plague still making him dizzy, he was helpless as Xiao Lin flung him with a single motion. The entire suit hurtled toward the reactor at the base of Stark Tower. A flash of blue light erupted, and Obadiah's anguished scream echoed from within. Mission complete. Kill Obadiah's stain. Reward, 10,000 exchange points. He had succeeded. He noticed the gigantic arc reactor earlier, and the moment he grabbed Obadiah with Death's grasp, he'd known exactly what to do. Nearby, Tony managed to stand, bracing himself against the wall. He stared at the arc reactor, its blue light still pulsing, as Obadiah's armor was swallowed up by the glow. The crisis was over, but Tony felt no joy. Obadiah had been a close friend of his father, looking after him ever since his father's death. He was one of the few people Tony could call family. Tony, thank goodness you're okay. Pepper suddenly rushed out from a corner. The moment she saw Tony injured, she hurried to his side and began checking him over with concern. Tony winced and said, Pepper, were you nearby this whole time? I told you to get out of here. It's dangerous. But Pepper brushed off his words. I was just worried about you. Anyway, what happened to that bastard Obadiah? Is it over? Tony peeled off his battered armor and collapsed onto the floor, catching his breath. It's over. But right now, I need a doctor. And I really need to build another arc reactor as soon as possible. Just then, he saw a group of men in black suits approaching from distance. Hello, Mr. Stark. We meet again. Tony recognized the man leading them. He'd only just met him recently. You're from that. What was it? Strategic Homeland something or other? The name's way too long. Wait, you're Coulson, right? Phil Coulson, the man replied with a friendly smile. Our agency is called the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. But, following your suggestion last time, we've adopted a new name, SHIELD. Meanwhile, in a parallel universe in China, the X-Men's Blackbird jet sliced through thick clouds, racing toward a towering mountain. Professor, did you find them? At the front, piloting the jet, was Storm Aurora. They were now on their way to search for any surviving mutants. Professor X removed the Cerebro helmet and nodded, transmitting the new flight path directly into Aurora's mind. The Blackbird jet banked sharply, redirecting its course toward a towering mountain. Earth's future was gripped by a catastrophic extinction event. The sky hung perpetually shrouded in black clouds and swirling mist. Explosions from endless battles echoed everywhere, as humans and mutants alike struggled to survive under the relentless assault of out-of-control Sentinel robots. Inside a remote monastery, the X-Men found the last remaining mutants. After a tense discussion, they forged a desperate rescue plan. With a calm expression, Professor X spoke. We have no other choice. This is our final hope. He truly believed in their plan. At every crucial moment through the years, hope had always prevailed. Are you ready? Kitty Pryde, known as Shadowcat, placed her hand gently at Logan's temple. Her fingers sparked with white energy. This might hurt a little. The brilliant white energy surged into Logan's mind, and Kitty's powers tore through his brain cells. What she had called a little pain was enough to make even a mutant like Logan cry out. Suddenly, with a metallic snick, Logan's adamantium claws sprang out involuntarily. Startled, Kitty flinched. Those razor-sharp claws could easily tear her apart. But for everyone's sake, she steeled herself and pressed on. At that moment, above their heads, a black portal materialized. To everyone's astonishment, something tumbled out and crashed heavily onto Kitty's head with a loud thud, knocking her out cold. The agony in his mind vanished. Logan, drenched in sweat, bolted upright and scanned the room. He realized, with a sinking heart, that he was still trapped in this hopeless future. Looking to Professor X, Logan asked in a low voice, Professor, did we fail? Professor X said nothing, guiding his floating wheelchair over to Kitty's side. He gently checked her neck and was relieved to find she had only fainted. The group's attention turned to the object on the floor, a helmet, oddly styled and unfamiliar. Magneto tried to lift the helmet with his powers, but remained completely immobile. If Xiao Lin were present, he would have immediately recognized the helmet as the Judicator's helm he once wore as a paladin. As for why it had fallen into this world, no one could say for sure, except perhaps the mysterious system connected to Xiao Lin himself. Logan, watch out for what's above your head, Professor X cautioned. What? Logan looked up when he heard the voice, but all he saw was a pitch-black void above, empty and impenetrable. He was just about to step away from his spot when, unexpectedly, a suction force surged from within that black hole, pulling everything in the room toward it. Logan, being the closest, was the first to be caught. The force swept him in whole, and in the blink of an eye, the black hole vanished without a trace. The rest stared at each other, wide-eyed and bewildered. The suction had come so suddenly that none of them had any idea what had just happened. Without Logan, their plan was now impossible to carry out, and Kitty was still unconscious, making it impossible to attempt another strategic escape. Inside that void of darkness, Logan floated helplessly, a wave of panic rising within him. There was no sound here, no air, no matter, no energy, nothing but pure emptiness. If not for his extraordinary constitution and regenerative powers, an ordinary person wouldn't have lasted even a minute. He had no idea how long he drifted in that silent abyss. The endless stillness gnawed at his mind, pushing him to the brink of insanity. In that moment, he almost wished for death, but even that was a luxury he couldn't have. Suddenly, a burst of light appeared before his eyes. Before he could react, he was pulled in once more. A fierce gale slammed into him as Logan screamed at the top of his lungs, tumbling through the air. With a heavy thud, he crashed straight into the soft earth. No parachute, just a bone-jarring impact that left a human-shaped crater in the ground. Logan lay face down, pain shooting through him. That fall had been brutal. He must have dropped from several thousand meters up. Pop! He spat out the dirt that had gotten into his mouth and struggled to climb out of the hole. Looking around, he realized he was lying on a bed of lush green grass beneath a sky of flawless blue. For a moment, he was stunned. How long had it been since he'd seen grass this green, a sky this blue? In the world of the future, there were only factories churning out sentinels, corpses, ruins, the smoke of war. The sky had long since turned black from pollution, and the land was riddled with scars. Did this mean he'd actually made it back to the past? Logan stood up and gazed into the distance, his eyes landing on the familiar statue of Victory, a sight that felt like something from another lifetime. Something wasn't right. He remembered the black hole from earlier, and as he extended his claws, the sharp metallic blades slid out. But these were adamantium. He hadn't had them in 1973, not before Colonel Stryker's experiments. Breaking into a run, Logan sprinted toward the bustling city, determined to find out exactly what year this was. Meanwhile, seeing Tony being held up by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, Xiao Lin quietly prepared to leave on his own. He'd always disliked the calculating Director Fury. It was best to keep a safe distance from them. Still, thinking back on today's events, it's likely impossible for him not to have drawn some unwanted attention. What Xiao Lin didn't know was that ever since he dealt with Kingpin last time, he had already been watched. It probably wouldn't be long before S.H.I.E.L.D. agents came knocking at his door. He realized he'd been in New York for several days, but had spent the whole time holed up at home. So, today he decided to finally explore this world-famous metropolis. As Xiao Lin's figure disappeared into the distance, Coulson watched thoughtfully. The person the director wanted him to inquire about from Tony was probably this young man. Coulson's gaze shifted to the wreckage of the military helicopter in the distance, and he couldn't help but feel troubled. The commotion they'd caused today was far too much. Cleaning up the aftermath would be a real headache. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military didn't have the best relationship. Mr. Stark, we can help you take care of today's incident, and we can also help you keep your identity secret. I'll have someone prepare a speech for you. Wandering through the bustling streets and winding alleys, Xiao Lin found himself surrounded by people animatedly discussing the events that had taken place. Outside Stark Tower earlier that day, those lucky enough to escape were still shaken, embellishing their tales of the armored showdown for their friends. Thinking about all the conflicts and battles this city would face in the future, perhaps the people of New York would eventually grow used to it all. Suddenly, a somewhat familiar figure appeared in front of Xiao Lin. Who is that? He looked so familiar. Staring intently for a while, realization dawned. It was Wolverine. In all his time in this world, he hadn't heard a single rumor about mutants, nor had he gleaned any information about Colonel Stryker from Kingpin. Xiao Lin had almost convinced himself that mutants didn't exist in this universe. System mission activated. Difficulty B. Earn Wolverine Logan's goodwill. Reward: 8,000 exchange points. The system's timely announcement gave Xiao Lin a new goal. Finally, a mutant had appeared. He had almost begun to doubt their existence here. But how should he approach Logan? Would he get punched if he just walked up and introduced himself? That was a real dilemma. Xiao Lin preferred straightforward missions. Socializing was never his strong suit. Thinking it over, with Logan's short temper, following him around might very well earn him a beating. He couldn't help but wonder, between the two of them, who would come out on top. When he saw Logan enter a barbecue restaurant, Xiao Lin followed inside. He decided to observe for a while before making any moves. Logan wandered aimlessly through the city streets. His memories of New York in 1973 had long since faded, but he was certain this was not 1973. After thinking for a while, he decided that no matter what year this was, the most important thing right now was to find Professor X and the other mutants. He believed that the wise Professor X would surely find a way to prevent the tragedies of the future from happening again. Just then, Logan's stomach let out a loud growl. Only now did he realize that he'd been drifting in that void for who knows how long. His hunger had reached its limit. He sniffed the air, catching the mouth-watering aroma of Mexican barbecue wafting out from a nearby shop. Without hesitation, he stopped in his tracks, turned, and walked inside. First things first, he needed to fill his stomach. "Hey, buddy, give me some kebabs, chicken wings, and a bottle of beer." The tantalizing scent of grilled meat and the golden, crispy chicken wings made Logan's mouth water uncontrollably. He didn't bother with appearances. He grabbed the kebabs and tore into them, devouring the food hungrily. After years in a post-apocalyptic world, it had been ages since he'd tasted anything this delicious. His usual meals were nothing but long-lasting frozen rations. Sitting across from him, Xiao Lin watched in astonishment as Logan polished off a huge plate of barbecue in no time at all. With a satisfied belch, Logan leaned back comfortably in his chair and waved to the server at the far end of the room. "Check, please." But when he reached into his pocket to pay, he awkwardly realized it was empty. In the future he came from, society had collapsed and money was worthless. Naturally, he didn't have a single cent on him. The server stood patiently by his side. Seeing Logan's predicament, he gave him a disdainful look. Coming here with no money, trying to get a free meal. Just as the server was about to call the manager, Xiao Lin walked over and placed a reassuring hand on Logan's shoulder. "I've got this one covered." "Thanks, man." Logan stood up to thank him, feeling thoroughly embarrassed. After Logan walked out of the barbecue shop, Xiao Lin hurried to catch up. "Hey, my name's Xiao Lin. I'm from China." Hearing the voice behind him, Logan turned and saw the young man who'd paid for his meal. He forced himself to reply, "John Logan. Well, thanks again for your help, but I've got things to do." "Wait up, I've got something I want to ask you." Seeing that Logan had no intention of talking and was about to leave, Xiao Lin quickly followed after him. "Listen, buddy, I appreciate you covering my meal, but if you keep following me, I might just have to punch you." After Xiao Lin had followed him for several blocks, Logan led him into an alleyway. He decided that if this guy meant any harm, he'd knock him out cold and toss him in the trash. "Hey, hold on." Seeing the other man clenching his fists, Xiao Lin hurriedly tried to stop him. Although he was itching for a fight with Logan himself, now was clearly not the right time. "You're not some beautiful woman, and you don't have a penny on you. What could I possibly want from you? I just have a few questions for you, that's all." Logan, seeing the sincerity on Xiao Lin's face, asked, "If you've got questions, then go ahead and ask. Do you know where Professor X is right now?" Xiao Lin decided that finding the mutant school should come first. Building a good relationship with Logan could wait. After all, he'd always wanted to see that school for himself. At Xiao Lin's words, the adamantium claws slid out from between Logan's knuckles. He eyed Xiao Lin warily. With a low, guarded voice, Logan asked, "Who exactly are you, and why are you looking for the professor?" Xiao Lin gathered frosty energy in his palm and, with a wave, turned a nearby puddle into solid ice. "I'm a mutant too. A friend once told me Professor X founded a school for mutants. I want to study there." "Who's your friend?" Xiao Lin thought for a moment, but couldn't figure out how to answer. "Forget it if you don't want to say." Realizing the other man was a mutant as well, Logan relaxed, retracting his claws. He had no interest in pressing for more details about this friend. Logan asked, "I'm heading back to the school now. Want to come along?" He wasn't worried about Xiao Lin causing any trouble at the school. In his experience, no one had ever managed to pull that off. Xiao Lin quickly agreed. "Of course. I've been searching for ages and couldn't find it." Logan hailed a cab and turned to Xiao Lin. "You're paying for the ride." "All right, no problem." Xiao Lin still wondered why Logan didn't have a single cent on him, but now wasn't the time to ask. "Westchester," Logan told the driver as they got in. Xiao Lin recalled sending Kingpin's men to search this area, but despite scouring every inch, they'd never found the Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. Maybe it was just well hidden, or maybe some mutant was influencing what ordinary people could perceive, Xiao Lin mused. After getting out of the car, the two of them walked a while longer, making their way into a dense forest. They trekked deeper and deeper, until suddenly, Logan came to a halt. Seeing the look of disbelief on Logan's face, Xiao Lin asked, curious, "Logan, what's wrong? The school should be right here, but why?" "Here." Xiao Lin looked at the thick woods around them. There wasn't a school in sight, not even a rundown shack. Unwilling to give up, Logan pressed on into the forest. "Let's keep searching. It's been years since I was last here. Maybe I've got the wrong direction." The two of them wandered through the woods for who knows how long, but still, there was no sign of the school. By this time, night had already fallen. Xiao Lin couldn't help but ask, "Logan, are you sure you're remembering this right? Maybe the school isn't actually here." Logan shook his head, still baffled. "No, I can't be wrong. It should be right here." Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to Xiao Lin. "What year is it now?" Xiao Lin looked at Logan speechlessly. Was his brain scrambled again by those adamantium bullets? "It's 2009. Seeing Logan fall silent, Xiao Lin suggested, "It's getting late. Why don't you stay at my place for the night? We can work out the rest tomorrow." Logan nodded. "All right." The two of them took a cab to Hell's Kitchen and stopped in front of Villa. Before all this, Xiao Lin had always wanted a car, but he simply couldn't afford one. In Azeroth, there were cars too, but he never could appreciate the goblin and gnome designs. Just thinking about those vehicles, belching smoke and rattling so much you felt your bones would fall apart, was enough to put him off. Now that he was in the Marvel Universe, he'd made up his mind. He was going to buy himself the coolest sports car he could find. After all, the Kingpin's money was his now. He might not be as rich as Tony Stark, but in New York, that still counted for something. Logan suddenly came to a halt. "Lin, it looks like someone's watching your place." Xiao Lin paused for a moment. At that instant, his gargoyle sentinels in the yard relayed their findings. 3 groups had tried to enter the villa during the day, but every one of them had turned back after stepping into the yard. Thank goodness he'd set up those sentries in advance. Otherwise, his home would have been ransacked by now. He lifted his head, scanning the surroundings, and sure enough, he spotted someone keeping watch. In the garden of the villa, to his left, a man was hiding, peering through a monocular in their direction. Clearly, this surveillance was amateurish. The glare off the lens was bright enough to nearly blind him. Xiao Lin turned to look at the villa across the street. There, too, someone was pretending to admire the view, but at this hour, with the world cloaked in darkness, there was nothing to see. These people probably weren't from S.H.I.E.L.D. Professional agents would never be so clumsy. So who could they be? Don't worry about them. Maybe they just have some odd hobbies, Xiao Lin said with a shrug, unlocking the door and stepping inside. All right, seeing how little Xiao Lin cared, Logan decided to let it go too. Director. In another villa, Agent Hill watched the surveillance feed and reported, a stranger has arrived at the target's home. There's no record of him in any of our databases. Should we assign someone to tail them tomorrow? No need. Fury actually worried that any attempt at tailing might be discovered by the target. Earlier in the day, their agents had tried to sneak into his house, only to be startled when a bat-shaped statue in the yard suddenly sprang to life and threatened to attack them. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had no choice but to retreat in a hurry, rattled by the unexpected defense. Later, they saw personnel from Pioneer Tech and the military attempting to break in as well, only to meet with the same bizarre encounter. In the end, all they could do was install surveillance equipment outside the villa. Agent Hill paused for a moment, then asked, should we ignore the surveillance teams from Pioneer Tech and the military? I'm worried they might complicate things. Don't worry about them. He's already noticed all of this, but he doesn't seem to care, Fury replied after a moment's thought. Come back for now. Tomorrow, send someone to make contact, but avoid any conflict if possible. Yes, Director. Logan, pick any room upstairs you like. Xiao Lin didn't care what Logan might discover in his home. After all, those rooms wouldn't make any sense to him anyway. Logan gave Xiao Lin a glance. It suddenly struck him that they had only met today. So why did it feel like Xiao Lin was being unusually welcoming? Was all this just for a chance to get into the mutant school? He couldn't quite figure it out, but decided not to dwell on it. After washing away the dust of the road and changing into clean clothes, he found his mood lighten considerably. Logan, what's your plan now? Will you keep searching for the school? Xiao Lin asked, eyeing Logan's muscular physique with genuine envy as he stepped out from his shower. Logan felt lost in his current situation. Back in 2009, Professor X's school should have been in Westchester. Got a cigar? Xiao Lin shook his head. I don't smoke. Disappointed, Logan stood up. I'll be leaving tomorrow to look for other mutants. As for the school you're after, sorry, I don't think I can help. He was feeling restless. Without finding Professor X, he had no idea what to do next. Could he really just stand by and let the future be destroyed? Logan, do you know where any mutants are? I've been here for a long time, but I haven't been able to find a single one. Logan froze for a moment. Right, amidst the endless crowds, mutants were rare in this world. Most of them worked hard to stay hidden, never flaunting their powers. It was only natural that they'd be so difficult to find, especially in a world ruled by ordinary people. With that thought, he fell silent and quietly returned to his room alone. Xiao Lin glanced at him, but said nothing more. The next morning, when Xiao Lin came downstairs after waking up, he found that Logan was already up, watching the morning news on television by himself. Yesterday's experience made Xiao Lin suspect that Logan might not be from this world at all. Crossing parallel universes wasn't uncommon in the Marvel Universe. In the zombified Marvel Universe, even Dr. Reed had built a machine capable of traveling between parallel worlds. Hey Logan, want to go out for some breakfast? Logan nodded and stood up. These days, Xiao Lin had taken a liking to breakfast at a Chinese restaurant in Hell's Kitchen. Though the food wasn't entirely authentic, it still reminded him of the flavors of home. The place was a bit of a walk away, requiring them to pass through a neighborhood of low, shabby buildings, a gathering spot for New York's poor, and also one of the most chaotic places in the city. Monster, monster, go away. Don't cling to me. Mama, he's my brother. Please don't make him leave. It was a little girl's desperate pleading. Xiao Lin and Logan exchanged glances, then turned and headed toward the source of the voices. They saw two men in suits standing in front of a dilapidated building. A plump woman was forcefully pushing away a small figure at her feet, while the little girl in her arms struggled desperately. Elena, that's not your brother. He's a monster. All right, ma'am. Here's your check. Take it. We got other business to attend to. Thank you, thank you. The woman reached out and snatched the check, her chubby face squeezing into a broad grin. All of a sudden, the little girl bit her mother's hand. Ow! The woman yelped in pain and let go. The girl tumbled from her mother's arms. Ignoring the pain from her fall, she lunged toward the man restraining her brother. Logan was about to call out, but a faint gunshot cracked through the air, the woman collapsed limply to the ground. At the sight, the two children screamed in terror. What should we do about the girl? The man who'd fired the shot hesitated, evidently unwilling to harm her. Hey, you two. Worried that the men might hurt the little girl as well, Logan shouted at them. The two men spun around and, seeing a stranger, didn't hesitate. They raised their guns and fired at Logan. The bullet struck Logan, but merely lodged itself in his muscle, drawing not a drop of blood. Unfazed, he charged at his attackers. With a flash, his sharp claws slid out from between his knuckles, glinting dangerously in the sunlight. Mutant! The two men who saw him were both visibly startled. They had been hunting mutants all along, but those were always children. Never had they encountered an adult mutant before. Clink! Clink! The bullets shot at Logan once again were effortlessly deflected by him. Before one of the men could even react, Logan swiftly slashed his claws, severing the hand that held the gun. Without hesitation, his adamantium claws pierced straight through the man's abdomen. The other man, now panicked, fumbled to pull out another handgun. Whoosh! A syringe filled with some unknown substance shot into Logan's body. Logan, wait! Xiao Lin shouted from behind. Seeing that Logan was about to kill the other man, he hurriedly used a death grip to pull the remaining man over to his side, holding him under control. Logan, we need to keep one alive to find out what's going on. Logan glanced at him, nodded silently, and yanked the syringe out of his body. Stay back, the little boy shouted fiercely at Logan as he approached. Yet, despite his tough tone, he looked drained and weary. To Xiao Lin's amazement, the boy's face and hands were covered with fine scales, and his pupils were slitted like a lizard's. A lizard man? No. He remembered hearing those two men call him a mutant just moments ago. The siblings clung to each other tightly. The mutant brother comforted his little sister in his arms, yet neither of them spared so much as a glance at their mother's lifeless body lying on the ground. Hey kid, Logan retracted his claws and tried his best to put on a friendly expression. Logan, is this boy a mutant too? Xiao Lin knocked out the struggling man with a single blow, then dragged him over like a sack of potatoes. Looks like they're both terrified of you. Logan felt the effort of forcing a smile nearly cramp his face, but the two children remained wary, their guard unbroken. Maybe we should find their home and take them back? Xiao Lin muttered. He had no idea how to handle kids this young. Troublesome children were always the worst. He turned to the two kids and asked, Hey, where do you live? Where's your dad? They just shook their heads in silence. No, letting his mutation go unchecked like this will only make him a target for others. It could even put him in real danger. And besides, who are these two men, and why are they capturing mutants? I'll take a look. Xiao Lin crouched down and searched the unconscious man, eventually pulling an ID out of the man's suit pocket. Shield Level 5 Agent, William Abel. The words caught Xiao Lin by surprise. But thinking of the tangled web between Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D., and knowing Fury's reputation, he was convinced these men were more likely Hydra than S.H.I.E.L.D. We'll take him back and interrogate him. Xiao Lin had a strong suspicion he'd just discovered why the mutants had vanished without a trace. Logan felt his patience wearing dangerously thin. Back at Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters, any kid who didn't listen would have been on the receiving end of his knuckles by now. Logan, just bring them all to my place, Xiao Lin said. Logan was about to object, but then saw Xiao Lin suddenly open a shimmering portal before them, glowing with a faint purple light. Hurry through. The gate of death in the real world wasn't like in the games. Here, anyone could pass through, not just the Death Knight. The only catch was that keeping it open drained an enormous amount of energy. Seeing Logan still hesitating, Xiao Lin grabbed both kids and strode toward the portal. Bring that guy too, don't dawdle. Just before stepping through, Xiao Lin sent a surge of sinister energy into the corpse of another agent. Corpse explosion. Under the influence of the evil aura, the intact body swelled grotesquely like a balloon, then burst in a spray of blood and flesh. An absolutely perfect skill for destroying evidence. Wasn't this guy supposed to be an ice mutant? What the heck was this? Logan was baffled. As soon as Xiao Lin disappeared through the portal, Logan hurried after him, dragging the unconscious agent William along. Sit down. As soon as they arrived at the house, Xiao Lin tossed the two little brats onto the sofa. Rolling up his sleeves, he looked at the double rows of bite marks on both hands with a wry smile. Logan, what are you planning to do with these two kids? Logan felt awkward. He was no babysitter, and these two looked no older than 5. Let's interrogate that guy first, he said, resigned. Xiao Lin nodded. For now, it was the only option. He carried the two children into another room and locked the door behind them. With a splash, a bucket of cold water was dumped over the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent's head, jolting him awake. As William came to, Logan extended his steel claws and drove them straight through the man's shoulder. Who the hell are you people? Looking at Xiao Lin holding his ID, William tried to sound menacing. We're government agents. The U.S. government will have you both hunted for this. Shield, that's right. Hail Hydra. The sudden motto caught William off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless. Don't look at me. I'm not one of your Hydra cronies. In fact, I probably know your organization better than you do. Realizing his cover was blown, William shut his mouth and refused to say another word. With a howl, Logan's claws stabbed into him again and again. Blood gushed from the wounds, leaving William on the verge of death, but not another syllable escaped his lips. Xiao Lin couldn't help but admire Hydra's brainwashing abilities. They were simply too formidable. What a headache. Those Hydra guys are all maniacs. Things couldn't go on like this, but Logan was out of ideas. Interrogation wasn't exactly his strong suit. I've got it. Seeing Logan staring at him, Xiao Lin said, Hold on, just give me a moment. I'll be right back. He hurried back to his room and opened up the system's exchange shop. No mind control cap. Requires 1,000 exchange points. Single-use item. Can control the target's actions and consciousness. The user's mental strength must exceed the target's. Last for 24 hours. The controlled person retains all memories from the control period. Any harm inflicted will break the control. Thought-amplifying disc. Requires 10,000 exchange points. Effect is the same as the mind control cap, but it can be used repeatedly. After considering both items, Xiao Lin decided to go with the gnome mind control cap. It looked impressive, but the limitations were significant. Returning to the room, Logan eyed the bizarre cap in Xiao Lin's hands with suspicion. This is a mind control device. Even if he's unwilling to talk, it doesn't matter. Watch this. William, dazed from the torture, suddenly felt something forcibly invade his mind. His thoughts became muddled and unclear. William Abel. Male. Shield Level 5 Agent. Hydra Level 5 Agent. Member of the Mutant Capture Squad at the Hydra base on Staten Island. Under the cap's influence, William began to spill the secrets buried in his heart. His eyes reflected a struggle, as if he were fighting to break free from the control. Logan couldn't help but ask, How many mutants have you captured? Are any of them still alive? There are 51 mutant children on Staten Island. 10 have already been dissected for experiments. Dissected? At this, Logan was thrown back to his memories of Stryker's mutant research facility, recalling the horrifying scenes he'd witnessed during his quest for vengeance. His emotions began to boil over. Are there any other facilities where mutants are held? Where are they? There are, but my clearance doesn't allow me to know their locations. Xiao Lin was puzzled. No matter how young they were, mutants were still mutants. It was hard to believe so many had been captured without anyone noticing. He'd even asked Kingpin about it, but hadn't found a single trace of mutant activity. How did you manage to restrain the mutants? Baron Zemo, Hydra scientist, developed a suppressant specifically for mutants. It lasts for an hour and nullifies their abilities. Baron Zemo, the infamous high-ranking Hydra scientist. Logan, what's wrong? Xiao Lin noticed Logan pulling out a syringe, inside of which a faint green liquid swirled. This is the serum that was just shot into me. Logan handed it over to Xiao Lin. I feel as though my body has lost its ability to heal. Xiao Lin tried to reassure him. Don't worry. You'll be back to normal in about an hour. System mission issued. Mission difficulty. A. Rescue the mutants on Staten Island and establish a mutant academy. Reward. 15,000 exchange points. Could it be that this world doesn't have Xavier's school for gifted youngsters? What exactly happened here to create a parallel universe like this? I have to save them, Logan said firmly. Logan, they have serums that can suppress mutants. Are you sure you want to go? You could die there. Hydra is a formidable organization. Even old Fox Fury was outmaneuvered by them, forcing S.H.I.E.L.D. to go underground. Right now, their strength is limited. His military industry hasn't taken off yet, and relying solely on those gangs is pointless. Yes. Logan's answer was resolute. He couldn't stand by while his people were dissected and experimented on. All right, then I'll go with you. But this device is unstable. It could break free of control at any moment. We have to leave right now. Logan nodded, feeling a flicker of warmth toward Xiao Lin. Whatever his motives, at this moment, they were at least allies. Xiao Lin contacted Kingpin with his mind, instructing him to send a car over. In no time, an SUV pulled up outside his villa, and Bullseye stepped out. Trying to curry favor, Bullseye greeted him. Boss Xiao, I'm here to pick you up. Where to? Xiao Lin turned to the mind-controlled William. Get in the car and lead the way. Bullseye glanced at William, noticing his odd expression. Under William's guidance, the car took a remote, deserted road. The scenery outside was barren and lifeless. Just as they reached the edge of the island, William told them to stop. Here. Xiao Lin wondered if these Hydra guys had ever heard of hiding in plain sight. If they'd built their base in the middle of the city, even if the Avengers discovered them, The threat of bringing down the whole place would make anyone hesitate. But this wasn't his problem. "All right, you can head back," Xiao Lin said, waving Bullseye away. There wasn't much the man could do to help here anyway. A sudden scream split the air behind him. Xiao Lin turned to see the guide, Agent William, had been brutally decapitated by Logan. Clearly, Logan had been holding back for a while. But now they had another problem: how to get inside. Staring at the landscape ahead, Xiao Lin felt a headache coming on. As expected, Wolverine was always a bit hot-headed. Now, they just have to spend more time finding the entrance. Beneath Xiao Lin's feet sprawled a vast base, just one among countless outposts belonging to Hydra. Here, countless glass-walled rooms lined the corridors, each imprisoning a child. The youngest was barely 5 years old, while the oldest looked to be around 16. All of them had been injected with sedatives and various other drugs, leaving them dazed and barely conscious, sprawled across their beds in a stupor. A swarm of researchers in white lab coats bustled about, busy with their tasks. In addition, several glass tanks contained the dissected remains of children, lending the place an eerie, chilling air. These were samples of mutants. Under study, the scientists hoped to extract the X gene and transfer those abilities to ordinary humans, but so far, every attempt had failed. "Lord Cardin, we have a situation." A white man, who had been observing an experiment in the lab, snapped to attention and grabbed the radio at his waist. "What is it?" "Sir, 2 unidentified individuals have appeared above the base. They've killed Agent William from the pursuit team." On hearing this, Cardin could no longer focus on the mutant experiment. "Damn it, who are these people? They actually dared to kill one of my men. I'll head over immediately." He hurried to the surveillance room. When he saw through the monitors the glint of alloy claws extending from between Logan's knuckles, Cardin began to understand. This intruder was a mutant as well. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Firth, bring a team to the surface. I want those 2 dealt with now." Hearing his superior's command, Security Chief Firth replied at once, "Yes, sir. I'll take men up right away. Don't forget the mutant suppressors." Cardin reminded him before hanging up. "Look over there. Someone's coming out." Xiao Lin pointed to a door opening on a small hill in the distance. Logan wasted no words. He stripped off his jacket and flung it to the ground, then charged forward at a sprinter's pace. "Hey, Logan, watch out for their suppressants." Xiao Lin shouted after him in warning. Seeing Logan nimbly dodge the darts flying his way, Xiao Lin stopped watching and dashed forward himself, dragging his heavy sword behind him. He was already clad in armor. Bullets rang harmlessly off the metal with a series of metallic clinks. These were just low-level grunts. Though there were more than 20 of them, it took less than a minute to dispatch the lot. Watching from his surveillance monitors, Cardin broke out in a cold sweat. Clearly, the ordinary personnel in the base were no match for them, and the suppressants were nearly impossible to land. He hurriedly left the surveillance room and returned to his office, where he turned on his computer. An image appeared on the screen, a man wearing an iron mask. "Baron Zemo, sir, the mutant research facility on Staten Island has been discovered and is under attack. The attackers appear to be 2 powerful mutants. We may not be able to hold them off. I request assistance from mutants 1 and 2. Baron Zemo showed little reaction. He replied with a calm indifference, "I approve. But make sure you collect detailed combat data. You must capture those 2 mutants. If you fail, you know the consequences." "Yes, sir." The threat in Zemo's words didn't seem to faze him. He had full confidence in the abilities of mutants 1 and 2. Wanda Django Maximoff and Pietro Django Maximoff were a mutant brother and sister. Their hometown was a small city in the country of Sokovia. 10 years ago, Baron Zemo had brought them to Hydra, and since then, they had become accomplices of the organization. After dealing with the Hydra agents at the entrance, Xiao Lin and Logan stepped through the open door and found themselves facing an elevator. Looking at the row of buttons, they realized this Hydra base had 10 floors. "Logan, which floor should we go to?" Xiao Lin's indecisiveness flared up again as he hesitated in front of the panel. Without a word, Logan reached out and pressed the button for the lowest level, sub-level 10. The elevator whirred to life and began its slow descent. "All right, sub-level 10 it is." With a soft chime, the elevator door slid open. Outside, a line of agents crouched in ambush, each gripping an assault rifle. As soon as they saw Xiao Lin and Logan, they opened fire, bullets raining down and clattering harmlessly against Xiao Lin's armor. A blast of freezing wind surged forward. An icy gale laced with snow swept over the agents, frosting their eyebrows white and sending them shivering to the floor, unconscious. Without sparing them a second glance, Xiao Lin and Logan stepped past the heap of frozen Hydra agents. If everyone here was this ordinary, the Hydra base was hardly a threat at all. They walked on for several minutes without seeing another soul. The halls were empty, room after empty room passing by, as if they'd come to the wrong place. There There wasn't a single mutant child in sight. Should we go back and try another floor? Xiao Lin didn't answer. His instincts warned him that two dangerous enemies were lurking here. As they rounded a corner, they saw a middle-aged man standing casually, cigarette smoke curling around him. He looked completely unbothered, as if he had an ace up his sleeve and cared little for whatever was happening. Logan's voice was low and guarded. Are you the one in charge here? That's right. I'm Cardin, the administrator of this Hydra base. You two are mutants, aren't you? The man was unnervingly calm, but neither Xiao Lin nor Logan could sense anything unusual about him. Was he hiding his power well? Or was he just an ordinary person, after all? Logan extended his adamantium claws, staying alert and ready to attack. Excellent. It seems I wasn't mistaken. 2 more test subjects have arrived. I'm quite pleased, he said, clapping his hands together. Just as Xiao Lin and Logan were feeling a bit confused, a faint breeze swept by. Suddenly, both of them felt a sharp prick at their necks, followed by the chilling rush of liquid being injected into their bodies. What's happening? At the moment, Xiao Lin wasn't wearing the helmet of his rune-powered battle armor. 2 syringes were embedded in his neck. He quickly pulled them out and saw that the remaining liquid inside was clearly a mutant suppressant, mixed with some kind of anesthetic. However, it only made his body feel numb for a few seconds. Xiao Lin wasn't a mutant, so the injection had no real effect on him. Logan, however, didn't fare so well. 6 syringes stuck out from his body, and the drugs inside caused the steel claws on his hands to retract. He collapsed to the ground, gradually losing consciousness. Xiao Lin decided to play along. He lay down as if he'd been struck, but kept one eye slightly open. Through his lashes, he saw a silver-haired young man and a red-haired woman appear beside Caden. So, how does the mutant suppressant feel? Caden sneered, then turned to the silver-haired young man at his side. Pietro, take them to the lab on the 5th floor. Hey, old man, I'm not one of your lackeys. Don't talk to me like that. The silver-haired youth, called Pietro, replied with open disdain. Come on, sis, let's go. This is boring. I didn't even get to warm up before it was over. Silver-haired Pietro? And that red-haired woman. As Xiao Lin watched, he realized who they were, Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch. There was no mistaking it. Quicksilver looked like someone spoiling for a fight, but Scarlet Witch was truly stunning. So much so that Xiao Lin felt his heart skip a beat. As a Death Knight, Xiao Lin wasn't afraid of Quicksilver. Even though he couldn't match that blinding speed, he could pull his opponents down to his own pace. Speedsters like Quicksilver posed no real threat to him. Scarlet Witch, on the other hand, was a different story. The chaotic, reality-warping power of her magic was truly terrifying. If her abilities were only at the level depicted in the movies, perhaps he still stood a chance. He was itching to test himself against her, but for now, the mission came first. Rescue the others, that was the priority. For now, he had to keep up the act. Caden summoned the base's security staff. Logan, paralyzed by the suppressant and anesthetic, was completely immobilized and quickly apprehended. Xiao Lin's armor was so heavy that even 3 agents couldn't manage to carry him for long, nor did they know how to remove it. In the end, they had no choice but to wheel him away on a flatbed cart. The 2 of them were escorted to the 5th floor. Along the way, Xiao Lin discreetly opened his eyes to observe the surroundings. Although there were many people here, none of them seemed particularly strong. Most appeared to be researchers. When it came time to escape, he'd only need to watch out for Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch. According to the information William had provided, there were still 41 living mutants. Xiao Lin glanced around. All of them were gathered on this floor. Now, all he needed was to wait for the perfect moment to act. Jack, these are 2 new test subjects. A man emerged from a room, holding a folder and studying it intently. Upon hearing someone call his name, he looked up and said, "Take them over there." Xiao Lin and Logan were led into a room with 2 beds. Logan was strapped to one of them, while Xiao Lin was left on the floor, tightly bound by iron chains. Xiao Lin kept a watchful eye on the experiments happening in the next room. Live dissections, electric shocks, hypnosis. Every kind of experiment he could imagine, and even those he couldn't, were taking place. These people were truly ruthless. 2 hours later, most of the staff had left, leaving only a handful of security guards behind. It seemed the others had gone for lunch. Effortlessly, Xiao Lin broke free from his restraints. With no serious obstacles left, he was determined to rescue the mutants here as quickly as possible. With thunderous crashes, Xiao Lin barreled forward like a tank, shattering every room built of reinforced glass in his path. Hurry, hurry, sound the alarm. The security guard were so terrified by the chaos that they nearly lost their wits. There was no time to stop him. Alarms blared throughout the underground complex, and everyone dropped their half-eaten meals, cursing as they rushed to their posts. Time was running out. Xiao Lin summoned his army of ghouls to help gather all the surviving mutant children together. As the purple gate of death opened, one by one, the mutants and Logan were sent back through it. This made Xiao Lin breathe a sigh of relief. But just as he was about to step through the gate of death himself, a red mist dissolved the spatial magic entirely. Xiao Lin turned around and saw Quicksilver and Scarlet, which standing by the elevator, watching him closely. The chaos magic wielded by Scarlet, which effortlessly unraveled his gate of death spell, foiling his plan to slip away unnoticed. A headache began to throb behind Xiao Lin's eyes. It looked like a tough fight was unavoidable. He couldn't help but wonder just how powerful Wanda was in this world. Could she really bend reality itself? Why didn't the suppressant work on you? Pietro was clearly shocked to see Xiao Lin standing there, seemingly unaffected. The suppressant was a drug derived from the X gene of a certain mutant, painstakingly researched and developed. That particular mutant's ability was to erase the powers of any mutant he touched. Even he himself had suffered from this kind of serum before. For the drug to be ineffective was something they had never encountered, especially since it contained an anesthetic. Just a single shot would be enough to knock out an ordinary person. Would you believe me if I said I'm not a mutant? The Scarlet Witch asked. An inhuman? A mutate? A sorcerer? It seemed she knew quite a bit. An adventurer? A death knight? Seeing the confusion on her face, Xiao Lin realized she had no idea what he was talking about. He also noticed he was talking a lot more than usual. Was it because she was a pretty girl? Just now, the Gate of Death had been destroyed, cutting Xiao Lin's army of the dead off from his home. But that was fine. He could summon them again. With a flash of green from the summoning circle, the hunched ghouls crawled out one after another, appearing before him. Were those disgusting things? Seeing the line of ghouls standing in front of Xiao Lin, both Pietro and Wanda felt a wave of revulsion. Even from a distance, the stench of rotting corpses reached them. Sis, let me handle him. As for those disgusting zombies, I'll leave them to you. Pietro picked his target. He wanted nothing to do with those monsters. Ready. He put on his goggles and cracked his neck. The moment the words left his mouth, he vanished in a blur, dashing toward Xiao Lin so fast he left not even a shadow behind. On the way, he dodged the oozing ghouls in disgust. As he drew near, he could even see writhing maggots in their mouths. Xiao Lin barely saw anything before he felt a heavy blow inside his protective circle of ghouls. He was flung through the air, crashing through pane after pane of glass. Frostmourne blast. Chains of ice. The moment Xiao Lin hit the ground, he unleashed magic toward the space in front of him. But no matter how fast he reacted, his slowing spells couldn't touch Pietro. All he could manage was to whip up a storm of icy wind before him, instantly dropping the temperature throughout the entire 5th underground level. Quicksilver dodged Xiao Lin's spells one after another. He even had time to throw in a taunt now, and then, "Hey man, is that all you've got? Can't even touch me. Damn it, catch him already." Just then, Cardin arrived, hiding nearby as he shouted in fury. All the mutants in the base had been rescued, and he was panicking. Baron Zemo would never let him off the hook. Crack! In the midst of his rant, Cardin was suddenly sent flying, his teeth scattering through the air, tinged with blood. Idiot! I don't need you to tell me what to do. Pietro shot a disdainful glance at the now unconscious Cardin. Ready? Your face is going to end up just like his, a swollen mess. On the other side, the ghouls had no minds of their own. They fought only by instinct. Wanda's chaos magic burrowed into their brains, trying to disrupt the enemy's control, but all she sensed was a vast emptiness, leaving her with nowhere to start. The ghouls surged at her in relentless waves, forcing Wanda to fend them off with great effort, barely keeping the monsters from touching her as she slowly disintegrated their bodies. Realizing he couldn't keep up with Pietro's speed, Xiao Lin casually drove his sword into the ground. Dark, sinister energy spread from beneath his feet, forming a field with a radius of 20 meters. Yet when the aura reached Wanda, it simply vanished without a trace. Quicksilver, not noticing, stepped right into the deathly mist. Instantly, he felt his legs gripped by an invisible force. Before he could react, he stumbled and fell to the ground. This was the desecrated ground of a Death Knight, corrupting the earth with dark power to bind the movements of his enemies. Here, Quicksilver's super speed was useless. Deprived of any other abilities, he could do little but become a sitting target. Xiao Lin's slowing spells landed on Pietro one after another, freezing him to the bone. In a moment, Pietro was left shivering, unable to fight any longer. Seeing her brother in trouble, fury surged in Wanda's heart, and chaos energy flared in her hands. The ghouls lunging at her were torn apart one by one, vanishing into nothing. With the ghouls dealt with, Wanda spun around and unleashed a wave of scarlet mist at Xiao Lin. The living tendrils of mist reached him in an instant. Startled, Xiao Lin reflexively cast an anti-magic shield, enveloping himself in protection. The green shield and the red chaos energy collided in eerie silence. Hurry, attack! Seeing the base defenders rally, Caden staggered to his feet, wiped the blood from his mouth, and roared with wild urgency. The anti-magic shield only worked against magical attacks. It offered no protection from bullets. Gunfire rattled against Xiao Lin, not causing serious harm, but disrupting his spellcasting all the same. After the drain from earlier, especially after opening the gates of death, most of Xiao Lin's strength was spent. His body felt hollowed out. It suddenly hit him. He was a Death Knight, not some sorcerer. When had he become so reliant on magic, neglecting his skill in close combat? Setting aside any hesitation, Xiao Lin charged forward through the shield and hail of bullets. Time was running out. Who knew what reinforcements Hydra might send if the fight dragged on? Bloodstrike. His rune blade gleamed with a crimson glow. Even before Xiao Lin reached Wanda, she felt her heart straining under pressure, as if her blood itself yearned to burst free. She hurriedly summoned the power of chaos, enveloping her opponent's weapon and beginning to corrode and break it down. Wanda had to resist the influence of the blood energy on her, while Xiao Lin did his best to shield the rune greatsword from being swiftly corroded and destroyed, relying on the power of death. The two found themselves at a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. Pietro, whose senses had just returned, caught sight of the scene and was instantly alarmed. He hadn't imagined their enemy would be so difficult to deal with. Suddenly, the staccato of gunfire erupted again nearby. For reasons unknown, Supervisor Cardin seemed to have lost his mind. He snatched a gun from a security guard and, without a care for friendly fire, unleashed a hail of bullets at the two combatants. Thanks to his heavy armor, Xiao Lin was unharmed. But Wanda, focused entirely on Xiao Lin, let her guard down for just a moment. A stray bullet struck her in the abdomen, staining her shirt crimson with blood. "Damn you!" Pietro roared in fury, spinning around and charging at Cardin, wrenching the gun from his hands. A fresh burst of gunfire thundered as Cardin was sprayed by bullets. His body was riddled with bloody holes, and he collapsed to the ground. The base's guards stared in stunned silence, at a loss for what to do next. With a tacit understanding, Xiao Lin and Wanda simultaneously withdrew their energies. Neither wished to continue the fight. After the heated struggle and the toll it had taken, Xiao Lin found his strength, too, depleted, to open the gate of death again. He had no choice but to head toward the stairs, utterly unconcerned by the wary security guards eyeing him. Wanda paid no attention to Xiao Lin's departure, not caring in the slightest. Frowning, she used her chaos energy to dissolve the bullets in her body, tending to her own wounds. As Xiao Lin approached, the base security guards instinctively fell back. The battle they just witnessed had left a deep impression. Against such powerful beings, numbers meant nothing. In the end, not one of them dared try to stop him from leaving. Stepping into the elevator, Xiao Lin let out a sigh of relief. He had finally made it. Scarlet Witch's chaos magic was truly troublesome. If he hadn't been strengthened by the system, gaining immunity to mental and soul attacks, he might already have been defeated. A sharp cracking sound caught his attention. He glanced down to see his sword covered in a web of fine cracks. At last, it could bear no more and shattered, scattering pieces across the floor. Xiao Lin gazed regretfully at the fragments. His only usable weapon was now lost to him. When he stepped outside, he found dusk had already fallen. The world was bathed in red twilight. The barren landscape brought a rare sense of calm to his mind. Feeling his strength slowly returning, he estimated that it would take another 2 hours before he could open the gate of death. Again, he could only hope the mutants at home would remain asleep until he got back. Otherwise, who knew what chaos might unfold? At that moment, the sound of helicopter blades suddenly echoed above his head. Xiao Lin looked up and saw more than a dozen helicopters flying in his direction. It was clear they were headed straight for him, and judging by their formation, they were likely from Hydra. He realized his own strength was still far too weak. Now that he no longer possessed the power of the Death Knight, he couldn't help but feel cautious facing Hydra, an organization with nearly 1,000 years of history. After all, just one of their branch bases housed formidable figures like the Scarlet Witch. But it seemed too late to run now, because Xiao Lin saw the helicopters moving in, forming a circle to surround him. What rotten luck! Since he couldn't escape, he decided to stand his ground, waiting for their arrival while pondering his next move. He opened up the system shop and began browsing through the available items. Goblin rocket boots, probably useless. The duration was too short, nowhere near enough to get him out of their encirclement. And if the boots exploded on the way, that would be a mess. Goblin products were notoriously unreliable. Goblin wormhole generator, also a no-go. Using that could easily drop him underground or even high up in the sky. Felt-powered mecha. Lifters, that seemed promising. It could be equipped with various support modules, but the required exchange points were a bit steep, and he had no idea how powerful its combat functions actually were. Just then, the helicopter squadron descended, forming a tight ring around Xiao Lin. From one of the choppers, a man stepped out, his face obscured by a strange metal mask. This was none other than Baron Zemo II, known as the Demon Baron, one of Hydra's top leaders. He didn't possess any superpowers, but his brilliant scientific mind made him dangerous. The mutant suppression serum used here was his own invention. "Who are you?" Zemo demanded, gesturing for his men to seize Xiao Lin. But surrender was the last thing on Xiao Lin's mind. Without hesitation, faced with nearly 100 heavily armed Hydra agents, he quickly redeemed an item from the system. With a rush of wind, a towering, dark green mecha, standing over 3 meters tall, materialized before Xiao Lin. This was the Fel-powered mecha, lifters, loaded with its combat pilot module and diagnostic system. He had barely earned 10,000 points for completing his mission, and now only 1,000 remained. The previously composed Hydra agents were startled by the sudden appearance of the mecha. Weapons were drawn, and they opened fire on Xiao Lin. Though his power of death was spent, Xiao Lin was still full of energy. He nimbly leaped into the cockpit and sealed the hatch shut. With a whir of gears and pistons, the Fel-powered mecha, lifters rose to its full height. No wonder it was a modified Legion mech. There were no confusing buttons inside, only a glowing green Fel crystal, projecting a tactical interface right before his eyes. When he redeemed the mech, the system had already uploaded the operating instructions directly into his mind. Xiao Lin gripped the crystal with practiced ease, linking his thoughts to the mech. Green lights flickered to life across the mech's surface. He raised its right arm, aiming the Fel energy cannon at the Hydra agents still locked in fierce combat, and fired. A thunderous explosion erupted. The green flames struck the ground and scattered in every direction. Wherever even a spark landed on someone, it clung relentlessly, burning until nothing remained but a pile of ash. In an instant, chaos engulfed the battlefield. "What is that thing?" Zemo staggered back, ordering his men to attack as he retreated to the helicopter. There, he grabbed his weapon, a spray gun loaded with super adhesive. Controlling the mech, Xiao Lin felt a surge of excitement. The agents were powerless against him. He attacked while steadily retreating, and no one could stand in his way. The only drawback was his inability to fly. He hadn't earned enough points to unlock the flight module. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, balls of green Fel-fire streaked toward the helicopters parked on the ground. In a flash, they erupted into showers of sparks. Shrapnel tore through the agents, leaving most of the enemy dead or wounded in an instant. "Damn it!" Zemo roared in fury. He pulled the trigger, and a stream of white, unidentified liquid sprayed from his gun, drenching the magic-powered mech. A harsh, metallic grinding rang out. The mech suddenly moved as if it were rusted, its actions sluggish and strained. The malfunctioned system kicked in automatically. Flames burst out along every area coated in the mysterious liquid, and before long, the mech was moving freely again. "What the hell is this stuff?" As Zemo aimed the spray at him again, Xiao Lin ducked quickly out of the line of fire. "System energy low. Please replace the Reaver's battery." The mech's warning startled him. Was the power really running out this fast? Glancing at the undaunted Hydra agents closing in again, Xiao Lin decided not to waste any more time. He turned the mech and sprinted away from the chaos. Watching the enemy retreat, Baron Zemo finally breathed a sigh of relief. In just a few moments, more than half his men had been lost, and even his strongest adhesive had failed to stop the intruder. The sight of Xiao Lin's mech reminded him of the Iron Man armor that had appeared recently. Could this, too, be one of Tony Stark's creations? Zemo couldn't understand how he had provoked such an opponent. For now, he resolved to return to base, assess the damage, and plan his next move. As Xiao Lin piloted the magic-powered mech away, Baron Zemo forced himself to regain his composure. That mech just now, crafted from technology he had never seen before, certainly seemed to rival even Tony Stark's Iron Man suit. Zemo's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Baron Zemo pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Kelly, I need you to do something for me. Look up someone's identity for me. I'll send you a photo in a moment." Kelly was a Hydra agent embedded within the American government, secretly carrying out Hydra's missions. By now, he had even managed to become a congressman. As soon as he finished the call, Baron Zemo turned and headed toward the underground base, hoping it hadn't been too badly damaged. When Xiao Lin returned home, the suppressant in Logan's system had already worn off, and Logan was fully conscious once more. He could only recall following Xiao Lin into an underground facility and then encountering someone. After that, everything was a blank. As soon as he regained his senses and saw Xiao Lin sitting on the couch, Logan asked, Lin, you brought me back, didn't you? And these people, are they all mutants who were imprisoned in that Hydra base? That's right. All of them were rescued from that underground facility. Glancing at the scattered figures of mutants lying around the room, Xiao Lin continued. Logan, since we can't find the mutant school, why don't we start one ourselves? What do you think? You could be their teacher. Logan didn't answer right away. In truth, he wanted to keep searching for Professor X, but reason told him that it was hopeless. He looked at the young mutants in the room, children abandoned by their own families, and he remembered the mutants he once saved from. Stryker's lab. It was Professor X who had built a school for them, giving them guidance and teaching them not to hurt themselves or others. Xiao Lin could tell Logan wanted to leave. After observing him for the past 2 days, he had finally realized that this Wolverine in front of him was the same future Wolverine from Days of Future Past, though he couldn't explain how he had ended up here. Logan, the truth is, this world isn't what you think it is. This is a parallel universe. No matter how hard you look, you'll never find a Professor X here. There might be someone named Charles, but he would only be a similar person, not the one you know. Xiao Lin's words left Logan stunned. He'd only ever heard the term parallel universe, mentioned in passing by Beast, Hank McCoy, but he'd never really grasped what it meant. Is there any way for me to go back? There's nothing I can do, at least, not for now. Maybe no one in this world has that ability. Logan suddenly felt adrift, lost without a sense of direction. Then he remembered something Xiao Lin had mentioned before and couldn't help but ask, didn't you say a friend of yours knew about a mutant academy? I'm sorry I lied to you, Logan. The truth is, I'm not from this world either. I came here by chance. Because I met a version of you in another world, I recognized you right away. Having told one lie, Xiao Lin had to cover it up with another. Seeing that Logan was about to say something more, he quickly changed the subject. Now, I'm planning to build a new school for mutants, and I'd like to invite you to be a teacher, to share your combat experience with them. As the suppressant drugs inside the mutant children gradually wore off, they began to wake up one by one. Logan looked at the bewildered children and, after a moment's hesitation, nodded. If they didn't look after these mutant kids, some other force would surely capture them again for inhumane experiments. The reason Xiao Lin wanted Logan to teach at the school was because of Logan's powerful instincts and rich experience in battle. This world was simply too dangerous. Xiao Lin needed these mutants to learn how to fight, so that one day they might be able to help him. No matter how strong he became, it was clear that he couldn't take on everything alone. Besides, many of the items he could exchange from his system shop, like Legion starships and storm fortresses, couldn't be operated by a single person. So establishing a mutant academy was not only necessary, but also the reason behind the system's mission. Commanding a fleet among the stars, leading a group of mutants to roam freely through the vast universe. Just imagining it was enough to make the blood race. I'm planning to build the school in Westchester, the address you mentioned, Xiao Lin said. Logan nodded. That works. He, too, missed the days at the old school. Building the new one, there felt like a comforting tribute to the past. System notification, mission complete. Gained Wolverine's approval. Reward, 8,000 exchange points. No sooner had they finished their discussion than the mutant children, realizing they were no longer restrained and no longer trapped in that sunless underground lab, burst into excited shouts. Hey John, we're out. Hey Omega, watch it. Your spikes are poking me. I want to go home. I want my mom. Suddenly, the little villa was filled with boisterous noise. Some of the children tried to bolt out the door, but Xiao Lin used Death's Grasp to pull them all back, then cast Desecrated Ground to keep them in place. Fortunately, the suppressant drugs hadn't completely worn off yet, and some of the mutants' powers hadn't fully awakened. Otherwise, even Xiao Lin might not have been able to control all 40-some children. Everyone quiet down. Xiao Lin knew he had to assert his authority, or no one would pay him any attention. After all, these were just children. Some of them couldn't even control their own abilities yet. Startled by Xiao Lin's display of power, they stood obediently in place, watching him warily. You're all evolved humans, blessed with great power, but you don't yet know how to use it. I've rescued you from the clutches of the bad guys, and now, you need to follow my arrangements. Soon, I'll set up a school to teach you how to control your abilities. Is that clear? As Xiao Lin addressed the quieted group of children, he pointed to Logan. This will be your teacher from now on. No problem, big brother. A sweet little girl answered timidly, and most of the other children nodded in earnest agreement. The children were thoroughly subdued, some of them casting anxious glances at the gargoyles swirling in the air around Xiao Lin. Wilson, Kingpin, who was lounging on the sofa, heard the voice ring out in his mind. He immediately stopped what he was doing and replied respectfully, Master, what can I do for you? Tomorrow, I need you to buy a plot of land in Winchester and build a school there as quickly as possible. Also, send over 2 large buses. Some people will need temporary accommodations. Understood, master. Once he saw all the children and Logan safely on their way, Xiao Lin finally let out a long sigh of relief, surveying the chaos left behind. In the room, he couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Troublesome kids are a handful, and mutant troublemakers are on a whole different level. Ding-dong. Xiao Lin had barely sat down to catch his breath when the doorbell rang. Who could be visiting at this hour? In this world, he didn't know many people yet. When Xiao Lin opened the door, he was greeted by a short-haired woman dressed in black, smiling at him from the doorstep. He couldn't shake the feeling that she looked familiar. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" she said with a smile, trying to step past him. But Xiao Lin blocked her way. He studied her, tried to recall. "I don't think I know you." "Shield Agent Maria Hill," she answered seriously. At her reply, realization dawned on Xiao Lin. So it was her. He'd been wondering when Fury would finally send someone to make contact, and now the time had come. He just hadn't expected it to be Agent Maria Hill herself. After a moment's thought, Xiao Lin stepped aside to let her in. All the while, Agent Hill glanced around with curiosity, especially when she caught sight of the stone gargoyles. Her expression turned a bit odd, and she was clearly tempted to take a closer look. "What are those?" "Gargoyles," Xiao Lin replied without hesitation. After all, she probably already knew these weren't just ordinary statues. "You've been watching me these past few days, haven't you?" "Yes." Hill didn't deny it. "I'm quite curious. What kind of person are you, really? I've never met anyone as mysterious as you." "Let's talk inside." The two of them stepped into the house. Hill glanced around, finding nothing particularly unusual, except for the fireplace. Its appearance was somewhat strange, adorned with mysterious-looking runes. Guided by her instincts, she knew these must have been altered by the Chinese man before her. Seizing a moment when Xiao Lin was distracted, Hill quickly snapped a photo of the fireplace with her phone. "Only a plain water here. Would you like some?" "No, thank you." Hill pretended to check the time on her phone. "Judging from your reaction, it seems you know about S.H.I.E.L.D.? "That's right. Last time at Stark Tower, after I helped Tony out of a little predicament, I saw your people talking to him. I overheard everything. But I'm not familiar with your organization. By the way, what exactly do you do?" Xiao Lin told a little lie. He was finding it easier and easier to be convincing. Hill explained, "We're an organization that specializes in handling unusual incidents. By the way, there's a video I'd like you to see." She set down her tablet and opened a file. Xiao Lin saw footage of himself transforming Kingpin into a Death Knight. His heart skipped a beat, so they had managed to record everything. It seemed S.H.I.E.L.D. had an undercover agent inside Kingpin's organization. Still, it didn't matter. The real secrets there weren't so easily uncovered. "You have spies in Wilson's company?" "Of course. With someone like him, a crime boss, we have no choice but to keep him under surveillance." Hill made no attempt to hide the truth. "Aren't you worried I might kill you to cover my tracks? Or perhaps turn you into someone like him, under my control?" Hill didn't flinch in the face of Xiao Lin's threat. She fixed her gaze on him and said, "I've been observing you these past few days." At those words, Xiao Lin frowned. He had expected this, but it still irritated him. "Don't your American agencies care at all about individual privacy?" "Sometimes, when it comes to national security, personal privacy just isn't a priority." "All right, enough of that." Xiao Lin cut her off before she could go on. "Let's get to the point. What do you want from me?" "We'd like to invite you to join a new team we're assembling, the Avengers." Xiao Lin hadn't expected Fury to want him in the Avengers. When exactly did that guy come up with the idea for the Avengers initiative? "I refuse," he answered without a moment's hesitation. "I'm not someone who likes to be tied down, and I won't join any organization. I only speak for myself. But I can promise you this. If the world is in danger, I'll help." Hill stared at Xiao Lin for a while, but finally gave up. She stood up and said, "I hope you're not a spy sent from Huaxia, and don't do anything that would harm this country." Xiao Lin couldn't help rolling his eyes. "Have you ever seen a spy who's this ostentatious?" Just as she was about to leave, Xiao Lin added, "Stop keeping tabs on me. It really makes me uncomfortable. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what I might do." "Director, he rejected my offer. What should we do now? Should we keep monitoring him?" "Honestly, I wasn't holding out much hope," Fury replied, completely unfazed. "But it doesn't matter. Pull back the surveillance. If he ever becomes a real threat to this world, someone will deal with him." It was a little curious. "Who?" "People from the Ancient Order," Fury said, not elaborating further. "Now that you've met him, what do you think of him?" "He seems a bit lazy and doesn't like to be controlled. He doesn't strike me as particularly responsible, but he doesn't seem like a bad person either." Hill offered her assessment. "All right, you don't need to worry about this for now." As she was about to leave, Hill suddenly remembered the photos she'd taken at Xiao Lin's house. She turned back and said, "Director, these are some photos I took at his place." I think maybe we can find something useful in them. Fury took the phone, looked through the photos, thought for a moment, and then dialed a number. Master Ancient One, I have a picture I'd like to send you. Could you take a look and tell me what it is? And if possible, I'd appreciate it if you could come to New York. Sorry, Director Fury. I don't have time to help you right now. My student, Kaiselius, has turned to serve Dormammu, the Lord of Darkness. The Ancient One paused, then continued, but send me the picture and I'll see what I can do. The new Mutant Academy was built in no time. With Kingpin's financial muscle driving the project, construction workers labored around the clock, and in just over a month, the place was finished. Xiao Lin couldn't help but marvel. Money really does make things easier. System prompt. Mission accomplished. Mutant school established. Reward. 8,000 exchange points. Master, our technology company's restructuring is complete, and the military division is more or less set up. General Ross will visit us tomorrow to see our newly modified sonic weapon. If he's satisfied this time, we'll land a huge government contract. All right, Vim said, showing that he was indeed rather capable. I'll head over there first thing tomorrow morning. Kingpin had purchased a building in Manhattan, New York, as the headquarters for Azeroth Technologies. When Xiao Lin learned about it, he was immediately beset by a headache. That spot would one day become the epicenter of the Battle of New York. When he realized the new headquarters was barely a kilometer away from Tony Stark Tower, he felt on the verge of losing his mind. Even though his Death Knight subordinates had independent minds, how could anyone make such a major decision without consulting him? But now, no matter what he said, it was already too late. Driving the sports car he had wrangled from Tony, Xiao Lin pulled in the parking lot of the Azeroth Technologies building. He had barely parked when Dr. Vim came running over in high spirits. Boss Xiao, the sonic weapon you asked me to develop is finished. We've boosted its power. Now we've successfully built both a sonic tank and a handheld sonic blaster. Kingpin emerged from the building just then. Master, the testing range is on the outskirts of New York City. We'll head there together, and General Ross from the New York military base will join us as well. If we can secure this batch of orders, it will be a huge boost for our company's growth. General Ross? The same guy who's been chasing after the Hulk? Now that a big shot, Vim had managed to complete his research so quickly, Xiao Lin found himself quite satisfied. Despite all this time, it was Xiao Lin's first visit to the company. As he walked, the staff passing by looked at him in surprise. None of them could figure out why top executives like Mr. Wilson and Dr. Vim would show such respect to a young Chinese man. Led by a staff member, they all boarded a large bus and set out for the outskirts of New York. After more than an hour, the scenery outside the windows grew increasingly desolate. Soon, Xiao Lin spotted a vast compound surrounded by barbed wire and filled with rows of barracks. At the entrance, he noticed several armed guards patrolling. Master, these are retired Special Forces soldiers I've hired. From now on, all our weapons testing will be conducted here, Kingpin explained. Xiao Lin spent more than half an hour touring the facility before Kingpin received a phone call. General Ross had arrived. A long convoy of military vehicles pulled into the test grounds. From one of them stepped a white-haired man with a bristling mustache, General Ross, commander of the military base near New York. Mr. Wilson. Hello, General Ross. Kingpin reached out to shake his hand and introduced Vim, who was standing beside him. This is Dr. Vim from our company. He'll be presenting our products to you. I hope your weapons will impress us, General Ross replied. Ever since Tony shut down his weapons division, it's been a real headache for us. General Ross was also aware of Wilson's other identity, but he didn't care about that. What mattered to him was whether the weapons would meet his expectations. He needed them to deal with that big green-skinned brute. Although I've only just entered the military-industrial field, I believe that if you're going to do something, you should strive to do it best. Vim accepted a case handed over by his assistant. Inside lay an object that resembled a glove. He slipped it onto his hand. His 5 fingers could move freely within it. In the center of the palm was a circular, mesh-like metal plate. Vim aimed his palm at a target 100 meters away. There was no flash, no warning. Then, before anyone could react, the target exploded into pieces. Xiao Lin thought this weapon was reminiscent of Tony Stark's repulsor beam from his Iron Man suit, though it wasn't nearly as flashy. General Ross, this is our sonic palm cannon. Its main feature is that it generates no heat during use. With our energy cell installed, you can fire continuously for about half an hour. No need to worry about running out of ammunition. As Vim spoke, he took a white crystal from the box. This is our energy cell. It's easy to carry, easy to install. Just slot it into the groove on the back of the hand and close the cover. Not bad, Ross said, evidently satisfied. Compared to their current firearms, this weapon offered far superior firepower. How exactly do you manufacture these energy cells? Ross was especially interested in the energy cell Vim held. He understood the immense value of such a thing. Sorry, General Ross, but that's a company secret. Every tech company has a core technology, or two, they keep close. Besides, our production capacity is still limited. Right now, we can only supply you with 500 energy cells per month. All the items Xiao Lin had redeemed so far required these energy cells to function, and the cells themselves were produced by the static electricity energy aggregators he'd obtained. He had exchanged points for 6 of these machines, which had completely depleted his credits. Those machines were all stored in a secret room at the lowest level of the Azeroth Technologies building, under Kingpin's watchful eye. Only Xiao Lin and Kingpin knew about the existence of the static electricity energy aggregators. Not even Vim was trusted with this secret. Seeing the disappointment on Ross's face, Kingpin spoke up. General Ross, allow me to take you to see our sonic tank. That's the real highlight of today's demonstration. In the center of the testing ground stood a strangely shaped tank. It had no cannon barrel, but where the barrel would be, there was a device that looked like a radar dish. At Kingpin's signal, 2 operators climbed into the tank. Our new model of tank only needs 2 operators, and in fact, it can be run by just 1 person. The most important thing is it can launch continuous attacks without pause. The tank's engine thundered to life, and the radar-like weapon mounted atop began to rotate. In the distance, everyone watched as more than a dozen targets were obliterated within seconds. General Ross's eyes lit up at the scene before him. Powerful firepower and pinpoint accuracy. This was exactly the kind of weapon he'd been seeking. Wim leaned in from the side and said, "General, I have to mention one drawback. This tank consumes a lot of energy. A single energy cell only lasts for about 50 attacks. At this firing rate, you could burn through one in just about a minute." Standing nearby, Xiao Lin could hardly resist the urge to cover his mouth. This was hardly the way to pitch a product. After witnessing the demonstration, General Ross expressed his satisfaction. The weapon's greatest advantages were its ease of operation and, most importantly, its firepower. A single tank could rival the firepower of dozens of conventional tanks. The only downside, in his view, was the limited supply of energy cells. "Mr. Wilson, we in the military are very pleased with your weapon. I'll have someone give you our procurement list shortly. I want you to deliver as soon as possible." "No problem, General Ross." Kingpin extended his hand. "However, for now, we can only deliver 10 of these tanks, along with 500 energy cells." With business concluded, General Ross hurriedly took his leave. He had pressing matters elsewhere. After the general departed, Wim sidled up to Xiao Lin and said, "Boss Xiao, could you lend me your Magitech battlesuit for research? I'm convinced I can build something that surpasses Tony's Iron Man suit." Ever since he'd seen Xiao Lin's Magitech suit, Wim hadn't been able to get it out of his mind. No, Xiao Lin refused without hesitation. He'd already asked the system. Only Goblin and Gnome engineering are even remotely similar to the scientific systems of the Marvel world. Give these scientists 1,000 years, and they still wouldn't crack the rest. It was a completely different technological tree. As for the Magitech battle suit, it was originally a piece of Burning Legion technology. Goblin engineering had merely reassembled and modified it. Back home, Xiao Lin resumed his daily physical training. Occasionally, he would visit the mutant students at Xavier's school to build rapport, but with Logan as the only teacher present, Xiao Lin couldn't help feeling a bit helpless. "Hey Lin, my clean energy company is holding a press conference next week to announce its official launch and the start of our grid operations. There'll be a cocktail party afterward. Do you want to come? There'll be plenty of beautiful women there." Tony, who usually didn't keep in close touch, called out of the blue. Since Lin had helped Tony again last time, the two had grown closer. Originally, Tony had still been a bit wary of him. Tony's words made Lin roll his eyes, unable to help himself. "Tony, with you always surrounded by different women, doesn't Pepper mind?" "Pepper understands me. In my heart, there's only ever been her. Everyone else is just for fun." Lin couldn't help but marvel at Pepper's patience. Most women would never put up with someone like Tony. Yet, from everything he'd learned about her both recently and from the movies, her feelings for Tony were sincere. "I'll be there," Lin replied. He knew that Kingpin was also among the invited guests. Tony wanted to connect every business and resident in Manhattan, and even all of New York City, to his grid, supplying energy himself. After all, with Stark Industries having abandoned the military sector, he still had employees to support and needed to make money. After Kingpin founded his tech company to research and sell arms, Fury had no choice but to assign people to monitor Azeroth. Technology as well. Of course, Lin was fully aware of these surveillance efforts, and all sensitive information was strictly guarded. Fury was still worried that Lin might have ties to China, especially since Azeroth Technology was continuously recruiting scientists. If Lin ever decided to take his research results back to China, Fury knew there'd be nothing they could do to stop him. He'd already witnessed how elusive Lin could be, and the Ancient Order had no interest in dealing with international disputes. They only cared about the safety of the planet. Director Fury, Azeroth Technology, controlled by Lin, is selling weapons. Yesterday, General Ross placed an order with them, Agent Hill reported, as she set a weapon on Fury's desk. I got this from General Ross. There's also a much more powerful weapon, but I couldn't get my hands on it. Fury picked up the sonic palm cannon, studying it closely before strapping it on and giving it a test grip. Tony's clean energy company will be officially launched in a week. I've heard. Azeroth Technology has been invited as well, and there'll be some business negotiations. Lin, as Tony's friend, is on a guest list too. I'll talk to both of them myself at the event. Another thought struck Fury. By the way, how are things going with Coulson and Tony? Has he agreed to join the Avengers? Agent Hill shook her head. He's still refusing. But Coulson did notice something odd. Tony's been showing some troubling signs lately, as if his health is deteriorating. Ask Coulson to keep a closer eye on him and arrange for Natasha to work as Tony's secretary. On this day, a grand event was taking place at a hotel in Manhattan, New York. Nearly all of New York's elite had gathered here. Justin Hammer from Hammer Industries, Norman Osborn from Osborn Industries, and various other entrepreneurs. While everyone else mingled enthusiastically, only Xiao Lin sat alone in a corner, savoring the food. Tony, shouldn't you be out there entertaining the guests? Xiao Lin noticed Tony suddenly appear out of nowhere and join him at the table. You know me, I have no interest in all that socializing. I'd much rather spend my time with beautiful women or in my lab. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Pepper stood at the podium, addressing the crowd. Ever since we closed the Stark Weapons division, many of you have been curious about our company's new direction. I'm pleased to announce that Stark Clean Energy is officially open for business. The crowd erupted with excitement. Pepper clapped her hands to bring order and continued. Thanks to the tireless efforts of Mr. Tony Stark, we've constructed a power grid connected to the arc reactor. Now, our company can supply energy to all of New York City. Lin, you know I'm a genius. The project I personally worked on took me just one day to complete, start to finish. Tony, always eager to show off, felt that Pepper hadn't done justice to his capabilities. Before they could exchange more than a few words, Tony was swept away by an admiring woman whose eyes sparkled with excitement. Off to some distant corner to get better acquainted. Mr. Xiao Lin. A voice suddenly broke through the hum of the party. Xiao Lin looked up to see a black man wearing an eye patch standing before him. Was this Fury? What can I do for you? Xiao Lin remained seated, not bothering to stand. I think we should talk somewhere more private, Fury said, gesturing toward the balcony outside. After a moment's thought, Xiao Lin nodded and followed him onto the balcony. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Nick Fury, Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Xiao Lin. After exchanging names, Xiao Lin asked, Your Agent Hill has already approached me. What brings you here this time? I'd like to invite you, once again, to join the Avengers. Xiao Lin hadn't expected such persistence. My answer is still no. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. There's another matter, about you taking control of Kingpin, establishing a tech company, and developing and selling weapons, Fury said, fixing his gaze on Xiao Lin. You know our country has strict controls on arms sales. We won't interfere if you're selling to our own military, but if you intend to export weapons abroad, you must report to Congress. After all, the scientists in your company are all citizens of the United States. Xiao Lin understood at once. Fury was worried about technology leaks and weapons being sold to China in this world. He was about to respond when the sound of a massive explosion thundered from outside the hotel, followed by roars that could only belong to two gigantic beasts. Fury's expression changed instantly as he craned his neck to look out the window. Xiao Lin could see as well. On the street below, two figures, one green and one gray, were locked in a fierce battle. Cars in their hands were nothing more than playthings, flung at each other with terrifying force, plunging the entire street into chaos. Xiao Lin knew at a glance. These were Abomination and the Hulk. Damn it, what are those monsters? Tony rushed over, staring as the two behemoths drew closer and closer to their location. The two creatures rampaged through the city, leaving a trail of destruction that edged ever nearer. From the balcony, a well-dressed lady witnessed the chaos on the street below, screamed sharply, and fled in panic down the stairs. The rest of the bewildered guests quickly followed, rushing toward the elevators, and soon the whole hotel descended into pandemonium. Damn it, I didn't bring my Iron Man suit, Tony muttered in frustration. Who could have imagined that a simple party would spiral into this kind of disaster? Clearly annoyed, Tony grumbled to Xiao Lin. The party's ruined. My evening plans are shot, too. I really need to finish the remote control system for my suit, or make it more portable. Just then, Fury's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was General Ross. General Ross, what's the reason for your call? Director Fury, I know you're at Tony's party. There's chaos breaking out in your vicinity. The military will handle it. Shield is to stay out of this. A sardonic smile flickered across Fury's face. Your people will handle it? Don't think I don't know this mess started with your experiments on Captain America's super soldier serum. Now you've turned downtown New York into a battleground. There was a moment of silence on the line. Blonsky and the Hulk are military assets. We'll take care of it. With that, the call abruptly ended. General Ross was worried that Fury might take the Hulk or Blonsky away, which would render all the military's recent efforts and resources a total waste. Fury, of course, understood this perfectly well. System mission issued. Difficulty level B. Obtain the Hulk's blood. Reward, 7,000 exchange points. Originally, Xiao Lin had no intention of getting involved. At his current level, if he went up against the Hulk, he'd be nothing more than a punching bag. But then the system released this mission. Does he have a secret taste for punishment? Or perhaps it's simply because of how valuable the Hulk's blood is. Xiao Lin, Tony, let's go. They'll be fighting their way over here in no time. Fury glanced at the two rampaging monsters, a headache already forming. With SHLD's present capabilities, there was no way to subdue Hulk and the Abomination. If he rashly sent people in and something went wrong, the mess Ross had created would end up on his own shoulders as well. Tony, hurry. From a makeshift platform in the distance, Pepper spotted Tony and the others lingering. She pushed frantically through the chaotic crowd to reach them. Hey, Lin. She caught sight of Xiao Lin, recalling how he'd once used inexplicable powers to help resolve the Obadiah crisis near Stark Tower. She couldn't help but ask, Lin, can you stop those two monsters? Fury also turned to look at Xiao Lin. If someone could stop those crazed beasts, all the better. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Xiao Lin could only shrug helplessly. There's nothing I can do about those lunatics. For now, let's just get out of here. When Fury, Tony, Xiao Lin, and the others finally made it out of the hotel, they saw a military unit approaching down the street, helping to evacuate the crowds and keep people safe. They ran to a spot that was still relatively secure. Pepper turned to Tony. I just got in touch with someone from the company. They're bringing a helicopter to pick us up. Let's wait here for now. What's that? Tony pointed to several odd-looking white vehicles. They resembled tanks, but lacked cannons. Whenever a car or a chunk of concrete hurtled toward them, something unseen would knock it aside. Those are sonic tanks, developed by Azeroth Technologies, Fury explained. He wasn't exactly pleased that Tony had shut down Stark Industries' weapons division, Shield still. Had to buy much of its military hardware from Stark. Even if you stop selling weapons, someone else will just step in, Hammer Industries, Azeroth Technologies, and the like. I just don't want to be attacked by my own creations. That would be humiliating. Clearly, Tony was still brooding over what had happened. Before long, a helicopter appeared on the horizon. Lin, aren't you coming? Tony reached out to throw an arm around Xiao Lin's shoulders, but Xiao Lin slipped away. No, I've got something to take care of. You guys go on ahead. I have a system task to complete after all. For the sake of points, and for the Hulk's blood, it's worth the risk. Don't worry about him. Let's go, Pepper said, ushering Tony onto the helicopter, which slowly lifted off into the sky. Dr. Banner, who had just transformed into the Hulk, was still no match for the Abomination, Blonsky. He was being driven back blow after blow. A twisted, mocking grin appeared on Blonsky's monstrous face. He could still recall how powerless and frustrated he'd felt not long ago when facing the Hulk. How desperately he had craved such overwhelming strength. Now, he finally possessed what he believed was power far greater than the Hulk's. Hurry! Attack Blonsky, support Banner. In a transport plane above New York, General Ross was growing frantic. This kind of destruction in the heart of the city would be sure to land him in serious trouble. On the ground, the Hulk's strength was growing with his rage, and the tide was beginning to turn. Still, it was clear that neither could overcome the other anytime soon. After knocking the Hulk down, Blonsky leapt high, aiming to stomp on Banner. But before he could land, a barrage from the army's sonic tanks struck him in midair. With nothing to brace against, Blonsky was flung into the distance, crashing through and demolishing a convenience store. You annoying pests, he roared, now having forgotten entirely that he'd once been a soldier. All that remained was the single-minded urge to defeat the Hulk. Seething with anger, Blonsky crawled from the rubble, intent on smashing those tanks to pieces. But before he could, the Hulk tackled him to the ground, and the two monsters were soon locked in another furious brawl. At that moment, Xiao Lin suddenly remembered that he had no way to break through the Hulk's defenses. After all, neither of the combatants had taken any real damage, let alone bled, despite fighting for so long. Of course, he remembered Logan and his adamantium claws. Logan, Xiao Lin said, dialing a number. Wait for me in my office. I need your help with something. He watched as Tony and Fury departed, then slipped into a deserted corner and opened a door of death. This time, the door of death didn't lead to Xiao Lin's villa. Instead, the other end opened inside the X-Mansion in Westchester. A door of death could be set to a maximum of 3 destinations. Any more than that, and things could get dangerously unpredictable. Aside from his own villa, Xiao Lin had 2 other preset locations: a secret underground chamber in the Azeroth Technologies building and the headmaster's office at the X-Mansion. No sooner had Xiao Lin stepped through the portal than he saw Logan already waiting for him in his office. "Logan, quick! I need your help with something. Come with me." Logan stubbed out his half-smoked cigar and followed him through the door of death. Although the two of them had only spent less than 2 months together, he trusted Xiao Lin, so he agreed to his request without giving it much thought. They stepped through the door of death and arrived in downtown New York. At this moment, the battle between Hulk and Abomination had moved to a spot less than 50 meters away from them. "Get down!" As soon as the door of death closed behind them, Xiao Lin felt Logan press his head down. He could hear a deafening whoosh rushing overhead. Turning to look, he saw it was a massive billboard. Blonsky had hurled it at Hulk, but Hulk dodged, and it came flying straight at them, crashing right into a building behind them. It gave him quite a scare. "Lin, are those 2 mutants as well?" Logan glanced at the 2 monstrous figures, thinking Xiao Lin wanted to bring them back to the mutant school. "Are you planning to take them to the school?" "I don't think that's a good idea. Both of them are a little unhinged. I'm worried they'd hurt the other kids." "No, they're not mutants. Experiments turned them into what they are now," Xiao Lin explained. "And I'm not here to take them with us. I'm just after a bit of blood from that big green guy. You know Azeroth Technologies is preparing to set up a biological lab, and their blood would make excellent research samples. But after thinking it over, I realized only your adamantium claws could pierce his skin." In some parallel universes, Logan had indeed managed to injure Hulk, so Xiao Lin could only hope this Logan was up to the task as well. "All right, wait." Xiao Lin stopped Logan, who was about to move. "Let them fight it out a little longer. I don't want to go out there and get pummeled right now." Seated in a helicopter, General Ross watched in anguish as the tanks he'd spent a fortune acquiring were destroyed one after another in the chaos of their battle. Clearly, no matter how advanced the weaponry, it was useless against those 2 monsters. "Open fire on Blonsky. Help Banner," he ordered. The soldiers manned the helicopter's weapons, but their attacks didn't even scratch Blonsky. Instead, he seized the opportunity, grabbed hold of the chopper, and sent it spinning down toward the ground. With a thunderous crash, the helicopter hit the earth, reduced to a heap of twisted metal. "Father, are you all right?" Fortunately, others had shielded Betty and General Ross, allowing only the 2 of them to survive the crash. With a guttural roar, Blonsky bared a savage grin, crouching to peer into the wrecked helicopter. His voice was heavy and menacing. "General, do you see my power now? Even Hulk can't stand against me. I'm going to defeat him, and today you will die right here." No one knew where he'd gotten hold of a heavy iron chain, but with it, he began to drive Hulk back, blow after relentless blow. But Blonsky really shouldn't have taunted the Hulk. His rage soared, and with it his strength surged to new heights. In the end, Abomination Blonsky was no match for the Hulk at peak fury. He was brutally beaten, his powerful spine snapped, collapsing to the ground as nothing more than a lifeless corpse. "Banner, stop! It's me, Betty." Seeing that he was about to attack her father, Banner's girlfriend rushed forward, desperate to shield him. Now, having killed Blonsky, the Hulk began to stride step by step toward General Ross and Betty. Yet under Betty's soothing voice, his anger slowly began to ebb away. Xiao Lin slipped on his armor, concealing his true identity. He called forth his death steed and turned to Logan, saying, "Logan, now's the time to make your move." "Oh, right, Logan. When I throw him over there, here's the crystal vial. If I can immobilize the Hulk, you need to draw his blood as quickly as you can." These crystal vials, which Xiao Lin had exchanged from the system, were designed to preserve the potency of any medicinal sample to the greatest extent. Xiao Lin darted in from the side, wielding a long sword forged from ordinary alloy steel. Summoning all his strength, he used his death grip to seize the hulking Hulk, hurling him far into a heap of ruined buildings. "Banner." The sudden turn of events left Betty completely distraught. She had no idea who this mysterious newcomer could be. A guttural roar thundered out. Xiao Lin could sense that the anger, which had just begun to settle inside the Hulk, was now flaring up again. At the same time, a squad of soldiers came running from the distance, forming a tight ring around General Ross. They raised their sonic palm cannons, aiming them towards the direction where Xiao Lin and the Hulk had vanished. No sooner had he hit the ground, the Hulk sprang back up, his eyes blazing red. Like a rampaging tank, he charged straight at Xiao Lin. Ice chains. Frosty magical energy coalesced into chains of ice, binding the Hulk and halting his charge. It was clear he would soon break free. Putrid swarm. A cloud of sinister energy swirled into a toxic mist, covering the Hulk's head. Instantly, his struggles weakened, and he grew drowsy, as if lulled to sleep. Logan now. Logan slashed at the Hulk's skin with his adamantium claws. He'd never encountered anyone with such tough skin before. Only after exerting all his strength did he finally manage to open a wound. Bang! Before Logan could collect the blood, the Hulk, roused from his stupor by the pain, suddenly lashed out, sending Logan flying. He crashed through a building, disappearing from sight. The Hulk glanced down at the blood on his thigh, then threw his head back and roared. "You bugs made Hulk bleed. Hulk will smash you to pieces. It's over." Xiao Lin could feel that the Hulk's rage had reached its absolute peak. There was no time at all to collect the blood flowing from Hulk's wounds. Xiao Lin scrambled back onto his death warhorse, spun around without a second thought, and fled at full speed, tossing a slowing spell behind him as he went. Hood, hood, hood. With every leap, Hulk covered dozens of meters in an instant. Xiao Lin's magic seemed to have no effect. The Hulk barreled after him like an unleashed beast. Only then did Xiao Lin realize he should have waited until Hulk transformed back into Dr. Banner before trying to collect his blood. What a stupid mistake. Frustration gnawed at him. He'd been led astray by the system's instructions. Granted, Banner would eventually turn into the rampaging Hulk anyway, but at least Xiao Lin would have gotten the blood sample, instead of now being chased for his life. Wait a minute. Xiao Lin noticed that Hulk wasn't actually coming after him. Instead, the green giant was charging straight ahead, apparently intent on finding Logan. As he passed the body of the abomination, Blonsky, Xiao Lin was seized by a strange impulse. He opened the gate of death and transported the corpse to the secret basement beneath the Azeroth technology building. By the time Xiao Lin reached Logan's side, he saw the Hulk pummeling him mercilessly. Fortunately, Logan's healing factor was remarkable. If it were anyone else, they would have died a dozen times over by now. Xiao Lin had originally planned to wait until Hulk dealt with Abomination before making his move. But he'd underestimated just how much Hulk's power increased with his rage. After battling Blonsky for so long, Hulk's eyes glowed bright red, his anger having reached an unfathomable peak. To put it mildly, he was on a godlike rampage. Even if several more abominations appeared, they'd probably be crushed in an instant. "Betty, we need to get out of here. Banner has lost control." General Ross signaled his soldiers to escort his daughter to the car. But Betty refused to believe it. "No, Dad. Banner will listen to me," she insisted. There was nothing more he could do now. All he could hope for was that Hulk, after defeating this sudden new opponent, would calm down. "Logan, are you all right?" Xiao Lin rushed to Logan's side and helped him up. Logan had never felt so humiliated. Strength? He was utterly outmatched. Fighting skill? Against a punch like that, no technique mattered. Physical defense? Inferior as well. Only his adamantium claws could barely pierce Hulk's skin, while he himself was being battered senseless. The only thing he had over Hulk was his healing speed. "Lin, what on earth is this monster?" Logan forced himself to stand, his once dapper suit now reduced to a few tatters clinging to his body. "Never mind that now. I refuse to believe we can't take him down," Xiao Lin said, determination blazing in his eyes. He unleashed spell after spell. Frost shock, strangulation, death coil, each one striking at Hulk. If he'd used these spells when Hulk had first transformed, the icy aura might have had some effect, cooling Hulk's fury a bit. But now there was no visible impact at all. "Uffed." Xiao Lin spat out the dust in his mouth, then remarked with a hint of exasperation, "I originally thought the gap between Blonsky and the Hulk wouldn't be so huge. Handling two would be better than facing one. But now I realize I was way too naive." Seeing Hulk charging at him again, Logan quickly dodged aside. It hadn't taken many exchanges for him to figure out that he couldn't take the Hulk head-on. Sure, his healing was fast, but pain was pain. Getting hurt was never pleasant. Hulk picked up a car from the street, ready to hurl it at Logan. Suddenly, the shrill scream of a little girl echoed from inside the vehicle. How could someone still be in the car? Wasn't everyone supposed to have evacuated by now? But Hulk cared nothing for such details and flung the car anyway. Just as the vehicle was about to smash into the ground, it abruptly hovered, suspended in midair. A woman in a skin-tight suit appeared at the scene, her form materializing from thin air. Xiao Lin noticed the number 4 emblazoned on her chest, and suddenly remembered. She must be Susan from the Fantastic Four. The Fantastic Four were among the few superheroes in the Marvel Universe whose identities were public. Still, he hadn't heard much about them lately. Their sudden arrival now truly took him by surprise. "Hey, sweetheart, it's dangerous here. Where's your mom?" Susan rescued the little girl, ignoring the Hulk completely as she tried to comfort the child. With an incantation, a green magic circle appeared in front of Xiao Lin. He summoned all the gargoyles guarding his home, sending them swooping through the air to harass the Hulk, though they didn't seem to have much effect. "Hey, beautiful, could you give us a hand and pin him down for a bit?" "No time. I saw what happened just now. You made this mess. Deal with it yourselves." Susan had no intention of helping, and, carrying the little girl, she climbed into a car, ready to leave. But the Hulk had no intention of letting her go after she interfered with his rampage. His massive form leapt high, like a cannonball, covering dozens of meters in a single bound and landing almost instantly beside her. Susan hastily threw up a force field to shield herself, but the Hulk's punch shattered it effortlessly. Just as his fist was about to hit Susan, something resembling a rope shot out from inside the car and wrapped tightly around the Hulk. Looking closely, Xiao Lin saw that it was a person. By his abilities, it must be Dr. Reed Richards, the smartest man in the Marvel Universe. In another parallel universe, he even had an overpowered son named Franklin. Dr. Reed was almost immune to physical attacks, but like Logan, he could only take hits defensively. Xiao Lin looked at his long sword, now twisted into a heap of scrap by the Hulk, and thought grimly to himself, "This won't do. I have to come up with something. This mission must be completed." However, right now his abilities were of little use against the Hulk, and after taking a punch from him just now, he felt as though half his life had been knocked out of him. To defeat the Hulk, he would have to target his weaknesses. But what exactly were the Hulk's weaknesses? Of course, his mental defenses. While his body was incredibly strong, his mind was only about as resilient as that of an ordinary person. The Hulk could be influenced by Loki's scepter and controlled by the Scarlet Witch's chaos magic. With this vulnerability, the Hulk was not quite as invincible as he seemed. Although Xiao Lin himself possessed neither mind control abilities nor magic, he did have access to the system's exchange store, and he had previously used a gnomish mind control cap that could help in this situation. Unfortunately, he had run out of exchange points for the moment, but inside his storage pouch, he still had a mind control cap he'd planned to give to Azeroth Tech for research. This made Xiao Lin realize that he should never spend all his exchange points at once. It was vital to save some for emergencies. He flipped the switch on the mind control cap, and an amplified wave of his thoughts shot out toward the Hulk. The instant it made contact, Xiao Lin was startled by the sheer savagery pulsing through the Hulk's mind. Over and over, a single thought echoed. "Hulk will smash you. Hulk will smash you. Hulk will smash you." Xiao Lin couldn't quite understand it. Before transforming, Dr. Banner was a cultured, knowledgeable scientist. Yet after the change, he became a brainless beast driven only by rage. Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, the raging Hulk suddenly quieted down, sitting obediently on the roof of a car under Xiao Lin's control. The end of the battle brought a collective sigh of relief from Logan, Reed, and Susan. Logan, from who knows where, fished out a cigar and lighter, then sat down and lit up his tattered suit, making him look a bit like a streetwise rogue. Xiao Lin walked over to the Hulk and, seeing his wounds rapidly knitting together, hurriedly took out a crystal vial and collected some of the blood that oozed out. Mission complete. Acquired Hulk's blood. Reward, 7,000 exchange points. The mind control cap would only hold the Hulk for a minute before his madness returned. "Hey, beautiful. Could you give me a hand and toss this big guy into the ocean?" Xiao Lin knew Susan could fly and had powerful telekinesis, though she didn't seem to have mastered her abilities just yet. He'll turn back to his old self in about 40 seconds. "All right," Susan replied. Though still angry at Xiao Lin, she nevertheless lifted the Hulk and soared off into the distance. Watching his girlfriend drift back down from the sky, Reed finally breathed a sigh of relief. That hulking brute was far too terrifying, and they themselves had only just acquired their powers. He had just been about to ask Susan to refuse, but to his surprise, she agreed right away. Xiao Lin reached out his hand and said, "Thank you both. My name is Xiao Lin. Reed Richards. Susan Storm. Logan." People with similar experiences always seem to find common ground. Susan and Reed had only recently gained their superpowers, and they'd never imagined that there were others with extraordinary abilities in this world. "We still have things to do today, so let's leave the chat for another time," Reed said amicably. "Goodbye then. If you're free, you're welcome to visit us for a chat." Watching their car gradually fade into the distance, Xiao Lin activated the Gate of Death. "Logan, why don't you come over to my place tonight and unwind? Let's go out and have some real fun." "No problem, but first I need to change my clothes." Without hesitation, Logan tore off his tattered suit, revealing a physique that made Xiao Lin envy his athletic build. The next morning, Logan woke up with his head still foggy from the night before. When he stepped into the courtyard, he found that Xiao Lin was already up, diligently going through his daily training. "Lin, how come every time we drink, you're always the one carrying me home? No one has ever outdrunk me before." Xiao Lin was now half undead. Drinking for him was no different than drinking water, so there was no way Logan could ever outdrink him. "Logan, I'm heading back to the company. What about you?" "I've got to get back to the school. If I'm not there, who knows what mischief those brats will get into. Can't risk them turning the place upside down." "All right then." Xiao Lin placed a hand on Logan's shoulder and said, Logan, I promise I'll rescue all the mutants. Lately, I've had people keeping an eye out for any traces of Hydra. Thanks, Lin. Now, open the portal for me. Through the Gate of Death, Xiao Lin transported himself to the underground vault of the Azeroth Technology Building. The space was vast, divided into several rooms. Xiao Lin planned to turn it into his own personal trove. After all, the storage capacity of his spatial pouch was limited, and he couldn't possibly cram everything inside. In one corner of the vault lay the Abomination's corpse, which he had brought back the previous day. Now that he had a large vial of Hulk's blood, the Abomination's corpse wasn't of much use anymore. He hadn't given it much thought when he saw it, but something in his subconscious told him that the corpse might prove useful, so he'd brought it back. Ah, yes, my four horsemen of death. While the Abomination was still a far cry from the Hulk, in a Marvel universe, it was a formidable force nonetheless. Turning it into a Death Knight would still serve his purposes. Carefully, he drew Frostmourne, pushing aside the incessant whispers of the sword's spirit in his mind. The power of death surged into Bronski's body, flooding him like a rushing stream. A long time passed. Normally, by now, Bronski should have completed his transformation, but Xiao Lin noticed that he was still lying motionless on the ground, showing no sign of life. What was going on? A stranger from another world. Suddenly, the little girl's voice echoed in his mind, startling him so much that he interrupted the Death Knight's transformation. Who are you? He asked. At that moment, Xiao Lin realized he was no longer in the underground chamber of the Azeroth Technology Building. All around him was utter darkness, and beneath his feet was a void, though he could distinctly feel the ground beneath him. I am Death, and this is my domain, the girl's voice continued, coming at him from every direction at once. Show yourself. Speaking like this makes me uncomfortable, he replied, his heart unsettled by being whisked away to such a place without warning. But she called herself Death? In the Marvel Universe, there were three known as Death. One was Hela, Thor's sister, who should still be imprisoned in Asgard. Another was Lady Death, a mutant, and the last was the cosmic entity named Death. As Xiao Lin pondered this, a swirl of gray mist appeared before him, and from within it emerged the small figure of a girl in robes. I'm not that Hela, nor am I that experiment of the Celestials, she said, a trace of annoyance in her voice. Xiao Lin picked up on her displeasure. Not Hela, not Lady Death. Could she be? His heart pounded faster. This was thrilling. But why had she come for him? You're very nervous right now, Death said, removing her hood to reveal a skull. Yet in the next moment, she seemed to reconsider, and her face shifted into that of an adorable little girl. Why did you come looking for me? Xiao Lin asked, baffled. After all, Death was one of the 5 great cosmic entities. Why would she notice someone as insignificant as him? It's because of the death energy within you. It does not belong to this universe. Death's eyes bore into him. The moment you first used death energy, I noticed. You're not a native of this multiverse. That's right. I'm not from this world. Coming here was purely by accident, Xiao Lin admitted, knowing there was no point in hiding the truth from such a being. I'm very curious about how you arrived in this world. Will you tell me? Death's voice was filled with an enchanting allure, making Xiao Lin almost answer without thinking. Abnormal mental state detected in host. Activating mental defense barrier came the system's alert in his mind, startling Xiao Lin. Had he just been attacked psychically? Xiao Lin heard a surprised voice from the other side. I'm very interested in you. How about coming with me to the realm of death? I'll let you command the Legion of the Dead. I think I'll pass. Xiao Lin refused outright. He had no desire to spend his days dealing with skeletons, not to mention the fact that one could only enter that world after dying. Death did not press him, though she did sound a bit regretful. Very well. After a brief pause, she continued. I've noticed that a consciousness is forming within your weapon, but it seems rather violent. Xiao Lin glanced at Frostmourne in his hand and quickly agreed. Yes, I can't control her. He sensed that something was affecting Frostmourne inside his spatial pouch. The spirit inside your sword has been temporarily sealed by me. When you're able to control her, the seal will naturally break. Consider this a small gift for me. Xiao Lin wasn't sure why she valued him so much, but he felt a surge of gratitude. Thank you, Goddess of Death. Then farewell. All life withers in the end. Only death is eternal. I'll be waiting for you in the realm of death. With those words, Death vanished from before Xiao Lin, leaving him with a sense of relief. He looked at Frostmourne in his hand, feeling a wave of joy. He could finally use this legendary weapon. The surroundings shifted back to the secret chamber as it had been before. Master! A deep, muffled voice came from above Xiao Lin. When he looked up, he saw that Bronski had come back to life. Bronski's body towered nearly 5 meters high, so Xiao Lin had to crane his neck just to see his face. Bringing him outside like this would certainly frighten people. Bronski, can you return to your original form? Yes, Master. No sooner had he spoken than his body shrank back down, reverting to his appearance before he'd injected himself with Hulk's blood. Head to X Academy for me. Keep an eye on things there. If anyone inside tries to escape, catch them all and bring in anyone you find near the academy. Yes, master. Bronski stepped into the death's gate that Xiao Lin had opened and returned to X Academy. By now, it was already midnight. In order to turn the lightning generator into a stable, usable weapon, Vim had been working alone until this late hour. He hoped to earn Xiao Lin's approval through his own efforts. The curse Xiao Lin had cast on him still weighed heavily on his mind, though he had no idea it was a ruse. As he walked down the corridor of the building, he noticed an unusual silence throughout the company tonight. Normally, security guards patrolled the building at all hours to prevent spies from infiltrating and stealing company secrets, but now he hadn't seen a single person. Hey, do you know where the other security guards went? On the first floor of the company, Vim spotted a security guard and walked over to ask. The guard lifted his head, and Vim noticed something odd about his expression. They've all gone to sleep, the guard replied, gesturing to a corner behind him. Vim glanced over and saw a heap of security guards sprawled out in disarray. A sense of alarm prickled through him. This was clearly the aftermath of an attack. He turned on his heel, ready to flee, pulling out his phone to make a call as he ran. But before he could dial, the guard rushed over and slapped the phone from his hand. You? Vim stared at him in shock. Who are you, really? The man let out an eerie, unsettling chuckle. Before Vim's eyes, he transformed into a creature with pointed ears, a wide mouth, and green skin. Haha, you don't need to know who I am. I can take on anyone's appearance. Now come with me. It's time to visit Vanguard Technologies. Vim's heart raced as panic set in. It had been over 2 months since he'd escaped from Vanguard Technologies, long enough that he'd almost forgotten about their relentless pursuit. Yet, here they were, tracking him down after all. All the way there, Vim racked his brain for a way out. But he was just a researcher, no match for the shapeshifter, who kept a close watch on him at every step. Don't even think about running, the creature warned. I wouldn't hesitate to break your legs if you tried. Honestly, we could have captured you long ago, but the general hadn't given the order. General? Vim asked, puzzled. Since when did the military work with Vanguard Technologies? Get in. The creature ignored his question, shoving him into a waiting car. Once the car was moving, the creature pulled out a palm-sized device and pressed a button. Suddenly, a faint electric current rippled across all the security guards in the Azeroth Technologies building. Those who had been sprawled on the ground stood up, stiff and numb, and shuffled back to their original posts. They stood motionless for a moment before regaining their senses. None of them remembered what had happened. They simply assumed they'd nodded off for a moment. The whole ride, Vim was on edge, his mind racing with dread. He had no idea what Murdoch might do to him. The memory of how his father had been tortured sent a chill through his body. It wasn't long before the car, carrying Vim, slowly pulled up to the headquarters of Vanguard Technologies, and he was led to the door of an office. Come in. Vim recognized the familiar voice from inside. It was Murdoch. Once just a minor researcher, Murdoch had mutated during an experiment and gained intelligence far beyond that of ordinary people. The one who had brought Vim there ignored Murdoch and instead reported to another man. General Carlrut, I've brought him. Carlrut, who was standing beside Murdoch, nodded in agreement. Murdoch guided his floating chair forward. Due to a mutation, his head was 5 times larger than a normal person's, so heavy that he had to wear a helmet attached to the chair to keep it upright. Atop the helmet was a gleaming red gemstone. Murdoch drew closer to Vim, fixing him with an intense stare. Vim, why did you betray me? I had intended for you to join the upper management of our corporation. You know as well as I do that, after eliminating so many traitors, we're desperately short on qualified leaders. Thinking of his father, who had been killed by Murdoch, Vim's anger flared. You're the real traitor. Pioneer Technologies will be ruined in your hands. Murdoch sighed. It seems we still have our differences, but now's not the time for that. I know you're the head of military research at the newly formed Azeroth Technologies. I need you to tell me where they keep their technological data. Vim's eyes darted as he replied. I'm exhausted right now. I can't think straight. Let's talk about it tomorrow. For the past while, Vim alone had known where the research data was stored. Murdoch and his people had surely searched long and hard, but to no avail. Vim knew that, even if he revealed the location, Murdoch was the type to kill him anyway, just out of spite. And there was another reason. Vim still felt uneasy about the curse Xiao Lin had placed on him, remembering those unsettling abilities, and, considering he had come into contact with some of Azeroth Technology's core secrets, or so he believed, he doubted Xiao Lin was simply bluffing. Fine, I'll let you rest for now, but I'll be back for your answer tomorrow morning, Murdoch said, then turned to General Carlrut. Carlrut, keep sending your people to infiltrate Azeroth Technologies. And this time, have someone take Vim's form. Watch your tone, Earthling, Carlrut replied with a scowl. We're partners, not subordinates. Don't speak to me as if you're giving orders. Murdoch shrugged. Of course, we're partners. That's why I need your cooperation for my plan. Carlrut ignored him and addressed his subordinate. Cohen, return to Azeroth Technologies and continue your infiltration. Disguise yourself as Vim. Yes, General. Vim, overhearing the exchange, couldn't help but ask in surprise, Murdoch, you're actually working with aliens? Murdoch dismissed the concern. Does it matter? I'm not an old fossil like your father. In the end, only the results matter. He called for one of his men. Take him away and keep a close watch on him. General Carlruth, who was collaborating with Murdoch, was an alien from a race known as the Skrulls. In ancient times, they too had been a powerful force in the universe. Possessing a unique ability, they specialized in seizing opportunities to transform themselves into the leaders of other alien races, all in pursuit of controlling entire planets. Eventually, they drew the ire of the Kree, sparking a fierce conflict. The Skrulls suffered one defeat after another, and to make matters worse, their homeworld was devoured as a mere after-dinner treat by Galactus himself. A once mighty race was reduced to just a handful of survivors. Recently, however, they had set their sights on Earth once more. With their numbers dwindling, they had no choice but to conspire with Murdoch in a shadowy plot. Lying in bed, Vim tossed and turned, gripped by unease. All he could do now was hope that someone at the company would discover the alien imposter who had taken his place, and that boss Xiao Lin would find a way to rescue him. The next morning, the Skrull named Kun morphed into Vim's likeness and made his way to the Azeroth Technologies building. Vim's daily routine was simple. He spent his days in his lab, immersed in experiments. Surveying the room, filled to the brim with all sorts of instruments, Kun found himself at a loss, utterly clueless about what he was supposed to do. A research assistant, noticing Kun's blank stare, walked over and called out softly, Team Leader Vim? Team Leader Vim. HM? What is it? Kun snapped back to attention. Are you all right, Team Leader? I'm fine, just a bit tired, that's all. The researcher went on. Team Leader, we're almost out of elemental energy blocks in the lab. Kun hesitated a moment, then asked, We're out of energy blocks? All right, I'll get some. By the way, where exactly do I find these elemental energy blocks you're talking about? The researcher eyed the team leader, sensing something was off, but ultimately chalked it up to exhaustion. You'll need to ask Mr. Wilson for them. He's the only one who can unlock the supply room. Got it. I'll head over now. Taking the elevator, Kun rode up to the very top floor, where Kingpin's office was located. Just then his phone buzzed. He checked the screen. General Carlruth was calling. Kun slipped into a corner where there were no security cameras, glanced around to make sure no one was nearby, and quietly answered, General, what's the matter? We're running out of time. We need to obtain the technology for manufacturing unknown energy blocks immediately. Find a way to get Mr. Wilson to go with you to the company's weapons testing facility. We'll intercept him on the way. Yes, General. The Skrulls' main goal in targeting Azeroth Technologies was to get their hands on the energy blocks. Their few remaining warships were stationed in the Arctic, requiring massive amounts of power to launch. But they soon discovered that Earth's technology was incompatible with their own. None of the fuel types here could be used to power their ships. By chance, they discovered Xiao Lin's energy blocks, which were perfectly suited for their ship. So they joined forces with Murdoch from Pioneer Technologies, aiming to seize the technology behind the creation of these energy blocks. Before going in, Cohen felt a bit nervous. He had only ever been an ordinary Skrull soldier, and his abilities weren't particularly strong. He had met Mr. Wilson a few times, but for reasons he couldn't explain, every time he saw the man's gaze, he felt a chill run through his entire body, as if he were staring death in the face. Come in. Kingpin's voice drifted out from the room. Cohen steadied himself, doing his best to appear calm and composed. Mr. Wilson, what is it? The latest research has been completed. We have a new prototype. Would you like to come to the testing grounds and observe the trial? Kingpin stood up and said, All right, I happen to have time now. Let's go and have a look. During the last battle with the Hulk in downtown New York, Azeroth Technologies' weapons performed spectacularly. Though they were ultimately reduced to heaps of scrap, their display caught the attention of several military generals, bringing the company a flood of new orders. Hearing that the latest research had borne fruit, Kingpin was in high spirits. Without hesitation, he followed the Skrull imposter, disguised as Weem, out of the building. Mr. Wilson, the other researchers in the R&D department have tasks to attend to today, so it'll just be me accompanying you. Kingpin didn't question this explanation. He simply called for a few bodyguards and hurried to the testing facility on the outskirts of the city. After driving for some distance, Kingpin, always alert, noticed several cars tailing them closely from behind. He thought for a moment, but didn't instruct the driver to change the route. Instead, he quietly pulled out his phone and sent a text message to his master. At that moment, Xiao Lin was at X Academy, watching mutant students practice their abilities. When he saw the message, he reached out with his psychic link to his subordinate, the Death Knight, and contacted Kingpin. Kingpin, are you certain someone is following you? Do you have any idea who they are? Master, I can't be sure yet, Kingpin replied after a brief pause, then explained his reason for heading to the testing grounds. Xiao Lin began to suspect that we might have been coerced or compromised. He said to Kingpin, keep your eyes open and handle things as you see fit. If the situation gets out of hand, let me know immediately. As Kingpin's convoy reached the outskirts, they saw a line of vehicles blocking the road ahead. There was no way through. Kingpin's driver had no choice but to stop the car. He stepped out, walked to the front, and knocked on the window of one of the vehicles. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Move your car and let us pass. No one in the car responded. Suddenly, a gun was thrust out of the window. With a single deafening gunshot, the driver was shot point-blank in the head, collapsing to the ground instantly. The bodyguard in Kingpin's car immediately grasped the situation, slid into the driver's seat, and was about to start the engine, only to realize that several vehicles had blocked them from behind as well. Protect Mr. Wilson. The head of security shouted into his radio, giving orders to the entire team. People from the cars in front and behind got out, weapons in hand, and systematically shot out all the tires on Kingpin's car. The security guards drew their own guns and stepped out, engaging in a firefight with the attackers. A barrage of automatic gunfire erupted as the assailants unleashed a hail of bullets with their machine guns upon Kingpin's men. It was clear from their coordinated actions that they came prepared. Within moments, the handful of bodyguards Kingpin had brought along were gunned down, riddled with bullets. Once only Kingpin and Vim remained, the attackers abruptly ceased their assault. A man emerged from the rear and addressed them. Mr. Wilson, I'm Willie Barnes from Vanguard Technologies. Our Mr. Murdoch would like to invite you to our company to discuss a business matter. You want to meet me? And so you slaughter my men. That's your idea of an invitation? Since being transformed into a Death Knight, Kingpin had maintained a cold composure, but now, faced with this mockery, his anger flared. You really believe I'll just let you have your way? During his time as a Death Knight, Kingpin had gained control over most of the deathly power within him, channeling it to serve his own strength. However, lacking systematic instruction, he hadn't yet mastered the full breadth of a Death Knight's abilities. At the moment, he could only wield the aura of evil. Raise the dead. Suddenly, his fallen guards, infused with Kingpin's foul magic, began to stir, rising one by one and charging straight at their enemies. Shoot! Open fire! Willie, panicked by the scene unfolding before him, shouted frantically at his men. Don't shoot me! Cohen, terrified, scrambled away in a desperate attempt to save himself. It would be a cruel twist of fate for a mere guide to die here. Seeing Vim's behavior, Kingpin realized he had been set up. He hadn't imagined his own subordinate would dare betray him. The reanimated corpses, though armed, lacked any intellect and could not fire their weapons. Under Kingpin's command, they simply advanced, relentless and undeterred, even when their skulls were blasted apart. Quick, destroy these monsters! Panic swept through the attackers as they shouted in terror. No matter where his enemies tried to hide, Kingpin could use Death Grasp to drag them out one by one. Seized by an overpowering fear as their bodies fell under his control, they could only scream and struggle in vain for freedom. Some of them were shot down by their own side's weapons before they even hit the ground. Even those who survived only made it as far as Kingpin's grasp, his powerful arms twisted with brutal force, snapping enemy necks with ease. Then, with a touch of kingly resurrection, he revived them as ghoulish minions, forcing them to shield him from the hail of bullets. In no time, the dozens who had attacked were all dead. On the battlefield, only Kingpin remained, surrounded by the ghouls he had brought back to life. Clap, clap, clap. A man floated down from the sky, applauding as he descended. As expected from the Kingpin who rules over most of America's underworld. Your abilities are truly astonishing. Even the dead rise at your command. Staring at the visitor's unnatural appearance, Kingpin's voice was cold and wary. I don't know you. Who are you, and why did you attack me? You have quite a few questions, so let me answer them one by one. The man smiled, introducing himself. Until recently, I was just a lowly researcher. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Murdoch, CEO of Vanguard Technologies. Of course, that's my name now. I used to be George Tarleton. Annoyed by the man's endless chatter, Kingpin raised a hand, unleashing a deadly coil of dark energy. But as it neared Murdoch, it struck an invisible barrier and dissipated. Murdoch's enormous head granted him formidable psychic power, allowing him to generate telekinetic shields for his protection. Hey, buddy, I wasn't finished talking. That's hardly polite, if that's how you want to play. Weapons bristled from Murdoch's floating chair. A barrage of bullets erupted, a veritable storm of metal, shredding the revived ghouls to pieces. Some of Kingpin's wounded henchmen, still lying on the ground, were caught in the crossfire, leaving the scene littered with broken limbs and mangled bodies. Kingpin darted behind Carr. The power of death had strengthened his body, making him even mightier than in life. With a furious roar, he hefted the car and hurled it at Modok. Boom! Modok watched the tumbling car approach with surprising calm. He pressed a button on his chair, and a volley of miniature missiles shot out. The flying vehicle exploded into fragments before it could come close. Though the Death Knight transformation had enhanced Kingpin's abilities, its effects were limited and required constant practice. In life, his strength had been nothing extraordinary, and even now, his power as a revenant was lacking. Against Modok, floating out of reach, he found himself powerless. Well, Mr. Wilson, Modok said, pride swelling in his voice. Once a nobody, he had grown arrogant after taking control of Vanguard Technologies. I'm a genius scientist, and this chair I sit upon is the crowning achievement of my intellect. But I'm not here to fight you today. I've come to ask for some of your company's technological research. Impossible. Kingpin cut him off and pressed on. Was Vim also someone you sent to infiltrate our company? Victor only responded with a peal of laughter, then turned to the Vim beside him and called out, Cohen, change back to your original form. Right before their eyes, Vim's muscles rippled and shifted, and in moments, he transformed back to his true self. Watching the scene unfold from Kingpin's perspective, Xiao Lin was startled by the sudden transformation. His first thought was that this must be a mutant. But no, judging by his appearance, he was probably a Skrull. Xiao Lin felt a wave of frustration. Enemies like these, if they managed to infiltrate his company, could pose a serious threat. He realized he had no way to tell friend from foe. From his chair, with the cold, dark muzzle of a gun aimed at Kingpin, Murdoch pressed his demand. Tell me everything you know about your technology, especially the process for making energy crystals. That's classified company information. There's no way I'll tell you. Kingpin had to admit he was powerless against Murdoch, while the other's weapon could easily destroy his body. Seeing Kingpin refuse to cooperate, a gemstone set in Murdoch's headband emitted a beam of light that struck Kingpin squarely. Though he was already undead, Kingpin suddenly felt paralyzed, unable to move a muscle. Murdoch spoke into the communicator attached to his chair. Take him back. I have plenty of ways to make him talk. It wasn't long before a helicopter appeared, flying in from not far away. Before Kingpin could recover, he was swiftly and tightly bound by a mob that rushed in around him. Take him away, Murdoch ordered with a dismissive wave, and one of his men escorted Kingpin off into the distance. Seeing these people daring to target him, Xiao Lin was incensed. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that he was on the back foot. Trouble, it seemed, always found its way to his door. Logan, I've got something to take care of. I have to leave now. Before Logan could reply, Xiao Lin pulled out his River's battlesuit, activated the flight module, and with a thunderous roar, shot up into the sky. He was heading straight for one of Vanguard Tech's bases on the outskirts of the city. Xiao Lin hadn't been flying long when, at an Air Force base somewhere in New York, he was picked up by radar. Colonel Rhodey, we've detected an unidentified flying object over New York. It's small and moving fast, doesn't match any civilian aircraft. Patch me into a satellite feed. I want to see what that UFO really is. The computer screen shifted to show the River's battlesuit in flight. It didn't quite look like Tony Stark style, but Colonel Rhodey was convinced that Tony must be inside. Ignore it, Colonel Rhodey said, stepping aside to grab his phone. Hey, Tony, where are you right now? You do know there's a flight restriction over New York today, right? Can you please try not to cause me any more trouble? Rhodey, what are you talking about? I'm not even in New York right now. Tony was staring absent-mindedly at the thin green lines appearing on his hand. Not in New York? Colonel Rhodes was taken aback. This was the last thing he expected. If Tony wasn't in New York, then who, or what, was that Iron Man suit flying? Through the sky? He didn't think Tony would joke about something like this. So, growing worried, he quickly hung up. All right, I'll let you go for now, Tony. Hey, Tony heard the dial tone from the other end, bewildered. But soon after, he sank listlessly onto the bed. Kingpin, boss, you got caught too? In a locked room, Vim looked across at Kingpin with a mix of surprise and dejection on his face. Vim, hearing someone call his name, Kingpin finally noticed him. When did they catch you? Last night, Mr. Wilson. I found out that Murdoch actually has ties to aliens. To most people, aliens were pure fantasy, but it turned out Murdoch had been in contact with them all along. Understood. Kingpin sat down on the small wooden cot, which creaked beneath his weight. So, Mr. Wilson, what do we do now? Do you think Boss Xiao Lin will come to rescue us? After saying this, a glimmer of hope appeared on Vim's face. Those people had put him through the ringer that morning, though he had no idea why they stopped in the end. Just wait. He'll come. Kingpin's calm demeanor brought Vim a measure of comfort. Colonel, we've lost a target. Inside the command center of the New York Air Force, the Iron Man suit vanished into a vast sea of trees on the surveillance screens. Damn it! Who the hell is this? Colonel Rhodes stood up, furious. Tony. He dialed Tony Stark's number again. What is it, Rhodey? Why are you calling me again? Tony Stark's tired voice came through the line. Even in his anger, Rhodes could tell something was off with his friend. He tried to tamp down his irritation and asked, with a hint of concern, Tony, what's going on? You don't sound so good. It's nothing. What did you want to talk to me about this time? Rhodes hesitated a little, then spoke sheepishly. Tony, is there any way you could let me have one of your Iron Man suits? You don't need to unlock the system. Just something I can use. Our Air Force gear is way too outdated. We could really use. Before Rhodes could finish, Tony agreed. No problem. I'll get you a suit, one without the system lock. Really? Colonel Rhodes could hardly believe it. He had only wanted to try asking again. After all, not long ago when he'd asked, Tony had shot him down without a second thought. You're my best friend. Would I ever lie to you? That's settled. Come over to my place. I'll get a suit ready for you. Tony, thank you so much. Rhodey, caught up in his excitement, didn't think about anything else. After hanging up, he turned to his men and ordered, keep a satellite trained on that forest. If that mech shows up again, call me immediately. Yes, sir. Having exchanged for the flight module from the arcane mech, Revis, Xiao Lin's mech now had the ability to fly. It was his first time piloting a flying mech, and he wobbled awkwardly through the air. If it weren't for the psychic sense guiding him toward Kingpin's location, he would have completely lost his way. The mech crashed through the woods, toppling countless trees and sending up clouds of dust wherever it went. Finally, with its head down, the arcane mech Revis slammed into a small hill and ended up buried in a pile of rocks. A little frustrated, Xiao Lin crawled out of the cockpit, stowed the mech away, and mused to himself how much easier things would be with an intelligent program like Tony's Jarvis. Without such an assistant, piloting the suit was far more troublesome. He summoned his death warhorse, swung himself into the saddle, and drew his weapon, Frostmourne. The sword spirit within the magic blade was sealed, which might have weakened its power, but at least he could wield it safely now. Otherwise, even if he was immune to psychic attacks, those incessant whispers in his mind would have driven him insane. Guided by his psychic sense, Xiao Lin made his way deeper into the forest. Gradually, a cluster of buildings came into view, surrounded by tall watchtowers, keeping a vigilant eye over the area. Who goes there? A wary guard spotted Xiao Lin riding out of the woods on his death warhorse and immediately leveled his gun, shouting at him. Xiao Lin didn't reply. With a flick of his hand, a black death coil shot forward, striking the guard in the chest. The corrosive energy caved in the man's armor, and he fell silent in an instant. Someone sounded the alarm, and a shrill blare filled the air. But Xiao Lin had never intended to sneak in quietly. He spurred his warhorse forward, leaping over the high barbed wire and charging straight into the base. Inside the small compound, weapons, transport aircraft, and tanks were arrayed everywhere. Xiao Lin even spotted a spaceship that was clearly not of earthly design. He guessed it must have belonged to the Skrulls. Bullets clattered harmlessly against his armor in a shower of sparks as guards rushed at him from all directions. Mr. Murdoch, there's an intruder on the ground. Someone burst anxiously into Murdoch's office, interrupting as he prepared to interrogate Kingpin. Idiot, don't you know to knock? Murdoch snarled. Bang. He shot the messenger dead on the spot. Fuming, he strode to the surveillance center and snapped at the operators. Put the feed up, now. A 3D projection appeared above Murdoch's levitating chair, and in it, Xiao Lin's image came into view. Who is that? General Carlrut, who had just arrived to discuss matters with Murdoch, was taken aback by the scene before him. Just a minor annoyance, nothing to worry about, Murdoch replied dismissively. After a brief pause, he added, he won't be able to find us here. You're afraid, Murdoch, General Carlrut said, a hint of mockery in his tone. Afraid? Impossible, Murdoch snapped, his voice betraying a touch of irritation. We have far more important things to attend to, don't we? But as he spoke, Murdoch's confidence wavered. Over a month ago, he had received a report from an undercover agent within Jinbing Corporation about Xiao Lin. The details were troubling enough to send Murdoch personally to Xiao Lin's residence. When he tried probing Xiao Lin with his psychic powers, he happened to catch Xiao Lin in the midst of training, practicing mastery over the forces of death. That deep, shadowy power, suffused with a chilling aura of mortality, sent a tremor through Murdoch's heart. He fled that place in haste. That encounter was the real reason he had yet to make a move against Azeroth Technologies. He seems to have discovered our location. Carlrut's words cut through Murdoch's reverie, snapping him back to the present. What? Everywhere Xiao Lin passed, nothing remained but lifeless bodies. The unseen souls had all been drawn into the blade Frostmourne. On the surface, all of Vanguard Tech's buildings were mere camouflage. The true base was hidden underground, at the center of a lake. Icy power spread across the lake's surface, forming a path straight to its heart. Hurry, all of you. Get up there and stop him, you worthless fools. Murdoch's furious roar echoed throughout the underground base. What should we do, General? Cohen sidled up to General Carlrut, whispering the question. What do we do? Obviously, we're getting out of here. Carlrut gazed at the screen showing Xiao Lin, marveling that humanity could produce someone of such power. He realized his best move might be to win Xiao Lin's favor and barter with him for energy blocks. If this plan fails, it's not the end. We have other options. Prepare to infiltrate the American government and S.H.I.E.L.D. I want to meet that man at the top myself. Cohen couldn't help but protest. General, perhaps you shouldn't. That person seems extremely dangerous. There's no need for you to go in person. No, I'll go myself. At this point, only 10 Skrulls, including himself, remained on Earth. He couldn't afford to lose a single subordinate. The Skrulls were at their weakest now, and he needed Xiao Lin's method for producing energy blocks to escape Earth and search for more of their kind. Cohen, we need to secure the power to activate the battleship, then go deal with those damned Creed bastards and rescue the Queen. Originally, General Carlrut had planned to confront the enemy directly here, but after some thought, he realized this wasn't the right moment. He needed to figure out what the other side was really after. Suddenly, the heavy steel doors of the underground base echoed with a deafening clang, reverberating through the hall. A group of people, huddled behind the door, gripping their guns with tense anticipation, most of them entirely unsure of what they were about to face. A sword tip, frosted with icy mist, pierced through the thick iron, screeching sharply as it forced its way in. As soon as a crack appeared in the door, what emerged first was a jet-black, razor-sharp claw, the talon of a summoned gargoyle. With Xiao Lin's power growing, the creatures he summoned had become even more formidable. Shrouded in black, their bodies seemed to drink in the light around them. These weren't exactly undead, but rather alchemical constructs driven by the power of death itself. Their obsidian forms offered impressive resistance to magic. The gargoyle's strength was overwhelming. The iron door was no real obstacle. In moments, it had widened the gap enough for people to pass through. Open fire! Murdoch shouted at the top of his lungs. 2 gargoyles crawled from the opening, completely unfazed by the hail of bullets, and lunged at the defenders. Murdoch turned, hoping to find his ally, only to discover the Skrulls had vanished without a trace. You traitorous cowards! I swear you'll pay for betraying me. But the words were only a futile comfort. The Skrulls, down on their luck as they were still far beyond his ability to take on. Abandoning his subordinates, he maneuvered his chair and floated swiftly down a different passageway. He hadn't even reached the exit when, right in front of him, a magic circle shimmered to life, radiating a ghastly green light. From its center, a ghoul clawed its way out. Out of my way! Murdoch unleashed a wild barrage from his chair's weapons, shredding the ghoul to pieces before stopping. Damn it! He happened to glance back and saw that his men in the hall had been completely wiped out. Rage and disbelief twisted his face as he muttered, "Useless fools." Xiao Lin was hot on his heels, and upon seeing the man before him, he knew he'd found his target, Murdoch. Realizing he'd been cornered, Murdoch didn't bother running anymore. He looked Xiao Lin straight in the eye and asked, "What exactly is your relationship with Kingpin?" Xiao Lin said nothing, ready to strike. But just then the jewels set in Murdoch's forehead flared, sending a beam of light shooting toward him. Almost instantly, more weapons sprang from Murdoch's chair, unleashing a relentless barrage at Xiao Lin. But Xiao Lin was well prepared. In Kingpin's memories, it was exactly this kind of attack that had led to his capture. Commanding the 2 gargoyles to shield him, he used them as a barrier against the oncoming attacks. The weapons mounted on Murdoch's chair packed quite a punch. Cracks began to appear even on the tough gargoyle bodies. Bone Shield, Frostbound Fortitude, Bloodline of the Vampire. After a laser blast shattered both gargoyles to pieces, 3 layers of protective magic shimmered around Xiao Lin, letting him withstand the barrage head-on. Once the ammunition was spent, Murdoch didn't bother checking if he'd succeeded. Taking advantage of the thick smoke filling the room, he turned and bolted. By the time Xiao Lin came to his senses, his adversary had already vanished without a trace. He couldn't help but grumble. Staring at the fork in the corridor ahead, Xiao Lin realized that Murdoch must have fled in the other direction. After a moment's thought, he decided to settle things with Murdoch first. He could always rescue Kingpin and Vim later, but he couldn't afford to let Murdoch escape. Chasing the trail to an elevator, Xiao Lin approached only to find it sabotaged. No matter how many times he pressed the button, the elevator refused to budge. There was no time to waste. He pried open the doors, punched a gaping hole in the elevator's roof, and climbed up, only to see that the steel cables above had been severed. Summoning another gargoyle, he flew upward with its help. Upon reaching the surface, Xiao Lin saw a large transport plane revving up, ready for takeoff. He hadn't expected Murdoch to make his escape so swiftly. Just as the gargoyle lifted Xiao Lin over the transport, the plane began to ascend. With a screeching sound, Frostmourne pierced the fuselage with ease, slicing off a massive chunk of steel and carving a gash into the cabin wall. Before he could jump inside, a formless force surged from within, shoving him backward. Just before he tumbled from the aircraft, Xiao Lin jammed his weapon into the plane's side, anchoring himself to keep from falling. The gargoyle swooped along the transport, relentlessly tearing at it, until one of the wings snapped off. The plane spun out of control, spiraling down toward the earth. The moment they hit the ground, Xiao Lin drove Frostmourne into the soil. A surge of deathly power rippled outward, and all the fallen, along with skeletons long buried beneath, rose from their graves. Xiao Lin knew Murdoch had survived the crash. He gave his newly resurrected undead a single command: tear Murdoch apart. "Get off me! Let me go, you bastards!" He hadn't taken more than a few steps before screams of agony rang out behind him. With a crash, Murdoch summoned all his psychic strength to hurl the charging ghouls and skeletons aside. But there were just too many, and they felt no fear of death. Murdoch had no hope of holding them back. As Murdoch's wails echoed through the air, Xiao Lin turned away, heading off to rescue Kingpin and Vim. Guided by his psychic link with Kingpin, Xiao Lin soon arrived at a place steeped in a foul stench. Here, he saw countless tormented souls unable to find peace. "Boss Xiao Lin." Vim looked at Xiao Lin with a mixture of surprise and delight as he appeared, rushing to the door. "Boss, the one in the company isn't me. It's an imposter. I would never betray you." "All right, enough. Move aside. I don't want to accidentally hit you," Xiao Lin replied, his tone both stern and reassuring. "Master." When Jinbing saw Xiao Lin, his expression turned awkward. Thick, heavy iron chains bound his entire body. Otherwise, with his physical strength, a door like this would never hold him back. "You're still too weak," Xiao Lin remarked, a hint of disappointment in his voice. "Even after I've strengthened you with the power of death, you still got captured." But he understood Jinbing had been preoccupied with company affairs, leaving him no time for training. The power of death within him had yet to fully transform, but there was little to be done. Xiao Lin couldn't trust anyone else with the company's many secrets. "I'll make sure to set aside time for training," Jinbing promised. The underground base had 2 exits leading to the surface, but with one destroyed, they had no choice but to take the other route. As they emerged, they saw a horde of undead creatures at the center of the base, furiously attacking something unseen. Vim, clearly unsettled by the sight, asked nervously, "Boss Xiao, what are those things? Zombies? What should we do?" "Don't worry, let's just go. They won't attack me," Xiao Lin replied calmly. He wasn't yet as powerful as a Lich King, but it wouldn't be long before these undead lost their animating force and became mere corpses again. As they reached the lakeshore, Vim stared in astonishment as a path of frost spread across the water. "What's this?" Seeing Xiao Lin step confidently onto the icy path, Vim hesitated, asking, "Boss Xiao, there's a boat over there. Shouldn't we take the boat?" Xiao Lin looked a little embarrassed. "This way is faster." Passing by the mass of undead, Vim noticed that Murdoch, who had been among them, now lay completely still, devoid of life. At that moment, Xiao Lin suddenly remembered the Skrull spaceship he'd seen earlier. Now, it had vanished without a trace. Wait, where were the Skrulls? They should still be here. So why hadn't he seen them? What a shame. He'd hoped to get his hands on an alien spacecraft. Once back at the company, Xiao Lin realized that Vanguard Technologies was now leaderless, its upper management gone. "Vim, now that Murdoch is dead, do you think you could take back control of Vanguard Technologies?" Vim looked embarrassed. "I'm afraid that's not possible. My father was only one of the senior executives, and I've always worked alone on my research. I never really made any friends, so..." Xiao Lin couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. If he could have taken over Vanguard Technologies, his own company would have developed even faster, and that crucial task would be that much closer to completion. The reward of 300,000 exchange points from that mission would be enough for him to trade for 3 burning Legion Star destroyers, or to acquire the construction technology for the floating city of Naxxramas. It seemed like there hadn't been any new missions lately. After resolving the issue with Vanguard Technology, Xiao Lin returned to his routine of training, eating, and sleeping, a typical homebuddy's life. A few more months passed. One early morning, just as Xiao Lin finished his training, he received a call from Tony. "Lin, do you have time today? I want to take you out for the best Turkish kebab in town." Xiao Lin asked curiously, "What made you suddenly think of inviting me?" "It's nothing special. Are you coming or not? There will be some beautiful ladies too." Xiao Lin considered it for a moment. He doubted Tony was inviting him just for kebab. Still, he replied, "No problem. When should I come by?" Tony answered, "Let's meet at noon. I'll invite some other friends as well." A Turkish kebab restaurant. Last time, Xiao Lin had run into Logan there. Maybe you should invite Logan along this time as well. "Tony, I'll bring a friend too. You don't mind, do you?" "No problem at all." Xiao Lin arrived at X Academy. It was class time for the mutant children. To keep them connected to society, he had arranged for teachers in various subjects to come and teach. The academy was now under complete lockdown. An electric fence and surveillance equipment surrounded the campus, and Xiao Lin had further disrupted the space around the school with spatial marker stones. Only he could use the set teleportation beacons. No one else could use spatial abilities to enter or leave. Supplies were delivered regularly by designated personnel. The mutant children didn't mind this kind of management. It was far better than being treated as monsters in the outside world. The experiments in Hydra's labs had left them with deep psychological scars. Of course, the cleaners, chefs, and some basic subject teachers were also not allowed to leave. They could only make video calls under supervision. Since one of the mutant children had the ability to erase memories, there was no fear of leaking any secrets. All these measures were to ensure the school's secrecy. With generous benefits and excellent treatment, no one felt dissatisfied. After asking for directions, Xiao Lin found Logan by the pool, puffing on a cigar, lost in thought. "Logan," Xiao Lin called out. When Logan turned around, Xiao Lin continued, "How about going out for some kebab? A big spender's treating." "I'm in. Count me in." Before Logan could reply, a transparent head popped up from the pool. It was Dana, the little girl with the watery powers. "What are you doing here?" The sudden appearance of someone in the water startled Xiao Lin. He hadn't noticed at all that someone was hiding beneath the surface. "Are you spying on your teacher, Logan?" Dana's face, almost translucent, showed an embarrassed expression. If she weren't in her current aqueous form, Xiao Lin thought her cheeks would surely be blazing red. Logan spoke sternly, "Dana, get to class. If you skip again, you'll be scrubbing toilets as punishment." Upon hearing Logan's words, she stuck out her tongue, turned around to make a playful face, and then dashed off in a flash. Xiao Lin, still surprised, asked, "Logan, can her ability really transform anything into water molecules?" "No, at least not yet. For now, she can only turn things she's had long-term contact with into water," Logan replied. "Anyway, enough talk. Let's go. I'm starting to get hungry." Dana's powers were indeed formidable. Physical attacks were virtually useless against her, and she was remarkably good at hiding herself. Logan slipped on his clothes and said, "Let's be on our way." Passing through the gate of death, the two of them arrived at Xiao Lin's villa, hopped into a sports car, and headed toward Manhattan, New York. "Hey, Lin, you're here." As soon as he saw Xiao Lin, Tony walked over and gave him a hug. "Let me introduce you. This is Phil Coulson, Reed Richards, and this lovely lady is Natasha Romanoff." As expected, Tony had called him over for a reason. With 2 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and a member of the Fantastic Four present, there was definitely something brewing. "No need for introductions. I've met them all," Xiao Lin said, pointing at Logan. "And this is my friend, John Logan." "Oh my God, it's Tony Stark." Before Tony could say anything, 2 women's excited voices rang out. They dashed over like the wind. "Wait for me," one of them exclaimed, hurrying over to the counter to borrow a pen from the server. "Tony, sign here for me," she said eagerly. "Me too," the other woman chimed in, both of them excitedly pointing to their collars. "All right, no problem." Tony could never say no to a beautiful woman's request. After signing, he glanced at everyone watching him and, with a hint of pride, said, "What can I say? I'm just always this popular." At his words, everyone couldn't help but shoot him a look of mock disdain. "Waiter, bring out all the barbecue," Xiao Lin said, his appetite growing at the sight and smell of the sizzling dishes. "Tony, you didn't invite me here just for barbecue, did you?" "Lin, the reason I called you," Tony began, only to be stopped by Coulson's raised hand. "Tony, let's talk about it later. This isn't the place." Seeing their air of secrecy, Xiao Lin couldn't help but wonder if Fury was once again trying to recruit him for the Avengers. An hour later, everyone had finished eating. Tony spoke up. "Reed, Lin, actually it's not me who wants to see you, it's Coulson. He has something he'd like to discuss with you both." Seeing that Lin seemed to have business to attend to, Logan said, "Lin, I'll head back on my own then. Mr. Logan, you can come along as well if you like." "Me?" Logan pointed to himself, a little puzzled. Coulson smiled and replied, "Yes, that's right." From Coulson's expression, Lin could already tell he was up to something. On the surface, Coulson appeared to be a friendly and peaceful man, but in truth he was shrewd and calculating. As an agent, he was absolutely first-rate, and that was precisely why Fury would one day feel comfortable entrusting S.H.I.E.L.D. to him. "All right then, let's go," Lin said. Neither Reed nor Lin had any objections. They were both quite curious about what this was all about. This was Lin's third time visiting Stark Tower. The massive reactor on the first floor had been damaged in the last big battle, but by now, it had already been repaired. Compared to before, the place was much livelier now. People from all over the United States had come to negotiate power transmission deals, filling the halls with activity. Tony had once again proven his genius to everyone. Even without his military division, his company remained the most profitable in the business. Just as they were about to step into the elevator, a voice called out behind them, "Tony Stark." They turned around and saw a bald, one-eyed black man standing there. Tony asked, "And who might you be?" "Hello, I'm the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury." Tony turned to Coulson and asked, "Hey, Coulson, is this your boss?" Coulson answered, "Yes, Tony. From here on, I'll let our director take over the conversation." "I thought you were the one in charge today," Tony quipped. Coulson offered a slightly embarrassed smile. Glancing at the bustling lobby, Fury said, "Let's head upstairs to talk." Taking the elevator, the group arrived at the very top floor of Stark Tower, where the entire city of New York stretched out before them. "Director Fury, what's the reason you called for me?" Reed asked. "I have an experiment scheduled for this afternoon. S.H.I.E.L.D. is about to construct a new airborne carrier, and we'll need your expertise." Reed looked incredulous. "Director Fury, getting an aircraft carrier that size to fly might be possible, but it won't be easy. Plus, the energy demands will be enormous." Fury replied, "Tony has a way to handle that." Turning to Tony, he continued, "Tony, your father's anti-gravity technology, coupled with your large-scale arc reactor, shouldn't that be enough to solve the problem?" Tony answered without a moment's hesitation, "No problem. Just one of the large arc reactors I built could power half a state. Keeping an aircraft carrier floating in the sky, that's a piece of cake. But if they've gathered these people to construct a flying aircraft carrier, then why did they call him here?" "Fury, I'm just an academic underachiever. Building a massive air carrier isn't exactly something I can help with." Fury looked at Xiao Lin and said, "I need to purchase a batch of weapons from you. Sonic palm cannons and sonic tanks. We've ordered weapons from Hammer Industries before, but their products simply don't meet our requirements. Hammer Industries, that arms company, lacks top-tier talent and core technology. Most of what they make are mediocre weapons at best. If not for their connections in the government and the military, they'd be nothing more than a small-time operation." It seemed Fury had recognized the power of their weapons now. In the past, they simply couldn't supply more arms and ammunition. But recently, thanks to the principle of the electrostatic aggregator, they'd managed to develop a new power source that could replace the elemental energy blocks. Though its operation time was much shorter, it still helped make up for the energy shortage. This deal was a tremendous boost for Azeroth Technologies, bringing them one step closer to becoming the world's largest arms dealer. "That's no problem at all. I'm sure you've already seen the weapons General Ross ordered from us. That's just one matter. There's something else I'd like to discuss with you." Fury accepted a laptop from Coulson. "Recently, we've run into a number of incidents that ordinary agents simply can't handle." Fury played a video. Take this, for example. A volunteer vigilante in New York City, swinging through the streets dressed like a spider. He's got heightened senses and remarkable strength. Our agents have tried tailing him several times, but he always detects them. He hasn't done anything wrong so far, but who's to say what might happen in the future? "Spider-Man," Xiao Lin almost blurted out. One of the three great wisecrackers of Marvel. He never expected to see him here in this world. The footage continued, shifting to a striking woman cloaked in red flames, with a silver-haired man at her side. Xiao Lin recognized them at once. They were none other than Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. These are two individuals with special abilities. One can influence and control the minds of others, and the other moves with incredible speed. Just then, a chime echoed in Xiao Lin's mind. The system's notification sounded, "Mission issued. Difficulty A. Invite Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver to X Academy before S.H.I.E.L.D. does. Reward, 8,000 exchange points." At last, a new mission. He wondered what had happened. Judging by their appearance, the two of them looked a little down on their luck. But he had no idea where the two of them were, which made this mission rather troublesome. The last image showed a strange, humanoid creature being held in a prison cell. Standing nearby, Fury said, "This is an alien." All this time, Xiao Lin had been having people search for traces of scrolls, never expecting they would show up right inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Seeing the skeptical looks on everyone's faces, Fury continued, "As a government official, it's not my job to deceive you. He calls himself a Skrull. He's a shapeshifter who can become anyone he chooses. What you've seen so far are just a few we managed to uncover. There may be even more unusual individuals or creatures hiding among us." Reed asked, "So what do you want us to do? Track them all down and wipe them out?" "No," Fury replied. "I've already identified the spider's real identity and have sent people to make contact with him. We've caught the Skrull, And we've got agents tailing that man and woman as well. The reason I've called you here is to ask you to form an Avengers team, so that when these threats endanger our people and our government, you'll be there to help us stop them. Reed shook his head in refusal. I already have a team, and I don't think any of them would want to join yours. As Fury turned his gaze on him, Xiao Lin spoke up. I'll say it again. I'm not joining any organization. And what about you, Logan? Fury asked. Logan found it strange that this unfamiliar black man knew his name. He answered, I'll have to say no as well. I'm a teacher at a school now. I don't have time to be running around outside. Coulson couldn't help but chime in. Isn't saving lives and fighting evil more important than teaching at school? Logan shook his head. I'm not interested in saving lives. Noticing the solid muscle on Logan's arm, Tony asked, Are you a PE teacher? Logan was momentarily at a loss for words. Something like that. The string of refusals left the atmosphere awkward and heavy. Natasha, who had been quietly standing aside, finally spoke up. So, right now, our Avengers are just 3 people, a billionaire, little chick, and me? Fury saw that there was no convincing them further. All he could say was, I hope that, when the time comes, you'll be willing to help us. Fury pulled out his phone and made a call. Not long after, a Quinjet appeared in the distance and flew toward them. Coulson, Natasha, and Fury boarded the jet and left the area. Meanwhile, in the skies above the outskirts of New York, a vessel unlike anything built by human hands soared silently, unnoticed by any radar on the ground. General Carl Rutt, our people are all in position. The president of Azeroth Technologies is currently in the Capitol building in America. This is the perfect opportunity to put our plan into action. Only by fully demonstrating our abilities will he agree to cooperate with us and give us what we want. Very well. Carl Rutt gave a satisfied nod to his strategist. But just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by the pilot at the front of the ship. General, we're running low on power. Carl Rutt's face darkened with annoyance. Didn't we just get a batch of energy cells from General Ross? Well, the energy density in those cells isn't as high as we expected. We're going to need more. Damn it. We need to secure more energy cells suitable for our use as soon as possible. At that moment, only 3 people remained on the rooftop of Stark Tower. Xiao Lin turned to Tony and asked, Tony, did you swap out the reactor in your chest? That's right. I synthesized a new element and replaced the original palladium. That solved my palladium poisoning problem. Tony's mood was clearly lifted as he spoke about it. It seemed he had missed a spectacular battle, and Fury, giving Tony the information about the new element, had saved his life. Perhaps that was why Tony agreed to join the Avengers. Or maybe it was because Fury had promised to let him lead the team. Lin, I'll head back now, Logan said. He had just wanted some fresh air, and now that things were calm, he was ready to leave. Xiao Lin followed suit and left as well. Tony had wanted to ask Xiao Lin about Azeroth Technologies. He was curious about what Fury had said, but seeing them turn to go, he decided to let the questions wait. On the way, Xiao Lin and Logan parted ways, and Xiao Lin was deep in thought about how to find Scarlet, Witch, and Quicksilver. Just then, Xiao Lin's phone rang. He glanced at the caller. It was Kingpin. Boss, there's something I need to report to you. What is it? The Skrulls have shown up at our weapons testing grounds. They want to see you. He hadn't managed to find them, yet they had come looking for him and wanted to meet. Their intentions were anyone's guess. All right, I'll be there right away. When Xiao Lin arrived at the testing site, he found it surrounded by base security personnel, each one gripping a weapon and aiming inside, their faces a mix of excitement and fear. Aliens were something they'd only ever seen in movies. Now, they were about to witness it with their own eyes. In the center of the field sat a small spacecraft, the same one that had appeared at Vanguard Technologies not long ago. Boss. Kingpin walked over from the side. Xiao Lin watched him closely and suddenly sensed that something was amiss. As soon as the boss arrived, the guards quickly stepped aside, clearing a path. Inside, Xiao Lin once again saw those green-skinned people with long ears. What brings you here? I've come to negotiate a deal with you. A deal? Xiao Lin asked in disbelief. What do you want from us, and what do you plan to offer in exchange? We want the technology you use to manufacture energy blocks. In return, we can help your people enter Congress and run for office. You should know we have the power to make that happen. I'm curious, Xiao Lin mused. If you're so capable, able to change your appearance, why not just become the president of the United States? Wouldn't it make it easier to get whatever you want? That, I refused to answer. For some reason that could not be explained, the Skrull before him fell silent. Although their offer was very tempting, Xiao Lin had already decided not to accept. He had just realized that the man beside him, Jean Bing, was not the real one. There was not the faintest trace of death's aura about him. He must be a Skrull in disguise. After a brief telepathic exchange with the real Jean Bing, Xiao Lin confirmed his suspicion. Without warning, Xiao Lin swung his fist at the fake Jin Bing, knocking him to the ground. Skrull, you can drop the act. General, the other Skrulls called out anxiously. Clutching his aching stomach, Carlrut said, Impossible. How did you see through my transformation? They had always been supremely confident in their shape-shifting abilities. After all, it was the very skill that allowed them to survive in this universe. The nearby guards were dumbfounded by what they saw. Was their boss really an alien in disguise? Xiao Lin started walking toward the Skrull spaceship. Don't bother asking. You're in no position to bargain with me. We'll talk aboard your ship. Inside the ship, the Skrulls eyed Xiao Lin nervously. They had all witnessed him single-handedly destroy Murdoch's base and kill him. Xiao Lin wasn't about to reveal everything. I can provide you with enough energy blocks, but first you must follow my orders. I think you're aware that, within the company, only Wilson and I know this secret. Realizing that his disguise was useless against Xiao Lin, General Carlrut could only nod helplessly. Fine, but in return, you must give me enough energy to power the ship. No later than 2 years from now. No problem. You're probably aware that our energy block output isn't sufficient, and right now, we also have to supply the military and shield. Xiao Lin agreed. 2 years would be enough for him to develop. On his own, and by then, he'd no longer need their abilities. For now, the most important thing was for Kingpin to gain a seat in Congress. After all this time and effort, there hadn't been any progress at all. By the way, do you have any infiltrators inside S.H.I.E.L.D.? Xiao Lin suddenly remembered the mission concerning Scarlet, Witch, and Quicksilver. We do. One of ours is already blended in as a level 7 agent. Skrulls, if they stayed transformed for too long, risked exposing themselves, since they could only mimic appearances and not inherit memories. So they killed an inconspicuous S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, completed a few missions under his identity, and managed to get promoted. I need you to help me find 2 people. Both of them are currently being tracked by S.H.I.E.L.D. All right, I'll give you his contact information. Suddenly, Xiao Lin asked, Does this ship of yours have any weapons? No, this is just an ordinary reconnaissance vessel, and it doesn't even have enough energy to power up. After dealing with the situation here, Xiao Lin brought over a mutant from the school, someone who could erase memories from ordinary people, and wiped all recollection of today's event from the minds of the guards on site. This matter couldn't be allowed to leak out yet. The Skrulls had to remain hidden. No one else could know about this. No one except himself. A few months ago, after Xiao Lin stormed Hydra's underground base, something happened. Scarlet Witch, Wanda, and Quicksilver, Pietro, defected from Hydra. Their failure to defend the base, and the loss of all the mutants, especially the key experimental subjects, drove Baron Zemo into a furious rage. One time, when Wanda accidentally glimpsed Zemo's thoughts, she realized he believed they deliberately helped the enemy, letting those mutants escape, and then killed everyone inside the base. So Zemo planned to secretly restrain them, interrogate them for the whereabouts of the rescued mutants, and even intended to use them as new test subjects. In reality, all these events had been orchestrated by Xiao Lin. When he left, he'd cast a plague on the few remaining Hydra members, causing them all to die within hours. After the death of their foster parents, it was Baron Zemo who brought Wanda and Pietro to Hydra and raised them, so they'd always held a deep respect for him. Though heartbroken this time, Wanda persuaded Pietro not to kill Baron Zemo. The two simply left. Wanda, someone's following us again. They're right downstairs. There's a lot of them. Should we just take them out? Pietro grumbled, flipping through an ID badge he'd snatched from one of the agents tailing them, his irritation barely contained. Lately, they'd been on the run, darting from place to place to shake off both Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Try as they might, they could never truly escape, and Pietro's patience was wearing thin. Just ignore them, Wanda replied. They had no idea Hydra had already surrounded the area. Those agents lurking below were actually Hydra operatives embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. As fate would have it, the agent the Skrulls had chosen to impersonate was one of Hydra's own, which meant Xiao Lin was tipped off about the capture. At that very moment, Xiao Lin sat in a cafe, observing the siblings in the inn across the street. Through his senses, he noticed a faint green mist slowly enveloping that side of the street. Could that be a mutant suppressant serum? What's going on? Pietro was the first to notice something was wrong. His super speed was faltering, dwindling by the second. Panic crept into his voice. This is bad. It's an X-gene suppression agent. We need to get out of here. Wanda cried out, frustrated by her own sluggish reactions. Scarlet wisps of chaos magic flickered in her hands, and with a gesture, she dissolved the window into nothing. We have to get out now. She realized the threat closing in. Too many hostile agents for comfort. The quiet town, sparsely populated to begin with, was now crawling with armed operatives. Suddenly, gunfire shattered the air. Chaos erupted among the townsfolk. Many hadn't even realized what was happening before they fell to the ground, lifeless. Xiao Lin watched the turmoil unfold outside. Clearly, Hydra was taking the twins' defection seriously. They deployed so many agents, it seemed unlikely that anyone in the town would survive the night. Fire. Hydra's agents cared nothing for civilian lives. The street was soon filled with screams of agony and terror. Over there. Surround them. Pietro, you're bleeding. Wanda gasped, spotting blood on her brother's foot. Panic flickered across her face. Despite their hardships, the siblings had always relied on their powers and never truly feared injury. I'm fine. I can still run, Pietro insisted. A shrill whistle split the air. A missile arced toward Wanda. She reacted just in time, chaos magic flaring as she caught it, halting its descent and gradually unraveling it. But Wanda could feel her strength waning. Her chaos magic, a gift from the demon Thon, was only fully accessible thanks to her X-gene. The suppressant didn't rob her of her powers entirely, but it was enough to blunt her edge. This time, Hydra had gone all out. The entire town was surrounded, and not a single soul could escape. Baron Zemo, we've already lost a great number of soldiers. We can't hold them off much longer. Should we keep attacking? Continue. Zemo's voice was laced with frustration. His experiment was on the verge of success. Soon, he would be able to conduct human X-gene activation trials. Yet, at this critical moment, the mutant essential to the experiment had been rescued. Without that initial subject, he would have to start the experiment from scratch. If this small force still can't capture them, of course I have outside help. For now, we need to wear them down. When they're exhausted, someone else will step in and seize them. I must interrogate them and find out where the escaped mutants are hiding. Wanda, you should run, Pietro urged her. One of his legs was completely immobilized, and under the effects of the suppressant, his super speed had all but vanished. He didn't want to become a burden to his sister. No, Wanda refused him without hesitation. Seeing him struggle, she used her chaos magic to take control of his movements, dragging him along as she moved forward. As they made their way through the town, Hydra agents were everywhere. Wanda had never imagined Baron Zemo would muster such a formidable force. After she had taken down dozens of Hydra operatives, she found herself utterly exhausted and had to stop in her tracks. Xiao Lin followed cautiously behind, carefully evading the Hydra agents. He was waiting for the perfect moment to rescue the siblings, hoping that by doing so he could more easily recruit them to his own Xavier's Academy. Watching Hydra's relentless assault, Xiao Lin couldn't help but marvel in disbelief. Baron Zemo was only one of Hydra's many leaders, yet he could mobilize such a massive operation. If Wanda hadn't been hindered by having to support someone, she could have flown away long ago. Now, she was forced to stay put, fending off attacks to protect them both. Cease fire. At Baron Zemo's command, every Hydra agent stopped their assault at once. Zemo turned to a figure cloaked in black by his side and said, "It's your turn now, Dr. Zola." "Don't worry. Her powers have no effect on me." The one called Dr. Zola replied in a mechanical voice. He threw off his cloak, revealing a gleaming metal body beneath. Once the most trusted scientist of Red Skull, the head of Hydra, Dr. Zola was considered a founding member of the organization. But with Red Skull's disappearance, Zola's status had plummeted. Though a genius in the fields of biochemistry and robotics, his experiments required vast sums of money. This time, he was helping Baron Zemo primarily to secure the funding he needed for his research. He was determined to create an even more formidable mechanical body. Besides that, he had an even stronger desire to find the Red Skull. Xiao Lin also noticed the android, but no matter how hard he searched his memory, he couldn't figure out who this person was. "Haha, little lady, just come with me quietly. If you do, you and your brother will be safe. Otherwise, if I have to do things the hard way, things could turn deadly. So, you're going to take us back, and then turn us into test subjects for Hydra, like all the other mutants?" "That, I can't say for sure. Wanda, I must admit, I'm quite fascinated by your ability to control other people's minds. You know, I'm something of an expert in that field myself." Watching Dr. Zola ramble on, Baron Zemo grew impatient and called out, "Dr. Zola, what are you doing? Stop wasting time and deal with them. If Fury finds out something's wrong here, we'll be in trouble. I don't need you telling me what to do." Dr. Zola shot him a fierce glare. Though he was grateful that Zemo's father, the original Baron of Evil, had introduced him to Hydra, he found Zemo's tone intolerable. How dare he give him orders? Suddenly, a sharp, sizzling beam shot from Dr. Zola's mechanical eyes. At that moment, Wanda released her hold over Pietro's body. Seeing the laser fired their way, the quick-witted Pietro shoved Wanda aside, and the two barely managed to dodge the attack. The burning beam left a charred scar across the ground where they had stood. Up to this point, Xiao Lin realized he couldn't afford to wait any longer. If the siblings were captured, his trip today would have been in vain, and the mission would only become harder to complete in the future. Just as he was about to draw his weapon, Xiao Lin paused. He was now a formidable boss with loyal followers. There was no need to do everything himself. Besides, the Death Knight and Abomination had trained at Xavier's school long enough. It was time to see some real action. As the aura of death swelled around Xiao Lin, a portal glowing with a violet light suddenly opened in the middle of the battlefield between Wanda and Dr. Zola. Everyone froze in shock. Both Dr. Zola and Wanda stopped fighting, eyeing Abomination Blonsky warily as he stepped through the portal. He glanced around at the Hydra agents surrounding him, a predatory gleam in his eyes. A born warrior, his blood was boiling with excitement. "Blonsky, take care of that robot for me." "Yes, master." Raph, receiving Xiao Lin's command, he let out a guttural roar. His body swelled, splitting open his jacket as the once muscled man transformed into a giant over 4 meters tall. Before his transformation, Abomination's skin was a dull brown. Now, under the influence of blood energy, it had turned a livid crimson. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot as he charged at Dr. Zola, leaving deep footprints in the ground with every step. Seeing him rush forward, Dr. Zola let out a strange cry. The jet engines on his feet erupted with pale blue flames, lifting him into the air. He intended to launch his attack from above. But he had only flown a few dozen meters when he saw Abomination, like a human cannonball, shatter the ground beneath his feet and shoot into the air like an arrow. Abomination seized Dr. Zola's legs and hurled him downward with tremendous force. A thunderous crash followed, sending a cloud of dust billowing up and obscuring everyone's vision. Baron Zemo felt a sense of dread at the scene before him. Where did this monster come from? Its attacks were so powerful, and it had suddenly appeared out of what looked like a portal. "Attack!" Zemo barked, seeing Abomination advancing step by step toward Dr. Zola. He quickly ordered his men to open fire. A hail of bullets forced Abomination back several steps. A shield of blood. A shield formed from bloody energy absorbed most of the damage for him, but still made his skin itch and crawl, an unbearable sensation. "You insects, I'm going to crush you all." Enraged by the Hydra agent's bullets, Abomination lunged at them, completely ignoring his original target, Dr. Zola. "Idiot, take care of that robot first." Whether this was Abomination's usual nature or not, right now, he was like a powder keg. Whoever provoked him, he attacked. He was nothing more than a mindless beast. Dr. Zola, struggling to his feet, worked to straighten his metal head. The impact a moment ago had twisted his neck. Luckily, this was just a robotic body. Any ordinary person would have died on spot. Back on his feet, Dr. Zola furiously adjusted the output of his ocular lasers, firing a beam of red light even thicker than before at Abomination. A pained roar escaped Abomination as he felt the searing energy. He dodged to the side, but the laser tracked him relentlessly, burning his skin. He snatched up an unfortunate bystander and, turning, used the person as a shield. In no time, the poor soul was reduced to a charred husk. Abomination possessed great strength and formidable resistance to physical blows, but he couldn't conjure an anti-magic shield, and his magical resistance was low. As a result, magical and pure energy attacks inflicted significant damage on him. This made it impossible for Abomination to end the fight quickly. Wanda and Pietro, seeing that the rampaging monster wasn't attacking them, let out a sigh of relief. "Wanda, let's get out of here now." The Scarlet Witch nodded in agreement. The two of them began to quietly slip away to the side. Dr. Zola and Baron Zemo, battered and distracted, didn't even notice. "Hey, you two!" Xiao Lin suddenly sprang out from the side and blocked their path. Pietro and Wanda looked utterly desperate. They immediately recognized the man before them as the same Chinese man they'd encountered last time at the base. Given their current condition, they knew they were no match for him. "Relax, I'm not here to capture you," Xiao Lin hurried to explain. He glanced over the two and couldn't help but notice how miserable they looked. Pietro's foot was soaked in blood, while Wanda's face was deathly pale, her once beautiful, fiery red hair now matted with dust. "So what do you want from us?" "I'd like to invite you to join my Xavier Academy. What do you think? And what if I refuse?" Wanda only wanted to find a quiet little town with a brother and live a peaceful life. Besides, what on earth was this Xavier Academy? Xiao Lin pointed to the distance, where Abomination was still fighting Dr. Zola. "See that guy over there? He's a new recruit of mine. What do you think of his strength? Are you threatening us?" Wanda and Pietro glared at Xiao Lin, their brows knit in anger. A surge of chaos magic gathered in Wanda's palm, ready to strike at a moment's notice. "No, that's not what I meant," Xiao Lin quickly corrected himself. "The academy I founded is a school for mutants, a place for people like you. I really think you'd fit in." You must know the humans are always afraid of those who are different and stronger than themselves. While Wanda weighed her future, the battle on the other side was also reaching its conclusion. Abomination seized Dr. Zola by the leg and slammed him left and right against the ground. Metal parts clattered and scattered everywhere, leaving Zola helpless to fight back. Baron Zemo saw that Dr. Zola was no match, and that their weapons couldn't pierce Abomination's defenses. He had no choice but to call for his men and prepare to retreat. Get the transport ready. We're pulling out. Everyone knew they stood no chance against the monster before them. The HYDRA agents hurriedly escorted their leader onto a plane, leaving Dr. Zola to his punishment without a second glance. Though Zemo managed to escape, a number of Hydra operatives remained to maintain the blockade, preventing the townspeople from fleeing. BZT stop. After the prolonged beating, Dr. Zola's voice module was damaged, emitting mostly static and garbled sounds. I surrender. Abomination completely ignored him, lost in a fit of rage and exhilaration. Dr. Zola was beaten so badly that one of his cybernetic eyes had fallen out, his arm was broken, and his metal body was battered and dented. I'll find you again. I will have my revenge. Before he could finish his sentence, Abomination tore him in half, leaving nothing but a pile of scrap metal sparking with electricity. Glancing around, Abomination realized that everyone else had vanished, so he trudged toward Xiao Lin, his interest already fading. What they didn't know was that Dr. Zola hadn't truly died. This was just one of his many bodies. He was able to freely transfer his consciousness and escape any danger. However, Dr. Zola was a bit different from Ultron. He couldn't exist in the digital network. When his robotic body was destroyed, he would simply move his consciousness into another backup body. Each of these backup bodies contained something called a consciousness register, which was somewhat like a lich's phylactery. Xiao Lin had also noticed the battle had ended. Suddenly, he saw a white, spectral form drifting out from the ruined robot. He didn't know that the robot was Dr. Zola, and found it rather odd. Did robots have souls too? Meanwhile, in Dr. Zola's laboratory, a robot stored in the warehouse suddenly powered up, its eyes glowing a deep red. Activating consciousness program. Reboot initiated. Calibrating body balance and coordination. Gradually, Dr. Zola's consciousness awakened. He sat up and unplugged the cables attached to him. Zemo. Dr. Zola connected a call to Baron Zemo. I've done all I could this time. I expect you to transfer the funds to my account immediately. Dr. Zola, you actually made it out alive? Hearing this, Dr. Zola's temper flared. You all abandoned me and ran, leaving one of my bodies destroyed. You'll have to compensate me. Baron Zemo, unconcerned with money, replied, No problem. If I need your help again, I'll be in touch. There won't be a next time. I'm out of time. I need to start building my latest steel body. Don't bother me. Beep, beep, beep. Dr. Zola hung up before Zemo could answer. Baron Zemo could only sigh and dial again. What now, Zemo? I know you secretly gained control of weapons in that military base near the town. I want you to bomb the town with missiles, or you won't see a single cent from me. Damn it. How did you find out about that? Dr. Zola snapped, clearly annoyed. Suddenly, a red alert blared in a military base more than 50 kilometers from the town. What's going on? The general rushed into the control room, confusion in his voice. General, someone's hacking our computers. What? The general roared in fury. Our network is internal. How could someone hack us? Is there a traitor among us? They saw that all the missile silos had opened, and inside, one missile after another began to ignite. Watching the missiles shoot into the sky, the general broke out in a cold sweat. He was certain this was the end for him. Hurry, find out where the missiles are going to land. The programmer's fingers danced across the keyboard. Then he reported, General, the impact point is in Morristown. It's a remote little town. Not many people live there. Hearing this, the general couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although he knew he'd still have to face a court-martial, at least things wouldn't be quite as disastrous. So, have you made up your minds? Before Wanda could respond, she felt the ground begin to tremble beneath her feet, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The group looked up toward one end of the town, only to see a massive smokestack crashing down in the distance, while rows of missiles screamed down from the sky. Damn, why are there so many missiles? Xiao Lin quickly activated the Gate of Death, and before anyone could react, he shoved them all through. His first thought was that this had to be the work of Hydra. Only they would be this reckless, this utterly unhinged. But where had Hydra gotten hold of so many missiles? Didn't the American government notice that terrorists had seized such an arsenal? Caught completely off guard, Wanda and Pietro were swept through the Gate of Death, and when they came to their senses, they found themselves inside an office. As Xiao Lin and Abomination followed them in, Wanda eyed them warily and asked, Where are we? This is the X Academy, Xiao Lin said, wiping sweat from his brow. Thank goodness they'd escaped in time. He knew he wouldn't have come to real harm, but still, it would have been a mess. Come outside with me for a look around. I think you'll like it here. Oh, wait a moment. Noticing Pietro's injured foot, Xiao Lin picked up the phone. Send Cece to my office, please. A few minutes later, there was a knock at the office door. Come in. Wanda and Pietro watched as a teenage girl entered. They recognized her from the time she'd been used as a test subject. Principal, but when she spotted Wanda and Pietro, she tensed up immediately, glaring at them as she demanded, Principal, why are these two bad people here? Xiao Lin realized that seeing them must have brought back painful memories of her time imprisoned at the Hydra base. Don't be nervous, Cece. I only asked you to come so you can help treat his foot injury. I refuse. Xiao Lin felt a wave of awkwardness and could only try to reassure her. Don't worry, they're mutants too. They're not with those bad people anymore. After much persuasion, he finally managed to calm her down, and she agreed to help treat Pietro's injured leg. A golden glow appeared in her hand, shining upon Pietro's legs, and his wounds began to heal at an astonishing speed. Thank you so much. She pretended not to hear Pietro's words of gratitude, turned around, and left quietly without bidding farewell to anyone. Xiao Lin led Wanda and Pietro down the school corridor. At that moment, the mutant students were attending their chemistry class. Watching those young faces, Wanda and Pietro felt as if they had traveled back in time, returned to the days when they themselves were just students. How long had it been since their lives were normal? Ever since their powers were discovered and they were taken away by Hydra. I agreed to join the X Academy. Pietro spoke first, then turned to Wanda. What about you, Wanda? Wanda nodded in response, then asked, so what will we do here? Are we supposed to be students? No, the Academy needs you as teachers. Right now, Logan was the only mutant teacher at X Academy, and they were short-staffed. Xiao Lin had no doubt that, with Wanda and Pietro's abilities and Logan's support, they would have no trouble maintaining order among the students. Logan. Xiao Lin called out to Logan, who was just about to return to his room. He introduced them. This is Wanda and Pietro. You may have met before. They're mutants too. From now on, they'll be part of the X Academy. Seeing Wanda triggered a memory for Logan. He recalled the time he went to rescue those mutant children. He hadn't even figured out what was happening before he found himself knocked out cold on the ground. That had definitely been his most humiliating moment. System task completed. Rescue and recruit the Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver to X Academy. Reward, 7,000 exchange points. At that moment, the bell signaling the end of class rang. Xiao Lin asked Logan to take Wanda and Pietro into the classroom. The moment Wanda and Pietro entered, the classroom erupted in excitement. Logan furrowed his brow and roared, Quiet, all of you. His words carried enough authority. The noisy classroom instantly fell silent. A burly boy named Roth couldn't help but stand up and ask, Mr. Logan, why are they here? Logan didn't know the full story behind any past grievances. All he could say was, I don't know what happened between you before, but from now on, they'll be your teachers. The principal and I will make sure you're safe here. The mutant students exchanged uneasy glances, uncertain what to say. These days had truly been the happiest in their lives. No fear, no anxiety, with warm beds and delicious food. They didn't want to lose this haven. Seeing the looks on the students' faces, Wanda and Pietro couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Back at the Hydra base, they had deliberately numbed themselves, turning a blind eye to the inhumane experiments taking place within those walls. Sometimes, Wanda and Pietro had even helped subdue the mutants who broke free from their restraints. Now, looking back, they couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Triskelion headquarters, Coulson stood outside Director Fury's office and knocked on the door. Come in. Director, our agents have reported that the two mutants we were tracking have disappeared. The news gave Fury a headache. He'd originally hoped to recruit those two mutants into the Avengers, which was why he'd sent his best, Agent Grant Ward, to tail them. Yet, even then, they had slipped through the cracks. Actually, Fury had gathered information on the mutants from the Ancient One. Those files described certain events from the Second World War that had led to the near extinction of mutants. In truth, there was something else occupying Fury's mind. Just yesterday, weapons from a military base had been hijacked and used to annihilate a small town. No distress signal had been transmitted from the site, which, in a way, was a blessing. It kept the incident from igniting a firestorm online. Otherwise, the government would be facing a major crisis. Although the general responsible had already been taken into custody, the mess had landed squarely in Fury's lap. The World Security Council was demanding a thorough investigation, fearing the catastrophic consequences if nuclear weapons ever fell into terrorist hands. Suddenly, Fury remembered the mutant's ability to control the minds of others. He wondered if she might somehow be connected to the missile launch incident. Leave this matter to me for now. I'll handle it. Meanwhile, in another Hydra base, Baron Zemo recalled the trackers he'd planted on Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. The only reason he'd found them so quickly this time was thanks to those devices. Perhaps he could find them again now. Lord Zemo, we've located them. They're in Westchester, just outside New York. On the computer screen, 2 glowing red dots marked the trackers' positions. So they had escaped after all. Zemo had never expected to kill that monster, Scarlet Witch, and Quicksilver with a missile strike, but he hadn't thought they'd reach New York so quickly. The small town they'd left was more than 1,000 kilometers away. Still, it was good news. This time, though, he resolved to be more cautious. Their supply of gene-suppressing serum was running low. It would take considerable time to replenish it. Baron Zemo rose and addressed his subordinates. Good. Send a team to scout the area, but make sure not to reveal their identities. Understood, sir. Soon, Hydra's reconnaissance squad set out on their mission. This time, Baron Zemo only dispatched a single squad. They slipped quietly into the woods near Winchester. Hurry, 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 stay alert. The squad leader clutched a tablet in his hands, tracking their target's location as they moved. After a while, they came upon a sprawling complex of buildings ahead. From where he stood, the captain could see barbed wire strung along the tall perimeter walls, and it looked as though the wires might even carry a high voltage. Thinking it over, he pulled out a miniature drone and sent it buzzing toward the buildings. Peering through the drone's camera, he spotted many children inside one of the buildings, and the Scarlet Witch was there as well. He dared not let the drone get too close to her, so he kept it weaving between structures, gathering what footage he could. Lord Zemo, we've found the target. She's inside one of the buildings, with a group of children. Patch the video through to me, Zemo ordered. Yes, sir. When Zemo saw the feed, his eyes widened in shock. All the mutants who had escaped from their base months ago were gathered there. But most crucially, number 10 was among them. The key to artificially creating mutants. The prospect of recovering what he'd lost filled him with a surge of excitement. This time, you won't get away. I'll bring every last one of you back. But as the moment passed, Zemo remembered that this was New York. If a battle broke out, the military and S.H.I.E.L.D. would arrive in no time. He'd already suffered heavy losses and couldn't spare many more men. Perhaps it was time for Congressman Kelly to act. He gave the squad leader his orders. Record as much video as you can, especially when they use their powers. Then return immediately. Baron Zemo resolved to have Congressman Kelly leak information about the mutants to the American government, exaggerating their threat to society, so the military would move in to eliminate them. After all Zemo really needed was number 10's corpse to continue his experiments. Kelly, come to me. There's something I need you to take care of. Kelly answered without hesitation. Understood, Lord Zemo. I'll be there at once. Upon arriving at Baron Zemo's base, Kelly was handed a USB drive. Give this to the president. Make sure he understands how dangerous these mutants are. I'm sure he'll send in the military. And remember, our own people must be in the task force. Bring me back number 10's body. I understand, Lord Zemo. Meanwhile, in the United States, the secretary knocked on the president's door. Once inside, he announced, Mr. President, Congressman Kelly would like to see you. The president looked up from his desk. Send him in. The president looked at Congressman Kelly, who had just walked up to him, and asked, What brings you here? If this is still about Mr. Stark and Azeroth, Technology's mech suits, there's no need to go over it again. We have no right to demand that a private company hand over its technological assets. No, Mr. President, that's not what I'm here about today. Kelly pulled a USB drive from his bag. There's a video on here, Mr. President. I think you should take a look at it first. The president, a bit puzzled, took the USB and plugged it into his laptop. The video showed a group of mutant children, the very footage secretly recorded by Hydra agents. The children were practicing their abilities, each display more unbelievable than the last. The president frowned and asked, Congressman Kelly, why are you showing me a clip from some sci-fi movie? I don't have time to waste on this. Congressman Kelly explained, Mr. President, this isn't a movie. Everything you're seeing is real. Our company's people stumbled on it by chance and managed to record it secretly. The president was skeptical. That's impossible. Why have we never heard about this before? The CIA, S.H.I.E.L.D., the military, none of them have ever reported anything like this to me. I don't believe your little pharmaceutical company could uncover something they all missed. Mr. President, these individuals are hiding out in a remote part of Westchester, New York. The area is dense with trees, so even satellites can't pick up what's happening there. I only found out by pure chance, Kelly replied, fabricating details rather than revealing anything about Hydra. Mr. President, these people are unpredictable. Their genes have mutated, granting them a variety of powers. We call them mutants. Just from the footage, you can see how strange their abilities are. Some can walk through walls, some can turn into water, others can fly. They're all quite young, and yet they've set up a base in hiding. Someone must be organizing them, probably for some nefarious purpose. The president asked, "Are they anything like that Spider-Man swinging all over New York?" Spider-Man, Peter Parker, had recently made quite a stir. Even Special Forces operatives couldn't match his agility or strength, and news of him had reached the president, even in BG. Hydra had also noticed Peter, though they hadn't acquired any information about him from Fury. The elusive Spider-Man had proved impossible for them to track down. Congressman Kelly explained, "No, Mr. President. From what we understand, mutants are born with a specific X gene mutation. Spider-Man isn't one of them. Besides, Spider-Man actually helps the police fight crime. But if those mutants are criminals, just imagine the consequences." He kept talking, but noticed the president was simply watching the footage, lost in thought, his expression unreadable. "Mr. President, what more is there to consider? Think about it. If someone organized these people with the intention of overthrowing the government or assassinating our officials, how could we possibly defend ourselves? So what do you think we should do?" the president asked. A dark glint flashed in Kelly's eyes as he replied, "We should send the military in and crush this threat before it grows. Stop the danger before it's too late." Looking at the mutated children in the video, the president hesitated. After all, they were just kids. Besides, what if the military suffered heavy losses against these mutants? "Go back for now. I'll give this some thought." "Very well, Mr. President." But before leaving, Congressman Kelly added, "We actually discovered them a few months ago. Recently, we've developed a drug that can temporarily suppress their abilities." The president hadn't immediately agreed to Kelly's plan, not just because he was reluctant to use military force against children, but mostly because he feared the military might not be able to eliminate all the mutants in one strike. That would leave them facing unpredictable risks. In truth, what he feared most was the possibility of mutants targeting him for assassination. "Wait." Kelly's words spurred the president to a decision. "Stay here for a moment. I'll have the Secretary of Defense and a few generals come in so we could discuss the specifics, how best to carry out an attack." Seeing the president finally come around to his suggestion, Congressman Kelly was elated. The president called in his secretary. "Go tell General Ross, General Stryker, and Secretary of Defense, Mr. Mon, to come to my office immediately." "Mr. President," the summoned officials said as they entered the Oval Office. "Take a look at this," the president said, turning his laptop around so they could see the screen. After everyone had watched the footage, they still seemed unsure of the president's intent. "This was filmed in Westchester, New York," the president explained. "These mutants pose a significant threat to our government. It appears they're preparing to launch an attack. I've decided to send in the military to wipe them out. What are your thoughts?" "Mr. President, is this source reliable?" "This is quite incredible," General Ross said, struggling to believe what he'd seen. Turning to Congressman Kelly, the president said, "Explain the situation to them." After Congressman Kelly's explanation, the others began to realize the gravity of the situation and came to believe what he was saying. In fact, they had all received reports about mutants before, but had always assumed it was just soldiers suffering from psychological issues and making things up. "Congressman Kelly, can you guarantee that your gene-suppressing agent is truly effective?" "Absolutely. We've already tested it." It didn't take long for them to agree to the operation. Since General Ross had other assignments, he only provided a portion of the personnel and weapons, while General Stryker would lead the operation and supply most of the troops. An inevitable conflict was about to unfold. This time, Xiao Lin's adversary was the United States government itself. Yet at that very moment, he was vacationing in the Hawaiian Islands out in the Pacific. On the beaches of Hawaii, Xiao Lin basked in the sun, watching bikini-clad women stroll by. Although he was a death knight with a dark affinity, he still enjoyed sunlight just as much as he always had. Though his skin was pale from the influence of deathly powers, his strong physique and the mysterious blue runes etched across his body, almost like tattoos, often drew lingering glances from the women passing by. Kingpin has secured a seat in Congress. Mission complete. Reward, 100,000 exchange points. The sudden chime of the system in his ear made Xiao Lin sit up with excitement. After all this time, he'd almost forgotten about those two long-running missions. He hadn't expected one to be completed just like that. Including his previous points, he now had 111,000 exchange points, more than enough to redeem all sorts of devastating weapons and advanced technologies from the world of Azeroth. Divine artifacts were out of reach, of course. Even the cheapest, Sulfuras, Hand of Ragnaros, cost 150,000, while his own Frostmourne would require 300,000 points. He needed to think carefully about what to exchange for next. Now that everyone had agreed on the operation, They began mobilizing troops and supplies as quickly as possible. But moving an army was not something that could be done in a short time. Even after the president gave the order, it took 2 days before all the supplies were finally transported to a small town near Westchester. General Stryker, I'm entrusting all these weapons and soldiers to you. Don't let me take too big a loss, especially not the tanks, General Ross said with lingering doubt, still feeling as if there was some kind of plot hidden in all this. Stryker replied with as much patience as he could muster. Don't worry. Congressman Kelly has arranged everything. Their gene-suppressing agents will be delivered soon. His keen interest in this operation stemmed from his fascination with the mutants. Much like the people of HYDRA, he wanted to study their abilities and turn them into weapons of his own. At this moment, Logan at the X Academy had no idea. Xiao Lin in Hawaii was equally unaware, and even Kingpin at the capital was oblivious. A war targeting the X Academy was about to erupt. To ordinary people, the powers of mutants seemed akin to placing a superweapon in the hands of a child. They allowed capitalists like Stark to possess armored suit technology only because he had a vested interest that aligned with the American government. That day, the residents of Westchester were startled to see tanks and armored vehicles rumbling down their streets. Whispers and speculation arose. Was there a military exercise happening nearby? Senator Kelly, is your gene suppressant ready? Senator Kelly's voice came through the phone. It's ready. Do you want me to deploy it now? Stryker asked. How long does your serum's effect last? About 4 hours. All right. I'll notify you as soon as possible. Stryker was anxious that the operation might be discovered, even though Senator Kelly had assured him that those people rarely ever left their base. At Stryker's command, heavily armed special forces charged into the woods, moving ahead of the main force to scout the situation. The generals had only told them that terrorists were hiding in the forest, plotting an attack, and that no one must be allowed to escape. After hours of marching, General Stryker at the front finally caught a glimpse of buildings looming in the distance. He notified Senator Kelly to prepare the gene suppressant for deployment. From the cockpit, the pilot peered down at the structures below and reported to Senator Kelly, "We've arrived at the target site. Should we begin dispersing the suppressant?" "Do it." On Senator Kelly's order, shells loaded with the gene suppressant were fired into the clouds. The sky, which had been shrouded in a dull gray, suddenly let down a fine drizzle. General Stryker, artificial rainfall completed. The suppressant has been deployed. This time, Baron Zemo had handed nearly all the gene suppressant they possessed to Senator Kelly. If this operation failed, there would be no chance to launch another attack of this scale. Excellent. Begin the assault. Stryker pressed the timer and, eyeing the imposing wall just ahead, gave a sweeping gesture for the special forces to fan out along the Academy's perimeter. Behind him, tanks and armored vehicles surged forward, crashing through trees in their path, thundering straight toward X Academy. Inside the Academy, students watched as a transport plane streaked across the sky, leaving a trail of gentle rain drifting down from above. Many were baffled. Why would a plane be seeding rain out here, in the middle of such a remote forest? Professor Logan, my powers are gone. Many people noticed that as the rain fell on them, their abilities gradually faded away, turning them back into ordinary people. This reminded them of the serum they were injected with at the Hydra base. The students panicked, rushing into the classrooms, but most had already lost their superpowers. Wanda gritted her teeth and said, "It's Hydra again." They had already hidden in such a secret place. How had those people managed to find them? What do we do now? Everyone looked helpless and confused. Outside, a light rain was falling. The group huddled indoors, afraid to step out. Now, they could feel the ground trembling beneath them, a deep rumble like the treads of tanks rolling by. The ordinary teachers glanced at them in bewilderment. They couldn't understand why these children, who usually seemed like superheroes, were so terrified. What on earth could be happening outside? "Logan, can't you contact Lin? Call him now." Quicksilver urged Logan. In his mind, Xiao Lin was incredibly powerful, and those gene-suppressing drugs didn't affect him at all. Logan pulled out his phone, dialed the number, but only heard a recorded message saying the phone was off. Damn it. Wait, where's Blonsky, the big guy? Quicksilver suddenly remembered another powerhouse. When he lost control, only Wanda could stop him. And besides, he wasn't a mutant. "No one knows where he's gone," Logan replied helplessly. In this critical moment, not a single one of their heavy hitters could be reached. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed through the building. The Academy's outer wall had been struck by something massive. No matter how strong the wall was, it clearly wouldn't hold for much longer. If not for all the kids here, Quicksilver, the Scarlet Witch, and Logan could have escaped easily. Yet all of them chose to stay. Logan felt a surge of rage rise within him. He extended his claws, ready to charge out, but Wanda stopped him. "Let me go. The serum hasn't completely taken away my powers. I'll try to hold them off. Quicksilver opened his mouth, wanting to argue, but in the end, he said nothing. Wanda stepped outside. At that moment, she saw that the Academy's outer wall had already been breached. The towering wall collapsed with a thunderous crash, and rows of tanks were advancing into the campus. These were sonic tanks manufactured by Azeroth Technologies. Xiao Lin probably hadn't expected that the weapons he sold would so soon be turned against his own academy. A piercing, invisible wave of sound blasted straight toward her. Wanda, never having encountered such a weapon before, was caught off guard. The shock wave struck her, hurling her backward along the path she'd just taken. Wanda! Pietro dashed her aside in a blur, helping her to her feet. Are you all right? Wanda touched her aching back and said, I'm fine. I let my guard down. Fortunately, just before she was hit, she had cast a protective spell of chaos magic on herself. Now, she only felt a bit dizzy. Professor Logan. Wanda and Pietro heard the startled cries of the students behind them. When they turned around, they saw Logan striding out, heedless of danger. Stryker. Logan glared at Stryker, who stood atop an armored vehicle, his whole body trembling with rage. He hadn't expected to encounter his old enemy in this world. And now, Stryker was here, attacking Xavier's school. The sight reignited both old and new grudges in Logan's mind. He could restrain himself no longer. With a wild roar, Logan charged straight at General Stryker, ignoring the rain that still fell from the sky. Stryker spotted Logan too. He could sense the man's deep-seated hatred for him, though he couldn't quite recall who Logan was. As Logan closed in, Stryker gave sharp command, "Open fire!" Before he could even get close, Logan was blasted back. The suppressant drugs, now diluted by the rain, were slowly weakening his healing ability, but at least the effect was fading gradually. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Logan rose once more amidst the students' cries of alarm, determined to press forward. The students watched in stunned disbelief as their normally invincible teacher was knocked down with almost no resistance. Of course, it was because his powers were being suppressed. Wanda! Pietro! At that moment, a young boy called out loudly, stopping Pietro and Wanda just as they were about to rush outside. They turned and saw it was Colin, a boy who usually kept to himself. Seeing him running toward her, Wanda hurriedly said, "Colin, get back inside. It's dangerous here." Wanda and Pietro's desperate attempts to protect them had softened the children's wariness. At least, they no longer saw Wanda and Pietro as enemies. "Wanda, I dug a tunnel that leads outside the school," Colin admitted, lowering his head shyly. Colin's mutant ability was to compress matter, though he needed to touch it with his hands. He could push aside and compress loose soil, boring a tunnel through the ground. Though Colin was a bit withdrawn, he liked tinkering by himself. After spending so long at the school, he started feeling cooped up and wanted to sneak outside. So, using his powers, he dug a tunnel in a spot no one noticed. He only finished it 2 days ago. Now, that secret passage had become everyone's lifeline. Wanda said, "Pietro, you take them out. I'll hold them back here." But Pietro hesitated, torn. Wanda gave him a shove. "What are you hesitating for? Go. If you don't move now, none of us will get out alive." A deafening explosion thundered through the air. Off to the side, Logan was blasted into a pile of rubble and lost consciousness. He couldn't stand up again. His healing powers had weakened, and his injuries were accumulating faster than he could recover. "Mr. Logan!" the children cried out in panic. Seeing their attack was succeeding, Stryker ordered the sonic tank to cease fire and signal for the regular tanks behind him to move forward. A shell screamed overhead and crashed into a corner of the wall, bringing it down in a cloud of dust. Wanda spun around hastily, unleashing her chaos magic to keep more shells from falling. Just then, armed helicopters swooped in, their machine guns spraying a hail of bullets toward her. It was becoming harder and harder for Wanda to hold back so many attacks alone. She had to keep dismantling the munitions she suspended in the air just to stay ahead. Pietro turned to the teachers from the other classes. "You'd better come with us. Those people won't spare you either." They all nodded in agreement. Pietro, the teachers, and the other students followed a little boy named Kellen to the academy's back door. Kellen pointed to a corner of the garden. "Over there. That's the way out." A steady rain was still falling, and the sky was a blanket of gray. No one knew when it would finally let up. With rain this fine and dense, even the fastest runner couldn't dodge every drop, unless someone could reach that legendary speed fast enough to cross the very fabric of space and time. Glancing back at the glow of flames behind them, Pietro said, "Stay together, everyone. We're leaving right now. Don't get separated." Kellen took the lead, lifting aside some broad banana leaves and 2 planks to reveal a narrow tunnel below. For Kellen, the passage was roomy enough, but Pietro and the other teachers had to duck low and move carefully, step by cautious step. After about 10 minutes of walking, Kellen suddenly stopped short, nearly causing Pietro to bump into him. "We're here, Pietro," Kellen whispered, standing on tiptoe to heave open the wooden board above his head and letting in a sliver of sky. At last, they had made it. Pietro breathed a sigh of relief and helped all the children climb up into the open. Turning to the other teachers, he said, "You all go on ahead. I need to go back. Be careful, and take good care of these kids. Right now, they're just ordinary people." He had no choice but to trust them. He needed to find Wanda. As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped back down into the tunnel, leaving the students and teachers exchanging anxious glances. Back at the academy, Wanda was still dodging gunfire and explosions, struggling to drag Logan out from under the rubble. But he was still unconscious, blood streaming from his wounds. Wanda reached out and checked his pulse. Though it was faint, at least he was still alive. She finally let out a sigh of relief. Just as Xiao Lin was enjoying a delicious meal, he suddenly sensed that the teleportation beacon he had set up at X Academy had been destroyed. His heart skipped a beat. Something like this could only mean that X Academy was under attack. Who could possibly be so bold as to attack X Academy and even destroy his teleportation beacon? That place was home to many powerful mutants: Wolverine, Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, Abomination. Wait, he remembered now. Abomination had been sent to the Azeroth technology building on his orders. Damn it, I hope I'm not too late. Xiao Lin hurried to a secluded corner and opened the death gate leading to the Azeroth technology building. He didn't know exactly what was happening over there, but he was almost certain the attackers were those Hydra agents. After all, only they equipped with gene inhibitor serums could take down so many mutants all at once. The moment he emerged from the teleportation, Xiao Lin urgently deployed his arcane-powered mech suit and slowly rose from the rooftop of the building. "Mom, look, it's Iron Man," a little boy shouted, tugging on his mother's hand. The swiftly flying mech left a trail of fire as it vanished into the horizon. The people below simply assumed it was Iron Man, Tony Stark. Having grown accustomed to such sights, they weren't particularly surprised. New Yorkers took pride in having Iron Man and Spider-Man in their midst. Other cities didn't have superheroes keeping watch and fighting crime. Watching Wanda fend off the army's assault single-handedly, Stryker was deeply unsettled by her power. His mind was now filled with thoughts of the mutants' incredible abilities. While General Ross experimented with super soldier serum to enhance his troops, Stryker dreamed of creating his own super soldiers. He was convinced this was the future of modern warfare. With a wave of his hand, he ordered the troops to cease fire. "Young lady, there's no need for us to waste any more time here. If you surrender now, I can guarantee the safety of you both." Seeing that only 2 mutants remained, Stryker assumed the rest had perished. Breathing heavily, Wanda glanced at Logan beside her and said, "No way. You and Hydra are in this together. We'd never have a good life in your hands." Wanda now hated Baron Zemo with all her heart. If she ever saw him again, she swore she would kill him. Hydra? Stryker was momentarily puzzled. Wasn't Hydra supposed to have vanished at the end of World War II? Wanda. Just then, Pietro arrived at the academy. When he saw the scene before him, he realized that only the area around Scarlet Witch Wanda remained intact. Every other building had collapsed into rubble. "Why are you back? Hurry, get out of here." Pietro hoisted Logan onto his back and said, "Wanda, let's go together. The students are all safe now." Wanda nodded. She had just lowered her shield and was about to turn away when she saw the floor above them finally give way, collapsing straight down toward them. "Pietro." Wanda unleashed her chaos magic with both hands, just in time to shield the 3 of them. Yet in the next instant, they were buried under a cascade of falling debris. What a pity! Looking at the building, now reduced to a pile of rubble, Stryker sounded genuinely regretful. He had wanted to recruit them for his army. He was just about to order his men to search the ruins when Senator Kelly arrived from behind, leading a team of his own. "General Stryker, I'll take it from here." Stryker frowned at him, replying, "Fine, but the bodies of those mutants must be handed over to us." Glancing at the soldiers surrounding him, Senator Kelly had no choice but to agree for the moment. As for retrieving Test Subject 10, he had his own ways to get what he wanted. As Xiao Lin soared into Westchester, he immediately spotted military units scattered throughout the woods, and among them, Sonic Tanksy himself had sold to General Ross. Military forces? How they find this place, and why are they here? With a quick count, he estimated there were at least 1,000 soldiers encircling the academy. The school itself was now nothing but ruins. Could everyone really be dead? Rage surged within Xiao Lin. No matter who was responsible, he decided that today, none of them would leave alive. This place was his life's work, and just like that, it had been destroyed. Activate the arcane cannon. The weapon mounted on Xiao Lin's mech began to charge. While everyone on the ground was still oblivious to the danger above, torrents of fell fire rained down from the sky. In the forest, many soldiers were engulfed by the green flames, their screams echoing endlessly through the trees. "General, get down!" Stryker's adjutant shoved him to the ground just as a ball of green fell energy streaked overhead, igniting a soldier beside him. In moments, nothing remained but a pile of ash. Hovering above, Xiao Lin caught sight of a military officer who seemed oddly familiar. After a moment's thought, he realized the man looked just like Logan's nemesis, Colonel Stryker. "Idiots! Shoot him down!" Stryker shouted, nearly beside himself with rage. Weapons across the field targeted Xiao Lin, unleashing a barrage. Xiao Lin, still unaccustomed to controlling the mech, was struck and crashed to the ground. Deciding his own powers were more reliable, he retracted the arcane armor for now. Drawing Frostmourne, Xiao Lin released the tormented souls trapped inside. They slipped into the earth beneath the soldiers' feet, and one after another, undead creatures clawed their way to the surface, forming an army of the dead. This was different from the mindless ghouls summoned from other realms. These undead creatures were formed from the souls of memory-lost Hydra soldiers and advanced idea mechanics employees, merged with the bodies of ghouls conjured from beyond. In a sense, they were a new incarnation of the Scourge Legion. The soldiers stared in horror as hands caked with earth burst through the ground, and rotting faces emerged right before their eyes. "What the hell is this?" one of them cried out, feeling as though they had suddenly been thrust into a scene from a horror film. The shocking spectacle left them reeling in panic. The corpses that clawed their way out seized the nearest soldiers and began to bite, throwing their formation into utter chaos. Even General Stryker was left speechless. The phenomenon of the dead rising was something that science simply could not explain. Meanwhile, Senator Kelly, who had been about to search for Test Subject 10, also noticed the commotion. The surveillance equipment he carried transmitted the unfolding scene directly to Baron Zemo. "Damn it, him again." Zemo ground his teeth in frustration. This was the man who had broken those mutants out of his base, and yet he still knew nothing about him. He certainly hadn't seen him wield such terrifying power before. A fierce battle between the living and the dead erupted in the woods, while Xiao Lin hurried toward the academy. He needed to find out if anyone there was still alive. In another dimension connected to Earth, in the Hell realm ruled by Mephisto, a deathly general knelt before the Lord of Hell, delivering his report. "Lord Mephisto, the number of hellish ghouls has dropped again. It's likely that a mortal sorcerer has summoned them away. This time, a total of 2,356 ghouls have vanished, the same number as the souls that have recently disappeared." The soul fire in Mephisto's eyes flickered and flared. "How dare they? To snatch away my souls and my ghouls without my permission. That takes some nerve." Yet even as he raged, a headache set in. His power was greatly diminished on the mortal plane. Even dealing with a single Ghost Rider was troublesome, and now a mysterious necromancer had appeared. "Order my followers to complete the ritual circle at once. I want as much of my power as possible sent to the mortal realm." To Mephisto, the souls on Earth were his personal property. He would never allow anyone to steal them from him. Though, of course, this was only because the god of death and creation didn't bother to interfere. Otherwise, even he wouldn't dare act so boldly. Xiao Lin ignored the soldiers locked in desperate combat with the undead legion and turned toward the academy's ruins. He was desperate to discover whether anyone there had survived. Along the way, he spotted Senator Kelly and several Hydra agents. They seemed to be searching the debris for something. Seeing Xiao Lin, radiating with murderous intent and brandishing his weapon, charging toward him, Congressman Kelly grew fearful. He realized Xiao Lin hadn't noticed him. Clearly, his fate today was sealed. Congressman Kelly retreated behind the crowd and shouted, "Quick, take him down." The other Hydra agents immediately drew their weapons and opened fire on Xiao Lin. But the bullets had no effect on him. After only a few shots, a chilling gust swept through, striking their bodies and turning them into lifeless statues of ice. Trembling with fear, Congressman Kelly stammered, "I'm a member of the United States Congress. You can't kill me." Before he could finish, the sharp edge of Frostmourne plunged into his body. The sword's magic activated on its own, drawing out Kelly's soul and absorbing it into the blade. Having dispatched the Hydra agents, Xiao Lin pressed on with his search. Beneath a pile of rubble, he sensed a familiar surge of energy. Summoning several ghouls and gargoyles, Xiao Lin set them to work, swiftly clearing away the debris. All he could do was hope the students were still alive. As the final slab of cement was moved aside, he saw within a swirl of crimson magical energy forming a protective barrier. Inside, Wanda was struggling to maintain the shield, exhausted and unable to lift the heavy cement above her. Just when she was about to collapse, she felt the pressure above her suddenly lighten, and a voice called down from overhead. "Wanda!" She let the magical barrier dissipate, revealing Logan lying motionless on the ground, his fate uncertain, and Wanda herself, pale and drained. Only Pietro seemed to be in relatively better shape. Pietro, Wanda, where are the other students? Xiao Lin's expression darkened. Why are the three of you the only ones here? Pietro replied, they're all safe. We managed to get them out to a secure place. Hearing this, Xiao Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they were alive, that was enough. He glanced at Logan, who lay on the ground covered in blood, and asked, is Logan going to be all right? Wanda, catching her breath, answered, he's still alive, but his injuries won't heal. He's unconscious. It's the gene-suppressing serum. Xiao Lin frowned. Were Hydra agents involved? No, we didn't see any, but it's possible they were hiding. Xiao Lin thought of how even S.H.I.E.L.D. had Hydra moles among its ranks. Surely the government had them too. This attack was likely orchestrated by those hidden agents. None of them realized that Congressman Kelly was in fact a Hydra operative embedded within the government. Elsewhere, the Undead Legion, aside from being tough to kill, didn't possess much real strength. The soldiers watched as the terrifying-looking undead were easily shattered, their bodies collapsing, never to rise again. After the initial panic, Stryker's army quickly regained order. The troops gathered into disciplined formations. The weapons mounted on the sonic tank locked onto the oncoming undead, and with each blast, several of them were blown apart, their bodies shattered into pieces. From the severed corpses, no red blood flowed. Only green pus splattered in all directions, landing on the soldiers and infecting them with plague before they even realized it. Though the undead seemed countless and fearless, their numbers dwindled rapidly under the furious assault of cannon fire. Seeing that the situation was stabilizing on this front, Stryker wanted to ask Senator Kelly what on earth was happening. But when he turned around, all he saw in the distance were a few frozen statues and a lifeless corpse on the ground. He spotted the man in black armor, the one who had summoned these undead creatures, standing amidst the ruins. Stryker shouted to the man beside him, Colonel Norton, target him with the tank and fire. Yes, General. Colonel Norton signaled to his men, who quickly aimed the sonic tank's weaponry at Xiao Lin. Xiao, Wanda caught a glimpse of what was happening behind Xiao Lin and tried to warn him, but before she could finish, he summoned an icy wall behind him without so much as glancing back. A thunderous crash resounded as the sonic blast struck the wall, sending vibrations through the air. Cracks veined across the surface, but the barrier held, blocking the attack. You bastards! Xiao Lin shouted, slicing the ice wall apart. Wanda, stay here and protect Logan. Wanda nodded in agreement. Xiao Lin turned and strode toward the enemy lines, the power of Frostmourne amplifying the icy aura around him, until a swirling storm of frost enveloped his entire body. What a terrifying mutant! Stryker was already considering retreat. He had just noticed that the soldiers who'd been splattered by the undead's pus were growing weak and listless. Now, without the gene suppression drugs, their regular weapons were useless against this mutant. If things continued like this, they'd all perish here. There was no explaining today's disaster. Casualties were severe, and, worst of all, Senator Kelly, their perfect scapegoat, was now just another corpse. Retreat. Upon hearing General Stryker's order to retreat, the soldiers heaved a collective sigh of relief. They had only been told there would be terrorists, not this horde of horrific monsters. But as the invaders tried to withdraw, Xiao Lin had no intention of letting them go. Wreathed in a storm of frost, he charged forward at lightning speed. Stryker commanded, Colonel Norton, take your men and stop him. Colonel Norton hesitated, frustrated. Why was he the one being sent to die? But when he caught the look in Stryker's eyes, he had no choice but to dutifully lead the charge. Before the enemy could even get close, Colonel Norton felt a powerful force tugging at him from the front, and suddenly he was lifted off his feet, pulled forward against his will. He felt a sudden chill in his chest. Looking down, he saw a long sword rimed with frost piercing straight through his body. The world went dark before his eyes, and it was as if his very soul plummeted into a bottomless abyss. Open fire. Even without their commander, the remaining soldiers did not hesitate to pull their triggers, though they all knew it was ultimately futile. Against the razor edge of Frostmourne, nothing could stand in his way. Xiao Lin leapt onto a tank blocking his path, and, with a single sweep of his arm, effortlessly sliced the massive machine in two. Armed helicopters circling in the sky were also beset by gargoyles. The creatures swarmed them, and one by one, the helicopters spiraled downwards, crashing to the ground. For a moment, the air was filled with the cacophony of explosions and the agonized cries of the dying, an unending symphony of chaos. Now, Xiao Lin's mental strength was enough to command this army of over 2,000 undead. Any more, and he would have been stretched too thin. Suddenly, an unfamiliar skill surfaced in Xiao Lin's mind, the aura of evil. The system had once told him that as his power grew, certain Death Knight abilities would gradually unlock. No doubt, absorbing so many souls had greatly increased his strength. It felt almost like a mental addiction. He realized he was becoming obsessed with harvesting the souls of others. The aura of evil was a field spell that enhanced the movement speed and vitality regeneration of both himself and his undead minions. With his spell cast, the undead surged forward at a terrifying pace. Jack, what's wrong?" A soldier hadn't run far before he saw his comrade beside him suddenly stagger and collapse. He anxiously knelt to check on his friend, only to feel a wave of dizziness wash over himself. Scenes like this repeated endlessly among the troops. Stryker sat in his vehicle, his brow furrowed as he watched one soldier after another fall around him, listening to the distant rumble of artillery fire fade into silence. Had the rear guard really been wiped out so quickly? A sudden scream tore through the air behind him. The undead army had caught up at last. He noticed that these undead were moving much faster than before, swiftly overtaking the fleeing soldiers, clambering up onto vehicles. Heedless of the bullets riddling their bodies, 2 or 3 ghouls would descend on a soldier, tearing him apart in an instant. Witnessing this carnage, Stryker knew there would be no escape this time. What puzzled him was that the undead, and that mysterious, powerful figure, had slaughtered the men at his side, yet had left him untouched. On reflection, perhaps they hoped to extract some information from him. As the soldiers around him dwindled, Stryker understood that he wouldn't survive much longer either. Yet he couldn't bring himself to end his own life. All he could do was continue firing his weapon at the encroaching enemies, a futile gesture in the face of certain doom. After dealing with those soldiers, Stryker, who was sitting in the vehicle, was pulled to Xiao Lin's side with a death grip. Xiao Lin asked, "Are you Stryker?" Finding it odd that the man before him knew his name, Stryker threatened, "I'm a general of the American military. You'd better understand what you're doing. Your actions are making you an enemy of the entire nation." Xiao Lin ignored him and continued with his own line of questioning. "Who sent you to attack the academy?" "It was Senator Kelly who pushed the president into launching this operation." "But you've already killed him," Stryker replied, resentment heavy in his voice. Xiao Lin didn't feel like Stryker was lying, but he was frustrated that the trail had gone cold. "In that case, you could die now." Frostmourne pierced through Stryker's body, and amid his agonized screams, the sword consumed his soul. After finishing off the invading troops, Xiao Lin planted Frostmourne into the ground. Driven by the power of death, a surge of force emanated from the blade, drawing in all the nearby souls that had not yet passed into the underworld. When he returned to the ruins of Xavier's school, Xiao Lin found that every soul there had already vanished, so he had no choice but to give up. Wanda, having witnessed Xiao Lin summoning undead and absorbing souls, found him a little terrifying. As a child, she'd been so easily frightened by scary stories that she couldn't sleep at night. "Let's go. First, we'll find the missing students, then look for a place where we can settle down." Xiao Lin had originally wanted to find the spatial marker stone in the wreckage and retrace his steps, but given the utter chaos of the ruins, he decided to give up on that plan. Pietro led Xiao Lin and the others to a narrow underground passage. "Lin, this is the tunnel I used to escape with the students. It's really long, though. I have no idea where the exit is." Looking at the cramped tunnel, Xiao Lin realized that, given his height, crawling through it would be extremely uncomfortable. He stopped Pietro, who was about to squeeze inside, and said, "Forget it. I'll let the gargoyles search for them. They shouldn't have gotten far. Let's just wait here." Watching the shadowy gargoyles soar into the sky, Xiao Lin suddenly remembered something and asked, "Why is it that Hydra always seems to find you, no matter where you go?" Wanda and Pietro were puzzled, too. Ever since they'd escaped from Hydra's base, they'd been hunted down several times. This time, they had even escaped via the Gate of Death, teleporting thousands of miles away. Being tracked should have been impossible. For a moment, Xiao Lin even considered whether Wanda was deliberately staging a ruse, but thinking back on the situation, if it really had been a trap, none of the students would have made it out alive. "Wait a minute!" Wanda suddenly cried out. She stretched out her palm, and a swirl of chaotic magic enveloped her hand. From the center of her palm, a tiny object, no bigger than a sesame seed, floated out. "This is the access key for all the laboratories in that Hydra base. Maybe this is how they managed to track us so quickly." "Wanda, get mine out too," Pietro chimed in, realizing the same thing. Back at the base, only Zemo used iris scans for entry. Everyone else had one of these implanted. Clearly, these weren't just ordinary access keys. Once the 2 access keys were extracted, Wanda was about to destroy them, but Xiao Lin stopped her. "Give them to me. I have use for them." Wanda asked, "But doesn't that mean Zemo could track you?" Don't worry, it'll be fine. As Xiao Lin tossed the two devices into his dimensional pouch, the Hydra operatives in charge of tracking suddenly lost all trace of Wanda and Pietro. Found them. Through the eyes of his gargoyle, Xiao Lin saw the mutant students being questioned by a group of police officers, while the regular teachers and janitors stood nearby, anxiously talking but clearly trying to shield the students. I've got their location. Summoning his magic-powered armor, Xiao Lin prepared to leave, but then remembered the two severely weakened companions and the unconscious Logan. He reached out and opened a death's door portal. You three head back first. I'll bring the students home right away. System mission update. Difficulty A. Eliminate Baron Zemo, one of Hydra's leaders, and remove the immediate government threat to mutants. Reward. 50,000 exchange points. Once again, it came down to Zemo. He had to be dealt with. But since Hydra always operated from the shadows, Xiao Lin figured they'd already abandoned their last base. Recalling the two Hydra access keys, Xiao Lin thought he might need Tony's help. His AI butler, Jarvis, could probably track Zemo through them. Time was of the essence. Xiao Lin blasted into the sky in his magic armor. The students, stripped of their powers, were just ordinary kids now, completely unable to escape. If they ended up at the police station, it would turn into a major headache. In no time, Xiao Lin hovered above the crowd. Surveying the scene through the gargoyle's eyes, he realized the regular teachers and janitors from Xavier's school had called the police. Their fear of the school's mutant students was palpable. Xiao Lin's eyes blazed with icy blue flames. Rage simmered within him. He despised this kind of betrayal more than anything, especially since he paid them generous salaries. A sharp crash rang out. Xiao Lin dropped straight from midair, crashing down onto a police car and smashing it to pieces, along with several officers inside. What? After a brief moment of stunned silence, the police all drew their pistols and opened fire on Xiao Lin. He swatted them away one by one, as easily as a person swatting flies, leaving none alive. When Xiao Lin emerged from the mech suit, the students crowded around him, their excitement overflowing. Principal, you're finally back. That's wonderful. A throng of children gathered at his side, their noisy chatter giving him a bit of a headache. Brother Lin, it was those teachers who called the police. They wanted the officers to take us all to the station, but the police didn't believe them. Xiao Lin noticed those hired teachers try and slip away quietly. He understood their guilt. Perhaps they could admire one or two superheroes who save lives, but a whole group of powerful children would only make them afraid. A chilling wave of frost swept over the dozen or so teachers, freezing them in solid blocks of ice. At the same time, their souls were quietly absorbed. The mutant children, hardened by years of terrifying experiments, showed no fear at all. Instead, each one seemed deeply satisfied and vindicated. Stryker. Logan suddenly jolted upright in bed, shouting the name with such force that his back was drenched in sweat. That figure from his nightmares was a hatred he could never let go. Looking around, he realized he was in a small room, most likely somewhere in Hell's Kitchen. Remembering what had happened, he ran a hand over his wounds and found they had healed completely. Relief washed over him. Losing his healing power had been like living in a nightmare. Logan, you're awake. As he made his way downstairs, Logan saw Wanda and Pietro, along with the group of students from Xavier's school, all gathered in the courtyard. They seemed unharmed. Where's Lin? Logan glanced around, but saw no sign of Xiao Lin. This was Lin's home, and only he had the power to bring them all back safely. Pietro took another swig from a can of beer. He's gone back to his company. Said he's going to rebuild Xavier's school. Xiao Lin stood atop the Azeroth Technologies skyscraper, gazing out over the cityscape, pondering how to rebuild Xavier's school. He knew he couldn't let it be destroyed so easily again. And Baron Zemo, who held the secret of the gene suppressant, had to be eliminated. Otherwise, mutants would never truly realize their potential. Xiao Lin had originally planned to reconstruct the school on its old site, but then he remembered. He now possessed 111,000 exchange points, enough to trade for Naxxramas's construction technology and the building materials. That's right, it would be the very same floating city in the sky. However, with satellites filling the skies above Earth, building a city like this would require installing reflective shields similar to those on the SHIELD helicarrier. Coincidentally, the Skrulls happened to possess the same technology, and it was likely they'd be more than willing to hand it over. Exchange for the construction technology of the floating city Naxxramas, he commanded. A crystal filled with knowledge fell from the void, costing him 50,000 exchange points. But that wasn't all. Constructing Naxxramas would also demand a massive amount of exchange points to purchase building materials unavailable in the Marvel Universe. He did a rough calculation and estimated it would require another 50,000 points. System, how do I use this? Xiao Lin asked, holding the crystal in his hand, unsure of what to do next. Place the memory crystal against your brow, and the knowledge will automatically flow into your mind. Xiao Lin asked again, so that's all it takes to learn how to build a floating city? No, it still depends on your own understanding of the knowledge. When Xiao Lin brought the knowledge crystal close to his forehead, it adhered to his skin and emitted a faint glow. As he absorbed the memories within the crystal, a torrent of information nearly overwhelmed him, and most of it was beyond his comprehension. It required alchemy, arcane knowledge of magic circles, and he was, after all, merely a Death Knight. He wondered if Dr. Weem would be able to grasp this kind of knowledge. After all, it was another form of science entirely. Kingpin called Dr. Weem upstairs. "Boss Xiao Lin, what's the matter?" Dr. Weem entered, his expression tinged with anxiety. Seeing this, Xiao Lin handed the knowledge crystal to him. "Place this crystal on your brow." Dr. Weem glanced hesitantly at Xiao Lin. "What are you waiting for?" Xiao Lin knew that Weem was always a little afraid of him, worried the crystal might be harmful. After a moment's hesitation, Weem gritted his teeth and pressed the crystal to his forehead. Instantly, a flood of knowledge surged into his mind. It was knowledge unlike anything he'd ever encountered, as if he'd stepped into a whole new world. After absorbing the crystal's information, Weem frowned in concentration. Large-scale, floating magic circles, spatial teleportation arrays, skeletal construct guardians, necromantic wards. The knowledge was richly detailed, yet completely different from anything he'd studied before. To fully grasp it, he would need to spend much more time learning. "Boss Xiao Lin, I'll need some time to understand this before I can figure out how to build it." "How long, roughly?" Xiao Lin pressed. Weem pondered for a moment. "Half a year." That was the shortest estimate he could provide. Too slow. Xiao Lin felt impatient. Perhaps only someone already versed in magic could truly and quickly absorb this knowledge. But there was no other way. He simply didn't have anyone with that kind of talent under his command, and the only one he could think of was Dr. Doom. Yet, with someone that powerful, even Xiao Lin couldn't hope to subdue him. "All right then. For now, focus on learning and understanding this knowledge. Hand over your current projects to the other researchers," Xiao Lin instructed. Vim hesitated, concern in his voice. "Boss Xiao, our weather weapon project, Lightning Storm, is almost finished. I really can't spare the time right now." "Lightning Storm?" Xiao Lin paused in surprise. Could it be like that super weapon from the game he played in his previous life? America's ultimate weapon in Red Alert? How could they have managed to create something like that? The mention of this clearly excited Vim, the mad scientist. "We studied the lightning generator you provided, Boss Xiao, but its power was never quite satisfactory. So we started thinking, what if we could harness the power of nature itself? If we succeed, our super weapon will be able to summon lightning from the skies, launching an attack across a vast area." "Enough." Xiao Lin cut him off before Vim could launch into another of his endless explanations. "Now is not the time for a research report. Keep working on your project, then. I'll find someone else for this task." After Vim left, Xiao Lin remembered that Wanda was also a magician of sorts. Maybe she could absorb and comprehend this knowledge more quickly. Returning to the villa, he saw that Logan was already awake, and the students from Xavier's school were all looking at him. With their school destroyed, they had nowhere else to go for the time being. "We'll need some time to rebuild the school," Xiao Lin said, addressing them. "So for now, you'll have to stay here." Seeing how downcast they all looked, Xiao Lin suddenly realized there was no need for everyone to stay cooped up and gloomy in the villa. "You're free to go out, just don't cause any trouble. And if you come across other mutants, try to invite them to join our school." "Awesome." The students cheered, their voices filling the room. While they felt safe under their teacher's protection, the outside world was still full of mysteries for them. They never quite understood why the adults around them were so afraid, or why so many wanted them dead. "Lin," Logan said, coming over and putting an arm around his shoulders. "Where's Stryker? I saw him earlier." "Stryker? He's dead now." Hearing this, Logan's mood lifted a little, even though he knew this wasn't the Colonel Stryker from his own world. "Wanda," Xiao Lin called out to the Scarlet Witch just as she was about to leave, handing her the knowledge crystal. "These are the materials for building our new academy. I hope you can master what's inside as soon as possible and help us rebuild Xavier's school." In the White House, the President of the United States sat uneasily. The army led by General Stryker, tasked with attacking Winchester, had been completely wiped out. Even Stryker himself and Senator Kelly were dead. Such losses were rare, even in the wars they waged overseas. Across from him, General Ross wore a grim expression. He had lent out most of his advanced weaponry and soldiers for this operation, and the losses pained him deeply. "General Ross, what do you think we should do now?" "At the moment, the situation is unclear." Just as he was about to continue, a sudden commotion erupted outside. The sounds of anti-aircraft guns and machine gun fire filled the air. A Secret Service agent burst in without knocking. "Mr. President, There's an enemy heading this way. With a tremendous crash, the window shattered, glass spraying everywhere as a massive mech smashed its way inside. The President and General Ross instinctively ducked down, covering their heads. The agent drew his sidearm and fired repeatedly at the intruder, bullets pinging harmlessly off the armored machine. They gaped at the sight of the mech before them. Iron Man. Xiao Lin knew that things at Xavier's Academy were far from over. Destroying Stryker's army might only provoke the U.S. government into an even more frenzied retaliation, and Baron Zemo was still lurking, watching for his chance. For now, Xiao Lin had no intention of playing the archvillain. He simply wasn't strong enough yet. The one who sticks their head out first is always the first to get hit. But that didn't mean he would swallow his anger. The U.S. government needed a warning, and after that, it would be time to deal with Baron Zemo. The next morning, Xiao Lin learned from the Skrull infiltrators within the government that the president was working in the White House. Alone, he slipped into a nearby alley, summoned his arcane-powered mech, and soared skyward, heading straight for the White House. Soldiers on the ground spotted Xiao Lin in flight and instantly opened fire with everything they had. Xiao Lin paid them no heed, flying straight through the barrage toward the president's office. He crashed through the window and saw General Ross and a middle-aged man cowering on the floor. A Secret Service agent at the door drew his pistol and fired. Xiao Lin responded with a blast, reducing the agent to pieces, the remnants of his body consumed by green, unholy flames. Iron Man, came General Ross's voice, trembling in Xiao Lin's headset. A deep, mechanical voice rumbled from the suit. I'm not Iron Man. Do you remember the school you attacked? I'm the headmaster there. Whether they believed him or not, it no longer mattered to Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin turned to look at the agents who were about to rush in. He raised his arm, aiming the magic-powered cannon mounted on it at them. I want to speak with your president now. Do not interrupt us. The president, realizing he had no choice, hurriedly signaled for the agents to leave. Once only the three of them remained in the room, General Ross spoke up. Sir, shouldn't you come out of that armor, so we can have a proper conversation? I'm sorry, but I can't let you know who I am. Not for now, Xiao Lin replied, not wanting his true identity revealed here. Avoiding unnecessary trouble would be best. Well then, what do you want? General Ross asked, his anger barely contained. You wiped out an entire military unit, hundreds of our men, including General Stryker and Senator Kelly. Are you declaring war on the government of the United States? Declaring war? Xiao Lin shot back. You don't even spare children, teenagers barely in their teens. Am I supposed to just let your people kill them and politely send your troops on their way instead? But General Stryker had already pulled out. Why did you? Xiao Lin cut him off. I'm not here to negotiate, Mr. President. From now on, I expect you to stay away from those kids. If you attack them again, you'll suffer the consequences. Getting in here was no challenge for me. His words left the room in an uncomfortable silence, but the president finally spoke. I agree to your terms. As he uttered those words, a wave of relief washed over him. The events of the past few days had weighed heavily on his mind. Xiao Lin understood that killing a president would be meaningless. After all, he was just a mouthpiece for American capital interests. As long as their interests were protected, it didn't matter who sat in that chair. I have no interest in your lives. I only hope you'll leave me and those mutant children alone, Xiao Lin finished. He guided his armored suit toward the window. I don't want to come here again. I don't want to unleash another massacre. Mutants pose no threat to you. Whether they truly hurt him or not, Xiao Lin couldn't say. Perhaps they would find new ways to deal with him, or seek help elsewhere. When Xiao Lin vanished from the room, General Ross turned to the president. Mr. President, what do we do now? Recalling what had just happened, the president was still drenched in cold sweat. I imagine I'll be out of office soon. Let my successor worry about this mess. General Ross was deeply dissatisfied that the president had agreed to Xiao Lin's demands, but faced with his response, he found himself at a loss for words. Staring at the hole in the window, the president picked up the phone. Colin, go and shut those damned reporters up for me. Make sure not a word of what happened here today gets out. If it does, I'll just buy their paper and kick them all out. I'll look for a solution. Once again, that towering green figure loomed in his mind. He had no idea where it was now. Maybe it was time to talk to his daughter. He regretted letting things get so tense. If only things hadn't ended so badly back then. The president continued, until we're absolutely certain, don't provoke him again. As General Ross left, the president paused, then picked up the phone once more. Director Fury, there's something I need you to look into for me. I'll send you some surveillance footage a bit later. I want you to find out this person's true identity as quickly as possible. And whatever you do, don't engage him. Understood, Mr. President. In truth, S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't actually fall under the jurisdiction of the President of the United States, but since the agency relied on hefty government funding every year, wasn't wise to cross the one holding the purse strings. So, for the president, Fury would do his best to cooperate. Knock, knock, knock. Coulson stood at the door, a flash drive in hand. Come in. Director, this is the data from the president. I'll leave it here. Fury plugged the flash drive into his computer and watched the surveillance footage over and over. But in his mind's eye, he couldn't help seeing the figure of Xiao Lin. Could it be him? It seemed time to send someone to make contact with Spider-Man. Xiao Lin felt confident that, for now, he'd managed to temporarily resolve matters with the U.S. government. Next, it was time to deal with the threat of Baron Zemo of Hydra. When Xiao Lin first arrived in the Marvel world, the first person he'd met had been Tony. But lately, they'd barely been in touch. Ever since the last Hulk incident, they hadn't seen each other at all. Rumor had it Tony had been holed up in his lab every day, working on upgrades to his Iron Man suits. Xiao Lin wondered if Tony might be designing armor to counter the Death Knight. He thought it was more than likely. Tony. When the call connected, Xiao Lin heard a series of crashes and bangs on the other end, as if things were a little chaotic over there. Dummy, put out the fire for me. Oh, damn it, stop that. Not in my face. After a moment, Tony caught his breath and asked, Who is this? How'd you get my number? Oh, right, you're Lin. What made you call me today? I need a favor. Tony replied readily. Go ahead, what do you need? I've got something here. If it's a tracker, could you help me locate who's using it? This was the quickest way he could think of to track down Baron Zemo. It should be possible. As long as the other party is still using a device to receive the signal, we could track him down. Tony, I'll come find you right away. Determined to resolve the matter as quickly as possible, Xiao Lin asked Jean Bing to arrange a private jet for him, and he flew straight to Tony's villa in San Diego. Perched on a remote coastal cliff, the villa sprawled across a vast area, complete with a private runway, swimming pool, and gardens, everything you could imagine. When Xiao Lin entered Tony's villa, he didn't see a single person. Hello, Mr. Xiao Lin. Tony is in his underground laboratory. A middle-aged man's voice came from overhead. Xiao Lin glanced around, found no one, and realized this must be the intelligent butler, Jarvis. Mr. Xiao Lin, please come this way. In one corner of the house, a door slid open automatically. Stepping into the underground laboratory, Xiao Lin saw Tony, who looked as though he hadn't slept in a long time, still meticulously testing various functions of his Iron Man armor. Tony. Before Xiao Lin could say much, Tony, sounding weary, cut him off. Lin, just leave your matter to Jarvis. A mechanical arm extended from the side. Sir, please place the device here. Is it really safe to just take it out like this? What if my enemies track its current location? Don't worry. No one can monitor anything here. All right then. Seeing Tony's confidence, Xiao Lin took out the two tiny trackers, each no bigger than a sesame seed. After a careful examination, Jarvis pinpointed the target's address, a chemical plant on the outskirts of Washington, D.C. Thanks, Tony. Having gotten the address, Xiao Lin hastily took his leave. Thanks, Tony. If you ever need anything, just come to me. For now, I've got a score to settle with that bastard. Xiao Lin wasted no time and hurried to the chemical plant near Washington. Perhaps it was after working hours, for the place was eerily quiet, with only a few flashlight beams wandering through the darkness. Stop right there. What are you doing? As Xiao Lin broke into the chemical plant, the security guards spotted him, shining their flashlights in his direction, eyeing him warily. Before they could react, several bat-like creatures suddenly shot out from the darkness. Amid the guards' cries of alarm, they were whisked up into the night sky, vanishing without a trace. What the hell was that? The last remaining security guard stared up at the sky, panic written on his face. Tell me, is this Baron Zemo's base? How do I get inside? These security guards were actually all Hydra agents. The chemical plant above was merely a front. Hearing someone's voice, the agent lowered his head and replied, I don't know what you're talking about. This is just a factory. Please leave immediately. But the black tendrils of death coiled around the Hydra agent, rapidly decaying his body and bringing swift death. Baron Zemo would surely discover the intruder soon. There was no time to waste here. Baron Zemo, we have an alert from the surface. Someone has broken in, and all the guards have been eliminated. Baron Zemo, who had been sitting with his eyes closed in thought, stood up. Who is it? Who could have found this place? Put the surveillance feed on for me. The screen showed what appeared to be an ordinary young man, but with just a glance, Baron Zemo recognized him. His teeth clenched in frustration. It's him again. Why does he always manage to find my hiding places? Lin, forget it. I'll handle this myself. Zemo rose and strode toward a room, passing through several layers of security checkpoints. Before him stood a row of iron canisters, each with a glass window revealing a human body frozen within. In the center of the room stood a computer. After passing the security checks, Baron Zemo entered a long, complex password. Winter Soldier thaw sequence initiated. Inside those iron chambers, the sleeping winter soldiers were elite troops handpicked by Dr. Zola, transformed into super soldiers through both mechanical and biological enhancements. Dr. Zola, desperate for research funding, had loaned them to Baron Zemo to guard the base in exchange for a significant sum of money. Winter Soldier thaw sequence complete. With a sharp hiss, cold vapor gushed from the iron cylinders, and one by one, expressionless soldiers stepped out. They all shared one characteristic. Their right arms had been replaced by mechanical limbs. Baron Zemo held up a photograph and addressed them. "Kill this man." There were 5 Winter Soldiers in total, each a super soldier on par with Captain America. Yet Zemo knew even this force might not be enough against the enemy above. All he could hope for now was to buy himself enough time to gather the base's experimental records and precious belongings, each item a product of his own painstaking efforts. He felt his luck had truly run out lately. The betrayal of Scarlet, which in Quicksilver had greatly weakened his power. Dr. Zola might spare him out of gratitude for his father, but Baron Strucker and Madame Viper would surely move against him, eager to seize his domain. Baron Zemo turned to his assistant and ordered, "Xiao Lin, prepare all the important research files and valuables from base. We need to evacuate immediately." "Yes, Baron Zemo." At this very moment, on the surface, Xiao Lin had already discovered a hidden passageway concealed behind an iron door. Gazing down into the pitch-black passageway that seemed bottomless, he was certain that the Hydra base must lie below. He hoped Baron Zemo was indeed here. Otherwise, he had no idea how he might track him down. At that moment, Xiao Lin heard the whirring of machinery behind him. He turned to see a heavy iron door slide open, and 5 fully armed soldiers emerged. Could there be several entrances leading to the underground base? The 5 soldiers advanced toward Xiao Lin, their faces expressionless. Judging by their demeanor, they were clearly here for him. As he looked at them, long-buried memories stirred. These men resembled Hydra's winter soldiers. Weren't they supposed to be locked away in some underground Siberian facility, all of them having met their ends? The winter soldiers drew their pistols with lightning speed, aiming at Xiao Lin. But before they could fire, a stone gargoyle swooped down from above, shielding Xiao Lin. Bullets pinged off its surface, sending sparks flying. Each winter soldier possessed an extraordinary combat instinct. They spread out, attacking Xiao Lin from 5 directions, gradually closing in on him. With a thud, Xiao Lin traded punches with one of them, their strength perfectly matched. But there were still 4 more to contend with. Each blow that landed made Xiao Lin feel as though the stagnant blood in his veins was beginning to boil. Originally, he had just wanted to test his physical strength and resilience, but it seemed he was only average. He would need to draw upon the power of death magic if he hoped to prevail. He stopped meeting them blow for blow. Before they could strike him again, he swiftly pulled Frostmourne from his spatial pouch. The blood-tinged sword swept toward his foes in a deadly arc. The enchanted blade rang sharply as it struck their mechanical arms. 5 crisp, metallic notes echoed out. They withstood his blood-empowered assault. Whatever those mechanical arms were made of, the material was unnaturally tough. Even after being struck by his sword, not a single crack appeared. Xiao Lin dodged their attacks as thunderous blows crashed into the walls. Each punch left a gaping hole in the thick concrete, as if the solid wall were nothing but tofu to them. When a punch did connect with Xiao Lin, his defensive ice magic absorbed most of the force, leaving him relatively unscathed. Realizing their attacks weren't working, the soldiers tried to pull back and open fire. But Xiao Lin unleashed desecrated ground. Spectral hands, emanating a sinister aura, burst from the floor and seized their ankles, pinning them in place. Against these super soldiers, his ghouls were useless. Instead, Xiao Lin called forth frigid winds of ice magic, swirling around him in a blizzard. He charged forward, and under the biting cold, the winter soldiers' movements slowed dramatically. Seeing that they were powerless to resist, one of the figures farthest away hefted a machine weighing nearly a ton and hurled it at Xiao Lin, not caring in the least whether it might crush his own companions. Unhurried, Xiao Lin calmly caught the flying mass with his death's grasp, then flung it back along its original path. The heavy machine crashed down upon its thrower, blood instantly pooling across the floor. Frostmourne, wreathed in chilling energy, pierced through every one of them, consuming their souls as it passed. From start to finish, not a single scream escaped their lips. The mind control hypnosis used on these people was truly terrifying. It turned them utterly into killing machines, void of fear and numb to pain. When all was done, Xiao Lin gazed at the corpses on the floor. Only then did he recall that one of the winter soldiers, Bucky Barnes, was Captain America Steve Rogers' closest comrade. Now, with all of them dead, had he just prevented a future Avengers civil war? Hurry up, pack those files. Baron Zemo barked orders at his men, urging them to load stack after stack of documents into crates. Already, the pile had grown quite high. Just then, a subordinate rushed over and reported breathlessly, "Baron Zemo, the enemy has defeated the soldiers and found the way to the underground base. They're heading this way now." "What? So soon?" Baron Zemo was startled. He hadn't expected his super soldiers to be dispatched so quickly. Glancing at the files still left unboxed, he shouted, "We're leaving now. Quickly, take everything we've packed." With a tremendous crash, the heavy iron door was blasted off its hinges and hurtled toward Baron Zemo, spinning through the air. "Look out!" Xiao shoved Baron Zemo aside, only to be struck by the iron door himself. His body was twisted into a grotesque shape by the impact, and after a brief, futile struggle, he lay still. Realizing there was no longer time to escape, Baron Zemo set down the crate in his hands. His men also dropped what they were carrying and raised their pistols, aiming at the approaching Xiao Lin. "Are you really going to wipe us all out?" "I promise you, I'll never trouble you again," Baron Zemo said, a note of compromise in his voice. Xiao Lin ignored his words and instead asked, "Do you still have any mutant X-gene suppressants here?" Zemo, thinking Xiao Lin wanted the drug to control the mutants, replied, "No, the key mutant needed to make the suppressant was taken away by you. But if you return my experiment number 10 to me, I can make you as much of the X-gene suppressant as you want." "That's good." Xiao Lin breathed a sigh of relief. He had no desire for anyone to be able to subdue his students with just a suppressant. If that were the case, his academy would lose all meaning for him. "In that case, you may die now." Having gotten the answer he wanted, Xiao Lin reached out and sent a death coil surging toward Baron Zemo. Perhaps sensing danger in advance, Zemo rolled swiftly along the ground, narrowly avoiding the blow. Unsure of what switch he pressed, a sudden clatter erupted to Xiao Lin's left. A container of unknown liquid toppled over from a nearby canister, splashing on it several Hydra agents and sending them into a frenzy of panic. Instinctively, Xiao Lin unleashed a blast of chilling wind, freezing the liquid before it could reach him. It turned out to be an extremely powerful adhesive. Its stickiness was truly outrageous. He watched as those unlucky enough to have stepped in it were instantly rooted to the spot, unable to move. In the distance, Baron Zemo, clutching a suitcase, was making a desperate dash for the elevator. With a single death's grasp, Xiao Lin dragged him back and flung him into the massive vat of glue, which had not yet fully solidified. "No!" Baron Zemo shrieked, his voice abruptly silenced as the glue poured over his head, sealing his features in a suffocating embrace. Seeing their leader fall, the remaining agents fired wildly at Xiao Lin as they scrambled upstairs, panic overtaking their discipline. But Xiao Lin had no reason to worry. The upper floors were already crawling with his ghouls and gargoyles. No one would escape this place alive. When he reached ground level, the scene was awash with blood and bodies. The Hydra agents had barely surfaced before being ambushed, caught off guard and slain in droves. The ghouls tore into the corpses, their jaws grinding with grisly, relentless crunches. Raising Frostmourne, his cursed blade, Xiao Lin absorbed the souls of everyone present. Unbeknownst to him, in a shadowy corner, an elderly man watched intently, muttering to himself, "A magic sword that can draw out souls? A mage wielding the powers of death? Fascinating. I hope I can make you serve me." Suddenly, the old man spun on his heel and rushed away, cursing under his breath, "Damn it, that traitor is coming again. Once I recover my strength, I'll drag him to hell myself." With the death of the last Hydra agent, a clear chime from the system echoed in Xiao Lin's ear, signaling the completion of his mission. To cover his tracks, Xiao Lin staged an accident. Flames erupted throughout the chemical plant, and in moments, the roaring inferno devoured the mangled bodies and the entire facility. He opened the gate of death and returned to the villa, where he found Wanda conjuring a building from swirling red chaos magic. The structure was unmistakably reminiscent of Naxxramas. When she finally paused, Xiao Lin asked, "Have you figured out the construction techniques for Sky City from the Knowledge Crystal?" Wanda replied, "Yes, we can begin building the city anytime. It's just that we'll need a vast amount of materials and many things I've never even heard of. Materials won't be an issue. Tomorrow, we'll start building the new Xavier School right away." Xiao Lin was in high spirits. As for the workers, he could always summon his own undead army. The next day, Jean Bing arranged a well-fueled private jet for them, allowing them to bypass all military bases as they made their way toward Antarctica. When a vast, thick sheet of ice finally appeared ahead, stretching for miles with not a soul in sight, Xiao Lin turned to the pilot and said, "This is the place. Let's stop here." Once the plane landed, Xiao Lin sent the pilot on his way. The Antarctic climate was bitterly cold, but for the two of them, the harsh environment posed no real threat. Staring out at the endless expanse of white, Wanda asked, her voice tinged with confusion. You're going to start building a city here? Where are the materials and the workers? With only Wanda and Xiao Lin standing in this desolate wasteland, she couldn't imagine where he would find either building supplies or laborers. Xiao Lin offered no explanation. Instead, he stepped into an open area and redeemed items from the system shop. In an instant, a mountain of materials appeared on the ice, black. Iron or mithril or serenite, frozen gems, obsidian, and more, forming a towering pile. And yet, this was just a fraction of what would be needed to build a city. Wanda's eyes widened in astonishment. She could hardly believe where all these things had come from. Now, let's get started, Xiao Lin said. Building a city was no small feat, and the ruins of X Academy's old teleportation beacon had made it even more complicated. To make things easier, Xiao Lin established a new beacon here, knowing they might have to remain for quite some time. Frostmourne was thrust into the ice, and a vast magic circle unfurled across the ground. Thousands of undead skeletons emerged from the infernal plane. A moment later, souls from the magic sword flew into each skeleton, igniting blue soul flames in their hollow eyes. These were skeletal laborers, formidable workers from the undead legion, well suited for heavy tasks. Under Xiao Lin's command, the skeleton laborers hauled oars and pitched them into the massive furnace he had summoned from the system shop. Wanda was stunned by the marvel unfolding before her. She stood frozen, unable to grasp the reality, until Xiao Lin called out to her a few times, snapping her back to her senses. Wanda, what should we do next? Xiao Lin asked. Floating over to the pile of materials, Wanda replied. First, we need to construct the foundation of the Sky City. I'll have to inscribe the levitation array on it. As Wanda painstakingly etched a vast, intricate levitation array onto the base, the surface was soon covered in complex runes. Once activated, the foundation of Sky City began to rise, slowly but steadily, into the air. Even with thousands of undead laborers working tirelessly, it took Xiao Lin and Wanda several months to complete the magnificent floating city. When Xiao Lin finally saw the city hovering above the Antarctic expanse, a surge of pride filled his heart, for this was a city entirely of his own. To keep this city safe from being shot down in such a dangerous world, Xiao Lin spent nearly all of his points to exchange for dozens of Magitech cannons, which were installed in every corner of the Sky City. Of course, there was still the final reflective shielding system that needed to be installed. Kalrut. Xiao Lin entered the Azeroth Technology Center and found General Kalrut, who was busy gathering all sorts of intelligence reports from his subordinates. Although their technology was far more advanced than Earth's, those who were now on Earth were merely soldiers and generals. They only possessed some of the most basic technologies, and the reflective shielding system was one of them. What is it, Mr. Xiao? Kalrut had been staying here for quite some time, but so far had only acquired a small number of elemental energy blocks, far from enough to activate his fleet. This left him somewhat dissatisfied. I need your help to install the reflective shielding system on my Sky City. All right. He didn't have any immediate objectives recently, and in any case, he was curious to see for himself what this so-called Sky City, as Xiao Lin described it, was really like. When he passed through the Gate of Death and arrived on the Antarctic continent, Kalrut's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Before him floated an enormous pyramid-like structure suspended in midair, with massive skulls adorning each of its four corners. These were replicas of the plague outlets from the undead scourge of Azeroth, faithfully recreated here by Wanda. The Sky City cast a vast shadow over the ground below. He saw no flames from any propulsion engines. Perhaps this floating fortress was equipped with anti-gravity engines, though with current human technology, such a feat would be nearly impossible. Even SHLD's airborne carrier, still under construction, required 4 colossal engines working in tandem with anti-gravity technology just to remain aloft for any length of time. It took another full month before the stealth system was finally installed throughout the city. General Kalrut had been on Earth for several years by now, but this was the first time he realized that this planet was anything but simple. Its technology might lag behind theirs, but in terms of mysterious powers, it far surpassed them. During this time, he had also calmed down. With his current strength, even if he found the Queen, he could not possibly contend with the ever-growing power of the Kree. Perhaps, he thought, they needed to collaborate even more closely if he was ever to achieve his dreams. The newly established X Academy consisted of 5 main areas: the superpower training ground, the residential quarters, the research center, the storage facility, and the control center. Wow, Principal, is this really our new school? It's so much bigger than the old one. The students came pouring out of the teleportation array, and as they gazed at the sprawling campus, they couldn't help but run around excitedly. This city could easily accommodate thousands for living, learning, and training, yet at the moment, there were only about 60 people here in total. A sharp whistle of excitement echoed through the air. Xiao Lin felt a gentle breeze brush past him, and it seemed as though a shadowy figure flickered before his eyes. He heard Pietro ask in astonishment, "Lin, is this the city you and Wanda have built together during this time? It looks enormous, and it almost seems to be floating in the sky." With a hint of pride, he replied, "That's right, this is the Sky City, a hidden city in the clouds, and also our X-Academy. In the future, I'll be adding many new facilities here." This time, Xiao Lin was determined not to let ordinary people enter the new X-Academy. At least for now, he intended to keep it concealed. A little after 10 that night, Xiao Lin stood alone atop the highest point of the Azeroth Tech Tower, gazing down at the city lights below, a wave of homesickness washing over him. Now that the Sky City was complete, he found himself with nothing much left to do. Training his physique and honing his combat skills no longer seemed to matter. After all, overwhelming strength could crush 100 techniques. When your power reached a certain level, all the finest moves paled in comparison to a single forceful punch. Most importantly, he had discovered the only way to enhance his power over death, slaughter. Only by slaying his enemies and extracting their souls could he grow stronger. The more formidable the enemy's spirit, the greater the boost to his own strength. Of course, ordinary people and those with minor mutations were of no value to him. At this moment, Sky City had slowly drifted from Antarctica to hover high above the international waters of the Atlantic Ocean, coming to a stop there. He had no intention of moving it above American soil and inviting unnecessary trouble. Even with its cloaking technology, it could still be discovered. Suddenly, he spotted a motorcycle below, its frame engulfed in flames as it tore down a city street in wild pursuit of a car ahead, an unmistakable sight against the pitch-black night. The rider astride, the flaming motorcycle wasn't quite human. In place of a head was a flaming skull. People screamed and scattered in terror wherever he passed. Was this Johnny Blaze, the Ghost Rider? Interest sparked in Xiao Lin's eyes. He summoned his battle armor and, shrouded by the darkness, gave chase. "Stop right there," he commanded. The wild chase on the ground soon drew the attention of the police. Seeing the blazing motorcycle, the officers panicked, fearing it would explode at any moment. As they drew closer, they realized that the figure ahead even had a flaming skull for a head. When a Ghost Rider turned his skull to look their way, a chill shot through the officer behind the wheel, and the police car skidded and overturned to the side. The pursuit continued out to the suburbs. Unable to contain his excitement, Xiao Lin dove from the sky toward the action below. With a thunderous impact, the magical mech landed squarely in front of the Ghost Rider, one powerful hand clamping down on the motorcycle's front end to bring it to a halt. The tremendous impact forced Xiao Lin to stagger back several steps, his mecha's feet gouging 2 long furrows across the ground. "Who are you, and why are you trying to stop me?" The question rasped from the Ghost Rider's throat. Xiao Lin saw the flickering soul, fire in the skeleton's eye sockets, perhaps agitated by the disappearance of the car ahead. A restless energy now crackled around him. Xiao Lin leapt down from within his arcane-powered mecha. "So, you're the Ghost Rider, Johnny Blaze?" Ghost Rider seemed surprised that his name was known, but he had no patience for small talk. The flaming chain in his hand writhed like a living serpent, lashing out at Xiao Lin. Caught off guard, Xiao Lin's hand was ensnared by the chain. The hellfire licked at his skin, searing it with a burning pain. This was no ordinary flame, but the fire of the underworld. Their eyes locked. In the depths of the Ghost Rider's gaze, Xiao Lin caught a different kind of flame, one with a purifying essence, reminiscent of the Grand Duke Bolvar after being cleansed by the Red Dragon's fire. The flames in both their eyes seemed to hold the power to purify evil itself. System alert. Mental attack detected from opponent. Activating automatic defense. So this was the infamous penance stare of the Ghost Rider? With a forceful tug, Xiao Lin broke free from the chain's grip and summoned a gargoyle to block his path. With a heavy crash, the iron chain struck the stone creature again and again, leaving deep cracks in its tough body. Shards of stone flew as the gargoyle shattered, collapsing into an ordinary pile of rocks. Having gauged the strength of his opponent's attacks, Xiao Lin drew his own weapon and advanced to face the Ghost Rider head-on. He wondered what material the chain was made of. It was so resilient that even Frostmourne's blow failed to cut it. Ghost Rider wielded his chain with masterful skill, striking from cunning angles that bypassed Xiao Lin's defenses, each hit landing with a mix of physical force and searing magical fire. Xiao Lin quickly realized that neither his aura of evil nor his blood magic had any effect on the Ghost Rider. After all, the opponent was a skeleton without flesh or blood. In that case, perhaps frost energy would prove effective. Channeling all his necrotic power into frost, Xiao Lin unleashed his winter's chill, enveloping Ghost Rider in a biting cold that relentlessly drained his heat. He caught hold of the chain, now sluggish due to the Ghost Rider's slowed reflexes. The fire in Ghost Rider's eyes flickered uncertainly, and the strength in his hands began to wane. He tried to yank the chain back, but Xiao Lin held fast, refusing to let go. Frost against hellfire. Ultimately, it was Xiao Lin's power of ice that prevailed. No one knew why Ghost Rider didn't just let go of the chain. At that moment, the flames enveloping him suddenly extinguished, leaving him as nothing more than an ordinary white man. Just as the sword in his hand was about to pierce his body, Xiao Lin managed to halt his strike in time. The icy tip of the blade stopped less than a centimeter from Johnny's nose. He could feel the fine hairs on his face stand on end, a cold sweat breaking out as shock coursed through him. Perhaps because the spirit of vengeance had receded once more, Johnny no longer wore that cold, ruthless expression. Now, he appeared flustered, asking anxiously, "Who exactly are you?" Xiao Lin eyed Johnny up and down with a hint of mischief, making Johnny feel distinctly uneasy. Truthfully, Xiao Lin was tempted to run him through with a single thrust to absorb the spirit of vengeance, Zarathos, that resided within Johnny. Such a powerful soul could greatly enhance his own strength. "Are you one of Mephisto's underlings?" Johnny asked, growing more certain as he sensed the aura of death surrounding Xiao Lin. "Mephisto? The Lord of Hell?" Xiao Lin shook his head. "I have nothing to do with him." Johnny, still frustrated, pressed further. "Then why did you stop me? You know I was chasing after Mephisto's mortal form. It was you who let him escape. Why would Mephisto show up here?" Xiao Lin wondered. There shouldn't be anything in Hell's Kitchen that could attract his attention. Over 6 months ago, Mephisto tried to rally his followers to restore his power. I've been tracking him ever since. If not for me, by now he'd have regained enough strength to be invincible on Earth. System notification. Mission difficulty is: assist Ghost Rider in banishing the Lord of Hell, Mephisto, back to Hell. Reward: 200,000 exchange points. The sudden appearance of an S-rank mission made clear just how difficult the task ahead would be. But if Ghost Rider was able to chase Mephisto this far before, could something unexpected be about to happen? And over 6 months ago, could his presence here be because of me? Back then, I occasionally felt as if someone was watching me from the shadows. Meanwhile, in front of an ordinary house, a somewhat frail old man climbed out of a car, coughing as he did so. This was the very vehicle Ghost Rider had been pursuing just moments before. "Sir, are you all right?" Kerrigan asked nervously, moving forward to help. Mephisto had never felt so humiliated. As a demon skilled in manipulation and deceit, to be undone by his own schemes was a bitter pill to swallow. He had crafted Ghost Rider Johnny himself. The last time, to deal with his son Blackheart, he had placed the spirit of vengeance within Johnny's body. But after achieving his goal, Johnny had refused to return the spirit. Now Mephisto found himself suffering from his own machinations. Kerrigan asked anxiously, "Master, what should we do now?" He had once been nothing more than a petty gang leader, caught red-handed in his misdeeds by the Ghost Rider. His men were slaughtered on the spot, and it was only with Mephisto's intervention that he escaped death. Mephisto fixed his gaze on Kerrigan and asked, "Do you desire great power?" "I do," Kerrigan blurted out without hesitation. He craved revenge, but as an ordinary man, he was no match for someone as formidable as Ghost Rider. He feared that even a mere brush of that iron chain would reduce him to ashes. Mephisto placed his hand on Kerrigan's shoulder, channeling a surge of dark, decaying energy into his body. When the process was complete, Mephisto felt his own strength wane even further. His vessel seemed on the verge of collapse, as if death could claim at any moment. Afterward, Kerrigan felt a strange thirst. He picked up a glass of water and took a sip, but instantly spat it out. His mouth was filled with the taste of rusted iron. He walked to the mirror to inspect himself. The reflection showed a pale face and a head of white hair, making him look like a dying addict. Mephisto coughed twice and said, "That is the price of power." Kerrigan stared incredulously at the iron cup in his hand, now covered in rust. He reached out to touch a potted flower on the windowsill. Instantly, the flower shriveled and decayed before his eyes. "Haha, I have superpowers now," Kerrigan exclaimed, gleefully testing his abilities and wreaking havoc throughout the room. "Fool, don't waste the power I've given you. Once it's gone, it won't come back," Mephisto snapped. He felt his borrowed body could fail at any moment. After all the trouble he'd gone through to possess a body in the mortal realm, he had no intention of returning in disgrace, especially not before the other demon gods of the plains. "This body isn't going to last. I need you to find me a suitable vessel. If I can regain some strength, I can make you even more powerful." Kerrigan immediately stopped his rampage and replied respectfully, "Yes, master. Now, I want you to infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. and retrieve the cosmic cube for me. With it, I can open a passage between hell and the mortal world, allowing more of my power to descend upon this realm." He hadn't intended to provoke a group as formidable as S.H.I.E.L.D., but after the last encounter with Ghost Rider, all the followers capable of restoring his strength had been slaughtered. There was no way to recruit more disciples in such a short time. Besides, his remaining power wouldn't last much longer. Rather than wait to wither away, he decided it was time to take a desperate gamble. When that time comes, the whole world will be mine. I'll devour every soul in Asgard's Valhalla. As Mephisto spoke of Valhalla, a note of excitement crept into his voice. Mephisto had always longed to come to this world, but it wasn't the souls of Earth's humans that interested him. Those were already his by right. What he truly desired were the souls of the Valkyries in Asgard's Valhalla. By absorbing them, his power would grow even more formidable. Remember, do not betray me. Otherwise, when you die and arrive in hell, I'll make you suffer endless torment. Yes, my lord, I'll do everything I can to help you, Kerrigan replied hastily, nodding over and over. He didn't really understand what Mephisto was talking about. Only knew that helping him was the only way to gain the strength needed for revenge, perhaps even immortality. He didn't care whether the other was an angel or a demon. The cosmic cube, the space stone among the infinity stones, had been recovered decades ago by Howard Stark. Ever since, S.H.I.E.L.D. had kept it under strict guard. No one knew how Mephisto had gotten word of its existence. Elsewhere, Johnny swung his leg over his motorcycle, which had returned to its original form, and prepared to leave. He needed to find a new place to stay for the night. Just as he was about to go, Xiao Lin stepped forward and pressed her hand on the front of Johnny's bike. "Johnny, let me come with you to find Mephisto. Together, we can drive him back to hell. How about staying at my place? I still can't control the spirit of vengeance inside me, so it's better if I travel alone. I don't want to end up killing people who've only made small mistakes." Johnny refused Xiao Lin's offer. After all these years, he'd grown used to being on his own. It occurred to Xiao Lin that the Ghost Rider could see into a person's soul and glimpse their past. Even the slightest wrongdoing could end in death as their soul was consumed. Most of Kingpin's men in Hell's Kitchen were hardened criminals who'd committed all manner of evil. Xiao Lin definitely didn't want Ghost Rider to wipe them all out. "Then let's exchange numbers. If you find Mephisto, contact me. Aunt May, I won't be coming home tonight." Parker spoke in his phone, his tone cautious. He glanced at Director Fury and Agent Hill beside him, not sure how to explain that he wouldn't be home for the next few days. Agent Hill quickly took the phone from Parker's hand. "Hello, I'm Parker's teacher, Maria Hill. He's about to take part in an important academic competition and needs to focus on preparing at school. We'll arrange for him to stay on campus at night." Hearing the unfamiliar woman's voice on the other end, Aunt May asked, somewhat suspiciously, "What kind of competition is this, and how long will it take?" Aunt May, just 1 week. I'll definitely bring home a big prize. I still have to study now. Good night, Aunt May." Parker took the phone, hurriedly said a few words, and quickly ended the call. Fury joked, "Parker, are you that scared of your Aunt May?" "No, I'm just afraid of hearing her worry. Ever since Uncle Ben passed away, she's had a really tough time." Hill interrupted him, saying, "All right, Spiderling, your training starts now. If you want to become an Avenger, there's still a lot you need to learn." With that, she turned and walked away. Fury patted Parker on the back. "Go ahead. Someone will help you with the next steps." Spider-Man, Parker, hurried after her, hesitated a moment, and asked, "Sister Hill, can I really get paid every month?" Hearing Parker address her that way, Hill's mood visibly brightened. "Of course, as long as you train hard. Eventually there'll be even more criminals waiting for you to deal with." A few months ago, Coulson had approached Parker, inviting him to join S.H.I.E.L.D. At first, Parker declined, but only recently, when he learned Aunt May had lost her job and money was tight at home, did he finally accept. Inside Johnny, the spirit of vengeance had a connection with Mephisto. As long as the two came within a certain distance of each other, they could sense one another's presence. Although he hadn't found Mephisto's whereabouts yet, Johnny was certain he was still in New York. Dressed in a long, loose trench coat, Johnny walked into a roadside burger joint. He patted his thin wallet and said, "1 burger, please, with egg and bacon." No sooner had he sat down than the sharp crackle of gunfire erupted across the street, mingled with the cries of innocent bystanders. Chaos spilled over the avenue. Suddenly, the glass window beside Johnny shattered as stray bullets tore through it, showering him with fragments. Turning, he saw several robbers exchanging fierce gunfire with police officers behind car. The police seemed rattled themselves. They hadn't expected the robbers to be so vicious. They'd arrived on patrol, having just received the call, only to run into the fleeing criminals right outside the bank, triggering a shootout. As the chaos unfolded, everyone in the burger joint panicked and rushed for the exit. One person was hit in the arm by a stray bullet during the escape, leaving a trail of blood across the floor. Pinned down behind their cars by the robbers' relentless firepower, the police couldn't even lift their heads. Several unlucky bystanders already lay motionless by the curb. "Hey man, you'd better get out of here. It's dangerous." The burger shop owner ran over and gave Johnny's shoulder a concerned pat, then, realizing it wasn't safe, ducked down and crouched beside the table. Johnny stood up, trembling, and walked outside. Flames flickered from his hands, and half his face kept shifting into the visage of Skull. He felt he could no longer suppress the spirit of vengeance raging within him. From who knows where, he drew out a long iron chain, now blazing with fierce fire. "Hurry, get in the car, we've got the money," shouted one of the robbers, clutching a huge bag stuffed with cash looted from the bank, calling out to his partner, who was firing a machine gun. But there was no reply. When he turned around, he saw a swirl of dust sparkling with embers rising beside him. Instinctively, he ducked down, just as a wave of intense heat washed over his head, curling his hair with the force. They watched in terror as a figure with a flaming skull strode toward them, wielding a burning iron chain in one hand. Strangely, the fire didn't scorch the clothes on his body. "What the hell is that?" The gang leader smacked the driver on the head. "Damn it, step on it. Get us out of here." As he spoke, he raised his gun and unloaded a volley at the Ghost Rider, but the bullets simply bounced off, leaving him unharmed. The engine roared to life and the car lurched forward. But before they could escape, the driver was struck by the suddenly lashing chain and reduced to nothing but ashes. The Ghost Rider reached out, ripped open the car door, and dragged the gang leader out. In a hoarse voice, he commanded, "Look into my eyes." Unable to resist, the gang leader met his gaze, and in that moment he saw the weight of all his past sins, felt himself burning in hellfire, his soul plunging into a bottomless abyss. The police stood frozen, gaping as the gang leader crumbled to ash in the Ghost Rider's grasp, momentarily at a loss for what to do. With another sinner dispatched, Ghost Rider was about to chase down the other fleeing criminals, eager to consume their souls as well, when suddenly a figure swung in from afar. A slender web shot from his hand, sticking to Ghost Rider's arm, and in an instant, the other end was anchored to a utility pole. "Hey, stop right there." Spider-Man landed lightly on the ground and called out to Ghost Rider, "I know they're bad guys, but can you let me hand them over to the police instead?" Ghost Rider stared at him in silence. For someone daring to interfere with his mission of punishing the guilty, he only wanted to turn Spider-Man's body to ashes and devour his soul. "You want to fight me?" Spider-Man dodged the incoming chain with agile ease, his tone brimming with excitement. "I've been training hard these last few days. Let's see what you've got." Spider-Man's hands fired white webs again and again, circling Ghost Rider, wrapping him layer after layer. How about that? My webs are really strong, you know." Spider-Man spun around and quickly tied up the rest of the robbers who were trying to make a run for it. After finishing up, he leapt onto a police car and called out to the officers standing behind it, "Hey, officers, everything's handled here. You can take them away now." But before he could enjoy his success, flames erupted from Ghost Rider's body, burning away all the webs in an instant. Spider-Man barely managed to twist aside as a blazing chain whipped past his waist, looping around him several times. With a sharp tug, he was hauled right to Ghost Rider's side. A pair of steaming hot hands gripped Spider-Man's shoulders. "Look into my eyes." Staring at the skull just inches from his face, Spider-Man locked eyes with him as Ghost Rider's penance stare began. "What exactly am I supposed to be seeing?" The two stared at each other for several minutes, but nothing happened. Spider-Man looked confused, question marks practically written on his face. Breaking free from Ghost Rider's grasp, he jumped to the side. The penance stare had failed, leaving Ghost Rider momentarily stunned. But things weren't looking good for Spider-Man either. Against Ghost Rider's hellfire, his webs were useless. Normally, he only dealt with petty criminals and thugs. Facing such a powerful opponent for the first time made him hesitate and hold back. Parker is still just a middle schooler, after all. Sometimes I really wonder if recruiting him into the Avengers was the right choice. Watching the scene unfold on the surveillance screen, Fury sighed and picked up an earpiece from the desk. "Barton, Natasha, I want you to assist Spider-Man. I don't want our newest Avenger to get wiped out on his first day. And try to capture that guy and bring him in." "Yes, sir." From a nearby rooftop, Barton, Natasha, and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents sprang into action. Fury then turned to Agent Hill. "Clear all those reporters out of the area. I don't want today's events blowing up all over the city. Lin, come quick and check out the news. There's this guy in New York whose head is a flaming skull, and he's fighting Spider-Man." Quicksilver yelled, lounging in Xiao Lin's living room and watching TV. Was he talking about Ghost Rider? Xiao Lin walked over to the TV, where the news was showing live footage from the scene. How did Spider-Man Parker end up brawling with Johnny the Ghost Rider right in the streets of New York. Lin, do you think that skull-headed guy could be a mutant? Want me to go bring him in? Quicksilver, always on the lookout for potential mutants, had made no progress so far. He's not a mutant. He had only watched for a few minutes when the television screen suddenly switched to another scene. Xiao Lin realized he couldn't afford to wait here any longer. With such a fierce battle breaking out in the city, S.H.I.E.L.D. or the military was bound to intervene, and he had no intention of letting the Ghost Rider get captured. What would happen to his mission then? Reporting in, sir. All nearby blocks have been completely sealed off. Natasha and Barton, however, didn't immediately follow Fury's orders to join the fight. Natasha believed Parker still needed more real-world experience to grow. Over the past few days of sparring, she had observed that Parker possessed extraordinary strength and agility with razor-sharp senses. He was every bit the superhero, but in combat he relied entirely on instinct, never thinking about how to conserve his energy. Still, he wasn't likely to lose so quickly, and if he really wanted to escape, Ghost Rider would never be able to catch him. At least, that was Natasha's honest opinion. In the heat of battle, Ghost Rider seemed tireless. More than once, the iron chain in his hand suddenly stretched out, nearly catching Parker by the ankle. Move out! After more than 10 minutes, seeing that Parker was beginning to tire, Natasha gave a swift signal. Agents burst out from their hiding places. They knew small arms would never work against this enemy. Instead, they brought out the heavy artillery, rocket launchers, and machine guns. Parker swung in from above, ready to kick Ghost Rider into the fountain at the center of the plaza. But just then, a shrill whistling filled his ears. A rocket whooshed past him, streaking toward the enemy and exploding in midair with a fiery blast. Turning, Parker saw S.H.I.E.L.D. agents appear from nowhere, unleashing a barrage of weapons on Ghost Rider. He grumbled under his breath, clearly annoyed. I had this under control. Just a little longer, and I'd have had him. Before Parker could finish his sentence, an iron chain shot out from the hail of gunfire, wrapping tight around his neck. Cease fire. Seeing Ghost Rider drag Parker toward him, Natasha quickly ordered everyone to hold their fire. Hot, 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 Parker cried out, frantically trying to tear the chain from his neck, but even his hands were scorched bright red. If he'd been anyone else, he'd have been reduced to ashes by now. Parker, how many times have I told you? Never lose focus in a fight, not until you know exactly what your enemy is capable of. Listening to Natasha's lecture from the sidelines, Parker couldn't help but roll his eyes. Teacher, a little help here? I can't breathe. As the smoke cleared, they saw Ghost Rider reappear before them, utterly unscathed. Not even his clothes were damaged. The soul fire blazed in his eye sockets as he hauled Parker closer with both hands. Seeing Parker's predicament, Hawkeye pulled out an explosive arrow. With a sharp shot, he struck Ghost Rider's hand. The blast forced him to drop the iron chain to the ground. Seeing Parker break free from his restraints, the agents immediately turned their focus back to Ghost Rider, surrounding him as bullets and explosives rained down upon him, forcing him to stagger backward. With Ghost Rider clearly struggling and about to exhaust his strength, suddenly a figure plummeted from the sky. A thunderous crash echoed, and the solid pavement beneath cracked open in spiderweb patterns. It's hardly fair for so many of you to gang up on just one, came a cold, metallic voice. It was Xiao Lin, clad in rune-inscribed armor. In front of the surveillance monitors, Director Fury stood up, a flicker of suspicion and curiosity crossing his face as he muttered to himself. Just what is Xiao Lin trying to do? Yet, he gave no orders for his agents to retreat. He was curious to see the difference in strength between Spider-Man and Xiao Lin. Besides, 3 Harrier jets were on standby nearby, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. Xiao Lin's gaze fixed on the agile Spider-Man, Parker. With a deathly grip, he snatched Parker to his side, seized him by the throat with both hands, and slammed him hard into the ground. The impact left Parker dazed and unable to recover for a moment. Spider-Man, Natasha, seeing her student being manhandled, immediately abandoned the attack on Ghost Rider. She pulled out a palm-sized device and hurled it at Xiao Lin, where it stuck fast to his armor. A harsh sizzle filled the air as powerful currents of electricity arced across Xiao Lin's body. But the restrained Parker, caught in the shock, was left writhing in agony as well. Natasha had no other choice. Xiao Lin's true identity was known only to Fury, Coulson, and Agent Hill. With the enemy's background a mystery, and fearing Parker might not survive, she took the risk. The intense electric surge only managed to halt Xiao Lin for a brief moment. As Natasha's long leg lashed toward his arm, he caught it easily with his other hand. However, Spider-Man's strength was formidable in its own right. Xiao Lin couldn't restrain him with just one hand, and Parker soon broke free and slipped away. Since Parker had escaped, Xiao Lin couldn't help but let his hand glide over Natasha's long leg. Though, armored as he was, he felt nothing at all. Seeing his mentor restrained, Parker shot a web from his hand, splattering it squarely across Xiao Lin's face. Forced to release Natasha, Xiao Lin tore at the sticky threads, his vision momentarily obscured. Meanwhile, Ghost Rider was locked in a desperate struggle. Dozens of agents unleashed a relentless barrage, pinning him down so he could only swing his iron chain, detonating grenades, and fending off bullets as best he could. Xiao Lin then cast a blasphemous field, covering a 100-meter radius beneath the feet of all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. The ground seemed to tug at them, throwing their bodies off balance and bringing their assault on Ghost Rider to an abrupt halt. Boiling with pent-up fury, Ghost Rider charged forward, his iron chain whipping through the air and striking the two agents at the front. In an instant, their bodies were reduced to nothing but ash. At this moment, Ghost Rider had already drained Johnny's strength. He was too exhausted to continue fighting and reverted to his human form, collapsing unconscious to the ground. Sensing trouble, Xiao Lin rushed to Johnny's side. He conjured a wall of ice to shield them, temporarily blocking all incoming attacks. While fending off Spider-Man's assault, Xiao Lin unleashed a disease infused with dark power, carrying a weakening effect. The illness touched the nearest agent and, guided by contagious magic, quickly spread through everyone in the area, including Johnny at his side. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents lost all strength and slumped to the ground, their guns clattering in a scattered heap. "Hey, what's going on with you all?" Parker muttered, bewildered by how everyone dropped so suddenly. He hurried to Natasha's side and called out softly, "Teacher, are you all right?" Natasha and Barton, with their exceptional physical conditioning, were only left weak and lying on the ground, but hadn't lost consciousness. Both of them, however, were confused. Why had almost everyone fallen all at once? With some effort, Natasha pulled out her phone. "Coulson, we need backup." Suddenly, Parker's spider sense flared, a warning of danger behind him. He glimpsed a shadowy bat-shaped statue swooping past. "Spider-Man, you shouldn't let your guard down in a fight. That could cost you your life." "I'm not afraid of you. I'm S.H.I.E.L.D.'s top Spider-Man." Parker encouraged himself, shooting a web at a street lamp and swinging toward Xiao Lin. Determined to end things quickly, Xiao Lin summoned all the icy energy within him, chilling the air and slowing Parker's movements. Soul Strike. Wailing spirits from Frostmourne surged forth, a piercing, invisible scream crashing into Parker's mind. The sound echoed in his head, momentarily severing his awareness of his surroundings. With a thud, Xiao Lin struck Parker hard in the neck, knocking him out cold. Then, using Parker's own webbing, he bound him up and hung him upside down from a nearby street lamp. The whole fight had been strangely abrupt. With all the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents neutralized, Xiao Lin hefted the now-human Johnny and departed the area. The roar of jet engines echoed over the city as 3 Harrier jets and a transport plane arrived late, setting down in the square. Coulson and his team rushed out in haste. Frowning at the agents sprawled across the ground, Coulson shouted to the medical crew emerging from the transport, "Quick, check their conditions." After examining the agents, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s medics found that, aside from 2 who had been reduced to ash by Ghost Rider's hellfire, the rest had suffered no serious harm. Coulson answered the call from the director and asked, "Director Fury, everyone is all right, but it seems like we've all come down with some kind of illness. There's no danger to anyone's life, though. What should we do now? Should I get in touch with Mr. Xiao Lin and ask what happened?" "No, I'll reach out to him myself and find out exactly what he's up to." Fury's voice was laced with barely contained anger. Just as Xiao Lin set Johnny down, his phone began to ring. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was an unfamiliar number. Xiao Lin. On the other end, a man's voice burst through, angry and vaguely familiar. "This is Nick Fury." Xiao Lin immediately understood. Fury must be calling to ask about what had just happened. With his resources as director of S.H.I.E.L.D., tracing this number would have been no challenge at all. "I always thought we could work together peacefully. I've overlooked some of your previous actions, but now you've attacked our agents and taken away the dangerous individual we were trying to apprehend. Aren't you going to give me an explanation?" "Don't worry, Director Fury. I can guarantee that Johnny won't pose any threat. Besides, your agents all made it out unharmed, didn't they?" "Oh, right. Those 2 deaths were accidents." Xiao Lin's impenetrable attitude left Fury at a loss. The two still had ongoing collaborations in weapon supply, especially with Azeroth Technologies' weather weapon nearing completion. S.H.I.E.L.D. hoped to be the first to install it on their helicarrier. Not wanting to escalate things, Xiao Lin added, "I'm not trying to make enemies here. Mephisto from Hell is now on Earth, and we'll need Johnny to find him." With that, Xiao Lin hung up, confident that Fury wouldn't retaliate against him. Out in a desolate countryside, a middle-aged man walked alongside a figure whose entire body was ashen gray. Everywhere they passed, life withered and decayed in their wake. These 2 were none other than Mephisto, now inhabiting a new body, and his servant, Kerrigan. My lord, is the cosmic cube really here? Kerrigan glanced around at the barren landscape. Could it be buried underground? Should I get some excavators to dig it up? Mephisto shot him a glare, and Kerrigan immediately closed his mouth and hurried to catch up. They soon arrived at a canyon, where a guard post came into view. Beyond it, a spacious cave opened up with a concrete road stretching off into the distance. This was SHLD's research facility, the very place where the cosmic cube was kept. A sentry spotted the two men approaching and raised his weapon, aiming it at them. Halt! Identify yourselves. This is a restricted military zone. Do not proceed any further. Mephisto signaled to Kerrigan, who nodded and strode toward the guard post. A sudden burst of gunfire rang out. A hail of bullets swept across the ground in front of Kerrigan, a clear warning not to proceed any further. Yet he paid no heed, pressing forward, letting the bullets thud into his body, without spilling a single drop of blood. A swirl of ashen mist appeared in Kerrigan's hand, surging directly at the soldier. The fog wrapped around him, and before their very eyes, the soldier's body withered at a terrifying speed, crumbling into nothing but a heap of dust. Along the way, Kerrigan dispatched numerous soldiers, methodically following the corridor deeper inside. Around the hellish demon, it was as if a massive magnetic field existed. Every electronic device that encountered Mephisto instantly sparked and shorted out, rendered useless in moments. SHIELD agents quickly became aware of the disturbance. Director Fury, someone is breaking into the facility where we keep the Tesseract. All surveillance along the route has gone offline. The current situation is unclear. Coulson, stationed at the experimental base, urgently reported to the director. Yet another piece of bad news, and Fury's headache deepened. Since the appearance of that Xiao Lin, trouble had followed one incident after another. Research on the Tesseract was classified at the highest level within SHIELD, and Fury couldn't imagine who might have leaked the information. Coulson, do whatever you can to secure the Tesseract. I'll send Agent Barton and his team to support you. The Tesseract was of paramount importance to them. Both the Avengers Initiative and the Tesseract Development Project were currently their best hopes. Kerrigan, still exhilarated by his newfound power, continued his wild rampage, howling as he turned every agent he passed into drifting clouds of dust. He didn't realize that his own body was slowly deteriorating. Perhaps, before long, he would end up just like his victims, a pile of lifeless ash. Idiot, over here. Watching Kerrigan charge madly in all directions, Mephisto couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Perhaps he shouldn't have granted him a portion of his own power. Maybe there was a better candidate for an ally. It's close, so close. Mephisto could sense the immense energy radiating from the Tesseract, drawing nearer with every moment. He had only recently discovered the Tesseract was hidden here. He remembered that after Odin triumphed in a war long ago, he had concealed this artifact of immense power. Never did Mephisto expect to find it here. Coulson, preparing to evacuate the Tesseract, reached the base's underground garage, only to run straight into the invading enemy. Without hesitation, he drew his pistol, firing repeatedly at his pursuers as he dashed toward a nearby car. Kerrigan lunged at Coulson with a twisted grin, grabbing hold of the car just as it roared to life. From the point of his touch, the vehicle began to corrode at an alarming rate. Get up! With a furious roar, the car was flipped over by Kerrigan, sending Coulson tumbling to the ground. The case Coulson had placed on the car fell aside, and Mephisto quickly snatched it up. With the cosmic cube in hand, Mephisto had no desire to linger. Time to go. Let's not waste another moment here. Watching as the pair drove off, Coulson wiped the blood from his forehead, his mind reeling. He hadn't expected the enemy to find him in such a hidden spot, coming straight for the cosmic cube. A nagging suspicion crept in. Was there a traitor among them? By the time Agent Barton, also known as Hawkeye, arrived at the base with Parker in tow, Coulson was already receiving medical treatment. What happened here, Coulson? Barton asked. Seeing the two walk in, Coulson managed, "Give me a moment." He winced sharply as a medic touched his wound, the pain drawing a hiss through his teeth. Once he was patched up, Coulson explained, "The cosmic cube has been stolen, but I managed to plant a tracker on the case they took." "What's the cosmic cube?" Parker asked, puzzled. "It's a massive energy source." "Then what are we waiting for?" Eager to prove himself, Parker sprang to his feet, ready to go, but when he saw the others unmoved, he awkwardly sat back down. "This is an urgent situation. The other side knows our base well. I suspect there's a traitor within SHIELD, so the director wants you two to take the lead on this mission for now." Far away, in a desolate town near Las Vegas in the American West. It was rare for anyone to pass through this place in a whole year, but today, two strangers had arrived, Mephisto and Kerrigan. They'd chosen this isolated spot precisely because Mephisto wanted to avoid drawing too much attention. "Gentlemen, what can I get you?" The moment they stepped into the town's lone diner, the owner came over to greet them. Kerrigan, unable to contain himself, said, "Give me a bottle of beer. Just bring me something filling," Mephisto said indifferently. He had no real interest in food, but the human body he inhabited still needed some sustenance. He despised this mortal vessel, frail and troublesome. Only the delicious souls he was about to claim brought him any anticipation. Kerrigan took a swig of beer, only to immediately spit it out in disgust. The taste was sour and bitter, nothing like what he expected. "Owner, this place seems pretty deserted. How many people live here, anyway?" Mephisto inquired. The diner owner launched into a rambling reply. "There's only about 300 folks left in this town now. Most everyone else has moved to the big city." Mephisto only paid attention to the population figure the boss mentioned about the town. Everything else he said was disregarded. Of course, as a demon and his ever-present lackey, neither of them could possibly be carrying any money. By the time they left, all that remained in the desolate restaurant was a scatter of dust on the floor. By the time they finished dinner, night had already fallen. The town was mostly populated by middle-aged and elderly folks who went to bed early and woke up early, a situation that perfectly suited Mephisto's plans. Merely possessing the cosmic cube wasn't enough. To open a spatial rift between Earth and Hell, a massive demonic array needed to be constructed, drawing upon souls. This would not only serve as a beacon for the gateway, but also cloak the hellish energy, hiding it from the attention of Earth's more powerful beings. Silently, Mephisto slew several people, using their blood to draw the demonic sigils around the town. Kerrigan, following behind, didn't fully grasp what was happening. He only hoped Mephisto could quickly regain some of his strength. He was still dreaming of the day he could return to his original body and gain eternal life, completely forgetting the treacherous nature of demons, or perhaps he had never understood it at all. As the final steps of the demonic array were set in place, mysterious red runes appeared on the ground. Suddenly, an orange-yellow shield snapped into existence, enveloping the entire town. The townsfolk, still deep in slumber, were suddenly consumed by flames that erupted from their bodies. They woke in terror, their anguished cries filling the night, and in moments they were reduced to ashes. One by one, transparent souls rose from the ashes, gazing about in confusion before drifting irresistibly toward the center of the town. With his work done, Mephisto felt the power he had brought into the mortal world was now almost entirely spent. "I need a full day to communicate with Hell. Go keep watch around the outskirts of the town for me. I don't want any accidents. Trust me, you wouldn't want to know the consequences." Mephisto threatened as he strode toward the heart of the town, where the array's core and the crucial link to Hell was located. "Yes, my lord." Awed by Mephisto's formidable power, Kerrigan grew even more respectful and delighted. Mephisto opened the case containing the cosmic cube, chanting incantations that lifted the cube into the air and guided it toward the center of the array. He certainly didn't dare touch it with his own hands. The cube hovered at the array's heart, pale blue light mingling with the crimson glow, casting a surreal brilliance across the area. Meanwhile, Parker and Agent Barton, who had been tailing them all this way, finally managed to track them down, though the signal from their tracker had cut in and out along the journey. "Mr. Barton, it's so late already. Can't we find a place to rest first?" Parker complained as he trudged through the dust-choked streets, flashlight in hand. He felt as if he was losing his mind. They'd been chasing after them for half a day and only managed to grab a burger along the way. "It seems you still don't understand how serious this is." Barton's tone grew impatient at Parker's attitude, a far cry for what he expected of an Avenger. Still, he reminded himself, Parker was just a middle schooler. He couldn't fathom why Fury had brought him on board. So what if the kid had a few enhancements? Damn it, the signal's gone again. Agent Barton slapped the device in his hand with frustration. "Mr. Barton, look, what's that?" Parker shouted in astonishment as he spotted the distant town suddenly enveloped by an orange dome. "What?" Barton lifted his gaze, following the line of Parker's finger. In the darkness ahead, a faint orange glow had appeared. "Let's go check out." The signal had vanished right around there. Maybe, just maybe, they could find what they were after up ahead. As Mephisto finished chanting his incantation, a massive demonic specter materialized above the little town. What is that thing? Is it a demon?" Both men, halfway there, froze in shock at the sudden apparition. Before them hovered a colossal figure, its entire form a deep crimson. Twin horns jutted from its skull, and great leathery wings unfurled across its back, stretching easily 100 meters wide. Parker, though frightened, mustered his courage and followed Agent Barton toward the spectacle. "Hey, what are you two doing here?" Kerrigan, patrolling the town, spotted the pair sneaking in and immediately perked up. He relished nothing more than the sound of someone screaming in terror. Seeing Kerrigan, Agent Barton remembered what Coulson had said about the henchman who always shadowed that enemy. Without hesitation, he whipped out his bow and loosed several arrows at him. Thanks to his spider sense, Parker deftly dodged a swirling cloud of gray mist. Darting circles around Kerrigan, he quickly shot web after web, binding the man tightly. Within the town, souls had not yet been fully absorbed by the ritual circle. Spotting the intruders, Mephisto sent those wandering spirits drifting toward Parker and Barton. "Mr. Barton, let's get out of here," Parker exclaimed, fear creeping into his voice. These ghostly figures were beyond his comprehension. He couldn't touch them at all. After several failed attempts to fight them off, Barton nodded in agreement. The priority now was to report back to Director Fury and wait for backup. Ignoring the tightly trussed Kerrigan, Parker and Barton turned and ran. It took Kerrigan a good while to reduce the webs binding him to ash. Staring after the vanished duo, he stomped the ground in fury. "Damn you! I'll turn you both to dust." The two finally spotted a car parked by the roadside. Agent Barton picked the lock with practiced ease, just like a seasoned criminal. "Damn it, the car won't start." He jumped out and, in frustration, gave the car door a hard kick. Agent Barton pulled out his phone, only to find the screen pitch black and completely unresponsive, no matter what he tried. He said, "It looks like some kind of demonic energy is interfering with all the electronics." "I can't believe demons are real," Parker muttered, then asked, "Mr. Barton, what should we do now?" Barton replied, "This isn't something the two of us can handle alone. We need to contact the director, and we should get farther away from here and see if we can make a call." They trekked on foot for more than 20 kilometers before finally emerging from the area affected by the demonic energy. At last, their phones powered on again. "Director Fury, we found the person who stole the Tesseract. It looks like he's trying to summon a demon." Barton had no idea that the one conducting the ritual, Mephisto, was a demon himself. "A demon? Barton, are you serious?" Fury's voice was thick with skepticism. "Judging by his appearance, I'd say so, Director Fury. He slaughtered the entire population of a small town before we arrived. Now the whole place is surrounded by some unknown energy. No electronic device works anywhere near there. The location is about 20 kilometers south of where we are now." Fury immediately pinpointed Barton's phone location and pulled up satellite surveillance, only to discover that the entire area was a complete blind spot. No images at all. Given that, he finally started to believe what Barton was saying. "Wait nearby. I'll assemble a team and send backup right away." With that, Fury hung up. Watching Barton casually pick a spot and lie down to rest, Parker asked, "Mr. Barton, are we really just going to rest here?" Seeing Barton nod, Parker grumbled under his breath, clearly dissatisfied. Back at S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury considered for a moment, then dialed a number. "Tony, it's me, Nick Fury." On the other end, a deafening noise blared. Tony shouted over it, "What? Hold on a second." After a moment, things quieted down on Tony's end. "Okay, what's up, Fury? Why are you calling me today? I found a new member for your Avengers." "A new member, huh? Anyone as gorgeous as Natasha?" Fury ignored Tony's flippant tone. "Peter Parker, 15 years old. The kid currently moonlighting as Spider-Man in New York." Tony replied, "Hey, Fury, you're not expecting me to play babysitter, are you? I really don't have time for that." "All right, let's not talk about that today. Right now, there's a dangerous individual threatening the security of America in a small desert town near Las Vegas. He's already wiped out everyone in that town. I want you to help us deal with it. Of course, if you're willing to let our agents use your Iron Man armor, that would work too." "No, that's not up for discussion," Tony replied with unusual firmness. "I'll go to the place you mentioned." "So when do I leave?" Though Tony usually had a carefree attitude, he always took national security seriously. Otherwise, he wouldn't go on to so strongly support the Superhero Registration Act in the future. Fury said, "Agent Barton and Spider-Man Parker are already there waiting. I'll have someone pick you up right away." Right then, Tony felt like smashing his phone. "Damn it, you just ruined my party and my date tonight." Fury pretended not to hear his complaints, hung up, and immediately called Black Widow, Natasha. "Natasha, urgent mission. Return to headquarters at once." He hesitated for a moment, wondering whether he should contact the Ancient One's people. Something about this situation felt off, as if even the Avengers might not be enough this time. But in the end, he decided against it. Dealing with those stubborn old mystics was the last thing he wanted to do. They never even let him through the front door. Parker and Agent Barton had spent the night stretched out on a rock. Before dawn broke, they heard the distant roar of a jet overhead. A Quinjet was descending, landing nearby. Leading the group was Tony, impeccably dressed in a suit. Anyone who didn't know better might have thought he was here for a business deal. Behind him were Natasha and several elite S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Agent May and Agent Ward among them. Wow, is that Mr. Tony Stark? Parker leapt to his feet and dashed toward Tony. Seeing everyone arrive, Agent Barton spoke up. That area is surrounded by some sort of strange energy. None of our electronic devices work in there. He glanced at Tony as he finished. Tony responded, Fury already told me. My Iron Man armor is totally immune to electromagnetic interference and all that. He looked over at Parker. So, you're the new Avenger? A kid your age ought to be in school, not getting roped into this by Fury. Parker was at a loss for words. Natasha stepped forward. We need to get moving. No one knows what could happen once the ritual is complete. The area ahead was completely inaccessible to the Quinjet, and cars couldn't get through either. The group had no choice but to continue on foot. Tony didn't follow them immediately. He stretched out his hand, and one by one, the pieces of his Iron Man armor flew out from the Quinjet. Tony, be careful. Wait until we're all together before you make a move. I know. After a deafening sonic boom, Tony, now clad in his Iron Man suit, shot toward the scene at high speed. Meanwhile, Johnny, who was just about to rest in a motel, suddenly walked over to the window and gazed off into the distance. What a powerful aura from hell. It must be Mephisto. Although the demon's magic circle had blocked the senses of others, it was no use against Johnny. He hurriedly gathered his things, ready to head toward the desert. He hesitated for a moment before leaving, but finally picked up his phone. Lin, I found Mephisto. He's in the American West. Mephisto? Where exactly? Xiao Lin had finally received the information he'd been waiting for. People from all sides converged on a nameless town, where a great battle was about to break out. In the center of a magic circle, the cosmic cube opened a passageway, pouring forth a steady stream of crimson hellish energy into Mephisto's body. It was like rain after a long drought. Thrilled, he shouted, More! I need more power. Just one more day, and he believed his strength would be enough to face powerhouses like the Ancient One and Odin. He hadn't forgotten how they once joined forces to drive him back into hell. Tony approached the outskirts of the small town alone. Staring at the shield enveloping the entire area, he said, Jarvis, analyze the energy composition of this shield and see if you can break it. It will require extensive calculations to analyze, sir. This type of energy does not exist in nature. Tony was surprised. It doesn't exist? Can I get through? Sir, from what I can tell, this energy doesn't prevent entry. It merely blocks detection from the outside. Moments later, Jarvis's voice returned. Sir, I've detected energy from the cosmic cube. It has opened a portal to another dimension, and someone is drawing power from the energy leaking out. The Iron Man suit's display showed the scene at the heart of the magic circle. A middle-aged man, a glowing blue cube, and mysterious runes beneath his feet. 2 missiles launched from Tony's shoulders, but before they could reach the center, they veered off course and tumbled out of the sky. The armor itself remained unaffected, but clearly, the missiles were not up to the task. Damn pests again, Mephisto muttered as he spotted Tony outside the town, along with a few others approaching from a distance, none of them particularly formidable in his eyes. No matter. Let them come. I'll give them a little surprise to keep them busy. As soon as he finished speaking, undead creatures from hell began clawing their way up from the earth. Forget it. Let's wait until the others arrive before we do anything. After waiting for more than an hour, Tony finally saw the rest of the group arriving one after another. When Agent May noticed Tony and Agent Barton walking straight inside, she hesitated and asked, Is it really okay for us to just go in like that? Parker replied, It should be fine. If not, we don't really have any other options, do we? As they stepped into the small town, the scene before them shifted abruptly. Strange noises echoed from time to time, heightening their unease. Suddenly, they saw several skinless, humanoid creatures charging at them with terrifying speed. Oh, that's disgusting, Parker gagged, feeling as though he might throw up the bread he'd eaten earlier. Where did these things come from? I didn't see anything like this yesterday. There were quite a few of these monsters, and the only way to stop their assault was to shoot them in the head or break their legs. Seeing these zombies, Tony muttered to himself. Could this have something to do with Xiao Lin? He'd seen Xiao Lin summon ghouls before, and these looked almost exactly the same. Tony, snap out of it and attack, Natasha shouted, firing a shot that blew out the brains of a monster lunging at Tony. Sticky blood and brain matter splattered across his suit. Suddenly, a person dropped down from above, grabbing tightly onto the back of Tony's armor. Sir, the material on the surface of your Iron Man armor is oxidizing at a rate 1,000 times faster than normal, Jarvis warned urgently. Damn it, Tony grunted, grabbing the person from his back and flinging them aside. He fired a blazing repulsor blast from his palms, searing a scorched mark on his attacker's body. But strangely, it didn't seem to do much harm. The figure quickly darted away, and Tony decided not to pursue. The group pressed forward, fighting their way toward the center of town. Mortals, who gave you the courage to come here, seeking death? Mephisto stood at the center of a magic array, his expression cold and unmoved. If you leave now, you might still have a chance. Sir, we're only here to retrieve the object at your feet, Parker said, firing a web in an attempt to snatch the cosmic cube. But before he could get close, the demonic energy swirling around the cube shredded his web to pieces. Seeing this, the others didn't hesitate. Bullets, repulsor blasts, and arrows all flew toward Mephisto, but every attack was blocked effortlessly by the red hellish energy swirling around him, leaving him completely unharmed. I don't have time to play with you right now. Stay out of my way. Mephisto couldn't afford to move, or else the power of hell would be wasted. Suddenly, several crimson bolts of lightning shot toward their heads with blinding speed. In an instant, the group was trapped in an illusion, turning on each other in confusion. At this moment, after several battles, Kerrigan had already exhausted the power Mephisto had bestowed upon him. He watched in terror as his body rapidly withered with age, and finally disintegrated into dust, scattering in the wind. Johnny, sitting on the plane, suddenly felt a wave of unease. As they drew closer to their destination, he realized that Mephisto's power was now stronger than ever before. He turned to Xiao Lin and said, Mephisto's power has grown even stronger. I'm afraid I can't defeat him now. Somehow, he's opened a passage to the hellish dimension and is still drawing strength from it. Xiao Lin tried to reassure him. Don't worry, there's nothing to be afraid of. From afar, they could see the energy dome, so brilliant and conspicuous that it stood out even in broad daylight. Xiao Lin muttered to himself in confusion. Something this obvious, couldn't these satellites detect it? I haven't seen any sign of them making a move. The demonic magic circle completely blocked all perception from the outside world, so Xiao Lin had no idea that the Avengers had already entered. No sooner had he finished speaking than the plane's engines and every instrument on board suddenly died, and the aircraft plummeted toward the ground. I really jinxed it. Xiao Lin grabbed a parachute and tossed it to the pilot. Take this. He turned and kicked open the cabin door, leaping straight out. While still in midair, he cast layers of protective spells on himself. With 3 thunderous crashes, Xiao Lin, Ghost Rider Johnny, and the Abomination, Blonsky, each slammed into the ground, leaving massive craters in their wake. Dusting himself off, Xiao Lin glanced over at the other 2 not far away and waved to them. Now, I finally understand why Fury and the rest of the military haven't surrounded this place. It seems that some unknown energy has knocked out all electronic equipment. Could this be Mephisto's doing? Johnny, transformed into Ghost Rider, had always been the quiet type, a monster who preferred action over words. So Johnny really did show up, Mephisto murmured, suddenly opening his eyes as he hovered in the air. Wait, who's that creature radiating an aura of death? How would he be with Ghost Rider? Shouldn't they be fighting each other? Mephisto had always believed Xiao Lin was some fanatic obsessed with death, and had even considered recruiting him as a follower. The Abomination, having picked his direction, charged forward like a heavy tank. He'd been cooped up in Sky City for so long he could hardly wait to stretch his legs. Ghost Rider had somehow found himself a motorcycle. Hellfire burst from its engine as he revved it up, while Xiao Lin summoned his deathly warhorse. Worried that Mephisto's power was growing too overwhelming to resist, all 3 hastened their pace, racing toward the small town. The protective barrier surrounding the small town cut it off completely from the outside world. Those on the outside couldn't see anything within. Xiao Lin noticed that Ghost Rider paid no heed to the barrier, so he followed him in without hesitation. They hadn't even reached the center of the formation when the sound of explosions and fierce fighting erupted not far away. Xiao Lin caught sight of Iron Man battling Spider-Man, Hawkeye squaring off against Black Widow, and even 2 unfamiliar agents locked in a brawl. Fortunately, none of them seemed seriously hurt. Neither Ghost Rider nor Xiao Lin and his companions paid any attention to the fighting along the way. They all understood that Tony and the others had fallen under the spell of an illusion, but since there was no way to break it, they could only press on for now. Ghost Rider charged straight at Mephisto, his blazing iron chain lashing against the barrier with a sound like metal hammering on steel. The cosmic cube, Xiao Lin's eyes caught the space stone, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of desire. It was, after all, a source of infinite energy. Of course, few could ever tap into its power, and Thanos himself had set his sights on it. Blonsky smashed that barrier. Abomination replied in a deep voice, "Yes, master." His hands began to glow red as he leapt high into the air, bringing his fist crashing down on the barrier. At the heart of the formation, Mephisto felt the shield tremble violently. The giant's strength was beyond anything he'd anticipated, and there was a strange power of blood mixed in. Yet Blonsky didn't look like a vampire at all. Xiao Lin drew Frostmourne, mounted his warhorse, and charged forward. The cursed blade screeched against the barrier, producing a harsh, grating sound. Mephisto roared in fury. "Damn you! Do you realize you're defying the master of an entire world?" Xiao Lin shot back with a sneer. "Save your breath. This isn't your domain. Crawl back to hell where you belong." Mephisto ruled all of hell, and he was never short on minions. Now he'd opened a portal. Though he couldn't bring forth the mightiest of hell's lords, he could certainly summon more undead, just as he had moments ago. He sent a mental command through the portal opened by the cosmic cube, calling forth his soldiers to join the fight. Instantly, a wave of deathly energy surged from the ground, and a horde of hellish undead creatures poured out. Skeletons, zombies, vampires, and wraiths. Though these were merely lesser undead, their numbers were overwhelming. In an instant, Xiao Lin and his two companions found themselves surrounded on all sides. What's going on? As Mephisto's control faded, those trapped in the illusion snapped awake. Seeing the onrushing tide of hellish creatures, they scrambled to escape. "Is that Lin?" Tony spotted Xiao Lin and his two companions before the demonic circle and was about to fly over when Natasha grabbed his arm. "We need to get out of here first." Although Xiao Lin and his companions could easily dispatch the monsters, each time they killed one, more would surge up from the depths below. Gradually, the sky grew ever darker, the light itself twisted and dimmed by Mephisto's power. Only the hellish flames upon the Ghost Rider illuminated the gloom, casting a flickering glow over the battlefield. Had they been ordinary men, the overwhelming force of death that filled the air would have long since shattered their minds. Xiao Lin thrust Frostmourne into the ground, and soon, undead creatures began to crawl out around him as well. The two opposing forces clashed in a chaotic melee. With the help of the Abomination and Ghost Rider, they finally managed to hold their ground. Watching Xiao Lin approach the barrier, Mephisto spoke in a low, enticing voice. "I can sense the thick aura of death clinging to you. Join me, and I will grant you even greater power." With a heavy blow, Xiao Lin struck the barrier again and again. "How much power do you wield in the mortal realm?" he demanded. "Can you stand against the Ancient Order? Against Asgard?" Mephisto's face twisted in frustration as Frostmourne, pulsing with death's power, pierced through his defenses. With a sharp, crystalline crack, the protective shield of the demonic array shattered and fell to pieces. Growing desperate, Mephisto unleashed a surge of gray energy straight at Xiao Lin, unwilling to let his plans fall apart at the last moment. The shrieks of the undead rushed toward Xiao Lin, but every wail was drawn into Frostmourne, which he held firmly. Xiao Lin, savoring the sensation, called out, "Is that all you've got? Give me more. What is that weapon in your hand? How can it absorb souls?" Mephisto was starting to panic. No wonder the barrier he'd woven from soul energy had been broken so easily, and much of his own strength was being suppressed. Xiao Lin ignored him, charging straight into the heart of the array. The grasp of death tightened around his hand. "Come out here," he demanded. Caught off guard, Mephisto was yanked down, and as he roared in fury, he tried to surge back, only to be seized in Xiao Lin's unyielding grip. The two of them plunged together into the swirling maelstrom of death energy. A guttural cry escaped Xiao Lin as he felt torrents of death energy pouring into his body, while Frostmourne devoured soul after soul. Sensing this, Mephisto's fury became boundless. This was his own power being stolen. Not enough to weaken his true form, but he could not tolerate such theft. "Let me out," he bellowed. Now that Xiao Lin realized he could absorb the other's power, he had no intention of letting go. The runes across his body erupted in emerald light as the energies of Death Knight and Demon collided at the heart of the array. "Stop!" Mephisto cried, too late to halt the destruction as the furious battle tore the demonic array to shreds. A sudden surge of energy swept through the chamber, followed by a thunderous explosion at the very center of the array. Glancing down at his armor, battered and shedding fragments from the explosion, Xiao Lin staggered to his feet. The blast had clearly dealt greater damage to Mephisto, since the array had drawn power from his own energy. Mephisto's body withered at a pace visible to the naked eye. He struggled to speak, his voice strained. "I will remember you, mortal. I'll be waiting in hell for you. I will see that your soul suffers the most exquisite torment. Save your breath. I might not end up in hell after I die, you know. Even the goddess of death has extended me an invitation. Frankly, I think her realm sounds more appealing." It was unclear whether Mephisto heard him. A gust of wind swept through, and what remained of the demon, now nothing but dust, was carried away into the air. Xiao Lin retrieved the cosmic cube and placed it inside a nearby metal case. The Ghost Rider who'd fought beside him had long since vanished, his whereabouts a mystery. Feeling the surge of death energy coursing through him, Xiao Lin was in high spirits. As he watched the chaotic, ever-approaching undead army, he summoned back the abomination, Blonsky. Death and Decay. This was a newly acquired spell. With the immense power of death and the souls of hell at his command, Xiao Lin's strength had grown even more formidable. A wave of corrosive, sinister energy spread across the undead before him. Within 100 meters, buildings, monsters, even inanimate objects, all slowly crumbled to ash. The mindless undead rushed at Xiao Lin, only to turn to dust before reaching him. When it was over, Xiao Lin felt as though every last ounce of energy had been drained from his body. Mission accomplished. Mephisto banished back to hell. Reward: 200,000 exchange points. It seemed almost too easy. The points had come effortlessly. In the distance, Tony and the others stared at the small town beneath the black sky and the orange demonic sigils, unsure whether they should enter. Parker asked, "So, are we just going to stand here and watch?" Natasha pressed her hand to the wound Hawkeye's arrow had left in her arm. "Unless you have a better idea? I'd rather not get shot in the head by friendly fire. Let's wait for Mr. Xiao Lin to deal with the demon. Then we can go in. It won't be too late." Everyone was still shaken by what had just happened. None of them had been able to resist falling into an illusion. Not even Tony, despite Jarvis's constant alerts. At that moment, the energy barriers surrounding the town faded away. Seeing this, Tony activated his Iron Man suit and led the way inside. Everywhere they went, they saw shattered houses, mangled corpses, and a stench so foul it seemed to claw its way up their noses. Even the battle-hardened S.H.I.E.L.D. agents struggled to endure it. As for Spider-Man, still just a high school student, he ran to a corner and retched uncontrollably. As the demonic magic circle was destroyed, the electronic devices in the small town returned to normal. Xiao Lin made a phone call to Jean Bing, then waited for the arrival of the helicopter. When the group walked into the town center, they saw that what used to be a plaza surrounded by buildings was now nothing but an open space stretching 100 meters in all directions, the ground covered in a layer of white dust. Noticing the box in Xiao Lin's hand, Natasha called out, "Mr. Xiao." Xiao Lin turned his head, already guessing what she wanted to say. "You want the cosmic cube? Tell Fury to come find me." With those words, Xiao Lin and Blonsky boarded the incoming helicopter. Gazing at the town that now looked like a vision from hell, Tony said nothing. He simply soared into the sky, flying toward New York. Parker, his face pale, asked, "Mr. Barton, are we going to run into this kind of terrifying?" He couldn't even find words to finish his sentence. Barton clapped him on the shoulder, making a joke of it. "Kid, you'd better get used to it." With that, he left the still-shaken Parker and dialed Fury's number. "Director Fury, the target has been eliminated, but the Cosmic Cube is in Xiao Lin's hands now. He wants you to go to him." At that moment, Director Fury was sitting in his office, his mind weighed down by the deaths of hundreds in the small town. That alone was enough to give him a headache, not to mention that Xiao Lin had taken off with the Cosmic Cube. Last time, there had also been mass casualties in a small town. He still didn't know why peers had helped cover it up, but this time, he doubted anyone would step in for him. Just then, the screen in front of Fury lit up, revealing several members of the World Security Council. "Fury, I hear you've lost the Cosmic Cube. Aren't you going to give us an explanation?" Another council member pressed him. "And what about that Chinese man? How did the cube end up in his hands? Is he connected to the people who stole it?" Fury had no idea how they'd gotten the news so quickly, but it wasn't the time to ask. "Someone else stole the cube. I'll deal with the matter." "Fine," the council member replied. "What about the Avengers team you just assembled? Are you confident you can control them?" Hearing this, Fury couldn't help but laugh at himself. "Do you really think I can control Tony Stark? And Spider-Man is just a middle schooler. I don't care whether you can control them or not. The point is, anyone with superpowers must be registered. Otherwise, it's too dangerous. 2 towns wiped out in New York. Streets destroyed by giant battles. These things need to be kept under control. I'm sure you'd rather not see this happen again. Every superhuman must be registered. Oh, by the way, I have a file on mutants to send you. I hope you can help track down other unregistered mutants." Before Fury could finish his sentence, the screen before him suddenly went pitch black. "What a bunch of fools," he muttered. Did they really think they could get the Ghost Rider, or Xiao Lin, or even Mephisto, the one who slaughtered an entire town, to come in and register? Such wild, naive ideas. Fury opened the file that had just been sent over. There were only a dozen or so names listed. So this was what the council called their roster of mutants. "Director Fury, I don't think relying on the Avengers to solve this problem is a workable plan," Hill said as she walked in from outside. She seemed to know exactly what Fury had just discussed with the council. "We'll talk about that later. Right now, I need to retrieve the Tesseract." At home, Xiao Lin opened the case containing the Tesseract, feeling the immense power radiating from within. Yet, he still had no way to wield such power. Just then, he heard a loud roar from the yard. A Quinjet had landed right in his garden. He winced a little, watching his flowers and trees tossed and flattened by the jet's turbulence. Racing downstairs, he saw Director Fury stepping off the aircraft. Xiao Lin grumbled, "Couldn't you just come in through the front gate like a normal person?" Fury got straight to the point. "You knew I'd come looking for you. The Tesseract is dangerous, and you can't even use it. Keeping something like this isn't a wise choice for you. So S.H.I.E.L.D. can keep it safe?" Xiao Lin shot back. "Don't forget, a demon broke into your facility and stole it just yesterday, slaughtered a whole town, and I was the one who took it back from him." Fury looked him in the eye. "Name your terms, but I have to take the Tesseract with me. Our development program for it is only halfway done. You know, I fought tooth and nail with a demon from hell to get this thing back. I'm not just going to hand it over to you for nothing. But if you agree to 2 conditions." Xiao Lin had considered keeping the Tesseract himself, but this just wasn't the right time. Not when he couldn't use it anyway. "First, I want a copy of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Registry of Mutants." At that, Fury fixed Xiao Lin with a hard stare. "That's classified S.H.I.E.L.D. intelligence. I only just got my hands on it myself. How did you even know it exists?" Of course, Xiao Lin couldn't tell him about the scrolls infiltrating the government. "Just answer yes or no." "Fine, I agree. What's the second condition?" "If the Cosmic Cube is ever stolen from you again by other invaders, I won't be returning it to you a second time." Fury didn't quite grasp what Xiao Lin truly meant. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "I agree. Now hand over the cube." Once he had confirmed that the object in the case was indeed the Cosmic Cube, Fury took the box and left without another word. He wanted nothing more than to get away from this place at once. In a shabby room, a slight, thin Asian boy sat cross-legged on the floor, his eyes glowing white. Gripping a pen, he moved with manic energy, furiously sketching on the canvas in front of him. He was drawing a scene near Stark Tower in Manhattan, New York. From the top of the building, a beam of white light shot skyward while countless alien ships poured from the depths of a starless night. On the other side of the scene loomed a massive city in the clouds, surrounded by several enormous battleships, while below, the city was already engulfed in the chaos of war. When he finished, sweat streamed down his face. Exhausted, he wiped his forehead as he sat on the ground, catching his breath. Suddenly, coughs rang out from inside the house. The boy jumped up and hurried into the next room. "Mom, are you feeling any better?" His mother, still coughing, looked up and saw her son was still at home. With some irritation, she called out, "Xianyu, why haven't you gone to school yet?" "I'm leaving for school right now, Mom. If you need anything, just call me." Seeing that it was only a cough, the boy quickly got to his feet and rushed out. He ducked into his own room and stuffed all the drawings he'd done into his backpack. After leaving home, he didn't head toward school. Instead, he made his way to one of New York's most notorious neighborhoods, Hell's Kitchen. He was searching for someone there, someone who might have the power to help cure his mother's illness. Moving cautiously through the streets, he came to a sudden halt in front of a small shop, just as a flower pot plummeted from above, shattering on the ground right in front of him. He paid it no mind and continued forward, eventually arriving at a grand, luxurious villa. He hesitated briefly before pressing the doorbell. Inside, Xiao Lin was startled to hear the bell ring. It was rare for anyone to visit, and even rarer for someone to actually ring the bell. He opened the door to find a young boy of Asian descent, not very tall, perhaps around 5'3", holding a heavy backpack. Xiao Lin looked at him curiously. "Who are you? I don't believe we've met." The boy glanced around nervously, eyes darting, then opened his backpack and pulled out a few sheets of paper, handing them to Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin took them and examined the drawings. A massive suit of metallic armor, its helmet glowing with light, wreaking havoc among the surrounding buildings. The second drawing depicted a man holding a mighty iron hammer as a beam of light descended from the sky. Wasn't this Thor, the god of thunder? It looked just like a scene from the story of Thor. Xiao Lin gazed at the boy before him and asked, "What's this?" The boy hesitated for a moment, then answered, "This is something that will happen in the future." A wave of shock rippled through Xiao Lin's heart as he said, "Come in, let's talk inside." The two of them entered the house. Glancing at the somewhat nervous boy before him, Xiao Lin asked, "Are you a traveler from another world, too?" Hearing Xiao Lin's question, the boy looked at him in confusion and asked, "What's a traveler from another world?" "A traveler is someone who—" Xiao Lin trailed off, not quite sure how to explain. Was it possible the boy wasn't a traveler? "Did you draw all of these?" "Yes." The boy nodded, then pulled out another drawing. In it, the boy sat alone in Xiao Lin's house, the very scene unfolding at this moment, except Xiao Lin himself was missing from the picture. The sight left him momentarily stunned. "What's this?" "These are all drawings I made before. Anything I draw will come true in the future," the boy explained, looking at Xiao Lin. My name is Zheng Xuanyu. I'm from Huaxia. My ability awakened a year ago. I can foresee certain events that will happen around me and record them on paper. But I can only see what happens nearby. Xiao Lin asked, "Why did you come to me? Surely it's not just to show off your ability?" Summoning his courage, Zheng Xuanyu said, "My mother needs treatment. She's suffering from a terminal illness, and time is running out. But in my visions, I saw that someone here could cure her." Xiao Lin had never believed in fate, nor in the ability to foresee the future. Yet the drawings he'd just seen sent a chill down his spine. Was everything he'd done already arranged by fate? "Do you have any other drawings, ones about me?" Zheng Xuanyu shook his head. "No, none of my drawings feature you. In fact, I didn't come here today looking for you." As he spoke, he glanced around the room. "What I saw was a beautiful woman with red hair here. She's the one who can cure my mother." He must be talking about the Scarlet Witch, Xiao Lin thought. At that moment, Xiao Lin saw the boy fall into a trance. He watched as the boy absently pulled a blank sheet of paper from his backpack, his eyes glimmering with a faint light. One hand moved rapidly across the page, leaving behind streaks like afterimages. When the boy came to, his face had gone pale. The picture he had drawn showed a barren planet, surrounded by crumbling ruins under skies thick with storm clouds. Xiao Lin recognized several figures in the drawing. They looked just like Magneto, Professor X, and Logan. Facing off against them was a dark, seething horde of Sentinel robots. Isn't this just like the scene from X-Men, Days of Future Past? How could he foresee this moment? Could it be that this is also something destined to happen? Is there a chance for Logan to return to his own world? Xiao Lin took his backpack, suppressing his shock as he looked at the sketches inside. This ability was truly formidable, though it was a pity the boy couldn't control it, and most of the drawings depicted only the trivialities of daily life. "A mutant like this must be brought to our side. I can heal your mother," Xiao Lin said, "but it won't be for free. I want you to join my X Academy." "No problem," came the prompt reply. Xiao Lin had expected hesitation, but to his surprise, the boy agreed without a second thought. "But what exactly is this X Academy?" the boy asked. "Will it let me earn a college diploma? That's been my mother's dearest wish." "Of course. Any university diploma you want, it's yours." As one of the top arms companies in America, getting a college diploma was a simple matter. If not by influence, then certainly by money. For someone with such a unique gift, Xiao Lin considered it well worth the price. Even though he'd been expecting this outcome, Zheng Xuanyu still breathed a quiet sigh of relief. However, Xiao Lin continued, "Life outside is dangerous for mutants like you. It's best not to attend a regular school. After all, ordinary people are still the vast majority. And I hope you'll bring your mother to live in the city I'm building." "All right," Zheng Xuanyu agreed readily. He'd felt this danger himself not long ago, when he lost control and revealed his powers in front of regular people. It had taken several quick lies to cover it up, and he knew he might not be so lucky next time. At the top of Naxxramas stood the Mutant Powers Training Center. Wanda arrived there, bringing along the two captives Xiao Lin had caught, ready to interrogate them. Even now, the two had yet to regain consciousness, a testament to the heavy hand Xiao Lin had dealt them. Wanda released the crimson mist that had carried them, letting them drop to the ground with a heavy thud. Before they could react, the chaos magic seeped into their minds. Every Hydra agent was rigorously trained to withstand torture and interrogation. But Wanda's chaos magic went straight to the mind, leaving them utterly defenseless. "Who sent you to attack the mutants?" she demanded. One of them answered in a dull monotone. "Madam Viper sent us to retrieve the mutant seer. There was no intention to harm him." These two were mere foot soldiers. Wanda pressed on with a few more questions, but they knew nothing else. Seeing that there was no more information to be gained, she called Xiao Lin. "Lin, the people you brought today are from Hydra. They're acting under the orders of Madam Viper. That's all I know." Hydra again. Just when Baron Zemo had been dealt with, now Madam Viper appeared. These Hydra agents really are like phantoms, never truly gone. Glancing at the two Hydra operatives lying unconscious on the ground, Wanda asked, "What should we do with these two Hydra agents?" Xiao Lin replied nonchalantly, "Just toss them into the sea. That'll do." Today, an earth-shaking event occurred in America. All the major news media websites were hacked, but the hackers didn't wreak havoc online. Instead, they uploaded a series of videos about mutants, along with their home addresses and various other personal details. As these files became public, a storm swept across the country. Information that had once been known only to a select few was now laid bare for all to see. People are always afraid of the unknown, especially when it's powerful. In one of the leaked videos, a mutant used his strange powers to kill a civilian, stoking even greater fear. On the streets of New York, massive demonstrations erupted. Protesters demanded that the government publicly release all information on mutants and called for every mutant to be registered and controlled. Inside BG's office, the President of the United States slammed his desk in fury. With only a few months left before his term ended, this was the last thing he needed. "Mr. Kate, tell me what on earth is going on here?" the President barked, pointing angrily at the video playing on his computer screen, unleashing his wrath on the CIA director. "How did our top secret files end up on the internet? Is the government security really this shoddy? I want a thorough investigation into everyone who's had access to these files." Kate asked in a low voice, "What about the people from the World Security Council? Should we investigate them too?" The CIA director's words left the president momentarily at a loss. "I'll speak to them myself and demand an explanation." Kate pressed further, "A lot of senators are demanding answers as well. They're pushing for a registration act." The idea of passing a registration act was something the president had been grappling with. He couldn't shake the memory of having been threatened before and feared a repeat of that ordeal. The chaos across America showed no sign of abating. People no longer knew if the person next to them might be a mutant, ready to lash out at any moment. Stirred up by provocateurs, some even began to riot and vandalize. Even Spider-Man, Peter Parker, was plagued by anxiety. Usually a beloved figure, he now didn't dare put on his suit and venture outside. The crowds were whipped into a frenzy, waving signs that demanded Spider-Man reveal his true identity. He was at a loss. He had always done his best to fight crime and help others, so why would those people treat him like this? As soon as Xiao Lin got his hands on Fury's file, he immediately ordered Kingpin's men to search across the city for those mutants whose identities had been exposed. When that sensitive information was leaked online, Xiao Lin was caught off guard. Most of the mutants hadn't been brought to safety yet, but ordinary citizens were already surrounding their homes. Just then, his phone rang. It was Fury calling. "If you're calling about what happened online today, let me be clear, I had nothing to do with it. Do you really think I'd be that stupid?" There was a brief silence on the other end. Then Fury asked, "Then who do you think it was?" Over the years, S.H.I.E.L.D. had become so entangled with Hydra that it was hard to tell where one ended and the other began. For all he knew, even his closest colleagues might be Hydra agents. After a moment's thought, Xiao Lin decided to tell Fury about Hydra. After all, it had nothing to do with him, and maybe Fury had already picked up on some clues. It was probably Madam Viper from Hydra. "Your S.H.I.E.L.D. has already been infiltrated by Hydra operatives." Hydra? Fury was only slightly surprised by the news. He had long suspected there were spies within S.H.I.E.L.D., but he hadn't expected them to be from Hydra, a notorious organization that had supposedly vanished at the end of World War II. Fury didn't ask any more questions. He knew Xiao Lin wouldn't give him further answers. In Dr. Zola's laboratory, Madam Viper was in high spirits, perfectly in control as everything unfolded according to her plan. Now, the most crucial phase was about to begin. "Dr. Zola, upload this file to the internet." Dr. Zola took the portable drive from Madam Viper and glanced at it. "What is this?" "Information acquired from Baron Zemo. Take a good look. This will deal a devastating blow to that young Asian man who's always getting in our way." If today's leak about the mutants hadn't shaken the world enough, what happened next did. A video appeared online that left everyone stunned and sent shockwaves through the entire United States. No one had realized there was a school for mutants, hidden in plain sight in Westchester, New York. The video showed a mutant girl single-handedly holding back an assault by military heavy weapons, and in front of her was a man who simply refused to go down, no matter how hard they tried. But most chilling of all was the appearance of a Chinese man at the end. In front of him, tank missiles seemed like mere toys. The entire army crumbled under his assault, and, as the climax, he summoned a terrifying horde of zombies. Thousands of American soldiers fled in panic, only to be mercilessly slaughtered to the last man. Even General Stryker, a high-ranking military officer, was killed in the chaos. Next, Madam Viper revealed that Azeroth Technologies was actually controlled by this young Chinese man, and she even disclosed Xiao Lin's home address. With the company's stock price in turmoil, Kingpin was forced to come forward and deny the allegations, since there was no concrete evidence. The company was only marginally affected for now, though Xiao Lin's villa in Hell's Kitchen soon found itself surrounded by angry locals. Let's all join the QQ group, 611213917. Although the group is still small, it's lively. I hope more of you will join. I'll be posting some polls about the story's direction. Madam Viper's attack caught Xiao Lin off guard, but the impact on him was minimal. As long as no definite proof surfaced, there was little anyone could do to Azeroth Technologies. After all, their weapons now held half the market in America. What Xiao Lin really wanted to know was why she was doing this. He had never gone after other Hydra members, yet here they were, coming for him again. Should he just wipe Hydra out once and for all? In truth, dismantling Hydra wouldn't be difficult for him. When he killed Baron Zemo, he resurrected him as a Death Knight loyal only to himself, which allowed him to take control of a part of Hydra. However, at present, he could only command 4 Death Knights, and he didn't want to waste that power on those who weren't worth it. Bang! As Xiao Lin sat at home, he suddenly heard a commotion downstairs. A stone smashed through a second-floor window, sending shards of glass scattering across the floor. Hand over the mutant. Surrender the murderer. Xiao Lin had intended to ignore the crowd outside, but now he shot to his feet, grabbing Frostmourne as he headed downstairs. These people were truly courting death. After becoming a Death Knight, he'd grown indifferent to life and death. He decided to kill a few of them, just to show he wasn't someone to be trifled with. As for the consequences, they never even crossed his mind. As soon as someone stepped out of the villa, perhaps sensing the aura of death emanating from Xiao Lin, the once rowdy crowd fell silent. For a moment, there was a tense pause. Then a black man picked up a stone and hurled it at Xiao Lin, shouting, "Mutant freak! Get out of America! Turn over the mutant killer!" Xiao Lin dodged the incoming stone, only for more objects to come hurtling his way. "You idiots! You're asking for it!" Rage surged through Xiao Lin. Were these people out of their minds? Didn't they realize he could kill them all? Harnessing the power of death, he conjured a black chain that snaked around the necks of the shouting agitators, lifting them into the air and choking them so tightly they couldn't breathe. The onlookers scattered in panic, while a few drew their guns and fired at Xiao Lin. The bullet struck Xiao Lin's body as if hitting solid steel, clattering uselessly to the ground. Using the same technique as before, Xiao Lin quickly subdued the rest, and soon, in front of his villa, a remarkable sight appeared, a row of people suspended in midair, as if on display. "Hey man, let them go." Spider-Man swung down from above, landing beside the struggling captives. Seeing their faces twisted in pain, suffocating and close to passing out, he hurriedly pleaded, "Mr. Xiao, please let them down." Xiao Lin cast him a sidelong glance. "Parker, you're still just a high school kid. There's no need to get involved in this. Don't you have classes to attend? Besides, I don't think they're all that happy to see you either." "Sir," seeing their eyes rolling back and their breaths growing more desperate, Parker grew anxious. "They're not going to make it." When Xiao Lin remained unmoved, Parker shot web after web, pulling the victims down one by one. Yet the invisible force choking them was beyond his ability to break. Xiao Lin, however, wasn't here to argue with Parker. He was waiting for Fury to arrive. With all that had happened, there was no way Fury would stay away. Sure enough, within minutes, a shield vehicle appeared in the distance and sped toward them. By now, most of the attackers had already lost consciousness. Fury stepped out of the car, surveying the scene. Bodies sprawled across the ground, Spider-Man standing nearby, looking slightly lost. Fury's dark face seemed to grow even darker. "Mr. Xiao Lin, release your power." "I'll handle this," Fury said. As the black chains around the people's necks vanished, Fury pulled out his phone. "Coulson, I need a transport plane at Hell's Kitchen immediately. We have a group here in urgent need of medical attention." He worried that the prolonged lack of oxygen might have caused irreversible brain damage. If any of them died, things would get complicated. "Hey, Fury, how are you planning to deal with what happened today?" Xiao Lin asked coolly. "Mr. Xiao Lin, you were too impulsive." Fury regretted arriving a moment too late. The Security Council had delayed him with pointless debates, failing to grasp what was truly urgent. "I won't tolerate provocation," Xiao Lin replied coldly. "So what will you do? Declare war on me, or help me clean up this mess?" Fury forced himself to remain calm. The moment he'd seen the footage of Xiao Lin wiping out Stryker's troops, he knew things had taken a dangerous turn. If anyone else had done this, he would have sent a team to arrest them on the spot. But Xiao Lin's mysterious powers, along with his absolute control over Azeroth Tech and the Mutant Academy, made Fury wary. Conflict was the last thing he wanted right now. Fury stated the reason for his visit. "I've come to inform you that you'll need to attend a hearing regarding your Mutant Academy and your recent actions." Xiao Lin asked, "Who requested this hearing? What's their agenda?" Fury explained, "The members of Congress unanimously demanded your attendance, and the Security Council will be there as well. They're already afraid of your presence. I hope you'll go and resolve this matter smoothly. I don't want any conflict between us. It wouldn't do either of us any good." Xiao Lin agreed. "All right, I'll go in person and see what tricks they have up their sleeves." Just then, a shield transport aircraft descended from the sky. Coulson disembarked, directing the agents to carry all the people lying on the ground aboard the aircraft. Fury turned to Spider-Man, Parker, and said, "I'd like you to come along as well." "Me?" Parker looked at him, bewildered. Meanwhile, Madame Viper, orchestrating everything from afar, watched the chaos online with a sense of triumph. "Dr. Zola, have you found the location of that mutant prophet yet?" Zola, clearly irritated from being ordered around these past days, replied gruffly, not a trace. Are you sure the person you're looking for isn't living out in some primeval forest? Madame Viper pondered for a moment. It seemed Xiao Lin took him to the Mutant Academy, but I have a way to make him reveal the Academy's location. She stood up, announcing, "There's a good show about to start, so I'll be on my way. If I need your help again, I'll come find you." Dr. Zola, sounding impatient, retorted, "Go on, go. And it'd be best if you don't bother me again." At Tony's house on Breaker Coast, the AI butler Jarvis reminded him, "Mr. Stark, Fury has sent you a video invitation." Put it through, Tony set aside his magazine, speaking cheerfully. Ever since he'd solved the palladium poisoning issue, his mood had improved, and his attitude toward Fury was much better than before. On screen, Fury's expression was grave. "Mr. Stark, there's a hearing at the Capitol tomorrow that you need to attend." Whose hearing? Tony had been holed up at home these days, completely oblivious to the outside world. Those congressmen are always up to something. Who's in the hot seat this time? "Check the news, and you'll understand," Fury said. "There are a few questions you'll need to answer when the time comes. Today is a significant day for America, perhaps even for the entire world. Until now, ordinary people had never heard a single thing about mutants." Then, suddenly, a video appeared online like a bomb exploding across the globe. Most people still dismissed it as pure nonsense. Yet the U.S. government was about to hold a hearing regarding the rumored Mutant Academy, and that made everyone start to wonder if there might be some truth to it after all. The hearing hadn't even begun, but the area in front of the Capitol was already teeming with reporters from every outlet. Their eyes, sharp as radar, tracked every car that passed by. There were generals and senators seldom seen in public, and even Spider-Man and Tony Stark had made an appearance. The sight of so many big names sent a surge of excitement through the crowd of reporters, as if they'd been given a shot of adrenaline. Xiao Lin hadn't even left his home when Fury called, urging him to hurry to the Capitol. Well, it was time to lay his cards on the table. He'd long expected a day like this would come. If he ever found himself unable to stay, he'd simply return to China, or perhaps found a city of his own. After all, he was not someone who yielded easily. As for the rumors circulating outside, although he wasn't actually a mutant, he had no desire to explain himself. Let them believe what they wanted. Now that his identity had been revealed, Xiao Lin saw no reason to keep hiding. He decided to make a bold entrance. He turned down Fury's offer to send a car, and instead summoned his own Akira's Death Charger, a warhorse clad in full armor, its hooves ablaze with white flames, and galloped straight toward his destination. On the bustling city streets, the sudden appearance of this armored steed, hooves trailing white fire, sent people scrambling out of the way. They stared in stunned silence as Xiao Lin sped past, with police cars wailing their sirens in hot pursuit. The warhorse came to a halt in front of the Capitol. Seeing the crowd packed tightly ahead and noticing the soldiers hidden in the corners, Xiao Lin frowned. Were they planning to try and restrain him? The reporters, catching sight of the spectacular horse and the young Chinese man astride it, immediately turned their attention his way. Xiao Lin dismounted. With a swift spell, a mysterious magic circle appeared beneath the horse's hooves, and in the blink of an eye, the steed vanished without a trace. The scene stunned the reporters into silence. One of them suddenly recognized Xiao Lin as the fearsome young man from the viral video. Excitement overcoming his caution, he rushed forward, forgetting entirely that he stood before someone rumored to have wiped out an entire army. "Hello, are you that Chinese mutant? I heard you're the headmaster of the Mutant Academy. And what happened to that horse you were just riding?" "Hi, I'm a reporter from the New York Times. Can I ask how many mutant students are enrolled at your academy?" "Hello, The flood of reporters swarming toward him made Xiao Lin feel a headache coming on. He almost wished he could unleash a blast of icy wind and freeze them all into popsicles. "Make way. Move aside, please." Loud shouts came from outside the crowd. A team of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents muscled their way through, led by Agent Coulson at the front. "Mr. Xiao Lin, please come with me." The agents pushed the reporters aside, forcing them to clear a path. Yet the reporters, tireless and relentless, trailed after them, hoping for a scoop and eager to catch every detail. Xiao Lin leaned in toward Coulson and asked, "Who else is coming today?" "Director Fury, Tony Stark, Spider-Man, the CIA Director, General Ross, and of course a number of congressmen," Coulson replied. The hall Xiao Lin entered with the group was not particularly large, with limited seating. Still, cameras lined the perimeter, clearly set up for a live broadcast. Coulson pointed to a seat in the center of the front row. "Mr. Xiao Lin, this will be your seat." Xiao Lin noticed Peter Parker, clad in a spider suit, sitting there already. The young high schooler was clearly nervous, glancing anxiously around the room. He'd never experienced anything like this before. "Mr. Xiao Lin." Parker stood and greeted him, but then, remembering Xiao Lin's actions from the day before, he sat back down abruptly, his anger over yesterday's incident still fresh. Gradually, the hearing room filled with people. Xiao Lin looked toward the dais. Aside from General Ross, the others were all strangers to him. "Hey Lin, long time no see." Tony walked over and pulled him into a quick hug. But almost immediately, Tony's tone grew stern. "Lin, why did you kill those soldiers? I can't accept it. I was the one who brought you to America." Xiao Lin was unfazed. "I don't regret what I did. Those men deserved it." Tony's feelings were mixed. His father had taught him from a young age to love his country, and his own fortunes were tied closely to it. Yet his friend, who had saved him more than once, had done something so unforgivable. "All right, that's enough. Quiet, please." A man at the dais rapped the table forcefully, and as the room fell silent, he took out a sheet of paper and continued. "Let's get started right away." He looked up, scanning the room before turning to Xiao Lin. "You're Mr. Xiao Lin, correct?" "Yes," Xiao Lin answered from his seat. "Very well. I'm Karen Keelan, a member of Congress. I have a few questions for you about mutants." At Keelan's words, the reporters perked up, hanging on every word. "Is it true that you've gathered a group of mutants and founded a school for them?" "Yes." Xiao Lin offered no denial. "What was your purpose in founding this school? Did you slaughter General Stryker and his entire unit?" The congressman's tone grew increasingly aggressive. "To be honest, I never intended to start a school for mutants," Xiao Lin replied with utter nonchalance. "But one day, by chance, I discovered an organization called Hydra was capturing mutant children and experimenting on them." At the mention of Hydra, several people in the room who knew of the organization were visibly shocked. Wasn't Hydra wiped out at the end of World War II? How could we have missed this before? There's no way it still exists, right? Before this confrontation, Madame Viper had anticipated that someone might expose their group, but she didn't see it as a big deal. She figured the other side only knew these superficial details anyway. Bang, bang, bang. Congressman Karen slammed the table forcefully. "We'll discuss Hydra later. Right now, we're here to talk about the mutant issue. Mr. Xiao Lin, please answer the question I just asked." "I founded the school simply to protect those children. The ones who were taken became test subjects, vivisection, hypnosis, drug injections. There were over 60 mutants locked up in a Hydra base. When I arrived, just over 50 remained. I truly can't fathom who could do such things to children barely 10 years old." Xiao Lin paused, then continued. "One of the children I met had been sold by his own parents. I can hardly believe this is what people call a civilized country." Xiao Lin's words caused an uproar among the reporters and politicians present. Of course, most of them weren't actually moved by the mutants' plight. What really worried them was what Hydra, that terrifying organization, might be planning. Such blatant disregard for morality and law would be condemned by almost everyone. General Ross ignored Congressman Karen and spoke up. "Can you confirm the existence of Hydra and the things they've done?" At that time, Xiao Lin hadn't gathered any evidence, nor did he intend to look for any. "Believe me or not, you've heard all I have to say." "Very well," said General Ross, figuring the other side probably didn't know much more, so he didn't press the issue. Xiao Lin was almost certain that Congressman Karen was a Hydra spy. The man always changed the subject whenever Hydra was mentioned. Congressman Kelly broke in. "What's your view on the recent videos circulating online? When it comes to mutant-related crimes, our police are at a total loss." Xiao Lin responded, "Actually, I have a solution. Hand the mutants over to me. Let my mutant academy educate them. I believe they won't turn a crime, and I can personally guarantee that to you." If they truly agreed, it would save him a great deal of trouble. But that was just wishful thinking. If they ever discovered mutants, they would surely find a way to use them for their own ends. Senator Karen spoke up. "We don't trust you. I just want to know how you explain the massacre of General Stryker and his troops." Xiao Lin replied calmly, "I don't know what the person who posted that video intended. The footage online only shows part of the story. In the earlier segment, the military was shelling the school, turning it into ruins. If it weren't for Logan and Wanda's protection, hundreds of mutant children would have died. I believe you Americans have something called self-defense, don't you? I simply snuffed out the danger before it could grow. After that, General Stryker no longer posed a threat to you. But we'll discuss that issue later," General Ross interjected. "Now, after the last destruction of the Mutant Academy, did you rebuild it again?" "That's right." Xiao Lin couldn't quite understand the mindset of these Americans. Weren't mutants their own descendants? Why be afraid? And what would fear accomplish, anyway? Mutants had existed for thousands of years. As long as there were humans, mutants would never disappear. He continued, "I think most people have no idea what mutants really are. Mutants appeared on Earth thousands of years ago. Any ordinary person could give birth to a mutant, though the probability is low. If you truly want to exterminate mutants, you'd have to wipe out humanity itself. Seeing that Senator Karen was about to speak again, Xiao Lin's patience snapped. He turned to him and said coldly, "If you're looking for trouble, if you want war, then I'll oblige you. And tell your master, Madam Viper of Hydra, to wait for me. Anyone who crosses me will pay the price." Madam Viper, who had been quietly watching from below, suddenly tensed. She hadn't expected him to already know she was behind this incident. It must have been those two Hydra agents who were caught earlier. Mutant powers must have uncovered her involvement. "Damn it," she muttered under her breath, though she consoled herself with the thought that those agents hadn't known too much. Senator Karen, hearing Xiao Lin's words, sprang to his feet. Whether he was acting or not was unclear, but his face flushed crimson as he gestured, wildly, shouting, "That's slander. Hydra has nothing to do with me. I'm only concerned about our national security being threatened by mutants." CIA Director Man reached out to restrain the senator, who looked ready to start a fight. Turning his gaze to Spider-Man Parker below, he asked, "And what about this Spider-Man here? Is he a mutant?" Hearing the conversation had turned to him, Parker stood up nervously. He was just about to speak when Fury cut him off. "Spider-Man is not a mutant. He is currently an employee of S.H.I.E.L.D., and we have him on record. His operations in New York are carried out with our authorization. As for revealing his true identity to the public, that's out of the question, because that is top-secret information within S.H.I.E.L.D. "All right, then," the CIA director replied with a hint of resignation. There had always been some friction between his agency and S.H.I.E.L.D., but since S.H.I.E.L.D. was an international organization, there wasn't much he could do. "Still, I hope that all mutants, as well as individuals with special abilities, will register with the CIA for our records." At home, several Spider-Man fans watching the broadcast breathed a sigh of relief. They certainly didn't want their idol to be thrust into the center of a political storm. What followed was a chorus of voices, everyone talking over each other, each trying to push for Xiao Lin to disclose the new address of the mutant school. Despite their lofty words, their true intention was far from noble. They simply wanted to place mutants under their control, to turn them into weapons for their own use. The CIA director pressed on. "No matter what, the families of those thousands of fallen soldiers deserve an explanation. We will make a decision regarding your case at tomorrow's government meeting. Until then, I expect you to remain under our supervision." Xiao Lin felt nothing but disdain for his words. If this had happened when he first arrived in America, perhaps it would have caused him some trouble. But now, he simply couldn't be bothered. Fury's brow furrowed slightly as he listened. Although Xiao Lin often acted recklessly, he had helped resolve some major crises, like driving out Mephisto, the Lord of Hell. Fury had no desire to see a conflict break out between the U.S. government and Xiao Lin. Senator Karen then added, "The Mutant Academy must be placed under government oversight, and anyone with powers like Spider-Man should also be registered." Xiao Lin looked intently at the people on the podium and asked, "You want to know where the Mutant Academy is located?" General Ross replied, "That's right. Mutants are powerful beings, and most of them are just children who can't be held responsible for their actions. We're concerned that someone with ill intentions might exploit them, threatening the safety of the world." Xiao Lin understood well enough that the someone with ill intentions Ross referred to was him, but he didn't take it to heart. "All right, I suppose that's the real reason you all came here today. I'll grant your request." He stood up. "I'll take you to see the Mutant Academy right now." Everyone at the hearing looked at him with suspicion. Was he really agreeing to this so easily? "But let me make this clear," Xiao Lin added. "I have no intention of handing over the Mutant Academy to you." Back when the news about mutants was exposed online, Xiao Lin had already instructed Wanda to slowly move Sky City above Washington, D.C. Sometimes you need to show your claws at the right moment. Senator Karen, eyeing Madam Viper hidden in the crowd and seeing her give a subtle nod, finally spoke up. "All right, I hope the journey won't be too long." By the time Xiao Lin and his companions arrived outside the Capitol, the building was already surrounded by a restless crowd, family members of soldiers, and citizens fearful of the presence of mutants. "Hand over the murderer. Kill those monsters." Xiao Lin paid them no mind. If he had to describe his feelings, it would be, "Not a ripple in my heart," and perhaps even a trace of amusement. He took out his phone and said, "Wanda, disengage Naxxramas's cloaking system." In the control center of Sky City, Wanda lifted the invisibility. Suddenly, above the Capitol's clear blue sky, a colossal structure materialized, casting a vast shadow over the city below. The people who just moments before had been shouting and pressing in to surround Xiao Lin now froze in their tracks. Heads tilted back, they stared upward, jaws dropping as the sight unfolded before them. "My God, what is that? Are aliens finally invading Earth? That thing looks terrifying." Senator Karen gazed at the floating fortress, its underside nearly scraping the tops of the city's tallest buildings, the black stone foundation looming close enough to see its details. Astonished, he asked, "What is that?" "This is my mutant academy, Sky City, Naxxramas. Haven't you all been searching for it? Well, here it is. Is there anything you'd like to say?" As the fortress appeared, Fury was struck with amazement. This was far larger than his own helicarrier, and he couldn't spot any engines beneath it. Its ability to remain hidden was extraordinary. Just then, General Ross's phone rang. "General Ross, there's an unidentified flying object above the capital. Our fighter jets are en route. Should we engage? Hold your position for now. Keep the jets on standby." General Ross's voice was low as he turned to Xiao Lin. "Your mutant academy looks more like a fortress of war, parking it over Washington. Are you here to declare war?" "That's not my intention. But if you wish to start a fight, I won't spoil your fun." Xiao Lin spoke into his phone. "Wanda, show them our weapons." "Wanda, let me handle this." Pietro, in the control center of Sky City, was also getting excited. In a blur of motion, he swiftly placed chunks of fell crystals into the weapon power supply slots. These magical energy cannons were originally weapons from the Burning Legion's interstellar warships, which Xiao Lin had exchanged for and installed in every corner of the city. At this moment, openings appeared along the outer walls of Sky City. As the weapons powered up, green light shimmered within, and the cannons swiveled to aim at various parts of the city below. A deafening barrage erupted. The lawn before the White House, neighborhoods marked for demolition, the banks of the Potomac beside the Pentagon, all were engulfed in the relentless bombardment. Air raid sirens wailed throughout the city. The ground, still scorched by the blasts, burned with sinister green, fell flames, and it took the firefighters considerable effort to finally extinguish the blazes. Those who had been surrounding the Capitol below scattered in panic, fleeing in all directions like a swarm of headless flies, terrified that the next attack might strike them. In that instant, the crowd's earlier bravado vanished completely. "Damn it! What do you think you're doing?" General Ross drew his pistol, striding forward to seize Xiao Lin by the shoulder, his posture making it clear he was prepared to shoot at the slightest provocation. Xiao Lin brushed his hand aside and said, "Relax. No one was hurt. This was just a warning. Isn't it true that you people always prefer to reason with your fists?" General Ross found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "This is American airspace, you're—" Without waiting for him to finish, General Ross signaled for the soldiers to forcibly escort the still protesting Congressman Karen away. Once he'd regained his composure, he took a moment to consider his options. He had no desire to start a conflict without being fully prepared. Director Fury approached and said, "Xiao Lin, I hope you won't act rashly and let this situation spiral out of control. We can discuss the mutant issue at length." No one else spoke up. The newly built Shield helicarrier was equipped with stealth technology, but those four massive turbine engines made such a racket and stirred such powerful air currents that it was impossible to truly stay hidden as enemies approached. In contrast, the enemy's Sky City could glide in silently and unseen. Radars, AWACS, satellites. None of the usual early warning systems were any use. And with a fortress that enormous, even if it simply fell from the sky, the devastation would be unimaginable. There's nothing more to discuss. I've explained everything that needs explaining today. You've seen the Mutant Academy for yourselves. Now I'm leaving. Let me make myself clear. Neither the mutant children nor the academy will ever be handed over to you, or to anyone else who wants them. With that, Xiao Lin opened the gate of death and stepped through, leaving the scene behind. He knew those politicians wouldn't let him go so easily. As for whatever schemes they might come up with, he wasn't worried at all. After all, the government was riddled with Skrull spies, so he'd always be able to learn of their plans in advance. Once the gate of death closed, the vast structure floating above the city faded once more into invisibility, vanishing silently before everyone's eyes. Hurry, find out where that airborne fortress went. The sudden disappearance of the city in the sky threw the officers at the Air Force Base into a state of nervous tension. Yet, they could not find a single clue at the spot where the floating city had once hovered. The events that had unfolded today in front of the U.S. Capitol spread rapidly around the world. Some even started to suspect that Xiao Lin was an alien invader, and these rumors were spun with convincing detail. After Xiao Lin's departure, the Secretary of Defense called Nick Fury aside and brought him to the Pentagon. Their discussions began overnight about how to handle what had transpired that day. After all, the eyes of the world were fixed on them. General Ross slammed his fist on the table in frustration. The United States government will not be threatened by anyone. We must find a way to bring down that damned mutant academy. Mr. Mann, the Secretary of Defense, replied with a touch of sarcasm. Bring it down? Do you even know where they are now? Besides, their technology is far beyond ours. General James chimed in. Exactly. If we can't even locate them, how are we supposed to deal with it? Ross ignored them and turned to Fury. Director Fury, is your new aerospace carrier capable of taking on Xiao Lin Sky City? Fury answered, frankly, it's almost impossible. We don't know much about their defenses, but their firepower is overwhelming and their ability to stay hidden outclasses us by a wide margin. Unless we can find them and launch a full assault, but I wouldn't recommend such an action. Then Fury addressed the Secretary of Defense. Mr. Man, where's the President right now? Something like this happens, and he's nowhere to be seen. At Fury's question, General Ross couldn't help but sneer. That cowardly old man is scared out of his wits. Ross continued, this isn't just a challenge to the United States government. It could threaten the security of other nations as well. That's why I hope, Director Fury, you can make your council members understand the gravity of the situation, so we can work together on a solution. Fury replied, I'll inform them, but we need to tread carefully with this. The Secretary of Defense stood up and said, let's leave it at that for tonight. And don't forget about the Hydra problem. We can't afford to let our guard down. Make sure to thoroughly investigate Senator Karen as well. Inside one of Hydra's secret bases, Madam Viper, Baron Strucker, and Alexander Pierce sat gathered around a table. Madam Viper was clearly in a foul mood. The latter stages of this operation had veered wildly from her expectations, and her opponent's tactics had caught her completely off guard. She felt like a fool. She glanced at the man beside her and asked, Baron Strucker, given the current situation, what do you think we should do? Baron Strucker, now one of Hydra's leaders, had accepted Madam Viper's invitation today to discuss both Hydra's future and matters concerning Xiao Lin. His power and influence are indeed formidable. He shows little allegiance to the American government or SHIELD, and it appears we have no direct conflict with him. Perhaps we could collaborate. This could do wonders for Hydra's growth, he suggested. But Pierce was unconvinced. So what do you think he wants? Is it power, influence, or the loyalty of mutants? Pierce had been the first to notice Xiao Lin. Though Hydra agents embedded in SHIELD had provided regular reports, he still couldn't quite figure out what kind of person Xiao Lin was. Sometimes, his actions left Pierce completely baffled. Baron Strucker then proposed, why don't we send someone to reveal themselves, just to test if cooperation is even possible? Madam Viper, meanwhile, was barely restraining herself from overturning the table and storming out. The others already knew she was behind all of this, and Xiao Lin had made it clear he would seek her out for retribution. Yet her so-called allies now spoke of working with him. She also knew that any chance for reconciliation between herself and Xiao Lin was gone. You two take your time, she said coldly. I won't be joining you for the rest of this discussion. As Madam Viper strode out, Pierce and Baron Strucker exchanged a meaningful glance, then quietly took their leave as well. Since Red Skull's disappearance, Hydra had splintered into factions. Madam Viper believed they desperately needed someone who could lead them forward. She resolved to continue her search for Hive. Having invested so much already, turning back was no longer an option. Faced with Xiao Lin's threat, she decided to take precautions. Her plan was to send her only truly loyal mutant operative into the Mutant Academy, not to wreak havoc, but to gather intelligence and ensure she was never caught unprepared. Meanwhile, in another corner of the Mutant Academy, Logan was alone in the training room. Over a year had passed since Logan left his world. Because time moved differently between the two worlds, he had no idea that only a few minutes had elapsed back in the world he'd left behind. In that destroyed mutant world, the absence of Logan, a pivotal figure, had left Professor X and the others unable to carry out their plan. It wasn't long before Kitty Pryde regained consciousness. Looking around the room, she realized Logan was nowhere to be found. She turned to Professor X and asked, Professor, what do we do now? Suddenly, the sounds of explosions and frantic shouting echoed from outside. The Sentinels had found their location. There was no time to hesitate. The evacuation plan had to be put into action once again. Professor X said urgently, Kitty, do it like you did before. We need to regroup elsewhere. Quickly. Kitty understood what the professor meant. She nodded, her hand glowing with a soft white light as she brought it close to the bishop's temple, guiding his consciousness back into the past. Having received messages from the future, Kitty and the other mutants changed their meeting place once again. Professor. Kitty, who had been waiting for the Blackbird's arrival, walked over as soon as it landed. But as the X-Men disembarked, one by one, she realized with a growing sense of unease that Logan was nowhere to be seen. Where's Logan? Why isn't he here? Professor X was just as puzzled. Back on the Blackbird, Logan had been smoking a cigar when, without any warning or hint of energy fluctuation, he simply vanished into thin air. The professor shook his head and said, Logan disappeared without a trace. We have no idea what happened. Disappointment washed over Kitty's face. How could this happen? It shouldn't be like this. Except for Shadowcat and Bishop, no one else had a clue what was going on. They all turned to look at her, confused. Let's go inside and talk. Kitty explained to them how they had been evading the Sentinels lately, then told Professor X about Logan's sudden disappearance. Kitty, you once linked your mind with Logan's. There must still be some residual mental connection between you. I need to enter your mind to search for him, and there's no time to lose. Of course, Professor. Kitty agreed without hesitation. This was no longer just about the fate of mutants. Humanity itself was on the brink of extinction. Personal privacy was a luxury none of them could afford. Though Professor X rarely intruded into the minds of others, he had no choice now but to use his powers again. Combining what Kitty had just shared with Beast McCoy's past research on parallel universes, he suspected that Logan might have crossed into a parallel world. The professor extended his mind into Kitty's consciousness, searching for that lingering trace of Logan's spirit. Passing through a rift in space, he found himself in another world. Ever since Logan had arrived in this new world, life had been surprisingly easy. But at night, the dreams that plagued his sleep were a constant reminder not to forget the apocalyptic world he had left behind, where his friends were still under threat from the Sentinels. It was thanks to his formidable psychic abilities that Professor X finally managed to locate Logan in this alternate universe. Logan, can you hear me? Suddenly, the professor's voice echoed in Logan's mind. For a moment, Logan thought he was imagining things. So much time had passed that he had almost given up hope of ever making contact with the professor and the others again. When he realized what was happening, he responded inwardly with a surge of emotion. I hear you. Professor, is that you? Are you all okay? Professor X asked. Logan, where are you now? I'm not sure, but it seems I'm still on Earth, or maybe in a parallel universe. Professor, how are you reaching me? We'll talk about that later. The connection from this side to you is weakening. On the other end, perhaps because of the barriers between universes, Professor X found his link with Logan growing fainter and fainter. Logan, I'll try to open a portal to bring you back. I'll contact you soon. The voice in his mind faded away completely, but Logan no longer felt like training. He hurriedly got up, preparing to go find Xiao Lin. After staying here so long, and now that he might leave at any moment, he felt he had to say goodbye to Xiao Lin. As for whether the professor could bring him back, Logan had no doubt. In any desperate situation, the professor always found a way. Xiao Lin, on the other hand, was beginning to think this whole incident might not be entirely a bad thing for him. After what had happened, there would probably be organizations and individuals online opposing him, but he didn't care about that at all. Those mutant children would only be more grateful to him. When Xiao Lin walked up to Wanda's room, he saw Zhang Xuanyu supporting her mother as they slowly walked out. Xiao Lin asked, Is your mother better now? Looking up and realizing it was Principal Xiao, Zhang Xuanyu replied with heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Principal Xiao. My mother's illness, no, the curse, has been lifted. Curse? Xiao Lin was a bit puzzled. Who would curse your mother? Zhang Xuanyu shook his head. I don't know either. He found it odd as well. His mother shouldn't have any enemies. Xiao Lin noticed that Zhang Xuanyu's mother seemed to have something on her mind, as if she wanted to say more but held back. Clearly, there was something hidden beneath the surface, but since it was their family matter, he didn't bother to ask. He didn't even reach his own room when he saw Logan rushing toward him from a distance. Logan greeted him excitedly. Lin, I might be leaving this time. Xiao Lin asked in surprise. Leaving? Where to? Where else could he possibly go in this world? Logan answered, Charles managed to contact me. I have to go back. That world is heading toward destruction, and only I can return to the past and save it. Xiao Lin understood he was talking about the world being destroyed by the Sentinels. Since Logan could go back, there was no way for him to stop him, though he couldn't help feeling a little regretful. Still, he simply said, all right, when are you leaving? As soon as Charles opens the portal, I'll leave this place. In fact, after spending over a year in this world, he found himself reluctant to part with the mutant students here. At that moment, Xiao Lin recalled the vision foretold by the mutant Zhang Xuanyu, the image of Logan returning to his own world. It had indeed come to pass, but that world hadn't followed the plotline of reversing the future. Could something unexpected have happened? Faced with a relentless tide of Sentinel robots, they were utterly defenseless. A new system task was issued. Task difficulty S. Lead your Death Knight followers and accompany Logan back to the world destroyed by Sentinels. Resolve their crisis. Reward 100,000 exchange points. So the system wanted him to go back, but how would he return to this world afterward? He couldn't simply abandon the Mutant Academy and Azeroth technology company he had established here, only to start over from scratch. Sensing Xiao Lin's hesitation, the system prompted. Due to the previous traversal through zero space, the barrier between these two parallel universes has been destabilized. The host can now travel back and forth between both worlds through the Gate of Death. However, when at full power, The gate may only remain open for 10 seconds each time. As long as he could return, there was nothing to worry about. Watching Logan walk away, Xiao Lin called out, "Logan, wait up. I'm coming with you." Logan stopped in his tracks, looking somewhat puzzled. "Are you sure you can leave everything here behind? Once we go, we might never make it back." Though Logan wished for Xiao Lin's help, he understood how much effort Xiao Lin had invested here. "It's all right. I have my own way to return. Give me a moment to get ready. We'll meet at the control center." Xiao Lin opened the Gate of Death, preparing to bring both Kingpin and Abomination with him into the parallel universe. Just then, a thought struck him, something about the flow of time between the two universes. Logan had been in this world for over a year already. If that much time had passed, back on Earth in the other universe, Professor Charles and the rest might all have perished after losing Logan. Forget it. There was no point in worrying about such headaches now. Meanwhile, on the other side, Professor Charles Xavier sat quietly. He had left a psychic mark on Logan and withdrawn his consciousness back to his original world. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Charles spoke. "I've made contact with Logan. He's definitely in another world. Now, we need to open a portal and bring him back." Blink spoke up. "Professor, with my power, I can only open portals a few meters away. There's no way I could open a gateway between two universes." Charles spoke up. "I've thought about it too. But just now, as I was searching for Logan with my mind, I discovered a place where the fabric of space was fractured. It was through that rift that I managed to find Logan in another world. If we go there, perhaps it might work." Everyone present felt that this idea was worth a try. They made their way to the Blackbird, which was parked at the entrance. Under Charles's guidance, Aurora piloted the jet, taking off and flying toward a temple perched atop a mountain in the northwest of China. When Kitty arrived at the place, she remembered, she saw a helmet lying on the ground. The same Judicator's helmet that had fallen from a spatial rift during their last memory journey. Charles picked up the helmet, lost in thought. Blink reached out with her senses to probe the spatial fissure Charles had mentioned, then shook her head. "It's true. The fabric of space here is thin, but with my abilities, I still can't open it." Charles turned to Bishop Lucas. "Lucas, is it possible for you to convert the energy everyone channels to you into spatial energy and then open a passage between the two universes?" Lucas understood immediately. His gift was to absorb any form of energy from others and convert it into other abilities. "I'll give it a try." He recalled that he had previously absorbed Blink's spatial energy and managed to open a portal, though only for short distances. "I'm ready." Lucas steadied himself, raising the energy output weapon in his hand and aiming it at the rift Charles indicated. Storm summoned her lightning. The Human Torch unleashed his flames. Magneto contributed magnetic force. Iceman sent a wave of cold, and Blink poured in her spatial energy as well. All of it surged into Lucas's body. Watching as Lucas's whole body glowed with a crimson light, Kitty called out with concern, "Lucas, are you all right? Just a bit more." Lucas gritted his teeth, struggling to contain the energy that threatened to tear him apart. "That's enough. More than enough." Lucas shouted. The torrents of energy within him surged into his weapon, transforming into a beam of violet light that carved open a portal before them. On the other side of the gateway stood Logan and Xiao Lin, ready and waiting. "The portal's open. Hurry." Logan, seeing the spatial rift appear before him, finally allowed himself to relax. As expected, Professor Charles had found a solution. Xiao Lin and Jean followed close behind, with Abomination lumbering after them. "Lin!" came a shout from behind. In the next instant, a figure dashed through the portal at full speed. The other side of the portal revealed a dim and shadowy world. Overhead, black clouds loomed, never dispersing, with lightning flickering ceaselessly within them. The oppressive environment weighed heavily on the heart. Xiao Lin realized that this world was filled everywhere with resentful souls voicing their grievances, as if they were unable to enter the realm of the dead. The very air was saturated with the scent of death. It was hardly surprising. After years of war, what began as sentry robots hunting down mutants had escalated to the extermination of ordinary humans with hidden X genes. The death toll had reached into the billions. The formidable sentinels were far beyond what humans or mutants could withstand. The entire fabric of society had unraveled, human civilization teetered on the brink of extinction, and beneath this land, corpses lay everywhere. If Mephisto were to discover this world, he would probably be beside himself with glee, and would no doubt claim all these souls for his own. Just then, Xiao Lin noticed a figure behind him, someone who shouldn't have been there. It was Pietro, better known as Quicksilver. With some exasperation, Xiao Lin asked, "Why did you follow us here?" Pietro didn't answer his question. Instead, he looked around in astonishment. "Where are we?" By now, the portal behind them had long since closed. Xiao Lin reached out with his senses, searching for the Deathgate marker he had left in the other universe. There was still a faint connection, but to reopen the passage would require much more energy to break through the barriers of space. At this point, it seemed the gate could only be activated near this particular rift. Oh well, Pietro's powers were formidable enough. He shouldn't be in any immediate danger. Professor Charles. Logan crouched down and hugged Professor Xavier. For the X-Men of this world, it had only been a few short hours. But for Logan, who had spent over a year in another universe, this reunion was deeply emotional. From behind, Kitty asked, "Are we still going ahead with the original plan?" But before Professor Charles could answer, the distant roar of engines reached their ears. Xiao Lin looked up and saw the sky darkening with a swarm of strange aircraft, encircling them from every direction. No one had expected the Sentinels to arrive so swiftly, leaving them no time to put their plan into action. The bottoms of the aircraft opened, releasing a flood of Sentinel robots that poured out like a plague of locusts, descending upon them. "Everyone, get ready for battle." Logan extended his adamantium claws. Aurora's eyes glowed white as she slowly rose from the ground, and Xiao Lin issued the order for his Death Knights to engage. With a thunderous roar, Blonsky's body began to swell like an inflating balloon, shredding his once pristine suit. In moments, he transformed into a blood-red giant, his entire being radiating a savage aura. In his hands, the Sentinel robots were little more than scraps of metal. After more than a year of training, Jinbing was no longer the somewhat frail Death Knight he had once been. Now, he wielded a specially crafted metal staff, its surface etched with runes of death. As dark power surged through him, several stone gargoyles burst forth from the magic circle. However, the abilities of a Death Knight were most effective against living beings with souls. When it came to these Sentinel robots, their power was greatly diminished. Meanwhile, Xiao Lin drew his Frostmourne, feeling the souls swirling in the air all around him. He drove his weapon to absorb these souls, transforming them into his own strength. Gradually, a chilling wind began to swirl around him, and the once invisible souls became visible as white energy, gathering around Xiao Lin like a whirling vortex. Charles watched Xiao Lin with a furrowed brow. He understood that the white lights were the souls of the dead. He wondered who these three strangers truly were. They didn't look like mutants at all. What was their connection to Logan, and why had they stepped out of the portal with him? The torrent of souls continued to flood into Xiao Lin's body, filling him with such power that his eyes shone with an icy, ghostly light. He was ecstatic. This was an unexpected windfall. Though none of these were the souls of powerful beings, the sheer quantity had created a qualitative change, elevating his strength to a new, unfathomable level. A wild, triumphant laugh burst from Xiao Lin. Never had he felt such joy. Frostmourne in his grip radiated a palpable aura of death, slicing an oncoming Sentinel robot cleanly in two. Thick pillars of ice erupted around him, skewering the Sentinel robots through and through. The X-Men stared in shock as the stranger's attacks effortlessly tore through the seemingly invincible Sentinels. Suddenly, Xiao Lin heard a cracking sound from his weapon, startling him into looking down. But he saw that his weapon was undamaged. "Let me out. Let me change this world." A young girl's voice, cold and chilling, echoed from within Frostmourne. Xiao Lin remembered the seal Death had placed on the sword spirit. It seemed that now his power was strong enough to suppress it. The seal had finally broken. "Silence!" Xiao Lin roared, his voice charged with mighty soul power. The force crashed into the sword spirit, forcing her to fall silent, though he could sense her lingering resentment. Fortunately, everyone around was too busy fending off the Sentinels to notice Xiao Lin's strange behavior. Everyone except Charles. With its imprisoned spirit unbound, Frostmourne seemed to become even more alive, its power growing even stronger. At the same time, he unleashed 5 grips of death, seizing several robots that were just about to break into the defensive circle. The sharp edge of his sword flashed, and before the machines could even adjust to Xiao Lin's assault, they were sliced cleanly in two. Blood, evil energy, and soul attacks had little effect on the Sentinel robots, so Xiao Lin could only rely on the power of Frost to strike them down. Though Xiao Lin, the Abomination, and Kingpin were doing their best to help, the group was barely managing to hold back the relentless advance of the Sentinels. With the enemy forces pouring in ceaselessly, their defensive circle grew smaller and smaller by the minute. There were simply too many enemies. He needed to find more allies. Xiao Lin plunged Frostmourne into the ground, channeling death energy to steadily transform the bones and corpses beneath the earth. One after another, zombies with rotted flesh and bare-bone skeletons crawled up from below. Summoning circles began to glow, drawing all kinds of undead creatures from another world. From the most common ghouls and skeletons, to patchwork giants towering over 10 meters tall, shrieking banshees lurking in the air, burrowing crypt lords, and even a floating lich. For a moment, Xiao Lin almost believed he had summoned the Scourge Legion from Azeroth itself. With a constant supply of soul energy at hand, and unable to absorb and convert it all for himself, Xiao Lin instead poured it into summoning an army of the undead. The air soon became thick with the stench of corpses. Now, both the sky and the ground were teeming with undead creatures, surging toward the enemy like a relentless tide. Yet the Sentinel robots were just as numerous, swarming in from all directions, thousands strong. Beams of searing energy lance from their heads, often obliterating swathes of the undead in an instant. With the undead shielding the front lines, the X-Men managed to catch their breath, though their gazes toward Xiao Lin grew complicated. In their eyes, the power to command the dead smacked of evil, a desecration of the departed. To withstand the overwhelming onslaught of Sentinel robots, Xiao Lin had no choice but to keep the summoning circle running. It was then, through the necromantic array, that his mind brushed against a mighty presence in another world, a being whose soul power dwarfed his own, yet, like the others, lacked self-awareness. After sacrificing a great number of souls, that undead entity followed his call, crossing the summoning circle into this world. The once modest summoning circle suddenly expanded to nearly 100 meters across, radiating a fierce, ashen light. A vast mass of bones, entwined with ice and snow, drifted forth from within. Each bone stretched several meters long. Finally, an immense skull, 5 or 6 meters in diameter, emerged. Within its eye sockets, the fire of its soul began to kindle. The bones circled and spiraled around the great skull, slowly assembling into a colossal behemoth. Xiao Lin stared in astonishment at the undead creature before him, feeling a surge of disbelief. Was this truly a frost dragon? Its wings, when spread, stretched nearly 100 meters across, with radiant light shining from between its bones, a manifestation of soul energy. Once its body had fully reformed, it let out a silent roar toward the sky for several seconds, then, with a casual swipe reminiscent of brushing away a fly, knocked the Sentinel robot aside. Yet hundreds more Sentinel robots still swarmed densely around her, their head-mounted weapons deployed. Orange beams struck her skeletal frame, searing the bones, but to no avail. With a sudden upward surge, the frost dragon unleashed a vast breath of icy frost down upon the sentinels below. In an instant, the robots fell from the sky like a rainstorm, shattering to pieces as they crashed to the earth. The sentinels besieging the X-Men quickly reassessed the situation, abandoning their current targets and all turning to face the frost dragon instead. This sudden shift left Xiao Lin, the X-Men, and their companions with breathing room, breaking the deadly encirclement that threatened to claim lives if it continued. Everyone sat on the ground, gasping for breath as they watched the fierce battle unfolding in the sky not far away. In the end, the tide of battle turned in favor of the undead legion, which not only held a numerical advantage, but also boasted the overwhelming might of the frost dragon. The attacking sentinels were completely wiped out. The ground was covered with a thick layer of undead remains, mingled with the broken husks of destroyed sentinel robots. After every enemy had been eliminated, the frost dragon did not, as the other undead, get pulled back to her original realm. She hovered motionless in the air. Only Xiao Lin and Professor Charles could see the countless souls being drawn into her mouth, making the soul fire in her eye sockets burn ever brighter. Everyone could sense the overwhelming aura radiating from her. Pietro flashed over to Xiao Lin's side, leaning in to whisper, "Lin, what exactly did you summon? Why is it so incredibly powerful?" Xiao Lin felt a chill of anxiety as he realized he'd lost mental contact with his summoned creature. "This is a frost dragon, an undead being. I never thought I could summon one, and it doesn't seem like any ordinary frost dragon." Just as Xiao Lin finished explaining, the frost dragon finished siphoning every soul within a 100-mile radius. Then, she began flying straight toward Xiao Lin. The others tensed instantly, ready for battle. Magneto, using the wreckage of the jet, formed a massive iron sphere, poised to strike at a moment's notice. Xiao Lin had no idea what she intended. Was she coming for him? The very one who had summoned her? The frost dragon ignored everyone else. With a sweep of her wings, she stirred up a fierce gale as she approached Xiao Lin. It was a mystery how those skeletal wings could generate such a powerful wind. She lowered her head to look at Xiao Lin, and a hoarse female voice echoed in his ear. "I am Cindergosa, the frost dragon. Little one, thank you for awakening me. By the way, is that Frostmourne in your hand? Why would it be with you?" Before she could finish her words, a force suddenly pulled her backward from the void, drawing her away. Damn it, I still can't remain in this world for too long, Sindragosa muttered reluctantly. Little one, I'll be waiting for you in the Shadowlands. I hope that by then, your power will be great enough to free me from that desolate realm. As the frost dragon vanished before their eyes, a palpable sense of relief washed over everyone. Sindragosa? Xiao Lin's mind flashed back to that battle long ago at Icecrown Citadel. In order to activate the portal to the frozen throne, they had confronted this mighty frost dragon. Countless warriors had been frozen solid by her icy breath, while others were blown apart by her devastating arcane spells. Although, in the end, the heroes of Azeroth managed to destroy her and purify her soul, the cost had been steep. Why had she appeared now, summoned by his own hand? And the undead creatures he called forth this time, clearly, they did not belong to the Marvel Universe. Boss! The abomination, now back in its original form, shouted from the side, interrupting Xiao Lin's thoughts. Snapped out of his reverie, Xiao Lin saw the X-Men walking toward him. Professor Charles turned to Logan and asked, Logan, who are these people? Xiao Lin noticed that Kitty and Aurora looked at him with thinly veiled distaste. Perhaps his abilities simply seemed too sinister. Logan explained, they're friends I met in another parallel universe. This is Xiao Lin. I spent over a year in that world. Logan recounted their adventures in that other universe, including the founding of the Mutant Academy. Hearing this, the mutants' attitudes softened, especially Magneto, whose eyes now gleamed with a hint of admiration. The X-Men also learned about the difference in the flow of time between the two worlds. System, if I stay here for a day, will a year pass in the other universe? No. The timelines of the two worlds are now synchronized. Relieved by the system's answer, Xiao Lin let out a quiet sigh. Although the Sentinels had been dealt with, the system didn't issue a mission completion notice. On reflection, it made sense, those Sentinels. Destroyed here were but a tiny fraction of the threat. All around the world, factories were still churning out these cold-hearted killers. Logan had returned, and the Sentinels had been driven back, but it was only a temporary respite. Charles led the group back into the temple, which had already been more than half destroyed in the great battle. Here, Xiao Lin spotted something on the ground that looked oddly familiar. He picked it up and realized it was a Judicator's helmet, bearing his own mark. Clearly, this was his helmet, yet he couldn't fathom why it would be here. Charles addressed everyone. We're safe here for the moment. It'll take some time for the Sentinels from other zones to get here. Now, let's move quickly. Logan must return to the past and stop Raven's assassination attempt. The future shouldn't turn out like this. Logan nodded. The last attempt had been unexpectedly disrupted, leading to everything that followed, but the plan had to go on. After the fierce battle, Logan hadn't had a moment's rest before lying back down on the stone slab, preparing to send his consciousness back in time once more. Kitty activated her ability, electrical tendrils crackling from her hands and plunging into Logan's temples. Again, Logan endured the soul-rending agony as his mind traveled across the years, inhabiting his body in 1973. Young man, Xiao Lin turned to see Charles calling him. Is something wrong? Charles studied him and said, Your powers are both dangerous and formidable. All those souls once belonged to living beings. Xiao Lin understood what he meant. Professor Charles himself had died once and come back by inhabiting another body. He didn't want Xiao Lin to convert those souls into his own strength. But Xiao Lin wasn't interested in discussing this. As a Death Knight, he could not grow stronger without drawing on the power of the dead. Steering the conversation elsewhere, he asked, Professor, why are there so many Sentinels? Is someone building them? No. The scientists programmed the Sentinels with autonomous manufacturing and orders to attack mutants. Now they've set up factories all over the world. At this rate, they'll soon have stripped the entire planet of resources. Charles looked up at the sky. That thick, heavy cloud above us, that's the pollution from their factories. They had brought this doom upon themselves. Still, was he just supposed to stand by and watch? According to the story, this crisis should be resolved smoothly this time. And with the Sentinels held at bay, at least for now, things seemed relatively safe. After a pause, Charles began. Young man, be careful how you use your... Before he could finish, he suddenly froze, lost in thought. Xiao Lin noticed a psychic apparition materializing beside them, a young Charles, whose consciousness had arrived from the past through Logan. Xiao Lin was suddenly seized by a sense of foreboding. It felt as if the future of this world was about to change, that everything here would soon vanish, and he couldn't help but wonder what would happen to those like him who had come from another world. Just then, Pietro's startled voice came from nearby. Lin, where did everyone else go? They've all disappeared. Looking around, Xiao Lin realized that the room, once filled with X-Men, was now empty. Only he, Pietro, Kingpin, and Abomination remained. They must have successfully reversed the future, altering everything in this timeline. Let's go outside and take a look. Stepping out, Xiao Lin noticed that all traces of the previous battle had vanished without trace. Temporal distortions detected. The universe is rejecting outsiders. System protection protocols activated. As the system's voice faded, a shimmering violet shield appeared around the group, enveloping them in a protective barrier. When the shield finally dissipated, Xiao Lin and the others found the world around them transformed. The sky was no longer shrouded in dark clouds. Instead, dazzling sunlight streamed down upon them. A gentle breeze brushed past, and with his enhanced senses, Xiao Lin caught a fleeting glimpse of Pietro's silhouette. He had already zipped around the area in the blink of an eye. Lin, what's going on? Pietro, unaware of the system's existence, was clearly bewildered by what had just happened. A group of monks appeared before them, staring at Xiao Lin and his companions with astonished expressions, equally surprised by the sudden arrival of strangers. Let's go. We should leave this place for now. Logan must have changed the past, and that's why the future is different. We need to look around and get our bearings. Xiao Lin gave Pietro a pat on the back, ready to search for transportation. Their mission wasn't over yet, and he had no intention of returning just yet. The locals spoke in Tibetan, but thanks to the system's assistance, Xiao Lin could understand every word. It turned out they were on the Tibetan Plateau in China, but the year was no longer 2023. Noticing how Xiao Lin was communicating so fluently with these strangers, Pietro asked, Lin, where are we? We're in China. We haven't moved, but the time has changed. We've traveled back to the past of this world, to the year 1986. Xiao Lin saw the confusion flicker across Pietro's face and knew what he was thinking. Don't worry, we'll find our way back to our original world and time. So what do we do now? And what about Logan and the others? Xiao Lin felt a headache coming on. Suddenly, the mission seemed to have lost all direction. Meanwhile, far away in a city in Egypt, CIA Deputy Director Moira burst into someone's home. She had recently uncovered an ancient legend in an old book, the story of the world's very first mutant, its most powerful, who was said to be buried right here. At least, that's what the book claimed. Are you selling this carpet? Hey, who are you? Get out of here. The owner of the house sounded irritated. Taking advantage of his distraction, she struck swiftly and knocked the owner out. Lifting the camouflage carpet and the wooden boards underneath, she switched on her flashlight and carefully descended. Inside, she saw a group of people in the midst of some kind of ritual. Almighty God, grant us your strength. None of them noticed a single ray of sunlight piercing through from above, streaming into the cavern. Buried deep underground, the shattered tip of a pyramid began to emit a golden light. An unfinished ritual of rebirth was quietly resuming. The very first mutant in history, Apocalypse, awakened from the darkness. As his powers surged out, the magnetic field of the entire planet seemed to tremble. He broke through layers of earth and stone, returning to the surface after ages in the dark. The sunlight outside made him even stronger. Far away, on the Tibetan plateau, Xiao Lin sensed a powerful force emerging in the distance. A thought struck him. In 1986, after the reversal of the future, it was also the time when Apocalypse was said to appear. Xiao Lin suddenly found this rather intriguing. The 4 horsemen of Apocalypse, and his own 4 horsemen of death, though for now, he only had 2. He wondered if they might become rivals, though of course, Magneto, Eric, didn't quite count among them. Let's go. We're going to find Magneto, Eric, to Poland. Who's Eric? Pietro asked, puzzled as to why Xiao Lin wanted to seek him out. He's a powerful mutant. Anywhere there's metal, he's invincible. In fact, his real ability is to control magnetic fields. No firearm can harm him. If he could bring Magneto over to his side, it would be a tremendous advantage. After much effort, Xiao Lin and his group finally boarded a flight to Poland. Right now, Eric's world had turned bleak and colorless. He had used his powers to save someone, but ended up exposed. Because of that, both his wife and daughter had died in a tragic accident. Today, he was out for revenge. Under Eric's control, every gate in the factory slammed shut. With a cold, expressionless gaze, he looked at his former co-workers inside. All the machines ground to a halt under his influence. Was it you who told the police what you saw yesterday? Didn't you want to know who I am, to see what I can do? I'll show you. Eric's voice was calm, but it sent chills down the spines of the workers. Those who had reported him to the police were already filled with regret. Henrik, don't do this. The plea was heavy with desperation. Eric raised both hands, commanding the steel within the factory, and shook his head as he spoke. My name is not Henrik. I am Magneto. The machines in the steel mill, along with the metal roof above their heads, began to tremble. Just as he was about to kill the workers, Eric heard a sound behind him. He turned to see the factory's main gate effortlessly sliced open by a sword. For people walked in from outside. Eric demanded, "Who are you? If you mean to stop me from killing these people, then try your luck." "No, we have no intention of stopping you. Do as you please." The workers, who had thought their saviors had come, sank once more into terror. Realizing no one would intervene in his revenge, Eric prepared to kill the workers again. Ever since Xiao Lin learned of Apocalypse's appearance, he knew his true target. At this moment, Magneto was lost and vulnerable. If he could bring him over as an ally, it would mean a powerful addition. Just then, a purple barrier appeared before Xiao Lin. 4 mutants stepped out from within. Apocalypse himself and his 3 horsemen, Storm, Angel, and Psylocke. Apocalypse utterly ignored Xiao Lin and the others standing behind him, striding directly toward Eric. The arrival of one unknown powerhouse after another left Eric agitated. Every steel boiler and machine in the factory lifted from its place, hurtling en masse toward Xiao Lin and Apocalypse's group. In the face of this overwhelming assault, a ring of fiery shields materialized around Apocalypse, deflecting the barrage of steel. On Xiao Lin's side, Abomination let out a furious roar, his body swelling larger as red runes appeared on his skin, shielding them from the onslaught. In no time, the factory was reduced to rubble, and the workers had long since been buried somewhere beneath, beyond all hope. Perhaps realizing it was too troublesome to harm these newcomers, or perhaps now that his vengeance was complete, Eric began to float upward, ready to leave. "Eric," Apocalypse called out behind him, "this world needs purification. A new order must rise, so the blasphemers will be punished. And you shall be my mightiest ally." Hearing Apocalypse's words, Eric turned back and asked, "Who are you?" Apocalypse's voice brimmed with pride. "Jehovah, Ra, Allah, these are all my names. I can unlock your potential and grant you even greater power." Every word Apocalypse spoke carried a psychic force, stirring Eric's heart. Xiao Lin saw that Eric was wavering, already taking steps toward Apocalypse. "In Sabanur, I know your name," Xiao Lin suddenly called from behind. Apocalypse turned to look at him. "You know my true name, so you must also know the extent of my power." Xiao Lin called out to Eric, who was about to approach Apocalypse. "Eric, what he wants is to destroy everything as it is. Is that really what you want? To see innocent lives taken for nothing? I can show you my strength, and give you the life you truly desire." After saying this, Xiao Lin couldn't help but feel he was putting on a bit of an act. If he had gone through everything Eric had, vengeance would have been his only goal, innocent or not. Magneto was one of the 4 horsemen chosen by Apocalypse. Seeing Xiao Lin trying to sway him, Apocalypse grew angry. "You're bold, but I hope your strength is enough to match your courage." Suddenly, Xiao Lin sensed a surge of power descending near them, trying to unravel their very bodies. A shimmering green rune shield appeared around Xiao Lin and the other 3, warding off Apocalypse's disintegration ability. It seemed a battle was inevitable. "Eric! Eric!" Floating in the air once more, Eric heard a familiar voice echoing in his mind. It was Professor Charles Xavier. Having glimpsed into Eric's memories, Charles spoke gently. "I can feel your pain, Eric. I'm so sorry for the loss of your wife and daughter. You think you can understand my pain just because you've seen my memories? No, you'll never understand." Eric's resentment toward Charles hadn't lessened one bit. It was listening to Charles that had brought him to such agony in the first place. "Enough. I won't let something like this happen ever again." Eric turned away from Charles, focusing instead on the battle raging below. He saw that both Xiao Lin and Apocalypse possessed immense power, but he chose to side with Apocalypse. He could sense that Apocalypse was also a mutant capable of granting him even greater strength. Right now, power was all he desired. He would make those who had hurt him, ordinary people, pay, and no one would stand in his way. In the midst of battle, Apocalypse seemed to sense something. His consciousness followed the psychic link between Eric and Charles, reaching all the way to Professor X in New York. What a formidable psychic force. Even someone as powerful as Apocalypse was impressed by Charles's abilities. With a near-immortal body, if he could also acquire an indestructible mind, he would become so powerful that even he himself could scarcely imagine it. Daring to get distracted in the middle of our fight, Xiao Lin felt slighted. Frostmourne, pulsing with blood-red energy, slashed at Apocalypse, cutting a long gash across his body. The earth beneath them rose, forming a massive cage of sand and dust that closed in around Xiao Lin. "I have more important things to do and no time to waste with you." Apocalypse activated the teleportation, feeling a twinge of frustration as he glimpsed his knights in such disarray. The changes in this world were beyond his comprehension. Shielding his subordinates as they retreated, a flash of violet light swept over them, and in an instant, Apocalypse, and his followers vanished without a trace. A deafening crash echoed out. In less than a minute, Xiao Lin had broken free from the thick cage that had confined him. Seeing that all his enemies had disappeared left him feeling vexed. A peculiar energy still lingered in the air around the factory, a residue left by Apocalypse's teleportation. In fact, the Death Knight's Gate of Death could also be opened directly, even without a preset teleportation beacon, as long as one's mental strength was powerful enough to sense the coordinates of time and space for transmission. Just then, the ground rumbled beneath their feet. Looking off toward Auschwitz in the distance, they could see clouds of dust and debris, mixed with fragments of ruined buildings, swirling through the sky. Magneto! Eric, what immense power he possessed. With Apocalypse's guidance, his abilities had increased dramatically. Apocalypse and Magneto together were proving to be quite a troublesome alliance, and with Storm, Angel, and Psylocke, all formidable mutants in their own right, the odds had grown even more daunting. Suddenly, a portal shimmered open before them. Xiao Lin's heart surged with delight. He had only tried to open it on a whim, and to his surprise, his enhanced strength now allowed him to summon the Gate of Death without the need for a preset beacon. On the other side of the portal was Logan's location. Before arriving in this world, Xiao Lin had marked Logan's soul with a special seal. He only knew that after changing the future, Logan had fallen into a river and then been retrieved by Stryker. Guided by his connection to that mark, Xiao Lin successfully opened the Gate of Death. I'll go ahead. Meet me in Cairo, Egypt, but be careful. Realizing the Gate of Death wasn't stable enough to let everyone through, Xiao Lin decided to go alone in search of Logan. Watching Xiao Lin disappear into the portal, Pietro could only sigh in resignation. No sooner had he stepped through the Gate of Death than Xiao Lin heard a bestial growl right beside him. It came from a massive iron container. Logan must have been locked inside. Xiao Lin could sense the energy pulsing from the soul mark. Catching sight of the control instruments nearby, he strode over and pressed a few buttons at random. The heavy iron door creaked open, and inside, Logan seemed to stir awake. He broke the chains that bound him, bursting out of his cage with raw ferocity. Meanwhile, in the monitoring center, the technicians stared in shock at the alarms flashing across their screens. Someone had triggered the containment device holding Weapon X, and the test subject had escaped, with an unfamiliar intruder standing at his side. He hurriedly reported to Colonel Stryker behind him. Colonel, Weapon X has escaped. Colonel Stryker, who had appeared calm, suddenly turned pale. Damn it! Stop him! Bring him back at once. Some things are destined to happen, it seems. In this different world, Logan still became the test subject for Weapon X, his entire body injected with adamantium. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Don't let him get away! Squads of soldiers rushed toward the lab. Meanwhile, Xiao Lin intercepted Logan, who was trying to run. Logan had lost all memory of his past. Faced with a stranger's attempt to control him, he extended his twin claws and swung a fierce punch at Xiao Lin. There was a sharp ring as sword met claw, blocking Logan's attack. Chains of ice appeared out of thin air, the biting cold creeping up Logan's body, binding him tightly so that he could not move. You better calm down. I'll figure out a way to help you recover your memory. He summoned a ghoul, who removed the devices still strapped to Logan. Ignoring Logan's troubled expression, he had the ghoul lift him onto its back. If there had been anything left in Logan's stomach, the stench of rotting flesh and pus would surely have made him retch. As they stepped out of the lab, they found a crowd of soldiers waiting outside. Open fire! The lead officer, startled by the terrifying sight of the ghoul, wasted no time in raising his weapon and unleashing a volley. Bullets clattered harmlessly against a wall of ice that had suddenly appeared between them. Facing several dozen soldiers, Xiao Lin drew upon the power of blood, seizing control of the very lifeblood within their bodies. A chorus of screams erupted as blood seeped from the soldiers' eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. They felt as if their blood was boiling inside them. One after another, the soldiers in the corridor ahead convulsed as their blood vessels burst, scarlet geysers spraying into the air, filling the space with a metallic tang of blood. Back at the monitors, Colonel Stryker's eyes flickered with panic. He wondered anxiously whether anyone in the base could possibly stop this intruder. Having dealt with the soldiers, Xiao Lin did not hurry to leave. Rescuing Logan was only part of his mission. He also wanted to find the other X-Men who had been captured here. Meanwhile, Nightcrawler, Jean Grey, and Scott were secretly making their way through the base, searching for others who had been taken prisoner. There's someone ahead. Rounding a corner, Jean Grey and her companions came upon Xiao Lin, who was engaged in battle with the base's guards. Seeing Xiao Lin walking toward them after dispatching the soldiers, Jean Grey quickly activated her powers, attempting to make him overlook their presence. Jean Grey, Nightcrawler, Scott. Xiao Lin looked at the group, standing silently in the corner, his voice tinged with confusion. You can see us? Jean Grey's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth slightly agape. Nightcrawler, realizing the situation, grabbed the others, ready to teleport them away in an instant. Wait, Xiao Lin called out. He summoned the power of death to envelop Nightcrawler, cutting off his senses from the outside world. The three of them flickered in place, but did not disappear. Seeing Scott reach for his quartz glasses, Xiao Lin quickly added, I'm not your enemy. I know you're Professor Charles. Surely Professor Charles knew him too, or at least they had met in the future. Before Jean Grey could respond, a man's voice suddenly resounded in their minds. Listen, people of this world. This is a warning for all of you. What's going on? Nightcrawler glanced around, searching for the source, but saw no one else. Jean Grey, however, instantly recognized the voice. Though it had changed a little, she was certain that should be the professor. Noticing the strange expressions on their faces, Xiao Lin asked, What's wrong? Didn't you hear it? The voice in your head. Xiao Lin shook his head. He remembered now. This must be Apocalypse using Charles to broadcast a message into everyone's mind. His own brain, protected by the system, had been unaffected. The world was already in chaos. Not long ago, every major nation's nuclear and intercontinental missiles had been launched skyward, rendered useless. Nothing but heaps of scrap metal. Now someone was invading the minds of every person on Earth. The leaders and defense ministers of every nation would surely suspect mutants. Was the fragile peace of the past decade about to shatter? Fear flickered in Scott and Nightcrawler Wagner's eyes, memories of the Academy's sudden destruction still fresh in their minds. Within the message, Jean Grey caught the trace of another, subtler voice. Jean, if you can hear me, focus and follow my voice. Cairo, find us. Scott's gaze fell on the ghastly ghoul behind Xiao Lin. He frowned, signaling silently to Jean and Nightcrawler to be wary of the stranger before them. Yet Xiao Lin's formidable power and their uncertainty about his true intentions kept them from making any sudden moves. Jean Grey asked, What is that thing behind you? That's my summon creature. As Xiao Lin spoke, another squad of soldiers rushed up behind him. Before they could raise their guns, a blood-red mist erupted from their bodies, draining them completely. The gruesome scene unfolding before their eyes made Jean, Scott, and Nightcrawler avert their gazes, unable to bear the sight. The Nightcrawler couldn't help but say, Sir, isn't it unnecessary to kill them all? If you don't kill them, what else can you do? They certainly won't ask your opinion, came the reply. With the looming crisis on their minds and no alternatives at hand, they fell silent. Xiao Lin continued, This is Colonel Stryker's experimental facility. My friend was captured and brought here for experimentation. Also, I know you're Professor Charles. Though uncertain whether he was telling the truth, they had no choice but to believe him. Xiao Lin said, We can talk about that later. Can you help my friend recover his memory? Jean hesitated, puzzled by how he knew about her ability, but after a moment's thought, she said, All right, let me try. Ignoring Scott, who was signaling to her urgently with his eyes, she stepped over to Logan, braving the foul stench, and placed her hands on his temples. Jean's formidable psychic power surged into Logan's mind, awakening memories buried deep within. The wild confusion in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by clarity. Logan, within his memories, Jean learned his identity. Yet, there was another memory hidden even deeper, one she could not reach no matter how hard she tried. Logan's expression calmed, but the icy chains binding him made him restless. He struggled fiercely, but could not break free. Logan roared, Let me go. Xiao Lin paid him no mind and tightened the frost-covered chains. Not yet. We'll talk once we find Professor Charles. Logan showed no sign of regaining memories from the other world. Having finished, Jean said, If you're truly Professor Charles's friend, I hope you'll help us. Right now, we need to rescue the others and then search for the professor together. No problem. I was looking for him as well. Scott added, We need to cut the power to the facility now. There's no need. I can get them all out, Xiao Lin replied. Before their astonished eyes, Xiao Lin conjured a long sword wreathed in icy mist and, with a single stroke, carved a gaping hole through the thick wall before them. But there's a field on the other side that blocks mutant powers. You won't be able to use your abilities, they cautioned, still convinced Xiao Lin was a mutant. I'm not a mutant, Xiao Lin explained. It won't be a problem. All right, Jean said, taking the lead as she dashed toward the cells where the X-Men were being held. Weapon X has escaped. Weapon X has escaped. The base is under attack. The blare of alarms filled every corner of the facility. Squads of soldiers surged forward, rushing in their direction. Scott still felt uneasy about Xiao Lin. He followed closely behind, ready at any moment to remove his visor. Along the way, the ordinary soldiers barely had a chance to fire before Xiao Lin dealt with them effortlessly. Colonel Stryker stood before the monitors, watching the scene unfold. Realizing the base was lost, he retrieved a case that contained various mutant genes, then hurried toward the hangar where a helicopter awaited. As he passed by one of the rooms, he noticed its door was wide open, likely left that way in the chaos, as the researchers had fled in a panic and forgotten to close it behind them. Inside, Xiao Lin spotted several glass tanks, each containing a corpse suspended in formaldehyde. What's that? Just as he was about to leave, Xiao Lin froze in shock, recognizing a familiar face. Is that Bobby? How could he be here? Wasn't Iceman Bobby supposed to be at Xavier's school for gifted youngsters? Yet here he was, long dead by the look of him, though Xiao Lin could still sense a powerful aura of frost lingering about him. Wait a second. Xiao Lin called out to Jean, who was hurrying ahead, and dashed into the room alone. Jean asked, "What's going on?" Xiao Lin shouted back, "Give me a few minutes." They watched as Xiao Lin entered, shattered one of the glass tanks, and let the chemical liquid spill across the floor. Who is that? Isn't he already dead? They couldn't figure out what Xiao Lin was up to. Unbeknownst to them, a wisp of gray mist flowed from Frostmourne and seeped into Bobby's corpse. Suddenly, the lifeless, pale body twitched and, to everyone's astonishment, slowly rose to its feet. Now resurrected as a Death Knight, Iceman Bobby's X-Gene powers were dramatically enhanced. An icy chill radiated from him, freezing the air wherever he stood. Even Xiao Lin couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation for Bobby's newfound strength. Signaling for Bobby to follow, Xiao Lin said, "Let's go. It's time to rescue the others." They made their way down the long corridor. Perhaps because of the earlier carnage, there wasn't a soul in sight. Xiao Lin had lost count of how many soldiers he'd taken down. Before long, they arrived at a control room, now completely deserted. But something was off. In the holding cells below, Mystique, Quicksilver, Beast, and Lieutenant General Moira were still imprisoned. At the sight of Jean appearing at the control panel, relief washed over their faces. Yet the barriers here were still active, suppressing everyone's abilities, including Jean Grey's. Jean pressed a button on the console and called down, "Raven, we're about to get you out. Step away from the door." Xiao Lin raised his sword and struck at the prison before him. A streak of gray energy tore through the thick defenses, leaving a gaping wound in its surface. Seeing everyone rushing out, Jean grew anxious. "I know where the professor is. We need to go save him now." "Who are these people?" "Beast, McCoy," asked Jean, eyeing the unfamiliar faces. It seemed to him that this young man had just rescued them. "They're Professor Charles's friends," Xiao Lin introduced himself. "I believe you'll need my help." The newcomer seemed mysterious, but this was not the time to dwell on such matters. She nodded to them. "Let's go. There's a jet in this facility. If we take it, we can get to our destination much faster." They made their way to one of the base's hangars, where a transport jet awaited. "All right, team," Scott called, opening a glass case beside them, revealing several sets of combat suits. The X-Men exchanged glances, then each took a suit and began to change. "And you?" Quicksilver, Pietro, offered a suit to Xiao Lin. "No, thanks," Xiao Lin declined. He studied the unfamiliar Quicksilver before him and couldn't help thinking of the Pietro from another world. What would happen if the two ever met? They looked the same, had the same powers, but carried different memories. Jean spoke urgently. "The professor is in Cairo. We have to leave immediately." "I'll fly," Moira volunteered. "I can pilot the jet." Seeing Logan calm down, Xiao Lin nodded to Bobby, signaling he could release his control over Logan. "Logan, we're heading for Cairo. Are you coming?" Logan, now understanding the situation, said nothing. He simply grabbed a suit and strode onto the plane. The transport jet soared toward Cairo, carrying them above cities reduced to ruins. Below, the cries of people mourning their shattered homes echoed up to the sky. Shards of metal and debris whirled through the air. Moira piloted the plane with utmost caution, weaving through the chaos. Magneto's power had reached unimaginable heights. With the entire planet's magnetic field under his control, humanity, stripped of nuclear and strategic weapons, stood utterly defenseless against such assaults. As the plane approached Cairo, a colossal pyramid loomed before them. The city had become a graveyard. A metallic tang, sharp and bitter, hung heavy in the air. Meanwhile, another world's Quicksilver, Pietro, was hiding in the city below, eyes fixed on Eric in the sky. A strange feeling stirred in his heart. He turned to Kim Bing and asked, "Why did Lin bring us here? What are we supposed to do?" Kingpin shook his head. "I have no idea either." High above, Moira piloted the plane toward the vicinity of the pyramid. Raven said, "The professor is inside the pyramid. Quicksilver and I will go find Eric. The rest of you, go rescue Charles. Wait, I have people down below. I'll meet up with you in a bit." Sensing the position of his subordinates, Xiao Lin didn't wait for a response before opening the gate of death and stepping through. The plane landed near the pyramid, and, led by Jean, the team moved in the direction of Charles. Suddenly, Aurora appeared before the X-Men, riding a bolt of lightning. Raven turned to Nightcrawler. "You go get the professor out." He nodded, and with a swirl of dark smoke, he vanished from sight. Elsewhere, upon seeing Xiao Lin appear, Pietro let out a weary sigh. He was starting to regret following Xiao Lin through the portal. This journey had been nothing but trouble, and when Eric unleashed his power, they'd barely managed to escape. Noticing Bobby beside him, Pietro asked, "Who's this?" "He's Bobby, a mutant. Let's go. We'll deal with Apocalypse now. Then I've got one last thing to do before we head back." Xiao Lin had no intention of leaving before completing his mission. He could still raise one more Death Knight, and if Apocalypse could be made to serve him, he would become Xiao Lin's most powerful asset. With that, Xiao Lin led the group straight into the pyramid. Their target was Apocalypse. "Xiao Lin." Jean's psychic senses swept the battlefield, and she noticed Xiao Lin along with several unfamiliar figures. Wait, why was there another Quicksilver here? At the entrance, they encountered Warren, the Angel. As razor-sharp metal feathers whistled toward them, Blonsky transformed into Abomination and shielded the team. The feathers struck his tough hide, utterly ineffective. Seeing the would-be attacker trying to escape, Bobby swept out a hand, sending a blast of frost that froze Warren's wings mid-flight, causing him to crash heavily to the ground. Abomination strode over and seized Warren's wings. With a wrench and a scream, the metallic wings were torn away, leaving Warren unconscious on the floor. No one else stood in their way, and Xiao Lin's group pressed deeper into the pyramid. The pyramid was vast inside, a labyrinthine maze of corridors. After circling around several times, they still couldn't find the correct path. Suddenly, above their heads, Xiao Lin caught sight of Nightcrawler, flickering in and out of view as if searching for something. "Blonsky," Xiao Lin called. Understanding immediately, Abomination charged forward like a heavy tank, smashing through wall after wall in a cloud of dust and rubble, forcing a path toward the heart of the pyramid. It wasn't long before they reached the pyramid center. There, they found Charles and Apocalypse lying side by side, suspended above the floor on a stone slab. The runes beneath them glowed with a golden light. Charles was already engulfed by Apocalypse's consciousness, with waves of blue psychic energy forcefully breaking into his mind. Get out of my head." Charles struggled and shouted. Pietro asked, "Lin, what on earth are they doing?" Seeing Apocalypse completely defenseless, Xiao Lin realized this was the perfect opportunity. He reached into his dimensional pouch and drew his weapon. But before he could make a move, a sudden swirl of black mist appeared right in front of him. Nightcrawler seized Charles and vanished before everyone's eyes. At that moment, all Xiao Lin could think was, incredible. With the psychic connection abruptly severed, Apocalypse snapped awake. He instinctively dodged a sword that slashed down at his head, and when he saw the scene before him, fury surged within him. "You again." White light glimmered in Apocalypse's eyes. Under his control, the entire pyramid instantly shattered and reformed into a solid prison, layers upon layers of thick metal and stone encasing them. Now, Apocalypse's only focus was to find Charles as quickly as possible. When he emerged outside, he saw that all his subordinates had already been defeated. Pathetic. Amidst the darkness, Xiao Lin's eyes began to glow with a faint white light, a visible sign of soul power overflowing. "Lin, your eyes?" "Hush, don't speak." Kingpin tapped his cane against Pietro. Xiao Lin's consciousness began to reach out to another world. He wondered if each universe's hell was different. Otherwise, he couldn't explain why the undead summoned in this universe differed so much from those of another world. A lich materialized beside them at his summons, chilling the air to an icy cold. If Pietro hadn't witnessed this before, he might have screamed. The lich's appearance was straight out of a horror film. The lich waved its staff, conjuring a magical circle at their feet, a short-range group teleportation spell. With a flash of blue light, they escaped from the prison. Meanwhile, Apocalypse seemed to have discovered Charles's hiding place. "Sindragosa." Xiao Lin didn't rush forward. The Frostmourne in his hand was absorbing nearby souls, and through the summoning circle, he continued to search among the mindless undead for the most powerful frost dragon. Not far away, they saw the mighty pyramid collapse in an instant and transform into a massive box-like structure with no visible entrance or exit. No one knew what was happening inside, and Nightcrawler, who did, was still unconscious. Apocalypse's power was overwhelming and multifaceted. Even all the X-Men combined were no match for him. After only a few rounds, they were completely subdued. "Found you." In the psychic realm, Apocalypse pinned Charles under his will and, at the same time, discovered their hiding place in the real world. "What do we do now?" Watching Charles struggle desperately, Jean and Moira were at a loss. Their group was the only one left with any fighting strength. Jean's powers were formidable, but she was afraid of the force within her. The memory of her powers running wild haunted her like a lingering nightmare. As she hesitated, a thick cloud of dust filled the air. Suddenly, an entire wall of their hideout vanished, and from the haze, that fearsome figure, Apocalypse, appeared, standing just over 20 meters away. He looked at the two, paralyzed with indecision, and at Charles, still trapped in the psychic realm. A mocking smile curved Apocalypse's lips. Then Apocalypse abruptly looked over his shoulder. The massive, box-shaped prison he'd used to trap Xiao Lin and the others now shimmered with a mysterious magical sigil. High above on the rooftop, Xiao Lin had connected to Sindragosa of the Death Realm. This time, she seemed even more powerful than before. After expending a tremendous amount of soul power, the skeletal remains of the Frost Dragon materialized in the city's sky, chilling the air and plunging the once sweltering city into an unnatural cold. A guttural roar shook the air as the icy blue light of the mighty dragon's form coalesced piece by piece. Go, join up with the others. Xiao Lin pointed toward the X-Men's position, then leaped onto Sindragosa's back, charging straight at Apocalypse. Eric, still tearing through the earth with subterranean metals, looked up to see the skeletal beast hovering over the city. The cold radiating from above seeped into his bones, slowing his every move. This feels awful, muttered Pietro, recalling the first time he'd met Xiao Lin, when his super speed had been dulled by the chill. Now, the freezing air made it nearly impossible for him to run at all. In the real world, the Frost Dragon's aura made no distinction between friend and foe, and now they were all too close to escape its effects. A surge of icy wind snaked around Apocalypse, yanking him upward into the sky before he could react. As Apocalypse hurtled toward him, Xiao Lin sprang high and brought his sword down in a powerful arc. With a thunderous crash, debris and dust exploded outward, toppling a row of already dilapidated buildings. Buried for a moment beneath rubble, Apocalypse burst free and glared at the gigantic figure above. A shimmering purple shield flared to life around him, and in a flash, he teleported to Xiao Lin's side. Down below, Beast regained consciousness and took in the chaos above. Without hesitation, he rushed off to rescue Quicksilver and Scott, bringing Raven over to join Charles. The X-Men gathered together, watching the fierce battle raging in the sky. As Raven regained consciousness, she asked, "Who exactly is he?" Jean, clearly at a loss herself, replied, "I'm not really sure, but he said the professor knows him." Everyone glanced at Professor Charles, who was still lying unconscious. For now, it was obvious he couldn't tell them anything more. Meanwhile, on the back of Sindragosa, Xiao Lin was locked in combat with Apocalypse. Suddenly, a surge of psychic force erupted, crushing down on Xiao Lin's body and forcing him to conjure a skeletal shield for protection. Death Strike. With a burst of willpower, Xiao Lin broke free from the psychic grip. Frostmourne gleamed with a blood-red light as it slashed into Apocalypse, but the wound healed instantly, and the blade's thirst for blood drew no life force at all. Neither the power of frost nor blood had any effect on Apocalypse. His strength was overwhelming. He gripped Frostmourne tightly in his hand, a mocking smile on his lips. "You're not strong enough. You could have been my mightiest knight, but now, I only wish to destroy you." Xiao Lin stared in disbelief as Apocalypse's body grew larger and larger, making Xiao Lin feel utterly insignificant by comparison. With a thunderous crash, Apocalypse's massive fist came down. Xiao Lin raised both arms to block, but it felt as if every bone in his body was about to shatter. Below, even Sindragosa could barely hold on, sliding downwards for dozens of meters under the strain. This couldn't go on. At Xiao Lin's signal, Sindragosa twisted sharply, throwing both combatants from her back. Xiao Lin had no intention of fighting alone, and besides, the Frost Dragon couldn't unleash her full power with him on board. With a heavy thud, the two crashed to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Apocalypse reacted instantly. As soon as they hit the earth, he commanded the ground beneath Xiao Lin to swallow him whole. Just as Apocalypse was about to stride toward Charles, two steel beams stabbed into the ground before him. Turning, he saw Magneto had broken off from his original task, as if intent on blocking his path. "You would betray me too?" "No, I betrayed them." Eric's voice was tinged with shame as he looked at his injured old friend. Metal twisted and smashed relentlessly against Apocalypse under his control. At that moment, Scott, newly freed, took off his glasses. A crimson beam of energy shot from his eyes, striking Apocalypse's towering form. Xiao Lin burst up from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of dust and seething with anger. He drew the wandering souls from the air, gathering them at his side. Soul Blast. Instead of absorbing the tormented spirits, Xiao Lin sent them hurtling like a white ray straight at Apocalypse's head. The vengeful souls, brimming with hatred for Apocalypse, battered his mind relentlessly. The distant lich suddenly blinked and appeared nearby. Raising his skeletal claws high, he conjured a barrage of razor-sharp ice arrows out of thin air, sending them plummeting toward Apocalypse like a torrential storm. Get away! Get away! In the spiritual realm, Apocalypse, who had been suppressing Charles, now wore a twisted, grimacing expression. The vengeful spirits that encased his spiritual form gnawed at him relentlessly, leaving him no time to deal with Charles. Though he didn't quite understand why so many weak spiritual entities had appeared here all of a sudden, it was clear they were able to restrain Apocalypse, if only for a moment. He had considered asking Jean to release the restraints on the Phoenix Force within her, but now it seemed unnecessary. You will never understand the will of freedom. Charles, having recovered from the wounds left by the recent psychic assault, now attacked Apocalypse's spirit with the help of the other spiritual entities. Xiao Lin couldn't see what was happening within the spiritual world, but he did notice that Apocalypse was standing motionless outside, the protective barrier around him nowhere to be seen. A perfect opportunity. Joy flickered in Xiao Lin's heart. With one hand brandishing Frostmourne, he commanded the nearby vengeful spirits to continue their assault. Then he shouted to the others, "Leave this place. Get as far away as you can." Most people didn't understand what Xiao Lin meant, but Raven realized there was no time to hesitate. She shouted, "Grab the professor and Nightcrawler. We're getting out of here." High above, Syndragosa hovered in the sky as a tremendous frost energy began to gather in her maw. The temperature around her plummeted by a dozen degrees in an instant. Seeing Scott still fighting below, Raven called out, "Scott, let's go." Cyclops quickly donned his visor and broke into a run, following the others to safety. Magneto, Eric, continued hurling metal at Apocalypse's fading shield as he retreated, his senses attuned to the overwhelming power building in the air above. A few minutes later, everyone else had fled several kilometers away. They looked back just in time to see a massive ice sphere, more than 10 meters in diameter, slowly descending from the sky. It struck Apocalypse directly, and in the blink of an eye, a blast of cold near absolute zero swept across several kilometers, transforming the entire region into a land of frost and ice. The power of the ice bomb surpassed even Xiao Lin's expectations. Despite the double protection of the Lich's ice barrier and his own anti-magic shield, he still suffered considerable damage. As for Apocalypse, struck head-on, he was instantly encased in frost, his body left completely unprotected and grievously wounded. The towering figure, dozens of meters tall, was now frozen solid from head to toe. With a whoosh and a clatter, metal rods driven by Eric's power pierced Apocalypse's body again and again, riddling him with holes. The bitter cold had rendered his form brittle and weak. Then, with a resounding crash, Apocalypse's body shattered under the assault, scattering in fragments across the ground. Xiao Lin couldn't help feeling conflicted at the sight before him. Everything had been reduced to fragments. The once tenacious consciousness of Apocalypse, which had been struggling to hold on within Charles's spiritual world, instantly broke free after losing its physical body. "You just wait. One day, I'll return, and then it will be the end for all of you." A voice echoed amid the ruins, tinged with Apocalypse's unwillingness to accept defeat. As a mighty mutant who had existed for more than 5,000 years, Apocalypse knew that as long as the right opportunity arose, he could rise again. Xiao Lin noticed a soul drifting out from among the shattered remnants. Apocalypse's soul? Xiao Lin had no intention of letting it escape. In his grasp, Frostmourne exuded a powerful force of attraction, pulling the fleeing soul of Apocalypse back toward him. As a death knight wielding Frostmourne, most powerful souls were entirely at his mercy. "Let me go," Apocalypse cried out, his voice a mix of anger and panic. He knew that once his soul fell into Xiao Lin's hands, there would be no chance for resurrection. Deprived of his body, Apocalypse was like a lamb awaiting slaughter, utterly powerless as his soul was drawn into Frostmourne. This time, Xiao Lin didn't resurrect Apocalypse as a death knight, but claiming his soul was a worthwhile prize in itself. S-Class mission complete. Crisis surrounding Professor X resolved. You have earned 100,000 exchange points as a reward. The mission in this world was finished. It was almost time to return. But before leaving, perhaps he could pay a visit to the X Academy in this world. Sensing the location of his companions in the distance, Xiao Lin opened the gate of death and in a blink appeared at their side. At that moment, Eric floated down from the sky as well. With Apocalypse's demise, he felt his powers had returned to their original state, no longer able to shake the very earth itself. Though there was a trace of regret, he did not feel remorse. Professor Charles. At the sound of Xiao Lin's voice, Charles turned his head. He studied Xiao Lin's somewhat unfamiliar face for a few minutes, then recalled having seen this person more than a decade ago. It's you? But how is that possible? No, you can't be the one from the future. Xiao Lin shook his head and replied, No, I'm not sure how it happened, but I did come from the future. Meanwhile, Moira had already contacted the nearby Air Force Base, and everyone was waiting for the transport aircraft to arrive. Off to the side, the two Pietros stared at each other in stunned silence. They had noticed one another earlier, but hadn't had the chance to speak. I don't remember having a twin brother. The two of them spoke in unison, as if sharing the same thought. Hey, one of them couldn't help but place his hand on the other's shoulder. Suddenly, a burst of blinding white light flared between the two, so dazzling that it drew everyone's attention. What's going on? The others noticed the commotion and turned to look, bewildered by what was happening. Professor Charles extended his psychic senses into the heart of that white light. Although he couldn't see what was unfolding inside, he sensed the two individuals' spirits and souls slowly merging together, something he had never witnessed before. Pietro? Xiao Lin was equally at a loss. By all logic, nothing like this should happen when two versions of the same person from parallel universes meet. Could it be because the other had traveled through time? When the white light finally faded, only one Pietro remained before them. Pietro, are you all right? Xiao Lin asked, noticing that Pietro seemed somehow different now, though he couldn't quite put his finger on what had changed. I'm fine. Pietro shook his head, still a bit dizzy, while two clashing voices clamored in his mind. Just then, a transport aircraft descended from the sky, reinforcements Moira had summoned from nearby, ready to take them back. Wait for me. Aurora, who had only recently been fighting against the X-Men, emerged nervously from behind a crumbling building. I'd like to come with you, if that's all right. I'm sorry for everything that happened before. She looked at Raven with hopeful eyes. Mystique had always been her hero, and witnessing Apocalypse threaten Raven earlier was something she simply couldn't accept. Of course, Raven replied. The past was behind them. No one seemed to dwell on it. Thank you, Aurora exclaimed, her face lighting up as she joined the group. Throughout the journey, Pietro kept glancing at Eric, as if wanting to say something. Scott, sitting beside Pietro, tried to ask him about what had just happened, though he himself seemed just as confused. When the transport finally landed at the X-Mansion in Westchester, Xiao Lin and the others were greeted by a scene of utter ruin. A group of homeless mutants watched the aircraft descend warily. Stryker's attack had only just ended, the teachers were gone, and uncertainty hung heavy in the air. Professor, the students, spotting the arrivals disembarking from the plane, broke into relieved smiles. Gazing at the devastated mansion, Charles felt a pang of sorrow. He turned to the two standing beside him and said, Jean, Eric. Understanding his meaning, both nodded in silent agreement. Wooden beams, steel rods, and rubble began to float up from the ruined grounds as Jean and Eric combined their powers. In no time at all, the X-Mansion was restored to its former glory. Xiao Lin suddenly thought that if the two of them formed a construction team, they'd make money in no time. After all, even a skyscraper would be built in the blink of an eye. Aurora glanced at Pietro beside her and asked, I heard from Jean that Magneto is your father. Aren't you going to talk to him? And by the way, just now, what was going on between you two? Now Pietro carried the memories of two people. Wanda was his sister, and Eric was his father. He shrugged and replied, I'm not sure why things turned out this way, but I plan to tell him soon. Who knows if I'll have another chance. Pietro couldn't let go of his sister. He knew he would return. Yet the memories from this world made it hard to leave his mother and Eric behind as well. Spotting Magneto, Eric, walking toward the school, Pietro made up his mind to come clean. What is it? Eric turned to face the young man, following him. Pietro hesitated, then continued. Actually, you're my father. As the words left his mouth, Pietro felt a wave of awkwardness. Imagine a stranger suddenly telling you he's your son. What could that possibly feel like? Eric was visibly stunned. What did you say? I said you're my father. Gathering his courage, Pietro explained. You disappeared before I was born, but my mother recognized you on television. I came here this time to find you. Eric's thoughts drifted back to his first wife, Magda. In a fit of rage, he'd killed the men who attacked his family and destroyed part of the city. That was enough to terrify his wife, and it drove them apart. He never imagined she would bear him a son. Now Eric's emotions were a tangle of happiness and confusion. He said, I need to talk with Charles. I'll come find you in a bit. Wait, Pietro called after him. I'm about to leave. Leave this world. Would you come with me? There was a hopeful look in Pietro's eyes. Whether it was the Pietro from this world or another, neither had ever met their father growing up. He told Eric the truth about coming from another world. If Eric hadn't seen the events with his own eyes, he never would have believed it. "I'll think about it," Eric replied, not giving him an immediate answer. "Would your mother agree to this?" "She would." Pietro was certain. "In the other world, we built a school for mutants too. I hope you can come and teach the children." Though Eric didn't say yes, Pietro felt sure he would agree in the end. Xiao Lin walked over and asked Pietro, "Pietro, what did you say to him?" Pietro replied, "I told him that he is my father. You're not thinking of staying in this world, are you?" Xiao Lin already knew that he now possessed the memories of two people. If Pietro didn't want to return, that could be a problem. An enraged Wanda was not someone to be trifled with. Pietro said, "No, I'll go back, but I would rather bring my mother from this world and Eric with me. I invited Eric on my own to come teach the kids at the Mutant Academy. Is that all right?" "That's perfectly fine. I'd be more than happy." Inviting Magneto to join their Mutant Academy had always been Xiao Lin's wish. After all, that would be a tremendous boost to their strength. At this moment, Raven walked over and said, "Why don't you all stay at the X Academy tonight? Thank you for having us." Xiao Lin didn't refuse. He still had Logan's situation to deal with, and was waiting for Pietro to bring Magneto. Meanwhile, Logan stood staring blankly at the X Academy, fragments of memories flickering in and out of his mind. Xiao Lin walked up and said, "Logan, I'll be leaving tomorrow. Do you want to come with me?" Xiao Lin wasn't sure if he could help Logan recover his memories, or if Logan would even want to go back with him. "I'll think about it," Logan replied, not making a decision right away. "If I leave, will I be able to come back?" Maybe. There was still a rift between the two universes, and no one knew if it would ever heal. Besides, opening a portal between worlds was a tremendous strain. Charles and Eric stood before the training room at the X Academy, watching the X-Men preparing to train. Professor Charles said, "Nations around the world are rebuilding their arsenals again. It's human nature, Charles." Eric had come to terms with it. People always lacked a sense of security, afraid of mutants, afraid of anyone stronger than themselves. Charles understood as well. "Still, I haven't lost hope in them." "Yes, of course." Eric knew his old friend well. "I know, but you've never been jolted awake by nightmares, fearing that one day they'll come for you and your students." Charles replied calmly, "If they ever come looking for trouble, I'll make sure they regret it." Eric felt a bit more at ease hearing this from his friend. "It's time for me to go. You're always welcome here." "No, I mean I'm leaving this world for another universe." Eric had made up his mind to leave this world and go with Pietro. "You're leaving with Xiao Lin, aren't you?" Charles already understood. He knew Xiao Lin came from another world. A look of wistful longing appeared on Eric's face. "I once had a wife, and Pietro was her child. I owe them far too much." "I understand." Though he felt reluctant, Charles respected Eric's decision. To open a portal across the universes, they had to return to the place where it all began, the temple perched high in the mountains. Paying no attention to the curious stares from tourists and monks nearby, Xiao Lin raised his sword. The power of death shimmered along its blade, sending a chilling breeze through the crowd. Those watching felt a shiver run down their spines, their skin prickling with goosebumps. "A mutant," someone muttered in fear. The recent disaster was still fresh in everyone's minds, and the onlookers quickly scattered, putting as much distance as possible between themselves and the scene. The force of death surged like a tidal wave, crashing toward the rift in the universe hidden within the temple. "What do you think you're doing?" The abbot stepped out, summoning his courage to stop them. This was his home. He couldn't let these mutants destroy it. Logan extended his adamantium claws, glinting in the light, and fixed the abbot with a threatening stare. Catching sight of those cold, deadly claws, the abbot swallowed hard, deciding his life was more important than his pride. After expending nearly all his strength, Xiao Lin finally managed to open a shadowy portal before them. Struggling to keep the passage open, he called out, "Quick, go through." As everyone emerged from the other side, Xiao Lin felt utterly drained, almost collapsing from exhaustion. Opening a gateway and letting so many people pass through had taken a tremendous toll on him. For Bobby, Eric, and Magda, who had never been here before, curiosity filled their eyes as they took in the sprawling city. Magda asked, "Where are we? It feels so empty here." Pietro replied with a touch of pride, "This is our mutant academy, Sky City, Naxxramas." "You said you have a sister in this world?" Magda asked quietly. "Will she accept me?" "She will," Pietro assured her confidently. After letting Pietro find him a place to stay, Xiao Lin wandered the city streets alone. He was puzzled. He hadn't seen a single soul for ages. Could something have happened here? Meanwhile, in New Mexico, Wanda led the student from the Mutant Academy in a desperate struggle against a terrifying Asgardian artifact, the Destroyer. Under the Destroyer's assault, The entire town had been reduced to a blazing inferno. Dozens of young mutants, guided by Wanda, fought valiantly to hold back the enemy. One young boy, his entire body crystallized, was sent flying by a single punch from the destroyer, crashing into a nearby shop. Lying amidst the shattered glass, he shouted desperately to Cece, not far away. "Nanny, give me a hand, please. I'm dying here." A white light glowed in Cece's hand as she healed a mutant student beside her who had accidentally been cut by a shard of metal. With exasperation written all over her face, she said to him, "Ordonez, you idiot, have you been playing too many video games?" Ordonez's power was the crystallization of his body, allowing him to reflect energy in magical attacks. However, his physical defense wasn't all that strong, and that last hit had made him feel as if his whole body was about to shatter. Nearby, Wanda was keeping an anxious watch over the battlefield, doing her best to protect the students. When she noticed Dana standing dazed in the chaos, she shouted, "Dana, watch out!" With a sudden crash, a car flew in from a distance and smashed into Dana, only to pass right through her, leaving her completely unharmed. Although the students had trained for over a year without actual combat experience, they still struggled to fully use their powers. Some even resorted to hiding, and all Wanda could do was try her best to keep them safe. She was starting to regret bringing so many students into this mess. It was complete chaos. She had overestimated their abilities and courage, and underestimated the strength of their enemies. Now, the scene was sheer bedlam, and she was desperately trying to figure out how to get everyone out. Ordonez spotted someone nearby, cowering and trembling. He got up and grabbed the person's shoulder. When the person looked up, Ordonez realized it was his friend Naren. He couldn't help but tease him, "Naren, you slacker." Not far away, Coulson and a team of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were watching from a safe spot. Fury had reached out to Wanda for help, but he hadn't expected the whole place to turn into a training ground for the students' first real fight. The small town, already not much to begin with, was now in total disarray. But there was nothing Coulson could do. Their weapons were useless against the enemy, and with innocent townsfolk around, heavy artillery was out of the question. A searing beam of energy swept from the destroyer's head, scorching everything in its path. People scattered in panic, and Wanda could only do what she could to help. Thankfully, no one had been killed. Not far away, Jane Foster and Dr. Selvig hurried Thor into a car, preparing to get out of there. Fandral, one of the warriors 3 from Asgard, grumbled, "Why are we leaving? Loki, that bastard, won't let us go so easily." Sif knocked on his armor, chiding him. "Thor has no power left at all. Do you really want to put him in danger?" She glanced at the various mutants and recalled the old legends about this place. Thor, worried, said, "Can those people really hold out? That's one of Asgard's most powerful artifacts." Jane tried to reassure him. "Don't worry, those aren't just ordinary kids. They're mutants." Thor felt that he should face all of this himself. After all, everything had happened because of him, and he needed to go to Loki and ask him what he truly wanted. Although there were usually not many people at the academy, it was never this empty. Xiao Lin had been walking for quite a while without seeing a single soul. Kellen. In the square, he spotted a young boy, sitting on a bench looking bored, his face full of displeasure. Xiao Lin called out, "Where's everyone gone?" "Principal." When Kellen saw Xiao Lin appear, he brightened up and ran over happily. "You've been gone for a whole month. Where did you go?" "A whole month?" The system had mentioned something about time synchronization, but maybe traveling through time had thrown everything into chaos. Xiao Lin said, "Let's set that aside for now. Kellen, where is everyone else in the academy?" At the mention of this, Kellen pouted angrily. "They all went out to have fun. They said I was too little and wouldn't take me with them. Principal, I want to go out and play too." The little boy went on, never quite getting to the point. Just then, Xiao Lin saw Zhang Xuanyu walking over and asked, "Xuanyu, where did everyone in the school go?" Zhang Xuanyu replied, "A bald, one-eyed man came and called Miss Wanda away. He said there was some trouble in New Mexico that needed help. Most of the people with fighting ability went with them." Xiao Lin inquired, "How long have they been gone?" Zhang Xuanyu answered, "They left not long ago. Now, only the students who can't really fight or are too young are left in the academy. But I don't know where they've all gone to play." Meanwhile, Kellen clung to Zhang Xuanyu's leg, saying, "Brother Xuanyu, take it to find the others. They left me all alone and won't play with me." New Mexico. Did Thor arrive there? Lin, where did Wanda go? After arranging accommodations, Pietro, along with Eric and Magda, searched everywhere, but couldn't find anyone else. "I know where they are, but it's a bit dangerous over there right now." Xiao Lin looked at them and said, "Pietro, Eric, come with me. Wanda is there." Magda gazed at her husband and son. She used to be frightened by Eric's powers, but now, that fear no longer mattered. "Go on, I'll wait for you here. Just be careful." Far away in Asgard, Loki, remotely controlling the enchanted destroyer, was on the verge of exploding with anger. He couldn't believe he was being thwarted by a bunch of children. Damn it, where did all these kids come from? I'll finish them off. Loki commanded the destroyer to unleash its full power without restraint. Streams of blazing orange energy swept relentlessly through the area where the mutant students had gathered in greatest numbers. Sensing that the situation was dire, Wanda stepped in front of the students, conjuring a crimson shield of chaos magic to block their path, holding her ground against the oncoming threat. Noticing beads of sweat forming on Wanda's brow, Rowena placed her hand gently on Wanda's shoulder and closed her eyes. Instantly, Wanda felt a surge of chaos energy within her, doubling her strength and reinforcing her magical defenses. The destroyer's energy blast didn't do much harm to Ordonez. He tried to stand at the front line, but before he could steady himself, the force sent him tumbling away like a ball. Sisai couldn't resist a taunt. Ordonez, you really should lose some weight. Ordonez had always preferred lounging in bed playing video games and snacking, which left him a bit overweight. After activating his powers, he looked even more like a stuffed dumpling. Wanda called out to the children behind her, find somewhere safe to hide, and make sure to spread out. She couldn't retreat just yet. She had to keep drawing the enemy's fire, buying precious time for the students to escape. Thor was about to break away, but he still couldn't get past the mutants blocking his path. None of them were particularly strong, nor did they have the air of seasoned warriors, but by sheer numbers, they managed to hold the destroyer at bay. Thor had always been the brother he respected most, but now he'd resolved to keep Thor on Earth forever. Even so, he still couldn't bring himself to face Thor directly. Through the destroyer's eyes, he spotted an aircraft approaching from the distance, heading straight toward them. It seemed this was their destination. Until now, he'd always looked down on Midgard, thinking it the weakest of the 9 realms. Standing atop the ship, Magneto surveyed the battle below, taking in the enemies the mutants were facing. Without hesitation, he stretched both hands toward the massive armored figure below, only to find, to his surprise, that he couldn't budge an inch. Seeing Eric's confusion, Xiao Lin explained, that's a divine relic of Asgard's Vanir gods, originally meant to guard their treasury. Its armor is inscribed with magical runes. Your powers can't affect it. Though the destroyer was forged entirely of metal, it was a magical artifact, protected by its own mysterious energy. Having spent so much time around Xiao Lin, Pietro had always found him enigmatic, as if he knew everything. Asgard, the Vanir gods. These were names he'd never heard before. Xiao Lin instructed the Skrulls to land the aircraft well away from the fighting. The ship had little in the way of defenses, and he had no intention of being shot down. On the outskirts of town, Coulson noticed Xiao Lin's arrival. He told the agents to keep an eye on things, then strode off alone toward Xiao Lin. Mr. Xiao Lin. Coulson extended his hand, but felt a bit awkward when Xiao Lin ignored him completely. Let's talk after I deal with that guy, Xiao Lin replied curtly. Xiao Lin saw a student collapse to the ground, just as the destroyer was about to crush him underfoot. A death's grasp shot out, covering nearly 100 meters, seizing the student's body and yanking him out from beneath the destroyer's massive foot. The student, who had narrowly escaped death, was still shaken. When he saw his rescuer, a look of joy crossed his face, and he shouted, Principal! Xiao Lin gave him a firm pat and said, Hurry, get somewhere safe. The destroyer unleashed beams of energy as it strode toward the gathering crowd. One of the students leveled his abilities at the destroyer. The ground beneath its feet surged upward like tentacles, winding tightly around its legs. Xiao Lin summoned his death charger, swung himself into the saddle, and charged at the destroyer at full speed. He wanted to test the power of the divine artifact, hoping it might become his to command. With the force of his charge, Frostmourne in Xiao Lin's hand drove cleanly into the destroyer's chest. Death strike! A torrent of death energy burst forth, ripping through the destroyer's body, leaving it temporarily paralyzed. The glow in its helmet's eyes slowly faded. Just then, Xiao Lin heard a rush of wind at his ear. He looked up to see a rather portly man hurtling down from the sky. A heavy clang rang out as the man's axe slammed into the destroyer, leaving a deep dent. It was the 3 warriors of Asgard and the female warrior Sif, rushing in with Thor from afar. Thor had ultimately chosen not to run. He wanted to face his brother and demand an explanation. Thor, wait for me. Jane ran from the car after him, catching up quickly. This is madness, Dr. Selvig exclaimed with exasperation. Xiao Lin called out to Volstagg. Hey, you're quick to finish things off. You must have a lot of practice, huh? Mortal, what are you talking about? Volstagg, the brave warrior of Asgard, didn't catch Xiao Lin's meaning. But then he saw the destroyer, which had just fallen still, rise once again. The dent in its body vanished in an instant. Loki's voice echoed from within the destroyer. Are you planning to become traitors to Asgard? Loki, listen to me. At this moment, a bearded, muscular man in a plaid shirt rushed to the front. Xiao Lin sensed not a trace of power from him. This must be Thor. Xiao Lin saw the destroyer suddenly cease its attack, standing motionless. Loki, I have no desire to fight for the throne with you. I promise you, I'll never return to Asgard. Thor couldn't bear for the once close brothers to turn against each other. This was turning into a melodramatic palace intrigue. Xiao Lin thought to himself with a hint of sarcasm. He turned and walked away, leaving their family affairs for them to resolve on their own. On the other side, Pietro unleashed his super speed, rounding up all the students who had scattered in every direction trying to hide. Mr. Pietro, principal. The students were all covered in dust and dirt, looking thoroughly disheveled. Seeing each other in such a sorry state, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. This battle had taught them that real combat was nothing like their usual training. It wouldn't just stop when they wanted. Wanda, seeing Pietro appear by her side, grabbed him by the ear in annoyance. You really know how to run off, don't you? You both disappeared for over a month without a word, leaving me to look after all these students by myself. Remembering all the hard work she'd endured during this time, Wanda grew even more frustrated, tightening her grip. Pietro winced in pain, but didn't dare utter a sound. Xiao Lin understood Wanda's words were meant for him as well. After all, they had vanished without explanation for so long. She was bound to be angry. Pietro, who is she? Eric asked, glancing at Wanda. In that moment, he felt as if he were seeing his first daughter, Anya, who had been killed by thugs so many years ago. Pietro scratched his head awkwardly and proceeded to tell Wanda all about their adventures in another universe. Wanda noticed the strange look Eric gave her, but said nothing more. Unlike Pietro, she had no memories from another world, and so felt nothing in particular for this unfamiliar Magneto. You should all leave here first, Xiao Lin said, pointing to the Skrull spaceship parked not far away, signaling for them to go. Wanda, sis, Pietro twisted his head and pleaded, let go for now. We'll talk when we get back. Aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier, Fury watched everything unfolding below. He dialed Coulson's phone. Coulson, go and invite Dr. Selvig to join our Tesseract weapon development project. Understood, Director. Just then, Fury remembered something else and asked, that robot, do we know which company made it? Coulson hesitated before answering. That's a weapon from Asgard. Realizing Fury might not understand, he quickly added, in other words, it's from space. All right, I get it. The reason Xiao Lin hadn't left immediately was because he wanted to get his hands on the destroyer. The technology of Asgard far exceeded his imagination. The destroyer's regenerative power, physical strength, and resistance to magic were all extraordinary. If he could obtain it, and study both its technology and magic, it would outclass most magical construct in Azeroth by far. Thor faced Loki, who was controlling the destroyer, and shouted, Loki, stop. Killing these people will do you no good. Take my life instead. Loki's expression remained calm. The light glowing from the destroyer's head gradually faded. Just as everyone thought it was about to give up and leave, it suddenly spun around and delivered a powerful punch. There was a sharp crack, and Thor's body was flung through the air like a rag doll, soaring dozens of meters before crashing to the ground. Thor! Jane's face was filled with panic. Sif and the warriors three stared on in stunned silence. Only a short while ago, they had been fighting side by side, and now everything had fallen apart. Through the destroyer's eyes, Loki looked at his brother lying motionless on the ground. His heart was filled with a twisted satisfaction, but also a trace of emptiness. Jane rushed to Thor's side and held him in her arms, her expression dazed. Though they hadn't spent much time together, Thor's charm, character, and striking looks had captivated her. She could understand why two brothers would hurt each other like this. Just after sending the students from a mutant academy away, Xiao Lin heard cries of alarm behind him. Turning around, he saw Thor collapsed on the ground. Still, he didn't believe the god of thunder would fall so easily. Thor's power wasn't just in his hammer. This blow was not enough to threaten his life. In the distance, a trail of white smoke streaked across the sky, drawing closer. Before anyone could react, a series of explosions erupted. The fight had barely ended when Loki, controlling the destroyer, was about to leave, only to be struck repeatedly by missiles raining down from above. Xiao Lin looked up to see Tony Stark in his Iron Man armor flying toward them. He'd happened upon the chaos below and couldn't resist joining the fray. As the dust settled, the destroyer's head spun a full 180 degrees, and a beam of energy shot out, striking Tony before he could dodge, sending him crashing into the rubble. Mr. Stark, the armor is 30% damaged. Jarvis's warning came through the comms. Damn it, Tony cursed. Next time, I need to boost the armor's protection against energy attacks. Most weapons on Earth dealt physical damage. Up until now, Tony had been focused on improving his suit's power, maneuverability, life support systems, and resistance to missiles. "Hey, you okay?" Tony spotted Xiao Lin nearby and, a little embarrassed, climbed to his feet. "Lin, long time no see." But before they could exchange more than a couple words, the destroyer began stomping toward them, tossing cars and chunks of debris aside like toys. Again, a blinding beam shot straight at the two of them. "What is that thing?" Tony launched himself skyward in his armor, firing repulsor blasts from his palms at the destroyer, but not even a mark was left on its surface. Amidst the wailing resentment of Frostmourne's sword spirit, Xiao Lin hurled the blade. It struck the enemy in the head, piercing straight through and successfully halting the destroyer's next attack. Before it could move again, Xiao Lin dashed forward, crossing over 50 meters in a single burst. Using immense force, he knocked the destroyer to the ground and planted his foot firmly on its body. He reached out, gripped Frostmourne, and unleashed the souls within against the inside of the destroyer's helmet. Blinding white light spilled out from the armor's seams. Far away in Asgard, Loki suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his mind. Illusions swirled through his consciousness, and by the time he recovered, he had lost all control over the destroyer. How was this possible? Loki was both shocked and furious. In Midgard, the world of mortals, aside from a handful of ancient mages and mutants, there shouldn't be any other beings of such power. The young man before him belonged to neither group. Of that, Loki was certain. After a while, when Xiao Lin saw that the destroyer did not rise again, he realized the mental imprint controlling it had been broken. He was about to put it away when, suddenly, a fierce wind whipped up behind him. Not far away, the sky grew black with storm clouds. Gales howled, and a tornado formed, connecting earth and sky. Damaged cars and debris were swept up into the air. Jane, Dr. Selvig, and a few S.H.I.E.L.D. agents clung desperately to nearby lampposts and anything else they could grasp. Bolts of lightning struck the ground in rapid succession, and through the flashing light, a figure could just be made out. Sif and the Warriors 3 braced themselves, grinning. "That's Thor. We knew he wouldn't go down so easily." A rush of wind tore past Xiao Lin's ear, and Mjolnir thundered by, slamming into the destroyer. Perhaps it was the earlier soul attack, but with just this one blow, the destroyer shattered into a heap of fragments. At that moment, Xiao Lin felt as though a stampede of 1,000 divine beasts was rampaging through his heart. Did it really just break apart like that? He stared at Mjolnir, still lying on the ground, not yet reclaimed. On a whim, Xiao Lin reached out and grasped it. To his surprise, it lifted. Easily. There was none of the resistance he'd expected. Yet, he could feel the hammer trembling in his hand, as if it might fly off at any moment. From a distance, Thor saw someone holding his weapon, and his face registered pure astonishment. Odin's enchantment was carved into Mjolnir. Thor had believed that, apart from himself and his father, no one else could possibly lift it. Xiao Lin tried to store Thor's hammer in his own spatial compartment, but the attempt failed. With a sharp whoosh, Mjolnir forcefully broke free from Xiao Lin's control and flew straight back into Thor's hand. Thor, knowing there was still a major problem to deal with in Asgard, didn't want to waste another second. He ignored the shattered remains of the destroyer scattered on the ground. He turned to his companions and said, "Sif, we need to return right now." Xiao Lin spoke to Tony, who had just landed nearby. "These armors are made with Asgardian materials. They could be useful for building your Iron Man suits." The system store was filled with all sorts of exotic resources, but Xiao Lin had no interest in any of them. No sooner had he finished speaking than a voice echoed in his mind. System quest issued. Difficulty: A. Journey to an unknown region of Asgard and retrieve the Ether. Reward: 50,000 exchange points. The Ether, the mighty reality stone? Xiao Lin activated the stealth mode on his arcane-powered armor, and, unnoticed by anyone, drifted invisibly above the group. Thor, eager to return to Asgard, didn't notice a thing. Meanwhile, the clouds above began to swirl, twisted by an unknown force. Suddenly, a brilliant, multicolored beam shot down from the sky, enveloping Thor and the others in its radiance. Everyone lost all sense of gravity as they were swept through the portal at breakneck speed. Colors exploded all around them, making it impossible to tell up from down. With a thunderous crash, Xiao Lin's armor landed heavily in the teleportation chamber at the foot of the Rainbow Bridge, the impact echoing loudly. "Who goes there?" The Warriors 3 drew their weapons, pointing them toward where Xiao Lin stood. They couldn't see anything, but they could sense a presence. Thor hurled his hammer in the direction of that presence, lightning crackling as Mjolnir slammed into Xiao Lin's arcane armor. A harsh, grating screech rang out as Xiao Lin's suit scraped backward across the crystalline floor. Seeing the others preparing to charge, Xiao Lin quickly jumped out of his armor. "Wait, it's you?" You're from Midgard. Volstagg recognized him. He'd seen Xiao Lin before back on Earth. As the others still looked ready for a fight, Xiao Lin pointed toward Heimdall. He's badly injured. I think you should get him treated as soon as possible. Heimdall addressed Thor urgently. Thor, Loki has taken Laufey to Odin. You must hurry. Hearing this, Thor's concern for his father outweighed all else. He swung Mjolnir, lightning surging, and shot skyward, racing toward the palace of the Allfather. The others carried Heimdall toward the infirmary, while Sif took the long sword used to activate the Bifrost from Heimdall's hand and turned to Xiao Lin, saying, Midgardian, you cannot remain in Asgard. I'm sending you back now. Watching Sif preparing to activate the Bifrost, Xiao Lin said, Wait, I think you might need help. I can assist you in dealing with those frost giants. Asgard has no need for the help of a mere mortal. Sif's tone was tinged with pride. Seeing that she had refused him, Xiao Lin slipped into his arcane-powered armor. Now was the perfect chance to make his escape. After all, Odin was an incredibly powerful being, and Xiao Lin had no desire to get into a conflict with the gods of Asgard. Just as the Bifrost teleportation mechanism began to hum to life, Xiao Lin shot into the sky, picking a direction at random and soaring away at full speed. Sif stomped her foot in frustration, but there was nothing she could do. Flight was not among her abilities. Asgard was vast, far more than just the city glimpsed in the movies. There were towering mountains, shimmering lakes, and endless stretches of wilderness. Suddenly, Xiao Lin realized he had no idea where the hidden passage was located. How was he supposed to find it now? Below him stretched a dense forest. He spotted a group of towering, blue-skinned giants moving swiftly between the trees. Xiao Lin landed quietly not far from them, dismissed his arcane armor, and sprang up into a tall tree. Lord Morpha, if Odin dies, will we be able to conquer Asgard without resistance? The group of deep blue-skinned giants passed beneath Xiao Lin's perch. Judging by their appearance, they must be frost giants who had followed Laufey through a secret passage to invade Asgard. They must know the location of that hidden path. Desecrated ground. Xiao Lin channeled a surge of sinister energy into the earth below, and ghostly arms, wreathed in dark power, erupted from the ground, seizing the giants by their legs and sending them stumbling and crashing to the forest floor. Xiao Lin leapt down from the treetop above their heads, brandishing Frostmourne. With swift, decisive strikes, he severed their heads, causing blue blood to spray in every direction. Unlike the pale souls of humans, the souls of frost giants were a deep blue, and Xiao Lin noticed that their souls were several times stronger than those of ordinary mortals. Only one frost giant was left, the captain named Morpha, who was now trembling with fear. Their operation had been shrouded in secrecy. How could they have been discovered? He couldn't help but ask, Asgardian, what are you doing here? Asgardians looked almost identical to humans, so Morpha's mistake was understandable. Xiao Lin, however, had no intention of clarifying. He leveled Frostmourne at Morpha and threatened, Take me to the secret passage you used, where your soul will suffer eternal torment. Morpha recognized the soul magic that Xiao Lin had just used, and knew that the other was not simply trying to frighten him. According to legend, it was only Hela, the goddess of death in Asgard, and her minions who could wield such power. Could it be that he served Hela? Weren't they all sealed away by Odin? Morpha nodded repeatedly. My lord, I understand. I'll take you there right away. Xiao Lin followed him all the way to the base of a mountain, where a cave lay hidden. Several squads of frost giants were standing guard at the entrance. Enemies! Enemies! Perhaps emboldened by their numbers, Morpha, upon spotting his comrades, dashed forward at full speed. The frost giants at the mouth of the cave took in the commotion, grabbed the heavy clubs lying at their feet, and charged forward, howling furiously. Xiao Lin quickly counted. There were over 30 frost giants. To him, they were nothing more than a band of petty thugs, hardly worth his concern. From a summoning circle, several abominations covered in a sickly green, plague-ridden mist crawled out. Each abomination was swathed in pale, bloated flesh, with oozing green intestines trailing behind them, leaving a trail of pus with every step. These were undead creatures, stitched together from corpses. Xiao Lin wasn't sure if the plague festering in their bodies would have any effect on the frost giants. One abomination swung its hook of flesh and snagged a frost giant, yanking it close, while its other two hands wielded axes in a relentless flurry, matching the frost giant's blow for blow. Xiao Lin mounted his death charger and let it charge straight into the fray. His sword flashed, and the power of blood magic shattered the bodies of the frost giants. In no time, the ground was littered with corpses. Xiao Lin never let any chance to grow stronger slip by. His sword, Frostmourne, absorbed the souls of the nearby giants, enhancing his powers of death. He called the abominations back to him. Then, gazing into the pitch-black cave ahead, strode inside. After passing through a long, winding tunnel, he emerged onto a barren wasteland. The sky and earth were both shrouded in blackness, and only the faintest glimmer of light allowed him to see the path ahead. Faced with such a vast, empty expanse, Xiao Lin was at a loss. How was he supposed to find the ether particle here? He hurriedly retreated, setting up a teleportation marker in a more concealed spot nearby, so that he could return directly to Asgard next time, and in case he became lost inside, he'd have a way out. The blackened plain stretched endlessly, with no sunrise or sunset to mark the passage of time. Xiao Lin had no idea how long he had been wandering. All he could see were endless ranges of black mountains, stretching on and on. He had walked for ages, yet not a single soul appeared before him, nor was there any sign of the fluid-like ether particle he was seeking. It said that this place was once the battlefield where Asgardians fought the Dark Elves thousands of years ago. Yet now, he couldn't see a single living soul. Perhaps time had swept them all away. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from a distance. A T-shaped warship, spanning several hundred meters, disengaged its cloaking and emerged on the horizon. Tiny black dots detached from the ship, fanning out in all directions as if searching for something amidst the ruins. Dark Elves? Xiao Lin was taken aback. After years of lying in wait, they had finally appeared today, likely in pursuit of the ether particle. From aboard the Dark Elves warship, someone spotted Xiao Lin galloping below on his death charger. "Reporting, sir, an Asgardian has been found below." Malekith, the Dark Elf leader, dressed in an outlandish suit reminiscent of a children's show character, waved his hand and commanded, "Send a squad down. Eliminate him." The Dark Elves had hidden in the shadows for many years, desperate to avoid Odin's notice. They had no confidence in facing him directly. "Yes, sir." Xiao Lin watched as several dagger-like fighter craft in the sky veered sharply, heading straight toward him. Drawing his weapon, Xiao Lin unleashed the power of Death's Grasp in tandem with the razor edge of Frostmourne, yanking the ships from the sky. Their defenses were feeble. With a single swing, he sent each one crashing to the ground. "Interesting," Malekith murmured, intrigued by how swiftly Xiao Lin dispatched his squad. He stepped over to the ship's control console, gripping a controller. Holographic projections of the warship and the surrounding terrain shimmered before him. With a series of deft maneuvers, the ship's outer armor slid open, revealing a gaping maw. Blinding energy gathered within, the main cannon of the Dark Elves warship. Sensing the imminent peril overhead, Xiao Lin acted before the enemy could strike. In an instant, he conjured dozens of gargoyles to shield himself, then darted into a nearby cave for cover. A deafening blast shook the earth. The solid rock above fractured under the bombardment, but the gargoyles absorbed the brunt of the force, and the cave held. Where Xiao Lin had stood moments before, a massive crater now yawned. Scorched by the intense heat, the ground had fused into a glassy, crystalline glaze. Target has vanished. Suffused with the energy of death, Xiao Lin lacked the vital signs of the living. The ship's life scanners failed to detect him, leading the Dark Elves to believe they had finished him off. "Continue searching for the ether particle." Malekith settled back into his seat, dismissing the incident as nothing more than a brief interruption. When the Dark Elves came to attack him, Xiao Lin saw no reason to be polite. After all, they were also after the ether particles, making it even less likely he'd let them go. However, the warship was enormous, and given Xiao Lin's abilities, bringing it down would likely take a considerable amount of time. A sudden surge of icy air swept over the battlefield, heralding the arrival of Sindragosa, the Frost Dragon, who now soared overhead. Frost? An ice giant? Malekith stared in disbelief at the mighty dragon, unable to fathom why an ice giant would appear on this chaotic continent. With a powerful beat of her wings, Sindragosa clung tightly to the warship, her claws gripping the hull. She unleashed a breath of freezing frost, sending a bone-chilling wind through the ship's interior that left the elves shivering uncontrollably. "Attack! Bring it down!" Malekith shouted in frustration, his voice booming through the chaos. Taking advantage of the confusion, Xiao Lin forced open a breach in the hull and slipped inside. The crew inside stared at Xiao Lin in brief shock. As soon as they recovered, they raised their weapons and charged at him. Noticing the disturbance below decks, Malekith turned to a nearby warrior. "Cuz, take a squad and check it out. Find out who's broken in." Under Sindragosa's relentless assault, the entire warship erupted with bursts of fire. The system indicated that the armor was being severely compromised. The presence of this bizarre, unidentified creature left Malekith at a loss. If things continued this way, abandoning ship might be the only option. Xiao Lin fought his way upward through the ship's interior. The Dark Elves, though armed with laser weapons, were much less formidable than the ice giants. Their black hole grenades posed some trouble, but the blast radius was small, easy enough to evade with caution. Clang! Xiao Lin's uninterrupted advance was finally halted by a massive axe. The dark elf before him was astonishingly strong, and with a heavy swing, forced aside the Frostmourne in Xiao Lin's hands. Xiao Lin's hands frosted over, and a chilling blast struck his opponent, slowing his movements. Seizing the opening, Xiao Lin slashed his sword across the elf's abdomen, tearing open a gaping wound that froze instantly, sealing the blood inside. Hold him off. Realizing he was outmatched, Kaz immediately fell back, calling his men forward to hold the line. Kaz pulled out a black stone and gripped it tightly. Waves of crimson energy, like molten lava, began to ripple across his body. Ah! He cried out, his face contorted in pain. Heat radiated from his entire body as he became engulfed in red-hot magma. In an instant, even his earlier wounds closed and healed. Xiao Lin found the enemy before him strangely familiar. Suddenly, he remembered. This was the cursed warrior whose strength could rival that of the god of thunder. His power was overwhelming, so much so that he could even withstand the blows from Thor's mighty hammer. Kulz was gasping for breath, exhaling waves of heat from his mouth. Facing Xiao Lin's sword, he simply reached out to block the blade, then landed a heavy punch on Xiao Lin's chest, leaving a dull ache lingering beneath his ribs. Xiao Lin staggered back a step and released the undead stored within Frostmourne. Wisps of pale mist drifted forth, and the spirits of Baron, Zemo, Apocalypse, and others he had slain appeared around him, their eyes vacant as they stood by Xiao Lin's side, awaiting his command. Without their bodies, Apocalypse and the others no longer possessed the formidable power they once did. At Xiao Lin's command, the metal walls around them dissolved into swirling dust, engulfing and entombing the dark elves one by one. Kul's legs, too, were trapped, sinking into the ground beneath him. It was a true testament to the might of the cursed warrior. Even as Xiao Lin and the spirit of Apocalypse pressed him from both sides, he held out for dozens of minutes before Frostmourne finally pierced his chest and drained his soul completely. Just then, beneath Xiao Lin's feet, the warship began to shake violently, a tremor caused by Cindergosa's attack. A shrill, grating sound tore through the air behind him as Cindergosa ripped a massive chunk from one corner of the ship. Many dark elves, unable to escape in time, plummeted down with terrified screams. "Sir, Kulz has fallen. Retreat." Malekith barked at the report from his subordinate, frustration etched across his face. The losses this time were devastating, and he knew he would have to lie low for some time to recover. While Xiao Lin was still searching for the ether particle, far beyond the solar system, a massive warship, several kilometers in length, appeared. It was a Kree vessel, passing through the sector of space. Inside the warship's control room, the Kree scanners picked up a black speck racing toward them. "Commander Ronan, we've spotted a small craft ahead. Its design matches that of Skrull's ship." "Skrulls? Haven't they been wiped out yet?" Hatred flickered in Ronan's eyes. "Lock onto it. Don't let it escape." The war between the Skrulls and the Kree had begun tens of thousands of years ago and only ended a few decades prior. During that war, the Skrulls infiltrated the Kree homeworld, assuming the forms of high-ranking officials and sowing chaos among the Kree. Ronan's own parents perished during that time. Fortunately, for reasons still unknown, the Skrulls eventually lost their shape-shifting abilities, allowing the Kree to finally win the long, grueling conflict. This is back. Aboard the Skrull ship, there was only one pilot, Kufr. During Xiao Lin's absence, they had managed to secretly acquire some elemental energy blocks from Azeroth technology. Their plan was simple, to send one of their own to search for the Queen. Kufr never expected to run into a Kree warship halfway through his journey. Now, escape was no longer an option. Above him loomed the massive interstellar battleship. Kufr realized that the surrounding space was completely sealed off, and both the ship's engines and communication systems had gone dead. A beam of tractor light locked onto the Skrull vessel, dragging it inexorably toward the Kree warship. After passing through a long corridor, the Skrull ship finally came to a halt inside a vast, empty hangar. "Wait, don't shoot." No sooner had the ship stopped than dozens of Kree soldiers surrounded it in a tight circle. With terror etched across his face, Kufr raised his hands and stepped out of the ship. He knew all too well that the Kree and Skrulls were mortal enemies. Now, in their hands, he had no idea what fate awaited him. After a while, a group of Kree soldiers emerged, escorting a fully armored Kree officer to the front. Kufr instantly recognized him. It was Ronan the Accuser, the fearsome leader of the Kree Accuser Corps. It was Ronan who had led the Kree armies to crush most of the Skrull forces during the final stages of the war. At this moment, Kiefer was trembling from head to toe, mind completely blank. He felt certain that his end had come. Ronan regarded him with a mocking gaze. "Skrull, tell me everything you know." "Why, sir, I'll tell you everything," stammered Kiefer, panic overwhelming him. In a desperate bid to save himself, Kiefer confessed all their activities on Earth to Ronan, including how they were now working under the human, Xiao Lin. Ronan let out a derisive snort, barely concealing his disdain. Who would have thought that the once mighty Skrull general would now serve a lowly Earthling? But when Ronan heard that the Skrulls had regained their shape-shifting abilities, his expression grew dark. Memories of those chaotic days on Kree flashed through his mind. Without warning, Ronan swung his mighty hammer, shattering Kiefer's bones with a sickening blow. The Skrull collapsed to the ground, lifeless. "It's a new course. We're heading to Earth," Ronan commanded, wasting not a moment. The Skrulls had to be eliminated. He would not let the Kree Empire suffer through that nightmare again. Krat, one of Ronan's subordinates, hesitated. "But, Commander, we promised Thanos we'd help retrieve the orb." "No more talk," Ronan cut him off sharply. "The Skrulls cannot be allowed to escape, especially now that they've regained their shape-shifting powers. Do you want to see the Kree Empire fall into chaos once more?" Krat did not say another word. He had no intention of trying to persuade Ronan, who was in a fit of rage. Just as the spaceship adjusted its course, a new image flashed onto the screen before Ronan's eyes. It was a burly, bald man with purple skin, the Titan Thanos of the Eternal Race. Seated on his floating throne, Thanos addressed Ronan. "Ronan, are you heading to Earth?" Ronan replied with neither humility nor arrogance. "Yes, Lord Thanos." "You know my plan, Kree," Thanos said, his tone grave. "Earth is not as simple as you imagine. My army will arrive there, and for now, I want you to stick to the original plan." Ronan and Thanos were not truly superior and subordinate. Ronan would never blindly follow his orders. With a note of resolve in his voice, Ronan declared, "There are Skrulls on Earth. Once I deal with them, I'll resume the search for the orb." Seeing his command ignored, a flicker of anger flashed in Thanos' eyes. "I hope you can return in one piece. Don't let your entire force be destroyed there." "Earth." As Thanos severed the connection, a mocking smile played at the corners of Ronan's mouth. That tiny planet, incapable even of waging an interstellar war, posed no threat to him. Only Asgard presented some trouble. But rumor had it that the realm of fire was constantly threatening them, and Odin rarely left his citadel. The rest posed no real danger in Ronan's eyes. Thousands of years ago, some Kree ancestors had conducted experiments on Earth, creating Inhumans, and had even fought a great war with the Skrulls there. Ronan couldn't understand why the mighty Thanos regarded that tiny planet with such caution. After all, it had once been little more than a testing ground for their kind. Now Thanos was planning to redirect the Chitauri, who were preparing to invade beyond the galaxy, to attack Earth. To Ronan, this seemed like a waste of resources. Very well, let Thanos witness his capability. But first, he had to deal with those among his ranks who had secretly pledged allegiance to Thanos. On Earth, people remained oblivious to the impending crisis. The infamous accuser, Ronan, was about to arrive from the far reaches of the galaxy. Meanwhile, Xiao Lin, still wandering the ancient battlefield, was growing restless. The expanse of this place was overwhelming. Who knew how long it would take to find what he sought? Xiao Lin sensed an unusual disturbance in the space ahead. If he hadn't crossed two interuniversal rifts before, learning to recognize such fluctuations, he might have missed it entirely. Odin's seal was indeed masterful. Riding his death steed, Xiao Lin rushed toward the source of the disturbance. After a moment's thought, he reached out his hand. Perhaps so much time had passed that the seal no longer posed any barrier to him. He stepped inside and found himself facing a mass of swirling red liquid. This, without a doubt, was the ether. Before reaching out to make contact, Xiao Lin suddenly asked the system, "Ether particles absorb life force. Am I really alright just going ahead like this?" "Host, do you really think you still have any life force left to be absorbed?" Well, so even the system had learned to be sarcastic now. Ronan's Darkstar battleship flew toward Earth in full view, making no effort to conceal itself, not even bothering to activate its cloaking systems. By the time they entered Jupiter's orbit, the colossal vessel was detected by SHIELD and satellites from various nations. Agent Hill knocked on the door of Director Fury's office. "Director Fury, the members of the Security Council are requesting your presence for a video conference." "Understood." Fury rose and walked out, already knowing what the council members wanted to discuss. He entered SFLD's conference room, closed the door, and powered on the computer. Instantly, the faces of all the Security Council members appeared on the surrounding screens. They had been waiting, looking grim and uneasy. "Fury, I think you're well aware of how urgent the situation is." The intentions of these visitors are clearly hostile. I'd like to ask if you have any solutions or advice to offer. Fury replied, their civilization is far beyond ours. Their battleship appears heavily fortified. There's no guarantee we can even scratch it. Another counselor pondered for a moment and then asked, what about the newly formed Avengers? Could they possibly infiltrate the ship from the inside? Fury couldn't help but chuckle. The Avengers currently only have a handful of members, and none of them have any idea what's going on yet. Expecting them to break into an alien warship right now is a tall order. The counselors fell silent until another spoke up. Then what about Xiao Lin and his mutant academy? I hope they'll be willing to step forward. You need to reach out to them. Just as Fury was about to respond, the screens flickered. Suddenly, the image of an armored man with blue skin, wielding a massive hammer, filled the monitors. People of Earth, listen to me. At that moment, every computer, television, and radio signal across the planet was seized by the Kree. Ronin's voice, translated into countless languages, boomed. Around the world, the Skrulls hiding in your Azeroth Technology Corporation are our mortal enemies. They can take the form of anyone. You have one day to hand them over, or your world will burn. After Ronin's warning, his message sent shockwaves throughout the globe. While many initially dismissed it as a hacker's prank, a pitch-black warship of staggering proportions appeared above New York, utterly dwarfing SLD's own helicarrier. Even their greatest weapon seemed insignificant in the shadow of this colossal craft. As the Dark Star broke through Earth's atmosphere, not a single nation was able to stop it. The space-based weapons orbiting above were all reduced to scrap metal under the relentless assault. Watching the massive shadow of the warship looming overhead, the citizens of New York felt a mix of fear and excitement. It was the first time ordinary people had ever encountered aliens. Even though the meeting was anything but friendly, it made them realize that humanity was not alone in the universe. When the live footage switched back, Fury and the members of the Security Council fell into a heavy silence. They all knew that the true power behind Azeroth Technologies was Xiao Lin. How could there be Skrulls in Azeroth Technologies? What exactly are they after? Director Fury, I want you to investigate this thoroughly. They must hand over those Skrulls to us, the council members demanded, unable to suppress their anger. Their classified files had long-recorded incidents of Skrull invasions. Those shape-shifting aliens had caused them plenty of trouble before. Understood, Fury replied as he ended the video call. The current situation was a thorny one. Both sides wielded enormous power, and he could only hope Xiao Lin would be willing to turn over the Skrulls. Meanwhile, inside the offices of Azeroth Technologies, all the employees were in a state of shock. If it weren't for the colossal alien ship still hovering over the city, they would have thought some organization was playing tricks on them. Mofa, there are Skrulls in our company. What do you think it could be? Colin whispered nervously to his colleague. Noticing Mofa's odd look, he added, wait, you're not a Skrull, are you? With that, Colin edged a little farther away. Mofa rolled his eyes and shot back. Idiot, what are you thinking? We've been friends for years. Do you seriously think I'm an alien? Up on the top floor, General Karlra hurried into Kingpin's office. Anxiety etched across his face. He was desperate to know where Xiao Lin stood in all this. If Xiao Lin decided to hand them over, what then? Mr. Kingpin, what do we do now? General Karlra asked. He knew this was shaping up to be a disaster for them. After all, Ronin. The accuser's reputation was legendary throughout the galaxy, though perhaps not on this remote and backward planet called Earth. The telepathic link between Kingpin and Xiao Lin was one way, and Xiao Lin was still far away, on the ancient Dark Elf battlefield, unreachable by any phone signal. There's no way to contact him right now. If our master doesn't return within 12 hours, I'll have no choice but to hand you over. General Karlra heard what Kingpin said, and his face instantly turned ashen. Tracking devices had been implanted in all of them, making it impossible to hide. There was no way to escape now. The only one who hadn't been implanted, Kufa, had already been sent off Earth by them. If he didn't know how terrifying Xiao Lin's power was, he might have risked everything for one last desperate move. But the man before him, Kingpin, was not someone he could hope to handle. Damn it, it must have been that coward Kufa who exposed us all. General Karlra was now seething with anger and regret. He shouldn't have let Kufa go alone to search for the queen, but it was too late for that now. Besides, who could have foreseen such a thing? No one would have expected Kufa to run into Ronin in the vastness of the universe. Meanwhile, everything happening on Earth was already clearly in Heimdall's sight, and he had reported it to Odin. The Sorcerer Supreme protects Midgard. We have nothing to worry about, Odin said calmly, unconcerned for the safety of Earth. He had made an agreement with the Sorcerer Supreme of the Ancient One's order. They would not interfere in Earth's affairs. Besides, with the Bifrost destroyed, they couldn't travel to Earth until it was repaired. Thor, anxious about his girlfriend on Earth, found himself helpless to do anything. Within Odin's sealed domain, as soon as Xiao Lin's hand brushed the ether particles, they surged into his body like an unstoppable tide. He could feel the ether streaming through him like blood, yet he had no idea how to wield this most powerful of reality stones. Xiao Lin tried to touch it with the power of death, but there wasn't the slightest response. Malekith had managed to use the ether for simple attacks, but Xiao Lin had no clue how he'd done it. In any case, that kind of use was the most inefficient. Never mind, he thought. Better to go back and study it slowly. He stepped out of the sealed space. A black portal of death appeared in the darkness, and Xiao Lin returned once more to Sky City. Happy New Year, dear readers. Don't forget to vote, haha. At this moment, Sky City was cloaked in invisibility, hidden above the Azeroth Technology Tower. Through a channel at the top of Sky City, Eric, Wanda, and Pietro reached the highest observation platform. Looming above them, not far off, was the massive dark star, its shadow covering a wide area. They all knew that Eric's power was to control magnetic fields, giving him near absolute command over metal. Now, their hope was that he could use his abilities against the alien warship and put an end to this threat. Eric activated his powers, manipulating the surrounding magnetic fields. An invisible force stretched upward, reaching for the warship above. After a while, Eric lowered his hands. It's no use. There's an energy shield around the ship. My powers can't get through. Having obtained the ether particles, Xiao Lin returned to the academy and saw clusters of students huddled together, as if caught up in an intense discussion. Headmaster, you're here. Dana noticed Xiao Lin's arrival and skipped over to him, her voice brimming with excitement. A huge alien spaceship just appeared in New York. It looks so cool. None of the students, still young and inexperienced, had ever considered what might happen next. All they knew was that aliens had arrived. At that moment, Wanda, Eric, and Pietro came walking over from the side. Wanda spoke up. Lin, those aliens are demanding that Azeroth Technologies hand over the hidden scrolls, or else they'll destroy everything here. Wanda didn't know much about the scrolls, only that a group of these aliens had been helping Xiao Lin with certain things. Oh right, Wanda checked the time. They gave us a day to comply, and 8 hours have already passed. What on earth was happening? How could aliens have suddenly appeared? Xiao Lin turned to Eric and asked, Eric, is there any way you can control that warship? I've tried, Eric replied. There's an energy deflection field around the ship. My powers can't affect it from the outside. Maybe if I could get aboard, I'd have a chance. Xiao Lin was troubled, wondering how the aliens had discovered the hidden scrolls within his company, and why they had come all this way just for this. Just then, Xiao Lin's phone rang. The caller ID showed it was Kingpin. Master, people from the CIA have entered our company. They're trying to detain everyone, and they're already downstairs. I'll be there right away. Frustration mounting at these developments, Xiao Lin focused on Kingpin's location. A doorway, pulsing with the aura of death, appeared before him. He stepped through and found himself inside the company's New York headquarters. Mr. Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin turned around and, not far behind him, spotted someone. It was General Carlrud of the Scrolls. The general looked tense, his mouth opening and closing as if unsure how to begin. How'd they find you? Xiao Lin's voice was edged with irritation. Clearly, the Scrolls were still hiding something from him. Well, General Carlrud hesitated, struggling for words. Mr. Xiao Lin, this is my fault. I sent someone to contact our queen, but they were discovered by the Kree. Having confessed, Carlrud grew anxious that Xiao Lin might abandon them. He quickly added, before our homeworld was destroyed, thousands of us managed to escape, including our queen. If you help us now, I can pledge the allegiance of the Scrolls to you. Our civilization's technology and all our wealth would be yours. Right now, he was still worried that even the queen's hiding place might have been exposed by Kufa. If that happened, they would truly become the last surviving Scrolls. He didn't want their civilization to vanish. Even if the queen and the remaining thousands of Scrolls were lost, he would still use their cloning technology to rebuild the Skrull civilization. But for now, their lives had to be preserved. Xiao Lin considered it for a moment and decided this was a worthwhile deal. The thousands of Skrulls and their technological heritage were tempting, and he didn't appreciate being threatened. As for a single Kree warship, he wasn't concerned. After all, he had already destroyed a Dark Elf warship before. He turned to Carlet and said, gather your people and bring them here. Just as Carlet thought they were about to be handed over, Xiao Lin continued, I've decided to take you with me onto their warship. We'll deal with them from the inside, minimizing our losses as much as possible. This, Carlet hesitated. He had never considered such a plan. They had long heard of Accuser Ronin's terrifying strength, superhuman stamina, endurance, power, and speed. In a known universe, he was a force to be reckoned with. Still, perhaps this was the only viable way. Carlet had faith in Xiao Lin's abilities, and there really didn't seem to be any other options. After all, Earth's technology was far behind that of the Kree. General Carlet said, "Understood. I'll go gather everyone right away." "Hey, you can't go in there. This is Mr. Wilson's office," a staff member's voice called out from the door. Suddenly, the office doors were shoved open with a loud bang, and two men in sharp suits strode inside. They paused briefly when they saw Xiao Lin and Carlet. "Mr. Wilson, the President requests that you hand over the scrolls. They now pose a serious threat to the security of the United States." Xiao Lin looked at them and replied, "Tell your President this is something we'll handle ourselves." The two agents hesitated. They both recognized Xiao Lin, and if he refused, there was little they could do. In fact, they'd been told earlier that Xiao Lin wasn't even in the building. After contacting their superior, they received orders to withdraw. Once the CIA agents had left, Xiao Lin picked up his phone. "Director Fury, what brings you to me today? Do you have anything to say about the scrolls within your company and that alien warship hovering above?" Fury's tone was laced with accusation. He was starting to wonder if he'd misjudged Xiao Lin all along. Was Xiao Lin quietly planning to replace government officials and seize control of the world? Xiao Lin replied, "I'll resolve this peacefully. I'll hand over the scrolls." Fury hadn't expected Xiao Lin to agree so quickly. It wasn't like him at all. Perhaps the Kree were putting him under a lot more pressure than he let on. "In that case, I hope you'll deal with it smoothly," Fury said, his voice low and stern. "And I hope you're not harboring any ambitions that threaten humanity. Otherwise, you'll regret it. This world isn't as simple as you think." Xiao Lin could barely resist rolling his eyes at Fury's warning. Of course, he knew how many secrets this world held, cutting edge technology, arcane magic, and an endless array of human mutations. No one could predict what kind of new power might emerge next. After hanging up, Fury decided to check in on Dr. Selvig's research on the Tesseract. Whether it was the recent Asgardian incident or this current Kree crisis, he was coming to realize just how powerless S.H.I.E.L.D., the so-called Global Protection Agency, truly was. They needed power of their own. Aboard the Darstar warship, Klot reported to Ronan, "Commander, the humans have agreed to hand over the scrolls." Excellent. This was exactly as Ronan had anticipated. The only reason he hadn't obliterated the area outright was because he wanted to capture the scrolls alive. Tormenting them was the only thing that brought him satisfaction. Klot continued, "The humans want to bring the scrolls up themselves. They'd like to negotiate." Ronan replied coolly, "Let them come. I'm curious to hear what they have to say. But only one is allowed aboard. My warship isn't a place just anyone can waltz into." With the commander's orders relayed, the Kree station below turned to Xiao Lin and said, "You're the leader of Azeroth Technologies, aren't you?" Commander Ronan says only one human is allowed aboard. "Who will it be?" Xiao Lin stopped Eric before he could speak. "I'll go alone. You know what I'm capable of." Xiao Lin had never been afraid of anyone. If it came to a fight, he could summon his own undead army in an instant. Eric held his tongue. After their battle with Apocalypse, he knew all too well what Xiao Lin could do. The memory of that vast, sky-darkening creature still haunted him. The small craft carrying Xiao Lin and the others rose steadily, making its way toward the looming dark star above. Looking at the interstellar battleship before him, Xiao Lin couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Human technology was still far too backward compared to theirs. Even his own Sky City likely wouldn't stand a chance. However, in the system shop, the most advanced Titan technology far surpassed anything found in this world's Kree Empire, Skrull Empire, or Shi'ar Empire. The Titan's creator's forge could even directly craft intelligent life forms. There was also a planetary defense system capable of withstanding the might of the world-destroying Titan Sargeras and the Emerald Dream System, which could reset an entire planet's ecosystem. He still had over 300,000 exchange points left. Once this business with Ronan was settled, he planned to redeem a burning Legion Star Destroyer to prepare for the imminent Chitauri invasion. The ship glided through a massive gateway, and suddenly the environment ahead grew dim. Xiao Lin saw they had entered a vast plaza, where rows of small aircraft were neatly arranged, and armed Kree soldiers stood guard all around them. As they disembarked, the Kree guide turned to General Carlet and said, "Skrulls, drop your disguises." The Skrulls exchanged uneasy glances. Their skin rippled and shifted, and they resumed their true forms, pointed ears and green skin. The surrounding Kree soldiers glared at them with open hatred. From childhood, they had been taught that Skrulls were their mortal enemies. Whenever they met, it was a fight to the death. The tense scene made Carlet and his people nervous. Right now, all they could do was pin their hopes on Xiao Lin. He stole a glance at him, only to find Xiao Lin's face utterly unconcerned, which gave him a small measure of reassurance. At the final gateway, Kree soldiers scanned their bodies with a device, checking for any hidden weapons. Once they were cleared, they were allowed to proceed. As the heavy doors opened, they were greeted by a squad of fully armed soldiers. At the end of the corridor stood a figure who clearly looked like a leader. Xiao Lin recognized him instantly. This was Ronan the Accuser, leader of the Kree. General Carlet, it's been a long time, Ronan greeted, his tone tinged with disdain. These Skrulls were his defeated foes, and he had never expected any of them to escape that war. Carlet remained silent, his green face growing even darker, a sentiment mirrored by the other Skrulls. In their hearts, each wondered, would they make it out alive this time? Hey, blue-skin guy, these Skrulls are under my protection now. If you're thinking of making trouble for them, you'll have to deal with me, Xiao Lin said casually, dropping any pretense now that he was here. Hearing the arrogant words from the human in front of him, Krat drew his weapon and fired a shot directly at Xiao Lin. Just as the beam of light was about to strike Xiao Lin, it was blocked by a layer of white frost. This was the unyielding strength of his reinforced ice. After his power had grown, fending off such attacks was hardly a problem for him. A swirl of gray mist unfurled from Xiao Lin's hand, curling around Krat's body and dragging him over. Yet before Xiao Lin could make his move, an invisible surge of energy rushed at him from the front. Caught off guard, Xiao Lin stumbled back a few steps from the force of the blow. Let him go. Ronan's expression flickered with unease. Could this person before him be an inhuman? The Terrigen mist had vanished long ago, and they had all given up searching for it. Who could have guessed that someone like Xiao Lin would appear now? All around, the weapons of 100 soldiers were trained on Xiao Lin, awaiting only Ronan's command to fire. Human, are you sure you want to make an enemy of me? Ronan asked, uncertain of the abilities this newcomer possessed. Seeing that Xiao Lin had no intention of releasing Krat, Ronan simply waved his hand. Instantly, the soldiers on both sides opened fire, a barrage of attacks raining down, engulfing even Krat in the deluge. Suddenly, a frosty barrier shimmering with cold sprang up around Xiao Lin. He had no fear that such assaults could harm him, but the Skrulls near him would not be so fortunate. Drawing his weapon, Xiao Lin summoned the souls within. Immediately, white specters drifted out, streaming into the bodies of the Kree soldiers. In this world, without the power of holy light, the undead thrived. Apart from the truly mighty, none could escape the torment of vengeful spirits. In the span of a heartbeat, the Kree soldiers began collapsing to the ground one after another, their bodies showing no visible wounds. In truth, what remained was only a shell. Their souls had been completely drawn out. Earthling, Ronan shouted, a mix of shock and fury on his face. He couldn't fathom what was happening before his eyes, nor where this stranger had produced such a weapon. Slamming the alarm on his control panel, Ronan triggered a blaring siren throughout the compound. Without waiting for reinforcements, he hefted his warhammer and charged straight at Xiao Lin. With a resounding crash, their weapons collided in a thunderous clash. Xiao Lin felt a tremendous force surge through his hands, driving him back several steps. You've got impressive strength, human, Ronan admitted. In all these years, he'd rarely met an adversary who could match, let alone surpass, his own might. This human truly surprised him. If brute strength is all you have, you'd be wise to surrender now. Xiao Lin's attacks were not defined by force alone. Each blow carried the power of death itself, sapping his enemy's will to fight. Ronan let out a cold snort. He felt his body fluctuating between bouts of weakness and waves of bone-chilling cold. His reaction slowed, and every now and then, the icy edge of a blade would slice across his skin, leaving deep, bloody welts. It felt as if even his very soul was being wrenched from his body. Each strike, whether it was the blow of blood or the blow of plague, sapped more and more of Ronan's strength. Earthling, I'm going to kill you. Ronan, prone to fury by nature, roared with rage. By now, the control room door aboard the Dark Star had been sealed tightly with Xiao Lin's frost, making it impossible for anyone to break in. The close-quarters combat between the two filled Xiao Lin with an exhilarating sense of freedom. With a heavy crash, Ronan's warhammer slipped from his grasp and clattered to the floor. Xiao Lin pinned him against the battleship's wall, his head forced against the transparent crystal barrier, through which the outside scenery was clearly visible. Xiao Lin slammed Ronan's head against the crystal again and again, cracks spiderwebbing across its sturdy surface. The Kree Empire will crush Earth. Ronan's eyes blazed with fury, dark green blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Though overpowered, he refused to yield. Get out of my way. Gathering every ounce of his strength, Ronan landed a powerful punch to Xiao Lin's abdomen, forcing him backward. Spotting Ronan's weapon on the floor, Xiao Lin snatched it up and hurled it at him with all his might. Ronan dodged instinctively, but the massive hammer smashed into the barrier behind him. With a shattering crash, the web of cracks finally gave way. The cold air from outside rushed into the room in an instant. Under Xiao Lin's relentless attacks, Ronan was forced to retreat step by step, his body covered in wounds from the sharp blades. Regret filled his heart, and in that moment, he made a decision. Since the Skrulls were also aboard the Dark Star, he would destroy the ship and take them all with it. The loss of a single warship was nothing to the wealth of the Kree Empire. Glaring at the breach in the wall created by their battle, Ronan pressed a switch on his controller. A new, urgent alarm resounded throughout the warship. The Kree soldiers who had been rushing toward the control room turned and fled in panic. Warning, warning. The Dark Star's self-destruct sequence will initiate in 5 minutes. Though it was spoken in the Kree language, Xiao Lin understood perfectly well, thanks to the system's translator he had exchanged for. Farewell, Earthling, and you Skrulls as well. Ronan sneered, a mocking smile on his battered face, before turning and leaping out through the breach. Xiao Lin hadn't expected his opponent to be so resolute, such a massive warship, and they were willing to self-destruct without hesitation. This posed a grave threat to him, especially since the Azeroth technology tower was directly below. If the Dark Star exploded and crashed nearby, his losses would be catastrophic. A small spaceship swooped in and caught Ronan as he fell from the Dark Star. The main control room is sealed. Suddenly, thick alloy barriers drop down all around, trapping them inside. Mr. Xiao Lin, what do we do now? The Skrull looked nervously at the sealed door, his voice tinged with panic. That's nothing, Xiao Lin replied with confidence. If such a simple lockdown could stop him, what kind of traveler would he be? A portal connected to the city in the sky, the Gate of Death, opened, and both Xiao Lin and the Skrull stepped through, vanishing from the room. At this moment, the Kree who had escaped in small ships crowded the entire sky. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury observed the chaos unfolding on the enemy warship. At first, he thought the aliens were about to launch an attack, but to his surprise, every ship turned and sped toward deep space. Director, should we go after them? Coulson asked, unsure of what was happening, but sensing this was a rare opportunity. Fury shook his head. No need. The Kree ships filled the sky, and their own fighters were far too few in number. Attempting to shoot down that swarm of alien vessels was simply impossible. Damn! Fury's expression changed drastically as he saw the alien warship begin its slow, ominous descent. Having left the Dark Star, Xiao Lin summoned Sindragosa. As the magic circle appeared, a gigantic frost dragon materialized near the warship. He couldn't let the enemy ship crash onto his company's headquarters. With each summoning, Xiao Lin had grown more adept at calling forth Sindragosa. Little one, must you always make me do this sort of thing? I am not your beast of burden, Sindragosa grumbled at Xiao Lin's command. She remembered her past life, once the most important maid of Maligos, one of the 5 great dragon aspects, and now she was reduced to doing a mortal's heavy lifting? Yet, bound by the contract, she had no choice but to obey. Sindragosa caught the Dark Star, but even so, she couldn't halt its fall completely. She could only slow its descent. Ronan's warship was simply too large. All Xiao Lin could do was steer its impact zone away from the Azeroth technology tower. As for the rest, he would leave those headaches to Fury. In New York, people looked up and saw the enormous ice dragon suddenly appear in the sky. Its mighty wings whipped up fierce winds, sending dust swirling and forcing everyone to shield their eyes from the storm. When they saw the warship and the gigantic dragon plummeting toward the ground, panic swept over the crowd. People scattered in every direction, running for their lives without any sense of where to go. At that very moment, in New York, a somewhat aged building that had stood with its doors shut for years finally opened. From within, a group of people in gray robes stepped out into the daylight. Mages, take your positions. Prepare to open a large-scale mirror dimension and drag that warship inside, came the calm command. Understood, Master Ancient One. The gray-robed mages bowed respectfully, then swiftly dispersed in all directions. The instant the self-destruct countdown reached 0, explosions erupted from inside the Dark Star in the sky. Feeling the tremors in her grip, Sindragosa couldn't help but release the warship. Shards of debris smashed into her, making her feel as though her body might be torn apart at any moment. Down below, New Yorkers watched in terror as the warship plummeted from the sky. Screaming, they tried desperately to escape, but the self-destructing Dark Star split into several massive fragments, each one hurtling toward different parts of the city. Damn it! Fury slammed his hand down on the table in frustration. He could only watch as entire city blocks were about to be reduced to rubble, powerless to stop it. For a moment, even he began to question the purpose of S.H.I.E.L.D. Though the explosions were some distance from Stark Tower, Pepper and Tony could see the chaos unfolding in the distance from the top floor. "Tony," Pepper called out, her voice laced with worry. Tony pulled her close and said gently, "Pepper, you know there's nothing I can do about this." She had always hoped that Tony, who seemed capable of anything, would find a way to avert this catastrophe. But the harrowing scene before them made it painfully clear even Tony was powerless this time. Meanwhile, the Fantastic Four and Spider-Man rushed out onto the streets, determined to save as many people as they could. As the Dark Star fell to within 100 meters of the ground, the mages of the Ancient Order had already taken their positions. Hands weaving intricate gestures, they conjured shimmering ripples in the air. Flaming debris howled as it plunged into these warping zones and vanished without a trace. Only Fury, monitoring from satellite feeds, and Xiao Lin, astride the Frost Dragon, saw what truly happened. Were those mages from the Ancient Order? Xiao Lin was taken aback. As Earth's most formidable guardians, he had always hoped to meet them, but their whereabouts had remained a mystery to him. Fury, aboard the helicarrier, let out a sigh of relief. Had this disaster struck, he would have faced tough questions, even if it wasn't strictly his fault. "What on earth just happened?" he muttered. Down on the ground, people exchanged bewildered glances. No one understood what was going on. How had that alien warship exploded in midair, and then, just as suddenly, vanished into thin air? Director Fury. Before Fury's eyes, a new window popped up automatically on his computer screen, revealing none other than Alexander Pierce, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. What exactly is that enormous creature in the sky? Well, all right, maybe it's not even a creature. Facing his former superior, Fury didn't know how to respond, so he told Pierce everything he knew without holding anything back. That giant creature was conjured by someone named Xiao Lin. Frankly, I have no idea what it really is. I see. Understood. Pierce ended the call, his mind already made up. He pulled out a phone secured with encrypted signals. Baron Strucker. Gazing up at the frost dragon floating in the sky, the Ancient One's face took on a strange, unreadable expression. No one could guess what she was thinking. "Mordo, go and invite that young man down from above to the New York Sanctum. I wish to speak with him." "Yes, master." Mordo couldn't help the faint distaste in his voice as he glanced toward Xiao Lin in the sky. He revered nature and order, and the frost dragon radiated a palpable aura of death, something he found deeply unsettling. From his perspective, such creatures belonged in the grave, not soaring through the air. With the crisis resolved perfectly, Xiao Lin finally allowed himself a sigh of relief. No sooner had he returned to the academy than his phone rang with an unfamiliar number flashing on the screen. "Who is this?" A deep male voice responded on the other end. "Mr. Xiao Lin, this is Carl Mordo. I'm reaching out on behalf of my master, who would like to meet with you." Mordo's master? That had to be the Ancient One. Xiao Lin wondered what business she could possibly have with him. "All right, where should I go?" Truth be told, he was curious to meet the legendary Sorcerer Supreme. Following the address provided by Mordo, Xiao Lin arrived at an old, unassuming building. Its doors were tightly shut, and passers-by seemed to ignore the peculiar place entirely. Spotting the symbol above the entrance, Xiao Lin immediately knew he had reached the New York Sanctum of the Ancient Order. Before he could even knock, the heavy doors swung open of their own accord, and a black man stepped out to meet him. Surveying Xiao Lin from head to toe with a less-than-friendly demeanor, he said curtly, "Follow me." Meanwhile, Ronin had fled to the moon. The scattered fragments of their smaller ships gradually assembled themselves into a compact interstellar warship. Before their escape, Ronin had released a miniature reconnaissance drone to confirm whether their target had been eliminated. But what Ronin saw left him dumbfounded. A monstrous, otherworldly creature looming in the sky, and the wreckage of a warship that had vanished suddenly just above the ground. He couldn't quite understand if this was really the Earth his ancestors had recorded. It was clearly a technologically backward planet, yet it possessed abilities beyond his imagination. Could it be that some deity was hiding here? Looking at his subordinates, waiting for his orders, Ronin thought for a moment and decided to abandon the attack for now. Just as Thanos had said, Earth was not as weak as he had imagined. He planned to return to the Kree homeworld, regroup, and then join the Chitauri army for another assault on Earth. At that moment, the communicator in front of Ronin lit up. Seeing Ronin's disheveled state, Thanos sneered and said, "Kree, looks like your mission has failed." Ronin wanted to defend himself, but realized he had nothing to say. "Lord Thanos," Ronin replied, his voice noticeably less confident after the setback, "I am determined to wipe out those scrolls. The next time you attack Earth, I will coordinate my forces with yours. Kree, don't test my patience. You have your task. Retrieve the orb from me, and I will take care of the scrolls and the Nova Core for you." Hearing Thanos' words, Ronin felt frustrated, but there was nothing he could do. he simply didn't have the strength to oppose Thanos right now. Thanos wanted to know who had defeated Ronan this time. So who bested you? The Ancient One, or someone from the Asgardian gods? In Thanos' eyes, only these two forces on Earth could possibly defeat Ronan. He was well aware of the Ancient One's formidable magic, and though Odin himself couldn't enter Earth, sending a few powerful gods as reinforcements would be no problem. Neither. It was a human, Ronan replied, transmitting a video clip to Thanos. I understand, Thanos said after watching the footage, and promptly ended the call with Ronan. At the moment, only Cull Obsidian among his Black Order was available, so he decided to send Cull to join the Chitauri in the next battle. Stepping into the New York Sanctum, Xiao Lin noticed that everything inside seemed a little ancient. A strange energy filled the air, a sense of spatial power, with a faint trace of soul energy as well. Hello, Mr. Xiao Lin. Upon hearing the voice from ahead, Xiao Lin looked up and saw a middle-aged woman standing before him. She was dressed in a flowing white robe, her face always adorned with a gentle smile that felt like a warm spring breeze. You must be the Ancient One. Surprised by Xiao Lin's words, the Ancient One seemed puzzled, as if they had never met before. You know me? Of course. The Supreme Sorcerer, Earth's Protector. The Ancient One's name is known to all. If it weren't for you, this world would have fallen to Dormammu long ago. Xiao Lin paid her a small compliment. Upon hearing what Xiao Lin said, the Ancient One showed no particular reaction, but Xiao Lin became even more of a mystery to her. Though they had always been the guardians of this world, few truly knew of their existence, and they had no intention of boasting about their deeds. This was simply their duty. Yet after so many years, the Ancient One felt weary. She wished to find someone who could succeed her. The Ancient One turned to Xiao Lin and said, Director Fury has spoken to me about you. He's deeply concerned that you possess tremendous power, yet lack control over it. So Fury still doesn't trust him, Xiao Lin thought. He asked, What is it you want to say? This world has always been dangerous, the Ancient One replied. Since you live here as well, I hope you can do your part. She sensed that her own life was nearing its end, and this invitation to Xiao Lin was a way to better understand him. If he proved to be a threat, she would no longer turn a blind eye. I'll decide for myself what needs to be done, Xiao Lin replied, irritation flickering across his face. You know this world is never kind to those with real power, especially when it comes to the American government. The Ancient One nodded, acknowledging the truth in his words. She had lived long enough to have witnessed such things time and again. Looking steadily at her, Xiao Lin continued, I have a company and some assets here in this world. If anything threatens me, I won't just stand by and do nothing. The Ancient One persisted in her persuasion. The threats facing this world are far more numerous than you realize. Hydras and humans, mutants, vampires, werewolves, extraterrestrials, and even demonic beings from other universes. All these years, I've led the sorcerers of the Ancient Order in resisting them, but we are far too few. Now, I'm planning to establish a new organization, the Illuminati. She fixed her gaze on Xiao Lin as she finished. This idea had only recently come to her. Of course, she knew about Fury's Avengers, but she believed that group was too susceptible to government interference, so she wanted to create something more secretive. So, the Illuminati are coming into play, Xiao Lin thought. But this world has no Professor X, and Iron Man is still with the Avengers. Who else does the Ancient One plan to invite? I've declined Fury's invitation to join the Avengers before, so I won't be joining your Illuminati either, Xiao Lin said, sticking to his long-held principles. However, I can let the students and teachers from my mutant academy join your organization, if they're willing. The Ancient One understood well the power of mutants. After a moment's thought, she said, Very well, I agree. Then I'll send Wanda to find you, Xiao Lin replied. He agreed to let the students from the mutant school join the Illuminati partly, because he wanted them to gain more real-world experience. Their last battle with the Destroyer had clearly revealed their shortcomings. The Ancient One said nothing more. She turned to her disciple at her side and spoke, Mordo, take this gentleman away. Master, Mordo wanted to protest, but the Ancient One stopped him. She understood exactly what her student was about to say. He was always this stubborn, and deep down, he still couldn't let go of what happened with her former student, Caecilius. While the Ancient One wasn't paying attention, Mordo nodded meaningfully to a few of the nearby sorcerers, as if plotting something. Xiao Lin, however, didn't pay it much mind. He followed Mordo out of the grand doors of the sanctum. But as they stepped outside, Xiao Lin suddenly sensed something was off. The surroundings began to twist. In the distance, tall buildings started to spin and flip upside down. Fragments of transparent, glass-like air shimmered around him. It was as if the entire world had been split apart by mirrors. This is the mirror dimension? When I get pulled into this? Xiao Lin turned to look at Mordo, only to see a sneer painted across his face. So it's you. That's right, Mr. Xiao Lin. Mordo, walking ahead, didn't deny it. You wield death's power. You desecrate the dead. Life and death, the cycle of reincarnation. These are the laws of nature. Your actions. Enough. Xiao Lin cut him off, unwilling to waste time on a speech. If you want to fight, then let's fight. But this is your decision, isn't it? He didn't think this had anything to do with the Ancient One. My master has always lacked resolve. She hesitated with Caecilius all those years ago, and look at where that's led us now. Mordo had always admired and respected his teacher, but he could never accept how she'd handled the Caecilius affair. And now, he was just as opposed to letting this so-called evil sorcerer join the Illuminati. Mr. Xiao Lin, in this space, your summoning magic won't work. Here, in the mirror dimension, the boundaries between worlds were even more rigid, making it nearly impossible to reach another plane. Summoning his creatures would be far more difficult. Xiao Lin gave it a try. Sure enough, his spiritual power couldn't break through this world to call forth his undead minions. Come then. Mordo brandished his weapon, while the other Ancient Order sorcerers at his side readied themselves, their eyes predatory and cold. It's not just you. Mutant Academy is a threat as well. Years ago, mutants tried to rule this world. If not for us, the Ancient Order, the world would have fallen to those madmen. So that's why mutants have faded into obscurity in this world. And perhaps his own actions had led to some misunderstanding. They thought he was a necromancer, but in truth, he was a death knight. His strength wasn't solely in summoned creatures. Just as a battle was about to break out, the space behind them suddenly shattered, and someone stepped out from within. Mordo! There was a hint of displeasure in the Ancient One's voice. She hadn't expected the stubborn Mordo to ignore her words. A touch of concern crept into her heart, worried he might stray down the wrong path. Glancing at his teacher, Mordo reluctantly put away his weapon. A wisp of sinister gray energy escaped from Xiao Lin and quietly seeped into Mordo's body. A plague curse, insidious but not fatal, enough to make him suffer without causing real harm. One way or another, he needed to be taught a lesson. Elsewhere, in an underground stronghold, a group of people had gathered together, their faces tense with worry. The mages from the Ancient Order have sent us a warning. Do any of you have something to say about this? The man at the head of the table spoke gravely. For thousands of years, we've maintained a peace treaty with humanity and coexisted peacefully with the mages of the Ancient Order. I have no idea what's caused this disturbance now. A man seated down the table asked, Elder Goshienu, did those mages give you any explanation? Goshienu replied, they didn't say. He then turned to a young man and asked, Face, do you have any idea what's going on? These were the leaders of the 13 vampire clans, and Face was the head of the newly turned vampires. Face shrugged nonchalantly. What are we afraid of? They're just a bunch of humans playing with tricks. The other vampire elders laughed at the young vampire's naivete. Goshienu's voice was laced with mockery. Deacon Face, do you really think you're powerful enough to take on a guardian order that's lasted for millennia? Any one of them could wipe you out. No, it's just that you're all too old. Despite being the youngest in the room, Face's presence was undiminished. Those humans are nothing but our food. We should be their rulers. The elders could hardly tolerate him. You're out of line, Face. Who are you to criticize us like this? This world belongs to us, Goshienu. You can sit here and wait for your extinction. As Face stormed out, Goshienu's face darkened with anger. If Face were just out snatching a few people to feed on, as usual, the mages wouldn't have come to me. Someone needs to find out what he's really up to. An elder of the Gangrel clan spoke up. I'll send someone, but I also suggest we reach out to the Ancient One. Back in his hideout, Face was in a foul mood. He glanced at his followers, still reveling in their debauchery, and summoned his most trusted subordinate. Do you even know what kind of organization the Ancient Order is? However, as another vampire who had been turned, he knew nothing about secret organizations like the Ancient Order. He responded, with a hint of indifference, Boss, once you've gained the power of the Blood God, why bother worrying about the Ancient Order? Fest considered this and found it reasonable. Those old relics must have grown complacent after too many years of peace. They were making a fuss over nothing. Besides, they wouldn't last much longer. Soon, they'd all be sacrifices to summon the Blood God's power. Relieved of his earlier anxiety, he turned to his subordinate and asked, Where's the Daywalker now? Boss, we've set a trap for him. We captured his woman, so I'm sure he'll come to rescue her. His subordinate replied with a sly, chilling grin. Oh, where is she? Fess's interest was piqued. He was curious to see what kind of woman his old nemesis, Blade, was involved with. He followed his men into a room, where he saw a black woman glaring at them, her face tight with fury. Fess strode over and grabbed her by the head, noticing the bite marks on her neck. A fine beauty, he said. Welcome to your new family. I'm sure you'll be delighted to help us deal with Blade. Spit it out. The woman, Jankline, shot a wad of spit at Fess, who nimbly dodged it. I'll never be an accomplice to you monsters. Blade will wipe you all out. Without a shred of mercy, Fess punched her in the stomach, making her double over in pain. We'll see about that. Blade, you came to us for help this time. Are you looking for backup against the vampires? I remember you always refused our assistance before. What changed your mind? Blade, Frank the Punisher, and Matt the Daredevil had crossed paths several times before. Kindred spirits, they quickly became sworn brothers. After a thorough investigation with Abraham, Blade uncovered Fess's wicked scheme. The enemy planned to summon the blood god's power and transform the entire human world into a realm of vampires. Once they understood Fess's intentions, both the Punisher and Daredevil realized how grave the situation was. But Daredevil Matt frowned in puzzlement. Don't vampires feed on human blood? If they turn everyone into vampires, what will they have left to feed on? That Blade was momentarily at a loss for words. Let's not get distracted. No matter what, we have to stop them. They made their way to Blade's home, only to find the place eerily silent. Several chairs and tables had been knocked over, and the floor was stained with blood. Was your home attacked by vampires? The Punisher looked around. The place wasn't too much of a mess, suggesting the fight had ended quickly. Blade approached the table with a grim expression, tearing off a slip of paper from its surface. As his eyes scanned the words, he saw they were filled with provocations and taunts. Nearby, Frank noticed something covered with a white cloth. The sharp scent of blood wafted from beneath it, and he couldn't help himself. He walked over and pulled the cloth away. Beneath the cloth lay Abraham, his body drenched in blood, 2 puncture wounds visible on his neck. Suddenly, the previously still Abraham stirred. He gripped Blade's hand tightly. Don't go after FaZe. It's a trap. You know I can't do that. Behind Blade's calm demeanor, a storm of rage brewed. Abraham had raised him since he was a teenager. He was more than a mentor, he was family. And now, the innocent Jacqueline had been taken. Abraham knew he couldn't dissuade him. He turned to Punisher and Daredevil. I know you're Blade's friends. Don't let him fall into the vampire's hands. If the blood god rises, it will mean the end of humanity. With that, he grasped Blade's hand. Give me your gun. Blade hesitated, unwilling. We can take you to the hospital. Abraham spoke with resignation. You know, I don't have much time left. His cancer was already in its final stages. Even if FaZe hadn't attacked him, he wouldn't have lasted much longer. Blade looked at Abraham for a long moment, then took the silver-studded gun from his belt and handed it over. Let's go. Blade turned away, following Daredevil and Punisher out. He couldn't bear to watch a loved one die. Out on the street, night had already fallen, and the streetlights cast their glow along the sidewalk. A figure flashed through Daredevil's mind. The man who owned Sky City, who had once saved Earth from an alien threat, Xiao Lin. At their first meeting, Daredevil had witnessed Xiao Lin's extraordinary power. Maybe we can find someone else to help. If he's willing, the vampires won't stand a chance. Who? Blade and Punisher both looked at Daredevil. They were all heroes who walked the shadows, fighting crime beyond the reach of the law. Most people distrusted them. Seeking help from other powerful figures was no easy task. Mr. Xiao Lin, headmaster of the Mutant Academy. Blade replied, those big shots aren't interested in small fry like us. We don't have time to waste. I know where he lives. I've met him before. I believe he'll help us, Daredevil said, trusting his instincts. Punisher nodded. Then let's give it a shot. The trio made their way to Hell's Kitchen. But when they reached Xiao Lin's villa, he was nowhere to be found. Gazing at the pitch-black silhouette of the villa before them, Blade said, Matt, looks like we made this trip for nothing. Daredevil sensed Blade's frustration and couldn't help but try to reassure him. Blade, can't we wait a little longer? Maybe he just stepped out and we'll be back soon. Blade shook his head. Jackie's been poisoned by a vampire. She'll turn soon. We can't afford to wait. Besides, I know Faith well. With your help, dealing with him shouldn't be too difficult. The Punisher clapped Blade on the shoulder. Let's go. My pistols are itching for some action. As the leader of the vampires, Faith also owned a publicly listed company in New York. Although his headquarters wasn't the tallest building in the city, it still ranked among the most prominent. Sensing that the group approaching wasn't here for friendly business, the security guard at the entrance rested his hand on his holster, eyeing them warily. Who are you? No one gets in without an invitation. Feigning confidence, the Punisher replied, Of course we have one. As the guard stepped closer, the Punisher landed a heavy punch to his head. The force sent him sprawling, blacking out before he could even sound the alarm. That's our invitation. You're really something, Daredevil said with a shrug. Stepping over the unconscious guard, the group made their way inside. It was late, and the building was eerily quiet, not a soul in sight. They climbed to the 10th floor before running into a few more guards. Intruders. Jones, go alert the boss. The others rushed in, with batons drawn, clearly not expecting visitors at this hour. But Blade and his companions were on par with SLD's elite agents. While these guards were only marginally tougher than average men, no match for them at all. Occasionally, they encountered a few vampires. Blade injected them with a blood-coagulating agent, causing their bodies to explode into puddles of sludge. No one could stand in their way. They advanced swiftly, nearly reaching the top floor. Hearing the gunfire echo from below, Faith asked, "What's going on down there?" A flustered subordinate rushed in. "Boss, 3 people are fighting their way up. Our men can't hold them back." 3. Faith frowned. Wasn't it supposed to be just Blade? Did you see the Daywalker? Faith liked to call Blade the Daywalker, envying his powerful, vampire-like abilities and the freedom to walk in sunlight. The subordinate nodded repeatedly. "Yes, he's here." A smile crept across Faith's face. "Excellent. Just as planned. Lead him into that room." The 3 of them fought their way through vampires and the Harker clan, eventually arriving in a room of pure white. There they found a computer and a white cabinet. "What is this?" The Punisher and Daredevil gazed at the information on the computer screen. It described a method for summoning the power of the Blood God, and as they read, a sense of absurdity crept over them. Was the Blood God's power truly that formidable? Meanwhile, Blade circled the cabinet, guided by a hunch that something he had long yearned for was hidden inside. With a sudden whir of machinery, the cabinet swung open. Inside lay a female vampire. Blade pulled out his mother's identification from his pocket, and as he looked back and forth between the woman and the ID, astonishment filled his face. "Blade, who is she?" Daredevil turned to see Blade, and the black woman locked in a silent gaze, an odd expression playing across his friend's features. "Child, aren't you happy to see your mother?" The black woman smiled as she moved closer to Blade. Daredevil frowned and asked, "Blade, I thought your mother had died?" Memories surged in Blade's mind. His mother bitten by a vampire. Maybe that wasn't what killed her. Perhaps, before death, she had completed her transformation. With a vampire's regenerative powers, it was possible she had survived. Blade's mother glanced at the other 2 men, a puzzled look on her face. Who were these strangers? Blade, almost in a daze, reached out to touch his mother's face. He knew what she was now, a vampire, and likely an accomplice of Deacon Frost. Suddenly, pain lanced through his chest. He looked down to see a dagger buried in him. Though not fatal, it was enough to sap most of his strength. At the same moment, 2 grenades appeared in her hands, rolling toward Daredevil and the Punisher. Because she was Blade's mother, they had let down their guard. Only Daredevil's heightened senses allowed him to shove the Punisher aside, just in time, while he dove to the floor himself. The explosion tore through the room. Shrapnel filled the air, but the blast radius was limited. Both the Punisher and Daredevil were injured, their bodies slick with blood, and Blade and his mother were caught in the blast as well. Blade, knocked to the ground, struggled upright. He raised his silver spike launcher and fired a slender bolt at his mother. In his conflicted gaze, she dissolved into a cloud of ash. That was no longer his mother, but Deacon Frost's pawn. Because of his hesitation, they might all meet their end here. Damn it! Deacon Frost stood before the monitors, heart heavy over the loss of his favorite woman. "Surround the area. I want every one of them captured. And bring me the Daywalker alive." At Fate's command, the swarm of Hargoyle cocoons, eager to become vampires, surged toward the room. "We're surrounded." The wounded tried their best to dodge the bullets whizzing in from afar. "This won't do. There are just too many of them." The Punisher pressed a hand to his wound, his strength beginning to wane. Even after they fired off the last of their ammunition, they couldn't break out of the encirclement. Injured and outnumbered, and with vampires whose powers of recovery were nothing short of monstrous, they found themselves struggling to hold on. Suddenly, the gunfire outside ceased. Their enemies began to fall back, making way for a pale-faced young man with deep, dark circles under his eyes. He stepped inside and sneered. "Daywalker, did you bring your friends here just to die together?" Faith turned to the others and said, Well, aren't these the famous Daredevil and Punisher? Looks like you're not doing so well either." Blade leaned in and whispered to Punisher and Daredevil, "Matt, Frank, I'm sorry. It's my fault you're in danger now." His foster father's death and the sudden reappearance of his mother had thrown the usually unflappable Blade into turmoil. What he regretted most was dragging his friends into this peril. He forced himself upright, gripping his long sword tightly. "In a moment, I'll cover you. Get out of here first." With a crash, Daredevil shattered the glass in a high-rise corridor. He spotted a platform not far below. "Frank, Blade, this way." Barely pausing to consider the 10-meter drop, Daredevil leapt down, landing on the platform. "Stop them." Fate's expression changed as he shouted out the order. 2 sharp gunshots rang out. Before they could jump, Punisher and Blade were both hit in the legs. Their knees buckled, and they collapsed to the ground. As they lay there, they were quickly surrounded. The vampires closed in, shocking them repeatedly with electric batons until their limbs went numb. "Well done, you two," Faith said approvingly to the subordinates who had fired. Sensing that Blade and Punisher had gone down, Daredevil knew he couldn't hesitate any longer. These vampires were no ordinary foes. If he didn't run now, it would be too late. "Boss, should we go after him?" one of Faith's men asked, watching Daredevil's retreating figure. Faith waved him off, unconcerned. Daredevil was never popular among the heroes. There was no way he'd find anyone else to help him. "No need. The Daywalker is what matters, and we've got him. Our plan will be complete soon." Daredevil stumbled through the streets toward Hell's Kitchen, battered and desperate. In the end, he realized he had no choice but to seek out Xiao Lin's help, the only option left to him now. After Xiao Lin shared Master Ancient One's invitation with everyone, only Pietro was genuinely excited about joining the so-called Illuminati. The rest showed not the slightest interest. Xiao Lin continued. "Recently, the people from the Ancient Order discovered a group of vampires who seem to be hatching a plan. Since they're short-staffed at the moment, they need us to send a few people to help investigate." Xiao Lin hadn't expected there would be vampires in this world, too. As he looked through the information Ancient One had provided, he realized these vampires weren't particularly formidable. Only their uncanny ability to recover from injuries stood out. To deal with these dark creatures, Wanda, who do you think should go? They're not that powerful. Maybe we could let some of the students try their hand at it. At that moment, Dana, Sisai, and Ordonez happened to be passing by the room. Hearing the conversation inside, the three of them carefully hid behind the door. "Hey, Dana, do you want to join that Illuminati group, or whatever it's called?" Dana looked puzzled. "I don't even know what they do, but it sounds really cool." Ordonez scoffed. "Silly, it's just like the Fantastic Four. An ultra-cool superhero team." Mentioning the Fantastic Four, Ordonez's face lit up with admiration. Of course, his favorite was Sue Storm, the Invisible Woman, a true goddess in the eyes of any geek. "By the way, what did the principal mean by vampires?" "Chill." Sisai tapped both of them lightly on the head. "Quiet. Let's listen a bit more to what they're saying." Just then, the door swung open with a creak. Caught off guard, the three of them tumbled to the floor in a heap. Principal. They looked up to see Xiao Lin standing over them, and couldn't help but feel embarrassed. "Well, why aren't you off to bed?" "Yes, Principal." Sticking out their tongues in embarrassment, they scrambled away in a hurry. By the time Xiao Lin returned home, it was already past 1 a.m. He had barely stepped through the gate of death when he heard a faint, listless knocking at the front door of the villa, as if someone were half-heartedly tapping, exhausted. Who could it be at this hour? When he opened the door, he found a man in a hooded mask slumped against the doorframe, sitting on the ground. Sensing someone approaching from within the villa, Daredevil stirred with anticipation. "Is that you, Mr. Xiao Lin?" "And you are." Finally, his wait was over. He'd been here for over 2 hours, his body weary, his wounds aching, and his endurance nearly spent. Daredevil was a hero with a deep sense of responsibility. He couldn't bear the thought of letting this world fall to the vampires. Fortunately, Xiao Lin had finally appeared. "Mr. Xiao Lin, I need your help." Before he could finish, a wave of dizziness overcame him, and he collapsed unconscious onto the ground. "What the hell is this?" Xiao Lin was completely bewildered. He stared at the oddly dressed figure for a long moment, then realized that this eccentric character was none other than Daredevil Matt, whom he'd met once before. Seeing how badly injured the other man was, Xiao Lin used his telepathic link to instruct Kingpin to bring a few people over and get Daredevil to a hospital. As for his old nemesis, Kingpin would have much preferred to send him straight to hell. But now his mind was influenced by Xiao Lin's will, and that dark thought was snuffed out almost as soon as it arose. The next morning, Daredevil finally regained consciousness. Blessed with a strong constitution, he felt much better. The treated wounds were no longer serious, though they still took a toll on his abilities. He looked around and found the setting unfamiliar, like a hospital. What had happened yesterday? After a while, the memories of the previous day gradually returned. Realizing the urgency of the situation, he hurriedly climbed out of bed. At the door, he sensed 2 people standing guard, probably Xiao Lin's men. He walked outside and gave one of them a pat on the shoulder. "Are you Mr. Xiao Lin's people?" One of the men turned to look at Daredevil and said, "Wait here a moment. I'll notify Mr. Wilson." Daredevil knew that Mr. Wilson was his old adversary, Kingpin. Now, Kingpin worked for someone else. Since Kingpin was no longer involved in the underworld, Daredevil hadn't clashed with him again. Truth be told, he still longed to avenge his father, but he simply wasn't strong enough. "Could you take me to see Mr. Xiao Lin? There's something urgent I need to discuss with him." The man in black shot him a glance. "Mr. Xiao Lin is the boss of our boss. Do you think you could just see him whenever you want?" "I." The man cut him off, pulled out his phone, and after a brief exchange, handed it to Daredevil. Matt took the phone, puzzled, and heard Kingpin's voice on the other end. Daredevil, what business do you have with Mr. Xiao Lin? After hesitating for a few seconds, Daredevil replied, there's a group of vampires trying to summon the power of the Blood God. If they succeed, they'll be able to turn all humans into vampires like themselves. Someone has to stop them. So you want Mr. Xiao Lin to play savior? Kingpin found the situation almost amusing, though he knew Daredevil wasn't one for jokes. After a moment of silence, Kingpin said, I'll inform Mr. Xiao Lin of everything. For now, follow my men to the Azeroth Tech Building. All right. At this point, Daredevil had no other options. He could only hope they'd rescue Blade and the Punisher soon and take care of those vampires. After listening to Kingpin's report, Xiao Lin finally understood what that group of vampires was trying to do. There was a similar bloodline in Azeroth, a so-called blood tribe, all of whom were high elves transformed by the Lich King's blood magic. The Blood Council's 4 princes, Blood Queen Lana Thel. Their powers were formidable, and their mastery of blood magic had caused plenty of trouble for Northrend's expeditionary forces in the past. No one knew just how powerful this blood god might be, or how he compared to Hacker, the blood god. As for Daredevil's fear that all of humanity might be transformed, Xiao Lin didn't think that was remotely possible. The mages of the Ancient Order clearly didn't take these vampires seriously at all. I'll be there right away. Xiao Lin found himself intrigued, and besides, since it was a request from the Ancient Order's mages, he couldn't really refuse. He owed the Ancient One that much. The car sped toward the Azeroth Technology Tower, carrying Daredevil, who was still wrapped in bandages. Once inside the building, they found themselves surrounded by the social elite of America, people coming and going to negotiate arms deals, especially for Azeroth Technology's weather weapons, though to date, no one had actually managed to purchase any. But Daredevil was in no mood to pay attention to any of this. He turned to the driver who had brought him and asked, Is Mr. Xiao Lin upstairs? Follow me, said a staff member, stepping over and leading Daredevil to the elevator. The elevator began its slow ascent. Though it lasted only a few minutes, for Daredevil, it felt endless. The day was almost over, and he had no idea what had become of the Punisher and Blade. Perhaps the Blood God's power had already been unleashed. He followed the staff member into a room. Inside, he sensed the presence of 2 people. Daredevil called out, Mr. Xiao Lin? Yes, came the reply. Recognizing the voice from before, Daredevil spoke urgently. Mr. Xiao Lin, the situation is critical. We must get to Fist Company as soon as possible. I understand, Xiao Lin cut him off. You lead the way. Fist Company was located right here, in the heart of bustling New York City, the commercial capital of America. But today, its front doors were locked tight, and the building stood eerily silent. Could it really be empty? Ignoring the curious stares from passers-by, Xiao Lin strode up and delivered a punch to the glass entrance. With a tremendous crash, the reinforced glass shattered, scattering shards across the floor. Hey, isn't that the headmaster of the Mutant Academy? What's he up to? Should we call the police? Someone passing by recognized Xiao Lin and whispered to their companion. His companion whispered, Forget it. Let's not cause any trouble. Let's get out of here. The building was eerily silent. The 2 of them reached the top floor without seeing a single soul. Matt, are you sure this is the place? Xiao Lin sounded doubtful, suspecting that Daredevil, being blind, might have led them to the wrong spot. Yes, Mr. Xiao Lin, I'm certain, Daredevil replied. Although he couldn't see, his senses were razor-sharp, allowing him to sense every detail of their surroundings. He was sure they were in the right place. Suddenly, Xiao Lin remembered that Blade had mentioned the ritual required a specific kind of building. Growing anxious, he said, They might already be starting the summoning ritual, but I still don't know exactly where it's taking place. That certainly complicated things. At that moment, a flash of lightning split the sky above the distant outskirts, striking a newly built, strange-looking tower. Over there, Xiao Lin turned to look in that direction. He could feel a surge of pure blood energy, utterly different from the mixed power within his own body. Was it the power of the Blood God? After subduing Punisher and Blade, Fife was in high spirits. His plan was all but complete. He turned to his men and asked, Hansen, how's the ritual coming along? Hansen replied, Boss, the ritual tower is finished, and all those ancient elders have been brought under control. Those so-called clan elders of the 13 houses? Useless relics, barely able to move. Most of the younger vampires who had been turned, along with those yearning for change, supported Fife. The rebellion had erupted swiftly and ended. Even faster, the elders were soon under control, and their leader, Goshino, was dragged into the sunlight, reduced to nothing but a pile of ashes. Excellent. We move now, Fife ordered, not wanting to waste a single moment. Though he acted unconcerned, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Iron Man, the Fantastic Four, and shield were all formidable obstacles. Only after obtaining the power of the blood god could he truly feel secure. "Boss, what about the Punisher?" someone asked. The vampires occasionally dabbled in gang affairs, which had put them at odds with both the Punisher and Daredevil. "Bring him along. I want to turn him into one of us," Fife commanded. As the sky darkened, a long convoy carried the vampires toward the strange tower that loomed dozens of meters high on the outskirts of the city. There, a crowd of vampires awaited. Inside, someone barked. A group of clan elders, accustomed to luxury and comfort, were now herded into a building. Though frustration simmered in their hearts, their loyal followers had either been eliminated or forced into submission. They no longer had the strength to resist. "Face, do you still believe in that legend? It's nothing more than a trick to fool naive people like you." One of the elders spoke with a hint of mockery. He was eager to see Face's frustration after the ritual failed. After all, if that happened, these opportunistic vampires would surely fall back under the control of the elders, who held all the wealth and connections. "You'll know soon enough whether it's real or not." Face pulled out a slightly yellowed piece of paper. "This is the method to summon the blood god. Now, you old men, watch carefully. Of course, you might not get to witness my true power." He signaled his men to push the elders, one by one, onto the ground where mysterious runes were engraved. Meanwhile, the injured blade warrior was brought to a stone coffin, specially crafted for him, with a groove carved inside that fit his body perfectly. After all, in this world, he was the only vampire who could walk in the sunlight, and only his blood could be used for the ritual. Face stepped on a floor mechanism, and the stone coffin slowly closed. Sharp blades sprang from the steel restraints, cutting deep into the blade warrior's wrists and opening thick wounds. "Boss, what should we do with this woman?" Face replied indifferently. "Throw her into that pit. It's a bit of a waste, but we have more important things to do right now." "All right," his subordinate replied, though he sounded a little regretful. Jacqueline screamed as she was tossed into a pit, where another vampire awaited her, the ex-husband who still held a grudge. Blade's blood flowed along the wounds into a vessel designed to collect it, then trickled down and dripped onto the heads of the elders below. At the top of the building, a lightning rod stood tall. Face had chosen this day for the ritual precisely because thunder and lightning were forecast, and the ceremony demanded immense power. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a blinding bolt of lightning struck the tower's peak. The runes on the walls inside the high tower began to shine, one after another, in response to the surge of energy. "Do you see that, old men? The power of the blood god is about to descend. I will become the master of this world." Face's whole being trembled with excitement. After all the effort he had poured into this, tonight was the night it would finally come to fruition. Hansen shouted with glee, "Boss, I want to become a god of evil too." The elders, who had been trying to keep their composure, now couldn't help but grow anxious. Could the legend actually be true? Blade's blood flowed from all sides and gathered above Face's head, forming a dark, swirling mass. At this moment, Xiao Lin and Daredevil had already entered the interior of the high tower. The vampire's attention was fixed entirely on the ritual below, so no one noticed the arrival of Xiao Lin and Daredevil. "Mr. Xiao Lin, their ritual is about to be completed. Shouldn't we stop them now?" Although he couldn't see what was happening inside, Daredevil could feel the violent currents of air stirred up by the energies swirling around them. There was a force converging toward the very heart of the building. "It's too late to interrupt now. If the ritual could be so easily destroyed, then the blood god's power wouldn't be much to speak of. Every ritual has a protection equal to the power it seeks to summon. If it could be disrupted before completion, wouldn't that be rather embarrassing? Given that, it might be better to wait and see what the blood god's power truly is." Below, the energies gathered with increasing intensity. Besides the 12 elders offered as sacrifice and the vampire king at the center, everyone else was pushed outward by an invisible force. Even Xiao Lin and Daredevil, standing above, could feel the pressure pushing them back. Suddenly, there was a thud. Xiao Lin caught hold of a wooden stick that had come swinging at him from behind. On the other end was a striking black woman, staring at him in surprise. Xiao Lin sensed no trace of vampiric aura from her. She didn't seem to be a vampire at all. She was none other than Jacqueline, Blade's companion, who had managed to slip out and join them. Jacqueline, caught and restrained, recognized Xiao Lin's face. Her initial panic subsided as she recalled the live stream of that day's hearing. She knew the man before her was someone of great power. "Mr. Xiao Lin, are you here to wipe out these vampires too?" she asked. "Let's wait a moment," Xiao Lin replied. "But," Jacqueline began. Just then, the ball of blood above Faith's head finally dropped, splattering over him as white lightning erupted from the runes along the walls, striking the elders below whose minds had grown clouded by the ritual. Their mouths gaped open, strange cries escaping their lips, as if something was trying to burst out from within them. Unable to bear the sight, Jacqueline closed her eyes. From the mouths of the vampire elders, white, winged skulls emerged and began to flit around the chamber, while their bodies crumbled into dust. The skulls looked like undead spirits, yet when Xiao Lin reached out with his death's grasp, his hand passed straight through them. These skulls were nothing but pure spiritual energy, the very essence of the Elder's power, without any physical form. One by one, the winged white skulls dove into Faith's body. He felt as if the sheer force might tear him apart, but in the end, he withstood it. His once blue eyes now glowed a deep crimson. This was the blood god's power. Just then, Blade appeared below, sword in hand, desperately fighting his way toward Faith. He was rescued by Jacqueline, who had managed to escape, and after absorbing her blood, all his injuries were healed. Facing Faith, who had now transformed into the blood god, he showed not a trace of fear. There was simply no way to run. "Hey, Blade!" Daredevil leaped down from the platform above, landing beside the vampire hunter, ready to wait out the raging storm. "Matt," Blade glanced at him. "The ritual is complete. Taking him down now is going to be tough. If only I still had my coagulant. Maybe I could subdue him." The coagulant, designed specifically for vampires, had been confiscated in the last battle, and now Blade truly lacked confidence. "Mr. Xiao Lin," Daredevil called out in Xiao Lin's direction. "You still have time for chit-chat?" Faith sneered, his voice cold and mocking. With a sudden crash, before Daredevil and Blade could react, a figure materialized in front of them and landed a punch to their stomachs, sending them both flying backwards, utterly helpless. "Did you see that? This is the power of the blood god," Faith boasted, pride swelling in his voice. "You mortals can't even comprehend it." Blade scrambled to his feet, looking somewhat battered, about to retort, when he saw someone leap down from above, landing squarely atop Faith's head. Faith's moment of glory barely lasted a few seconds before Xiao Lin stomped him into the ground. "So you're a blood god too?" Xiao Lin's foot pressed into Faith's face again and again. "Compared to the blood god I met before, you're pathetically weak." Chains of ice wound tightly around Faith, binding him so tightly that he could barely move. "Damn it!" Faith's eyes, already bright red, grew even more vivid, as if, in total darkness, you'd see them glowing. "Xiao Lin, the mutant." Faith recognized the man, standing on his back. "What are you doing here?" Before Xiao Lin could answer, Faith's blood power erupted, shattering the chains of ice that restrained him in an instant. Catching Xiao Lin off guard, Faith slipped out from under his foot. Xiao Lin's strength wasn't overwhelming after all. "You two, stay back," Xiao Lin ordered, stopping the pair who were ready to jump in. After all, anyone bearing the name of God, even a false god, was far more dangerous than a vampire-human hybrid like Blade or a regular human like Daredevil. "All right." Daredevil hesitated for just a moment before pulling Blade back with him. Now, with Faith's entire focus fixed on him, Xiao Lin spoke. "First things first, I'm not a mutant." As soon as he finished speaking, he instantly summoned Frostmourne. Xiao Lin charged at his opponent, the blade trailing a crimson afterimage as it swept forward, infused with the power of blood. He wanted to see whose blood magic was truly stronger. Blood God Fess was incredibly swift, leaving behind a blur as he moved, and Xiao Lin's strike missed its target. Although Fess was much slower than Quicksilver, perhaps due to his unique constitution, he seemed completely unaffected by Xiao Lin's icy aura. The binding force of the desecrated lands barely slowed him. He broke free almost instantly. Never before had Fess felt such overwhelming power. At this moment, he believed himself invincible, the humiliation of being trampled underfoot earlier now forgotten. He darted circles around Xiao Lin, moving so quickly the afterimages he left behind seemed to merge into a single blur. The very air churned and whirled, as if a tornado might materialize at any moment. From every direction, Fess's fist struck out, creating a flurry of phantom blows around Xiao Lin. Yes, his strength was formidable. Even the frost-forged resilience and bone shield Xiao Lin had cast upon himself began to waver under the onslaught. Feeling the fierce wind whipping past his ears, Xiao Lin couldn't help but quip. "Do you think you're the Flash? You're nowhere close." The Flash? Is that another superhero? Doesn't ring a bell. Daredevil, hiding off to the side, overheard their exchange and asked, puzzled. Blade, however, ignored him, keeping his eyes locked on Xiao Lin and the swirling mirage that was Fess. Blood God Fess was indeed powerful. If it were him in the ring, Blade knew he'd stand no chance. He simply couldn't keep up with that kind of speed. Suddenly, Xiao Lin's death grip seized Fess mid-sprint, yanking him right up close. "Is that all you got?" Held fast, Fess showed no fear. The memories of the blood god were awakening within him. "Is that so?" The blood god's power is more than just strength and speed. Let me show you the lost magic of the blood lineage. Xiao Lin saw a red gleam flash in Fess's eyes. The air around him suddenly pulsed with a repulsive force. Breaking free from the grip, Fess staggered back a few steps, chanting a quick incantation. Xiao Lin felt his own blood, usually as still as stagnant water, begin to boil in his veins. Get out of here now. Blade, not far away, felt as if his own blood might burst from his body. He saw Daredevil, beside him, with blood trickling from his nose and ears as he began to lose consciousness. Perhaps the blood blade had just taken from Jankelin had fortified him, allowing his body to resist the pull, at least for a little while. The blade warrior had no choice but to drag Daredevil out with him, stumbling along. By chance, he caught sight of Jacqueline collapse on the upper floor of the tower across from him. Blood was streaming from all 7 of her orifices, and it was drifting through the air, flowing towards Fuiza's body. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. Supporting Daredevil, the blade warrior rushed up to the 2nd floor of the tower, scooped up Jacqueline as well, and carried her out with them. Along the way, he saw that even the vampires were fleeing in panic, scrambling to escape alongside the humans. It seemed that, whoever you were, mortal or vampire, no one could withstand this power. Controlling blood? That's somewhat similar to my own blood aura. Though blood was nothing essential to him these days, he certainly didn't want to be completely drained dry. Xiao Lin had no desire to end up with a pale, lifeless face. If Tony saw him like that next time, he'd never hear the end of it. Tony would definitely joke he'd been drained by some beauty. And to think, Xiao Lin was still a virgin. Now that he thought about it, it was truly a pity. Azeroth was full of beautiful women, the Windrunner sisters, Jaina, and plenty of charming Draenei girls as well. Yet here he was, spending all his time entangled with the deceitful ethereals of the Star Consortium and constantly at odds with the mind-bending priests of the lights. Puzzle. He might not even be in the same universe anymore. Was there really any chance of finding his way home? After all these years, surely no one would even remember him. This world's Scarlet Witch, Wanda, wasn't bad either, exactly his type. Beautiful, sharp, capable, and powerful. In fact, she seemed even more suited to be the principal of a school for mutants than he was. Hey, where's your head at? Fui snapped, noticing his opponent's wandering attention. He felt almost insulted by the lack of focus, especially since Xiao Lin's blood seemed immune to his control. Are you looking down on me? Sorry, I forgot you were still here. Xiao Lin, ever the provocateur, seized the chance to strike again. He raised Frostmourne and unleashed a blast of soul energy. It was enough to interrupt Fuiza's blood magic, but otherwise, the man seemed unfazed. His mental and spiritual strength must be formidable indeed. Crash! A crimson crystal blade materialized in Fuiza's hand, intercepting Frostmourne's savage blows. But the sword could only hold for 2 strikes before shattering into glittering shards on the ground. Blood tide! A roiling crimson mist erupted around Fuiza, surging towards Xiao Lin in a relentless wave. Even the ground beneath Fuiza's feet began to blister and corrode from the power of the blood magic. Icy cold radiated from the edge of Frostmourne, and a howling gust pushed back the encroaching red mist, holding it at bay for the moment. Even the smallest touch of my blood tide, and you'll be transformed into a bloodkin, one of my own. This was the blood god's signature move, the spell that had allowed him to convert the entire human world. But even as he watched the spectacle, Xiao Lin couldn't help but wonder, could he, in his current state, even be turned into a vampire? He had his doubts. He ultimately failed to withstand the onslaught of the blood tide. In an instant, he was engulfed completely. Yet, to his surprise, the mist seemed to have no effect on him at all. His clothes were corroded away, leaving nothing but bare skin, and the runes etched onto his body began to emit a faint green glow. Game over. With those words, Xiao Lin burst out from the encircling red mist. How can this be? Face was struck with horror. This was supposed to be the blood god's ultimate move, and yet it had failed on its very first use. Xiao Lin's fist crashed into his opponent's face, sending him flying backward. Even the surging blood around him began to dissipate. Is that all you've got? If you have any other abilities, you'd better use them now. Face scrambled up from the ground in a sorry state, still putting on a brave front. The power of the blood god is far more than this. But even he was starting to doubt the might of the blood god deep inside. Then show me. Don't let me down. Xiao Lin summoned the power of death from within his body. A shroud of gray mist enveloped Face, holding him immobile. Frostmourne flashed swiftly at his waist, slicing him cleanly in two. Yet, to Xiao Lin's astonishment, a crimson pool of blood emerged between the severed halves of Face's body, linking the pieces together and rapidly knitting them back into one. Within seconds, Face had clambered to his feet once more. "Ha ha, I am immortal." Face looked at Xiao Lin with a proud, defiant sneer. Even if you hack me to pieces, the blood god's power will restore me in no time. Then let's put it to the test. A thick wall of ice blocked Face's path of retreat, while the death-laden edge of the sword swept across his body, splitting him apart once more. I don't buy it. Xiao Lin swung Frostmourne at Face again and again, then unleashed death coil and waves of frost energy, bombarding him relentlessly. Even when the blood god was reduced to a writhing pool of blood on the ground, it still squirmed ceaselessly, struggling to reconstitute itself. This regeneration was downright monstrous, faster than even Deadpool or Wolverine. Tired yet? I could let you do this for days on end. Face's mocking voice sounded from within the pool of blood, though he, too, felt a tinge of helplessness. The ancient text spoke of the blood god's power as overwhelming, enough to sweep across the world. Yet now, he was completely overpowered. But he never stopped to consider. If the blood god was truly invincible, he would not have vanished from history. Even the elders of the 13 vampire clans believed it was nothing more than a legend. Frostmourne was not only capable of transforming Death Knights and spreading undead scourge, it could also turn Valkyr and the Serene, the latter being vampires. However, Xiao Lin had yet to master this ability. Perhaps the spirit within Frostmourne could accomplish it. Perhaps it was worth asking if the sword spirit could deal with a vampire before him. Ever since Xiao Lin had subdued the sword spirit with his formidable soul power last time, she hadn't appeared again. A biting chill burst from the sword, enveloping the pool of blood that had once been Faye's and freezing it into a crimson block of ice, cutting off any chance of his regeneration. Meanwhile, Xiao Lin's consciousness reached deep into the heart of Frostmourne. His soul wandered through the interior of the sword, drifting across a space crowded with the spirits he'd absorbed over time. At the sight of Xiao Lin, those spirits scattered and hid, all except for Apocalypse, whose soul stared at him steadfastly. After a while, Xiao Lin saw a mass of gray mist coiled in a corner, with no other spirits anywhere near it. Hey, Xiao Lin hesitated for a moment, uncertain what to call her. Apparently, she'd been frightened by their last encounter. The mist churned uneasily as the sword spirit of Frostmourne asked warily, "What do you want? Do you have any way to deal with the vampire outside?" The sword spirit replied quickly, "Yes. Just pierce my true form into his body, and I can drain every drop of his blood essence." Well, that sounded a little off somehow, Xiao Lin threatened. "All right then, work with me, or I'll scatter your spirit." He knew the sword spirit of Frostmourne still held some resentment toward him. "Let me go. I can help you rule a new vampire empire." Faze had just thawed from his icy prison and was now shouting desperately. This time, though, he sounded less arrogant and more willing to bargain. "No need for that. Goodbye." Xiao Lin plunged Frostmourne into the pool of blood. A powerful suction surged forth from the tip of the blade. "What's happening?" Faze cried out in terror as he felt his strength slipping away. Frostmourne, wreathed in cold mist, slowly became drenched in red, like a leech feasting on blood. One by one, the runes along the blade's center turned scarlet. Over Faze's anguished screams, every drop of the blood god's essence was drawn out. Above the hilt, a gleaming crimson crystal began to take shape. "What's this?" Xiao Lin reached out to grasp it, a searing heat blooming in his palm. "That is blood essence. It can be used to transform a high-ranking Saline." The sword spirit's voice resonated from within the blade. "Not bad. An unexpected reward, to be sure." After that fierce battle, the tower was on the verge of collapse. The corrosive blood tide, the freezing power of ice, cracks had split the walls all around, and the whole structure threatened to come down at any moment. A sharp crack echoed in the air. Just as Xiao Lin was about to leave, he heard something give way nearby. He turned and saw a fissure opening across the wall. Unable to bear the weight above any longer, the entire tower suddenly crashed down in a thunderous roar. Damn it! Xiao Lin had no time to escape. The rubble came down, burying him beneath it. Blade, with Jacqueline and Daredevil in tow, rushed outside, only to run into a group of vampires who had also managed to escape. No sooner had they reached a safe distance than hostility flared between the two groups. "Daywalker, the power of the blood god has awakened. Do you regret your choices now?" Hansen taunted, a smugness in his tone as if he himself had claimed the blood god's strength. "You could have been part of the new vampire empire." Blade ignored Hansen's mockery as he set Jacqueline and Daredevil carefully on the ground. While he wasn't a match for Fife at the moment, dispatching these lesser vampires would be no problem, if only he didn't have these two burdens to protect. At that moment, Daredevil regained consciousness. "Blade, I'm okay now," he said, steadying himself. Behind them, a constant racket echoed, the sounds of battle shaking the air. The tower was on the verge of collapse. the result of the fierce fight raging between Xiao Lin and the blood god Fife. Daredevil drew his metal staff, pressing a button that caused silver blades to spring out from both ends, a specialized weapon he'd taken from Blade's arsenal. "You stay with Jacqueline," Blade ordered, not waiting for a reply before launching himself at their enemies. Daredevil hesitated, but tightened his grip on the staff and stood guard over Jacqueline, eyes warily tracking the surrounding vampires. "1 against 100. You're badly outnumbered," Hansen sneered, waving his hand to direct the swarm of vampires forward. They'd assumed Blade would be weak after losing so much blood, but even as nearly 100 vampires closed in on him, he fought with lethal precision, effortlessly cutting them down. The vampires, on the other hand, fell in droves. Hansen glanced toward Daredevil, signaling his minions to attack that side instead. "Don't move, or your friends won't survive," Daredevil warned. He was no match for Blade, and yesterday's injuries hadn't fully healed. On top of that, he had to protect the still unconscious Jacqueline. Surrounded, he was quickly overpowered. Blade halted, about to speak, when a massive crash thundered nearby. Everyone, human and vampire alike, instinctively turned to look. The tower had finally collapsed, but no one emerged from the rubble. "Looks like our boss won. But who was he fighting? That power was overwhelming," someone murmured. Hansen's patience snapped. He slapped his lackey. "Idiot. That was the headmaster of Xavier's school, a powerful mutant. So that means our boss is even stronger than Iron Man, Spider-Man, the Fantastic Four, or even Captain America?" Fight's vampire followers grew excited. Normally, they'd never dare go hunting so openly, for fear of superheroes as much as Blade. "Let's go help dig our boss out." Before Hansen could even reply, a thunderous crash erupted from the pile of rubble as someone forcibly burst out from within. What rotten luck! Brushing the dust from his body, Xiao Lin found himself stark naked save for a pair of Hulk-branded underpants. With no other choice, he reached into his spatial pouch for a suit, and, paying no heed to the gawking crowd, changed right there on the spot. Raising his head to meet the astonished gazes around him, Xiao Lin held up a vial of fresh blood essence and declared, "Stop staring. Your so-called blood god is right here." The vampires stared at the crimson crystal in Xiao Lin's hand, unable to believe what they saw, though the immense power radiating from it was unmistakable. "This can't be." Xiao Lin ignored the vampires, who were clearly reeling from the blow. He lifted Frostmourne high. Streaks of gray mist shot out from the blade, linking themselves to each vampire present. Soul extraction. The vampires, whose mental fortitude was no match for Frostmourne's might, could do nothing to resist. One by one, pale gray souls were wrenched from their bodies, drifting into the blade's internal void, while their forms crumbled instantly to ash. The power of the blood god. On a distant platform, the leader of the vampire empire, Damask, gazed up at the sky, his tone grave. "What of our agents among the 13 clan elders? Has there been any word?" At his side, a subordinate vampire named Assad replied, "Leader, communication with them has been lost." The last message reported that Elder Phase, who recently converted to a blood clan, had engaged in battle with the mutant school's headmaster, Xiao Lin. Their current status is unknown. The vampire empire existed outside the 13 clans, in some ways reminiscent of Wakanda, though their strength was but a shadow of that mysterious Central African nation. Moreover, their territory was minuscule, and only a handful of people even knew of their existence. "Send someone to investigate immediately. That fool Phase can't possibly cause much trouble, but if the blood god has been destroyed, a blood god crystal will appear. I must have it." Damask cared nothing for ruling the world. He knew that was impossible. Vampires' bodies withered with age, and after more than 2 millennia, Damask himself had grown frail. Recently, he'd enlisted scientists to study vampire genetics, hoping to enhance his own body. He was willing to go so far as to use his own son as a test subject, simply because their genes were most similar. After the experiments, the risk of enhancement would be lowest for him, offering the best chance to extend his life. If this experiment failed, he was determined to obtain the blood god crystal at any cost, for without it, only death awaited him. Passing through layers of heavily guarded gates, he arrived at an underground laboratory where countless genetically mutated vampire embryos were kept. At the very top stood a silvery white alloy tank, inside which a vampire was fully immersed in a nutrient solution. It was his son, Shadnoma. "How was the experiment progressing?" he asked. A vampire scientist in a white lab coat looked at Damask and replied, "So far, everything is going well, aside from the inability to withstand sunlight. All other traditional vampire weaknesses have been eliminated. Of course, there may still be some unforeseen side effects, so I'll need a bit more time." "I've given you more than enough time already," Damask interrupted, his frail body betraying his discomfort. He longed to drain this vampire scientist dry, but for now, he needed him for his genetic research. Shortly after Damask left, Shadnoma opened his eyes inside the nutrient-filled alloy tank. At that moment, all of his previous memories were gone. He was like a wild beast. Realizing he was trapped in a small container, Shadnoma pounded the walls with his fists in fury, desperate to escape. Hurry, the sedative. The subject is awake. A group of vampire assistants, urged by the panic in the air, scrambled to activate the sedative injection. But perhaps due to his increasingly enhanced body, the alloy tank that once held him was now torn open by his strength, allowing the fluid inside to gush out. Damn it! Sound the alarm. Get the security team here now. The scientist, terrified out of his wits, bolted from the room. He had no desire to die in this place. With a ferocious roar, Shadnoma leapt from the tank, spotting the panicked vampires fleeing in all directions. In a blur, he hurtled toward them with astonishing speed. With a sharp crack, he seized one vampire by the neck. His jaw split open, revealing a grotesque, alien-like appendage that pierced the victim's throat, draining blood in a frenzy. As the cold vampire blood flowed into him, Shadnoma felt his own body gradually recovering. Glancing at the vampires scattering in terror, he realized he craved even more blood. This way, quickly. Soon, a security team burst into the lab. Assessing the chaos before them, they raised their weapons and unleashed a volley of flames toward Shadnoma, who was still feeding. Bullets tore into Shadnoma's body in rapid succession. Though they posed little threat, he could still feel the pain. He shot them a glance, let go of his prey, and, driven by pure animal instinct, made a desperate dash for the main exit. All his senses screamed at him to escape. There he is, stop him! Damask was just about to step into the blood pool to recover his strength when he heard a commotion outside. Puzzled, he asked, "What's going on out there?" At that moment, the captain of the security forces hurried in and reported, "Leader, there's a test subject who's escaped from the underground lab." Shadnoma, a sense of foreboding washed over Damask. The captain, visibly nervous, confirmed, "Yes, sir." With a furious crash, Damask shattered the blood goblet in his hand. "What are you waiting for? Double the men and bring him to me now." Yes, right away." The power of the mutant vampire was overwhelming. With a single punch, he could blast massive holes through thick steel plates. Not a single gate here could stop him. His regenerative abilities were equally terrifying. Half his body could be torn to shreds, yet he would barrel forward as if nothing had happened, leaving a trail of carnage as he fought his way upward. The path was littered with severed limbs and bloodied bodies of vampires. The security captain, drenched in gore, watched helplessly as their enemy vanished into the forest beyond. Shadnoma sprinted alone through the desolate wilderness. Gradually, his mind cleared, and he remembered. He was the prince of the vampire empire, Damask's son. Yet his own father had turned him into a mere experiment, transforming him into this monstrous form. Rage and bitterness welled up inside him. He would find his father, demand an answer, and take his revenge. But for now, he was powerless to confront Damask. He needed allies first. He knew he could now turn other vampires into monsters like himself, warriors under his command. Casting a glance at the towering structure in the distance, Shadnoma turned and disappeared into the vast sea of trees. After the great battle, the vampire base lay in ruins. Listening to his subordinates' reports, Damask was seething with fury, yet a sense of helplessness crept in. Just then, a cleanup crew member dashed over. "Reporting, sir. All the vampires bitten have mutated. They're attacking their own kind." Damask spun around to face the scientist responsible for the project. The scientist explained, Shadnoma's fangs produce a toxin that can transform other vampires into mutants like himself. Assad spoke urgently. "There's no time, sir. We must evacuate immediately." Hearing the agonized screams outside, the deathly afraid Damask wasted no time blaming anyone. Shielded by his bodyguards, he fled toward the upper levels. The moment he escaped, he paid no heed to the vampires still trapped inside. Damask triggered explosives planted throughout the base. A thunderous explosion erupted, and in an instant, the lower levels were engulfed in a sea of fire. Even with their incredible healing, the mutant vampires were obliterated, reduced to nothing but ash. Watching as his painstaking efforts went up in flames, Damascus turned to his subordinate Assad and said, "We must get the blood god crystal." On a bustling city street, a black man in a black coat darted nimbly between moving cars, drawing a chorus of curses from frustrated drivers. A gleaming silver sword flashed, cutting down vampires one after another, reducing them to nothing but ash. But this time, one vampire did not vanish as they usually did. "Why are you still so clueless?" "I'm not a vampire." A man, blood spilling from his lips, collapsed to the ground. Blade's sword had pierced his abdomen, yet he did not disintegrate into ash. "I'm human." The man pulled out his false fangs, his face twisted in both pain and triumph. "You fell for it, ha ha ha." "Damn it," Blade muttered, clearly displeased. Sensing something amiss, he glanced over his shoulder and spotted a woman standing atop a tall building, filming him with a video camera. A wave of unease washed over him. This was a setup. Sure enough, the very next day, news broadcasts replayed his actions from the previous night. Intense gunfight in the city. A man in a long coat went on a killing spree, leaving at least 4 dead. At that moment, Blade heard a faint noise outside. Peering out the window, he saw heavily armed agents stealthily closing in on his hideout. They moved with remarkable speed, as if everything had been prearranged. Grenade after grenade arced through the air, releasing clouds of smoke that quickly enveloped Blade's apartment. It was a sedative gas. Inside SHLD's Triskelion, Fury watched the news on television, his already dark face betraying no emotion. 3 city blocks blocked off, over a dozen damaged cars, 10 vampires dead, and 4 civilians lost. Blade had certainly caused quite a stir this time. Until now, he'd only killed vampires, leaving no evidence behind. With SHLD's help to cover things up, no matter how big a scene he made, it never became a problem. But this time, he'd killed several civilians, and someone had caught it all on video. The FBI agents wouldn't let this slide. SHLD's mandate often clashed with the FBI's, and their relationship was always strained. But no matter what, Fury was determined to get Blade out. The half-human, half-vampire warrior was a formidable asset, and the Avengers needed him. He dialed the FBI chief. "Director Buck, have you just apprehended someone who goes by the alias Blade?" Director Buck of the FBI had barely watched his men escort Blade into the interrogation room when a S.H.I.E.L.D. director's call came through. "Fury, I have to admit, your information network is impressive," Director Buck said with a trace of sarcasm. "But this time we beat you to it. S.H.I.E.L.D. really is a useless department." It was rare for Buck to have a chance to put Fury down, and he had no intention of letting it slip by. "I'm not here to listen to you gloat. I want you to hand Blade over to me." Before Fury could finish, Buck burst out in a loud, furious roar. "Don't even think about it. He's a key prisoner of ours right now." "Fine. I'll call the president. I hope you'll stand your ground when the time comes," Fury replied indifferently, then hung up the phone without another word. Damn it. Buck was so furious he hurled his phone across the room. Hardly had he ended the call when Fury dialed the President of the United States. "Mr. President, I'd like to request someone from Director Buck at the FBI." The newly inaugurated President Donald was well aware of the ongoing friction between the head of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the FBI's director. He was rather curious as to why the shrewd Fury suddenly wanted someone from Buck's custody. "Who is it?" "Blade." President Donald racked his brain, tried to recall exactly who Blade was. "Wait, you mean the guy who killed 4 innocent people on the overpass yesterday?" After Fury's explanation, President Donald was only half convinced, but he knew there were many hidden truths in this world. "I can order Director Buck to turn Blade over to you, but I'll need your assurance that you won't let him cause such a commotion again." Once he finished with the president, Fury summoned Coulson and said, "Coulson, contact Tony, Johnny, and call Parker and Hawkeye back from their assignments." "Director, you mean?" Coulson had already guessed Fury's intentions. "All right, I'm on it." Fury felt it was time for the Avengers to gather, so he could fill them in on a few things. He pulled out his phone again and dialed Xiao Lin's number. "Mr. Xiao Lin." Hearing the somewhat familiar voice on the other end, Xiao Lin paused, then realized it was Director Fury from S.H.I.E.L.D. They hadn't been in touch for quite some time. "What can I do for you today?" Xiao Lin was currently studying the blood god crystal he had acquired recently. The potent power of blood contained within it was overwhelming, and he still hadn't decided whether to use it to transform a Sarene or to further strengthen Abomination Blonsky. "That gigantic creature that appeared over New York the other day. Was that your doing? What are you getting at?" Xiao Lin put the blood god crystal away, uncertain what Fury wanted this time. The aftermath of the last incident had been significant, and he'd been wondering when Fury would come calling. "In light of some recent events, I'd like you to serve as a security consultant for S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury said after much deliberation. "I know it's impossible to get you to join the Avengers." Xiao Lin responded without a second thought, "No problem." There was a moment of silence on Fury's end. He hadn't expected Xiao Lin to agree so readily. After all, his refusals in the past had always been so swift and resolute. Xiao Lin explained, "Of course, I'm only agreeing to be your security consultant. I reserve the right to refuse your missions. There are some matters where I'll only offer advice, and I might lend a hand from time to time." It had been 13 years since Xiao Lin arrived in both Azeroth and the Marvel Universe. Whether or not he could ever return to the world of his birth, he felt that his most important task now was to become a part of this world. He didn't want Earth to be destroyed. While it might not matter much to him personally, this place had become his third home. His 2 years in the Marvel world had been chaotic, as if he'd landed in a tangled universe where multiple Marvel movie realities overlapped. Who could say if the great events of the comics might someday unfold here? If they did, it would be catastrophic. At his current level, he'd be nothing more than cannon fodder. Very well. We'll send someone to pick you up at your company's tower. During the last incident, we captured a Kree. Through interrogation, we extracted a critical piece of intel. The galactic warlord Thanos is about to unleash the Chitauri on Earth. Fury didn't bother introducing Thanos, nor did he explain his motives for attacking Earth. Still, he had a hunch that Xiao Lin probably understood all of this better than he did. We've also assembled a few Avengers this time. I'd like to introduce you. With a deep rumble, a shield Quinjet landed atop the Azeroth Technologies building. Mr. Xiao Lin, Coulson called out warmly as he stepped off the aircraft. Has Fury been recruiting a lot of new Avengers lately? Xiao Lin asked. You'll see for yourself once we're aboard the helicarrier, Coulson replied with a smile, extending his hand. Welcome to S.H.I.E.L.D. as our security consultant, Mr. Xiao Lin. Looking back, Xiao Lin mused that Fury's own abilities weren't all that impressive, but he certainly had an eye for people. That said, he'd always been a bit slow to react to the Hydra agents lurking within S.H.I.E.L.D. Maybe Xiao Lin should just tell him outright that Pierce is a Hydra operative. Speaking of which, he still hadn't settled things with Madame Viper after she tried to cause him trouble last time. She was just too adept at hiding. Even Kingpin's men hadn't been able to track her down after all this time. Then again, perhaps she wasn't in America anymore. The fighter jet carried Xiao Lin all the way to the Atlantic Ocean. After more than half an hour, he spotted a massive aircraft carrier resting on the surface of the sea. This must be S.H.I.E.L.D.'s helicarrier, he thought. As one of the builders from Azeroth Technologies, Xiao Lin had never actually set foot on this, the world's most advanced airborne carrier. Welcome, Mr. Xiao Lin. No sooner had he stepped off the Quinjet than he saw Fury standing on the deck. There was no one else around him, which meant Xiao Lin was the first to arrive. He was just about to speak when a figure streaked through the sky. A man in an Iron Man suit landed from above. Fury watched as Tony stepped out of his metallic armor, the suit itself striding alongside him like a loyal companion. Fury said, Tony, have you ever considered selling us a few of your Iron Man suits? We're not the American military. We wouldn't use them for war. These are my personal toys. Selling them never crossed my mind, and you know I'm not short on money. Tony spotted Xiao Lin, walked over, and gave him a friendly embrace. Lin, it's been a while. Xiao Lin also owned a Magitech suit, but each had its own strengths. At least, with just a little effort, he could redeem and install a wormhole generator, something Tony's armor couldn't manage. At that moment, another Quinjet touched down. Spider-Man, Parker, stepped out, followed by Hawkeye, Barton, and Black Widow Natasha. Agent Hill approached quietly from the side and whispered, Director Fury, there's been an incident with the FBI. A group of vampires attacked Blade over there, so he'll need a bit more time before he can make it. Also, Johnny is on his way back. All right, Fury replied, turning to Xiao Lin and Tony. 2 more people will be joining us shortly. For now, let me take you to meet someone and give you a tour of my carrier while we're at it. Tony shot Fury a skeptical look. Who else is coming? I don't have time to waste here. He was always the one keeping others waiting. It was rare for Fury to make him wait. If Pepper hadn't insisted he come, he'd still be in his lab right now. On the phone, Fury had only mentioned an impending alien invasion force, without giving many details. If it weren't for the recent appearance of an actual alien warship, Tony would never have believed any of it. Xiao Lin, for his part, guessed that one of the newcomers must be the model American patriot, Captain America. Sure enough, not long after, he found himself in a gym, where a shirtless, sweat-soaked man was training intensely. Fury called out to him, Steve. Captain America wiped the sweat from his face and turned to look toward the door. Watching him, Tony couldn't shake the feeling that he looked familiar. Are you Steve Rogers? Tony finally remembered. There was a photo of his father posing with Steve. My father used to talk about you all the time. I didn't expect this old relic to still be alive. You even look younger than me. Tony felt indifferent toward Captain America. Unlike Coulson, he wasn't some diehard fan. Steve paid no mind to Tony's rudeness. This is Steve Rogers, our hero from World War II. There was hardly any need for Fury's introduction. Everybody in America knew Captain America. As for the world's superheroes, Xiao Lin was familiar with almost all of them. After a brief tour, Xiao Lin said, Fury, how much longer are you going to have us looking around? Our time is valuable. Tony, too, showed visible impatience. Director Fury, they've arrived. Coulson suddenly appeared and addressed Fury. Xiao Lin was curious. Just who else were they waiting for? Fury led them to a conference room. Inside, they saw 2 black men. One was Blade, the vampire hunter, and the other was Mordo, the mage from the Ancient One's order. Just then, another person entered from outside, Johnny, the Ghost Rider. "Johnny, you're here too?" Xiao Lin was a bit surprised. Johnny looked at Xiao Lin and replied, "Yeah, I've joined the Avengers." Ever since sending Mephisto back to hell, Johnny had joined S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers at Fury's invitation. After all, his other identity was just an ordinary man. He needed money and basic necessities. The spirit of vengeance within him needed the souls of the guilty, and Fury happened to be able to provide that. From the side, Mordo said coldly, "One is possessed by a demon. The other is an evil mage who controls the dead. Birds of a feather, I see." Before Xiao Lin could reply, the hot-tempered Johnny glared at Mordo. "Do you want me to burn your soul with the penance stare?" "All right, that's enough." Fury quickly stepped in to ease the tension. None of these people were easy to handle, and he had no desire to see his helicarrier torn apart. Xiao Lin was thoroughly annoyed with Mordo. One day, that sorcerer would be his end. If it weren't for the Ancient One, Mordo would probably have erased it by now. Fury proceeded to introduce everyone in the room. Looking around, Xiao Lin noted the current Avengers lineup: Iron Man, Spider-Man, Blade, Ghost Rider, Black Widow, and Hawkeye. The Hulk and Thor were missing, but there were 3 new members. "Director Fury, haven't you found Dr. Banner yet?" Fury replied, "Of course we found him, but there's still a bit of trouble." He didn't say what kind of trouble it was, and Xiao Lin didn't feel like asking. Blade was still a bit dazed. He'd been captured by the FBI, only to be whisked away by a group of mysterious people, and now, most of the faces he saw around him belonged to superheroes. Blade said, "Director Fury, there have been some mutant vampires showing up in New York. I don't think we have any time to waste here. There are more important matters at hand." "Those mutant vampires you mentioned are nothing compared to this," Fury replied, pausing before he added, "We'll send someone to deal with those troublesome vampires soon enough." Of all the people invited here, only Xiao Lin knew what was really going on. The others were simply aware that the situation was urgent and Fury had called them together to share something important. Fury tapped a few commands on the console, and in front of them appeared a shimmering holographic projection. Within the display, they saw a blue-skinned person tied to a chair, surrounded by several agents, conducting an interrogation. Everyone recognized him as a Kree. After all, they'd all witnessed the alien invasion that day. "Hey, do you guys ever wonder why those aliens speak English?" Parker piped up, his curiosity getting the better of him. "Maybe they've been hiding among us all along." "Quiet," Fury said, his patience clearly wearing thin with the ever-chatty Spider-Man. Still, the mention of infiltrating aliens made Fury think about the Skrulls who now served under Xiao Lin. He could only hope they wouldn't use those aliens to cause any trouble. On the screen, the Kree was barely clinging to life, clearly brutalized by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. There wasn't a single part of him left unscathed. The Kree suddenly screamed, wild with desperation. "Ha ha! Thanos, the conqueror of the galaxy, is coming, with the Chitauri army at his side. You foolish Earthlings will have nowhere to run." The video cut off abruptly. Xiao Lin had the distinct feeling that there was more to the story than what they'd just seen. Fury looked around at the group, his expression unreadable. "Any thoughts on this?" Tony dropped his usual cavalier attitude and met Fury's gaze head-on. "Is that all?" "That's all, but it's more than enough," Fury replied, then pulled up another holographic image. This time, the dark aster looming over New York's skyline. "The technology those aliens possess far surpasses our own. Their warships are protected by an energy shield that renders our weapons useless. Whether the Kree's warning is true or not, we can't afford to take any chances." At this point, Parker asked, "Director Fury, if that's the case, what's the point of finding people like us? Are you really asking us to take on those battleships in the sky?" Blade, Hawkeye, and Black Widow all wore expressions of disbelief. Sending them to fight an alien fleet? That sounded more like a wild fantasy than a real plan. "If the enemy fleet does arrive, I'll need you to infiltrate their main warship and take out their commanders. That's our only real shot at victory." Fury turned to look at Xiao Lin. "I believe Mr. Xiao Lin has the ability to lead you into the heart of the enemy flagship." Fury clearly overestimated his Avengers. It wasn't even certain whether Thanos would come in person, but if he did, sending these Avengers against him was nothing short of marching them to their doom. Thanos' power was beyond anything they could imagine, and even his lieutenants, the Black Order, weren't opponents they could hope to defeat. Still, Xiao Lin had no intention of dashing their hopes with these hard truths. Undermining their confidence now would be unforgivable. Fury continued. "Meanwhile, the sorcerers of the Ancient Order will be creating a diversion on the ground. I've also contacted the Fantastic Four, and they've agreed to the plan." It seemed Fury had thought everything through. "Mr. Xiao Lin, I hope the students from your mutant school will also be able to help when the time comes." "All right, but honestly," Thanos isn't really the overlord of the galaxy. His power isn't as boundless as you might think. Xiao Lin left unsaid the part about Thanos' true strength being far beyond their imagination. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, he decided to offer some explanation. In the galaxy, Thanos has many enemies. Asgard, the Nova Corps, and countless others whose homes he's destroyed. They all hate him with a passion. How do you know all this? Fury pressed, eyeing him intently. That's something I can't reveal. Everyone's entitled to a few secrets. I won't say more on that. I'm only telling you this so you'll stop obsessing over my company. Fury, I know you still have agents planted inside. Azeroth Technologies. Xiao Lin then turned to Tony. Tony, I know you've always been wary of me, but truly, I have no designs on this little planet Earth. My sights are set on the stars and the vastness beyond. When he saw the stunned faces around him, Xiao Lin understood they were struggling to process all this. After all, it hadn't been long since they'd even learned that aliens existed. Master Mordo's teacher, the Ancient One, should know about these things. After all, the name of the Sorcerer Supreme is spoken throughout the multiverse. Hearing Xiao Lin praise his teacher, Mordo's attitude softened a bit. But the fact that the Ancient One had never mentioned any of this before left Fury feeling a little dissatisfied with her. I don't want to know any of that. In Johnny's pupils, orange flames danced. As long as there are sinners, I'll make them taste the fury of hellfire. Once just a motorcycle stuntman, Johnny was now gradually succumbing to the influence of the spirit of vengeance. Hunting down the guilty had become his only source of pleasure. Meanwhile, at a hidden vampire gathering spot, Thonoma arrived with a pack of mutant vampires he had converted himself. Surrounded by so many vampires, he knew they would soon become his pawns. Blood, drink your fill. As he watched the frenzied vampires in the dance hall, a bloodthirsty gleam flashed in his eyes. Thonoma was the first to leap into the crowd, like a beast unleashed among sheep. The vampires, who once saw humans as mere food, now found themselves utterly defenseless. Blood sprayed, viscera flew, chaos reigned. Who are you? Thonoma seized a vampire by the throat. His jaw split open grotesquely, and from within emerged a needle-like proboscis, which he stabbed into the vampire's artery. An undercover S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, hiding nearby, watched the horror unfold and felt a chill run down his spine. He'd come to observe the vampires, but had stumbled upon a nightmare. He fumbled for his comm and patched through to Coulson. Agent Coulson, there are some terrifying newcomers at the vampire den we've been monitoring. The vampires bitten by them turn into mindless monsters. Coulson stepped into a quiet corner, troubled by the screams echoing through the line. He remembered what Blade had told him about mutant vampires. These creatures seemed far more dangerous than ordinary ones. Agent Gunn. On the other end, there was a single scream, then the line went dead, just the cold, empty tone of disconnection. The agent's fate was grim. Glancing at the Avengers and Director Fury, who were deep in discussion, Coulson decided this situation needed Fury's judgment. If these mutant vampires continued to multiply, things could spiral out of control. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. had a peace agreement with the vampires, but these new monsters seemed utterly lawless. Director Fury. Coulson cut in, stepping up to Fury's side. Fury turned, his gaze sharp. What is it? Coulson reported. A vampire nest is under attack. The situation on site is brutal, and our undercover agent status is unknown. Is it vampire hunters? Fury asked. He knew there was a history of vampire hunters in New York. Sometimes they wiped out entire vampire dens, and sometimes it was the hunters who never made it out. Before Coulson could respond, Blade spoke from the other end. They're mutated vampires, Director Fury, terrifying creatures. I think I need to get there as soon as possible. At first, I thought monsters like them wiping out vampires was a good thing, so I didn't intervene. But now, their numbers just keep growing, and sometimes they even attack humans. I'll handle them, Johnny said, rising to his feet. He could feel the spirit of vengeance inside him stir with interest toward these beings, especially their souls. The more killing, the greater the sin. Right now, the soul he desired most belonged to Xiao Lin, but he knew he wasn't strong enough to face him yet. Tony also stood up. If that's all, I'll head back. If those aliens show up, I'll do what I can. I've got to get to class as well, Peter chimed in. Both Tony and Parker felt nothing but revulsion for those dark creatures. Peter had been frightened by horror movies as a child, and in any case, there were others ready to handle things now. He trusted Fury would have a solution. All right then. Everything that needed saying had been said. Fury didn't want anything else cropping up at a time like this, so the only option was to settle the matter quickly. Besides, Ghost Rider was incredibly powerful, arguably the strongest among the current Avengers. He was the ideal choice to deal with those monsters. Mr. Xiao Lin. Fury looked at him expectantly. hoping Xiao Lin would join the operation as well. The Chitauri could attack at any moment. They had no time to waste. All right, no problem, Xiao Lin agreed, boredom sparking his curiosity. He wanted to see for himself what these monsters were like. Besides, Azeroth Technologies had just recruited Dr. Connors, a renowned biology professor. Maybe capturing one of those creatures could lead to some interesting research. With Xiao Lin's support, Blade felt certain they could wipe out the mutated vampires this time. He'd already witnessed Xiao Lin's power in the battle against the Blood God. It was now 3 in the morning, and the quiet city streets were nearly deserted. Xiao Lin, Blade, and Johnny were making their way to a known vampire gathering spot, the only place they might encounter those monsters. They arrived at a hidden slaughterhouse, now tightly locked and silent as the grave. Xiao Lin reached out and gave the iron lock a sharp tug. The thick chain snapped cleanly in his hands. As soon as they stepped inside, the heavy stench of blood assaulted their senses. Blade immediately caught the scent of human blood, he'd been tracking this vampire hideout for a while, but last time, the FBI had whisked him away before he could clear it out. They walked for quite some time in utter silence. Not a sound could be heard. But Xiao Lin could sense something else sneaking through the darkness, moving purposefully deeper into the building. This way, Xiao Lin took the lead and walked in that direction. Here, a disguised refrigeration unit stood wide open, and peering inside revealed a long passageway. These vampires really know how to hide. Blade drew his long sword and was the first to step inside. It wasn't long before a cacophony of noise erupted ahead, punctuated by agonized screams. It must be the mutant vampires launching an attack in this place. With a sudden roar, orange flames burst from Johnny's head, transforming it into a menacing skull wreathed in fire. A few vampires rushed past, only to be reduced to ashes beneath his flaming chain, far more effective than Blade's pure silver sword. Emerging from the tunnel, they found themselves in a ravaged dance floor. Several mutant vampires were gripping the necks of other vampires, draining them of blood. Chad Norman looked up warily toward the entrance. As the 3 appeared, he recognized only Blade among them. Chad Norman's eyes, glowing orange and beast-like, fixed on them. Blade, are you here to deal with those vampires too? No, I'm here for you and your minions. The rest are just collateral, Blade replied, producing his silver spike gun and firing without hesitation. A silver bullet struck Chad Norman with a dull thud, but he did not turn to dust. With a mocking look, Chad Norman plucked the silver spike from his body. In a matter of seconds, the wound had completely healed. We're not vampires. We don't share their weaknesses. Before he could finish, Ghost Rider's flaming chain lashed out at him. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp. The chain only managed to catch his arm, searing a charred mark and nearly tearing the limb from his body. What are you? The young Chad Norman, unaware of Ghost Rider's reputation, felt a chilling power in those flames, a power that could easily kill him. He instinctively ducked back, signaling his henchmen to close in on the intruders. Standing off to the side, Xiao Lin was entirely overlooked, dismissed as just another ordinary vampire hunter with no real threat. A horde of monstrous creatures surged forward. Blade, faced with enemies who lacked a vampire's usual weaknesses, struggled, as even 2 of them were enough to keep him pinned down. On the other side, things were far easier for Ghost Rider. The creatures had no way to harm him, let alone subdue him. With his flaming skull, they couldn't even find an artery to bite. Ghost Rider seized one of the creatures, his flaming eyes locking onto it. Within seconds, the monster disintegrated into ash. Delicious, sinful souls. The Judgment Eye, this formidable weapon, was something these mutated vampires were utterly powerless to resist. Xiao Lin, meanwhile, lingered by the corridor, playing the bystander. He decided to bide his time, waiting for the perfect moment to capture the most formidable of the mutant vampires. Watching his minions cut down like blades of grass, Chad Norma let out a sound wave imperceptible to ordinary ears. At his signal, his underlings lurking in the sewers surged forth like a swarm. During this period, he had turned quite a few into mutant vampires. Citizens, roused from their sleep by the commotion, drifted to their windows. They stared in bewilderment as strange figures tore down the streets in a wild frenzy. Some, confused, could only mutter in disbelief. Others, more irritable, cursed loudly into the night. Meanwhile, in the Vampire Empire, Damask was troubled, at a loss as to how to seize the Blood God's crystal. The formidable mutant school on the opposing side, along with that floating city in the sky, both proved to be tricky obstacles. Chief, Arthas entered the Great Hall and addressed his leader. They're in New York. Blade, along with another man, have entered a vampire stronghold, and a fierce battle has broken out with the mutant bloodline. There are only 3 of them, but they're now completely surrounded. Damask's eyes brightened with delight. What a perfect opportunity. Send our forces there at once, but tell them to hold back for now. We wait until the fighting settles and then make our move. This time, we must seize the Blood God's crystal. Remember, deploy all our elite units. The Vampire Assault Squad, originally trained to deal with Blade, was led by Captain Reinhardt. He brought several hundred elite vampire warriors to the slaughterhouse's vicinity. As he watched the mutant vampires swarm forward like an unstoppable tide, Reinhardt's face darkened. The numbers here were close to 1,000. Had every vampire in New York been turned? Why hadn't their intelligence caught wind of this? If these monsters all attacked their headquarters, it wouldn't hold for long. The memory of previous battles was still fresh in his mind. The chaotic noise outside reached Blade's ears, and his expression tightened. Hith. Blade, my minions have all arrived. This is the end for you. Chad Norma sneered, confident his horde would overwhelm them. If not for that bizarre, skull-headed figure, victory might already have been his. Master, another group has arrived outside. Looks like they're from a different faction. Xiao Lin Shadow, I sent him a silent warning. The Shadow Eye, also known as the Eye of Naxxramas, was an undead scout conjured through the sacrificial altar. Though incorporeal, it was the perfect spy. Xiao Lin linked his consciousness to his summoned creature and saw hundreds of fully armed figures lurking in the shadows. If it weren't for the overwhelming sin of blood on them, he might have mistaken them for government operatives. Through their conversations, he realized that those people were from the Vampire Empire, and they were after his Blood God crystal. I'll settle accounts with you later. The monsters surged through the narrow passage like a swarm, pouring in relentlessly. Even the Ghost Rider struggled to hold them back for a moment. His whirling iron chains would seize one, only for it to dissolve into a cloud of smoke and ash. The hellfire burning on Ghost Rider's body blazed even fiercer, but the monsters seemed utterly numb to pain. Even when half their bodies were reduced to ash, they kept fighting on. Gradually, even he felt their onslaught was becoming hard to withstand. On these monsters, Xiao Lin sensed not the slightest sign of a soul. They were like puppets, responding only to the will of their master. The three of them fought their way outside, cutting down enemies as they went. When they saw the horde of mindless vampires before them, everyone paused. Chad Norma, surrounded by his own minions, now felt secure. He cast a mocking glance at Blade. Blade, we never really had a conflict. In fact, we share some of the same enemies. But now, I'm curious, maybe I should see if I can turn you into one of my own, and that flaming skeleton too. With so many mutated vampires, let's see how you handle this. It seems you've forgotten about me, Xiao Lin said, stepping forward from behind and drawing his weapon. He had waited until now to make his move, wanted to lure all the monsters out before striking in one fell swoop. Judging by the scene before him, the time was right. You? Just a lowly vampire hunter, Chad Norma scoffed, not recognizing Xiao Lin and paying him little mind. A sinister sound echoed as the vampires, who still retained a trace of humanity, suddenly split open at the jaw. Inside, a long oral cavity bristling with fangs became visible, and they rushed at Xiao Lin and the others, hissing with unnatural cries. Desecrated ground. A veil of ashen energy shrouded the ground before them. Semi-transparent hands of death clawed their way up from below, seizing the feet of the mutated vampires and yanking them down, sending them sprawling. Mass Death Coil. An enhanced death spell conjured orbs of pitch-black magic, which shot toward the monsters at lightning speed. A wave of putrid, corrosive stench filled the air as the spell struck. Chad Norma, alarmed, rolled aside just in time to evade the attack, his instincts screaming that these small black spheres posed a deadly threat. Death Coil, imbued with the power of death, corroded their bodies. In the blink of an eye, many mutated vampires had most of their bodies eaten away, their strength gone, collapsing lifeless to the ground. Their magical resistance was pitifully low. A single, not particularly strong, death spell was enough to reap a whole swathe of them. Meanwhile, the Ghost Rider was far from idle. His burning, retractable chains lashed out across the battlefield, coiling around their bodies with deadly precision. The stench of corpses, mixed with the acrid odor of burning flesh and other foul smells, hung heavily in the air near the slaughterhouse. In the blink of an eye, dozens of mutant vampires had fallen, and those not yet dead could do nothing but crawl feebly along the ground in Xiao Lin's direction. In this world, vampires were not particularly formidable. Aside from one called the Blood Calculator, who possessed some real strength, the rest were only slightly stronger than ordinary humans. The mutant vampires, for all their regenerative abilities, were little more than tougher cannon fodder in Xiao Lin's eyes. Damn it, all of you attack now. Chad Noma, sensing the situation turning dire, ordered his subordinates to swarm the enemy from every direction. A plague strike landed squarely on the leading mutant vampire, infecting it with a vicious disease. After stumbling only a few steps, it collapsed limply to the ground. A streak of black light flashed from Xiao Lin's hand, striking the plague-ridden vampire. In an instant, every living creature within a 100-meter radius, save for Xiao Lin and his two companions, succumbed to the plague. Even the rats gnawing in the shadows fell dead where they hid. The area transformed into a field of carnage. Suddenly, several of the dead mutant vampires exploded one after another, their flesh and bones showering the ground for meters around. Each corpse burst in turn, releasing clouds of noxious green plague gas. "You two, leave this place now." The Ghost Rider might be able to withstand such a plague, but Blade certainly couldn't, and Xiao Lin couldn't guarantee his safety as the toxic fog drifted closer. Blade stared at him, momentarily stunned, then gave a curt nod and picked a path where the mist was thin, turning to leave. After all, the mutant vampires were mostly dealt with, and he wasn't sure what else might happen. Ghost Rider, meanwhile, raised his hand and summoned his distant motorcycle. The bike roared to life and streaked toward him. Swinging a leg over, he sped off in a blaze of fire and smoke, the flaming wheels tearing through the gloom. Chad Noma, though still capable of fighting, was in a bad way. He had never felt so weak, the plague-laden air making his insides feel as if they were rotting away. His subordinates had been decimated, only 2 or 3 left who could still run. Yet before they could reach him, Xiao Lin's sword cut them down in a single stroke. Who exactly was this man? Staring at the seemingly harmless young human before him, Chad Noma felt as if he was going mad. No, he had to get out of here, or he was finished. But before he could slip away, something seized him in a vice grip, and he found himself drifting helplessly toward his enemy. "Captain, something's not right out there." "No kidding, I can see that." Reinhardt snapped, smacking his subordinate on the head. Eyes wide, he stared off into the distance. He had thought that, under the assault of so many monsters, the mutant vampires would surely claim victory. Yet, things were nothing like he expected. The mutant vampires inexplicably collapsed one after another, followed by explosions that engulfed the entire area in a thick layer of green mist. "We need to get out of here now." Reinhardt realized that this mission was doomed to fail. He would rather return and face punishment than watch so many of his men die here. Suddenly, a chilling sensation swept over him, as if a venomous serpent had locked its gaze on him. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. Had they been discovered? Xiao Lin seized the still struggling Chad Noma, and without hesitation, plunged Frostmourne straight into his chest. Instantly, a powerful force began to tug at Chad Noma's soul. "I want revenge." The thought of his father lingered obsessively in Chad Noma's mind. He had yet to make his father, the one who turned him into this monster, pay for what he had done. The bitterness was unbearable. Darkness closed in around him. Chad Noma felt as if he were plummeting into a bottomless abyss, his soul drawn inexorably into Frostmourne. With the mutant vampires dealt with, Xiao Lin turned toward the direction of the Vampire Empire's elite troops. He could not allow those men to escape. The elite vampire soldiers were preparing to withdraw, only to realize they had already been surrounded. At some point, bat-shaped gargoyles had appeared all around the rooftop, wings folded, their stony gazes fixed upon the soldiers. There seemed to be hundreds of them. "Captain, what are those things? When did they appear?" One of the special ops soldiers asked, his hair standing on end as he stared at the grotesque statues. The gargoyles had emerged in utter silence, blending seamlessly into the night with their pitch-black bodies. No one had noticed their approach. "How would I know?" Reinhardt whispered into his radio. "Withdraw carefully. Don't provoke them." But as they tried to slip past the gargoyles, stone-cold hands seized their arms, holding them fast. Damn it! The monsters stirred to life, grabbing anyone who tried to break free. "Open fire." Some drew swords and slashed at the creatures restraining them, while others leveled their guns and fired. Gunfire erupted, bullets sparking harmlessly off the gargoyles' stony hides, leaving them utterly unscathed. "Damn it, get out of here now." Several men tried to leap from the rooftop, but found themselves caught by the collar and hoisted into the air. Others were struck by sudden orbs of green light, their screams cut short as they fell lifeless to the ground. "Where do you think you're going?" The target of their mission suddenly appeared before them. Without a second thought, Reinhardt raised his gun and fired. He barely managed a few shots before a sharp pain tore through his abdomen, and he was sent flying backward. A heavy thud echoed through the night. The instant he landed on the icy ground, he felt a foot pressed down on his body. "Who are you people?" Looking up at Xiao Lin, who stared down at him, and then glancing around to find all his subordinates had vanished, Reinhardt knew he was outmatched. His chances of survival were slim. "I won't talk." "You don't have to. I already know. You're with the Vampire Empire. There's nothing else I need you to say. Even if Reinhardt refused to open his mouth, Xiao Lin had other ways of getting the truth. Frostmourne's blade pierced straight into Reinhardt's heart. He barely had time to muster a defiant retort before his world dissolved into darkness. Reinhardt's soul drifted from the sword, revealing everything he knew to Xiao Lin, including the address of their headquarters. A bunch of fools. You're as good as dead, Xiao Lin muttered to himself. He had no intention of concerning himself with any so-called peace agreements between them, the Arcane Society, or the World Security Council. Just then, 2 Quinjet aircraft descended from the sky, each emblazoned with the unmistakable SHIELD insignia. SHIELD agents quickly cordoned off the area near the slaughterhouse. Even these seasoned operatives had to steel themselves against nausea as they began clearing away piles of rotting corpses and scattered flesh. Mr. Xiao Lin. Coulson barely managed to speak before he was interrupted. I'll be going now. Dragging Chad Norma's corpse behind him, Xiao Lin opened a portal of death and returned to the Azeroth Technology Tower. Inside Connor's laboratory, Xiao Lin found the scientist immersed in the Scourge technology data he had provided. It was clear that regaining his lost arm had become Connor's obsession. Dr. Connor, here's the body of a mutated vampire. I hope it'll be of use to you. High above the clouds, Xiao Lin rode atop the Frost WRM Syndragosa, flying straight toward the Vampire Empire. From Reinhardt's soul, he had learned why the Vampire Empire was after him. He was certain their greed for the Blood God's crystal would never fade, and he had no intention of letting it fall into anyone else's hands. Since it was now daytime, only a few humans, those who longed to become vampires, lingered outside the Vampire Empire's headquarters. When a vast shadow swept across the buildings below, everyone instinctively looked up. Some recognized the colossal creature that had hovered above New York that day, though no one knew why it had appeared here now. A bone-chilling frost began to swirl in Syndragosa's maw, coalescing into a massive orb of ice so cold that even Xiao Lin, seated on her back, felt its bite. As the enormous sphere slowly descended, a blanket of white instantly covered the area. The fountains in the courtyard froze into sparkling crystals of ice. Run! The people below, panic-stricken, tried desperately to flee, but the blast radius of the ice bomb was simply too large. There was no way for them to escape. The vampire leader, who had been resting in the blood pool, heard the commotion from above and immediately sensed that something was wrong. In fact, when contact with the Special Operations Team was suddenly lost in the hours before dawn, he had already felt an ominous foreboding. The enemy's strength might be far beyond his imagination, or perhaps the mutant school had sent reinforcements. Through the monitors above, the last thing he saw was a massive white ball of ice plummeting from the sky. A static-filled hiss flickered across his tablet, which now displayed nothing but a field of snow. Arthas, go up and see what's happening. Yes, Chief. But before he could even leave, an icy chill swept through the entire base. Every inch, whether above ground or below, was instantly frozen solid, transforming the place into a world of frost and ice. Xiao Lin leaped down to the ground. Perhaps it was the influence of the Death Knight's power, but the frigid surroundings actually brought him a sense of pleasure. With a sharp clang, Frostmourne plunged into the ground, and streams of pale souls drifted up from below, being drawn inexorably into the blade. Just then, Xiao Lin's phone rang once more. What is it now, Fury? Seeing the call was from Fury, Xiao Lin's tone held a hint of impatience, and he began to regret agreeing to his earlier promise. I did say I'd be your security advisor, but do you have to call me so often? Xiao Lin, the Hulk has gone berserk. Fury's deep voice came from the other end of the line. What? For a moment, Xiao Lin was caught off guard. Director Fury continued. General Ross's daughter, Betty, went to find Dr. Banner. Something went wrong. She was killed by their own military. Dr. Banner flew into a rage, turned into the Hulk, and has already destroyed a city in Mexico. Fury's voice sounded weary, but that was only to be expected given the situation. Xiao Lin imagined he was probably cursing General Ross under his breath right now. Xiao Lin asked, what about the Ancient One? She's gone too. Right now, she's got the Hulk trapped in the mirror dimension, but that's not a permanent solution. I know you're skilled with soul magic. I hope you can come help us resolve this. Xiao Lin considered it for a moment and eventually agreed, though in truth, his knowledge of soul magic was rather limited. All right, but I'll need to prepare before I go. I'll contact you when I'm ready. Let's hope it won't take too long. Back at the Azeroth Technologies building, Xiao Lin summoned Abomination Blonsky. Master, Blonsky followed, puzzled, as Xiao Lin led him into a laboratory. Xiao Lin produced a crimson crystal, radiating a powerful energy that Blonsky could feel pulsing deep within. This is the Blood God Crystal. After some deliberation, Xiao Lin decided to further enhance Abomination Blonsky's power. If he used it to create a high-level Saurine, the resulting strength would be mediocre at best. But if he used it to strengthen Abomination, the benefits would be far greater. This is a power crystal from a vampire. If you absorb it, your strength will increase. However, the process might be a bit painful, Xiao Lin explained. Blonsky's eyes lit up at Xiao Lin's words. He craved power more than anyone, and no amount of pain or torment could scare him off. He had been training his body relentlessly, but recently he felt as if his growth had hit a ceiling. Even the power of blood refused to advance further. Taking the Blood God crystal, Blonsky gripped it tightly in his palm. Crimson light streamed out from the stone, making the blood runes etched on his skin glow even brighter. Blonsky's body swelled and transformed, reverting to his monstrous abomination form. A terrifying aura erupted from him, whipping up a wild gale inside the small laboratory. The power of the Blood God surged from the crystal and poured into Abomination's body. The agony on his face was unmistakable. This ordeal lasted for over half an hour, until the crystal in his hand finally melted away. Its energy transformed into raw blood power that fused into his being. Abomination panted heavily, each breath seeming to stir the very blood within his veins. Xiao Lin could sense that he had grown far stronger than before. He couldn't help but wonder, if Abomination now faced the Hulk, who grew stronger the angrier he became, which of them would be more formidable? Just then, there was a sharp knock at the laboratory door. A voice called from outside, "Mr. Xiao Lin?" "Come in," Xiao Lin replied. Bullseye, who'd been summoned for errands, stepped in and immediately froze at the sight of the hulking, fearsome giant standing before him. He swallowed hard, feeling as if the blood in his heart might reverse course and drain out of his body. "Mr. Xiao Lin, Bullseye recognized the creature before him. It was the same monster that had torn up several streets in New York, a terror even the army couldn't subdue. Lowering his voice, Bullseye continued, "S.H.I.E.L.D. has sent word. They want you to head to Mexico as soon as possible. Their plane is already waiting on the roof." So, they couldn't wait any longer. Could it be that even the Sorcerer Supreme couldn't contain him? "Blonsky, you're coming with me." "Yes, Master," Abomination replied gruffly, shrinking back to his original form. Bullseye was left slack-jawed. The brooding giant, who had always seemed a bit withdrawn, was actually a rampaging monster. Remembering all the times he'd joked around with him, Bullseye couldn't help but shudder. When he reached the rooftop, Xiao Lin saw that it was still Agent Coulson, the level 9 operative, who had come pick him up. He joked, "Coulson, are you Director Fury's personal errand boy? Every time, it's you who comes to get me." Coulson gave an awkward smile. "At the moment, I'm only responsible for you and Tony." The aircraft headed south, soaring across the sky for several hours. Eventually, it arrived at a military camp, where the din of quarreling voices could be heard even from outside. Upon entering, Xiao Lin saw Director Fury, General Ross, and several unfamiliar faces gathered inside. Listening to their heated discussion, Xiao Lin realized that the strangers were government officials from the Mexican city that had recently been destroyed. Their faces flushed with anger. The officials hurled expletives at General Ross. It was hardly surprising. Having their city ravaged by a mysterious monster would shake anyone's composure. If it weren't for America's overwhelming power deterring them, this confrontation might have escalated far beyond a war of words. General Ross sat in silence, weighed down by grief. The death of his daughter had struck him hard, and the fact that Betty's body was still trapped with the Hulk only made things worse. After the destructive battle between the Hulk and Abomination in downtown New York, some government officials had called for Ross's impeachment. However, a significant number in the military hoped he would continue his research on the Hulk. Once he agreed to share his data, the matter was quietly set aside. "Director Fury, Mr. Xiao Lin is here," Coulson announced, cutting through the chaos and drawing everyone's attention toward Xiao Lin. The Mexican officials turned to Xiao Lin and asked Fury, "Director Fury, who is he?" Although almost everyone in America had watched that day's hearing, Xiao Lin's face remained unfamiliar abroad. "This is Mr. Xiao Lin, our security consultant at S.H.I.E.L.D. He's here to handle this matter," Fury introduced. The young Chinese man's presence was met with skeptical glances from the Mexican officials. Could he really deal with a monster like that? Blonsky? General Ross, who had been silent until now, was surprised to see his former subordinate. Hadn't he been presumed dead? Blonsky's face remained expressionless as he looked at his old commander. "The situation is urgent. Let me brief you," Fury said, eager to put an end to the bickering now that Xiao Lin had arrived. Glancing once more at the Mexican officials and ignoring their protests, he signaled to Coulson, who promptly ushered them out of the room. Hulk is now in a small city 10 kilometers away. It's been reduced to ruins. Fortunately, most civilians have already been evacuated, so casualties are minimal. Right now, the Ancient One, Mordo, and several other masters from the Ancient Order are doing their best to contain him within the mirror dimension, but no one knows how much longer they can hold out. Unlike Banner, Hulk is all instinct and rage. He's completely lost control, and nothing can suppress him now. Anything in his way is simply smashed to pieces. He's been on a rampage for an entire day, showing no signs of stopping. Mr. Xiao Lin, do you think you can get him under control? Calm Hulk down? As Fury learned more about Xiao Lin, he found him increasingly enigmatic. Truth be told, calming Hulk wasn't something Xiao Lin had planned on. If he had, he would have brought Wanda along with him. Take me to the scene. I'll see what I can do. Fury, you bastard. We're going to file a complaint with the Security Council and with General Ross. Just as they stepped outside, a chorus of angry voices erupted nearby, ignoring the furious Mexican officials still shouting threats. Xiao Lin and Fury boarded a helicopter and flew toward the devastated city. From above, Xiao Lin saw plumes of smoke rising across the city, countless buildings destroyed, and the wreckage of tanks and armored vehicles littering the roads. The helicopter landed amid the ruins. Broken concrete and rubble were everywhere. On the ground stood an old man with a shaved head and hood, scanning his surroundings with wary eyes. When he saw Fury disembark, he merely nodded in acknowledgement. Master Mahara, this is Mr. Xiao Lin. Please open the mirror dimension for him, Fury said respectfully to the old man. Very well. With measured calm, Mahara replied. He raised a hand adorned with a mystical ring and traced a shape through the air. Before their eyes, reality fractured like shattered glass, forming a swirling portal into the mirror dimension. No sooner had Xiao Lin and Blonsky stepped inside than the distant roar of Hulk echoed through the air, punctuated by the thunderous crash of buildings collapsing. Xiao Lin. A sudden voice sounded right beside him. It was the Ancient One, who appeared so silently that Xiao Lin nearly drew his sword out of reflex. Come with me, she said. Hulk is over there. We can only restrain him for now, but we can awaken the other soul sealed deep within him. The rumbling and roars in the distance grew louder as the Ancient One spoke, her tone tinged with resignation. Hulk's power is still increasing. Hulk's strength grew with his anger, and no one knew his true limits. The Ancient One and her companions could resolve the situation more permanently, but she knew that the Chitauri would soon invade, and Hulk would be a formidable ally against them. If it weren't for that, banishing Hulk to the Dark Dimension would have ended all of this. By the way, Fury said you're well-versed in soul magic. To the eyes of the Ancient One's sorcerers, soul magic was a branch of dark arts, though the Ancient One herself didn't seem to mind. Can you wake Banner up? I'd better not. Banner needs a girl to wake him up. I can only knock some sense into him. It seemed Fury misunderstood him. Some of his abilities came from Frostmourne. All right then. The Ancient One sounded a bit disappointed. They, too, were unable to awaken Banner's consciousness. Dozens of sorcerers from the Ancient Order conjured golden sparks in their hands, with the other ends tightly coiling around Hulk's massive body. Still, they had to rely on constantly shifting the landscape to keep him under control. Blonsky, Xiao Lin called out to someone behind him. The moment Blonsky heard the voice of his old adversary from afar, he could barely contain himself. His defeat last time had left him unwilling to accept the outcome. Since then, absorbing the power from the Blood God's crystal had given him a surge of confidence. What he didn't know, however, was that the Hulk was now in a state of pure rage, several times stronger than before. Hulk, I'm going to tear you apart. With a furious roar, Blonsky transformed into a blood-red giant, charging forward heedless of anything in his path, smashing through every obstacle without slowing down. Get out of the way, Mordo shouted urgently to his allies. The sorcerers quickly saw the crimson giant barreling toward them and dropped their spells in a hurry, darting to the side. With a thunderous crash, the two giants collided, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. This was a showdown between two titans of raw muscle and fury. Hulk, I'm much stronger than I used to be. With the power of the Blood God's crystal coursing through him, Abomination was brimming with confidence, convinced he could finally defeat the Hulk. But reality was far from what he imagined. Damn it! The blood-red runes etched into Abomination's body flared to life, exuding a thick, ominous aura. The bone spikes jutting from his frame made him look even more menacing. Some of the Ancient Order sorcerers regarded him with open disgust, but seeing that the Ancient One herself made no move, they simply stayed at a safe distance and held their tongues. The two overwhelming forces clashed again and again, each blow landing with bone-rattling impact that left everyone else watching and stunned. Silence. Even the world around them seemed to tremble. The mirror dimension was not a complete world, and its fabric was far from stable. Though the fight was hard on him, Abomination could not resist taunting, Hulk, is that all you've got? You're nothing like you used to be. Xiao Lin noticed someone familiar behind the Hulk. He couldn't tell if she was alive or dead. Hulk kept fighting near her, almost as if he were guarding her. Xiao Lin asked, "Is that General Ross's daughter, Betty?" "Yes." Hulk has been rampaging around with her, wreaking havoc and hunting down General Ross's troops. "We want to heal Betty's wounds, but right now, he won't listen to anyone." The Ancient One said, her only hope now that Xiao Lin's people could restrain the Hulk. She had already sent for Betty to be brought back and treated. "She's still alive?" Xiao Lin asked in disbelief. Director Fury had told him Betty was already dead. "That's right, she didn't die. She's badly injured, barely hanging on. If we don't treat her soon." The Ancient One and her companions had just discovered that Betty was still alive. Now their hope was to save her, so she could help calm the Hulk. After a brief struggle, Abomination also noticed the person Hulk had been desperately protecting. A wicked gleam flashed in his eyes. "Hulk, I recognize her, General Ross's daughter. Grr, I'm warning you. Stay away from her." At last, the silent Hulk spoke, his face twisted in even greater fury. Abomination didn't care. With a mighty leap, he launched himself toward where Betty lay. Damn it! Mordo also spotted Abomination's move. Hulk smash. Furious, Hulk faced Abomination, slamming his fists together. A violent blast of wind struck Abomination, still airborne and with nowhere to brace himself, sending his body hurtling off into the distance. "All of you deserve to die." Hulk hoisted a massive chunk of concrete and hurled it at the mages of the Ancient Order. "I'll hold him off. Get Betty out." Xiao Lin drew his frost-rhymed sword, Frostmourne, and with a single swing, cleaved the flying debris in two. "It's you." Hulk recognized Xiao Lin from before. Seeing him here now, he immediately marked him as an enemy. "Fall back for now. Wait over there." Xiao Lin blocked Abomination, who was about to charge forward again. Though reluctant, Abomination could only obey his master's command. "Now your opponent is me, Hulk." Xiao Lin's fighting spirit rose. He hadn't faced such a powerful foe in a long time. The last time he'd fought Apocalypse, he'd relied heavily on Cinderghost's power. With a roar, Hulk charged like a tank, his massive fist swinging straight for Xiao Lin's head. With a resounding crash, Xiao Lin raised his weapon just in time to catch Hulk's blow overhead. The ground beneath his feet crumbled away, and he took a minor injury from the impact. Death Coil. A green orb of magic formed in Xiao Lin's hand. A blast of sinister energy struck Hulk, corroding a sprawling patch of his skin and forcing him back, at least for the moment. Looks like there's no holding back. Runes all across Xiao Lin's body ignited. Blood-red runes of vitality, pale blue ones of frost, and green runes pulsing with dark power. Faced with another punch from the Hulk, he channeled the power of blood into his weapon. Death Strike. Frostmourne sliced across the Hulk's arm, and the blood magic on the blade drained his life force, returning it to Xiao Lin. His previous injuries vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, green blood gushed from the Hulk's arm, and as he swung his fist carelessly, it splattered all over Betty, who lay motionless on the ground behind him. Gradually, the blood seeped into her body through her nose and mouth. Neither the entrapment in the mirror dimension nor the fierce battle with the army had left him with a scratch, but now, wounded and in pain, the Hulk's fury surged, making him even stronger. Xiao Lin planted his sword in the ground and raised a hand toward the Hulk's direction. Hunger the Frost. The swirling air around the Hulk lost its warmth as Xiao Lin drew the heat away, forming a white layer of frost that crept over the Hulk's body, slowing his movements with each passing second. Seizing the moment while the Hulk's attention was fixed on Xiao Lin, a long magical tether materialized in the Ancient One's hand. With a sharp crack, the magical tether shot across more than 100 meters, coiling around Betty and yanking her swiftly to the Ancient One's side. The Hulk witnessed it all, his rage exploding. "Put Betty down, insects! Hulk will crush you." Seeing his girlfriend taken away, the Hulk abandoned his previous opponent and charged straight at the Ancient One. But Xiao Lin poured his dark energy into the earth, and spectral hands emerged from the ground, clutching at the Hulk's massive feet. With a furious roar, the Hulk's eyes burned red as he hammered the ground, sending a jagged fissure snaking toward the Ancient One. But this was the mirror dimension. The sorcerers of the Ancient Order twisted the earth with a wave, and the cracks vanished without a trace. Xiao Lin intensified the flow of icy energy, encasing the Hulk in a thickening frost that froze his rampaging body just as he was about to turn on the Ancient One. Layer upon layer of icy chains bound the Hulk in place, anchoring him so he could not advance another step. Mordo and the gathered sorcerers of the Ancient Order watched Xiao Lin's display in astonishment. Mordo had always thought Xiao Lin was merely a necromancer, who raised the dead for his own use. Evil powers will be defeated in the end, he muttered, still unable to comprehend the Ancient One's intentions. Meanwhile, the Ancient One noticed the green blood on Betty and felt a growing sense of unease. Now, the blood flowing through Betty's 7 orifices began to transform her body from within. The process was excruciatingly painful, and those unable to endure it would die instantly. The odds of survival were slim. General Ross had conducted similar experiments before, but nearly all the soldiers, even the strongest-willed among them, had perished. Watching as Betty's body began to convulse, the Ancient One could only hope she would hold on. "You all go and keep the Hulk restrained. Master, it doesn't seem like they need our help over there." Hearing her student's words, the Ancient One looked up. She saw Xiao Lin clad in armor, coated with frost, faint outlines of a skeletal shield shimmering around him, trading blows with the Hulk, a sword against a fist. The sharp Frostmourne blades sliced clean through the Hulk's tough skin, leaving deep wounds all over him. Bright green blood spilled onto the ground, staining the earth beneath their feet. Chains of ice wound tightly around the Hulk, slowing his movements considerably. Feeling this still wasn't enough, Xiao Lin summoned the Frost Lich. This ghastly necromancer, with a hideous face, brandished his staff, sending shards of ice shooting toward the increasingly sluggish Hulk, freezing him into a towering mountain of ice. Meanwhile, the magicians of the Ancient Order found themselves at a loss as they faced Betty, now tainted by the Hulk's blood. The Ancient One was in the midst of opening the gateway to the mirror dimension when Betty, lying beneath her, suddenly lashed out with a punch. Caught off guard by the proximity, the Ancient One didn't have time to react. Yet, just as Betty's small fist closed in, mere inches from her, a golden shield of light flared up, blocking the blow. The Ancient One was sent flying, but aside from the shock, she was unharmed. "Master! Ancient One!" The sorcerers of the Ancient Order quickly cast magical ropes from their hands, binding the struggling Betty. Barely awake and still dazed, Betty instinctively yanked at her restraints, and a chorus of pained cries rang out all around her. Betty opened her eyes in confusion, looking around. Everything before her was awash in green, and she was standing amid ruins. Then it all came back to her. She tried to sneak off to Mexico to see Banner, never guessing her father would follow her. Just as she was about to be forcibly dragged away, a soldier's gun had accidentally discharged, the bullet striking her. As she remembered this, Betty checked herself over. The wound was gone, but she noticed her skin beginning to turn green, and her body was swelling, growing larger by the second. "What's happening to me?" Betty gasped, panic rising in her chest. She'd just endured a violent transformation. Now her body was changing again. Her clothes split and tore as her limbs and torso swelled, growing larger and larger. She kept expanding until she was 3 times the size of a normal person, and finally, the growth stopped. Did I turn into a Hulk, just like Banner? But I didn't get any serum. I wasn't exposed to radiation. Betty had no idea what was happening. Betty, hearing someone call her name, she turned and saw a group of bald-headed strangers standing before her. "Who are you?" Seeing her like this, the Ancient One let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she still retained her human consciousness and wouldn't lose control like the Hulk. Otherwise, things could have become quite troublesome. Betty, transformed into the She-Hulk, was still many times weaker than the Hulk himself, but unlike Banner, she didn't lose clarity of mind. "Dr. Banner has lost control. He thinks you're already dead. Now, we hope you can go and calm him down." Following the Ancient One's gaze, Betty looked toward the distant block of ice, which was riddled with spreading cracks. Through the frosted surface, the vague silhouette of a massive green figure could be seen inside. Banner, no longer caring about the changes in her own body, Betty dashed barefoot toward the Hulk, her steps thundering against the ground as she ran. Xiao Lin also caught sight of the towering female giant in the distance. Was this the She-Hulk, Betty? Clad only in what looked like Hulk-branded underwear, the She-Hulk charged toward him, calling out, "Banner, are you in there?" As if he'd heard his girlfriend's voice from outside, the Hulk began to struggle fiercely within the block of ice. With a tremendous crack, the Hulk burst through the frozen barrier and broke free. Betty, seeing his girlfriend's transformed appearance, the Hulk was momentarily stunned. At that moment, Betty became aware once more of her own mutated body and the fact that she was left with only 2 pieces of clothing. She stood there, awkward and at a loss. Hulk's blood can do this too. Xiao Lin marveled in astonishment. Clearly, this new She-Hulk was quite different from the monstrous Hulk. Not everyone can survive such a mutation. It takes more than willpower. It also depends on luck, the Ancient One explained, thinking Xiao Lin was envious of the Hulk's strength. "No, I'm not interested in their strength, though wow, that's something." Xiao Lin couldn't help but exclaim as he looked on. "What?" The Ancient One looked at him, puzzled, unsure what Xiao Lin meant. With Betty's soothing presence, the Hulk's massive form gradually shrank. Soon, Dr. Banner returned, his consciousness restored. Staring up at his now gigantic girlfriend, Dr. Banner was filled with astonishment. He had no idea what had just happened, but he could still recognize that the green giantess before him, so much like the Hulk, was indeed Betty. Banner, what should I do now to turn back to normal? Unlike the Hulk, Betty couldn't simply recover her original form with the return of her consciousness. She looked at Banner, feeling lost and uncertain. Banner craned his neck but couldn't see her face, so he patted her waist and said, "Try to calm yourself, steady your breathing, and clear your mind." He began to teach her the methods he'd used to suppress the Hulk within himself. Perhaps they would work for her too. After a long while, everyone saw Betty's body begin to shrink until she returned to her normal self. "Banner, I did it!" Betty exclaimed with a hint of excitement. Though she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. She must have looked a mess just now, and making a fool of herself in front of her boyfriend left her uneasy. Seeing the two of them, nearly unclothed, holding each other, Xiao Lin couldn't help but remind them, "Dr. Banner, it's time for us to leave." Banner raised his head, looking at Xiao Lin in confusion. "And you are?" The Ancient One interjected. "Let's step outside first. Director Fury and General Ross are waiting for us." Suddenly, Betty caught sight of Blonsky standing by Xiao Lin and called out warily, "It's you, the gray monster." The previous battle between Hulk and Abomination had been fierce, and worried that there might be a misunderstanding, Xiao Lin quickly explained, "Don't worry. He isn't your enemy anymore." Yet in his heart, Blonsky was already hoping for another chance to face the Hulk in battle. Before the Ancient One could open a portal to the mirror dimension, Xiao Lin swung his longsword. At its tip, space itself shattered like glass, forming a breach that led directly back to the real world. Last time, when Mordo had trapped him in the mirror dimension, Xiao Lin had tried breaking through the space. This time, using energy similar to what he used to open the Gate of Death, he successfully created a passage to reality, far more convenient than relying on the sling rings as the others did. Still, he was unable to create a doorway into the mirror dimension. After all, that was a secret technique of the Ancient Order sorcerers. Banner, still a little dazed and uncertain, followed the group out of the mirror dimension. Outside, a crowd had already gathered, waiting for them. All around them was devastation. Ruins everywhere, a police car split in half, buildings cracked and fractured, and a gas station belching thick smoke. What had once been a bustling street now stood deserted, not a single soul in sight. Overwhelmed with guilt, Banner clutched his head and crouched down, lost and helpless. He knew in his heart that all this destruction was his doing. "Banner," Betty placed a hand on his shoulder. "This isn't your fault, and from now on, I'll stay by your side and help you stop yourself." "Betty!" General Ross shouted in disbelief as he caught sight of his daughter. He had seen her shot in the abdomen and taken away. By now, if she were still alive, she should have bled out long ago. His joy at seeing his daughter again made him forget how disheveled she looked, barely clothed. As the others approached, Banner turned to Xiao Lin, the Ancient One, and the other sorcerers of the Ancient Order. "I hope you can help me keep Betty's transformation into the Hulk a secret." "No problem," Xiao Lin replied without hesitation. "Father." Betty looked up at her father, her expression complicated. She wasn't sure if she could trust him again, yet seeing his gray hair and haggard face, she couldn't bring herself to blame him. The successful resolution of the situation finally eased the gloom on Fury's face a little. "Dr. Banner, there's something else I'd like to discuss with you in a moment." As the days slipped by, Fury felt an ever-increasing sense of pressure over the impending arrival of the Chitauri. He wasn't sure if these Avengers he'd assembled stood a chance against an alien fleet. Without saying goodbye to the others, Xiao Lin simply opened the door of death and took Blonsky straight back to Sky City. He was fairly satisfied with Abomination's performance in this battle. The creature could now take Hulk's blows head-on, without being defeated. As for himself, his own power was now enough to suppress the Hulk. Yet, it seemed he still couldn't truly get rid of the Hulk. The Green Giant was practically indestructible, like a cockroach that refused to die. Hulk's soul could be affected by mental magic, but it couldn't be extracted, and the more he fought, the stronger he became. If one day Hulk turned against him, perhaps exile would be the only option. Thinking back on the storylines, he remembered, even the other Avengers had once been forced to banish the Hulk. Counting the days, there wasn't much time left before the Chitauri invasion. Loki must have already appeared by now, preparing to step through the other end of the Tesseract onto Earth. He had considered stopping Loki from stealing the Tesseract outright, but after some thought, it seemed there was no real benefit for him in doing so. After all, he still needed to acquire such an artifact himself. System mission issued. Difficulty, Cess. Annihilate the entire Chitauri army and kill Black Dwarf of the Black Order. Reward, 500,000 exchange points. Accept mission. Oh, so it was possible to refuse a mission now. SS and higher missions involve considerable difficulty and danger. The host may choose not to accept. Until this mission is completed, no new missions will be issued. The system automatically answers Xiao Lin's unspoken question. Very well then. But 500,000 exchange points would be enough to buy the Crown of Dominion he'd always wanted. With that artifact, he could command and direct millions of undead Scourge troops, with his consciousness able to instantly reach his minions across light years. Mission accepted, Xiao Lin replied without hesitation. As for the dangers of the mission, they never even crossed his mind. Wilson, how is the underground construction progressing at Azeroth Tech Tower? Much of his company's research and assets were housed in that tower, and he was determined not to see it destroyed in the coming conflict. Master, construction is complete. We can relocate at any time. Good. After dealing with Ronin's Dark Aster last time, Xiao Lin had ordered Sky City to move toward Antarctica. Now, he was preparing to redeem the Burning Legion's main warship, intending to use it to protect the safety of Sky City. He still had 350,000 exchange points left, and since a Legion battleship cost 50,000 each, he redeemed 6 of them, keeping 50,000 as backup. Amidst the vast, snowy expanse of the ice field, 6 colossal battleships suddenly appeared. Each one was nearly a fifth the size of the Dark Star. The students at the mutant school were long accustomed to the principal's marvels and took it all in stride. Xiao Lin addressed the students in Wanda, saying, "These are battleships capable of interstellar travel. I hope you'll become adept at piloting them." "Principal, are we going into outer space? That's amazing." The excitement was palpable among the students. As she gazed at the battleships before her, Zhang Xuanyu, who was standing to one side, suddenly felt her eyes glaze over. She pulled out her drawing board, her hands moving so quickly they seemed to blur into a flurry of motion. In her vision, a gigantic skull, spanning several kilometers across, followed behind a tiny spaceship. When Zhang Xuanyu snapped back to reality, she looked on, puzzled by what she'd just seen. She didn't quite understand what it meant, but she was certain this scene would soon unfold around Xiao Lin, and that the principal would be aboard that small spaceship. Meanwhile, deep within an underground shield base, numerous agents guarded the premises. Dr. Selvig, invited by Fury, was busily testing the Tesseract, hoping to extract and harness the energy within. Suddenly, one of the control computers registered a sharp spike in the Tesseract's radiation levels. It began to emit a brilliant blue glow. What's going on? The Tesseract's been activated all of a sudden. Instruments that had been powered down abruptly flickered to life. Dr. Selvig rushed to shut them off, but to his alarm, found it impossible. Hawkeye emerged from a corner. "Dr. Selvig, it's not time for the experiment yet. Please shut it down immediately." Damn it! In his panic, Selvig checked all the instruments and cut the power, but the energy readings only grew more intense. He suddenly remembered. The Tesseract itself was a massive energy source, and all his efforts were in vain. Holding up the unplugged power cord, he said to Hawkeye, "You see, the Tesseract doesn't need our electricity." Selvig studied the data on the computer and said, "Maybe something on the other side of the portal is activating it. I think you should inform Director Fury about what's happening here." Hawkeye circled the equipment, confirming the truth. Every power line had been cut, yet the blue glow was becoming ever brighter. He took out his phone and dialed Director Fury, who had just finished handling the incident in Mexico and was preparing to invite Dr. Banner to join the Avengers. "Director Fury, do you really think I can use the Hulk's strength to protect people?" Banner was still wary of his own power, hesitating in the face of Fury's invitation. Fury took out his phone and said to Dr. Banner, "Think it over carefully. I believe you're capable of controlling that being inside you." He then leaned in and spoke quietly to Coulson at his side. "Make sure to bring Dr. Banner to the helicarrier to meet up with us. As for those Mexican officials, let the American government deal with them." With that, he glanced down at his phone and saw that it was Hawkeye calling. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over him. Could something have happened to the Tesseract? Fury knew Thanos was preparing to invade Earth for the Tesseract. He answered the call, and Hawkeye's voice came through. "Director Fury, the Tesseract just activated on its own." Fury's first thought was that Dr. Selvig might be up to something. Was it Dr. Selvig? Hawkeye replied, "No, I'm sure it was the Tesseract itself. It's still unstable right now. I'll be there right away." Fury was still hoping to use the Tesseract to research and develop weapons to defend against alien invaders. Meanwhile, at the other end of the universe, Loki, having fallen from Asgard's Bifrost, passed through a wormhole and was rescued by Thanos' army. Still harboring a burning desire to become king, Loki accepted Thanos' command and agreed to act as his vanguard. A beam of violet light shot from Thanos' hand, opening a portal before them. Seated on his throne, Thanos looked down at Loki and said, "On the other side of this portal is the Tesseract. I can only send you that far. Get it? For me, and open a path to Earth. The Chitauri army will be waiting for you on the other side. Asgardian, I hope you're not as foolish as Ronan. Loki responded with measured confidence. No problem, Lord Thanos. I will get you what you want. But as per our agreement, I will become King of Midgard. Wait. Thanos stopped Loki just as he was about to leave and tossed him the scepter. This is the Mind Scepter. It will help you control others and also serves as the key to open the portal. As Loki disappeared into the wormhole, the Black Order's Corvus Glaive asked in confusion, Lord Thanos, this Asgardian relies on trickery. I worry he will fail. Sometimes cunning is more reliable than brute strength, Thanos replied. He was not one to rely solely on force. He appreciated Loki's talent for deception. Nor did Thanos worry about Loki losing the Mind Scepter. After all, the Mind Stone had been in his possession for years, and he had already established a unique connection with it. Watching Loki vanish into the portal he had opened with all his might, Thanos turned to his subordinates and commanded, Cull Obsidian, once you retrieve the Tesseract, destroy all intelligent life on that planet. Yes, Lord Thanos. They all knew of Thanos' penchant for eradicating life from entire planets, though none of them truly understood his reasons. The order came as no surprise, nor did they think twice about the promise made to Loki. After all, they had never agreed to grant him a world brimming with life. At this critical juncture in his war with the Shi'ar Empire, Thanos could not go to Earth himself. Suddenly, the Tesseract at the shield base erupted in a blinding blue light. A shockwave rippled through the entire underground facility, and the laboratory was thrown into chaos as a raging wind seemed to sweep through, scattering equipment and wrecking the room. Hawkeye scrambled to his feet, battered but alert, only to see a stranger materializing in the center of the lab. Without a word, he drew an arrow and let it fly straight at Loki. So, mortal, is this how you greet your king? Loki's tone was mocking. The arrow sailed right through Loki's form, and in an instant, he appeared directly in front of Hawkeye, pressing the tip of his scepter against the agent's chest. Impressive. You have potential. I'll make you one of my own. Hawkeye's vision blurred as his consciousness faded, his pupils darkening to inky black. Hiding behind a table, Dr. Selvig heard Loki's voice, and it triggered a memory. He'd heard this very voice before in a small town. With a gasp, Selvig blurted out, You're Loki, Thor's brother. In a flash, Loki closed the distance and seized Selvig by the throat, hoisting him into the air with a flash of anger. Don't mention that oath Thor to me. This time, I will be king here, and then I'll return to Asgard to reclaim all that was once mine. Selvig's face turned crimson as he sputtered. You'll never succeed. You were defeated before, and you'll fail again. A new voice rang out behind them. Director Fury has assembled the Avengers. They'll be your greatest threat. We need to deal with them first. Agent Barton, Dr. Selvig stared at Hawkeye, startled by the change in him. Hawkeye's words immediately reminded Loki of a young man who had once stood alone against the Destroyer. The memory left him uneasy. The Avengers, I'll find a way to deal with them. Now, bring the Tesseract. We're leaving. Loki swiftly used the same mind control on Dr. Selvig. Throughout the underground base, alarms blared. Security feeds had already detected the chaos erupting in the most critical laboratory. By the time Fury rushed back from Mexico, Loki had already vanished with Hawkeye and Dr. Selvig, leaving the base behind in turmoil. After watching Banner board the S.H.I.E.L.D. Quinjet, Betty got into the car Fury had sent to take her home. Exhausted, she fell asleep as soon as she sat down. She had no idea how much time had passed when she finally woke up, only to realize the car had stopped in an unfamiliar place. Agent Barton, where are we? Betty asked, surprised to find that the driver had changed. Now it was a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent she recognized from her home. Come with me, Hawkeye said, opening the car door and extending his hand to her. Surrounded by a desolate landscape, Betty had a bad feeling. She had no idea where she was or how to get back. For now, she decided to follow and see what would happen. They walked for quite a while before a house appeared in the distance. At the door, a man dressed in unusual clothing sat leisurely in a chair, sipping fine wine. Barton, is everything done? He called out. This was Hawkeye's new hideout, where he had brought Loki to keep him hidden from SHLD's search. Though Loki carried the blood of the Frost Giants, he always considered himself an Asgardian. Proud of his heritage, he didn't think these mortals could threaten him. Still, his cautious nature led him to listen to Hawkeye's advice. Their first step was to dismantle the Avengers. We need to find the Iridium quickly. Only then can I create a stable portal, Selvig said as he stepped outside. Hey, what's going on here? Betty asked, confused by their conversation. Barton, take me home. It's already dark. My lady, I have a small request. I need your help. Once we're done, you'll be free to leave, Loki said politely. Realizing she'd been kidnapped, Betty glanced around, quickly plotting an escape route. Without hesitation, she made a run for it. But she hadn't gotten far before Hawkeye caught her by the arm. "Let go," Betty threatened. "I'll have you know, my boyfriend is over 3 meters tall and could flatten you with one punch. If you want to kidnap me, you'd better think twice. Come inside. We just need you to stay for a while." Let into the house, Betty discovered there were 2 other people inside. One of them she recognized, Pepper Potts, the CEO of Stark Industries. Both women were tied to chairs. Were they kidnapped too? "Barton, does Xiao Lin have any weaknesses? Family, perhaps?" Loki asked, his greatest concern still the young man who had destroyed the Destroyer. "He runs a school for mutants, with some students you've already met. But his friends are not to be trifled with," Hawkeye replied. Hawkeye's words reminded him of the students who had once fought against the Destroyer. Though none of them were particularly strong, their sheer numbers could still be a headache. "But I've set up some bombs around the Azeroth Tech building." "Hey, you're hurting me." Betty, pressed down on a chair, felt the ropes biting tightly into her wrists. Her anger simmered dangerously close to eruption, and a faint green gleam flickered in her eyes. "Hawkeye, take Dr. Selvig and some people to search for the Iridium. I'll handle those Avengers you mentioned." After a full day, all the Avengers, along with Lin, gathered aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier. Tony, impatient, spoke up. "Director Fury, what's the reason you've called us all here again?" Among them, only Lin had guessed what was about to happen. He hadn't expected the great battle to come so soon. Just after forming the fleet, the curtain was already rising on the Battle of New York. Seeing Tony and Banner's growing impatience, Fury explained, "Loki, the one who appeared during the Thor incident, has shown up again. He stole the Tesseract and has taken control of Agent Barton and Dr. Selvig." Fury was in a sour mood. The Tesseract had been stolen for the second time, and their base's defenses seemed pitifully inadequate before such powerful opponents. "Right now, we need to find that bastard and get the Tesseract back," Lin said. "Director Fury, do you remember the agreement we made last time? Now that you've lost the Tesseract again, if I recover it, I won't return it to you. You just can't protect it." Fury recalled their previous deal. "We'll talk about that after you actually find the Tesseract." A sudden thought struck Fury. Had Lin foreseen all of this? Back then, it puzzled him how Lin had handed over the Tesseract so readily. "So you called all of us here just for a guy we've already beaten?" Tony scoffed at Loki, who had been defeated before even showing his face. "Even if he sends that, what's it called, the Destroyer? Lin alone could handle it. I've already used up the materials he provided last time. That was just a foot soldier. Loki is planning to use the Tesseract to open a space portal and let the Chitauri army invade," Fury explained, then turned to Dr. Banner. "Dr. Banner, can you pinpoint where he's going to open the portal?" Dr. Banner was poring over the Tesseract data Fury had given him. As a top physicist, when not transformed into the Hulk, he was one of the smartest minds in the Marvel Universe. Banner said, "To open a stable and sufficiently large portal, we need a material called Iridium and a device to serve as a location marker." At this point in the story, Loki should be appearing somewhere in Germany, and Thor is about to arrive as well. Just as Xiao Lin was about to speak, Tony's expression suddenly shifted. He ripped off the earpiece from his ear and cursed loudly, "Damn aliens." What happened? Everyone looked at him, curiosity written on their faces. With clenched teeth, Tony said, "Pepper's been taken. I have to go back." Xiao Lin was stunned by this. This wasn't how the storyline was supposed to go. Who would be grabbing Pepper at this point? Seeing Tony about to get up and leave, Steve tried to reason with him. "Tony, calm down." "Calm down." Tony shook off the hand on his shoulder, his voice full of sarcasm. "Old-timer, Pepper's the most important person in my life. Tell me, do you even have family left? I doubt you'd understand." Steve's words had hit a sore spot. He struggled to contain his anger, refusing to lash out. "Tony, wait." Fury called out to Tony, who was already at the door. "I'm sure it's that Asgardian, Loki, who took her. We'll find him and get Pepper back. What is it about Earth that draws them here, that they insist on invading?" Tony muttered. Just then, Agent Hill appeared at the doorway and knocked. "Director Fury, there's a video call request." The caller claims to be Loki. On the screen before them appeared a man wearing a horned helmet, a wicked smile spreading across his face. So Loki really was the one who captured them. With a tone dripping in arrogance, Loki proclaimed, "Mortals of Midgard, I will be your king. Now I offer you a chance, submit to me." "Who does this idiot think he is?" Tony muttered to Fury. "Director Fury, I don't have time to waste here. I'm going to save Pepper." Loki, hearing Tony's words through the video, looked directly at him. "You must be Tony Stark. The person you're looking for is with me. Oh, and I also have an acquaintance of that big green brute and a certain little spider." The camera panned to reveal 3 beautiful women, all tied to chairs. Pepper, Aunt May, Betty, Tony, Parker, and Dr. Banner all saw their loved ones at Loki's side, each bound to a chair. Dr. Banner, don't get angry. Coulson quickly tried to calm him. We'll figure out a way to rescue them. But seeing his girlfriend captured, Banner's anger surged, and he was visibly on the verge of transforming into the Hulk. If he did lose control, things here could quickly spiral out of hand. Director Fury couldn't help but warn, Dr. Banner, keep it together. This place can't handle one of your episodes. Surprised, aren't you? Loki continued, his expression just begging for a punch. Oh, by the way, Mr. Xiao Lin, I don't have time to invite your friend over right now, but I've left a few gifts around your company. Hope you like them. Loki wasn't actually trying to threaten Xiao Lin. He simply wanted to stir up some mischief on a whim. How did this end up involving him? Xiao Lin, still inside the Azeroth tech building, quickly had Kingpin's men search the area to see what Loki might have left behind. Catching sight of Betty tied to a chair, Xiao Lin's eyes flashed green with a hint of schadenfreude. He suddenly remembered how Betty had been, contaminated by Banner's blood, giving her the ability to turn into a female Hulk. That cunning Loki always seemed to have the worst luck. I hope you won't interfere with my next move. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what might happen to your loved ones. What's with those looks on your faces? Suddenly, a deafening crash erupted behind Loki. Pain shot through his neck, then a tremendous force smashed into his cheek. Before he knew it, he was airborne, smashing through the glass, and sent flying outside. Betty. Banner's thoughts raced back to when his girlfriend was exposed to his blood and gained the power to transform. Everyone stared in shock as the previously bound Betty transformed into a green giant. Everyone except Xiao Lin and Banner, who seemed unfazed. Dr. Banner, your girlfriend, Steve had never seen the Hulk before. His mouth hung open in disbelief. What the hell is going on? Fury's one remaining eye was wide as a saucer. Banner, who had been growing agitated aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier, calmed down the moment he saw what was happening across from him. Tony turned to Banner and asked, Did you experiment on your girlfriend? No, it was just in Mexico last time. My blood accidentally got on her, Banner replied, noticing Fury's wary expression and knowing exactly what he was thinking. It was just an accident. Normally, anyone exposed to my blood can't handle the mutation and dies. But everyone noticed that Betty hadn't lost consciousness. She turned to untie the ropes binding Aunt May and Pepper and said to them, You two should get out of here. I need to teach that brat a lesson. She was worried that, in the chaos of a fight, her new strength might accidentally hurt them. She still wasn't used to controlling the power of the Hulk. Pepper and Aunt May could hardly believe a beautiful woman had suddenly become such a powerhouse, but they didn't waste time and hurried outside. Tony and Parker both let out a sigh of relief. Moments ago, they genuinely feared that the hulkied-out Betty might hurt their loved ones. Jarvis, locate Pepper's position. I'm going to save her. Tony burst out of the control room of the helicarrier, and with a flash of fire, he soared into the sky. Banner shouted, Betty, get out of there now. He didn't want his girlfriend to get hurt. No, I'm going to tear that bastard apart myself. Betty's rage couldn't be contained. She ripped the steel bars off the window and twisted them into a metal rod with brute force. A few minutes later, Pepper and Aunt May, who had just managed to get outside, saw the armored man approaching in the distance, sometimes visible, sometimes hidden from view, the scepter in his hand emitting a cold, ghostly glow. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, making him look battered, but his armor remained unscathed, not a single crack to be seen. Let's hide, quickly, Pepper whispered, grabbing Aunt May and ducking into a small wooden cabin. Loki cast a sidelong glance at their hiding spot. I'll deal with you two later. He hadn't been paying attention before, and the surprise attack from behind, though not particularly damaging, had left him humiliated. He kicked open the wooden door with a crash, striding in just a few steps before a furious wind struck him head-on, raising the scepter to block. The swinging metal rod, he felt the force so powerful that the wooden floorboards beneath him splintered, swallowing him almost to his knees. I am a god of Asgard, you mortal! Loki's anger flared. He could feel his hand trembling, barely able to keep hold of the mind scepter. Why am I brawling with her? Loki thought to himself. I'm a sorcerer. I need to regain the advantage. He had to admit, his physical strength was no match for this muscular woman. So he filled the whole cabin with shimmering illusions of himself. Big brute. Can you even tell which one is really me? He taunted. But Betty, even transformed into the Hulk and fueled by fury, remained clear-headed. Her strength, senses, and reflexes were all heightened. Got you, she murmured, spotting one illusion that seemed off. The hand was trembling, likely injured in their earlier clash. Without hesitation, she swung the metal rod at it. Loki, just about to close in and subdue her with the Mind Scepter, was sent flying once again. Everyone watched as Betty charged after him. The cabin, battered by their repeated collisions, shook violently before finally collapsing with a thunderous crash. Far away at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, The Avengers watched as their video feed on the computer abruptly cut off. Director Fury, any luck? Banner sounded anxious. We've already deployed the satellites to search. Outside, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents worked tirelessly. Using satellite data and environmental analysis, they searched for more than half an hour before finally locating the cabin standing alone on the North American prairie. Found it. The target is somewhere in Kansas, Coulson said, knocking on the door to get everyone's attention. They all followed him outside and turned their eyes to the big screen, where a live feed was being displayed. On a wide expanse of prairie, the Asgardian god Loki was being grabbed by one leg and hammered forcefully into the ground by Betty. Chunks of turf flew everywhere, and the earth was pitted and torn all around them. Loki looked utterly miserable. His helmet had fallen to the side, his scepter was nowhere to be seen, and his hair was a tangled mess, his whole body smeared with mud and grass. Xiao Lin stared in stunned amazement. Banner, looks like your life is about to get a lot more interesting. Banner, for his part, wore an expression of pure embarrassment. Let's go catch that guy. Parker and Banner were already champing at the bit. If they could fly, they'd have dashed off already. Of the 9 realms, only the humans of Midgard were still confined to their tiny planet Earth. In every other world, stories of power and glory echoed through the stars. To Thor, Earth was little more than a primitive backwater. With a swift motion, Thor spun Mjolnir in his hand, stirring the air into a whirling current charged with lightning. Asgardians do not fear battle. For the glory of the Aesir. Thor roared, launching himself like a cannonball, wreathed in blinding thunder, straight at Xiao Lin. Was Thor trying to prove just how stubborn he could be? He certainly loved this move. Frost gathered in Xiao Lin's hands, rising to form thick walls of ice before him, blocking Thor's path. With a series of explosive crashes, Thor smashed through the ice barriers. Mjolnir gripped tightly as he barreled into Xiao Lin. The impact jolted Xiao Lin's arms violently, nearly knocking Frostmourne from his grip. Thor's raw strength was truly a match for the Hulk, and the added shock of thunder threatened to numb his senses. Thor swept Xiao Lin toward the mountains behind the house. With a deafening crash, the two of them slammed into the mountainside, rocks tumbling down and burying them in debris. A pillar of frost erupted. Pale ice covered Xiao Lin's body, insulating him from the electric shocks and lending him extra strength. He struck Thor with a heavy punch, sending the thunder god flying. They both burst out from the pile of stones. Frost giant, Thor paused, sensing a familiar kind of power. Last time, when Xiao Lin defeated the destroyer, Thor had been unconscious and never actually witnessed Xiao Lin's abilities. And how about this? Xiao Lin's Frostmourne took on a sheen of blood red. Death coil. Death strike. A swirl of green energy coiled around Thor, leaving a shallow wound for which a trickle of golden blood escaped. The blood was swiftly drawn into Xiao Lin's weapon. Zap! Thor staggered back a few steps, lightning crackling between his fingers. He pressed the electric current to his bleeding wound, instantly stopping the blood from being drawn out. What a strange power, he muttered, feeling his blood begin to boil inside him. Thor now regarded his opponent with new seriousness. He raised Mjolnir high, the magical runes etched into it glowing fiercely as he summoned the storm above. Thunder rolled, and a bolt of lightning, thick as a tree trunk, hurled itself straight towards Xiao Lin, flooding the whole area in blinding white light and engulfing his figure. Hell, is this some kind of lightning tribulation? Xiao Lin grumbled. A shimmering green anti-magic shield swirled around him, blocking the lightning before it could reach his body. At that moment, the shield transport returned to the scene, landing not far away. The Avengers disembarked and gazed at the unfolding battle. Whoa, is that really Thor? Parker gawked, mouth agape. He can actually throw lightning? He began to wonder what he'd do if he ever had to face someone who could channel electricity like that. Pepper, who'd always had a good impression of Xiao Lin, looked worried. Is Lin really going to be okay? It looks like he's being pushed back. We probably don't need to worry, Tony replied, though uncertainty crept into his voice. Besides, it's not like we can really help, right? But in his heart, he was starting to feel a nagging concern about these superpowered beings, whether it was Xiao Lin, the Hulk, or this Asgardian god of thunder. What if, someday, any of them became an enemy? How would they fight back? Jarvis, is it possible to absorb Thor's lightning and convert it to power the Iron Man suit? After analysis, it's similar to natural lightning energy. It can be converted, Jarvis responded. Tony's mind brimmed with new ideas. Anti-Hulk armor, anti-Thor armor, Well, as for Xiao Lin, his abilities remained a complete mystery. Tony wasn't Dr. Doom. He knew nothing about the true power of magic. Xiao Lin realized his anti-magic shield didn't just absorb magical attacks. It was drawing in all forms of energy assaults. I'm about to hit my limit, he thought, watching the shield's glow grow weaker and weaker. He knew it wouldn't last much longer. Around him, the grass was already scorched black from the barrage of lightning. Soul shock. A surge of psychic force crashed into Thor's mind, leaving him dazed and confused. He plummeted from the sky, and his relentless lightning assault came to an abrupt halt. The attack, however, drained a significant portion of the souls stored within Frostmourne. Not missing this chance, Xiao Lin charged forward. He spotted Thor still reeling, Mjolnir lying nearby, wrenched from his grasp. Xiao Lin snatched up the mighty hammer. As his own energy poured into the Asgardian artifact, he discovered that its interior was engraved with countless mysterious runes. He'd held this weapon once before, but last time, Thor had snatched it back before Xiao Lin could truly appreciate its power. Are these summoning runes? Are these thunder runes? Xiao Lin was astonished to find that the runes inside Thor's hammer bore a striking resemblance to the magical and enchanting runes he had seen in Azeroth. Could it be that the two worlds were somehow connected? At that moment, he also remembered that he could summon Sindragosa, the frost dragon, in this world, a creature that hailed straight from Azeroth. As he saw Thor staggering to his feet, Xiao Lin activated the thunder rune within Mjolnir and brought the hammer down hard on Thor's head. Thunder crackled and lightning flashed as Thor was struck by the hammer, sending him crashing back into the pile of rubble with a heavy thud. Loki, who had been watching all this with a leisurely air, suddenly gaped in disbelief. The scene before him was beyond comprehension. Last time he hadn't noticed Xiao Lin could even lift Mjolnir. Now, not only had this mortal picked it up, but he had also unleashed its divine power of thunder. He remembered how, back on the Bifrost Bridge, he himself had been pinned under Thor's hammer, unable to move an inch. The memory alone was enough to make him cringe with embarrassment. Xiao Lin put away his own weapon and, wielding Thor's hammer, charged at him. Blow after blow rained down on Thor's armor, each strike sending arcs of lightning dancing. Tony, who had been a bit concerned, looked on at the unfolding scene and found himself mourning for the god of thunder all over again. What a tragedy. Those two brothers were truly unlucky. Thor was left dazed and battered. Get off me. Just as Xiao Lin was getting into the swing of things, Thor shoved him away with a powerful push. Thor's armor hung askew on his body as he staggered to his feet, panting heavily. He reached out his hand, calling for Mjolnir. Thor realized that his hammer was firmly gripped in the other's hand, utterly unresponsive to his summons. What? Had his hammer found a new master? I'm done. That's it, I give up. Without his hammer, Thor felt like a tiger without its fangs. His fighting spirit evaporated in an instant. Loki sneered. Thor, what a disgrace. Defeated by a mere mortal. Xiao Lin retorted. And you were just beaten by a woman. TSK. I even recorded your sorry state on my phone. Maybe I should upload it. Let everyone see just how pathetic the so-called god of wisdom can be. That was no woman. That was a monster. The memory of Betty, who had suddenly transformed into a hulking powerhouse, made Loki break out in cold sweat. If he could do it all over again, he would never have provoked someone as monstrous as her. Thor lay on the ground, gasping for breath, all his usual arrogance gone. Suddenly, Xiao Lin recalled Odin, that crafty old fox. There must have been a reason Odin sent Thor to Earth, perhaps to use Xiao Lin's strength to help his son let go of the Asgardian pride. Xiao Lin returned the hammer of Thor to him. You're supposed to be the god of thunder, right? But to me, you seem more like the god of hammers. Without your weapon, you're like a lamb waiting for the slaughter. Xiao Lin's words left Thor momentarily speechless. Thinking it over, he realized there was some truth to it. After all, hadn't all his power come from this weapon? It was only after receiving Mjolnir that he gained such tremendous strength. Thank for the reminder. In the past, Thor might have taken offense and lashed out in anger. Wait. Watching Xiao Lin leave with Loki in tow, Thor sat up. I'm coming with you. What for? Tony still hadn't dropped his guard around Thor. I'll help you deal with the trouble Loki caused. It's my responsibility. Let's go. Steve agreed with a nod, and seeing that no one else objected, Tony had no reason to argue further. The transport aircraft lifted everyone into the sky. After a while in flight, Steve opened the plane's communication channel. Director Fury, we've arrived. What had been an empty stretch of sky slowly revealed a colossal battleship as the shield helicarrier disengaged, its cloaking mode, and materialized before them. Thor's previous impression of Earth was that it was backward. Humans couldn't even fly, and travel was limited to carriages or walking. Now, seeing the shield helicarrier, he couldn't help but be surprised. The plane landed on the deck, where Coulson was already waiting below. Spotting the returning Avengers, he hurried to greet them. It's you? Thor, the god of thunder. How are you here? Coulson was genuinely surprised to see Thor stepping out with the others. He hadn't expected his sudden appearance. Just call me Thor. All right, Mr. Thor. Have you thought about what I mentioned last time? Thor recalled that before he'd left Earth, Coulson had invited him to join the Avengers. Let's talk about that later. Before coming to Earth, his father had also asked him about the Avengers, but Thor hadn't known enough to answer. Could it be that his father wanted him to join this group of mortals? Fury emerged from the helicarrier's command tower. Looking at Loki, securely bound, he turned to the agents beside him. Take him to the special cell. I'll handle his interrogation myself. Not seeing Hawkeye or Dr. Selvig, Fury asked, "Where are Agent Barton and Dr. Selvig?" Steve answered. Loki sent them out to carry out his plan, to open the portal. At Steve's words, Fury furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling the staff that could control minds. Where's Loki's weapon? Here it is. Peter took out the Mind Scepter and handed it to Fury. I feel like there's something off about this weapon. Fury knew that Spider-Man's sixth sense was incredibly sharp, but right now, what they really needed was to find a way to free Dr. Selvig and Hawkeye from the Scepter's control. He searched for a while, but couldn't find any kind of switch or button on the weapon. So Fury called over Banner and handed him the Mind Scepter. Thank you all for your hard work. Dr. Banner, could you take a look at this? Figure out exactly what Loki's scepter is, and see if there's any way to break his control over Agent Barton and Dr. Selvig. All right, I'll take a look. Dr. Banner accepted the Mind Scepter. None of them realized that embedded within was an Infinity Stone just as important as the Tesseract. To them, it looked like nothing more than an advanced alien weapon. Watching the scepter being carried away, Xiao Lin felt a twinge of regret. He'd actually considered keeping it for himself. But he still needed it to complete his own mission, so for now, he'd have to wait for another chance. I'll come too. Xiao Lin had noticed that the Mind Stone at the tip of the scepter was pulsing with psychic energy, and the Reality Stone within him was starting to churn, almost as if it wanted to burst out. Clearly, there was a connection between these different stones. Fury didn't quite understand why Xiao Lin was so interested in this piece of alien technology, but he had other concerns. He still needed to interrogate Loki and see if he could extract any useful information. Wait for me. Tony, trailing behind, came running to catch up. I think I can help too. All right, Dr. Banner replied with a casual shrug. They made their way to a laboratory aboard the helicarrier. Banner set the Mind Scepter on a stand. The moment he picked it up, he felt a strange pressure in his head. Something inside him, the Hulk, was stirring, and it put him on edge. Tony noticed something was off. Dr. Banner, are you all right? I'm fine, Banner replied, bracing himself against the table. Just a bit tired lately. Xiao Lin knew Loki was behind this. He'd clearly planned for this moment, never giving up on his goal to break up the Avengers. The invisible energy radiating from the Mind Scepter was growing stronger, seeping through the entire helicarrier and beginning to cloud everyone's minds. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Odin and Heimdall stood together in the control room of the Bifrost. What do you think of this, Xiao Lin? Odin, powerful as he was, lacked Heimdall's all-seeing vision, so he knew little about Xiao Lin. Heimdall's eyes seemed to pierce through everything. He possesses many different forces: frost, death, blood. His potential is limitless. Haven't you already made your judgment about him in your own heart? Heimdall, who understood his king better than anyone, knew that wasn't really the question on Odin's mind. Odin spoke. My daughter Hela is about to break free from her seal. Too much of Asgard's power has been drained by her. As I am now, I'm no match for her. In fact, among the 9 realms, aside from our sworn enemy Surtur, there's no one who could stand against her. Are you planning to ask for his help? I trust that Thor can save his people, but I still hope to minimize the loss of life. On Midgard, Thor will find powerful allies. Ragnarok is inevitable, coming within 2 or 3 years at most, and Odin's own life is nearing its end. Once, he might have sought the help of the Ancient One, but he knew that the Sorcerer Supreme was weary and seeking a successor. The Avengers on Midgard possess impressive strength, especially Banner, who harbors another persona within him. Odin sighed. Ragnarok, the Infinity War, the multiversal conflicts, the future will scarcely know peace, and I will not live to see those days. Heimdall opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, he held his silence. Author's note, book release. I hadn't planned to write a release note, convinced this book would flop. I know my update pace is slow, and almost every week I struggle with writer's block. I can't promise a certain number of bonus chapters based on subscriptions or rewards, but if the average subscription per chapter reaches over 1,000, I'll become your writing machine, committing to 3 chapters a day. Of course, if there are rewards, I'll add more chapters, but that depends on the situation. 1 extra chapter for every 10,000 cheating coins. That's it. Lately, I've been losing confidence. Favorites keep dropping, recommendation votes are scarce, and rewards are almost non-existent. Still, I have to ask. If you can, please subscribe, especially on Chidian's main site. It's the only place where I can see real results. I hope this won't become my book flop confession. In the vast universe, a massive interstellar fleet hovered beside a planet. Once teeming with life, this world was now nothing but a wasteland. Its native people had all been slaughtered by Thanos. This was the mechanical army controlled by the Chitauri, lying in wait for Loki to open the portal. Inside the flagship's command center stood an alien with brown, stone-like skin and several sharp horns protruding from his head. His expression betrayed a hint of irritation. He was Black Dwarf, one of Thanos' most formidable lieutenants. He might lack any unique abilities, but that didn't mean he was weak. He hadn't always had a name, but because of his incredibly dense body, Thanos bestowed upon him the name Black Dwarf. Superhuman strength, immense power, and an unbreakable will. Apart from the greatest beings in the cosmos, he believed there was no one who could harm him. Has that trickster Loki still not opened the space portal yet? The Black Dwarf's patience was wearing thin as he spoke of the scheming Asgardian he so despised. My lord Black Dwarf, the Star Gate has yet to be activated. The Star Gate was technology plundered by Thanos from the Shi'ar Empire. If the Tesseract was activated, it would link to the massive gate on their fleet and open a passageway ahead. Had Steve been present, he would have been utterly shocked. The man speaking by Black Dwarf's side was none other than Johann Schmidt, the Red Skull, whom the Tesseract had transported away more than 70 years ago. Not long ago, Thanos had discovered him on a remote planet. Through him, Thanos learned that the Space Stone was hidden on the small planet called Earth. Perhaps sensing some value in him, Thanos had spared his life. Lord Thanos should have sent me instead. I still have loyal followers there. I'm certain they could help you retrieve the Tesseract, and there'd be no need for all this commotion. Schmidt had been away from Earth for a long time, but he still believed that Hydra endured, waiting for his return. A sharp thud resounded as Schmidt's neck was seized in a powerful grip and slammed against the cold metal wall. Are you questioning Lord Thanos' decisions? Black Dwarf, Thanos' most loyal lieutenant, was clearly angered by Schmidt's words. If I ever hear you speak disrespectfully of Lord Thanos again, you'll learn the true meaning of fear. Rubbing the red mark on his neck and watching Black Dwarf's retreating figure, Schmidt muttered to himself, one day, Thanos will recognize my worth. And Steve, I hope you're still alive. I will return for my revenge. Black Dwarf took his seat and addressed his subordinates. Get Loki on the line. I want to know how the plan is progressing. Yes, Lord Black Dwarf. A Chitauri tapped several buttons on the console, projecting a holographic figure beside the Black Dwarf. Black Dwarf addressed him. Loki, how is the plan proceeding? Loki was aboard an aircraft, the roar of heavy gunfire echoing around him. Can't you see I'm a little busy? I'm about to make my escape. Catching sight of Black Dwarf's displeased expression, Loki relented. All right. The plan will be finished soon. Those fools. Black Dwarf, growing impatient with Loki's endless chatter, cut him off. I only want to know how soon you can open the space portal. How long do you expect us to wait? I still have to return to Lord Thanos and fight another war. At most half a day. Midgard will soon open its arms to you. Prepare your army. Satisfied with the answer, Black Dwarf signaled to his subordinate, who promptly terminated the communication. Let's go find Dr. Selvig now. Hopefully, he has everything ready. Dodging the shield helicarrier's barrage, the plane carrying Loki sped toward New York. At this moment, chaos reigned aboard the helicarrier. Flames burst from damaged equipment. Gaping holes scarred the hull, and shield agents lay strewn across the floor. Director Fury looked at Coulson, who was sitting on the ground, and asked, Coulson, where's Thor? And Loki. Coulson, still shaken by what had just happened, recalled the earlier scene. No one could have guessed that a shield agent would actually release Loki from the most secure cell on the ship. If Xiao Lin hadn't happened to pass by, he would be a corpse by now. Thor fell into the ocean. Let's hope he finds his way back. And Loki, he escaped. Coulson wanted to say more, but seeing Fury stride away in a hurry, he gave up. Just now, Xiao Lin could clearly have stopped Loki, but he chose not to. Coulson caught up with Xiao Lin and asked, Lin, why did you just let Loki get away? Did I? Xiao Lin replied, a faint smile playing on his lips. Loki's illusions are rather convincing. They slipped right past me. Seeing that Coulson didn't buy it, Xiao Lin admitted, all right, I'll let him go on purpose. As for why, I can't say yet. But don't worry, I won't let Thanos have his way. I have something important to do right now. He was heading to Stark Tower to seize the Mind Scepter. Xiao Lin made his way to the deserted upper deck, where he summoned a massive frost dragon over 9 meters long. Mounting the creature, he soared toward the floating city. Meanwhile, Tony finally managed to repair the damaged engine. The once tilted helicarrier righted itself, and a wave of relief swept over everyone. The remaining Avengers gathered in the now-familiar laboratory. Surveying the battered group, Fury's anger boiled over. So this is it. All of us, supposedly so smart and powerful, outwitted by one. Alien, Banner, and Thor are missing. Loki's escaped with a scepter, and we still haven't found the Tesseract or their portal location. No one spoke in the face of Fury's outburst. After a tense silence, Hawkeye, now free from Loki's mind control, finally found his voice. I'm sorry. It's my fault. Coulson reassured him. We all know you weren't yourself. Noticing someone was missing, Fury asked, Where's Xiao Lin? I saw him just a moment ago. Coulson replied, He left. I think he knows something more than he's letting on. Damn it. Tony, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly jumped to his feet. There's a huge energy source right in Stark Tower, the exact kind they'd need to open a portal. They must have set up the gateway in my building. Steve stood up. Then let's get there as fast as we can. We absolutely cannot let Loki open the space portal. When they arrived in New York aboard the Shield Quinjet, they saw a beam of light shooting straight up from the top of Stark Tower, piercing the once clear blue sky and creating a pitch-black void. Oh no, Loki has opened the portal. Riding atop the Frost Dragon, Xiao Lin soared above Stark Tower in New York. From the sky, he saw Dr. Selvig and Loki on the rooftop, their instruments already in place. Loki gripped the scepter of the mind, pressing it into a groove on the device, activating the mechanism. A shimmering barrier sprang up around the device, and a second blue beam shot skyward. What on earth is that? Everyone in New York saw the beam, bright even in broad daylight, as if it had pierced a hole in the sky itself. Strange, alien ships poured out from the void, vehicles clearly not of this world. Unbelievable. Aliens again. Why is it always New York that gets the worst of it? Is it just because we've got more superheroes here? I'm moving. The people of New York grumbled, fed up with the endless alien invasions. After all, it hadn't been long since the last Kree incursion. The once orderly city was instantly plunged into chaos. The Chitauri army swept over the skyline and began their attack on the streets below. Their energy weapons effortlessly cut down fleeing civilians. Screams filled the air, mingling with the thunderous collapse of buildings and the shrill roar of Chitauri ships. Alien soldiers swarmed the sky, turning the city below into a living nightmare in the blink of an eye. Loki, relishing his apparent victory, suddenly sensed someone overhead. He looked up and saw Xiao Lin. Loki knew he was no match for this man, but he showed no sign of worry. Mortal, my goal is already achieved. You can't stop me. This place will soon become my kingdom. Did I ever try to stop you? Xiao Lin replied coolly. Only then did Loki realize Xiao Lin's attitude toward everything he'd done was completely indifferent, as if he were watching a clown. The realization stung. Then why are you here now? Want to join my kingdom? You're strong. Maybe I'll even give you the chance. You really are full of yourself. Actually, I came for the scepter you're holding. A deathly grip snaked around Loki, dragging him close. With a heavy thud, Xiao Lin landed a punch square on Loki's head. Stars exploded behind Loki's eyes. His mind spun, and he dropped the scepter without even realizing it. When consciousness finally returned, Loki found himself plummeting through the air, his hands empty. Bastard! Loki ground his teeth, but in the next moment, he gave a careless laugh. Thanos' army is already here. Everything is set in stone. The scepter was far easier to use than the Tesseract or the Ether. After fiddling with it for a bit, Xiao Lin fired a beam from it and blasted a small Chitauri flyer out of the sky. The power's SOSO, but this isn't really the proper way to use the Mind Scepter. Just then, he spotted a jet coming in from the distance, marked with the emblem of S.H.I.E.L.D. The Avengers must have arrived. Yet with just a handful of them, what difference could they make? For them to face the Chitauri army without casualties would already be a miracle. After all, Hawkeye and Natasha were just ordinary people. Watching the Chitauri forces swarm across the sky, Xiao Lin climbed back onto the spine of the Frost Dragon. It was time to return to Sky City. Is that Mr. Xiao Lin? Parker's sharp eyes caught sight of Xiao Lin soaring through the air. But it looks like he's leaving. Steve asked with some suspicion. Could he be involved in this invasion? The others had also noticed Xiao Lin's departure. Tony said, I'll get in touch with him right now and find out what he's up to. Just as Xiao Lin unleashed a chill blast that froze a swath of Chitauri soldiers into icy statues, his phone started ringing in his pocket. If not for his keen hearing, he'd never have noticed it over the chaos of the battlefield. Tony, what's up? That guy on top of my tower. That's you, isn't it? Xiao Lin picked up on the edge in Tony's voice. He seemed to be misreading the situation. That's right. What? What are you doing up there? Did you open the portal? Xiao Lin replied. I came to stop them too, but I was a step too late. Their activation device has an impenetrable shield. There's no way to break through. All we can do now is take them head on. He had no intention of telling them that the Mind Scepter could actually shut the portal. Damn it, that's not good. Xiao Lin's news left Tony feeling cornered. They'd been counting on closing the portal, but now it was impossible. Xiao Lin tried to reassure him. Don't worry. I planned for this. My Sky City and its fleet will join the battle. What kind of fleet do you have? Tony sounded puzzled, but was cut off by the busy signal as Xiao Lin hung up. Open the hatch. I'm going to try and shut down that damn portal. Tony suited up in his Iron Man armor. Need a hand? Parker was itching for action. Steve held him back. Soon enough. There'll be plenty of people who will need your help. Activating his jetpack, Tony soared toward his own Stark Tower. He had to give a try. No matter how powerful Xiao Lin was, Tony trusted in his own intellect. Maybe he could shut down the portal. Besides, that Asgardian jerk, what did he think Stark's company building was anyway? The situation was turning grim. Steve brought the shield jet to a halt right in the middle of a New York street, and one by one, the Avengers climbed out. Johnny. Steve, bringing up the rear, spotted Johnny, sliding into the pilot's seat. This jet isn't bad. Leave the skies to me. As hellfire ignited atop his head, Johnny transformed into the Ghost Rider. The shield jet beneath him erupted in flames, morphing into a blazing Ghost Rider aircraft. No sooner had the smoke-belching Ghost Rider jet lifted off than it became the target of the Chitauri army's assault. A barrage of weapon fire streaked upward. But protected by mysterious forces, the jet could recover from almost any damage. As long as it wasn't obliterated in one blow, it would quickly regenerate. Whoa, that's amazing, but isn't it going to explode? Parker stared in disbelief, unable to process what he was seeing. This is unreal. Let's move. We have to put a stop to all this. Steve grabbed his vibranium shield and charged straight toward the thickest cluster of enemies. Aunt May. Parker suddenly remembered his aunt, who was working nearby. He scratched his head, then relaxed. Oh, right. She went back to the countryside today. He'd insisted Aunt May leave the city and hide in the country, having sensed that New York would soon become a battleground. Now your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man is here to save the day. Parker shot a web, snagging a speeding alien craft, yanking it straight into a storefront with a burst of sparks. Long before, Xiao Lin had begun fortifying the area around the Azeroth Technology Building. He traded for a massive haul of kryptonite or using it to reinforce the exterior walls, preparing for just this kind of Chitauri invasion. Kingpin, is it time to fire up the weapon? Bullseye, Kingpin, and Dr. WIM stood in a room on the top floor, utterly unfazed by the chaos outside. Though the weapon had been finished long ago, they'd never had the chance to test it in real combat. Let's begin. Watching the Chitauri army closing in on the building through the monitors, Kingpin gave the word. Bullseye pressed the switch. Instantly, the computer screen showed a panoramic view of the area around the skyscraper. In the sky above, a thick, ominous cloud began to form. The Avengers found themselves overwhelmed by the seemingly endless Chitauri army. The American military forces entering the battlefield fared even worse. Their fighters and tanks were reduced to heaps of scrap metal by enemy fire as soon as they arrived, and their own shots barely scratched the enemy. Suddenly, a shimmering barrier of light appeared above a nondescript building in New York. While Tony was busy fending off enemies near Stark Tower, he received a call from Fury. Tony, have the Avengers evacuate the civilians into a building. I'll transmit the location to your computer, Fury instructed. A new location popped up on the display inside Tony's Iron Man helmet, not far from Stark Tower. What is that place? He wondered aloud. Jarvis, analyze the energy signature of that shield for me. Insufficient data. Unable to analyze, Jarvis replied. Tony was surprised. How could something so close have escaped his notice? It was a peculiar oversight. His curiosity was piqued, but the constant barrage of enemy fire reminded him that now was not the time for investigation. Tony soared over to Captain America and called out, Steve, get everyone to evacuate over there. Following Tony's pointing finger, Steve spotted the location as well and nodded in agreement. With the Avengers shielding the fleeing civilians, the group made their way to the designated building. There, they encountered Mordo, the sorcerer from the Ancient Order whom they'd met a few times before. Though wary of this unfamiliar place, the civilians trusted Captain America, and with the threat of enemy fire looming overhead, they followed the Avengers inside. Steve turned to Mordo and asked, Where is the Ancient One? My master is dealing with other threats. Mordo replied anxiously, clearly troubled by the situation but powerless to help further. At that moment, a mass of inky black clouds rolled across the sky not far from them, streaked with flashes of lightning. Is Thor here? The sight led the Avengers to immediately think of the God of Thunder. They watched as bolts of lightning arced near the Azeroth Technology Building, striking down Chitauri ships one after another for over 10 minutes. Swinging in from a distance, Parker quipped, That's some serious staying power. What brand of portable charger did Thor bring this time? Yet when the storm finally cleared, there was no sign of the hammer-wielding hero in a red cape. Knowing a bit more about the situation, Tony explained, That's actually Azeroth Technology's latest weapon, Lightning Storm. It won't do much against such overwhelming numbers, but it will help draw the enemy's attention. Sure enough, the recent attack had diverted most of the enemy's focus away from them. Tony said with a hint of schadenfreude. Let's hope Xiao Lin turns up soon, or his company's going to get torn apart. Back at Sky City, the students of the Mutant Academy were already gathered, waiting. News of what had happened in New York City had spread all over the world through television, so of course they were well aware of every detail. Those alien jerks better not have wrecked my favorite restaurant. I was planning a party there this weekend. I'm definitely going to teach those aliens a lesson. Use them as my lab rats. Well, these little troublemakers showed not a trace of nerves. Perhaps it was because they had so much faith in their headmaster. Xiao Lin summoned General Carlrut, Wanda, Pietro, and Eric to the control center. Lin, are we launching our counterattack right away? Sky City was now almost above New York, and Pietro was visibly impatient. Xiao Lin turned to General Carlrut and asked, "How's the training going on the Legion's warships?" General Carlrut replied, "My lord, unless someone's a complete fool, anyone can operate those ships. We're ready." The burning Legion's warships were all built by the MORG scientists, but typically piloted by demons who preferred settling things with brute force, so the controls were kept simple. That's good. All right, everyone, enter the battlefield. Land Naxxramas on top of the company tower and wipe out those Chitauri. They needed to join the fight as soon as possible. Xiao Lin had no intention of letting his company headquarters be reduced to rubble. But the real wild card now was Black Dwarf. This guy's strength was a complete unknown. He hadn't even appeared in the parts of the story Xiao Lin remembered. Just the arrival of one of Thanos' henchmen had raised the mission difficulty to SS. What would it be like to face Thanos himself? Once he had all the Infinity Stones, could he just snap his fingers and obliterate Xiao Lin in an instant? The cloaked fleet soared high above, arriving at the top of the Azeroth Technology Building. At this moment, Chitauri warships had completely surrounded the tower. 3 city blocks in New York had already fallen, and at this rate, the entire city would soon be destroyed. The invaders clearly weren't searching for anything. This was Thanos trying to curry favor with the goddess of death by wiping out all life on the planet. Several massive Chitauri Leviathan ships were now heading straight for the Azeroth Technology Building, slamming again and again into its reinforced walls. How boring, Black Dwarf muttered, watching the battle below. Apart from that Johnny fellow flying the Ghost Rider's jet, who piqued his interest. For a moment, no one else posed any threat at all. Where the so-called strong ones Ronan told me about. Why haven't they shown up yet? Black Dwarf was itching for a worthy opponent. At that moment, Thanos' figure appeared before Black Dwarf. The moment Black Dwarf saw him, he immediately knelt respectfully in a half-crouch. Lord Thanos, what are your orders? If the plan fails, let that Earthling return to his planet and do a few things for me. Also, I don't want you dying here. I permit you to escape. As for the Chitauri army, do as you see fit. Yes, Lord Thanos. Black Dwarf found it strange that Thanos would actually allow him to flee. He must know something. Have Xiao Lin and his mutant students not arrived yet? Fury was already feeling overwhelmed. Just a few Avengers were nowhere near enough to stop what seemed like an endless horde of alien soldiers. Fury, it's time to use the nukes. The words from the Security Council members made Director Fury look at them in shock, only to find that each one wore the same determined expression. It was clear they had reached a private consensus. Are you all insane? There are millions of people in that city, and the Avengers are still fighting. We are your superiors. You must follow orders. Their voices brooked no argument. I will not agree to this. Fury cut the communication. Then, as if remembering something, he turned to Agent Hill. Hill, keep an eye on the jet in the armory loaded with the nuke. Don't let it take off. Still reeling from the situation, Fury suddenly heard a voice of surprise nearby. What is that? They saw 5 unfamiliar warships suddenly appear above New York, each one at least 100 meters long. But in the center, surrounded by these ships, was a floating fortress they all recognized. Xiao Lin's Sky City, Naxxramas. Are these also Xiao Lin's warships? Fury realized he was understanding less and less about this man. American military satellites had also picked up the developments on the battlefield. The losses among their troops left them disheartened. Was their army really so powerless? The newly inaugurated president of the United States said, "That is our city. America cannot allow these outsiders to run wild." Secretary Warren, we must create our own superheroes. Super soldiers even greater than Captain America. Yes, Mr. President. Warren bent down, lowered his voice, and asked, Mr. President, are you sure it's all right to agree to the World Security Council's request to drop a nuke on New York? The president took a drag on his cigar and leaned back in his chair. I don't think the survivors will have any complaints. And as for the dead, do we really need to care what they think? Watching the Leviathan warship charging toward the Azeroth Technology Building, Xiao Lin was about to summon Cindergosa, only to realize she was still fast asleep. Damn it. Even a frost dragon can be this lazy? Take down those alien warships for me. Atop the Legion's Star Destroyer, the Fel energy cannon began to charge, gathering green flames into a massive fireball. With a deafening blast, the Chitauri warship, made of some unknown metal, was struck head-on by the Fel cannon. Instantly, a layer of green fire enveloped the entire hull. The infernal flames, capable of burning through steel, surged into the control room, reducing the Chitauri crew to little more than charred scrap. When the Chitauri returned fire, their cannons only kicked up a bit of dust on the Legion's warship. The vessel, forged from Fel iron ore, proved its formidable defenses. Each Legion warship was piloted by a Skrull, accompanied by their mutant student crew. Xiao Lin's virtual projection appeared in the middle of the control room, his image displayed on the Legion's communicator. Now, split up and attack those largest alien warships. Stay alert and watch your backs. Yes, Mr. Xiao Lin. General Carlrut could feel excitement trembling through his entire body. He relished the thrill of commanding a starship in battle, and Xiao Lin's display of power had rekindled his hope for rescuing their queen. Once this war was over, he was determined to request Xiao Lin's help to save her. He firmly believed their queen was still alive. The 5 warships broke formation, fanning out in all directions, launching attacks on the invading forces. Overhead, the floating sky city turned its weapons to shield the Azeroth technology tower below. Xiao Lin, is that you? Answering the phone, which hadn't stopped buzzing, he heard Director Fury's voice on the line. Glancing at a screen, Xiao Lin saw dozens of missed calls. Tony, Steve, Kingpin, and even one from Dr. Reed. That's right, it's me. Surprised, are you? Fury asked. Are those Skrull ships? For a moment, I thought your sky city had been hijacked by aliens. No, these are my ships, warships built by Morgath technology. But never mind, your understanding won't catch up anyway. My people are entering the battlefield now to deal with the Chitauri. That's all. I'm turning off my phone. Without waiting for Fury's reply, Xiao Lin hung up. He knew Tony would soon find a way to close the portal and then come looking for him. After all, the Mind Scepter was still in his hands. Eric, go out there and help, Xiao Lin said. In this world, Magneto's powers made him a true superhuman. If not for the Chitauri warship's own force fields, he alone could have wiped out the entire fleet in a heartbeat. With Xiao Lin's forces joining the fray, the tide of battle began to turn. But as the portal continued to widen, more enemies poured through at an ever-increasing pace. This gave Xiao Lin a sense of déjà vu, as if he were once again standing against the burning Legion. If the portal wasn't shut, the enemy would pour forth endlessly. The Avengers clearly realized this, too. However, they had no way of shutting down the protective device powered by the Tesseract's boundless energy. At that moment, Dr. Selvig, who was on the top of Stark Tower, was jolted back to his senses by a solid punch from Tony. Mr. Stark, Selvig gasped, sitting on the ground and catching his breath. Only Loki's scepter can close the portal before it expands any further. Tony cranked the power of his Iron Man repulsor to its maximum, but no matter how hard he tried, the protective shield before him didn't even flicker. How do I know you're telling the truth? Tony turned to look at Dr. Selvig. I was under Loki's control before. I'm myself again now. You have to believe me, Selvig pleaded. All right, Tony finally conceded. So where's this scepter you're talking about? Mr. Xiao Lin has it, Selvig replied, recalling clearly how Xiao Lin had beaten Loki and taken the scepter. Tony pulled out his phone and dialed Xiao Lin's number, but all he got was the automated message. The phone was switched off. Great, looks like I'll have to go find it myself. Staring up at the flying fortress in the sky, where Chitauri forces were attacking from all sides, Tony fired up the Iron Man suit and soared upward. From inside the floating city, Wanda watched Iron Man suddenly blip onto the holographic radar. Lin, Mr. Stark is headed toward Naxxramas. Ignore him, Xiao Lin said, knowing full well Stark was coming for the scepter. Ordinarily, the only way into the floating city was through the portal, but it had already been sealed. Damn it, you did this on purpose, didn't you? Tony hovered outside the floating city for a long while, searching in vain for an entrance. With communications down, he was running out of patience. Shutting down the portal was the top priority. He had to get that scepter. Interesting, Black Dwarf murmured, watching from the other side of the wormhole. He had noticed the newly arrived fleet and the formidable figure wreaking havoc, Magneto. It's time to make my move. Rising to his feet, Black Dwarf strode toward a small flying craft, piloting it straight through the wormhole opened by the Tesseract, heading for the Stargate. Piloting the vessel, Black Dwarf made his way toward Naxxramas, where he knew his opponent awaited. Spotting the alien craft barreling toward them, Wanda took aim and unleashed a bolt of green fellfire. A thunderous explosion shook the air, The violent blast caused Black Dwarf's ship to shudder and stall, green flames licking at the force field shield and burning through its energy. Warning: shield energy depleted. Defense systems will disengage in 10 seconds, announced the onboard computer as the ship's energy reserves plummeted to zero. The Black Dwarf kicked open the hatch with one swift motion, muttering in dissatisfaction, such fragile machines. Gazing down at Sky City, still hovering 300 meters below, he jumped without hesitation. As he plummeted through the air, the gem embedded in his right chest, once blue, shifted to a deep crimson. Like a cannonball, he crashed into the top of Sky City. Even the obsidian walls, inscribed with magical runes, could not withstand the force of his impact, fractures spiderwebbing across their surface. Impressive material. The Black Dwarf marveled at the obsidian beneath his feet. He had never before encountered any structure, any warship, that could endure the impact of his body falling from such a height. A harsh grinding echoed through the air as the gargoyles guarding the pinnacle of Naxxramas shook off their stone forms, transforming into battle-ready sentinels. Sensing an intruder, they all sprang aloft, wings unfurling. Green magical bolts formed in their talons, streaking toward the Black Dwarf. Yet, when they struck his body, they failed to leave so much as a scratch. Irritating little pests, he grumbled. The gem at his chest flashed blue again as he shot skyward, battering the gargoyles one after another, smashing them into rubble with each mighty leap. Once the last gargoyle had fallen, the Black Dwarf stamped down hard, shattering the already fractured obsidian rooftop and sending himself crashing through to the level below. What was that noise? In Sky City's control center, Xiao Lin heard a faint sound above him and felt the entire city seem to drop several meters. He was just about to investigate when a gaping hole burst open overhead and a monstrous figure dropped through. How is this possible? Xiao Lin looked up at the gash in the ceiling, then at the alien striding toward him. Are you the Black Dwarf? The Black Dwarf halted, surprised. How do you know me? Humans on Earth shouldn't recognize him. So why did this one? He couldn't comprehend it. Given the situation, Xiao Lin knew this could only be the mission's primary target, the Black Dwarf. Judging from his earlier display, this was not someone to be trifled with. There was no way to risk a battle here, or the entire place would be reduced to chaos. I'm going to kill you all, then destroy this place. The Black Dwarf roared, launching himself at Xiao Lin with overwhelming force. Wanda's hands glowed with swirling chaos red mist, which snaked toward their enemy, trying to corrode and break him down. Why is his body so tough? Wanda realized her chaos magic had no effect at all. She couldn't even slow him down. The only other time she'd felt this helpless was when Xiao Lin had activated his anti-magic shield. Xiao Lin understood now. The Black Dwarf was here specifically for him. Last time, Ronan must have told Thanos about his existence. Sensing the position of the Death Knight abomination on the battlefield below, he opened the gate of death. I'll lure him down. We can't let this place descend into chaos. Keep a close eye on Sky City. Don't let it be destroyed. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Before Wanda could reply, Xiao Lin stepped into the portal, and Black Dwarf charged in right after him. Down on the battlefield, the Abomination and Hulk were competing to see who could slay enemies more efficiently. Around them lay the shattered wreckage of Leviathan warships and the corpses of Chitauri soldiers. Master, the Abomination barely had time to speak when Xiao Lin, with a body that seemed small compared to him, crashed into him headlong, sending him sprawling into the ruins beside the Hulk. Ha! Blonsky, you really are a disgrace, Hulk grunted, relishing the sight of his old rival's humiliation. Blonsky, Xiao Lin called out, just as the Abomination was about to start brawl with Hulk. Then, turning to the eager Black Dwarf, he declared, Fight my subordinate first. If you can defeat him, then you may try to kill me. Coward. A true warrior never fears a challenge. Black Dwarf scoffed, mistaking Xiao Lin's intentions for fear. Don't even think about running. I can find you wherever you go. Xiao Lin ignored him. In his hand, a swirling mass of furious, blood-red energy appeared and then surged into the Abomination's body. This was blood magic, frenzy. It could double the strength of a Death Knight's minions, but at the cost of blurring the line between friend and foe. With a guttural roar, the Abomination erupted in a crimson aura. His eyes blazed red, and the bone spikes on his body grew longer and sharper. Locking eyes with Xiao Lin, the Abomination wasted no time in making him his next target. Mental manipulation. Xiao Lin exerted his control over the Death Knight, compelling him to ignore his master and charge straight at Black Dwarf instead. Hulk wanted to fight him. Seeing the Abomination's strength suddenly surge, Hulk's excitement was palpable. But Hulk's body was always quicker than his mind. Even as the words left his mouth, he leaped into the air, only for a flying Leviathan warship to slam into a mid-jump. Enraged, Hulk immediately shifted his fury to this new target. Meanwhile, the newly empowered abomination collided with Black Dwarf. Their impact unleashed a shockwave, kicking up a cloud of dust across the battlefield. I feel my blood boiling. Black Dwarf, who had been annoyed by Xiao Lin's avoidance, was now invigorated by the strength of his new opponent. Nothing thrilled him more than a clash of raw power. He despised mages who did nothing but run and hide. The gem embedded in Black Dwarf's chest cycled through a kaleidoscope of colors: blue, purple, red, deep crimson, and perhaps more unknown hues. After observing for a while, Xiao Lin deduced that the equipment the man wore was likely an anti-gravity device, used to control his own weight. The heavier he became, the more forceful, each charging step, making his attacks more powerful and his defenses sturdier against enemy blows. By reducing his weight, however, he could leap thousands of meters in a single bound. But the ground around him clearly couldn't withstand such immense weight. His entire foot would frequently sink into the earth, as though he were treading on a swamp. The ferocity of their battle had turned the entire area into a desolate no-man's land. Yet neither the Black Dwarf nor the abomination showed any sign of injury. No one else could demolish a place this fast, Xiao Lin muttered. Still, the abomination's frenzy would only last an hour. After that, he would have to intervene himself. Given his opponent's sheer physical strength, Xiao Lin realized he might not be able to break through that defense. Moments ago, he'd even unleashed a soul shock at his adversary, but it had proved utterly useless. This is New York Television. Hello everyone, I'm your host, Xiao Lin. Right now, New York City has plunged into open warfare. From the ruins of a building behind him, Xiao Lin heard a woman's voice. The glint of a camera lens gave away the presence of a fearless news anchor broadcasting live from the scene. As you can see, battling that terrifying alien creature is a giant in red. Everyone knows he's from the Mutant Academy. And watching from the sidelines without joining in is, she had barely finished her sentence when a car door, blown off by an explosion, hurtled toward her with a shriek. Reflexively, she ducked, narrowly escaping death. A close call that left both her and the cameraman drenched in cold sweat. They sat dazed on the ground, taking several minutes to recover before continuing in trembling voices. It's horrific. The ground is already strewn with corpses. At this rate, all of New York will be destroyed, while our government's forces have done nothing at all. God help us. Let's hope the Avengers and the mutants can drive out these invaders. Xiao Lin thought they'd had enough after such a harrowing ordeal and would flee the scene. To his surprise, after a brief rest, they got up as if nothing had happened and resumed their live broadcast. Now that's what I call dedication, Xiao Lin remarked, a little awed by their fearlessness. The big red brute, your strength is fading. The hour was almost up, and the fury spell fueling the abomination's power was starting to wear off. Where the fight had once been evenly matched, the advantage now tipped in the Black Dwarf's favor, leaving the abomination struggling to hold him back. Gasping for breath, the abomination summoned the power of the blood rune etched into his skin, pouring every ounce of strength into a final blow as the Black Dwarf came crashing down from the sky. A tremendous impact resounded. The Black Dwarf star, with a body of astonishing density, crashed down upon the spot where Abomination stood like a tungsten steel rod from an orbital kinetic weapon, bringing with it an overwhelming force. A wild gale swept through, nearly knocking the reporter and cameraman off their feet. Where Abomination had stood, a massive crater now gaped at the ground surface. Abomination had reverted back into Blonsky, lying at the pit's bottom with every bone in his body shattered, while the Black Dwarf star appeared completely unscathed. I have to admit, your people are impressive, lasting this long against me, said the Black Dwarf. The gravity device affixed to his body, made of some unknown material, remained completely intact despite the ferocious battle. Yet even the Black Dwarf felt a faint tremor in his hand. The fight had awakened a pain he hadn't felt in ages. No one had ever bested him in sheer physical strength, though, to be fair, he'd never tested Thanos' might. He had never shown mercy to a defeated foe. Raising his massive foot, he aimed a brutal stomp at Blonsky's head. Xiao Lin could not simply stand by and watch his subordinate die. With a grasp of death, he dragged Abomination's battered form to his side, then unleashed a death coil, sending out a surge of necrotic energy to begin mending Blonsky's ruined body. A spellcaster? The Black Dwarf's brow twitched, almost imperceptibly. Xiao Lin withdrew Frostmourne from his dimensional satchel. Death Knight, perhaps you could call that a kind of spellcaster. But personally, I consider myself more of a warrior. The Black Dwarf loathed enemies who wielded magic, but years of battle had taught him a simple lesson. Strike where they least expect it. Now it's my turn to defeat you. The Black Dwarf, having learned from the recent clash, no longer underestimated the warriors of this world. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a sharp sonic boom split the air. He launched himself at Xiao Lin like an arrow loose from a bow. Though fast, his speed barely surpassed that of sound, and Xiao Lin, accustomed to sparring with Quicksilver, felt not the slightest threat from such velocity. As the Black Dwarf's fist came close, Xiao Lin simply sidestepped with practiced ease, gliding a few paces to the left. He slashed with Frostmourne as he moved, the blade ringing sharply as it struck, scattering sparks but leaving only a scratch. Too slow, Xiao Lin taunted. I doubt you could even touch me. He abandoned any notion of close combat, unwilling to clash head-on as Abomination had. Summoned Frostlich. A summoning circle flared to life, and from its glow emerged an undead mage, skeletal form bound in magical chains. Your body is strong, I'll grant you that, but I wonder if you can withstand my death magic. Frost chains. Desecrated ground. The Frost Lich unleashed a barrage of ice shards, combining attacks with Xiao Lin to temporarily immobilize their opponent. Death and decay. The death magic cast a crimson, corrosive energy over a 100-meter radius around Black Dwarf, turning everything, concrete, steel, even corpses and trees, slowly into ashen powder. Black Dwarf felt his skin begin to soften, his muscles slackening, and for the first time, a flicker of fear crossed his mind as he sensed a true threat to his life. He reduced the gravity pressing down on his body, launching himself straight into the sky. The frost clinging to him vanished completely, swept away by the violent winds as he soared upward. The palm of the Buddha. Xiao Lin felt as if he had crossed into another world, a torrent of fierce wind slamming into him and pinning him against the ground. As Black Dwarf hurtled toward him, Xiao Lin merely leveled his weapon, aiming it squarely at his foe. It turned out that Frostmourne was, after all, the sturdier of the two. Of course, the corrosive effect of the death magic on Black Dwarf's body played a decisive role. After all, upon their first clash, even Frostmourne hadn't breached his defenses, which was a rarity. Black Dwarf's shoulder was pierced through, leaving much of his body drenched in blood. If not for his swift reflexes, he might very well have been split in two. Yes, Mr. Xiao Lin has won. Shalina cried out excitedly to the camera. That damned alien is finished. The cameraman flashed a few hand signals, urging her to calm down. After all, this was a battlefield of death. The bodies littering the ground were no joke. Composing herself, Shalina continued. Now, let's keep watching and await our hero's victory. This live broadcast of the battlefield sent New York's TV ratings soaring. Hundreds of millions sat glued to their screens, captivated by the war. After all, nothing draws an audience like a live alien invasion. As Avengers and mutants fought to defend New York from extraterrestrial invaders, people found themselves letting go of their fear and envy of these heroes. Perhaps, in time, they would come to see them as city defenders, just like Spider-Man and Iron Man. Meanwhile, these two fearless reporters and their cameraman would surely become celebrities after this ordeal, which was exactly why they risked their lives to broadcast live from the front lines. Having been on the defensive all along, Black Dwarf suddenly broadened the range of his gravity device, reducing gravity to almost nothing within a kilometer radius. Just as Xiao Lin wondered what new attack his opponent was planning, he saw Black Dwarf shoot into the sky, leaping onto a Chitauri flyer and fleeing toward the wormhole. What the? Xiao Lin couldn't help but raise a middle finger skyward. Shalina stared dumbfounded as she said, "The alien ran away." A laughable victory. Members of the Security Council gathered via video conference. Clearly, they had watched the same live broadcast from New York, but their outlook on the battlefield was far from optimistic. The Security Council satellites kept a close watch over New York, observing that the spatial portal above the city had now widened enough for 5 Leviathan warships to pass through side by side. Xiao Lin's warship and his team of mutants were clearing out the Chitauri at remarkable speed, yet, paradoxically, the enemy's numbers only seemed to swell with every moment. We can't wait any longer. Destroying New York to save the world is a bargain we can't afford to pass up. Our only option is the nuclear missile aboard Fury's helicarrier. He'll never agree to it. We don't need his approval. Not everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. takes orders from him. I'm worried. One of the female council members interjected, her voice tinged with anxiety. I fear even a nuclear bomb may not stop them. What will we do if it fails? The brutal battle between Black Dwarf and Abomination made her doubt whether a nuclear strike would be effective at all. For beings who could withstand the shockwave, scorching heat, and deadly radiation of a nuclear blast, such weapons might prove useless. Regardless, the nuke must be launched. The council was growing increasingly chaotic. The ferocity of the battle had surpassed anything they could have imagined. Director Fury, a Quinjet armed with a nuclear warhead, is preparing to take off. There were only 2 jets in shield capable of carrying such a payload. With one about to launch at this very moment, Coulson realized this could only mean a nuclear strike was planned for New York. Director, this isn't your decision, is it? Coulson felt compelled to try to talk Fury down. What? Fury shot to his feet, speechless with shock. Without a word, he sprinted to the helicarrier's flight deck. Spotting the Quinjet about to take off, he grabbed a rocket launcher and fired, engulfing the jet in a ball of flame. But to his dismay, another jet took off just as the first was destroyed. With no time to reload, he could only watch helplessly as the nuke-laden aircraft disappeared into the sky. We have to warn Tony and the others. Stop that nuke before it destroys New York. Even if the bomb wiped out every Chitauri above the city, there were countless more on the other side of the portal. And if the Avengers and Xiao Lin's warship were destroyed in the blast, nothing would stand in the enemy's way. This place is too dangerous. Please, get out of here, quickly. The sudden voice startled Shalina, but when she saw that it was Spider-Man, her fear gave way to excitement. She thrust her microphone forward eagerly, exclaiming, "Mr. Spider-Man, you can't stay here. I'll take you to a safe zone." Parker insisted, grabbing them and starting to lead them away. Then, by chance, he spotted Xiao Lin not far off and called out loudly. Xiao Lin was just about to respond when an urgent alert blared in his mind. Warning, mission target Black Dwarf is attempting to escape. Host, you must act quickly. What? They're trying to escape already. He hadn't expected Thanos' underlings to be so cowardly. Judging by their earlier demeanor, they seemed anything but timid, and the Chitauri army certainly showed no sign of retreat. For the sake of my reward points, that Black Dwarf must die. Sensing Bobby's location, Xiao Lin opened a death gate. Blonsky, keep up. Thanks to the healing power of Xiao Lin's death energy and his own remarkable recovery, Blonsky's wounds had quickly and completely healed. His plan was to travel through the wormhole and deal with the enemy on the other side. General Carlrut, take the warship into the wormhole. What? Carlrut thought he must have misheard. Into the wormhole? Yes, you heard me. Don't waste time. Get us in there. As he watched Carlrut hesitate, Xiao Lin's patience began to wear thin. All right, I just hope we make it back alive. Carlrut had no real choice. He figured if he didn't obey, he probably wouldn't survive anyway. Gritting his teeth, he piloted the warship straight toward the wormhole. At this point, he could only hope Xiao Lin hadn't lost his mind. All warships, concentrate your fire to provide cover. Xiao Lin's image appeared on the comm screens of the other warships. Headmaster, the mutant students were baffled by Xiao Lin's intentions. The 5 Legion warships unleashed their full firepower. Eric, too, manipulated the metal to break through the Chitauri ship's shields, then seized control of the now vulnerable vessels, rapidly clearing the area around the wormhole. What were Xiao Lin and the others trying to do? Steve looked up at the sky, struggling to understand their strategy. With only 5 warships, there was no way they could wipe out the Chitauri army. At last, they burst through the wormhole. On the other side, Xiao Lin faced the Chitauri army, arrayed in neat ranks and stretching across a vast area. Amid the relentless barrage of enemy fire, Xiao Lin tried once more to reach out to Sindragosa, who remained in the realm of the dead. Little one, it seems you've gotten yourself into trouble again. The newly awakened Frost Dragon responded to Xiao Lin's call. A summoning circle materialized in the darkness of the void. Massive bones appeared before the Legion warship, assembling themselves piece by piece into a colossal dragon. With a thunderous roar, Sindragosa unleashed a volley of icy bombs from her jaws, freezing the Chitauri warships into solid blocks of ice and clearing a huge swath before Xiao Lin. That largest warship, head for it. The rest of you, return to support the others. Black Dwarf was surely aboard that massive vessel. With the Frost Dragon leading the charge, Xiao Lin was confident they could reach their target. He was determined to avoid any unnecessary losses. Sir, Xiao Lin's warship just charged into the wormhole. Tony looked up at the sky, thick with Chitauri forces, and watched as Xiao Lin's warship and his followers swept clear the area around the wormhole before plunging into its dark depths. Tony, at that moment, Director Fury's voice came through the comms. There's a Quinjet carrying a nuclear missile heading your way. You need to find a way to bring it down. What? Tony's face turned pale with shock. Who the hell made that call? There are millions of civilians down there. It was the Security Council. But there's no time to argue. We have to intercept it now. Gritting his teeth, Tony replied, All right, I'll figure something out. He glanced toward the distant floating city. Damn it, where did Xiao Lin disappear to? Tony had no confidence in intercepting a nuclear missile. If he failed, it wouldn't just be him. It would mean the end for all of New York. Sir, I've detected a shield Quinjet, came the AI's report. I see it. Tony also caught sight of the jet as it launched the missile. Let's hope I can stop it. Might I suggest, sir, that you carry the nuke through the portal? Good idea. Noting that the area near the portal was clear and Xiao Lin's battleships were emerging from it, Tony agreed this was the best plan. Amid the chaos, Tony didn't realize there were only 4 Legion battleships coming out. He grabbed hold of the missile and rocketed toward the portal. Diverting a missile mid-flight was no easy task. Once he passed through the portal, Tony's Iron Man suit lost all power. As he plummeted downward, he caught a glimpse of an enormous skeletal dragon and one of Xiao Lin's battleships maneuvering straight toward the heart of the Chitauri army. What's that? Bobby pointed at the holographic display on the battleship. It just flew in from the other side of the portal. Cartwright responded, "That's a missile. Looks like Iron Man brought it in." A missile? Xiao Lin hadn't quite processed what was happening. Damn, it's a nuke. Right then, he remembered SHLD's helicarrier had the capability to launch a nuclear missile. Those bastards from the Security Council. He'd settle the score with them once he got back. Syndragosa, activate the protective barrier. A shield of icy blue light enveloped both the Legion battleship and the Frost Dragon. The missile struck a Chitauri Leviathan warship, and a blinding flash erupted at the center of the explosion, turning the pitch-black void of space into dazzling daylight. The shockwave from a nuclear blast swept through the entire fleet. The power of the bomb was far from weak, much stronger than Xiao Lin had anticipated. Chitauri ships at the center were ripped apart and vaporized instantly. Those farther away, shielded by energy barriers, were hurled aside by the force of the blast. The frost barrier absorbed the searing heat and radiation from the detonation. Even with the protection, Xiao Lin could feel the shockwave rocking the battleship. But, fortunately, they held firm. Once everything settled down, the once densely packed Chitauri warships had thinned out considerably. "Mr. Xiao Lin, the wormhole has vanished." Carrot's voice trembled with fear. Now, they had no idea where they were in their own universe, and they still faced the remaining Chitauri army with no way to retreat. They watched as the Legion warship's holographic projection displayed the view behind them. A damaged ring appeared where the wormhole used to be. Carrot explained, "That's the Shi'ar Empire's Stargate. It's been destroyed now, so we can't go back anymore." Xiao Lin tried to contact Kingpin, who was still on Earth. Perhaps the distance was too great, for he found that he couldn't reach him at all, nor could he open the Gate of Death to Earth. He had once been able to open the Gate of Death between the two universes, but now, nothing seemed to work. Maybe that rift had once brought the two worlds so close, but now the distance was simply too vast. In the original storyline, only the Mind Scepter could close the portal. He never expected that a nuclear missile would destroy the Stargate on the other side and shut the wormhole. It seemed that he could only slowly find his way home now, but he wasn't worried at all. Asgard was renowned throughout the galaxy. Once he reached Asgard, he could open the Gate of Death to Earth, and from Sakaar, it was possible to travel directly to Asgard. "Don't worry, I'll find a way back," he said, glancing at the enemies surrounding them, their eyes full of menace. "But right now, we need to take out their leader." Back at Stark Tower, the Tesseract had lost its connection to the other coordinate, and the device that had been generating a pillar of blue light now fell silent. Failed again. Loki, battered and bruised, slumped on the ground, offering no resistance as Thor bound him tightly. "What will you do with me, brother? Hand me over to these humans?" Thor hauled him to his feet. "For everything you've done, you'll stand trial in Asgard." With the disappearance of the wormhole overhead, the Chitauri army that was still swarming over New York suddenly lost all power, dropping from the sky one after another. Charlene, broadcasting live, shouted in excitement, "We've won! Thank you, Avengers, and thank you to those mutants. Because of them, our world wasn't overrun by invaders. And honestly, I have no idea what those idiots in the army were even doing." Hearing the reporter's harsh words about their military, the President and Secretary of Defense, both watching the broadcast, were infuriated. They wished they could have her arrested on the spot, but they didn't quite dare to go that far. "That's Tony. Quick, catch him." Steve, whose eyesight was sharp as ever, spotted Iron Man plummeting through the sky, his power gone. It must be Tony who closed the portal. But how did he do it? The Hulk scanned the sky, searching for Tony. Leaping from building to building, he caught him just as he was falling midair. Iron Man's armor was battered and torn, clinging to Tony in a sorry state. Hulk grabbed the faceplate and ripped it off, revealing Tony inside, gasping for breath. "Tony, are you all right?" Steve let out a sigh of relief as Tony managed to sit up. "You closed the portal. How did you manage that?" "It was those damn politicians." "Ow." Tony rubbed his face. "Damn it. Hope my handsome face isn't scratched. The ladies would be heartbroken." Seeing Tony's usual irreverent manner, the others could only look on in exasperation. All right, let me explain. They fired a nuke at New York. I tossed it into the portal. Gotta thank Lin's warship for clearing out the enemies near the portal for me. Oh, by the way, Tony suddenly remembered what he'd seen on the other side. A frost dragon and a warship. When the portal closed, did you see another one of Lin's warships come through? Everyone present shook their heads. All right, never mind for now, but I'm starving. I could use some Mexican barbecue. Who's coming with me? Having exited the portal and returned to Earth, Pietro gazed up at the now-closed gateway and opened a communication channel with Naxxamas. Wanda, Lin is still on the other side of the portal. He didn't make it back. Wanda's heart sank. You all come back first. We'll talk about the rest later. And bring Dr. Selvig and the Tesseract with you. The Legion's warship docked near Sky City, and the mutant students, along with several Skrulls, disembarked. Back on the rooftop of Stark Tower, Dr. Selvig suddenly felt everything blur and found himself transported to an entirely different place. Who are you? Dr. Selvig looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings and faces, astonishment written across his features. This is the school for mutants, Wanda said, meeting his gaze. I need you to reopen the portal. Why? Dr. Selvig asked. You're not thinking of letting those invaders return to Earth, are you? Wanda replied. The portal closed too abruptly, and Lin is trapped on the other side. Reopening, it is the only way to bring him back. I have no way to reopen the wormhole. Dr. Selvig had barely finished speaking when a young man approached, clearly up to no good. Wait, it's not that I don't want to open it. I truly can't. Opening a wormhole requires 2 coordinates, and for what just happened, it's obvious the coordinate on the other side was destroyed. I'm sorry, but there's just no way I can do it. It did sound convincing, and Wanda's mood sank a little. At that moment, Kingpin spoke up. Although we can't reach Mr. Xiao Lin, if anything happened to him, I would sense it. I believe he'll find his way back soon. The distance had cut Xiao Lin and Kingpin off from direct contact, but the contract's influence lingered, so Kingpin wouldn't lose control. Seeing everyone's eyes turn to him, the mutant Zheng Xuanyu spoke up. I have another prophecy about Mr. Xiao Lin. One day, a massive fleet will return to Earth. Poppy and Blonsky, who vanished with Xiao Lin, will be aboard. Are you sure? Pietro gripped his shoulder. Zheng Xuanyu replied with absolute certainty, of course. My prophecies never fail, and the last one still hasn't come past. Wanda finally relaxed, turning to everyone. Let's protect the Cosmic Cube. For now, all we can do is wait. Sindragosa tore a path through the chaos of the Chitauri army with ease. The shields on those warships hadn't recovered from the nuclear blast. Damn it, Cull Obsidian smashed his fist through the console in front of him, roaring at his subordinates. Get it together. Wipe out that Earth warship and that bizarre creature. Yes, sir. The Chitauri officer answered, flustered. But before he could rally the troops, Xiao Lin's warship appeared overhead, looming above the main Chitauri flagship. With a thunderous detonation, a frost bomb dropped from above, blasting a massive hole in the flagship's hull. Xiao Lin's Legion ship surged inside, ramming its way through, crushing scores of Chitauri warriors before coming to a halt in a vast chamber deep within. After enduring relentless fire, Sindragosa was finally shattered, her body breaking apart into countless fragments. From the wreckage, an icy blue dragon's soul emerged. Sindragosa, a note of complaint in her voice, addressed Xiao Lin. I need to rest now. This time I really overdid it. The souls I absorbed don't even cover what I spent. With that, Sindragosa's draconic soul slipped through a suddenly appearing portal, vanishing back in her own world. Cowrut, stand guard here. Poppy, Blonsky, come with me. We're going out to take down their leader. No sooner had they stepped off the Legion ship than a squad of Chitauri, weapons raised, confronted them. Attack! The Chitauri officer roared, and beams of light shot from the soldier's weapon straight at Xiao Lin and his companions. Anti-magic field. A green runic shield enveloped them, absorbing every bit of the incoming energy attack. Once the barrage ceased, Blonsky let out a furious roar and transformed into a massive red beast. Like a predator let loose among helpless prey, he tore through the Chitauri ranks in an instant, leaving chaos and bodies strewn across the floor. Useless, Black Dwarf fumed as the enemy effortlessly breached the inner sanctum of the flagship. He knew that, wounded as he was, and with only these Chitauri soldiers at his side, they were no match for their foes. The only option left was to control his temper and make his escape. Warning, the flagship will self-destruct in 5 minutes. All personnel, evacuate immediately. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the warship, the system automatically translating the Chitauri warning into words Xiao Lin could understand. The ship was enormous, and in its vastness, they couldn't immediately spot Black Dwarf. Worse yet, time was running out. They had only 5 minutes. As Xiao Lin hesitated, uncertain what to do next, he saw a vaguely familiar alien figure running in their direction. Black Dwarf. Xiao Lin signaled to Blonsky, now the monstrous abomination, to block his path. I must say, my luck's pretty good to run into you like this. You Earthlings have pushed me too far. Black Dwarf's anger boiled over from being relentlessly hunted. Rage clouded his judgment, making him forget even Thanos' instructions. I'll finish you all within 5 minutes, and then I'll escape unharmed. But reason hadn't entirely left him. Black Dwarf pressed a switch on his wrist, and 2 massive mechs emerged from the side, charging straight at Bobby and the abomination. Then come and try, Xiao Lin replied, his gaze lingering on the gruesome wound he'd left on Black Dwarf's shoulder earlier. I think you'll fall to me within a minute. Blood boil. The blood oozing from Black Dwarf's wound began to seethe and flow uncontrollably, driven by the magic of blood. Black Dwarf bellowed, pulling out a massive battle axe and charging at Xiao Lin. Clang! Their weapons collided with a deafening crash. Empowered by the Pillar of Frost, Xiao Lin withstood the blow, the metal floor beneath his feet denting under the force, leaving 2 deep footprints. To unleash such power with a mangled arm impressed Xiao Lin, but he knew the end was near. He sidestepped the next attack, and his Frostmourne repeatedly slashed at Black Dwarf's open wound. The plague virus seized its chance, slipping through the wound and spreading throughout Black Dwarf's body. Only a minute had passed, but the Black Dwarf, ravaged by plague, blood loss, and the bitter cold, collapsed weakly to the ground, barely clinging to life. He knew his end had come. Lord Thanos will surely rescue me from the hands of the goddess of death. I will have my revenge on you one day. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Poppy and Abomination had successfully dealt with the 2 massive mechs. Oh no! Poppy watched as the sparking mechs suddenly erupted in a burst of black light. A black hole, over 10 meters wide, yawned open right beside Abomination and Poppy, its powerful pull dragging them in. Poppy had just enough time to cast an ice shield on herself before being swallowed. A black hole bomb. The black hole had appeared so suddenly that Xiao Lin didn't have a chance to pull them out before they vanished from sight. Cough, cough, not a black hole bomb. This is a random wormhole. It sucks people in and banishes them to the endless cosmos. Realistically, you'll never see them again. Seeing his enemy suffer cheered up the Black Dwarf considerably. I hope they haven't ended up too far away. Xiao Lin could sense they were still alive. As Death Knights, they could survive even in the void of space. As long as they came near enough, they would be able to sense each other. He believed he could find them again. Watching the gloating Black Dwarf, Xiao Lin drove his sword straight through the villain's body. The souls of those who die by my hand are forever bound to me. You have no hope of resurrection. Not even the goddess of death can help you now. The Black Dwarf's vision faded to black as his soul was sucked into the inner space of Frostmourne, his consciousness wiped away completely. 1 minute to self-destruct. The alarm sounded once more. Damn it, only 1 minute left. Xiao Lin summoned his death charger and galloped madly toward the location where the Legion's warship was docked. Karut, who had been waiting anxiously aboard the ship, saw Xiao Lin racing toward him and hurriedly opened the hatch. Hurry, let's get out of here, Karut asked, puzzled. What about the other 2? Aren't we waiting for them? This place is about to explode. We'll talk about the rest once we're safe. Xiao Lin could already hear explosions erupting somewhere inside the Chitauri warship, the blast drawing ever closer. Yes, Mr. Xiao Lin. Karut scrambled to start up the ship, launching it away just moments before the explosion reached them. Behind them, the kilometer-long Chitauri warship burst into a blinding fireball. With the destruction of its flagship, the entire Chitauri fleet lost power, their ships and soldiers turning instantly into lifeless scrap drifting through space. SS rank mission complete. Eliminate the Chitauri army and enemy commander. Reward: 500,000 exchange points. As soon as he received the exchange points, Xiao Lin traded them for the Helm of Domination. To his surprise, what appeared before him was a full set of armor, just like the one worn by the Lich King. Did redeeming the helmet also come with a full set of rune armor? Xiao Lin felt he was becoming more and more like the Lich King. After putting on the Helm of Domination, he discovered his mental strength was amplified several times over. He could even sense Blonsky's location. Yet, he found himself unable to open the Gate of Death. A barrier of energy was preventing his deathly power from tearing through space. Carlrat had never imagined Xiao Lin could wipe out the entire Chitauri army. His awe and reverence for Xiao Lin deepened. He knew he must find an opportunity to have Xiao Lin rescue their queen. Gazing into the boundless starry sky, Carlrat asked, Mr. Xiao Lin, what should we do now? A surge of mental energy shot from Xiao Lin's hand into Carlrat's mind. You know where to go, don't you? I understand, Mr. Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin prepared to find Blonsky first. It seemed a long time had passed when Blonsky finally opened his eyes. He found himself in the midst of a wasteland, surrounded by Heaps of steel debris. Not far off, several ships drifted through the sky, endlessly dumping trash downward. Was this a garbage dump? Hey, fellas, there's a tasty-looking guy over here. A gang of bizarre-looking creatures surrounded him, eyeing him the way one would a meal. This meat looks nice and tough. Grab him for me. Tonight, we feast. With a raucous chorus, they brandished their weapons and closed in. Blonsky couldn't understand their language, but their actions made their intentions all too clear. As their weapons were about to fire, Blonsky let out a furious roar and transformed into the hulking abomination. The alien's attacks left nothing but red marks on his skin. With a thunderous leap, the abomination landed squarely atop one of them, crushing his head beneath a single stomp. A monster! The death of their comrade sent the others into a panic. What they thought was mere prey had suddenly turned into a terrifying giant. Run! A few aliens at the rear tried to flee, but the abomination snatched one by the leg and tore him in half with a single motion. He then grabbed a massive hunk of machinery and hurled it at the fleeing crowd. With a bone-jarring crash, the shockwave sent the escaping alien sprawling. Several of the unlucky ones were flattened into pulp. So weak, the abomination scoffed, charging at the terrified aliens. Just as he was about to stomp down again, something shot in from the distance and embedded itself in his body. He looked down and saw an ordinary round device, about the size of a human fist, pressed tightly against his chest. He could feel countless thin threads extending from it, piercing into his heart, releasing a current from within. Blonsky had already died once. His heart had long since stopped beating, so he felt nothing from these faint currents. A woman with braided hair jumped down from a small spaceship, staring in astonishment at the abomination, who stood there unharmed as if nothing had happened. You're actually fine. To his surprise, Abomination could understand what she was saying, but right now, he was thoroughly provoked and wanted nothing more than to tear her apart. As the Abomination charged at her, she pressed a switch on her wrist, causing the round device on his chest to emit a much stronger current that completely enveloped him. Every living creature has its vulnerabilities, and this type of slave restraint device was designed to exploit just that. Even stone creatures and mechanical beings could be subdued by it. But Abomination was a death knight. Even if all that remained was his head, he would still survive, and his heart had long since ceased to beat. Seeing the giant before her still standing as if nothing had happened, Valkyrie's mouth fell open. She had never encountered anything like this. The Abomination lunged forward, grabbed her by the neck, and hoisted her into the air. Staring at her, his voice rumbled. "Are you human? From Earth as well?" "I'm not human," she replied, struggling for breath. I am Valkyrie, a bounty hunter from Sakaar, specializing in capturing gladiators for the Grandmaster." What a pity, Valkyrie thought with some regret. Someone as formidable as the Abomination would fetch an incredible price with the Grandmaster. The Abomination asked, "A gladiator, is it someone who constantly battles others, basking in the cheers of thousands?" "Well, that's one way to put it," Valkyrie answered, not entirely sure what he meant. The Abomination reverted to his original form and set Valkyrie down. Now, separated from Xiao Lin with nowhere else to go, he figured he might as well become a gladiator, fighting strong opponents and basking in roaring applause. Just imagining it made his blood surge with excitement. This was the life he had always dreamed of. "Take me there now. I want to become a gladiator." Valkyrie was momentarily stunned, unsure what to make of the situation. Blonsky gave her a shove. "Move, or I'll crush your bones." "All right, follow me." Valkyrie's spaceship was small, and the two of them barely managed to squeeze inside. "Oh, by the way," Valkyrie said, holding out her hand to Blonsky. "This is a translator. It will let you understand most of the languages spoken in the galaxy. Just stick it to your neck." The spaceship soared northward, drawing ever closer to the towering structure in the distance. In this city, all manner of beings mingled. Kree, Xandarians, Ravagers, and more. Yet in this place, no one ever dared to stir up trouble. The ruler of this planet, the Grandmaster, was an ancient, highly intelligent being. He was the brother of the Collector, and his long life left him constantly searching for amusement. Designing elaborate gladiatorial games became his pastime, and over time, Sakaar gained renown as the planet of combat. Bounty hunters like Valkyrie made their living by scouring the cosmos for new gladiators to entertain the Grandmaster, earning handsome rewards for their efforts. The pair arrived at the tallest building in the city. The guards at the entrance, recognizing Valkyrie, stepped aside to let her through. One of the guards eyed Blonsky's unremarkable appearance and joked, "Valkyrie, looks like you brought in a pretty unimpressive catch today." Valkyrie rolled her eyes, glancing at the calm and collected Blonsky. She couldn't help but wonder if bringing him was the right decision. In her experience, Midgardians had never been this strong, and certainly not capable of transforming into a powerful red giant. But in the end, she thought as long as she got paid, that was all that mattered. At that moment, the Grandmaster sat in the arena's grand hall, watching the annual gladiator tournament. The air was filled with the thunderous roar of the crowd. A guard leaned in close and whispered, "Sire, Valkyrie has arrived, with her latest offering." The Grandmaster tore his gaze from the arena and turned to see Valkyrie and Blonsky standing in the doorway. "Number 142, is this your offering?" The Grandmaster looked Blonsky up and down. "He doesn't seem like much, honestly. I almost don't want to pay you." 142 was Valkyrie's bounty hunter designation. Before Valkyrie could reply, Blonsky's patience snapped. His body swelled, transforming into the monstrous abomination. In an instant, before most people could react, he leapt from the nearly 100-meter-high platform down into the arena. With a tremendous crash, the ground beneath Abomination's feet cracked from the force of his landing. Who is that? How did he suddenly end up in the arena? The spectators buzzed with confusion, their voices rippling through the stands as they tried to make sense of what had just happened. Down in the arena, a massive mechanical beast, standing over a dozen meters tall, was locked in combat with a gigantic wild creature. Both gladiators paused when they noticed the sudden newcomer, turning to face Abomination. Crimson runes along Abomination's body began to glow. He raised a defiant middle finger at the two enormous beasts. "Come on, let's see what you've got." All at once, with a furious bellow, one of the beasts reared up and charged at him in a frenzy. Abomination was far stronger than either of the two creatures. In just over 10 minutes, the mechanical beast had been torn apart, its remains scattered in pieces across the floor, while the other giant beast had become nothing more than a lifeless corpse. The once boisterous hall fell silent in an instant. "Number 142, I am very pleased with the creature you brought this time," the Grandmaster said with a smile. "Judge, announce the winner of this tournament." The judge bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes, Grandmaster." As the main battleship of the Burning Legion from another world, its speed was naturally formidable. However, the immensity of space was overwhelming. When the Legion's warships traversed the cosmos, they made use of the Sargera's forged Sargerite keystone in combination with Legion teleportation technology. After flying for an entire day, Xiao Lin realized they were still far from their destination. At this rate, who knew how long it would take to arrive? "Mr. Xiao Lin, we've detected a fleet of marauders ahead." The massive fleet appeared in a holographic projection aboard the Legion warship. The name of the marauders was infamous throughout the galaxy. This particular fleet was led by Yondu, a notorious poacher from Alpha Centauri. Unlike other marauders, they were known for their ruthless violence and complete lack of scruples. But just from looking at the Carlet warship, it was impossible to tell which faction it belonged to. And no matter how fearsome the marauders were, they were no match for the mighty Chitauri army. "They spotted us, too." The leading marauder ship began to change course. Suddenly, Xiao Lin had an idea. He turned to Carlet and said, "Stop the ship." "Understood, Mr. Xiao Lin," Carlet responded. As the strange warship halted, Yondu remarked, "Establish contact and tell them their ship is under our control now." After a moment, Yondu's lieutenant, Kraglin, reported, "Boss, their ship's tech doesn't match ours. We can't communicate with them." "Not compatible?" Yondu strode over to the screen. "Surround them. I think they'll get the message." "Yes, boss." From Yondu's massive warship, dozens of small craft shot out, encircling Xiao Lin's Legion vessel. Surveying the dense ring of ships around them, Carlet asked, "Mr. Xiao Lin, what should we do now?" "We board their ship. Maybe we can convince them to give us a lift, get to our destination faster." Guided by the Marauders' shuttles, Carlet piloted the Legion warship into the hangar bay of Yondu's enormous flagship. When Xiao Lin and Carlet disembarked, they were met by a horde of marauders, hundreds of bizarre, menacing figures, their appearances twisted and fearsome. A man with a long scar running down his face spoke. "You're all quite cooperative. In that case, I'll spare your lives. This battleship is now under my control. Tell your boss to come out." "What did you say?" The marauders stared at Xiao Lin in disbelief, thinking they must have misheard him. "I said this battleship belongs to me now." Xiao Lin drew Frostmourne and drove it into the solid steel floor. An icy chill swept across the room, freezing their bodies stiff. "Why you? Who on earth are you?" The scar-faced man shivered violently, his voice barely steady. Just as Xiao Lin was about to reply, a sharp whistling sliced through the air. A crimson glowing arrow shot towards him from a shadowy corner. With a swift motion, his sword knocked the arrow aside. As he reached to pick it up, the arrow sprang back into the air, aiming straight for his head. At a monitor, Yondu watched in disbelief as his Yaka arrow was caught tightly in the stranger's grip. Beads of sweat broke out on his forehead, Never before had his weapon failed him so completely. The red arrow continued to tremble in Xiao Lin's hand, struggling to break free. The closer he looked, the more familiar it seemed. This was Yondu's weapon. Xiao Lin wondered if Star-Lord might also be aboard this ship. Gazing at the arrow in Xiao Lin's hand, Carlut said, "Mr. Xiao Lin, that belongs to Yondu, the Ravager." "I know." Though formidable, the arrow didn't qualify as an artifact, so Xiao Lin simply tossed it into his dimensional pouch. Yondu, controlling the arrow with his mind, suddenly felt the connection severed. "Damn it, what's going on? Where's my Yaka arrow?" Yondu barked at his first mate, Kraglin. "Send more men, stop him, and take him down." "Got it, boss." Xiao Lin approached the scar-faced man, melting the ice that bound him. "Take me to Yondu," he ordered. "Shockface will never yield," the man replied, his eyes burning with defiance. "Shockface? What kind of ridiculous name is that?" Hearing Xiao Lin mock his name, the man bristled, about to curse, but Xiao Lin's aura of death coiled around his throat, lifting him off the ground. "Cough. I'll show you the way." Under the threat of death, Shockface had no choice but to submit. "But Yondu won't just let you waltz in. Just lead the way." "Enough talk." Xiao Lin and Carlut followed Shockface toward the ship's control center, leaving behind a shivering group of marauders, frozen and defeated. Along the way, they encountered many people who tried to block their path, but each one was effortlessly cut in half by Xiao Lin's sword, their souls swiftly absorbed in the process. "Boss, what do we do now?" Kraglin's voice quivered with anxiety. The strength of their enemy was far beyond anything they'd imagined, and their weapons seemed utterly useless. Some kind of shield was protecting him. He really didn't want to die. "What are you scared of?" Yondu slapped him hard on the shoulder. "Come with me. We're grabbing the heavy artillery." They stood guard on the other side of the door, armed with their most powerful weapons, ready for a last stand. A grating, jarring sound suddenly came from the command center's main door. Yondu and the few remaining crew watched, tense, as the tip of a sword pierced through the thick alloy, carving a perfect circle. With a heavy clang, the chunk of steel fell to the ground, prompting the Ravagers inside to raise their weapons with nervous anticipation. As two figures stepped through the opening, Yondu forced himself to sound calm as he demanded, "Who are you? What do you want from us?" But Xiao Lin shot the question right back. "Weren't you the ones who brought us here? Shouldn't I be asking what you want?" Only then did Yondu remember. He was the one who'd hijacked the enemy's warship. Now he was reaping what he'd sown. "But I'm stronger than all of you," Xiao Lin continued, his gaze sweeping over them. "So from now on, this ship belongs to me. Anyone have a problem with that?" "So you're making enemies of the Ravagers? I've got plenty of brothers out there. They won't just let this go." Xiao Lin chuckled at Yondu's threat. "Don't think I don't know. Your Ravager brothers can't stand you either." Yondu fell silent, unable to muster a retort. "Now, set a course for where I want to go." Xiao Lin transmitted the destination directly into Yondu's mind with a mental imprint. "You want to go to Sakar? That's ruled by the Grandmaster himself." But with the pressure Xiao Lin exerted, Yondu had no choice but to order his crew to power up the engines. The Ravager warship entered jump mode, streaking across the cosmos toward the nearest wormhole, bound for Sakar. After 5 wormhole jumps, they arrived before a vast violet nebula. Ships of every shape and color hovered all around, queuing up to enter Sakar. Yondu gestured at the nebula ahead. Sakar is right inside that cloud. It's a crossroads for every universe. First, you'll have to pass inspection. Don't worry, they're just checking if you're on Sakar's wanted list. He hesitated, then called out to Xiao Lin, who was about to leave. "Could you give me back my Yaka arrow?" No sooner had he spoken than he felt a chill by his ear. Turning, he saw his weapon embedded in the wall right next to him. Xiao Lin walked away without looking back. Although Yondu could be a real jerk, he was, in truth, a man of loyalty and feeling. So Xiao Lin spared him this time. Xiao Lin made his way back to his own warship and set course for the spaceport on the outer orbit of Sakar. "Boss, shouldn't we be getting out of here?" Kraglin glanced nervously at Yondu. That human was utterly terrifying. Just standing near Xiao Lin, he felt a chill that could freeze his very soul. "We're leaving right now. He's nothing but trouble." "Knucklehead, do you know who that guy with the Earthling is?" Yondu asked. "Don't call me Knucklehead. I'm Shockface." Kraglin protested, clearly annoyed by his boss's nickname for him. "And no, I don't know who he is. My nose tells me he's a Skrull, a top priority fugitive for the Kree." Shockface's eyes lit up. "I remember the Kree put a huge bounty on his head. Maybe we could." Before he could finish, Yondu smacked him hard on the head. "Idiot, you got a death wish? And honestly, with just one Skrull, how much bounty do you think we'd get after splitting it up?" Shockface bit back his anger. He'd long been fed up with his boss, and if ever given the chance, he'd love to take him out. But, truth be told, he had no desire to tangle with that terrifying guy. Not even for money. Within this nebula, spatial energies were in utter chaos. Above Sakaar, countless wormholes of varying size dotted the sky, each trailing long orange, green, and blue tails. The gateway near Asgard was the largest of them all, a wormhole formed by a collapsed neutron star. It was a wonder that, surrounded by so many wormholes, the planet still held together. Sakaar truly was a miraculous world. An air traffic controller from Sakaar guided Xiao Lin's Legion warship into its berth. After disembarking, a guard swept a scanning device over each of them. Cleared, he announced. They followed the crowd through the planet's protective shield and boarded a massive transport ship, which took them into the arena city of Sakaar. It seemed there was some kind of festival today. The streets were packed with people, cheers echoing everywhere. Abomination! Abomination! The whole city was decked out in red, with people waving flags as they paraded through every street and alley. Is that Abomination, Blonsky? Carlet pointed at the tallest building, atop which was carved a giant head. Looks like Abomination to me, Xiao Lin replied, uncertain what expression he wore at the moment. Looks like he's having a good time here. Suddenly, a giant projection appeared in the sky. A middle-aged man in ornate robes, smiling warmly as he gazed down at the people below. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Today we are about to witness a brand new championship battle. The Thunder God Bill from the planet Crowbite will face our very own Abomination, Mr. Blonsky. Thunder God Bill? Not Thor. And how did he end up here? He should still be on Asgard right now. Mr. Xiao Lin, shall we go find Blonsky right away? There's no rush. Let's watch the match first. Hey, you two. As they reached the entrance to the arena, a long line had formed. Each person who approached the gate pressed their hand against a machine. At last, it was their turn. Xiao Lin glanced around at the vigilant guards, then gave Carlrut a subtle signal. Understanding, Carlrut stepped forward, drew the mind scepter from beneath his coat, and pressed it to the captain's chest before anyone could react. Hey, what are you doing? The other guards nearby quickly raised their weapons in alarm. It's fine, it's fine. No need to be nervous, said the captain, now under the influence of the mind scepter. He gestured for his subordinates to stand down. They are honored guests of the Grandmaster. Let them through. Hearing the captain's words, the guards lowered their weapons. The captain turned to Xiao Lin and Carlrut, saying, Distinguished Mr. Carlrut and Mr. Xiao Lin, allow me to escort you to the arena and arrange the perfect spot for you to enjoy the match. The arena was a massive space, spanning thousands of square meters, and the stands all around were filled with bizarre and fantastical creatures. On a platform ahead of Xiao Lin, many guards surrounded two individuals. Among them sat the Grandmaster, ruler of Sakaar, and beside him sat another man. There was something familiar about this man's face. After a moment's thought, Xiao Lin realized that he was none other than the collector, Tanalir Tyvan, another elder of the universe. In this cosmos, his fame rivaled that of the Grandmaster. Tyvan had established an interstellar conglomerate, and in the lawless region, he possessed the skull of an ancient god. Xiao Lin wondered if he had the power to resurrect that ancient being and make him an ally. Surely, in his lifetime, that god's strength would not have been any less than that of Star-Lord's father, Ego. While Xiao Lin pondered this, the atmosphere in the arena suddenly grew feverish. The Grandmaster's enormous holographic image appeared above the gladiatorial field. Dear audience, it's time again for the annual championship battle. I am your host, the Supreme Grandmaster, though I know you all like to call me the Grandmaster. He smiled at the tens of thousands of spectators in the arena. Today, we'll witness a clash between two mighty warriors. I know you can hardly wait to enjoy this spectacular fight. One of them is the undefeated champion of countless battles. Let's welcome the Red Fury, the Abomination, Blonsky. A thunderous roar erupted from the crowd. Abomination! 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 The stand shook with a tidal wave of cheers. And his opponent, dazzling as lightning and thundering across the skies, our very own Beta Ray Bill, the god of thunder. The massive gates on either side of the arena slowly opened, and the two gladiators who would do battle today strode forth. One of them was none other than Xiao Lin's Death Knight, the Abomination, Blonsky. His entire form was streaked with colorful paint, a hulking red figure clad in thick armor, wielding a gigantic axe in his hands. The other was a figure with the head of a horse, wearing armor identical in style to Thor's, and holding a hammer as well. Xiao Lin felt a flicker of recognition. After a moment, it dawned on him. This was Beta Ray Bill, the horse-faced god of thunder, a powerful superhero. Rumor had it that Beta Ray Bill hailed from the planet Corbin, a cyborg of mysterious origin. He had even defeated Thor in battle, and his weapon, the Stormbreaker hammer, had been forged by Odin himself. Of course, it wasn't quite as powerful as Thor's own hammer, crafted by the dwarves. As the gladiators entered the arena, the wave of cheers grew ever louder. Up in the stands, the Grandmaster leaned toward the collector, Tyvan, and said, "Don't you think my gladiatorial games are a bit more entertaining than your little collecting hobby?" Tyvan shrugged. "My collecting isn't just a pastime, you know. That madman Thanos is slaughtering across the galaxy to please his so-called goddess. I have to gather certain things, or this universe could be destroyed by his hand. Besides, collecting is the only thing left that brings me any joy these days. Oh, by the way, I recently acquired a rather peculiar duck." "That's enough. I don't need to hear about your collection. Focus on my championship match," the Grandmaster interrupted, unwilling to endure another of Tyvan's endless monologues. He knew from experience that once Tyvan got started on his collection, he could talk for days on end. Inside the arena, the Abomination felt Xiao Lin's presence. He looked up, and sure enough, there was his master, seated among the spectators and watching him closely. Seeing Xiao Lin here, Abomination was torn between happiness and melancholy. It was time to leave, and he couldn't help but feel reluctant. His days on Sakaar had been some of the happiest of his life, eating, sleeping, and brawling to his heart's content. Because Sakaar sat at the crossroads of many star systems, time flowed differently here than in the outside universe. Though Xiao Lin and Abomination had only been separated for a little over a month, nearly 2 years had passed within these walls. Today's victor will bask in the glory of the champion. As for the loser, his corpse will feed the beasts. Let the match begin. As the referee announced the start of the match, a fleet of small ships began to rise around the arena, broadcasting the event live. "I'm sorry," said Bill, the horse-faced thunder god, his eyes flashing with white lightning. He swung his weapon at the oncoming Abomination, unleashing a blinding bolt of lightning straight at his opponent. With a thunderous crash, the ground around the Abomination exploded, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. The massive surge of electricity struck the Abomination with such force that he was hurled across the arena, slamming into the outer wall and leaving a huge web of cracks in the stone. A chorus of boos erupted from the stands. "Get up! You're the Red Fury!" someone shouted down at the Abomination, their tone betraying a heavy wager placed on his victory. The Abomination had suffered a setback in the very first round, a clear indication of the horse-faced thunder god's formidable strength. No wonder he was the one who had defeated Thor. Shaking his head to clear it, the Abomination glared at the horse-faced figure before him, his eyes burning red with rage. Never before had he suffered such humiliation. For 2 years he had remained undefeated in the arena. "I'll tear you apart." Roaring, the Abomination surged forward in a cloud of dust, leaping high just as he neared the thunder god, and brought his massive axe down with all his might. A tremendous crash rang out as his giant axe smashed against the thunder god's hammer, shattering into a shower of fragments. Now weaponless, the Abomination lunged for his opponent's hammer, only to be jolted by the electricity surging through it, leaving his whole body numb. Suddenly, the horse-faced thunder god spoke. "Hey, big red guy, the control chip inside me forces my hand. One of us has to die. I feel for you, truly, but I can promise you, the one who dies won't be me." The Abomination's fists glowed blood red as he hurled a punch at his foe. "As a death knight under our master, death is too distant a fate for me." Crimson Strike. His massive fist crashed into the thunder god's face, sending blood streaming from his nose. The blood, under the power of the Abomination's dark magic, turned to mist and was drawn into his mouth, swiftly healing his wounds. "Such wicked power," muttered the thunder god, unsettled by the scent of blood. It brought back memories of his destroyed homeland and the kin who still faced mortal peril. Raising his hammer, he soared into the air. Suddenly, a thick storm cloud formed above him, lightning crackling within its depths. The horse-faced thunder god possessed the same powers as Thor, and it seemed clear that the Abomination, despite his gains during his time on Sakaar, was outmatched. The Grandmaster's face lit up with excitement. "Wow, Bill's about to unleash his ultimate move. Looks like our champion is about to fall." Guided by his hammer, dazzling bolts of lightning crashed down from the sky, striking the Abomination with devastating force. Even if a single bolt of lightning couldn't bring down Abomination, the relentless strikes left his entire body numb. He wasn't yet as powerful as Thor or the Hulk, unable to withstand this ceaseless onslaught. Carlret said with some concern, "Mr. Xiao Lin, Bronski is about to lose. Here, the loser faces only death." Xiao Lin raised his hand, stopping him from saying more. Gathering a surge of blood magic in his palm, he unleashed a frenzy spell upon Abomination below. A wild, savage howl burst from Abomination, his aura erupting with madness. His consciousness was swallowed by chaos, and his massive frame swelled even larger. "Wait, what's happening?" Some among the spectators sensed that something was amiss. After all, the Grandmaster was a being who had lived for countless years. Xiao Lin's little trick could not escape his notice. His face darkened in displeasure. Someone is cheating, ruining my championship match. This is truly unforgivable. Topaz. Standing at his side, the housekeeper Topaz took out a controller, preparing to press it. But the Grandmaster stopped her. No, the show must go on. The Grandmaster pointed in Xiao Lin's direction. Bring him to me. As you wish, Grandmaster. Topaz picked up a weapon and left the viewing platform. Oh, I've been found out. Xiao Lin noticed the Grandmaster looking straight at him, even giving him a little wave. He hadn't expected the Cosmic Elder to detect his magic, but he wasn't too concerned. The Grandmaster's strength didn't seem overwhelming. He believed he could handle whatever came next. Enraged by the frenzy spell, Abomination became a mindless war machine, allowing the thunderbolts to crash down upon him as he charged forward, unleashing a bone-crushing bear hug. A tremendous crash echoed, the impact so powerful that even the audience on the stands felt the tremor run through them. Just moments before, the horse-faced thunder god had the upper hand, but now he was on the defensive, taking blow after blow. Eyes widened everywhere, everyone afraid to miss a single thrilling moment of the battle. As Xiao Lin watched Abomination fight, a commotion suddenly erupted behind him. He turned to see a stern-faced woman striding his way, drawing whispers from those nearby. Xiao Lin recognized her. She was the one who stood beside the Grandmaster, likely his housekeeper. It seemed she was coming straight for him. Reaching Xiao Lin, the woman pointed at him and said, "You, come with me." Her words carried a tone that brooked no refusal. Xiao Lin reminded himself that the reason he'd come was to take Bronsky away. He might have to return here again, perhaps using the wormhole to get back to Earth. If he could avoid a confrontation, it was best to do so. He thought that as the first forms of life to emerge after the Big Bang, the Grandmaster and the Collector probably weren't as weak as they appeared in the movies. Xiao Lin stood up and followed Topaz toward the viewing platform where the Grandmaster sat. The audience glanced at Xiao Lin with curious, whispering voices. Dragged away by that terrifying old woman Topaz, just look at him. He's doomed. Those who saw this couldn't help but gloat, for those taken by Topaz rarely met a good end. They either became gladiators or sold off as slaves. Hey, I've spotted another Earthling. When was the last time I visited Earth? The Grandmaster asked Topaz as he lounged in his chair. 450 years ago. Oh, that's right. I'd forgotten. He patted the armrest and called out to Topaz, "Come on, push me over there." The Grandmaster's behavior seemed rather eccentric. Perhaps that was the result of living for so long. He looked Xiao Lin up and down. Honestly, I used to know the Ancient One from your Earth. Back then, she was just a young sorceress. Now she's the planet's guardian. I always hoped she, or one of her sorcerers, would join my contests, but she never agreed. Xiao Lin asked, "You're not here for a friendly chat, are you?" "Of course not. I saw what you did to disrupt my championship bout just now." The Grandmaster glanced at the fierce fighting in the arena. "Still, let's finish watching this battle before we have a proper talk." Xiao Lin found a seat and sat down, taking another look at the Grandmaster and the Collector. Despite their reputations, he couldn't sense any great power radiating from them. On the arena floor, the horse-faced Thunder God had been battered so severely his eyes were swollen, his mouth misshapen, and many of his bones broken. Boos rained down from all sides. The hammer in Bill's hand had been snatched by Abomination, who was now pounding his face left and right with it. As it looked like the horse-faced Thunder God was about to be beaten to death, the Grandmaster began to grow restless. "Topaz, where's Abomination's controller? Quick, hand it to me. Bill can't let him kill the guy." Butler Topaz felt around her chest and pulled out a palm-sized device, not much different from a lighter. The Grandmaster took the controller, still warm from her touch, and his expression grew a bit uncomfortable. He pressed a switch on it, and a jolt of electricity shot through Abomination, who was still pummeling the Thunder God in the arena. Why isn't it working?" The Grandmaster pressed it a few more times, but Abomination continued his rampage. He wondered if the controller was broken, but on closer inspection, he could see a flash of electricity at Abomination's chest. "Damn it, I've never seen anything like this before," the Grandmaster muttered, clearly losing his composure. Fortunately, the frenzy of magic wore off just in time. Abomination slowly regained his senses and looked down at Thunder God Horseface, who lay motionless at his feet. He couldn't tell whether the opponent was still alive or not. As usual, Abomination raised both hands high and let out a series of thunderous roars, basking in the cheers of the crowd and the curses of those who had lost their bets. "We're about to leave this place. What a pity," Abomination muttered, feeling a tinge of reluctance. A spaceship descended above the arena, and a group of people hurriedly disembarked, quickly lifting Thunder God Horseface from the ground. Meanwhile, swarms of small repair robots poured out from another ship and started fixing the damage caused by the battle. A message came in from the medical team. Topaz announced, "Your gladiator Bill is still alive." The Grandmaster let out a sigh of relief. "Good. I'd hate to see my expensive gladiator die on me." He turned to Xiao Lin. "Now, it's time to take care of your business, Earthling." With a wave of his hand, several guards drew their weapons and pointed them at Xiao Lin. "In light of your recent actions, I've decided to make you my gladiator," the Grandmaster declared, a hint of excitement flickering across his face. A mage's fight should be a real spectacle. Clearly, he had mistaken Xiao Lin for a sorcerer. "Oh, and the only reason I had you brought over just now was to stop you from ruining any more of my matches," the Grandmaster added, gesturing to a nearby guard. The guard's weapon shot out a metallic disc that latched onto Xiao Lin's neck. A surge of electric current pulsed from the disc, jolting Xiao Lin's nerves and mind. But Xiao Lin simply reached up, grabbed the disc, and tore it off with a sharp pull, ripping out a bit of flesh along with it. "You think you can control me with this?" he said, tossing the disc at the Grandmaster's feet. "What's going on? Is this one broken too?" The Grandmaster stared at the device on the floor, perplexed. He designed these control discs himself, and now, for the second time in a row, they had failed to subdue their target. It was beyond his understanding. "Warning! Abnormal drop in room temperature detected." A mechanical voice suddenly rang out. The temperature in the viewing box plummeted. A shudder ran through everyone present as the icy chill descended. They quickly realized the source was the Earthling, and at some point, a weapon had appeared in his hand. All the heat seemed to drain toward that sword. The guards in the room froze instantly, turned into statues of ice. Only the Collector, the Grandmaster, and Topaz remained unharmed, shielded within a protective barrier. Throughout it all, Tyvan the Collector had stood silently at the side, watching. But now, even he could no longer hold back. "Could you let me say a few words?" The Collector addressed Xiao Lin. "I've heard about Thanos' army invading Earth. I must say, I was quite surprised that you managed to defeat the Chitauri forces. What are you trying to say?" Xiao Lin couldn't tell if the Collector was genuinely concerned about not being able to match them, or if he simply wanted to avoid any unnecessary conflict. At that moment, the tip of Topaz's staff flickered with a cold, threatening light, aimed squarely at Xiao Lin and ready to strike at any sign of trouble. "Grandmaster, could you ask Topaz to lower her weapon?" The Collector tried to reason, knowing full well that the Grandmaster was still simmering with anger. As Sakar's absolute ruler, he had never before experienced someone daring to attack him on his own territory. Even the notorious Kree of the galaxy wouldn't have dared cause such a scene here. Seeing neither side willing to back down, the Collector relented. All right. Last time, I agreed to your request. You said it yourself." The displeasure vanished from the Grandmaster's face, clearly satisfied with the terms. "Tyvan, I'm only doing this for your sake." With the Collector's intervention easing the tension, Xiao Lin withdrew his icy aura and stowed away Frostmourne into his spatial pouch. The chill that had hung in the air quickly subsided, and the temperature returned to normal. The Collector continued, "I've reached an agreement with Odin of Asgard and the Ancient One of the Mystic Order. With Thanos' power growing unchecked, we've decided to join forces to stop him from wreaking havoc across the galaxy." At this, Xiao Lin realized the Collector had long maintained contact with both Asgard and the Mystic Order. When the Chitauri invaded Earth, the Ancient One had reached out to Odin and the Collector as well. However, the conflict had erupted and ended swiftly. Only Odin managed to send Thor in time to aid them. By the time the Collector received word, the battle was already over. The Collector then asked, "By the way, I heard from the Ancient One that after your ship entered the wormhole, they lost all contact with you. Some believed you'd been wiped out by the Chitauri. How did you manage to escape?" "Escape? I didn't escape. That Chitauri army was destroyed by me, including their commander, Black Dwarf. I only ended up here because I got separated from my team while fighting." The Collector sounded skeptical. Black Dwarf isn't someone to be trifled with. Among Thanos' lieutenants, he ranks near the top. "Are you certain you took him down? If so, you'd better watch your back. Thanos will be furious, and he's not one to forgive easily." "Let's put all that aside." Xiao Lin turned to the Grandmaster. "Abomination is one of my men. I've come to take him with me now." The Grandmaster cut him off before he could finish, refusing outright. "That won't do. I spent 10 million on Abomination. He's still got to put on a good show in my tournaments." The Collector understood all too well his friend's obsession with competitive games. It was just like his own passion. If anyone dared lay a finger on his collection, he'd make sure they regretted it. Over the long years, they needed something to pass the time, and these pastimes had grown into fervent hobbies. With a sharp metallic ring, Frostmourne sank effortlessly into the ground. Xiao Lin fixed his gaze on the Grandmaster. "You still don't get it, do you? Your controller has no effect on Abomination. He can leave whenever he wants." In truth, The collector was helping Xiao Lin because he knew the man's power and wanted to ask for his help with something. There was also another reason. He hoped to do the Ancient One a favor. Can't you both just relax a little? The collector turned to Xiao Lin. We'll let you leave, but I need you to find something for me first. Xiao Lin asked, what is it? A projection flickered to life before the collector. The Orb of Power, a remarkable piece from my collection. If you can find it, I'll pay you handsomely. But be careful. Thanos people are also searching for it. You might run into them. Xiao Lin already knew the Orb of Power was on a planet whose civilization had been wiped out. The universe was vast, though, and he'd long forgotten exactly which planet it was. Otherwise, he'd have gone after it himself. He asked, which planet is it on? You're agreeing to help? The collector looked at him expectantly. Yes, but you'll need to be more specific. The collector said, the Orb of Power is on Morag. The planet's enormous, and the environment is treacherous. I've sent many searching, but none returned. Still, I have no doubt you'll manage. Let's hope it's not too hard to find. I don't have much time to waste there. Right now, Xiao Lin was hoping to find Poppy again and make his way back to Earth. What I do know is that the orb is hidden in the ruins of some city. There shouldn't be any intelligent life left there. All right, then. In truth, Xiao Lin was planning to take the orb for himself rather than selling it to the collector. After all, it contained a powerful infinity stone. How could he not be tempted? Hey, Tyvan, have you forgotten all about me? The Grandmaster piped in from the sidelines, clearly displeased at being ignored. Abomination is still my champion. My word is final. The collector replied, come on, old friend. Let's call this a favor I owe you. How about it? All right. At least I still have Bill to hold the fort. Swapping the favor of a champion warrior for one owed by the collector. The Grandmaster considered this a very worthwhile trade. So it's settled then. Now, let's get back to watching our championship battle. The Grandmaster turned to Xiao Lin and said, the championship match must go on. By the way, what's your name again? He realized he still didn't know the other man's name. Xiao Lin, headmaster of the school for mutants on Earth. What did you say? The Grandmaster was suddenly taken aback. Mutants? Weren't they supposed to be extinct on Earth, the experimental creations of the Celestials? It seemed Earth wasn't as obscure in the universe as he'd imagined. Both of these ancient cosmic elders were surprisingly well informed about it. Not at all. There are probably still over 1,000 mutants on Earth, though so far, we've only managed to find a little more than 100. The Grandmaster's eyes lit up as he rubbed his hands together with excitement. That many mutants? If they joined my arena tournaments, the games would be spectacular. But when he caught the sharp look in Xiao Lin's eyes, he quickly added, oh, don't get me wrong. It would be purely for sport. I wouldn't put any restrictions on them. What do you think? Xiao Lin suddenly regretted. All right. Thankfully, I still have Bill to hold the stage. Trading a favor from the collector for a champion fighter, the Grandmaster felt this was a worthwhile deal. Then it's settled. Now let's get back to watching our championship match. The Grandmaster turned to Xiao Lin and said, the championship must continue. By the way, what did you say your name was? He suddenly realized he didn't even know the other man's name. Xiao Lin, principal of the mutant school on Earth. What did you say? The Grandmaster was suddenly taken aback. A mutant? Weren't the Celestials' experiments supposed to be extinct on Earth? It seemed Earth was not as obscure in the universe as he'd imagined. Both of the cosmic elders knew quite a bit about it. They're not extinct. There are probably thousands left on Earth, though so far we've only managed to find a little over 100. The Grandmaster rubbed his hands together in excitement. So many mutants. If they join my tournaments, the matches will be spectacular. Catching the warning look in Xiao Lin's eyes, he quickly added, don't get me wrong. It would just be for sport. No restrictions or shackles. What do you say? Xiao Lin suddenly regretted mentioning it at all, though, admittedly, the idea wasn't without merit. Meanwhile, in the arena, Abomination was waiting for Xiao Lin's command, ready to leave at a moment's notice. He had already knocked out quite a few arena guards. With the match delayed, the crowd in the stands grew restless, their complaints swelling into a loud uproar. Over 100 guards had formed a circle around Abomination, but none dared get too close. The captain of the guards was sweating bullets. He certainly didn't want to be executed by the Grandmaster. Today's match will continue. When it's over, you'll leave this place with me. Yes, Master. Receiving Xiao Lin's telepathic message, Abomination strode into the arena, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the guards. Next up, the Crimson Fury, Abomination, versus the Wild King of the Machines. Eggbreaker. Let's give it a round of applause. Mogula, a desolate planet. Once, it had flourished with civilization, until the day a vengeful figure arrived bearing the Power Stone. The moment the Power Stone touched the planet's surface, a surge of violet energy swept across the globe, destroying it in an instant. The one who wielded the stone was consumed as well, unable to bear its force. Only a handful of the strongest survived, clinging to life. They forged a cosmic orb, sealed the power stone within it, and one by one, they too perished. The stone's whereabouts became a mystery, until recently, when Ronin and the Collector uncovered its secret. Xiao Lin, Abomination, and Carlrut were traveling toward Moglastar aboard a small sightseeing spacecraft provided by the Grandmaster. It had to be said that, even though this was just a sightseeing vessel, its defenses and propulsion system were far superior to those of his own Legion's warships. Moglastar was a considerable distance from Sokka, but thankfully, there were plenty of wormholes nearby, so the journey didn't take too long. It wasn't like Earth, the remote planet, where there was only a single dangerous wormhole near Asgard, one that ordinary ships couldn't hope to cross. After passing through more than a dozen wormholes, Xiao Lin and his companions arrived at a desolate planet. Here, the surface was shrouded year-round by thick, oppressive clouds. Dense fog hung in the air, lightning flashed viciously within the cloud banks, and jets of steam erupted from the ground, soaring thousands of meters high. All of this made it a world almost untouched by life. As Carlrut piloted the ship, he suddenly asked, "Mr. Xiao Lin, there's a spacecraft not far below us. Should we head over to take a look?" A spacecraft? It probably wasn't Star-Lord, Xiao Lin thought. Judging by the timeline, Star-Lord shouldn't have been here yet. His memories of long ago were already hazy. He couldn't be sure. "Let's go over and see who it is," he replied. "Lord Karath, there's a ship appearing above us." Karath, a half-cybernetic Kree, was here with his team on Ronin, the Accuser's orders, also searching for the Orb of Power. He looked up and saw a disc-shaped vessel descending toward them. "Shoot it down. The Orb of Power isn't for just anyone to touch," Karath said, his voice brimming with anger. Earlier, he'd run into Star-Lord and been outwitted, forced to watch as the man made off with the orb. Anyone who knows about this has to die. Karath's men raised the weapons they'd used against Star-Lord just moments ago, aimed at Xiao Lin's ship, and unleashed a beam of energy. Xiao Lin and his group watched as streaks of white light hurtled toward them, but a translucent energy shield shimmered to life around their ship, absorbing the assault without a scratch. "They're attacking us," Carlrut said, his tone tinged with irritation. With Karath's weapons blazing, the ship landed not far from their position. Karath and his crew ceased fire, waiting to see who would emerge. Aboard the ship, Xiao Lin gave his instructions. "Blonsky, come with me. Carlrut, you stay here." The hatch opened, and Xiao Lin and Blonsky stepped out. They were immediately confronted by several Kree warriors, weapons at the ready, their eyes fixed on the newcomers. Kree. Xiao Lin noticed that their appearance was somewhat similar to the Kree he had seen before, and the leader, a half-cybernetic man, looked strangely familiar. "Are you waiting here to meet Star-Lord, Peter Quill?" Hearing Xiao Lin's words, Karath asked, "Are you with him?" "No. Is there a problem?" "There's no problem, because it doesn't matter anymore." A beam of light shot from the weapon in Karath's hand toward Xiao Lin, but to his surprise, a shield materialized around Xiao Lin, blocking the attack. It seemed these Kree hadn't experienced the last great battle on Earth and didn't recognize him. "Master, let me teach them a lesson." The brutal fights in the Sakaar arena had only made Blonsky's bloodlust stronger. Seeing the enemy attack, he gave a furious roar and transformed into a hulking red giant. "Wait," Xiao Lin stopped Abomination. There were still things he wanted to learn from them. Seeing one of their enemies undergo such a monstrous transformation, the Kree grew tense. Their weapons now aimed at Abomination, they squeezed the triggers, unleashing a blinding barrage of energy that engulfed his massive form. Moments later, the Kree's weapons clattered uselessly to the ground. Xiao Lin's power of death had coiled around their throats, lifting them off the ground and leaving them suspended in the air. With a sickening crack, all the Kree except Karath had their necks snapped. Xiao Lin then floated Karath with him toward the ship. "Let's go. We're heading back." Once inside the ship, Xiao Lin carelessly tossed Karath onto the floor. "Where's Ronin now?" The last time Xiao Lin destroyed Ronin's Dark Aster, the warlord had managed to escape. This unstable element needed to be dealt with once and for all. Karath, though unsure what Xiao Lin wanted with Lord Ronin, stubbornly refused to answer. Seeing his continued silence, Xiao Lin unleashed a wailing spirit from Frostmourne, sending Karath into a horrifying mental illusion. Whatever he saw in that vision must have been terrifying. Karath recoiled in utter panic, sweat pouring from his brow. "Don't come any closer. Please don't. I was only following Lord Ronin's orders." When Xiao Lin finally withdrew the torturous phantom, Karath was drenched in cold sweat and trembling. "Are you ready to talk now?" Karath glanced at Xiao Lin, his voice weak and defeated. "Lord Ronin is now hiding near Xander. He's planning to destroy the place once he gets the orb. After the torment he'd just endured," Karath told Xiao Lin everything he knew. Did Star-Lord leave with the orb? Xiao Lin was fairly certain Peter Quill had come for and taken the orb, but he wanted to make absolutely sure. Yes, they just left not long ago, Karath replied weakly. Well, it seemed he had arrived a little too late and made the trip for nothing. Xiao Lin turned to the pilot, Carlet, and gave an order. Carlet, take us to Xander now. Yes, Mr. Xiao Lin. As he looked at Karath lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, Blonsky asked, Master, what should we do with this guy? Toss him out. Will do. Blonsky grinned savagely as he hoisted Karath up and opened the hatch at the back of the cargo hold. A piercing scream echoed and faded into the distance, growing fainter and fainter, until it was drowned out by the scalding geothermal fountain that shot him high into the air. The ship soon reached Xander. On the way, Xiao Lin had already mapped out his next steps. As for searching for Poppy, he decided that could wait until he finished business here. After landing the ship at the spaceport, Xiao Lin addressed his companions. From here on, I'll go alone. You two stay here and wait for me. I'll be back soon. Mr. Xiao Lin. Before Carlet could finish, Xiao Lin had already left. On Xander, Carlet couldn't help but worry about being recognized. Skrulls like him were hunted across the galaxy, not just by the Kree. He suspected even the Nova Corps here would throw him in jail at first sight. Blonsky got up as well. I'm going out to find some fun. Carlet quickly warned him. Hey, don't do anything reckless here. If you start a fight, the Nova Corps will have you in custody within minutes. Getting thrown into Xiao prison would be more trouble than either of them needed. Blonsky just waved him off, unconcerned. Being cooped up in this tiny ship any longer was simply unbearable. The Nova Corps of Xander prided themselves as the universe's police force. Contrary to their portrayal in the movies, they were anything but weak. If they were, Thanos wouldn't have given up attacking Xander in favor of civilizations beyond the galaxy. Still, the Nova Corps didn't dare cross Thanos, and even the Kree were a headache for them. Now Xiao Lin found himself in Xander's capital, right on the outskirts where the Nova Corps headquarters stood. This city was known for its impeccable public order. No one dared stir up trouble here, and the residents all seemed to live in peace and leisure. The city was vast, and finding Star-Lord would not be easy. If he couldn't locate him within a day, the only option would be to search the Xiao prison. Rocket Raccoon and Groot? By chance, Xiao Lin spotted two characters who stood out from the crowd, arguing beside a fountain. They looked to be in the midst of a heated debate. Hey, what are you staring at? To his surprise, the little raccoon was quick to notice. Xiao Lin had only glanced at him for a moment before Rocket picked up his weapon and started marching straight toward him. I am Groot. Groot, the tree-like being, grabbed Rocket by the waist and lifted him right off the ground. Put me down, you big oaf. Rocket's small frame swung back and forth as he flailed his limbs, shouting at Groot at the top of his lungs. If Groot weren't his friend, Rocket would have blasted him already. I am Groot. Groot's wide eyes fixed on Rocket, and he pointed off into the distance. You mean the bounty target? Rocket quieted down, turning his head to look in the direction Groot was pointing. Following their gaze, Xiao Lin looked over as well. He spotted two figures standing on a bridge. One of them was Star-Lord, Peter Quill, holding a metallic orb in his hand. The other was a woman with green skin. She could only be Gamora, Thanos' adopted daughter. Put me down first. Rocket squirmed uncomfortably in Groot's grasp. Once he was set down, he rummaged through his backpack and pulled out a tablet computer. Ravager's wanted list. 1 million credits, Rocket said, his face lighting up with excitement. He hugged Groot's leg and gave it a quick peck. Wait a sec. The other one's Gamora? We've hit the jackpot. But before Rocket could make a move, chaos erupted on the bridge. The two targets began fighting each other. Gamora snatched the orb from Star-Lord's hands and bolted. What the heck are they doing? Rocket was totally baffled. The sudden brawl threw the usually laid-back Xandarians into a panic. No one expected anyone to stir up trouble here. The chase was on, the two figures darting through the city, smashing into buildings as the orb changed hands again and again. Rocket, unfazed by the commotion, raised his gun and took aim at Star-Lord. He fired a metallic cable, which whirled through the air toward its target. Star-Lord, caught mid-run, suddenly found his feet bound together. He lost his balance and crashed hard to the ground, the orb slipping from his grasp. Gamora glanced at Rocket in the distance, then dashed toward the orb, reaching out just as another hand snatched it away right in front of her. Damn it, who was that? Star-Lord cursed as he struggled to untangle the cable from his legs. All his efforts to track down that orb, and now someone else had snatched it away. Gamora recognized Xiao Lin immediately. She had seen him before during Thanos' communications with Ronan. What's he doing here? Gamora didn't dare make a move. Anyone who could defeat Ronan was not someone she wanted to take on. As she hesitated, the man standing not far from her called out, Gamora? You know me? Gamora was caught off guard. You shouldn't know who she was. After all, she'd never set foot on Earth. Xiao Lin was just about to speak when Star-Lord, who had only just managed to untie the ropes on his feet and get to his feet, fired a shot at him. A bolt of electricity with a numbing effect shot straight towards Xiao Lin. With a swift movement, Xiao Lin dodged the attack. The electric bolt struck the ground, making a sharp, crackling sound. By this time, the Nova Core should be arriving soon, and Xiao Lin had no intention of getting further entangled with them, especially now that the orb was finally in his possession. But to his surprise, it wasn't the Nova Core's ship that arrived next. Instead, a figure wearing a helmet hovered in the air above them. At the Nova Core base outside the city, the main computer monitoring the entire planet suddenly sounded an alarm. Alert! Wanted criminals Rocket Raccoon, Gamora, and Star-Lord Peter Quill detected in Sector A5. The Nova Corps squad leader, who'd been peacefully sipping his tea, leapt up from his seat, spilling the scalding liquid in his hand. Gamora was known throughout the galaxy as Thanos' adopted daughter. Now, seeing her appear on Xandar made him immediately suspect a sinister plot was afoot. He quickly opened a communication channel with Supervisor Richard Ryder. Supervisor Ryder, Thanos' people have been found in Sector A5, and a fight has broken out with several wanted criminals. Ryder asked, Thanos' people? Who exactly? His adopted daughter, Gamora. The presence of one of Thanos' agents on Xandar was a matter of grave urgency. Ryder wasted no time. As a Centurion of the Nova Corps, his power came from the Nova Force, granting him immense strength, speed, durability, and the ability to fly. What's more, his power grew stronger by the day. He donned his Nova helmet. I'll go apprehend him myself. The rest of you, get to the scene immediately. With that, Ryder's body lifted off the ground and shot into the air. With a booming sonic boom, he vanished in an instant. Xiao Lin looked up to see the figure floating overhead, clad in the Nova Corps' standard uniform, his eyes sharp and focused on those below. You've broken the laws of the Nova Corps. Come with me to face justice. Nova Corps. Gamora and Star-Lord's hearts skipped a beat. The last thing they wanted was to be thrown into a cell, especially Gamora, who knew she would likely never get out again. They immediately turned to flee, abandoning all thoughts of the orb. But Rocket, never one to back down, wasn't about to let that happen. My bounty, don't let them get away. Rocket shouted to Groot. Groot, help me catch him. Groot caught on and called out in his booming voice, I am Groot. After shouting, he charged at Star-Lord with Rocket in tow. Just as he was about to catch up, the branches on Groot's body suddenly stretched out, winding tightly around Star-Lord's legs and yanking him back toward Groot. What the hell is this? Star-Lord tumbled to the ground again, the branches wrapping around him and dragging him toward Groot. Hey, you deformed tree, let go of me. I am Groot. Groot's voice carried a note of anger as he lifted Star-Lord's body and slammed him hard against the ground. Damn, Star-Lord felt like his body was about to fall apart. Meanwhile, Ryder spotted Gamora trying to escape below. In a flash, he swooped down from above, grabbed her by the neck, and pinned her to the ground. With a heavy punch, he struck Gamora in the stomach, knocking the wind out of her. She collapsed, clutching her abdomen, cold sweat beading on her forehead. In the name of the Nova Corps, you are under arrest. He pulled out a pair of cuffs and locked Gamora's hands behind her back. Xiao Lin had no recollection of the man before him. In all his memories, he was sure this person had never appeared. Watching how swiftly he subdued Gamora, Xiao Lin realized the man's strength was formidable, at least not much weaker than Thor's current power. Holding the orb in his hand, Xiao Lin decided to leave immediately to avoid unnecessary trouble. He had barely taken a few steps when a fierce gust of wind howled past him. Just as Xiao Lin was about to slip away, Ryder dropped from the sky, blocking his path. A golden glow shone from Ryder's helmet, scanning Xiao Lin's body from head to toe. This made Xiao Lin uncomfortable. It felt as if someone had stripped him naked. Species, human. Homeworld, Earth. No criminal record. No identity information. The helmet's scan reported. Looking at the readout, Ryder addressed Xiao Lin. Sir, you cannot leave just yet. You'll need to come with us to answer some questions and explain what happened here. Xiao Lin replied helplessly. I'm just a passerby. I don't even know these people. At that moment, a dozen Nova Corps attack ships approached from the distance, bathing the group, including Xiao Lin, in golden beams of light. Instantly, they all began to float helplessly in midair. Xiao Lin felt an energy force binding him tightly. Its power was identical to that emanating from the Nova Corps officer before him. The beam reminded Xiao Lin of some sort of holy light, and he found it deeply unpleasant. The deathly power within him began to boil in response. A shield of gray death energy formed instinctively, pushing the golden beam away, and Xiao Lin tumbled back to the ground. Alert! The assault ship is under attack. The assault ship that had previously been controlling Xiao Lin suddenly lost all power and plummeted straight from the sky. With a heavy crash, the ship slammed into the ground, cracking the earth beneath it. Fortunately, it hadn't been very high off the ground, so apart from being immobilized, the ship suffered no major damage, and the pilot was unhurt. Those who defy the Legion's laws will be punished. Earthling, you will answer for your actions. Ryder's voice held a chilling edge. The way his opponent had just fought made him realize he couldn't underestimate him. In a golden blur, Ryder appeared right next to Xiao Lin, launching a fierce punch straight at his heart. Instinct honed by countless battles allowed Xiao Lin to catch the heavy blow. The force of their clash sent rippling shockwaves through the air around them. Ryder's attacks, though powerful, were still within Xiao Lin's ability to withstand. Blow after blow rained down, but Xiao Lin blocked each one. Infuriated, Xiao Lin's fists shimmered with frosty energy. He struck Ryder's armor, and a layer of frost instantly formed across Ryder's body. Thankfully, the Nova Core armor was remarkably resilient. Only cracks appeared along the forearm plates, though the biting cold began to seep into Ryder's body. Ryder staggered back a few steps, his hands trembling. "Who are you? There shouldn't be anyone this strong from such a backward place as Earth." "It seems you know far too little about Earth," Xiao Lin replied, wondering where this man had gotten his information. There was no shortage of powerful people on Earth. A deathly coil wrapped around Ryder, tightening before hurling him with force toward a Nova Core assault ship hovering in the sky. With an explosive boom, sparks erupted midair as Ryder crashed hard into the side of his ship, leaving a deep dent before plummeting to the ground. "Attack! Attack!" Seeing their commander suffer, the Nova Core soldiers piloted their ships to fire beams of energy at Xiao Lin. But a shimmering anti-magic shield materialized around Xiao Lin, absorbing every ray of the attacking light. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He counted. Aside from the 4 ships holding Star-Lord's group captive, 13 assault ships still circled him in the sky. Drawing his weapon, Xiao Lin leapt onto one of the ships. Frostmourne bit into the Nova Core hull, sending up a burst of golden sparks before the ship began trailing smoke and spiraled downward. "Quick, take off! Get us into the air!" The Nova Core crew shouted in panic, scrambling to lift their ships away. With a heavy thud, Ryder pushed aside the wreckage, pinning him down. He looked up to see his Nova Core troops in complete disarray, the ground littered with broken ships. "You've made me angry now." Cracks splintered across the hard ground beneath his feet as he charged toward Xiao Lin, who was still suspended in midair. With a heavy thud, Raid, who had just flown close, was kicked down by Xiao Lin, slamming into the ground and leaving a crater in his wake. By the time he managed to recover, Xiao Lin's figure had already vanished from the surrounding area. "Director Raid, are those fugitives trying to escape?" A Nova Corps member, whose injuries weren't too severe, called out anxiously. After the attack ship crashed and the immobilizing beams dissipated, Star-Lord and his group seized the chance to flee, with Groot and Rocket close on their heels. "I'll catch them," Raid replied, entirely unfazed. His helmet display was already tracking their movements and directions. Inside the interrogation rooms at the Nova Corps outpost, Gamora, Rocket, Star-Lord, and Groot were separated from one another. Raid entered Groot's room first. He regarded the tree-like creature and asked, "Now, tell me everything you know about that man." "I am Groot." Groot plucked a fresh flower bud from his head, popped it into his mouth, chewed thoughtfully, and stared at Raid with wide, innocent eyes. Well, this tree looked just like a child, and it was clear he couldn't understand a word Raid was saying. "Time to try someone else." "You mean this guy?" Star-Lord pointed at Xiao Lin's image flickering in a hologram before him, his voice seething with anger. "I don't know him. All I know is he stole my stuff." "I don't know him," Gamora said coolly. She knew who Xiao Lin was, but she had no intention of revealing anything. There was nothing in it for her. Raid questioned the rest in turn, but no matter how he pressed, or what specialized equipment he used, none of them yielded any useful information. For someone like Gamora, who had been trained by Thanos himself, Nova Corps interrogations were laughably basic. "Lock them all up in KYLN prison," Raid said irritably. "Has the satellite picked up any trace of that human?" His subordinate reported, "Centurion Raid, we lost track of him after he boarded a spacecraft. Judging by its design, it appears to belong to the Grandmaster of Sakaar." Sakaar. Raid was baffled. How could an Earthling possibly get hold of the Grandmaster's ship? Aboard the Grandmaster's vessel, equipped with the most advanced technology in the galaxy, Xiao Lin flew away from Xander without a hint of concern. With Nova Corps' capabilities, they stood no chance of tracking him. Meanwhile, Star-Lord and his companions were escorted to KYLN prison, the most secure penitentiary in the galaxy, a place from which no one had ever escaped. 2 guards marched the 4 deeper into the facility. As they walked, Star-Lord caught up to Gamora, gave her a friendly tap on the shoulder, and said, "Hey, beautiful, why did you have to steal my stuff?" Gamora glanced at him. "I don't know where you got that from, but don't you realize how dangerous it is? Ronan is searching everywhere for it. Keeping it will only put you in danger, and he already knows you had it. I mean, isn't it just a metal orb? Is it really worth all this trouble from the infamous accuser?" Star-Lord replied, "Besides, it's not on me anymore, so all that effort was for nothing." Gamora didn't want to dwell on the subject. Very few people truly understood what the orb was. "There's something rather unfortunate I have to tell you." "What is it?" Star-Lord's face was full of confusion. "Ronan probably still thinks you have the orb, so he'll keep coming after you." "Coming after me?" Star-Lord shrugged. "Could things really get any worse than they are now? Trust me, if Ronan finds out you're here, he'll bring an entire army to storm this place just to capture you. Will you two hurry up already?" Rocket, who'd been weaving around the two, dawdling behind him, nearly bumped his nose and snapped, his impatience flaring. "If you keep dragging your feet, I'll blast you with my weapon. Do you even have a gun now? And if it weren't for you, I would have escaped by now." Star-Lord still held a grudge about earlier. He had only wanted to trade the item, but ended up with no money and a mountain of trouble. Escorted by guards, the four of them were marched into the prison, where an unpleasant stench hung in the air. As soon as the inmates caught sight of Gamora leading the group, the entire prison erupted in uproar. "Look, that's one of Thanos' people. Tonight's going to be fun. I'm going to slit her throat." Most of the criminals here had scores to settle with Thanos and Ronan, so naturally, they harbored plenty of hatred for his adopted daughter. "Looks like you've got quite a few enemies," Star-Lord remarked. Gamora shot him a look, but remained silent. She needed to find a way out, whether it was the enemies inside the prison or the threat of Ronan's arrival. Staying here only put her in greater danger. "Peter Quill, rest here for the night. Tomorrow, I'll get you out," she said quietly. Star-Lord looked at her in surprise. "Thanks. Don't get the wrong idea. I've broken out of 30 prisons before. There's not a cell in the galaxy that can hold me," Rocket said with unshakable confidence. "And don't overthink it. I just want to bring you in for the bounty." Aboard the spaceship, Xiao Lin took out the orb, which looked utterly ordinary from the outside. "Master, what exactly is this thing?" Blonsky asked, still baffled as to why Xiao Lin had come all this way, just to seize it. "I'll tell you once I open it." The casing of the orb, which encased the Power Stone, was sealed tight as a drum. Xiao Lin tried to twist it open with all his might, but it felt as if an invisible magnetic force was holding it firmly shut. With the strength bestowed by the Pillar of Frost, Xiao Lin managed to force the orb open, though its surface became somewhat warped in the process. A beam of violet light burst forth, bathing the entire interior of the spaceship in a purple glow. "This is the Power Stone." "I know, it's one of the Infinity Stones," Carlrut said, a hint of surprise in his voice. "But, Mr. Xiao Lin, only those of immense strength can touch it. Otherwise, it brings nothing but destruction." "I'm aware. If Ronan could handle the Power Stone, Xiao Lin figured he should have no trouble either." "I can feel its immense power," Blonsky said greedily. "Wait." Before anyone could stop him, Blonsky reached out and grasped the Power Stone. Intense violet light shot from his hand, and the Power Stone's energy surged through his veins, crawling up to his head, turning his eyes the same vivid purple. With a guttural roar, Blonsky could no longer withstand the force. His whole body transformed into the abomination. The red blood god energy that once flowed inside him was gradually overtaken and turned purple under the Power Stone's influence. The abomination's voice trembled with excitement. "Such power! If that black dwarf shows up again, I could smash him to pieces with a single punch." "Put it back. Now." Xiao Lin held out the orb's casing, speaking firmly to the abomination. The Power Stone's energy was shaking the entire ship, causing some equipment to spark with electricity. If this kept up, the spaceship would be destroyed. Reluctantly, the abomination handed over the Power Stone and placed it back into the orb. Instantly, the overwhelming force vanished. Carlrut let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. In that moment, he'd feared the stone's energy might strike him down, reducing him to dust. He was nothing like these terrifying Earthlings standing before him. Carlrut piloted the ship, gradually pulling away from Xander. Meanwhile, Xiao Lin still couldn't sense Poppy's presence. He wondered where Poppy had ended up after being teleported. "Mr. Xiao Lin," Carlrut ventured hesitantly, "our Skrull Queen is in the Andromeda Galaxy, the nearest to the Milky Way." Xiao Lin was listening when suddenly, the system chimed in. "System mission. Difficulty S. Assist Star-Lord and his team in defeating Ronan the Accuser, who is attacking the KYLN prison. Reward, 150,000 exchange points." Having taken the orb, Xiao Lin had been worried that diverging from the original storyline might trigger some unwanted consequences such as Star-Lord's father, Ego, assimilating the universe in the absence of the Guardians of the Galaxy. That would be a disaster. Perhaps the very purpose of the system's existence is to eliminate the catastrophic consequences brought about by the variable that is Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin said to Carlrud, "There's still something important I must do here. We need to deal with Ronan right now. Have you forgotten our last attack on Earth?" Carla considered this for a moment. Perhaps taking care of Ronan now was indeed the wiser choice. Take the ship to the vicinity of Cayenne Prison. Ronan is planning a raid there. Understood, Mr. Xiao Lin. Carla did not ask how Xiao Lin knew any of this. He had always found Xiao Lin shrouded in mystery, almost omniscient in his knowledge. "Mr. Xiao Lin, a Kree fleet has been spotted. They're moving toward Cayenne Prison." Sure enough, before long, they detected the Kree warships approaching. After his ship, the Dark Star, was destroyed on Earth last time, Ronan, one of the Kree's supreme accusers, had requisitioned an even larger vessel, the Meteor. Near Cayenne Prison, the Meteor had been lying in wait, concealed and biding its time for the perfect moment. "Let's move. We'll board their warship. Bronsky and I will strike from the inside." Their small craft stood no chance of destroying the Meteor from the outside. Their only hope was to break through from within. "Alert! Alert! The prison is under attack from an unidentified warship." Suddenly, alarms blared throughout Cayenne Prison, sending waves of confusion among the inmates. Robots floated out from every corner, herding the prisoners back into their cells. The guards, meanwhile, rushed toward the command tower atop the central hall. The warden hurried into the control room and demanded of the staff, "What's happening?" A staff member, clearly flustered, replied, "A fleet has appeared outside the prison and is launching an assault. Our outer shields are rapidly weakening." The surveillance screens showed a massive fleet bombarding the prison with relentless fire. "It's the Kree warships. What's going on? Didn't we sign a peace treaty with the Kree?" The warden barked. "Hurry, open a communication channel with them." They're refusing to respond. Beads of sweat gathered on the technician's brow. As the bombardment continued, the entire prison began to shake violently. "Quick, contact the Nova Corps. Request reinforcements." The warden's anxiety was mounting. It was obvious the enemy intended to obliterate them. "Warden, the communications tower has been destroyed. We can't reach the Nova Corps." Facing this desperate situation, the warden instead became calm. After a moment of silence, he said, "We can't just sit here and wait to die. Deploy all combat robots and small warships. Break through the siege and send for reinforcements from the Nova Corps." As he saw his subordinates about to leave, he continued, "Keep a close eye on those who were just brought in today, especially Gamora. If they try anything suspicious, deal with them immediately." The warden was beginning to suspect that they had entered the prison with a purpose. The Kree attack threw the prison into chaos. Some inmates, ignoring the robot's commands, tried to escape. Seeing the commotion outside, Star-Lord asked the guard stationed at his cell, "Hey man, what's going on out there?" "Stay right where you are." The guard's face was twisted in disgust. He was convinced that Star-Lord had sided with the Kree. After all, the attack had happened just after Star-Lord and Gamora were brought in. "If you so much as twitch, I'll kill you on the spot." All right, Star-Lord replied, baffled at being treated as if he'd murdered the guard's entire family. Boom! The explosions outside came one after another, each louder than the last. Star-Lord's ears rang from the noise, and dust rained down from above. Earlier, a group of inmates had tried to kill Gamora, but with Star-Lord's help, she'd managed to survive. That ordeal had brought the two of them much closer. Star-Lord banged on the wall, separating his cell from the next. "Gamora, I think we need to get out of here now." "How do you suppose we sneak out?" Gamora asked. Star-Lord eyed the guard hand. With that, he could open nearly every door in the place. He'd have to find a way to cut it off. These solid cells kept them trapped, but Gamora added, "Maybe it's Ronan attacking the prison. You're his target. Damn it, couldn't these bastards have waited a little longer? I haven't even had a chance to pull off my escape plan yet." Rocket's already small face was scrunched up even tighter with frustration. "I am Groot," Groot said, in a tongue only Rocket could understand. "Forget it. Is this whole place about to go under?" Rocket was on the verge of losing it. Not only had he failed to make any money, now his life was on the line. Their four cells were right next to each other. Boom! A blast from a Kree warship punched a hole straight through the prison's main hall ceiling. Air inside began rushing out, and a violent gale swept everything towards the breach. The guard at their cell door gripped the bars for dear life. Star-Lord leaned close to his ear and said, "Hey bro, I need your hand for a second." "Ah." The guard's hand was severed by Star-Lord with a weapon at his belt. The guard was sent hurtling outward, vanishing into the vacuum of space, where he became nothing more than a drifting corpse. Braving the crushing low pressure and bitter cold, Star-Lord used the guard's hand to open each of the cell doors, one by one. Just then, Groot's body sprouted numerous branches, which wrapped tightly around the other three, anchoring them securely so they wouldn't be swept away. That way, Star-Lord shouted to the others, but no one could hear him through the silence of space. Left with no choice, he pointed emphatically toward a doorway. With Groot carrying them, they slowly inched toward the door, and just before suffocation could claim them, they finally reached their destination. Using the guard's hand once more, Star-Lord unlocked the door. As soon as they were inside, everyone collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath, their whole bodies shivering uncontrollably from the cold. Meanwhile, Krut piloted the ship in stealth mode, gliding silently beneath the Dark Aster, completely unnoticed by the warships above. "Wait, Krut." Seeing Krut's puzzled expression, Xiao Lin explained, "I need to find a few people inside Xiao prison. You all figure out a way to get inside Ronin's warship." He turned to Blonsky and added, "Once you're in, wait for me. We'll act together. I'll be there soon." With that, Xiao Lin opened the hatch, leaped out alone, and summoned a small frost dragon. Dodging the crossfire, he flew straight toward Xiao prison. Though Xiao didn't have massive warships, it had numbers on its side. It might just hold out long enough for the Nova Corps to arrive. The ships from Xiao managed to blast a breach in the Dark Aster's hull. Krut spotted the opening, and before the Kree ship's shields could seal it up again, piloted the craft straight inside. Elsewhere, after reaching a relatively safe area, Star-Lord and his companions collapsed to the ground one by one. "It's you." Hearing a voice nearby, Star-Lord looked up to see Drax the Destroyer towering over him. "How did you end up here?" Star-Lord sat up, noticing a few other prisoners as well. He had no idea how they'd made it over. "The warship attacking outside belongs to Ronin. He's probably here to hunt me and Gamora down." "Ronin." At the mention of the name, Drax jumped to his feet, his whole body taut with rage. "I'm going to kill him." Star-Lord quickly grabbed his arm. "Calm down. He's got a massive warship out there. He could blow this whole prison to bits. Just how do you plan to kill him?" Star-Lord's words cooled Drax's anger, but he was left simmering with frustration. "Big guy, no brains," Rocket muttered, finally catching his breath and tossing a barbed comment from the sidelines. "What did you say?" Drax took a giant stride, ready to lunge at Rocket. "I'm going to roast you and eat you, you little rodent. As it happens, I'm a bit hungry. I am Groot." Groot stepped in front, blocking Drax's path, his eyes wide and intent, refusing to let Drax get any closer to Rocket. "I'm not a rodent." Rocket shot back with an angry glare. If he'd had a weapon on him, he would have fired long ago. Star-Lord chimed in from the sidelines, stirring the pot. "Actually, he's a little raccoon." Gamora looked at them with a headache brewing. "Would you all cut it out? We need to figure out how to get out of here." Suddenly, with a heavy thud, Drax spun around, grabbing Gamora by the throat and pinning her against the wall. "Woman, the only reason I spared your life was so you could lead me to Ronin. Now Ronin's nearby. If you try to run, I'll kill you where you stand." Gamora choked, coughing as Drax's grip left red marks on her neck, but he released her just as quickly. "I want to kill that maniac Ronin too," she gasped, "but the five of us can't possibly take him on alone. This place is about to be destroyed. Our best chance is to escape now and settle the score with him later." Star-Lord was convinced Drax had lost his mind. He had no intention of rushing headlong to his own death. That was when Star-Lord realized he was standing in the prison storage room. When he'd first arrived, all his belongings had been taken, but now the guard were nowhere to be seen. The perfect chance to recover his stuff. "Wait a sec, I need to step out for a moment. I'll be right back." Without waiting for a reply, he darted into the storage room, rummaging frantically for the keys. When he opened a cabinet, he found all his things still there. "Thank goodness, my Walkman's safe." That was the only keepsake his mother had left him. Once he'd strapped on his gear, Star-Lord let out a sigh of relief. At least now, he didn't have to worry about dying from lack of oxygen or freezing to death. How do we get out? All around, the prison shook with explosions and the screams of terrified inmates. It wouldn't be long before the place was reduced to rubble. Drax, for one, had no desire to die here. Under relentless bombardment, the Kree's small warships finally breached the Xiao defenses, surging into the prison's interior. On every screen aboard the Kree ships, Ronin's image appeared. "Listen up. We've breached the Xiao defenses. All ships storm the prison. Find the thief who stole the orb and the traitor Gamora. I want them, dead or alive. Bring me their bodies if you must." Like a swarm of angry hornets, the Kree warships descended on the prison, sweeping from building to building in their search. This is bad. The prison's already overrun. They all saw squads of Kree soldiers in armor storming into the adjacent rooms, dragging out prisoners and prison guard alike. Just then, fierce gunfire erupted from outside, mingled with the agonized screams of the Kree. "What's happening?" Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. One of the prisoners asked with a hint of excitement, "Could it be the Nova Corps coming to the rescue?" "No way," Star-Lord replied, drawing his weapon. They're not that fast. Either way, maybe we should try breaking out to sea for ourselves. Gamora held him back. Wait, let's see what happens first. A loud crash interrupted their speculation. The nearby door had been kicked open with force. A figure strode in, completely encased in armor and wielding a sword. The clanking of metal boots on the floor sent a chill through the room. Stop right there. Take another step, and I'll shoot. Star-Lord's heart pounded as he aimed his blaster at the newcomer. When the armored figure ignored his warning and kept advancing, he fired. The blast struck the armor, but the energy simply vanished, as if absorbed, leaving not even a scratch. The stranger removed his helmet, revealing a youthful face. It's you. Star-Lord recognized him immediately. How could he forget the person who'd stolen the orb from him? Xiao Lin paused, surprised to see the entire Guardians of the Galaxy together in this room. And, of course, a few other less welcome faces. Was it just coincidence? Let's go. I'll get you out of here. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Lin opened a shimmering portal before them. Is that a wormhole? Everyone stared in disbelief at the swirling passage of energy. Don't overthink it. On the other side is Ronin's warship. Xiao Lin glanced at them. If you want to take down Ronin, follow me. Who's in? I am. Drax didn't hesitate for a second. As soon as he heard Ronin's ship was on the other side, he plunged through the portal. The others, however, were more cautious, held back by suspicion. Suit yourselves. My portal only opens to Ronin's ship, or you can wait here for the Nova Corps to come save you. As Xiao Lin turned and stepped through the portal, the chaos outside showed no sign of stopping. The sound of Kree soldiers closing in grew louder. There had to be at least 100 of them. No way I'm letting those blue creeps turn me into Swiss cheese, Rocket muttered. He and Groot followed Drax into the portal. Gamora, knowing Xiao Lin's true allegiance, realized he couldn't possibly be working for Ronin. Without much hesitation, she too slipped inside. In the end, only Star-Lord and a handful of other prisoners stayed behind, uncertain and rooted to the spot. He's here. A Kree soldier spotted Star-Lord's location, and a group of them charged toward him. Damn it, Star-Lord cursed, breaking into a sprint toward the door of death. When Xiao Lin saw Star-Lord rushing over, he promptly shut the door of death, leaving the prisoners behind to curse furiously, only to be gunned down by the Kree soldiers, becoming nothing more than corpses. After a sudden sensation of weightlessness, they realized they had arrived somewhere else. All around them, Kree bodies littered the floor, and their ears rang with the sounds of constant explosions and Drax's wild shouting. Drax! They stared in shock at a red giant before them, who had grabbed Drax by the leg and was swinging him around like a club, knocking down Kree soldiers left and right. It turned out that when Drax crossed the door of death, Abomination was in the midst of wiping out Kree soldiers. Mistaking Drax for another enemy, he had picked him up and used him as a weapon. Blonsky, put Drax down, Xiao Lin said, both amused and exasperated by the scene before him. He had only been delayed by a minute, and in that short time, Abomination had already battered the mighty Drax into a sorry state. After flattening a few more enemies, Abomination finally set a very dizzy Drax back on the ground. Once released, Drax sat there dazed and gasping for breath, but thanks to his formidable physique, he was unhurt. Mr. Xiao Lin, we were just discovered by Ronin's men. Carrot, who had been hiding nearby, stepped out to report. But the Kree soldiers weren't about to let up. Just as Xiao Lin was about to speak, another squad of Kree burst in, their weapons firing beams of light. As Star-Lord and the others braced themselves to dodge, a green anti-magic field shimmered into existence, shielding everyone and absorbing the blast from the Kree energy weapons. Meanwhile, in the control room, Ronin caught sight of Xiao Lin inside the warship and immediately grew uneasy. He still remembered how easily this man had defeated him last time and destroyed his Darkaster. The memory was still fresh. Though he was a member of the Accusers, he couldn't keep wasting the Kree's resources. The thought of losing yet another warship made him anxious. After a moment's thought, Ronin's eyes lit up. The orb must be in that human's hands. The Skrulls and the orb were both on his ship now. There was no way he was letting them go. We can't fail again. Clenching his weapon tightly, Ronin turned to his lieutenant. Send troops to the lower decks. Stop them at all costs. All he could hope for now was to overwhelm them with sheer numbers. As long as he seized the orb and won Thanos' backing, he would have the power to destroy Xander once and for all. If I can capture General Kalrud as well, then it's possible I could replace the Supreme Intelligence and become the ruler of the Kree. Down in the lower decks of the warship, Kree soldiers surged in from all directions, but the future Guardians watched as Xiao Lin and Abomination cut down wave after wave of foes with astonishing ease, mowing them down as if they were nothing. The icy chill in the air, the blood-boiling red energy, the somber aura of death. Star-Lord had never imagined anyone could be so powerful, or open portals out of thin air. I think you could just storm up to the top deck and take out Ronan yourself. The rest of us are just along for the ride, Star-Lord admitted, realizing how little he and his team were actually contributing. A blast of frigid wind swept through, freezing scores of Kree where they stood. Xiao Lin remarked, "No. Do you know why I went out of my way to bring you all up from KYLN prison?" Star-Lord's father, Ego the Living Planet, was a force to be reckoned with. Xiao Lin had no confidence he could handle him yet. Maybe someday, but not now. "Peter Quill, I know who your father is. And he's still alive." Xiao Lin's words left Star-Lord stunned. "That's impossible. My mother and I watched my father die with our own eyes. Could you two be a little more serious right now?" Gamora dodged an attack, casting an exasperated glance at Star-Lord and Xiao Lin. "We're still on Ronan's warship, in case you forgot." Half an hour later, the lower decks of the Dark Aster were strewn with the bodies of over 1,000 Kree. Finally, for the moment, no more enemies charged their way. Is it over at last? Even though Xiao Lin and Abomination had taken care of most of the enemies, Star-Lord and the others felt utterly exhausted. "Useless weapons," Rocket grumbled, tossing aside the gun he'd snatched from fallen foe. He still preferred the ones he built himself, but there was no time for tinkering now. Gamora said, "Ronan's still up there, waiting for us." Star-Lord suddenly asked, "You don't think Ronan will run away, do you? Or does he have something else up his sleeve?" "He won't," Drax replied. "I know him. He would never run. As for anything else, I couldn't say. I know the ship inside and out." "I'll lead the way," Gamora offered. Both she and Nebula had spent time here, sent by Thanos to aid Ronan. "Kalra, stay here and wait for us," Xiao Lin ordered. With that, the group prepared to move up to the upper decks. As they walked through the empty corridor, Gamora suddenly spoke up. "I know you. You're human, from Earth." Xiao Lin turned to look at her. She must have learned about him from Thanos or Ronan. Drax leaned over to Star-Lord and whispered, "Quill, are all humans from Earth as strong as he is?" "Human." Star-Lord was a bit surprised when he heard Gamora and Drax speak. "I thought you were some powerful being, like an Eternal." "Looks like you don't really know your own kind," the other replied. "If you ever make it back to Earth, come find me. I'll take you to see my mutant academy." "I don't know. I haven't set foot on my home planet in over a decade." A sudden longing to return washed over Star-Lord. The group continued their ascent, though for some reason, even after a long while, they didn't encounter a single Kree. "Just 2 more doors, and we'll reach their main control room." Could they have all run off? Drax was getting anxious. He didn't want to miss his chance for vengeance. No sooner had he spoken than they saw the corridor ahead packed with Kree soldiers, weapons raised and aimed at them. "Lord Ronan, we've detected 3 Nova Corps capital ships approaching us." Within the Ronan's flagship's sensor range, 3 warships suddenly appeared, their design unmistakably those of Xander's Nova Corps. By now, most of KYLN prison had been destroyed, but there were still many inmates and guards inside awaiting rescue. One of the warships was forced to divert to KYLN to aid those still trapped within. The other 2 ships, however, streaked straight toward Ronan's flagship, prepared to jump into the wormhole. Faced with the Nova Corps ships, Ronan chose to retreat. He wasn't ready to confront them yet. Not while he also had to deal with the intruders about to reach the upper decks. One of Ronan's subordinates asked cautiously, "Lord Ronan, where are we headed now?" Hala. Hala was a planet in the large Magellanic Cloud, the Kree homeworld. Steering the warship in that direction at such a moment left his crew guessing at Ronan's intentions, but they obeyed without question. The flagship and the Nova Corps ships sped after each other, diving through one wormhole after another. The destruction of KYLN prison had infuriated the Nova Corps' leadership, who issued an extermination order to Centurion Roman Day. Ronan was to be executed on sight. "They're almost here." A woman with half her body replaced by machinery strode in from the corridor. "Nebula, I need you to hold them off. Buy me as much time as you can, so I can put my plan into action." Ronan meant Quill's group. They were still fighting their way up from the lowest deck. "Understood." Nebula nodded. Gamora had longed for a real fight with her sister, and now was her chance. Both Nebula and Gamora were adopted daughters of Thanos, and their lives had been forged through relentless training, to become nothing less than weapons in Thanos' arsenal. She had been defeated time and again in her matches with Gamora, so Thanos kept upgrading and enhancing her, over and over, until she became what she was now. Seeing the orderly ranks of Kree soldiers ahead, Star-Lord and his companions hurriedly ducked into a nearby corner. With so many enemies, if they were caught in a crossfire, they wouldn't stand a chance. "Gamora, you traitor!" At that moment, Nebula stepped out from behind the fully armed Kree soldiers. "If you dare, face me one-on-one." Gamora was about to respond, but then saw Xiao Lin reach out with a deathly grasp, dragging Nebula to his side. There will be plenty of chances for duels later. For now, We still have to deal with Ronan. Nebula was left bewildered. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. Wasn't she supposed to get a chance to buy some time? And her sister, why wasn't she saying anything? Xiao Lin tossed Nebula to Abomination. Keep an eye on her for me. Hoisted onto Abomination's shoulder, Nebula struggled helplessly, her voice rising to a hysterical pitch. Let me go now. Suddenly, an enormous explosion erupted among the Kree soldiers, a blazing flash swallowing up a swath of their ranks. Xiao Lin glanced over to see Rocket skulking in the corner, hefting a weapon even bigger than himself, the barrel still smoking with heat. Rocket caught Xiao Lin's eye and grinned smugly. I just cobbled this together. Not bad, right? Enough showing off, Star-Lord cut in, spotting more Kree soldiers pouring out of the corridor. Fire again, quick. It's out of power. The weapon, having fired just once, instantly fell apart, leaving only a lonely handle behind. Didn't have time to build it properly. This is all I got. When I looked up again, not a single Kree soldier was left standing. That was fast. My gun's still hot. Rocket marveled as he stood up, not entirely sure what had just happened. Drax grabbed Star-Lord by the arm. Let's go. We're about to face Ronan. The thought that revenge was finally within reach filled Drax with excitement. When they reached the last door, they found it was tightly sealed. Gamora said, "This door has been deadlocked. We'll need to destroy the control crystal to open it." "I'll go." "No need," Xiao Lin stopped her. "I'll handle it." With the sharpness of Frostmourne, he had yet to encounter anything it couldn't cut. Breaking through this door should be easy. With a shrill screech, the blade pierced the alloy door, the sound grating on everyone's nerves. Ronan, watching from the control room, saw everything unfold. He hadn't expected them to arrive so soon. Nebula had been completely useless. Even a half-meter-thick alloy door was no match for the destructive power of Xiao Lin's Frostmourne. Bang! With a heavy kick, the dilapidated door was flung open, and Xiao Lin strode in at the front. "Ronan, we meet again. Earthling, why do you insist on standing in my way?" Ronan struggled to contain his anger. "Because everything you want clashes with what I want. You want the scrolls, and I want them to work for me. You want the cosmic orb, but so do I. So, wait, did you say scrolls?" Rocket's ears perked up with excitement. "We're the scrolls. That's the highest bounty I've ever seen. Can you stop talking about money for once?" Drax shot Rocket a glare before turning to Ronan. "Ronan, you killed my wife and daughter. Today, I finally get my revenge." With that, he lunged at Ronan, brandishing a short dagger. Ronan's hammer unleashed an invisible shockwave, sending Drax hurtling across the room. "Lord Ronan, Nova Corps warships are closing in on us." There was panic in the Kree soldier's voice. But Ronan had no time to worry about threats from outside. He turned to Xiao Lin. "Earthling, how about we make a deal?" Xiao Lin, curious about his proposal, asked, "What kind of deal?" Before Ronan could reply, the entire ship shuddered violently. It must have been the Nova Corps bombarding the shields from outside. A blinding flash erupted overhead as a massive hole was blasted through the ceiling of the Dark Star's control center. A powerful vacuum pulled at them from above, and alarms blared throughout the warship. "Hurry, repair the shields." At that moment, a dozen figures streaked through the breach and landed in the hall. "Ronan, for violating the peace accords and attacking Kin Prison without authorization, we are here to bring you before the Nova Corps for judgment." The newcomers were the elite of the Nova Corps, each one radiating formidable Nova force. Leading them was Nova Centurion Rider. "Judge me," Ronan sneered. "When your Nova Corps slaughtered Kree citizens, did you judge yourselves first? You think victory is in your grasp?" Ronan laughed with contempt. "This is my warship. I've been preparing for your arrival. I have tens of thousands of soldiers here. How do you plan to deal with that?" He pressed a button on the control panel. The walls and ceiling of the command hall slid apart, transforming the room into a vast chamber, spanning thousands of square meters. Above them, the deep, endless night of space stretched out, visible through the widened opening. Openings suddenly appeared all over the ground, and from them rose a swarm of mechs and Kree soldiers, densely packed until the entire hall was filled. Judging by the scene, there must be even more hidden beneath the floor, far beyond what could be seen. Surrounded by so many Kree soldiers, Rocket sounded dispirited as he muttered, "We're doomed. Even if they lined up and let you take them out one by one, you'd still drop dead from exhaustion." Centurion Rider's brows also furrowed. He hadn't expected that, before they'd even forced their way in, there would already be other intruders within the enemy's warship. Their original plan was to minimize casualties and end the fight quickly, but now it was clear that it had been a mistake. A direct assault from the outside would have been better. How these intruders got in was anyone's guess, but now Ronan's careful preparations were in disarray, throwing off his decapitation strategy. Ryder quietly signaled the Nova Corps ships encircling the Dark Aster from outside. We're surrounded inside Ronin's warship. The plan might fail. Focus on destroying the ship's power systems first. A colossal vessel like the Dark Aster wouldn't be easy to destroy outright. Crippling the power supply was their only option for now. Ronin, spotting Nebula atop Abomination's back, sneered. Thanos planted someone at my side to keep tabs on me. Sending Nebula to her death was intentional. I never expected you to let her live. Nebula, under control, showed no expression on her face, but inside she was seething with rage. Turned into this wretched form by Thanos, she'd long since grown resentful. She had once intended to side with Ronin, but now even that hope had vanished. Surrounded by a forest of Kree soldiers aiming their weapons, Xiao Lin remembered that last time he hadn't revealed his summoning powers in front of Ronin. Perhaps Ronin was hoping to bury them under sheer numbers. Ronin retreated a few paces, and a thick wall of metal rose at his feet, separating him from everyone else. I admit, I can't match some of you in combat, but I have no need to fight you myself. Weapons in the hands of the Kree throughout the hall unleashed a storm of blazing energy, streaking toward everyone in the chamber. Before the barrage could reach them, a golden shield shimmered into existence around the Nova Corps members. A barrier formed from Nova Force, intercepting the Kree onslaught. Around Xiao Lin and his group, a green shield arose, enveloping them all in protection. Blinding flashes filled their vision. Even Drax, who had burned to avenge himself, had no choice but to duck behind the shield. With such a relentless assault, the anti-magic barrier wouldn't last long. They would have to strike first. The Crown of Dominion and the runic armor floated out from Xiao Lin's spatial pouch. The Crown of Dominion strengthened Xiao Lin's mental willpower. The power of death within him seeped into the void, reaching out to the realm of the departed, and a biting cold wind swept through the Grand Hall. At the feet of the Kree soldiers, magic circles began to appear, from which ghastly hands emerged, oozing with green pus. The moment Xiao Lin's legion of the undead manifested, their numbers instantly eclipsed those of Ronin's Kree soldiers. Even Ronin, standing before the control console, couldn't help but twitch in astonishment. What was happening here? An undead legion. Ryder's eyes shifted as he witnessed the scene unfold. As a high-ranking officer in the Nova Corps, Ryder knew a few secrets. Rumor had it that the Death Goddess, one of the 5 cosmic deities, commanded an army of the dead, and the creatures before him bore a striking resemblance to those legends. It was said that Thanos became a bloodthirsty madman at the Death Goddess's behest. So what was the connection between this Earthling and the Death Goddess? But for now, they weren't enemies. He would set that question aside. The shield formed by the combined power of the Nova Corps faded under the relentless assault, snapping Ryder back to reality. Scatter and attack. At Ryder's command, the Nova Corps members split up, launching counterattacks against their foes. Each of them possessed strength far beyond that of ordinary humans. But with such overwhelming adversaries, casualties were inevitable. Meanwhile, Star-Lord and his companions, protected by the gargoyles summoned by Xiao Lin, pressed their attack against the enemy. The ghouls, flesh-stitchers, and other lesser undead that Xiao Lin conjured encircled the Kree, their foul, reeking maws clamping directly onto enemy armor. Star-Lord and his team also brandished captured weapons and opened fire on the Kree, plunging the hall into total chaos. Crunch! The lesser ghouls, lacking true might, stood little chance before the Kree assault. A single swing of a Kree battle axe could cleave them in two. Xiao Lin had never intended for these minor undead to win such fights. Corpse explosion. With that command, the corpses of ghouls and flesh-stitchers among the Kree erupted in blasts. Chunks of plague-ridden, corrosive flesh flew in all directions, sticking to faces and arms, inflicting agonizing pain and drawing out tormented screams. Even those not hit directly found themselves breathing in a plague-laden mist, falling prey to a sickness they had never known before. Their bodies weakened, and they lost the strength to fight in an instant. The Banshee's piercing wails battered the Kree soldiers, leaving their heads pounding and their hands trembling so badly that they could barely grip their weapons. These area attacks spared neither friend nor foe. But fortunately, the Guardians of the Galaxy were no ordinary fighters and managed, for now, to hold their ground. Watching from behind his alloy barricade as he controlled his warship, Ronin's face had gone pale. In this universe, only those acknowledged by the Death Goddess could command the dead, and they were all formidable. Ronin couldn't help but feel that his luck had truly run out. Under Xiao Lin's relentless summoning, the number of undead creatures far exceeded that of the Kree soldiers. Ronin's hopes were dashed. The entire hall was swept clean of Kree soldiers, leaving nothing but corpses strewn across the floor. The hall was littered with all kinds of mangled bodies, not only those of the Kree, but also the many undead creatures Xiao Lin had summoned. Star-Lord's face turned ashen, and he couldn't hold it in any longer. he doubled over enraged. I swear, I'm never eating meat again. Suddenly, a dazzling golden radiance burst forth from the body of Nova Core Centurion RHYD. The power of the Nova Force enveloped him, making him glow like a miniature sun. The plague, which had begun creeping toward him, instantly melted away, vanishing as if it were snow under a blazing sun. Xiao Lin could tell that this power was exactly the same as the holy light of Azeroth. The Nova Force. I have to admit, human, you've truly surprised me. Ronin's holographic image appeared before them. Earthlings, you're becoming more and more inscrutable to me. Back then, you were nothing more than dispensable allies to the Kree. But no matter, it changes nothing. Xiao Lin could hear the unease beneath his words. Ronin was far from as calm as he pretended. Director RHYD, came a voice from within RHYD's helmet. A member of the Nova Corps. We're about to enter Kree Empire territory. This could reignite the war. Should we pull out? At last, Xiao Lin understood Ronin's aim, though it didn't seem to concern him directly. Ronin, is it war you want? A trace of triumph crept into Ronin's voice. Exactly. Both the Kree Empire and the Nova Corps leadership are desperate to avoid another war. So I'll be the one to light the fuse. Bang! Drax charged at the spot where Ronin's image had been and punched the alloy wall with all his might, only to recoil in pain, his hand numb from the impact. Even after the fierce fighting earlier, neither side had left so much as a scratch on that wall, a testament to its formidable strength. As Ronin piloted his warship toward Kree territory, he noticed their futile attempts to break down the wall and couldn't help but sneer. That wall is made of an alloy forged from a rare metal found in the cosmos. You'll never break through it. Bang! Refusing to give up, Drax picked up an axe and struck the wall with all his strength, only to have the blow rebound and nearly hit himself. A blazing sphere of gold light formed in RHYD's hand, radiating enough heat to melt any known alloy. Yet even this intense heat failed to leave a mark on the wall. Oh, by the way, Ronin added, turning back to Xiao Lin, this metal exists on Earth too. You call it primitive adamantium. Adamantium? The name caught Xiao Lin by surprise. In the Marvel Universe, adamantium is famed as the hardest metal, a mysterious extraterrestrial substance. You're right, it's incredibly difficult to break through this wall. Even when Xiao Lin wielded his Frostmourne with all his might, he managed to carve only a shallow mark. That alone was impressive, but cutting through it in a short time was impossible. They'd likely be surrounded by the Kree Empire's army before they could finish. Chief Ryder, we have to leave immediately, one of Ryder's officers reminded him from the side. Ryder nodded with a hint of resignation. There was no other choice. It was already too late to sabotage the battleship from within. Let's go. I still need to earn my bounty. I am Groot. Ronin watched as the people outside prepared to leave, but there was nothing he could do. They still had to jump through 3 more wormholes to reach their destination. Just before leaving, Ryder cast a glance at Xiao Lin. As the inheritor and wielder of the Nova Force, Ryder instinctively felt a strong aversion towards Xiao Lin, who used the power of death. Yet he knew full well that none of them could do anything about Xiao Lin. Judging by the strength Xiao Lin displayed earlier, Ryder estimated he'd need the combined might of 1,000,000 stars to stand a chance against him. Before departing, he offered one last piece of advice. I hope you don't become someone like Thanos. The goddess of death is far from benevolent. Having met her before, Xiao Lin knew the goddess of death wasn't nearly as terrifying as her reputation suggested. She was just a little prideful. With her power, she could wipe out all life with a mere thought if she wanted. Of course, Xiao Lin still couldn't understand why she had tempted Thanos down such a dark path. How could someone who once seemed too timid to even harm a small animal be twisted into a monster at her hands? Mr. Xiao Lin? Drax. Star-Lord took a few steps, then paused and turned back. Aren't you coming with us? Drax shook his head. Killing Ronin is the most important thing to me right now. I won't leave until he's dead. With the Nova Corps troops gone, Xiao Lin said, I have a way to get Ronin out from inside. What? Are you serious? Drax sprang to his feet, so excited he nearly clapped Xiao Lin on the shoulder, but Xiao Lin dodged him. Rocket, Gamora, and the others stopped and looked at Xiao Lin as well. The reason he hadn't spoken earlier was that he didn't want to reveal too many of his abilities in front of the Nova Corps. He had no love for their Nova Force. Ha ha ha. As if you could, Ronin scoffed, clearly unconvinced. But then, Xiao Lin gripped his sword in both hands, and a faint white soul drifted out from the blade. It was the soul of Apocalypse. Activating his spatial teleportation power, a shimmering violet shield enveloped both Xiao Lin and the soul. In the blink of an eye, they appeared right beside Ronin. Before Ronin could react, Xiao Lin grabbed him and teleported them both outside. What? Ronin had no idea what had just happened. To catch you, there's no need to break through an adamantium wall. Wouldn't you agree? Ah! Ronan let out a blood-curdling scream as Frostmourne pierced through his foot, pinning him to the ground. Drax, he's all yours now. Seeing the look in Drax's eyes, Xiao Lin decided to grant his wish. Ronan shouted in near hysteria. I'm the accuser of the Kree Empire. How dare you? With a heavy thud, Drax landed punch after punch on Ronan's face, beating him until he looked utterly unrecognizable. Even the onlookers found it hard to watch. Perhaps the thrill faded when his enemy was too powerless to fight back. Drax picked up an axe and brought it down straight toward Ronan's head. And so, the accuser, whose very name struck fear into enemies, met his end, his eyes wide open, still burning with unwillingness. System notification. Assisted the Guardians of the Galaxy in eliminating Ronan. Awarded 150,000 exchange points. Thank you, Mr. Xiao Lin. You let me take my own revenge. It's nothing. But we need to get out of here. The battleship was battered and barely holding together, but it was still limping its way toward Kree Empire territory. Watching the stars streaking past the viewport, Xiao Lin asked, Gamora, can you stop this ship? I have no desire to end up on Kree soil. I can. Once again, Apocalypse brought Gamora inside, and the Milano came to a halt. But the greatest prize this time wasn't the exchange points. It was the massive room before them, crafted entirely from adamantium alloy. That's right, a 15-square-meter metal chamber. Who knew where they gotten so much adamantium? All the adamantium on Earth combined probably wouldn't add up to this much. The only pity was that this wasn't raw and couldn't be reforged into anything else. Once this stuff is shaped, it's nearly indestructible. It took quite an effort to cut off such a huge chunk of adamantium alloy and stash it in his spatial satchel. Maybe it would make a perfect prison cell. As they were about to leave, Star-Lord suddenly asked, Mr. Xiao Lin, when are you going back to Earth? It'll be a while yet. What? I'd like to visit Earth, too. If you're heading back, let me know. Sure, no problem. On a distant planet in the Andromeda Galaxy, a green-skinned, long-eared creature clutched some strange fruits, running in a panic. Behind him, in the pitch-black night, an insect-like figure appeared. Its transparent wings buzzed furiously as it sped in pursuit. This long-eared creature was a Skrull who had fled to this planet with their queen. With food so scarce, they had to risk venturing out during the day to forage for something to eat. Because he hadn't found any food during the day, he was forced to wander outside until night fell. Just as he managed to find some fruit, he was suddenly pursued by a giant insect that sprang out of nowhere. At that moment, a glowing orb appeared in the middle of the road ahead, radiating a dazzling light that blinded him temporarily. Staggering, he stepped onto a rock and tumbled headlong down the slope. When the light faded, a person dropped out of the orb. It was none other than Xiao Lin's Death Knight, Bobby. The insect, spotting someone even closer, immediately darted toward him. However, before its venomous stinger could reach Bobby, its entire body was instantly encased in a layer of white frost, freezing it solid. It crashed to the ground as a block of ice. Glancing around, Bobby felt a bit confused. Not long ago, he'd been fighting a massive enemy mech aboard the Chitauri's main warship. Then, as if sucked into a black hole, he found himself here. Frowning at the giant insect, now frozen into a lump of ice, Bobby gave it a kick, shattering it into pieces. All around him, aside from towering mountains, there were strange plants unlike anything on Earth. It was clear he'd been teleported to some distant planet, and now he could no longer sense his master's presence. He recalled the person who just fled. A glimpse told him it was a Skrull. Since Carrot usually got along with him, Bobby decided to go after him. After running for quite some time, the Skrull arrived at the foot of a towering mountain. He cast a wary look around, and, seeing he hadn't been followed, walked straight toward a rock wall. Instead of colliding with it, he passed right through. Behind the stone was a deep, shadowy tunnel, a hidden underground passage concealed by a holographic projection. Just then, a beam of light scanned him from the side. He's one of us, and he hasn't been parasitized, said a Skrull hiding nearby, opening a door to let him in. After a 5-minute walk, the Skrull entered an underground city. Clearly, it hadn't been built long. The streets were sparsely populated, and everyone seemed to be in a hurry. He returned to his quarters, carefully hid the fruit in a corner, and hurried back out. He had to report what he'd seen outside to the Queen. At the door, he ran into his friend, another green-skinned Skrull, whose features, to human eyes, were nearly indistinguishable. His friend's face lit up at the sight of him. Ebona, you're all right. I thought the insect had gotten you. I have something urgent to report to Her Majesty the Queen. I'll come find you later, Ebona said, his breath coming in short gasps as he dashed toward the tall building at the center. Hey, Ebona, did you manage to find any food today? His friend called after him loudly. In front of that imposing central building, Two Skrull soldiers stood guard, weapons in hand. When they saw Abona sprinting toward them, they raised their guns and aimed straight at him. Halt! With an anxious expression, Abona pleaded, I have an urgent matter to report to the Skrull Queen. No, Her Majesty hasn't rested in a long time. If you have something to say, it will have to wait until tomorrow. The soldiers had witnessed the Queen's tireless efforts. She had been working herself to exhaustion trying to clean up this mess. As they stood at an impasse, fate intervened. Queen Emrys of the Skrulls happened to be walking out of the building. Taking the commotion at the entrance, she asked, What's going on here? One of the soldiers stepped forward to explain. Your Majesty, this man claims he has something important to report to you. Seeing the Queen, Abona seized the moment and blurted out, Your Majesty, not long ago I encountered a sentient being outside. He looked like a Xandarian. Xandarians are indistinguishable from humans. Without genetic testing, there's simply no way to tell them apart. Clearly, Abona must have been mistaken. Of course, they were familiar with humans, but as a civilization that hadn't yet entered the interstellar age, it seemed impossible that any Earthling would appear on such a remote world. A Xandarian? From the Nova Corps? The Skrull Queen's expression shifted slightly. As shapeshifters, the Skrulls had made more than a few enemies over the years, and they still remained on the Nova Corps' most wanted list. You weren't followed, were you? How many of them are here? On this planet, visitors from beyond were exceedingly rare. If a large contingent from the Nova Corps had arrived, it could only mean one thing. They'd come for the Skrulls. Abona hurried to explain. It was just one person. He must have come through a wormhole. Actually, I ran into him while I was fleeing from those bugs. Hearing this, the Queen let out a quiet sigh of relief. If it was just one person who'd arrived by chance, much like they themselves had, that individual might already have fallen prey to the bugs, becoming nothing more than a host for their parasites. Suddenly, a device on the Queen's wrist began to vibrate. She raised her hand, and a holographic projection of a person appeared above it. The captain of the Royal Guard, standing nearby, announced, Your Majesty, this is one of the guards assigned to today's passageway. The guard's voice came through, tense and hurried. Your Majesty, we have an intruder. We're under attack. Before he could finish speaking, the voice on the other end suddenly fell silent. They watched in horror as the guard was instantly frozen into a sculpture of ice. There are enemies. Someone had discovered their hiding place. The Queen shouted, Alan, take your squad over there immediately and see what's happening. And bring more people with you. Yes, Your Majesty. Captain Alan responded with urgency. Here lay the last remnant of Skrull civilization. If anything happened to them, it would mean the extinction of their race, and the Skrulls would vanish from the universe forever. None of them knew that General Carlrut was still alive. Hurry, stay close. Alan led a team of 20 to the armory, where each member grabbed a weapon. Use your ammunition sparingly, he warned. When Galactus invaded their home planet, they had fled in haste, unable to bring many supplies. Now, they faced severe shortages, not just of food, but of weapons, energy, and nearly everything they needed. Though Bobby wasn't a physically enhanced mutant, after being revived by Xiao Lin's power, he had gained extraordinary speed, strength, and reflexes. Effortlessly dispatching the insect-like creature, Bobby quickly caught up with the Skrull and followed closely behind. He trailed him to a mountain peak and watched as the Skrull seemed to dissolve into the stone wall as if passing through water. Clearly, their gathering place lay beyond. After a moment's thought, Bobby stepped through as well. No sooner had he entered than he sensed a pair of eyes fixed upon him. Danger prickled at his senses. Instinctively, he ducked, and a beam of light seared above his head, leaving a smoking hole in the rock beside him. Enemies! Without hesitation, Bobby unleashed his freezing power, trapping his attacker in a block of ice. In a corner, he spotted another Skrull, speaking urgently into a communicator in words he didn't understand. After freezing this one as well, Bobby felt a pang of regret. He hadn't come to make enemies. After all, the Skrulls were their allies. Never mind, he thought, I'd better thaw them out. Once the two Skrulls recovered, Bobby noted with surprise that they still showed strong signs of life. Clearly, Skrulls were tougher than humans. These two must have been the guards of the passage. Not far ahead stood a heavy door. Bobby approached, opened it, and found himself facing a long, shadowy corridor lit only by a faint glow, just enough to make out the path ahead. After walking for about 5 minutes, a flood of light burst before him, revealing a hidden city carved within the mountain's heart. So, this is the Skrull city? It looks a little chaotic, Bobby murmured. Then, he noticed nearly 20 figures rushing toward him, each one brandishing a weapon. The other party saw him as well, but without saying a word, immediately raised their weapon and fired at him. He conjured an ice wall in front of himself. The scorching beams punched hole after hole through it. Bobby shouted loudly, Wait, I'm a friend, don't shoot. But these people couldn't understand a word he was saying and continued their attack on him. Could it be they don't understand Earth's language? Bobby dashed around quickly, creating a circle of ice walls to trap them inside. Blasts struck the ice, boring holes into it, but it was useless. They still couldn't break free from the encirclement. Trapped inside, Alan pounded on the wall with all his might and realized it was extremely thick. Even with their weapons, it would take time to blast a way out. Alan remembered that the person outside had spoken to them earlier. The words sounded vaguely familiar, like a prophecy he'd once heard. He pulled out a translator device. Bobby melted a small opening in the ice wall and spoke through it to those inside. "I'm not your enemy. I'm from Earth. An Earthling." The translator allowed Alan to understand Bobby's words, but he remained wary. "How did you end up here?" Bobby told him about the Chitauri invasion of Earth under Thanos' command. This surprised Alan greatly. Could Earth civilization really have become strong enough to resist the Chitauri army? It had been tens of thousands of years since they'd visited Earth, and their information from other civilizations suggested Earth was still a primitive, pre-interstellar society. "I was fighting Black Dwarf's mech when I was accidentally transported here. By the way, I know you're General Carrut." "General Carrut?" Captain Alan paused, excitement flickering across his face. "He's still alive?" "That's impossible." Alan calmed down, clearly skeptical. "The last we heard, every Skrull in the Kree Empire was wiped out in the Great War. What proof do you have?" "Proof?" Back on Earth, the two of them were far from home. They shared a common language, and in their idle conversations, they told each other stories about their respective homelands. He said his best friend was Alan Walker from the Royal Guard. Bobby shared some of the details he knew. "All right, I believe you." The things Bobby mentioned convinced Alan of his sincerity. "Can you let us out now?" Truth be told, he disliked being surrounded by all this cold. "Fine, but are you sure you won't attack me again?" "Of course," Alan replied, then spoke to his subordinates in Skrull, a language Bobby couldn't understand. Seeing that everyone inside had put away their weapons, and with Poppy's control, the ice wall vanished completely in an instant. He remembered the bugs he encountered outside and asked. "Carlrut said he learned by chance that you were in danger, and he's been trying to find you. But what exactly was the danger? Was it those bugs outside?" "I'll take you to rest first," came the reply. "Tomorrow, I'll bring you to meet our queen, and then we'll tell you everything." Afterward, Captain Alan reported the situation here to the queen, which allowed her to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to take Poppy to his temporary quarters, a thought occurred to him. "By the way, earlier you froze the guards we stationed at the entrance." "Don't worry, they're fine," Poppy reassured him. "I only knocked them out with the ice. They'll recover soon." Hearing this, Alan felt a weight lift from his shoulders. If anything had really happened to those two guards, he truly wouldn't have known how to handle it. "You two, go relieve the guards of the passageway. The rest of you, bring those men back." Once he had given his orders, Alan led Poppy toward the residential area. Poppy rested for the night, or at least, so it seemed. In this hidden city with no sunlight, he had no way of knowing whether it was day or night. When Poppy stepped outside, he saw two guards standing at either side of his door. Clearly, they still didn't quite trust him. "Mr. Poppy, this way, please." Thanks to the translator in his ear, he understood what they said. Following them, he walked into the Central Plaza building, where he saw a green-skinned female Skrull. She was sitting at a table, her eyes closed in rest, while Captain Alan, whom he had met the day before, stood at her side. Prompted by Captain Alan, she opened her eyes. "Hello, Earthling. I hear you bring news from General Carlrut." Poppy spotted a chair and sat down without ceremony. "Yes, General Carlrut should be with my master right now. I believe it won't be long before they find us." Poppy continued. "General Carlrut mentioned you were in danger." "That's right. I don't know how he learned of it, but it's true. We are trapped here." The Skrull Queen let out a sigh, recalling everything her people had done. It was, she realized, a disaster of their own making. When our homeworld was devoured by the World Eater, we fled, carefully avoiding the notice of other civilizations, and eventually made our way to this remote place. The Skrull Queen went on to tell Poppy everything that had happened since their home planet's destruction. It turned out that those insects outside weren't native to this planet, either. In order to preserve the spark of their civilization, they had made, too, many enemies in this universe. Now, at their most vulnerable, they decided to open a passage to another universe, hoping to develop there instead. But luck was not on their side. The passage opened right into a nest of insect creatures. Swarms of these bugs poured in, forcing them out of that universe, and even seizing the base where they had opened the portal. We call that universe the negative space, and those insects are also intelligent beings. We call them the brood swarm, the Skrull. Queen's voice carried a hint of worry. Their numbers keep growing. I fear it's only a matter of time before they discover this place. They're just some bugs, right? They can't be that powerful, can they? After all, the Skrull civilization was one of the three great empires of the universe, and as far as he could tell, the brood swarm wasn't all that impressive. He'd easily destroyed one before. The Skrull Queen seemed aware of his abilities. Are you an Inhuman or a mutant? Their Skrull archives contained records from Earth about Inhumans and mutants. Mutants were experiments of the Celestials, while Inhumans were the result of Kree experiments, gaining powers after exposure to Terrigen Mist. I'm a mutant. Though now, I'm more than just a mutant. Bobby was not only a mutant anymore. He also possessed the powers of a Death Knight. Suddenly, the Skrull Queen placed her hand on Bobby's shoulder. He saw her body ripple and shift, much like the shape-shifting hero Mystique from their world. The Queen transformed to look exactly like Bobby, and a sharp shard of ice formed in her hand. What's this? Bobby was incredulous. Even Mystique, for all her mimicry, couldn't copy someone's superpowers. Seeing his astonishment, the Skrull Queen explained, General Carlet and I are both Super Skrulls. Not only can we change our appearance to match our target, we can also gain their abilities. It doesn't seem like Carlet has that power, Bobby replied, feeling strangely unsettled to see himself standing there, speaking back to him. That may be because he lost his ability by accident. Perhaps one day he'll regain it. But let's not dwell on that now. I hope you'll join our vanguard to help us keep those insects under control. With nowhere else to go for the moment, Bobby agreed to the Skrull Queen's terms. After spending a few days on this unknown planet, Bobby noticed that the number of bugs outside was increasing. Swarms of them hunted the planet's creatures, gradually turning this place into a wasteland. These bugs were capable of parasitizing living beings, feeding off their host's nutrients as they grew, and eventually bursting forth from the bodies. Those unfortunate enough to be parasitized often died in agony. No one dared to venture outside these days. The Skrull Queen knew things couldn't go on like this. She summoned Bobby and Captain Allen to her side. I made up my mind. Today we're going back to the old base. We have to shut down the portal to the negative zone. Bobby asked in bewilderment, Can't you just leave this place? Honestly, there are so many bugs outside now, it's impossible to hold them back. Regret clouded Captain Allen and the Skrull Queen's faces. We used up all our energy to open that space portal. There's a powerful bug king inside. We can't defeat it. When they first entered the negative zone and encountered those terrifying bugs, they hadn't expected such a threat. Caught off guard, they suffered heavy casualties. In their haste to retreat, they hadn't managed to close the portal. I understand, Your Majesty. I'll go with Mr. Bobby and lead the soldiers to the old base, Captain Allen said, bowing before getting ready to leave with Bobby. The Skrull Queen called out from behind. Wait, I'm coming with you. Your Majesty, there's no need for you to risk yourself, Captain Allen insisted firmly. Just then, a tremendous boom echoed overhead, shaking the entire underground city. What's happening? Captain Allen, go check it out, the Queen ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Their original plan was interrupted by the sudden turn of events. The Skrull Queen desperately hoped this wasn't an all-out attack by the bug swarm. Reaching the control room, Captain Allen deployed the last 2 remaining drones, sending them flying toward the city's outskirts. Meanwhile, all the Skrulls, who had been holed up in their quarters, now stepped outside, staring in terror as cracks began to appear in the reinforced rock ceiling above. Tiny stones rained down from above. What is that? Bobby murmured, staring at the monitor. On the screen was a colossal bug, hundreds of meters long, looking like an enlarged version of the creature they'd seen before. It was sprawled across the mountain, pounding the peaks with its limbs, while other bugs circled it in the air. Have these bugs found us? The control room fell into a tense, uneasy silence. Captain Allen looked toward the Skrull Queen, but for the moment, she was at a loss for what to do. Faced with such an enormous creature and its sheer destructive force, they could barely defend themselves, let alone defeat it. We have to evacuate, the Skrull Queen said, her voice grave. But someone must distract those creatures to give the others a chance to escape. She knew that unless some were willing to make a sacrifice, none of them would get out alive. A deafening explosion reverberated through the air. As the Skrulls armed themselves under Captain Allen's direction and prepared to lead the people to safety, the mountain's summit finally gave way under the relentless assault. Chunks of rock began to tumble down from above. In an instant, devastation swept through the Skrull city below. Blinding beams of light shot through the gaping hole overhead, illuminating the chaos. The creatures outside hesitated briefly, then swarmed in through the breach, flooding into the city. A moment later, a massive head thrust through the opening, its greedy gaze sweeping hungrily over the terrified crowd. Cries and screams filled every corner of the Skrull city as brood insects darted everywhere. There weren't many of them, but these monsters were far beyond what ordinary Skrulls could fight, and the looming shadow of the giant insect above struck terror into every heart. The creatures jabbed thin, needle-like appendages from their tails into some of the people, injecting eggs inside them. This was how they reproduced. For those who were parasitized, there was little hope of survival. The carnage in the city filled the Skrull Queen with a burning fury. Their numbers had already been few, and now, in the blink of an eye, hundreds more lay dead or dying. The air vibrated with a relentless, agitating buzz of insect wings as the creatures swarmed toward them. Transforming into Poppy, the queen conjured a field of razor-sharp ice shards around her, each one radiating an icy chill. She launched them with precision, spearing the attacking insects and pinning them to the ground or the walls. The queen wielded the mutant Poppy's powers with practiced ease, as if they were her own. Still, Poppy noticed the queen's version of the power lacked any trace of its lethal aura, and was much weaker than the original. "That's your queen. Help her kill those bugs," Captain Allen shouted, rallying his soldiers as they retrieved weapons from the armory and did their best to exterminate the swarming insects. Most of the people in the city were just ordinary Skrull civilians, given only the briefest training. Faced with such horrifying monsters, their first instinct was to run. But how could they hope to outrun winged creatures soaring overhead? "Don't panic. Arm yourselves," the Skrull Queen called out, doing her utmost to organize the people and guide them toward escape. In the area where the insects had gathered most densely, Poppy unleashed a blast of chilling hunger. The heat was instantly drained from that patch of ground, transforming it into a world of frost. One by one, the insects froze into glistening ice sculptures. But before even half of the insects had been cleared, Queen Skrull was already feeling drained. Worse still, a massive insect loomed nearby, watching them with an unsettling, predatory gaze. "Mr. Poppy, I hope you can lead my people out of here," Queen Skrull said, her face set with determination. Deep down, she sensed that her own chances of survival were growing slim. Captain Allen tried to persuade her. "Your Majesty, you're the last of our super Skrulls. You can't." Overhead, the giant brood creature had no intention of allowing them time to argue. Perhaps it had seen enough. It suddenly thrust its enormous forelimbs toward Queen Skrull and Poppy, aiming to strike. The creature knew there were only two real threats here, and it was determined to eliminate them first. A piercing whistle cut through the air above. Poppy and Queen Skrull looked up just in time to see the insect's gleaming forelimb slashing down. Working together, they conjured a barrier of ice to block the blow. The monstrous insect's size, however, gave its attack tremendous force. It took only moments for their combined ice shield to shatter and fall in glittering pieces to the ground. "What are you waiting for? Get everyone out now." Queen Skrull's command brooked no argument, and Captain Allen obeyed almost instinctively. "This way, hurry," Allen called, leading his people towards safety. "You won't escape. Not one of you." A rasping voice echoed in their minds, laced with cruel amusement. Poppy looked up reflexively. "Was that you, Big Bug?" "Of course it was, Little Ant," the creature replied. It watched Allen and the others attempt to flee, but made no move to stop them. "I'm the Brood King. On this planet, you will all become our food. Ha ha ha. There's no escaping us, and I intend to savor every moment of this hunt." Though the Brood King could only emit a harsh, hissing sound, it communicated with others through telepathy. As the last of the Skrulls managed to escape, Queen Skrull finally exhaled in relief. Yet she knew that the coming days would be far more difficult. "It seems I won't live to see General Carlet's arrival after all." Originally, Nebula had intended to leave alongside Xiao Lin, perhaps seeking refuge with him. It might have been his strength that drew her, or perhaps there was another reason altogether. But Gamora had forcibly pulled her away. With her sister, Gamora was always torn between love and frustration, yet deep down, she truly cared for Nebula. After parting ways, Xiao Lin, Carlet, and Bronsky boarded their spaceship and continued their journey toward Andromeda, leaping through one wormhole after another. They were searching for other Skrull settlements. "This is Andromeda," Carlet announced, his voice tinged with excitement. Yet underneath that excitement was a trace of fear. He worried that the Skrulls here might all be gone, and that all his efforts would have been in vain. As soon as they emerged from the wormhole, a gigantic gas giant appeared before them. Its atmosphere was roiling with lightning storms, making it clear that life could hardly survive on such a world. Andromeda was a galaxy as vast as the Milky Way, filled with countless planets and star systems. "Carlet, the Andromeda Galaxy is enormous. How do you plan to find the Skrull Queen's exact location?" Xiao Lin was reluctant to waste too much time here. He was anxious that if they delayed, something might happen back on Earth. Carlet pulled out a small metal sphere, and from it, a projection of a star map shimmered into the air. "I came across this by chance. See this planet marked in red? That's our destination." Xiao Lin gazed at the dazzling web of stars, hopelessly lost. He couldn't tell one from another, let alone chart a course. After pausing for a few minutes, the spaceship transformed into a streak of light and shot off into the distance. Just then, as Xiao Lin was resting with his eyes closed, he suddenly opened them. He sensed Bobo's presence, and to his surprise, the direction the ship was heading matched the location he sensed Bobo to be. Perhaps Bobo was now with the Skrull Queen. They passed through another wormhole, and a planet appeared before them, bearing some resemblance to Earth. Xiao Lin could sense Bobo's soul energies below, though it seemed his power was greatly diminished. Had something happened to him? This is it. Down there, Carlet said, guiding the ship as it plunged into the planet's atmosphere. They could see swarms of insect-like creatures below. Amazingly, these creatures could fly at high altitudes. The moment some of them caught sight of Xiao Lin's ship, they surged toward it like bears drawn to honey. But the ship was sturdy, and when the insects collided with its hull, they didn't leave so much as a scratch. I'll go down first. Bronsky, Carlet, you two stay aboard. Without waiting for a reply, Xiao Lin opened a gate of death and stepped through. The Insect King was desperately trying to force his way into the city through a narrow passage, but Bobo and the Skrull Queen had conjured a field of ice around him, trapping him within. Most of the Insect King's body was covered in a thick, armored carapace. The ice arrows fired by the two struck him with a metallic ring, but even at the softest part of his abdomen, they couldn't break through. All they managed was to coat him in a heavy frost, slowing him down for the moment and blocking his path through the gap at the mountain's peak. With a thunderous crash, the Insect King swept his claw across a building, sending a mass of debris and shattered homes hurtling toward them. Dust billowed up all around as the wreckage pelted the ground at their feet. They barely had time to conjure an ice shield around themselves before being buried beneath a landslide of earth and stone. Yet the Insect King didn't press his assault on Poppy and the Skrull Queen, nor did he chase after the fleeing Skrulls. Poppy, even if we join forces, we're no match for him. When we get out, you should escape first, the Skrull Queen urged, unwilling to see both of them perish here. You're stronger than I am. We'll need you for what's to come. I can already sense my master's arrival. Poppy interrupted her, surprising even himself with how quickly Xiao Lin had found him. He had always known it would happen one day, but never imagined it would be so soon. The Skrull Queen kept conjuring frost, desperately reinforcing the ice shield above them as the relentless blows rained down. The Insect King had cleared away the debris and was now hammering directly at their icy barrier. She looked at Poppy in puzzlement. Even if his master had arrived on this planet, how could he have found them so quickly? And how did Poppy know? A sinister gateway, radiating deathly energy, appeared amidst the ruins. Xiao Lin stepped out, weapon in hand, and clad in rune-etched armor. Above him loomed a colossal insect, pounding furiously at a shimmering blue dome below. Cracks spiderwebbed across its surface. Xiao Lin could sense Poppy struggling valiantly beneath that shield. An insect? So even in the Marvel Universe, there are Zerg-like swarms? StarCraft, World of Warcraft, Marvel, they all feature insectoid hordes. Americans must really have a thing for bugs. Wait, the Insect King suddenly halted, gaze shifting toward the newcomer standing atop the ruins. From this being, the Insect King sensed a threat. Impossible. How could such a tiny creature pose any danger to the great Insect King Macron? After all, the Brood were the undisputed sovereigns of the Negative Zone. In the Negative Zone, whether it was the Ballier or any other race, all would scatter at the mere sight of their kind. Their species excelled in biotechnology, able to traverse the stars with their own bodies. Thanks to these biological enhancements, their kind had diversified into many forms: flying insects, mantis-like warriors, and even humanoid variants. Within their species, an absolute matriarchal order prevailed. The queen held unquestioned authority, and even he, the king, was subject to her rule. There was little he could do about this. After all, the queen was the most powerful among their kind. Yet, there was one exception, the Annihilator King, Enelus. By seizing the cosmic control rod crafted by the ancestors of the bearer, Enelus commanded absolute power within his brood. Even the queen had been forced to bow before him. Truth be told, he envied that cosmic control rod deeply. But the bearer had long since lost the knowledge to forge such a device, and the rod in Enelus's possession was the last of its kind. If not for that, their brood would not have been subjugated so thoroughly by the brood swarm. Now, however, an opportunity had arisen. If they could wrest control of this universe, perhaps they could finally unify the brood swarm. Abandoning the hard shell below, the king lunged at Xiao Lin, swinging his massive claw. The contrast between its size and Xiao Lin's was striking. As the claw sliced through the air with a shrill whistle, Xiao Lin stood his ground, undaunted. Size had never been a true measure of strength. Sometimes, being larger, simply made you an easier target. With a sharp, metallic ring, the king's claw collided with Xiao Lin's Frostmourne. But the outcome was far from what the king had anticipated. His sturdy claw was sliced cleanly off, crashing to the ground with a thunderous boom and sending up a cloud of dust. From the wound, green blood poured forth in torrents. "Ah, you've wounded me," an enraged voice echoed in Xiao Lin's mind as the king lost his composure. But then, catching sight of the Frostmourne in Xiao Lin's grip, a flash of greed flickered in the king's eyes. An artifact. He could sense the immense power within that weapon. If he could claim it for himself, perhaps he too could achieve everything Enelus had, everything he had ever dreamed of. Yet he never considered whether he was even capable of wielding such a weapon. Desperate now, the king began to struggle furiously, trying to force his way out of the passage that had trapped his body. Meanwhile, within the ice barrier, Queen Skrull realized the tremors above her had ceased. The king was no longer attacking them. At the same time, Bobby sensed a surge of Xiao Lin's power outside. Queen Skrull asked, "What's happening?" "It's my master. He's here. Now let's get out of here." Staying cooped up inside any longer was simply unbearable. Noticing the excitement in Bobby's expression, Queen Skrull asked, "How many people will your master bring?" Bobby thought for a moment before answering. Including himself, there should be 3 of us. Queen Skrull was about to question what good 3 people could do when she saw Bobby melt the frost before them and stride out. The queen, who had followed them out, was utterly astonished by the scene before her eyes. She saw a man who looked almost identical to Bobby, single-handedly withstanding the attack of the giant insect, and to her disbelief, he even seemed to have the upper hand. At the same time, Xiao Lin noticed the 2 figures emerging from the icy barrier. 2 Bobbies, exactly alike and indistinguishable at a glance. Yet, Xiao Lin, thanks to his contract with the Death Knight, could easily tell which one was the real Bobby and which was the Skrull in disguise. Sensing the overwhelming power of the newcomer, the Skrull Queen's body began to ripple and shift until she had transformed into Xiao Lin's likeness. But to her alarm, she found herself weaker than ever, unable to summon even a hint of strength. This shouldn't be possible. She was a super Skrull. After all, never before had she encountered such a situation. Meanwhile, the Insect King, locked in battle with Xiao Lin, began to feel overwhelmed. Though the creature before him appeared fragile, he realized with dawning horror that he was no match for this opponent. A strange, corrosive energy rampaged through his body, gnawing away at him from the inside and filling him with an unbearable agony. Xiao Lin leapt onto the Insect King's massive form, driving Frostmourne straight into its vital point. Blood boil. The sword's tip channeled the power of blood directly into his body. The Insect King's blood began to boil violently, erupting in a furious torrent from his wound, spraying out like a fountain. The corpse of the giant insect lay limply atop the mountain. Half of its body still sprawled over the city. The blood that seeped from its wounds stained the earth a vivid green, pooling at their feet to form a small lake. A glowing yellow orb sank into the soul space of Frostmourne. This was the soul of the Insect King. Although the creature's body was formidable, its soul was merely on par with that of a dark elf. A path of frost formed beneath their feet, conjured by the power of ice, allowing them to stand atop the lake of blood. Poppy spoke. "Master, this is Emrys, the queen of the Skrull people." Before their eyes, the other Poppy's body rippled and shifted, even her clothes transforming as she assumed the appearance of a female Skrull. "Greetings, mighty one from Earth," said the Skrull Queen, a hint of urgency in her eyes as she recalled her people still being hunted by the insects. "My people are still being pursued by those creatures. Could you help me save them?" Xiao Lin noticed numerous Skrull corpses, as well as the bodies of some insects, floating in the king's green blood, evidence of the brutal chaos that had unfolded. He wondered how many survivors could possibly remain. He asked, "Where did they go?" The Skrull Queen pointed to a narrow passage. Captain Allen led them that way. "Wait." Xiao Lin sensed something. Blonsky, transformed into the abomination, was locked in battle with some unseen foe. Xiao Lin turned to the others. "I can sense them. We need to leave this place now." Before the Skrull Queen could ask more, Xiao Lin opened the gate of death and strode through without hesitation. Poppy followed close behind, and after a moment's hesitation, the Queen stepped through as well. On the other side of the gate, they were met by a field strewn with insect bodies. A blood-red giant stamped dense cracks into the earth, launching skyward like a cannonball, swatting down airborne insects before they could ascend. Nearby, a spaceship had landed, surrounded by a throng of Skrull refugees. Captain Allen and his guard unit stood watch, protecting them. The Skrull Queen's eyes lit up as she spotted General Kararut. Though she'd already known the general had survived, Seeing her in person brought a rush of excitement. General Carlrut, Your Majesty. General Carlrut breathed a sigh of relief at the Queen's safe arrival. Not far away, he too noticed the colossal insect, such a creature he had never seen in this universe. Its sheer size was terrifying. Suddenly, a chill swept through the air, freezing the wings of the insects in flight. They tumbled from the sky in waves, the icy aura proving devastatingly effective against the swarm. Those insects, too, possessed a certain intelligence. Sensing they could not win, the survivors scattered in all directions. The Skrull civilians, who had been terrified that none of them would make it out alive, finally breathed a collective sigh of relief. Some even clung to each other, weeping with overwhelming emotion. Captain Allen stood grim-faced, sword in hand, surveying the barely 1,000 Skrulls who remained. Thousands more had perished in this attack, a blow so devastating that its impact weighed heavily on them all. Allen, you've done everything you could, Carlrut said, placing a reassuring hand on his friend's shoulder. By the way, what about your ship? It's not safe to stay outdoors at night. I think we should leave this planet. Maybe heading to Earth is our safest option now. The Skrull Queen spoke up. Our ship has run out of power, and those cursed insects have taken it over. Xiao Lin looked over the surviving Skrulls. Their vessel was little more than a sightseeing ship for a master, cramped even for 5 or 6 passengers, let alone thousands. Still, Xiao Lin had no intention of merely helping Carlrut find his queen. He hoped these people could serve a greater purpose for him. As the sky darkened, Xiao Lin said, "The city is in ruins, and your ship is lost. We have no choice but to spend the night here in the wild. Tomorrow, we'll try to reclaim your ship, and see if there's any way to restore its power source. By the way, are those insects native to this planet?" "No, they come from another world," Captain Allen replied, and briefly recounted the origins of the insects to Xiao Lin. From Allen's description, Xiao Lin thought the insect species bore a striking resemblance to the xenomorphs. He knew the Marvel Universe was full of parallel worlds and strange dimensions, but he'd never heard of the Negative Zone. He resolved that, once back on Earth, he would visit the X-Men's world to see if Deadpool, Wade, had made an appearance. Xiao Lin was curious whether the fourth wall truly existed, and if he could cross it. Of course, if Wade refused to help, Xiao Lin had plenty of ways to persuade him otherwise. Xiao Lin could sense that countless flying insects still lingered in the skies, watching them from above, unwilling to give up their pursuit of the Skrulls. Death energy pierced through the barriers of the cosmos, reaching the world of the dead. From the summoning circle, gargoyles and crypt demons began to crawl forth. The last thing Xiao Lin wanted was for more Skrulls to die. After all, he still hoped to recruit them. Thousands of beings, as formidable as Mystique, just imagining it was enough to give anyone chills. No wonder the Kree had long sought to wipe them out. "What are those?" Captain Allen and the guards raised their weapons, warily aiming at nearly 100 gargoyles circling in the air, then at the mounds of earth left by the crypt demons burrowing below. Bobby quickly explained, "These are the Master's summoned creatures. They'll keep everyone safe tonight." A summoned creature? Allen put away his weapon. He knew that Xiao Lin was from Earth, and as far as he understood, only the transcendents and mutants among Earth's people were worthy of their attention. He wasn't sure what to make of Xiao Lin standing before him, but he was certain Xiao Lin was neither a transcendent nor a mutant. Without paying further attention to the small group reminiscing nearby, Xiao Lin trusted that the Skrulls wouldn't harbor any ill intentions. Carlter should understand that as well. Summoning the deathly warhorse Akiris, Xiao Lin rode off alone into the distance. Allen, General Carlter, and the Skrull Queen gathered cautiously together, discussing the future of their people. "General Carlter, what do you think we should do from now on?" The Skrull Queen now hoped Carlter could offer her some advice. After all, he had once commanded the Empire's legions, while she herself had only recently ascended the throne. Carlter replied without hesitation, "Your Majesty, our people are few now, yet we still face the relentless pursuit of the Kree and the Nova Corps. There's only one path left for us, to align ourselves with Mr. Xiao Lin. I believe this is the right decision." Carlter's words surprised the Skrull Queen. Was this really the same iron-willed, shrewd commander she once knew? Captain Allen, however, had a different view. "I don't agree with placing our people's hope in the hands of another, especially when he's an Earthling." He still couldn't let go of Skrull pride. "Let me think it over." Lately, the Skrull Queen felt utterly exhausted, worn down by the weight of her people's safety. Perhaps, she thought, relying on someone else was truly the only way forward. Meanwhile, Xiao Lin galloped across the desolate expanse of this planet astride his deathly steed. Withered plants dotted the barren ground, and every so often he came across the bodies of Skrulls, each with a gaping wound in their chest. It all looked recent, most likely the work of the insectoid swarm. Wherever they passed, it was as if locusts had swept through, leaving nothing but devastation in their wake. Sensitive to otherworldly energies, Xiao Lin soon found his direction. Empowered by Xiao Lin's deathly aura, the warhorse's speed soared far beyond the speed of sound. A thunderous sonic boom echoed in its wake as it streaked across the land, a jet-black blur shooting into the distance. It wasn't long before Xiao Lin spotted a massive ship resting on the ground not far ahead. The vessel stretched over 10,000 meters, easily enough to carry thousands. This was likely the Skrull's last remaining interstellar ship. Nearby stood a fortress, swarms of insect creatures swirling in the sky above it, while the ground below was littered with grotesque hunks of flesh, reminiscent of the Karaji hives in the world of Azeroth. Is that the gateway to the negative space? Xiao Lin saw a sphere radiating white light, surrounded by a few pieces of equipment, now battered and left in shambles. It seemed the Queen of the Skrulls had spoken the truth. For some unknown reason, this spatial portal had stabilized, and even without the support of those machines, it could persist indefinitely. A few insects appeared to have noticed him. Their wings unfurled as they soared toward him, ready to claim him as their prey. Xiao Lin despised bugs. The sight brought back memories of the time he'd encountered that tentacled monstrosity covered with eyes, relentlessly trying to shove things into his head like a deranged fly. There were masses of insects here, of countless varieties, easily hundreds of thousands, if not more. Even if he fought with all his might, it would take ages to wipe them out. He placed the crown of dominion upon his head, feeling his mental power surge. White soul fire flickered from his eyes, allowing him to commune with the world of the dead at remarkable speed. Around him, intricate summoning circles began to appear. One after another, undead creatures clawed their way out of the earth. Ghouls, stitched abominations, crypt fiends, towering flesh giants, and liches. He didn't bother to summon Sindragosa. Their last battle against the Chitauri horde had left her drained, and these insects didn't merit her presence. Xiao Lin's summoning had, in an instant, conjured a scourge legion upon this land. The flesh giants charged first, their massive forms shaking the ground with every thunderous step as they crashed into the bloated insects on the surface. Above, the gargoyles unleashed volleys of magical blasts at the swarming flyers. Then Xiao Lin spotted a colossal insect, easily over 10 meters tall, barreling toward him. In the blink of an eye, it had closed several kilometers of distance. Back at what was once the Skrull base, the area had been overrun by countless insects. Pulsing masses of flesh writhed everywhere, joined by puddles of sticky, unidentified fluids. The corpses of various creatures were strewn about the cavern. A fat, hulking insect lay in her freshly constructed nest, her body twitching with restless unease. In this strange universe, she couldn't shake the sense of looming peril. If not for that, her brood would have already spread across the stars. Unlike the reckless brood king, Mykurum, her temperament was far more cautious, an instinct that had saved her from danger many times before. Why hasn't Mykurum returned yet? In the heart of the old Skrull base, the brood queen waited anxiously for the king to return with prey, but she had seen no sign of him for ages, and unease gnawed at her. A distant tremor ran through the air, a chorus of wings beating. The queen raised her head, peering into the horizon to see a swarm of flying insects approaching. Yet, among them, she still could not find a trace of the brood king. Your Majesty, could it be that Mykurum slipped away on his own, trying to break away from your brood? A massive armored insect, towering over 10 meters tall, spoke up from her side in a tone that hinted at provocation. He had always wanted to replace Mykurum as the insect king, but, unable to defeat him, he had to settle for the role of general. The insect queen was well aware of the conflict between them, but in truth, she welcomed it. At that moment, the swarm of flying insects finally drew near, allowing her to distinguish that they were the ones sent to attack the Skrull settlement. But where was Mykurum? A wave of thought, brimming with urgency, reached the insect queen from one of her kin, informing her of everything that had transpired. Mykurum is dead. The insect queen's voice carried no sadness, only a hint of irritation. The message brought by the flyers was incomplete. She still had no idea how the insect king had perished. Doubt gnawed at her. Had she doomed her brood by leading them into this universe? After all, Mykurum's power was second only to hers, and yet he'd been wiped out so abruptly. We must leave this place. The insect queen made her decision. She trusted her instincts, which had saved her from disaster more than once. But your Majesty, a new universe means vast resources. I don't want to go back and fight our own kind for the scraps of food that remain. The general's words dripped with reluctance. Among The Brood, their faction was considered weak, holding only a single life-bearing planet in the negative space. As a result, they had been forced to raise their food rather than hunt it. Heavens, they were predators, not caretakers. Worse still, that wretch Enelus had already set his sights on their last remaining planet, determined to claim it for himself. Your Majesty, if we return, we'll likely be swallowed up. Do you really wish to become Enelus's queen? Enough, General. The insect queen's tone brooked no argument. My apologies. The general realized he had gone too far. He certainly didn't have the courage to challenge his queen's decision. The threat posed by the Annihilation King, Enelus, weighed heavily on them. Their last planet would inevitably fall, and when it did, the gateway to this new universe would be discovered by him as well. Intruders! Suddenly, the insect queen received an urgent transmission from her brood. Looking up, she saw a horde of strange creatures had appeared nearby, already locked in fierce battle with her swarm. So these are the ones who killed Macrum? She wondered aloud, but her brood gave no answer. General, take our elite forces and wipe them out. At once, my queen. The general's eyes sparkled with anticipation. With Macrum gone, didn't that mean he could finally become the insect king? Determined to prove himself, the general immediately spotted, with his keen eyesight, a lone figure standing at the heart of the undead army, Xiao Lin. That must be the leader of this army. Reckless as he was, he didn't hesitate for a second. Once he picked his target, he charged straight at him, sending every undead creature he encountered flying out of his way. Xiao Lin, who had just summoned his undead legion, suddenly saw an armored insect over 10 meters tall hurtling toward him, making strange noises as it barreled forward, knocking aside everything in its path. Even from a great distance, he could smell the pungent stench. Did these bugs never bathe? Hiss, for the brood mother, offer up your flesh. In the mind of the insectoid general, he pictured his enemy being crushed beneath him and himself becoming the new brood king. A twisted smile spread across his insect face. He gave no thought to his opponent's strength. To him, Xiao Lin looked weak and helpless, someone he could crush with a single blow. In his world, those razor-sharp claws had brought down countless enemies and rivals. Were it not for the fact that Mykelum was even larger and stronger, with a more imposing presence, the seat of the Brood King would have been as long ago. Xiao Lin plunged his weapon into the ground and strode forward barehanded, meeting his foe head-on. Protected by the runic armor, he caught the insect general's deadly claws without suffering harm. Desecrated ground. Blizzard. Death energy took the form of ghostly hands, seizing the general's limbs and pinning him in place, while shards of razor-sharp ice whirled around Xiao Lin's body, radiating deadly cold. What is this? Clang, clang, clang. The insect general's armor rang out under the relentless assault, cracks spreading across its shell as he struggled in vain to break free, tightly bound and unable to escape. It had to be him. He was the one who killed Mykelum, as he felt the enemy's powers. Unlike anything he'd ever seen before, a sudden wave of panic washed over the general. He knew, without a doubt, that this time he was finished. His body was soon riddled and pierced by the crashing ice, green blood spilling across the ground. Before long, he was nothing but a lifeless, frozen corpse on the battlefield. Fool! The brood mother watched as her subordinate was eliminated in the blink of an eye, and fury twisted her features in rage. Guided by her will, a row of bizarrely shaped insects began to glow with a pale blue light at their tails, launching orbs of energy toward the enemy. A sudden sense of danger swept over Xiao Lin. He saw waves of blue energy spheres fired from the enemy lines, arching through the air toward him. To play it safe, he ordered hundreds of gargoyles to cluster overhead, forming a protective shield above him. But whatever energy those blue spheres contained, it was overwhelming. All the gargoyles in their path melted away in an instant, vanishing like snow under a blazing sun. Their bodies were made of obsidian, yet they were wiped out as if they were nothing at all. They had to get rid of those bugs first. Under Xiao Lin's command, the burrowing demon quietly crept beneath the cluster of insects that could fire blue energy blasts. Just as the bugs were about to launch another attack, the demon dug a deep pit right beneath their feet. With a thunderous rumble, the solid ground collapsed. All the bugs tumbled down into the hole, and a chorus of agonized shrieks echoed from the pit below. This infuriated the brood mother. Abandoning all caution, she charged straight at Xiao Lin. Those bugs had been her trump card, and now, watching them wiped out in an instant, her rage boiled over. Xiao Lin saw the brood mother step right into a heap of corpses, both undead and insect alike. This was the perfect chance to take down the monstrous creature. If all those bodies, Zerg and undead, were to explode together, the resulting destruction would be unimaginable. Farewell. Streams of ashen death energy shot out from Xiao Lin's hands, sinking into the corpses scattered across the ground. A strange, unreadable smile flickered across Xiao Lin's face, sending a chill down the broodmother's spine. Before she could flee, the corpses around her began to swell ominously. A series of deafening explosions erupted all around her. Clouds of necrotic energy and shreds of flesh blasted outward, splattering the broodmother and corroding gaping wounds into her carapace. She let out a tortured scream, not just from the pain of her mangled body, but from the agony of her very soul being corroded. Her massive form writhed across the ground, growing weaker and weaker, until she finally collapsed and lay still. Soon, a few wounded ghouls scrambled onto her corpse, hungrily gnawing at her flesh. Surveying the field of mangled bodies and gore, Xiao Lin couldn't help but frown. There was nowhere to even set foot. He needed to clear this mess away. A crimson energy flared in his hand, rippling out to envelop the entire battlefield. The power of necrotic decay began to draw the last traces of life force from the scattered corpses, turning the rotting flesh to dust that drifted away on the wind. All traces of the insect swarm vanished from this place. What a perfect skill for erasing all evidence. Xiao Lin ordered his undead army to surround the area. Alone, he approached the dimensional portal and sent a ghoul crawling inside. Through the ghoul's eyes, he glimpsed a terrifying, grotesque world on the other side, teeming with all manner of insects, with buildings fashioned from raw flesh and living tissue. The bugs, having lost their brood mother, were now in utter chaos. Fights broke out everywhere, likely as they struggled to determine a new leader. The sight revolted him. Xiao Lin abandoned any further exploration of that world, though he did set a teleportation beacon at the portal, just in case it might prove useful someday. When a star of this planet rose high in the sky the next day, the Skrull Queen arrived in front of Xiao Lin's spaceship, where she found Blonsky sitting beneath the ship with his eyes closed. "Where is Mr. Xiao Lin?" she asked. After thinking it over all night, she had decided to follow them to Earth. She worried that more bugs might continue to appear from the other universe, making it too dangerous to stay. Here, perhaps hiding among human society would be a good idea. That planet could be considered a remote place. She still had no idea that Thanos had already set his sights on it. Blonsky replied, "Gather your people. Go to your ship now and get ready to leave immediately." The Skrull Queen was a bit surprised, but the swarm has already taken over that place. Blonsky interrupted her. "The Master has cleared out the bugs." The Skrull Queen could hardly believe it, but she still ordered Captain Allen to gather all the Skrulls and prepare to return to their former base. After contacting Xiao Lin, the space before Blonsky shimmered and rippled, and a portal appeared. Leading the way, the Skrull Queen stepped through. When she emerged on the other side, she was amazed to see that not a single bug remained outside the ship or in the base where the swarm had once taken over. Not even a single corpse was left behind. "Now, take me inside your ship. Let's see if we can find a substitute power source." Xiao Lin still had several elemental energy blocks in his dimensional satchel. Perhaps they could be used to help the ship reach the nearest resupply planet. After the verification process was completed, the ship's hatch opened. The interior was spotless and orderly, with not a single trace of the bugs, nor any sign of damage. It seemed the bugs had little interest in their ship. Travel through space often devours vast amounts of time. Nearly half a year had passed since Xiao Lin left Earth, and in all that time, his absence had made many realize he was likely no longer on the planet. Some even suspected he might be dead. Meanwhile, the long-dormant Hydra agents began to stir. Their greatest threat had disappeared. Now was the perfect moment to put their plans into action. In one of Hydra's secret bases, Madame Viper and a man watched the swirling stone portal before them, anticipation in their eyes. The surrounding machines thundered with harsh noise, but it did nothing to diminish their excitement. Had Fury been there, he would have immediately recognized the man as Gideon Malik, former councilman of the World Security Council. After years of planning, they had finally recovered the Kree's first inhuman experiment. The Hive, exiled to an alien world for thousands of years. The Hydra operatives had never been content with peace. After witnessing the powers of mutants and those so-called superheroes, Malik yearned for strength, while Madame Viper craved more authority. Yet Hydra's current power was somewhat lacking. With superheroes, mutants, and even gods appearing one after another across the world, they found themselves, aside from their proud boast of being undying, almost perpetually at the mercy of others. But now, their greatest enemy had vanished, and their Insight project was finally ready to launch. The return of Hive, Hydra's most formidable asset, was imminent. "I've waited a long time for this moment." Madame Viper had been living in constant anxiety. The pressure Lin Xiao exerted on her was simply overwhelming. After all, he had vowed to settle accounts with her eventually. Will Hive be able to grant me great power? For Malik, welcoming Hive's return was almost a family legacy. Legend had it that Hive, who had lived for thousands of years, possessed the secret of immortality. Though Malik still had at least 2 decades left, he hoped to restore his aging body's vitality. Suddenly, there was a sharp, unsettling sound. A withered corpse tumbled out of the portal. Judging by the uniform, it had been a Hydra operative sent on this mission. Then another figure leapt through the gateway. No, it could hardly be called human, at least not in appearance. Standing there was a monster, its head bristling with writhing tendrils, its body battered and tattered, wearing nothing but a pair of ill-fitting pants, origin unknown. "Hive, sir," Madam Viper called out. Hive was a legendary figure, even within the ranks of Hydra. No one could predict what would happen, now that he'd been rescued. After all, thousands of years had passed, and who could say if exile on an alien world had driven him mad? Hive gazed around, taking in his surroundings. He saw the familiar Hydra emblem on every wall. He knew that for centuries, these people had been sacrificing lives to him, letting him draw out their life essence. Without that, he would have perished long ago on that desolate planet. After such a long exile, what he desired most was to understand how this world had changed, whether those inhuman traitors still existed. No, after so much time, they must have perished long ago. "What are your names?" he asked, accepting a set of clothes from a Hydra agent. As Hive's face shifted back to reflect the features of this current host body, it was clear that after so many possessions, he no longer remembered his own original appearance. With utmost respect, Madam Viper replied, "My name is Ophelius Sarkissian. I am one of Hydra's current leaders. People call me Madam Viper. I am Gideon Malik." Malik hesitated, then asked, "Hi, sir, my body is growing old. Is there any way you could grant me great power?" "Malik, your issue can wait. I have more pressing matters to attend to right now." Time was running out, and there was no room for further delay. Fury had already noticed something was amiss. "Mr. Hive, this is the moment for Hydra to rise," Madam Viper said as she led him into a room and activated a holographic display. "You will lead us to seize dominion over this world. However, there are still many obstacles in our way. As for the world superheroes, we've already devised the Insight Protocol to deal with them. But there's another problem." A projection of Naxxramas appeared before them. Madam Viper continued, "This is a mutant school. They could introduce too much uncertainty into our plans. Even if they're indifferent to a change of regime and even harbor hostility toward the government, I still want an extra measure of security. Given the school's history of conflict with the government, it was unlikely the mutants would come to the government's aid. Furthermore, they were aware that S.H.I.E.L.D. had once launched a nuclear missile at New York, resulting in their headmaster's disappearance into a wormhole, something that left them harboring resentment. Turning to Hive, Madam Viper said, "Mr. Hive, we've captured a mutant. We need you to possess her, infiltrate the school, and create some trouble if they attempt to interfere with our plans." Hive had previously encountered mutants. Though their powers bore some similarities, they were fundamentally different species, and that could pose a serious threat to him down the line. After a long silence, Hive finally said, "Understood. Take me to her." Hive longed to restart the Kree experiments, to transform everyone into primal inhumans. But before that, he needed to remove any obstacles in his way. "Malik, once I acquire the Terrigen crystal and restart the inhuman experiments, I can make you as powerful as I am." Hive's words filled Malik with excitement. Most within Hydra craved power, but he was different. What he desired was to rule over all, to claim unmatched strength and a prolonged life. Just then, a Hydra agent entered, leading a little girl into the room. "You want me to possess her?" Hive looked at Madam Viper and Malik, seeing that they were both watching him intently. He hadn't caught it earlier, but now he realized Madam Viper wanted him to take over the body of Child. "Mr. Hive, the process isn't important, is it?" Madam Viper said with resignation. There simply weren't enough mutants in this world, and those at the school were too well protected. In their haste, this girl was the only one they could find. "Let me go." The little girl, seeing the faces before her, sensed that something terrible was about to happen. Perhaps he shouldn't be so fixated on these details. For the sake of his own inhuman plan, Hive tried to comfort himself. One day, he would wipe out all mutants. "I'll take up residence in her body, but I hope your plan won't take too long," he said. Hive's form dissolved into a cloud of substance as fine as sand, surging toward the little girl. As terror filled her eyes, the sand-like swarm poured into her mouth and nose, causing her to collapse onto the ground, convulsing. Some moments later, the little girl stood up again. Hive was inside, eyes closed, absorbing her memories. This girl's mutant ability was not particularly powerful. In fact, Hive found it rather useless. Her power allowed her to influence people's feelings toward her through subtle mental interference. But because her ability was so weak, she needed to pair it with certain gestures and expressions to achieve the best effect. In other words, she had to act cute. The thought unsettled Hive. He had always believed that true strength came from personal might. How could one possibly defeat an enemy by acting adorable? Still, as long as the plan succeeded, he could abandon this body. Wait, why can't I just find someone else to inhabit at their mutant school? Hive suddenly realized he didn't have to stay in this body. It's best not to do that, Mr. Hive. At their school, every new mutant goes through a mental evaluation, and her ability suits our plan perfectly, Madame Viper replied, not wanting Hive to act rashly. And in her current form, no one would be on guard against her. Very well. Now, take me to this mutant school you mentioned. Hive's face was expressionless. Or rather, the little girl's name was now Ebony, and it was time for a new identity. He found himself at a loss as to what expression to wear. The memories swirling in the little girl's mind only left him feeling conflicted. So much pointless, chaotic clutter. We'll have someone completely unconnected to Hydra escort you there. Otherwise, it might raise suspicion. Fury, that sly old fox, is not to be underestimated, Madame Viper added. At this point, she knew she had to be extremely cautious. The mutant school possessed warships on par with SHLD's own airborne carriers. Until the power struggle was decided, they couldn't risk attracting attention. Only when the dust settled would they have the upper hand. The enemy had mutants, they had Inhumans. The enemy had warships, they had their own sky carriers. When the time came, there would be nothing left to fear. Nearly half a year had passed, and Xiao Lin still hadn't appeared. Wanda was beginning to worry that something had happened to him, or perhaps the distance was simply too great. After all, even the Chitauri had to use a wormhole to travel here. Wanda, Pietro's figure suddenly appeared in her room, just as she was about to change her clothes. If you ever barge into my room like this again, I swear I'll toss you straight into Dr. Connor's lab. Wanda was exasperated with Pietro, who often used his super speed to dash into her room without warning. She constantly worried that one day, he'd see something he really shouldn't. Pietro shrank back, shuddering at the thought. To him, Dr. Connors was the epitome of a mad scientist, infamous for using Xiao Lin's necromantic alchemy to create terrifying monsters, like the stitched-together patchwork, the electrified Thaddeus, and others. Director Fury came to see me today. He's noticed some unusual activity from Hydra inside S.H.I.E.L.D. It looks like they're about to set a plan in motion. Want to cut him off? Don't talk to me about S.H.I.E.L.D. If it weren't for them, Xiao Lin wouldn't have disappeared into that wormhole. Now we don't even know if he's coming back. This universe is just too vast. Wanda, Pietro called out before leaving. Wanda looked at her brother. What do you want to say? Pietro lowered his voice. Do you like Lin? The words were barely out of his mouth before he vanished from the room, fleeing before his furious sister could pummel him. You? Pietro was now a member of the Illuminati, and he took his work seriously. In Fury's words, he was a passionate young man. He'd even become good friends with Mordo from the Ancient Order, and the two often went on missions together. Pietro knew Wanda would never let the mutant students get involved in the Hydra situation. Just then, he spotted Logan walking by with a young girl. Logan, is this a new mutant? She's adorable. The girl with Logan was none other than Eve, the Hive Queen. The floating city left her in awe. Her enemies here were far stronger than she'd imagined, and their technology far surpassed anything she'd seen. Clearly, she needed to learn more about them, perhaps even bring them down from within. Suddenly filled with determination, Eve rushed over to a group of curious mutant students, eager to mingle. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Pietro wondered, noticing something odd about Eve's expression. It was far too calculating for a child. Fury's eyelid kept twitching. He had a bad feeling about today. Chances were high he'd run into trouble. According to the latest intel, Hydra was about to set their plans in motion, and he was the biggest obstacle in their way. Long ago, Xiao Lin had warned him. There were Hydra operatives embedded in SHLD's upper ranks, ready at a moment's notice to overturn the world order. Just as he was thinking, suddenly, a half-cybernetic man appeared in the road ahead of his car, standing his ground without flinching at the sight of Fury's vehicle approaching. Bang! There was no time to swerve. Fury's car crashed straight into him. The figure simply raised a hand and delivered a heavy punch to the car's front. The S.H.I.E.L.D. director's bulletproof vehicle crumpled under the blow, its hood dented deeply. The car tumbled off the road, crashing into a nearby shop, sending bystanders screaming in panic. As the vehicle rolled, Fury swallowed a pill he had prepared in advance, a drug that would induce a state of apparent death. Ever since he'd been fighting Hydra out in the open, he'd been at a disadvantage. Now, he needed to disappear. Bloodied, Fury crawled out of the wreckage. He saw that the robotic assassin hadn't left. Ignoring the shouts of warning from the patrolling police, the killer strode right towards Fury. With a single hand, the assassin lifted Fury and pinned him against a wall. Director Fury, it's been a long time since we last spoke. I wonder if you still remember me. The voice was unfamiliar, but there was something recognizable in the tone. You that hacker? There was a period when a mysterious hacker had repeatedly infiltrated SHLD's computers, stealing critical data and always leaving behind taunting audio messages, putting the entire organization on edge. Even Sky, the crack hacker from Coulson's team, hadn't been able to trace the culprit's real IP address. It had forced S.H.I.E.L.D. to move most of its information onto internal networks. From a distance, seeing that the situation was dire, the police raised their weapons and fired at Dr. Zola's legs. But all they got in response was the metallic sound of bullets bouncing off, completely ineffective. With a sharp whine, the robotic assassin lifted his arm and fired a beam of energy at the officers, burning a hole clean through one of their chests. That's right, and my name is Dr. Zola. Today, it will be my pleasure to kill Director Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. No sooner had he finished speaking than there was a sickening crack. Fury's neck was snapped, and his body crumpled to the ground. Dropping the corpse, Dr. Zola didn't leave immediately. Instead, he gave a sinister grin and charged into the crowd, red beams glowing from within his mechanical frame. "Run now!" shouted the remaining quick-witted police officers, but there was no time to evacuate the civilians. Dr. Zola's body exploded, hurling shards of metal in every direction. Chaos erupted in the busy city street as Zola's soul slipped away in the confusion. Damn it, I'm too late. Spider-Man landed from above, taking in the chaos in the New York street and the bodies on the ground. Guilt swept over him. There was only so much he could do, after all. Director Fury? He suddenly realized that the man lying on the ground was none other than Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. His heart leapt in shock. What on earth had happened here? He rushed over and tried to help him up, but there was no heartbeat, no breath, and the vertebrae in his neck were broken. Could he really be dead? I need to tell Mr. Barton right away. He reached into his spider suit, fumbling for his phone, when suddenly a hand grabbed him. Mr. Barton? Spider-Man turned his head and saw the very person he'd been looking for. Leave it to me. Hawkeye hoisted Fury's body up and carried him to a nearby car. Spider-Man called out from behind. Mr. Barton, should we take him to the hospital? I think I could get him there faster. Hawkeye paused to think, then said, don't go to S.H.I.E.L.D. for a while. Make sure to keep your Aunt May safe. If anything comes up, you can reach out to Tony. Hey, Spider-Man raised his hand, watching as Hawkeye drove away, the car disappearing into the distance. The days that followed were, in Peter Parker's memory, some of the most chaotic he'd ever known. First, Fury was killed by an unknown assailant. Then, Captain America was accused of treason, framed for Fury's murder. How could that be possible? Steve was the kindest, most steadfast person Peter had ever met. Besides, thanks to all the publicity, he was a household hero. Peter himself had seen that the person who attacked Fury was a robot. Agent Hill and Agent Natasha had both gone missing. Coulson seemed to have run into some new trouble as well. Peter wanted to help, but he had no idea who to turn to. After all, he was still just a middle school student. Inside Dr. Zola's secret laboratory. Pierce, what brings you to me again? Suddenly, a robot powered on, its eyes shining with a faint, eerie light. There's an army of Iron Men in Tony Stark's Avengers Tower. When the day of Project Insight comes, I want you to seize control of them. Make them serve us. Steve and a few S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are still at large. I'm sure they'll try to interfere when the time comes. To ensure nothing could go wrong, Hydra's top leaders considered every possible angle. They knew better than to underestimate the Avengers. Tony Stark's Iron Legion? I have to admit, Howard's son is a genius. I wonder whose robots would win, his or mine. All right, no matter how powerful his Iron Legion is, you'll be able to override them, right? Pierce had no interest in seeing Zola get sidetracked by new obsessions. The plan continued under the tight control of Hydra's key operatives. For the time being, aside from failing to capture Steve, everything was progressing smoothly. Even the Security Council members, thanks to Pierce's persuasion, had agreed to initiate Project Insight. Mr. Stark, your Iron Man Legion is out of control. What? Tony, who was in his villa designing the anti-Hulk armor, was taken aback by the news. Although he had managed to overcome his fears during the Killian incident and destroyed over 100 Iron Man suits, upon further reflection, he realized he needed to prepare for future threats. So he rebuilt an entire legion of Iron Man suits. How is that even possible? Tony hurried over to his computer. Jarvis, who could possibly wrest control from you? The Iron Man Legion was under Jarvis's command, and Tony trusted that no one had ever managed to defeat his AI butler in cyberspace. If it really happened, Tony Stark would find himself utterly powerless. No sooner had he spoken than all the Iron Man suits in his home suddenly activated, and, to Tony's astonishment, soared skyward. Damn it! Tony frantically typed away at his computer, only to realize he had lost all control. Tony Stark. A strange avatar appeared on Tony's computer screen. Your Iron Man suits are mine now. I'll be using them for a grand plan. Oh, and once it's done, the world will enter a new era of glory. Damn, Tony already knew about the chaos and S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury's supposed death was hard to believe. How could that old fox be gone so easily? But given the current situation, it was clear the enemy was simply too powerful. He recalled what Xiao Lin had said earlier about Hydra. This incident was likely their doing. He hadn't expected they would show up so soon, and now, stripped of all his Iron Man suits, there was nothing he could do but wait for a chance to regain control. Jarvis, how long will it take to regain control of the Iron Man suits? At this point, Jarvis was his only hope. Mr. Stark, the mysterious intruder, seems to have anticipated all of this. Every system vulnerability has been exploited, and even my intentions are being countered. I'm afraid I can't do it in the short term. In the digital realm, Dr. Zola was practically invincible. With his Zola algorithm, he left Jarvis powerless. Meanwhile, the people of New York City watched as numerous Iron Man suits flew toward the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier construction base, taking up positions at every corner. Pierce, did you contact Tony? Several World Security Council members, entering the building together, noticed the Iron Man suits. Yes, though Tony was reluctant at first, but I managed to persuade him to agree. On an unknown planet in the Andromeda Galaxy, Xiao Lin and more than 1,000 Skrulls boarded their spaceship. All the energy of the spaceship had been used to open that cosmic space portal. Fortunately, however, the hundreds of elemental energy essences he produced, combined with the energy batteries provided by the Grandmaster, were just enough to power up the Skrull ship and get them to Earth. The colossal ship, stretching for tens of thousands of meters, slowly lifted into the sky, its thrusters kicking up thick clouds of dust from the ground. Mr. Xiao Lin, will there be a place for us Skrulls on Earth? The Skrull Queen didn't want her people to live at the mercy of others, but at this point, she had no choice. Everything she did was for the future of her race. There are quite a lot of you. I think you could first build a city on Earth's satellite, the moon, or perhaps construct one deep beneath the ocean, Xiao Lin suggested, offering what he thought was the best solution. Every inch of land on Earth bore the traces of humanity. If the Skrulls were discovered, it would inevitably cause trouble. Besides, he couldn't help but worry. A race of shapeshifters this large, if even a few harbored ambitions to conquer Earth, would spell no end of headaches for him. The moon it is, then, replied the Skrull Queen, who was just as keen to avoid unnecessary complications. What none of them realized, however, was that the moon was not as deserted as they imagined. The city of Adelan, home to the Inhumans, and the Watcher Watu, were already there. Meanwhile, Steve arrived at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Together with Natasha, Fury, and Falcon, he had devised a plan. Use the chip modules provided by Fury to seize control of the helicarriers and put an end to Project Insight. Yet, he soon discovered that Tony's Iron Man suits were stationed throughout the S.H.I.E.L.D. building, a serious obstacle to his next move. Why was Tony getting involved in this? He tried to contact Tony, but found he couldn't reach him at all. Time was running out. In just 2 hours, the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarriers would launch, and Project Insight would begin. He had no time to search for old allies. Damn it! Steve realized that the Iron Man suits had spotted him and were now flying straight toward his position. A thunderous metallic crash echoed as the suits dropped from the sky, surrounding him on all sides. From within came a cold, mechanical voice. Steve Rogers, I suggest you stop your futile resistance. You're not Tony or Jarvis. Who are you? The voice from the armor was unfamiliar, yet somehow eerily familiar. Have you forgotten me so soon, Steve? Back when you were fighting alongside Red Skull, you saw me more than once. That tone sparked a memory. Steve's surprise was evident as he exclaimed, You're Dr. Zola? You're still alive? Dr. Zola was beginning to get carried away with himself. Of course, you're not dead. So how could your old friend possibly be? Last time you had the upper hand, but this time you're the one who's going to lose. And let me share a secret with you, Red. He caught himself abruptly, cutting off his words. The secret of Red Skull's return was not to be told. Not to anyone, not even to the leaders of HYDRA. Especially not to Baron Strucker. Zola was certain that Strucker would be most displeased if he found out. But Steve paid no mind to these slips. His attention was fixed on the surrounding terrain, mentally mapping out possible escape routes. Surrounded by so many Iron Man suits, he wasn't confident he could make it out safely. Steve pulled out his vibranium shield, wrapped in cloth. Even in this desperate situation, surrender was never an option. Facing the Iron Man suits under Zola's control, Steve hurled his shield. The vibranium disc ricocheted with a series of sharp, metallic clangs, toppling several suits that had encircled him. Seizing the moment, He vaulted off the building, but before he could get far, a dozen more armored suits descended from the sky, blocking his path. You can't escape. Meanwhile, Natasha, Fury, and Agent Hill had managed to subdue Pierce, but had lost contact with Steve. Director Fury, we still haven't reached Steve. Something must have happened to him. Agent Hill said anxiously. As long as a single helicarrier was without a control chip, they couldn't seize command, and the Insight program would continue as planned. Pierce sneered from the sidelines. Did you really think I was running this operation alone? Seeing the tension in the room, he continued. Soon, the Insight satellites will reach their positions. Every superhero will be wiped out, and Hydra will claim dominion over this world. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from outside. The three massive helicarriers began to rise into the sky. Fury's expression darkened. Across SHLD's facilities, he saw Tony's Iron Man suits launching, streaking toward the helicarriers as if protecting the continuation of the Insight program. Try reaching the Mutant Academy again, Fury ordered. At this point, it was the only move left. Only to have a chance to stop this. He pulled out his phone. Ms. Wanda, I need you to lead the mutants and stop this crisis. Hydra may be targeting your Sky City next. On the other end, Wanda's voice was ice cold. I won't make any decisions. We wait for Xiao Lin's arrival. With that, she hung up. The mutants remained at the school. Wanda didn't believe anyone could harm Sky City or threaten the students. Watching as the Sky Carrier prepared to take its position, Xiao Lin knew that once it reached the designated spot, the shield Insight, satellites in space would activate the Zola algorithm. This would lock onto hundreds of thousands of strike targets across America. At that moment, the Skrull ship carrying Xiao Lin approached the moon. The ship's detectors happened to scan in Earth's direction, and one of the screens showed 3 satellites marked with the shield insignia, hovering in a triangular formation above the planet, as if poised for something significant. What's this? He wondered aloud, startled. Had something happened while he was away from Earth for so long? He decided it was best to return and find out. Xiao Lin opened the gate of death and stepped into Sky City. Lin, Pietro's voice rang out with delight as he saw Xiao Lin suddenly appear in the hall. You're finally back. Pietro ran over, throwing an arm around his shoulder in excitement. Where on earth have you been? Suddenly, Pietro's expression shifted as another thought came to him. It's been so long. As for Wanda, What about her? Xiao Lin couldn't help but ask, noticing Pietro's sudden pause. Wanda's here. She's right behind you, Pietro said, pointing over Xiao Lin's shoulder. Turning around, Xiao Lin saw Wanda standing there. He was about to speak when Wanda beat him to it. Director Fury just called. Hydra's Insight project is about to be completed, and they're powerless to stop it. They're hoping we can help. The Insight project. Xiao Lin immediately recalled the 3 satellites above Earth. If the plan succeeded, more than 2 million people deemed threats by Hydra would die across the globe. He might not care about the fate of strangers, but among Hydra's 2 million targets were surely people he knew. And who could say whether the mutant school had been marked for elimination as well? Hydra's problem. It's time to cut this cancer out once and for all, Xiao Lin declared, his tone resolute. Hey, wait for me, Pietro called, dashing through Xiao Lin's death gate after him. As he surveyed his surroundings, curiosity got the better of him. Where are we? This is a Skrull ship, Xiao Lin replied. Pietro followed the voice to see Carl Rutt walking toward him, accompanied by a green-skinned woman. Let's save the small talk. We need to deal with Hydra first. Those bastards are causing trouble again while I was away. Xiao Lin turned to the Skrull Queen and asked, Does this ship have any weapons? Of course, she replied, but their power is limited. Even our main cannon couldn't destroy a planet, and our energy reserves are running low. Her words made Xiao Lin break out in a cold sweat. Destroy a planet? That seemed a little excessive. We only need to deal with a few underlings, after all. SHLD satellites in space had locked onto over 2 million targets, and the weapons aboard the helicarrier were primed and ready to launch. Targets confirmed, requesting permission to execute the mission. The helicarrier was now entirely under the control of Hydra agents, with Crossbones and his men holding the command center below. Agent Hill worked frantically at the computer, but with no control chip inserted into the helicarrier, there was nothing she could do. With mass casualties imminent, Natasha, seething with anger, slammed her fist into Pierce's stomach and pressed her gun to his head. Order your people to abort the attack plan. Now, I think you've misunderstood something, Pierce replied, rubbing his aching stomach, yet wearing a sly smile. I'm not the only one running this operation. Even I can't stop Hydra's agents from carrying out the Insight initiative now. Pierce, you were the one who promoted me to Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. I would have taken a bullet for you. But now, Fury never imagined Pierce was Hydra all along, and the revelation left him deeply disheartened. Just as SFLD's satellites in orbit prepared to strike their targets on the ground, a sudden, blinding flash of light streaked across the sky. One of the satellites erupted in a fiery explosion. What was that? Panic rippled through the room as an unfamiliar spaceship appeared on every computer screen. Another brilliant flash followed, and 2 more satellites were reduced to cosmic debris. So, are we heading back to the moon now? Carl Rutt was puzzled by Xiao Lin's intentions. Some of his abilities didn't need their ship at all. In truth, Xiao Lin thought the massive scroll ship would make a far more dramatic impression. Most people were already familiar with his Legion's warships, so the sudden appearance of a new vessel would only deepen the mystery surrounding him. No, we're going to Earth. I want us hovering right above S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in New York. Wouldn't that expose us? Carl Rutt couldn't fathom Xiao Lin's plan. After all, the Skrulls were unwelcome wherever they went. It doesn't matter. No one here recognizes your ship, anyway. Sometimes, it felt good to show off a little. Lin, I've been away from Earth for over a decade. Has it changed this much? Standing beside Xiao Lin was Peter Quill, Star-Lord. Xiao Lin had brought him along on the journey to Earth. So, remind me, what are we even doing on this backwater planet? Is Thanos really coming here? Ever since killing Ronan, Drax the Destroyer had set his sights on Thanos as his next prey. To them, Earth was a primitive world, not even equipped with an outer defense system. Any main fleet from a civilized planet could easily wipe it out with a single shot. He'll come sooner or later because I have the Infinity Stone he wants, and Earth is not as weak as you imagine. Entering Earth's atmosphere, the Skrull spaceship gradually descended above the S.H.I.E.L.D. building in New York, casting a vast shadow over the ground. Aliens again? Seriously? The onlookers on the streets of New York felt a bit numb at this point, but some couldn't help but wonder if it was time to move to another city. On the airborne helicarriers, the Hydra agents stared in stunned silence at the alien vessel overhead. Without orders from their superiors, they had no idea what to do. With the InSight satellites gone, their grand plan had collapsed before it began. But Xiao Lin wasn't about to give them more time to wait for instructions. A deafening series of explosions burst forth, 3 in total. Sparks erupted from all 3 helicarriers, and they began to veer wildly, plummeting to the ground. "Run!" Fury shouted, seeing the helicarriers hurtling toward the building. With Hydra's plans already in ruins, there was no time to think of anything else. Chaos erupted inside the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Agents from both S.H.I.E.L.D. and HYD who'd been locked in a standoff, now scrambled to evacuate together. Pierce stood frozen, watching in disbelief as the helicarrier drew closer and closer. He muttered under his breath, "How could this happen?" With a thunderous crash, Pierce was swallowed up by the very helicarrier he had helped create, leaving not even a trace behind. The destructive force of 3 crashing helicarriers was staggering. Under the impact, S.H.I.E.L.D. buildings everywhere suffered severe damage, with one headquarters after another collapsing. "Lin," Pietro stared at the images on the screen and asked hesitantly, "Didn't that just kill Fury and Steve and the others as well?" Xiao Lin considered the scene below for a moment. It's possible. Why don't you go down and check if they're still alive?" "All right." As a well-meaning young man, Pietro didn't want to see Director Fury die. He opened the hatch of the Skrull ship and jumped straight out, racing down the wreckage of the still-falling helicarrier until he reached the ground. Watching the stream of people fleeing from the building, Pietro stretched his waist and limbered up. Showtime. In a flash of invisible light, Pietro began sprinting at high speed through SHLD's base. But there were still too many people inside for even his superhuman speed to save them all. He focused on rescuing those he recognized. Many hadn't even realized what was happening. One moment they were in danger, and the next the world around them blurred and shifted, and they found themselves somewhere safe. Before long, a large crowd had gathered on the plaza outside. Pietro, after being captured by Dr. Zola, Steve was locked in a small cabin, completely unaware of what was happening outside. "Have all of you from mutant school come? I knew you wouldn't just stand by and watch all this unfold." As debris continued to fall and a massive Skrull ship hovered in the sky, Director Fury walked over and said, "Where's Eric? We need him, and it looks like we've got new enemies arriving." Staring up at the Skrull ship, Fury didn't let his guard down for a moment. This vessel was clearly not of this world. No organization on Earth could have built something like that. "Enemies? You mean that thing?" Pietro pointed up at the sky. "I just came down from there. Is this one of your mutant school's inventions? Or something Xiao Lin left behind?" Fury and the others relaxed a bit at Pietro's words. At least it wasn't another alien invasion. They really didn't want another New York disaster on their hands. Pietro replied with a mysterious smile, "You'll find out soon enough." Fury's gaze lingered sadly on the distant explosions. Years of work, every director's painstaking effort, were going up in flames, with only a few secret bases left unscathed. But after everything that had happened, S.H.I.E.L.D. was likely finished. Steve, Hill, and the others had decided to reveal everything about the organization to the public, determined to drag Hydra into the light where it could no longer hide. As director, Fury was deeply reluctant. It hurt to watch the place he'd given decades of his life to simply vanish overnight. Meanwhile, in Hydra's base, a fearful silence had settled. No one had expected things to turn out this way. The colossal Skrull ship, stretching over 10,000 meters, weighed heavily on everyone's minds. Was this another invasion from some distant planet? What on earth is this? Madame Viper was on the verge of losing her composure. Their supposedly airtight plan had been thrown into chaos by this sudden twist, and now every single Hydra agent within S.H.I.E.L.D. had been exposed. It was a desperate gamble, and now everything was unraveling. I told you from the start your plan wouldn't work. Now you've dragged Pierce down with you, Baron Trask said, unable to hide the note of schadenfreude in his voice. You think just because your people haven't been exposed, you're in the clear? Well, let me give you some bad news. Schmidt is back. What did you say? For a moment, Baron Trask was at a loss. You mean the Red Skull? That's impossible. I wish it weren't true, but it's already been confirmed. I happen to hear it from Dr. Zola. He probably still thinks he's kept it from me. The Skrull ship hovered steadily above Fury and his team, casting a vast shadow. The moment S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and Hydra operatives crossed paths, yet another battle erupted. Director Fury's return brought renewed confidence to the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Lowered to the ground by the anti-gravity tractor beam, Xiao Lin found himself amidst a chaotic battle. Suddenly, the Hydra agents in the fight all clutched at their chests. Blood began to stream from their mouths and noses as they collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Hey, Director Fury. Noticing Fury's gaze, Xiao Lin waved and greeted him. So you really are alive. Fury glanced at the unconscious Hydra agent sprawled nearby. Was this your doing? Just then, another tractor beam shone down, and out stepped 3 humans, a bear, and a tree. None other than the self-styled Guardians of the Galaxy. Originally, they had saved the planet Xander, but thanks to Xiao Lin's intervention, everything had changed. And these people are? Fury eyed the oddly dressed newcomers and glanced up at the spaceship overhead, assuming it must belong to them. Peter Quill. Star-Lord extended a hand. Most folks call me Star-Lord. By the way, I'm from Earth. These here are Drax, Gamora, Rocket, and Groot. Some of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, eyeing Rocket, couldn't help but whisper, "Is that a pet? Even aliens keep pets." Hey, don't look at me like that. Rocket bristled, used to those stares every time he met strangers. It drove him up the wall, but glancing at Xiao Lin, he held his temper, pulled out his tablet from his pack, and scanned the surroundings. Groot, meanwhile, spotted the fountain in the square. Feeling thirsty, he trotted over for a drink. Xiao Lin explained, "I met them all on my way back. Let's not worry about them now. The most important thing is to round up every last Hydra agent. After all the trouble they've caused me, it's about time I settled the score." Agent Hill addressed the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who had finished subduing Hydra. "Take them away and keep them under guard. We'll interrogate them one by one." Natasha added, "Government officials will probably show up soon. When they do, I'll make everything public." At that, Fury looked a little weary. S.H.I.E.L.D. will go underground and operate in secret, still led by Coulson. "Mr. Xiao Lin, I hope you'll lend us your help." Was this his early retirement speech? "Hey, can you all stop chatting here?" Rocket complained. "I'm starving over here." With a casual gesture, Xiao Lin opened a portal of death. "Pietro, take them for a tour of the academy." "Sure, I've been wanting to see these mutants you talked about." Seeing the others leave, Carlrut also began to feel restless. Queen Skrull was still waiting for him to return. They needed to begin construction on the lunar city right away. Xiao Lin said to Carlrut, "You can go back now. Leave the rest to me." "All right, Mr. Xiao Lin." Fury watched as the spaceship overhead roared to life, swiftly climbing into the sky and vanishing from sight in an instant. He knew that the person just now was actually a Skrull. Perhaps that was a Skrull ship. Fury asked, "Xiao Lin, that spaceship belongs to the Skrulls, doesn't it? Will they be all right?" "Don't worry. They wouldn't dare try anything." Xiao Lin didn't elaborate, and Fury didn't press for details. For now, he could only choose to trust him. Just then, they saw Steve burst out from a pile of rubble, locked in battle with several Iron Man armors. It looked like something Tony would have built. Steve seemed to be struggling, so Xiao Lin summoned several streaks of deathly energy, pulling all the Iron Man armors to his side. A layer of white frost spread quickly across the armors, freezing them solid. Xiao Lin rapped his knuckles against the metal and discovered they were completely empty inside. "Mr. Xiao Lin, it's been a long time," came a sudden voice from within one of the armors. "Who are you?" Xiao Lin demanded. Steve, approaching from a distance, answered, "It's Dr. Zola." "Ah, that's right. This time, Project Insight relied entirely on my Zola algorithm. though it seems to have failed. After a brief pause, Dr. Zola continued, but honestly, that doesn't bother me. Even if you wipe out every last Hydra agent in S.H.I.E.L.D., it's hardly a setback for us. Cut off one head. With a sharp crack, Xiao Lin smashed the helmet with a single punch. Spare me your mindless slogans. I don't care how many heads you have. This time, I'll sever them all. Don't waste your time. You can't win, and I'm not actually here right now. Dr. Zola's presence was nothing more than a fragment of consciousness attached to the Iron Man armor. That remains to be seen, Xiao Lin said, turning to Fury and the others. Leave the Hydra agents to me from here on out. Steve leaned in and whispered, do you have a plan? The Zola algorithm. If they can use it to track down potential threats, I can use it to round up every last Hydra operative. That's actually a solid idea. Steve considered it. If they could just get their hands on Dr. Zola and acquire his algorithm. Though Dr. Zola's consciousness could inhabit computers, at its core, it was still no different from a living soul. Xiao Lin closed his eyes, feeling the energy around him. He reached out and pulled a swirling mass of gray mist from his circuitry, letting it tumble and roll in his palm. This was a fragment of Dr. Zola's psychic force, split off from his mind and imbued with all his knowledge. At this moment, Dr. Zola had also lost control over the armor. Found you, Xiao Lin exclaimed. This wisp of psychic energy still maintained a link to Dr. Zola's true self, and through it, Xiao Lin instantly learned his opponent's location. Mr. Xiao Lin, those aliens you brought, will they pose a threat to Earth? Although he was no longer director of S.H.I.E.L.D., there were still some things Fury needed to know. Don't worry, Xiao Lin replied to Fury. Honestly, you have nothing to be concerned about. Star-Lord is just a petty thief. Drax is a muscle-bound brute who enjoys twisting necks, and that raccoon will do anything for money. Oh, and the green-skinned woman is Thanos' adopted daughter. Really, there's nothing to worry about. Before Fury could respond, Xiao Lin released Apocalypse's soul. Now, I'm off to deal with Dr. Zola. If you need help, just find Wanda. A shimmering violet barrier suddenly enveloped Xiao Lin. Using the location he sensed, Apocalypse teleported them away in an instant. Fury stood there, dumbfounded. Could everything Xiao Lin said possibly be true? Inside Dr. Zola's base, the Red Skull was present as well. This plan bore his fingerprints, but seeing how things had developed, he felt it might be best to make a quiet exit. When it came to leaders like Madame Hydra, Baron Strucker, and Pierce, key figures in HYDRA, Red Skull could hardly resist the urge to grab them and torment them endlessly. He realized that, for now, the only one he could still command was Dr. Zola. There was also Hive, whom Madame Hydra had managed to retrieve. If only they'd been able to use Hive back when the war was turning against them, they might have brought him back then. It's not safe here anymore. Red Skull, who had been seated, suddenly rose to his feet. Is the soul exchange device ready? Dr. Zola responded respectfully, Mr. Schmidt, it's ready. As you requested, I've placed it in an apartment building in New York City, very close to where Captain America lives. Red Skull, open the door. Excellent. I'm leaving now. You don't need to worry about what happens next. Red Skull had sought out Dr. Zola precisely to have him build a soul transfer device. After all the years by Thanos' side, Zola was the only one he could truly trust. Dr. Zola was originally unwilling to go along with Madame Viper's plan. After all, the Zola algorithm was his life's work. But to complete the soul transference device, he needed some rare materials only they could provide, so he had no choice but to cooperate. At the moment, Hydra remained weak and vulnerable. Red Skull needed something extraordinary to turn the tide. Zola had only been gone a few minutes when a sphere of violet light appeared in the basement. This secret base was built by Dr. Zola's robotic legion, and only he and Red Skull knew about it. Now, seeing Xiao Lin suddenly materialize, Zola was momentarily stunned. Impossible, you. Did you really think you could get away? Zola commanded every robot in the base to attack, and in an instant, a barrage of missiles and lasers filled the cramped space. Yet none of these attacks had any effect on Xiao Lin. The searing beams were absorbed by his anti-magic shield, while the miniature missiles were caught in his hands and hurled back at Zola's robots. Explosions rocked the room, sending shards of metal ricocheting in every direction. Zola was shocked to find his opponent stronger than ever after a 6-month absence. Forced to act quickly, he blasted through the ceiling with the flamethrowers in his boots, abandoning his precious instruments and devices in a desperate bid to escape. In his panic, he forgot that his consciousness could simply leave this body behind. Trying to escape? Not a chance. Deathly tendrils coiled around Zola's legs. Get back down here. With a thunderous crash, Zola, just about to make his getaway, was yanked back down to slam into the floor. Cracks splintered across the reinforced concrete beneath him. To be fair, Zola had made his body exceptionally sturdy. he didn't suffer so much as a scratch. But no alloy, however tough, could withstand the blow from Frostmourne. With a sharp snap, Zola's head was cleaved clean off. Still, his consciousness didn't flee. As long as the processor in his head remained undamaged, his soul could stay anchored in this body. Give me a few more days. Once my new body is finished, you won't stand a chance against me. Zola fumed inwardly. Pierce had just delivered a batch of vibranium, but he hadn't even had time to integrate it before being caught. Vibranium? Xiao Lin sifted through Zola's soul memories and found some intriguing details. Well, that vibranium is mine now. And as for Schmidt's little scheme, do you really think it will work? He's been back for half a year and hasn't accomplished anything. If Thanos knew, he'd be furious. Why can't I escape? Zola tried to switch to another body, only to find himself completely trapped. Don't even think about escaping with your consciousness. Dr. Zola was now bound by a soul trap. Whether it was a Death Knight or a Warlock, they were all masters at manipulating souls. Zola's heart started to pound with panic. He sensed he had been outmaneuvered. How do you know everything? Your soul is in my hands. What do you think? Xiao Lin slipped his hand into Zola's mechanical skull and pulled out a swirling mass of gray mist. This was Zola's mutated soul, slightly different from that of ordinary people. No wonder he could access the virtual world and possess computers. In truth, the human brain is like a biological computer capable of abstract thought, while Zola's mechanical brain was even more adept at logical reasoning. That was how he managed to create the incredible Zola algorithm. Xiao Lin approached a computer. Drawing on Zola's memories, he retrieved a very special hard drive from nearby. The Zola algorithm consisted of countless programs making up this complex system. For Dr. Zola to complete it on his own, he truly was a genius, or perhaps it was thanks to his mechanical brain. The program was huge. It took over an hour just to finish copying it all. By the way, who could actually make use of the Zola algorithm? There weren't many computer experts at Azeroth Technologies, and none of them had their own satellites. The Zola algorithm required satellite targeting to locate all the Hydra agents. After thinking it over, Xiao Lin could only come up with Tony. Anyone who could create an artificial intelligence like Jarvis would surely have no trouble wielding the Zola algorithm. Besides, Tony probably wouldn't use it for anything nefarious. It seemed time to pay Tony a visit. Last time, he'd left Xiao Lin trapped on the far side of a wormhole with a nuclear bomb. This time, Xiao Lin planned to collect some payback. Dr. Zola's soul wasn't particularly powerful, so absorbing it wouldn't enhance Xiao Lin's strength at all. Still, on second thought, he decided to seal Zola's soul within Frostmourne. Perhaps it would come in handy someday. With matters settled here, Xiao Lin opened a portal to Tony's mansion. He needed Tony's help to find every last Hydra base. Jarvis, for all Tony's brilliance, still wasn't on Dr. Zola's level. Hours had passed, yet the virus Zola planted in the system still hadn't been completely eradicated. Jarvis, is communications still down? On the bleak coast, Tony's fingers flew over his keyboard. These last few hours without communication had been some of the hardest he'd ever endured. He could hack the shield system without anyone knowing, but this time someone had hacked him, and even hijacked his Iron Man suit. That was a blow to his pride. Now, clearing virus programs. Jarvis's tone was utterly devoid of emotion. 5 minutes later, Jarvis spoke again. Mr. Stark, communications have been restored, but your Iron Man armor is no longer reachable. Hearing this, Tony began to worry that his security measures on the Iron Man suit had been compromised. Given the current situation, that possibility couldn't be ruled out. He had always considered himself the smartest person in the room, but now he had to admit, besides Dr. Reed, there was someone else, a mysterious figure whose intellect rivaled his own. Tony. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. Tony turned around quickly and saw someone standing in his room. Lin, weren't you trapped on the other side of the wormhole? At the mention, Xiao Lin looked a bit frustrated, though it wasn't really his fault. Those Security Council members were to blame for that mess. I'm back now. Xiao Lin produced a hard drive. But I didn't come just to catch up. I need your help with something. Taking the portable hard drive, Tony asked, what's on this? There's an AI program inside, called the Zola algorithm. I need you to use it to help me track down the Hydra operatives. The Zola algorithm? Where did you get this? Tony didn't doubt the truth of Xiao Lin's words, but he found it hard to believe. Creating such a program would require an unimaginable amount of effort and time. Something's happened today. S.H.I.E.L.D. is practically destroyed now, and the Zola algorithm is the computer program responsible for all of it. By the way, your Iron Man armor was hijacked, too, right? That was the work of the Zola algorithm's creator. Xiao Lin could see Tony's concern, so he added, don't worry, he can't use your Iron Man suits for anything evil now. He's dead. All right then, I'll give it a try. Tony let out a sigh of relief. If hundreds of Iron Man suits started causing trouble on the streets of New York, the angry public would probably tear his company apart. He already knew his parents had been killed by Hydra agents. Hearing Xiao Lin's request, he didn't hesitate. He had been gathering intel on Hydra for some time now. But relying on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s doctored records to find Hydra members was impossible. Tony plugged the portable hard drive into his computer. Lines of code filled the screen before him, and as he studied them, he found himself becoming engrossed. The Zola algorithm, combined with my Iron Legion, Tony said to Xiao Lin, excitement in his voice. I'll finally be able to wipe out every threat to humanity before it even has a chance to take root. Xiao Lin felt a vague sense of unease as he listened, as though something was about to happen. After spending so much time in the Marvel world, he found that some of his old memories were becoming increasingly blurred. Lin, what do you think of this idea? This way, the superheroes could finally take it easy. Parker's been grumbling non-stop about never getting a break. Ultron, Xiao Lin suddenly remembered. The robot Tony had created, the one that nearly destroyed a small country city. You're thinking of making robots to do what you all do now. Exactly. What's your take? With this Zola algorithm, you've finally made my long-time vision possible. Tony's face lit up with excitement. He was already growing weary of his current life, but he couldn't abandon his duties as an Avenger. Not a fan, Xiao Lin replied, uninterested in crossing paths with Ultron. For now, just help me track down those Hydra agents. As for replacing people with robots, I wouldn't pin too many hopes on that. All right, don't rush me. This will take quite a while, and besides, I'm exhausted today. Let me rest for a bit. It had taken Tony several hours to crack Dr. Zola's virus, and before that, he pulled an all-nighter designing the anti-Hulk armor. Xiao Lin did notice a trace of fatigue on Tony's face. Fine, let him rest for a while. With Jarvis's help, the Zola algorithm took shape as a complex, three-dimensional display, though Xiao Lin couldn't make heads or tails of it. Let's launch the program now and see where those Hydra operatives are hiding. Massive amounts of online data were analyzed as Stark Industries satellites began scanning all of America from orbit. By cross-referencing the daily activity of people online and monitoring from above, the locations of Hydra agents in disguise popped up on the computer screen, so numerous that the monitor was dotted with red, like a swarm of ants. Tony was startled. How can there be so many? Did something go wrong? There were clusters of at least 50 red dots on the map, meaning there were at least 50 known Hydra bases. That's right. Hydra has far more members than you can imagine, and they're all masterful actors. Without the Zola algorithm, it would be nearly impossible to root them all out. Hydra Operative Ward had even infiltrated Coulson's S.H.I.E.L.D. team and worked alongside them for years, with no one the wiser. Now, help me. I'm going to wipe Hydra out in one fell swoop. Xiao Lin drew Frostmourne and the Helm of Domination, preparing to command his undead army to hunt down Hydra's agents under the cover of night. Feeling the sudden drop in temperature inside the room, Tony couldn't help but shiver. He glanced at the temperature displayed on his computer, but it showed no change. When he snapped back to his senses, he saw that Xiao Lin had already donned his armor, his eyes blazing with a cold, white light. Looks like I'll have to spend the night at your place, he said. After all, moving around was much easier at Tony's house. Has his plan really failed just like that? Baron Trask had placed high hopes on this infiltration plan. If they could eliminate those superheroes, their future operations would become much easier. As for the internal strife within Hydra, that was a problem for another day. What worries me more now is that Xiao Lin has already returned. He seems to have some deep-seated resentment against Hydra. That's your problem, Madam Viper. I was still hoping to form an alliance with him, someone replied. That's no longer possible. He's already made his stance against us very clear. Madam Viper was now desperate to reach Hive. She wondered how things were going on his end. At that moment, Hive, who was at the mutant school, was acting with extreme caution. The more he learned, the more fear crept into his heart. The enemy's strength far exceeded his expectations. He also had an uneasy feeling that his true identity might have been discovered. That's all for now. We'll be in touch later. Madam Viper was about to cut off the video call when she suddenly heard strange noises outside the window. She pointed at one of her subordinates and ordered, "Go check out what's happening." "Yes, madam," the agent replied. But just as Madam Viper stood and tried to leave the room, a scream rang out. The Hydra agent, snatched by something unknown, vanished without a trace. On the other side, Baron Strucker also heard the commotion through the call. Frowning, he asked, "What's going on over there?" A rapid staccato of gunfire echoed from outside the room. Suddenly, the entire base burst into chaos, machine gun fire rattling in every direction. "We're under attack. I'm going to take a look." The arrival of the enemy put Madam Viper instantly on high alert. She shut off her computer, grabbed her weapon, and rushed outside. Blinding searchlights cut through the darkness, illuminating everything. Madam Viper looked up to see the sky swarming with enormous bat-like creatures. Their bodies were pitch black, almost as if they absorbed the beams of the spotlights. They swooped down again and again, snatching up Hydra agents and carrying them into the sky. Bullets clattered harmlessly against their bodies, sparking off their hides but doing nothing to stop them. What on earth are these things? Madam Viper shouted, grabbing a nearby Hydra squad leader. Seeing that it was Madam Viper questioning him, the squad leader stammered in panic. Madam, I don't know. They just appeared out of nowhere. Boom! A thunderous explosion shattered their conversation as the Hydra agents rolled out heavy weaponry and unleashed it at the sky. Deafening blasts echoed one after another. At last, some of the giant bats were brought down, but before the agents could celebrate, the monsters simply crawled back to their feet as if nothing had happened. These bat-like creatures possessed formidable defenses. Ordinary weapons were utterly useless against them. The monstrous bats hurled green magical orbs that struck the Hydra agents, corroding their bodies into puddles of foul-smelling sludge. Suddenly, the earth beneath Madam Viper and the Hydra squad leader grew soft, opening up into a gaping pit. With a swift motion, Madam Viper flicked out her whip, wrapping it around an overhead lamppost and leaping to safety. The squad leader, however, plunged into the hole with a scream. Peering down, she saw a spider monstrosity lurking at the bottom of the pit. Its 6 eyes glinted coldly in the lamplight. There was the sickening sound of flesh being torn apart, and blood spattered the walls of the pit. The squad leader was shredded to pieces by the gigantic spider. These were the obsidian gargoyles and chasm demons summoned by Xiao Lin. Both types of undead were masters of ambush and lightning-fast strikes, making them perfect for this operation. Some Hydra strongholds were hidden right in bustling city centers. Charging in with a stitched-together giant would have been impossible. Scenes like this played out across Hydra bases all over America. Meanwhile, Xiao Lin remained in Tony's house, not taking the field himself. Legions of undead followed his commands, each city overseen by an ice lich responsible for coordinating mass teleportation. Hurry, open the armory. Use the Chitauri weapons to fight back. Madam Viper knew this couldn't continue. Conventional arms couldn't even scratch their enemies. This way, quick, get the armory open. With a flurry of codes and IDs, a massive underground warehouse was unlocked. Inside, rows of bizarrely designed weapons lined the walls, and at the center stood a small Chitauri warship, spoils Madam Viper had bartered from Pierce. By leveraging the alien weaponry, they managed to barely hold the monsters at bay. The Chitauri warship blasted out of its underground vault to join the fight. Madam Viper wanted desperately to escape. Knowing the ammunition for these weapons wouldn't last long, it was impossible to wipe out so many monsters under these circumstances. But looking up to see the sky swarming with gargoyles, and knowing chasm demons could erupt from the ground at any moment, she realized there was no way out. She retreated to a temporarily safe corner and reconnected with Baron Trask via video link. Trask, we're under attack. I need reinforcements. Baron Trask stared at Madam Viper, disheveled and wild-eyed, her long hair matted with dirt. There was a 2-second silence on the other end before he spoke. I'm currently in the Russian Federation. Although I haven't been attacked for now, our base in America was just completely wiped out. I can't provide you with any support. In truth, he had been planning to restart the Winter Soldier program, which inadvertently saved him from this attack. Yet Baron Strucker's heart bled. Years of painstaking work swept away in a sudden assault. These are the troops of the mutant, Xiao Lin. I know. At this point, they all still believe Xiao Lin was just another mutant. Madam Viper sounded a bit regretful, so he finally made his move. If I had known he would return, I would have used a much safer plan. Enough. Baron Strucker cut her off, his voice sharp with anger. He had been dragged into this mess by Madam Viper. Originally, he had hoped to join forces with Xiao Lin. This isn't the time for blame. If things keep going like this, our strength will be drained completely. Just now, Dr. Zola has also been confirmed dead. Should we reconsider supporting Red Skull? Before Madam Viper could finish, another voice interrupted. Red Skull, Schmidt? He can't save you. The sudden intrusion startled them. On their computer screen, another figure appeared out of nowhere. It's you. How did you get in? And how did you track down all our bases? Madam Viper's expression darkened. Even she didn't know the exact number of Hydra strongholds. Yet this intruder had found them one by one. By now, a third of their bases had already been destroyed. You have yourselves to thank for that. If you hadn't delivered Zola's algorithm straight to me, it would have been much harder to find you. Lin, let me say something too. Tony patted Xiao Lin on the shoulder and squeezed into view. He had also been hunting down Hydra, desperate for answers. Did you Hydra people kill my parents? That's right. But it was part of Pierce's Winter Soldier program. He killed Howard to seize control of S.H.I.E.L.D. Baron Strucker, tried to distance himself. He staged a car accident to make it look like your parents died by chance. In truth, it was Bucky he sent to kill them. By the way, Bucky was Captain America's old friend. Steve's friend? Tony, who'd never had much fondness for Steve Rogers, became agitated at the news. Where's Bucky now? Hey, calm down. Xiao Lin pressed Tony's shoulder. Bucky was brainwashed by Hydra, too, and I killed him a long time ago. As for Pierce, he died just a few hours ago. Hearing that those who murdered his parents were already dead, Tony felt a wave of disappointment. He had hoped to take revenge with his own hands. However, he added bitterly, "You Hydra scum, just you wait. Wash your necks and prepare yourselves. I'll kill you all with my own hands." With that, he ended the call. On the other end, Baron Strucker and Madame Viper exchanged uneasy glances. Baron Strucker spoke first. "I'm leaving here, and don't try to contact me for a while." "Are you running away?" Madame Viper mocked him with a sneer. Baron Strucker shrugged. "I'm preserving Hydra's strength. I don't believe we can handle both the Avengers and the mutants right now. Our advantage of secrecy is gone. A Hydra exposed to the light will always be hunted down." "You." Madame Viper was momentarily a loss for words. The relationships among Hydra's leaders were never strong to begin with. If they weren't stabbing each other in the back, that was the best you could hope for. "Don't worry. I'll lead Hydra back from the ashes, just as we did after World War II. They'll find you. Have you forgotten about the Zola algorithm?" Damn it. For the first time, Baron Strucker cursed that computer program devised by Dr. Zola. Now, unless he disappeared into the deepest jungle, far away from networks and electronics, which was impossible, he had no chance. Without those tools, how could he manage his far-flung subordinates around the globe? Losing his power would be more painful than losing his life. "But I still have my trump cards, and I'll find new allies," Baron Strucker muttered to himself. He was, after all, a very cautious man. He knew he was no match for his enemies, but he was confident he could still protect himself. Besides, based on what he knew of Xiao Lin, the man wouldn't waste his time watching him constantly. Otherwise, Madame Viper would have been dead long ago. "Lin, you knew all along, didn't you? Why didn't you tell me?" Tony sounded a bit resentful, frustrated that he'd been kept in the dark. "It's all in the past. No point making you upset over it now. But how did you find out?" At this point, there shouldn't have been anyone left to spill the secret. "Last time, you told Fury there was a Hydra mole in S.H.I.E.L.D. I got curious and hacked into a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent's computer, but I didn't find much. All right, let's drop it for now. I heard Madame Viper got hold of some Chitauri weapons. I need to handle this myself." With that, Xiao Lin opened the Gate of Death, linking directly to Madame Viper's base. "Hey, wait for me!" Tony yelled from behind, but in the blink of an eye, Xiao Lin was already gone. When Xiao Lin stepped through the Gate of Death, he saw Hydra agents tightening their defensive perimeter while the gargoyles swooped down in relentless attacks. In the distance, the Lich sorcerer hurled spells, bombarding the energy shield that had sprung up over the enemy encampment. "Fall back!" Xiao Lin ordered the Undead Legion to cease their assault. At this rate, it was impossible to tell how long it would take to break through the shield. Observing the scene, Xiao Lin realized that the Hydra was making use of alien technology to project the energy barrier. Breaking would be no easy feat. Madame Viper watched as the monstrous attackers halted. From their midst, a figure armored head to toe stepped forward. Instinctively, she demanded, "Who are you?" "I am someone who's been searching for you for a very long time." Xiao Lin's sword scraped across the ground, channeling the power of death into the earth beneath his feet. One by one, the fallen Hydra soldiers began to stagger upright once more. "It's you." Madame Viper recognized him instantly, her entire body tensing in alarm. She sensed that her foe had grown even more formidable. Still, the Chitauri shield should hold for a while longer, though she had no idea what to do once it fell. Should she show weakness? Would he accept a truce? As Xiao Lin approached, weapon in hand, an inexplicable sense of dread crept over her. He looked entirely capable of shattering their defenses. In desperation, Madame Viper cried out, "Wait! Mr. Xiao Lin, perhaps we can talk this out. Let's discuss that once you're out here." The runes of the Death Knight on Frostmourne flared, sending a blinding light arcing between the sword's tip and the shield surface. "Fire! Open fire now!" Madame Viper screamed in panic. Hydra agents unleashed a barrage of Chitauri weaponry at Xiao Lin. Over 100 blazing energy beams hammered his armor. To everyone's astonishment, he stood unscathed, the searing heat absorbed entirely by his suit. "Break!" Xiao Lin gathered every ounce of deathly power and drove it into the barrier. The lights throughout the base flickered violently. "Madam, the base's power is almost depleted." Darkness threatened to swallow Madame Viper whole. She couldn't fight, couldn't hold him back, and couldn't run. This time she was doomed. Minutes ticked by as the energy reserves finally ran dry. The base was plunged into pitch blackness. Even the Chitauri weapons in their hands fell silent, rendered useless without power. In the dark, Madame Viper felt a cold wind whip past her. All around, her subordinates' screams rang out, punctuated by the sickening crack and squelch of bones being crushed. Suddenly, she sensed someone charging at her. With a snap, her whip lashed out, twisting around her assailant like a venomous serpent. Her whip was laced with deadly poison, enough to kill any ordinary foe. But Xiao Lin's armor enveloped him completely, and the toxins did not faze him in the slightest. One by one, her subordinates fell, leaving Madame Viper in utter despair. Within a few exchanges, Xiao Lin struck her down with a single punch, and she slumped into unconsciousness. Frost, plague, and death all swept in her body. It would not be long before she met her end. A deafening explosion rocked the darkness. The only remaining Chitauri warship was soon battered by the gargoyles, erupting in a burst of flames as it began to plummet from the sky. Leaving the undead to continue the pursuit of the remaining Hydra soldiers, Xiao Lin hefted Madame Viper's body and made his way back to Tony's villa. "Hey, wait for me." Tony was just about to suggest joining him, but in the blink of an eye, Xiao Lin had vanished without a trace. "That's not very considerate. Good thing I still have a batch of decommissioned Iron Man suits lying around, even if they're a bit outdated." This time, Tony felt an unusual surge of murderous intent. There was no reason for a cancer like Hydra to continue existing. Jarvis, open the underground vault. Standing at the entrance of his laboratory, Tony waited as, under Jarvis's control, the floor in the middle of the lab slid open, revealing 15 Iron Man suits displayed inside. Though officially retired and no longer in use, these older models weren't that outdated by Tony's standards, considering he upgraded several generations in a single month. He simply hadn't dared use them before, after his systems were hacked. "Jarvis, you take control of the other suits. Let's head to the Russian Federation together and hunt down Baron Strucker." Tony donned one of the armors, leading the way as he soared from the villa, skimming low across the landscape toward his target. "Jarvis, lock on his Strucker's location. Don't lose him." "Understood, Mr. Stark." Inside Tony's villa, Jarvis was still merging with the Zola algorithm. However, thanks to Xiao Lin's advice, Tony had refrained from programming in directives to protect humanity and eliminate criminals, perhaps preventing Jarvis from ever becoming Ultron. Worried that Strucker might seize an opportunity to escape, Tony pushed the Iron Man suit to its limits, breaking the sound barrier as he streaked across the calm sea, sending waves rippling beneath him. On his helmet display, Tony watched as Baron Strucker's signal moved steadily toward the outskirts of St. Petersburg. But after a while, the signal suddenly vanished, and even the satellites in orbit lost track of the truck. Damn it, he must have activated a cloaking device and blocked all electronic signals. "Mr. Stark, energy consumption for cloaking is high. We'll have to wait for him to resurface. What if he hides in a cave? Satellites won't find him." Tony glanced toward the distant sky. "Let's spread out and search the area where he disappeared." The truck carrying Baron Strucker came to a halt inside a cave. Two young siblings, a brother and sister, jumped down from the vehicle. "Lauren, Andy, you stay here. You're not to leave until I've dealt with the Avengers and the mutants. I'll come back for you when it's over." These siblings were the children of Baron Strucker. The Baron had protected them well, so very few people even knew of their existence. He didn't want his own children involved in Hydra's affairs. In truth, he himself never truly felt a sense of belonging to Hydra. "Father, we're not leaving," Lauren and Andy protested. "Besides, we have the power to help." Before they could finish their sentence, a heavy blow rendered them both unconscious. "Leave some supplies and food here," Baron Strucker instructed calmly. "We're moving on to the next supply base." After placing the siblings gently beside the road, Baron Strucker walked away without a backward glance. Back in the vehicle, Baron Strucker retrieved a syringe from a box. Inside was a vial filled with a vivid orange liquid. With gritted teeth, he lay down on a bunk at the rear of the truck and gave an order to his men, "Restrain me." Cold shackles fastened his wrists and ankles. Then, he had his men inject the contents of the syringe directly into his veins. A surge of searing liquid shot through his body, scorching his blood vessels and filling him with unbearable agony. He couldn't help but cry out as waves of pain crashed over him. This was the extremist virus, obtained through a deal with Dr. Killian. At this point, it was his only chance, a desperate gamble. Thankfully, he possessed formidable willpower, and the death spores in his body granted him rapid healing. Without these, he would likely have ended up as little more than a failed experiment, a ticking human bomb. As the extremist virus began its transformation, an unpredictable reaction occurred with the death spores already within him. Baron Strucker's men watched in alarm as their leader's body began to radiate intense heat. The alloy shackles that held him started to soften and drip, pooling as molten metal. Even the Satan's claw on his right hand glowed a fiery red. Chief Strucker, the HYDRA soldiers recoiled, retreating again and again. Sweat poured off them in rivers. The heat inside the truck had become unbearable. Baron Strucker rose to his feet, his clothes long since reduced to ashes by the heat radiating from his body. "Stop the truck," he commanded. He needed time to regain full control. Otherwise, even the armored vehicle wouldn't survive his temperature. As his mind cleared a little, he melted through the door and leapt out. Extremis allowed for rapid regeneration and the emission of intense heat, while the death spores enabled him to release lethal toxins into the air. The fusion of both had awakened abilities he hadn't possessed before. The HYDRA convoy had no choice but to halt, even disabling their cloaking devices. Minutes passed, yet the heat radiating from Baron Strucker's body refused to subside. The very rocks around him began to melt, oozing into streams of magma. The extremis virus had never been this powerful, perhaps due to some unforeseen mutation. It took another half hour before Baron Strucker's body finally returned to normal. He accepted the clothes handed to him by his subordinates, and just as he was about to leave, a piercing sound echoed from above. "Mr. Stark, we found Baron Strucker." Jarvis's words instantly lifted Tony's spirits. Had the Baron already run out of power so soon? "Quick, show me the satellite feed." The satellite in orbit had picked up the direction of the Hydra convoy, and Tony caught sight of Baron Strucker, completely naked. The astonishing sight left him speechless for a moment. Never mind that. I'd better go see for myself. By the time Tony arrived, Baron Strucker was just about to get back on the road. "Baron Strucker, I've found you." Tony landed right at the front of the convoy, blasting out the tires of several trucks with precision shots. The unmistakable Iron Man armor made Tony instantly recognizable. Baron Strucker, his mind still not fully recovered, saw the figure blocking his path and leapt down from the vehicle. "You're pretty efficient, Mr. Stark. But where's Xiao Lin? I don't see him around." Strucker glanced about, searching for the one man who truly frightened him. "Coming here alone is rather reckless. He's gone after Madam Viper. As for you, I don't need his help to deal with you." "Is that so?" A dangerous smile curled across Baron Strucker's face. He felt a surge of power coursing through his body, deeply satisfied with Dr. Killian's research. Perhaps an alliance was in order. He turned to his soldiers and commanded, "All of you, fall back." The Hydra soldiers saluted crisply and retreated 100 meters without hesitation. Surrounded by a dozen Iron Man armors, Baron Strucker showed no sign of panic. He placed one hand behind his back, and an orb of orange mist gathered in his palm. "Tony Stark, you're about to become my prisoner. That should keep Xiao Lin at bay." "You..." Before Tony could respond, a white-hot orb of orange light shot up from below. "Damn it, that's a cheap shot." A sizzling explosion filled the air. Tony had no time to dodge. The superheated sphere struck his armor dead on, the tough alloy instantly glowing red-hot. "Mr. Stark, his attacks can melt your armor. You must evade," Jarvis warned. "You don't have to tell me, damn it. Is he a mutant too?" Tony shot skyward, while Jarvis directed the remaining Iron Man armors to engage and probe the enemy. A mocking smile twisted across the Baron's face. With a roar, he leapt high, seized one of the Iron Man suits as it landed, and his arm radiating intense heat, tore it in half as if it were nothing. Tearing steel armor apart with bare hands? Tony was sweating all over as he watched. This was just too terrifying. The remaining Iron Man suits fired missile after missile, each trailing plumes of white smoke as they streaked toward Baron Trask. Some rockets were caught in his hands, melting into molten metal before they could even explode. A barrage of explosions thundered one after another, engulfing the area in a storm of fire and smoke, obscuring the figure of Baron Strucker from view. Seeing their leader under attack, the Hydra soldiers hurriedly raised their guns and opened fire on Tony. But ordinary Hydra soldiers were no threat to the Iron Man armor. The suits swept low over the battlefield, scattering the enemy like ragdolls, leaving chaos and carnage in their wake. When the smoke finally cleared, Baron Strucker stood unharmed, his clothes a bit soiled, but not a scratch on him. "Not here," he roared, leaping dozens of meters into the air. He seized another Iron Man suit and tore it in half. "Tony, how long do you think you can hide? I will catch you." Tony stared down at the mangled remains of his armor, cold sweat running down his face. This was terrifying. His own suit's materials still weren't strong enough. Under such high temperatures, they were easily destroyed. He knew there were two types of metal perfect for making armor. For his next generation of Iron Man suits, he'd have to use those materials. In a mountain cave, a brother and sister who had been unconscious slowly regained awareness. As they took in their surroundings, realization dawned on them. "Lauren, we have to find Father," Andy said, helping his sister up. He's being hunted by Iron Man and the headmaster of the mutant school. Our powers can help him. Both siblings were mutants, sharing the codename Pulse. Their eyes could emit destructive interference pulses that nullified mutant abilities and disabled electronic devices, perfect for dealing with both Iron Man and mutants. Baron Strucker had always protected them, wanting to keep them out of Hydra's affairs. In truth, he himself never really felt a sense of belonging to Hydra. Lauren stepped out of the cave, gazing at the thick forest all around. But Father is gone now. We have no idea where he went. Look at this, Andy said proudly, holding up a phone showing an electronic map. I put a tracker on Father's truck. At this moment, Baron Strucker was clashing with Tony, and the signal jammer on the truck had just been disabled. Otherwise, they wouldn't have received any signal at all. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go now, Lauren said, tugging her brother along as they sprinted away. Guided by the phone's directions, the siblings hurried through the forest. Fortunately, the distance wasn't too great. After running for a while, they began to hear the distant rumble of explosions. They've already started fighting. They watched as their father transformed into a figure radiating an unusual red glow, while countless armored suits soared through the sky. Andy, both of their eyes flashed with golden light, unleashing a pulse that scrambled electronic devices, instantly frying every system in Tony's armor. In the midst of battle, the electronics in Iron Man's suit suddenly failed, shutting down the entire system. Tony plummeted from the sky. Thud, thud, thud. The other suits, remotely controlled by Jarvis, all collapsed to the ground, motionless. What's going on? Tony sat up, rolling awkwardly across the dirt to dodge the Baron's attack. Jarvis? Jarvis. But the screen remained pitch black, forcing him to lift off his faceplate in frustration. The sudden turn of events made Baron Strucker glance into the distance. Sure enough, he spotted his own children hiding nearby. He gestured for the Hydra soldiers to rush forward and capture Tony. Why did you two follow me? Don't you realize how dangerous this is? Andy replied nonchalantly. We only wanted to help our father. Looks like it wasn't so hard, was it? Iron Man isn't all that impressive after all. Tony, overhearing this, shouted in irritation. Hey kid, you think you're something special? Clueless about what had just happened, Tony was infuriated by the dismissive tone of the two young people. Kids these days, no idea how the world works, Baron Strucker grumbled, though there was no time to waste. Get in the vehicle. Now. Suddenly recalling that Tony's suit systems would soon reboot, Baron Strucker walked over to where Tony was being held. What are you going to do? Tony demanded. The Baron's hand began to glow red-hot, radiating intense heat. I'm going to pry you out of that shell of yours. Tony looked down just in time to see one of the Baron's fingers pressed against his armor, melting a hole right through it. The suit split open at the center, forcing Tony to climb out. All right, you win. Tony raised his hands and followed them onto the truck. But at least tell me where you're taking me, will you? Shut up. Jarvis, where's Tony? Back at Tony's house, they found it empty, not a soul in sight. Mr. Xiao Lin, Mr. Stark is in danger. Danger? Where did he go? Satellites in orbit were tracking Baron Strucker's movements, and the room's holographic projector displayed a convoy of vehicles. Xiao Lin saw Tony being escorted onto a truck by several people, with Iron Man suits lying in pieces all around. Is Baron Strucker really that powerful? Xiao Lin wondered aloud, baffled. He saw once again that after the truck started up, it vanished as it activated its cloaking system. I can't believe it can do that. I need to find Tony right away. Tony being captured was a huge incident, and Xiao Lin certainly didn't want anything to happen to him. Suddenly, from inside the truck, Andy spoke up. Father, I think I hear something above us. His sister Lauren chimed in as well. I hear it too. Stop the car. Baron Trask had also heard the roaring overhead. He knew now that his convoy had been discovered. As they all stepped out, a colossal warship revealed itself, emerging from invisibility and casting a massive shadow on the ground, blocking the road ahead of them. It was none other than Xiao Lin's Legion warship. Baron Strucker recognized it immediately. Whoa, that's so cool. Andy exclaimed, his mouth agape in awe. Lauren gave his head a sharp smack and whispered, Cool? That's the enemy's ship. We need to bring it down. All right. Andy realized how dire the situation was. Whoever was coming was definitely not friendly. They had no idea if their powers would be effective against a ship like this. As they activated their abilities, the siblings' eyes began to glow with golden light. The Legion's warship hovered directly overhead. Xiao Lin leapt down from above. Baron Trask, you're the one who captured that idiot Tony, aren't you? Principal Xiao Lin of the Mutant Academy. I think we can have a conversation. I have no intention of being your enemy. The extremist virus had given him a surge of confidence, but reason told him he stood no chance. Why isn't it working? Andy and Lauren watched as the ship remained perfectly steady in the air, and Xiao Lin showed no signs of being affected by their powers. They didn't realize that the Legion warship wasn't powered by conventional technology, meaning their abilities had no effect. Well, except for the cloaking device, which had been destroyed. Are those two mutants? Xiao Lin also noticed Lauren and Andy, intrigued by their abilities. Lauren and Andy, stand down. Baron Trask saw the siblings using their powers and quickly signaled for his Hydra soldiers to drag them away by force. Bring Mr. Stark here. At his command, the Hydra soldiers hauled Tony out of the vehicle. The business with Hydra has nothing to do with them. Seeing Xiao Lin standing ahead, Tony felt a bit embarrassed. He'd come to wipe out Hydra, only to end up being captured himself. That Hydra leader really was formidable. Hopefully, Xiao Lin could handle him. I know about your relationship with the American government. Why don't we sit down and talk? What's there to talk about? Xiao Lin drew his weapon. Sensing an intense, blazing sphere of light drawing ever closer to him, Tony hurriedly shouted, "Hey, wait, let's talk this out, Lin. He's threatening to kill the hostage. So what now? You wouldn't want Iron Man, Tony Stark, to die, would you?" Baron Strucker clearly didn't believe they were indifferent to Tony's fate. "Go ahead. That threat won't work on me. In fact, Tony's death would be convenient. I've been thinking about acquiring his company anyway." Lin aimed his sword at Baron Strucker. In the instant Strucker hesitated, an invisible wave of soul energy shot toward him, leaving him dazed and disoriented. That was all the opening Lin needed. He unleashed the grip of death, seizing Tony's body and pulling him directly to his side. Baron Strucker, clutching his head as he snapped back to his senses, was startled to see Tony rescued and out of his grasp. "Lin, I have to say that wasn't a funny joke," Tony muttered, still shaken. The searing sphere of light had stopped less than 4 inches from him, a ball of heat hot enough to melt alloy. "Were you serious about wanting to buy my company?" "Of course not. But tell me, how many times have I saved you now?" Lin replied, giving Tony a gentle push as Baron Strucker radiated a fierce red light, charging at them with wild abandon. "You go on ahead. I'll deal with him and catch up." From behind, Tony called out a warning. "Lin, that guy's seriously tough. He's injected himself with the extremist virus. Even my Iron Man armor got melted like butter." "Extremist virus?" Lin recalled the effects. The display matched what he'd heard, though with a few unsettling differences. Even before Strucker reached him, Lin could feel the staggering heat. Thanks to the power of the death spores, he could launch explosive blasts of his own, but Strucker's hands were already hurling spheres of light at his armor, each impact radiating intense heat. But extremist warriors weren't supposed to have long-range attacks like this. A shimmering green anti-magic shield flared around Lin, absorbing the brunt of the energy attacks. He certainly didn't care for such sweltering conditions. With a sharp crack, Lin met Strucker's charge and sliced off one of his hands with a swift stroke of the sword. The severed hand hit the ground, sending up a plume of acrid, blue-gray smoke. The Russian Federation was known for its frigid climate, yet now, within several hundred meters, all the snow and ice had melted away under the oppressive heat. No one dared approach, except Lin himself. Even the Hydra soldiers kept their distance, staying well clear of the confrontation. In less than 5 seconds, Strucker's severed arm had regrown, as if nothing had happened. His regenerative ability rivaled Logan's. For a moment, even he was taken aback by his newfound resilience and felt a surge of confidence. "Lin, I'm not afraid of you," Baron Strucker declared. Inside him, the Death Spore virus and the Extremist virus were fusing, spawning new spheres of light. The relentless bombardment swept over the ground where Xiao Lin stood. The very rocks beneath his feet melted into a river of lava, only to harden again under the icy storms swirling about him. Just then, blackened hands of death, wreathed in shadowy mist, burst from the ground at Baron Strucker's feet and seized him. Taking advantage of his immobilized state, Xiao Lin surged forward, trailing a biting chill in his wake. Extreme cold clashed violently with searing heat, shattering the surrounding rocks. Xiao Lin's sword pierced into his opponent's body. Farewell. As the power of Frostmourne awakened, Baron Strucker felt a strange pull from the blade, as if something deep within him was being drawn out. A wave of dizziness swept over him, his vision fading swiftly into darkness. Baron Strucker's body crumpled to the ground, boneless and hollow. His soul had been wrenched free, leaving behind only an empty shell. For most who gained great power through genetic enhancement or mutation, their spiritual strength was ordinary at best, useless for Xiao Lin, offering him no way to increase his own might. "Father!" The siblings still inside the car were thrown in a panic by this sudden turn of events. Before anyone else could react, they bolted from the vehicle. "You monster! Why did you have to kill my father? He never did anything wrong." The aura of death coiled around Andy and Lauren, lifting them effortlessly into the air. "Your father was far from innocent. Now, you two are coming with me to the school for mutants." By now, morning was breaking in America, but the undead army that had purged Hydra's forces had yet to return to their own world. Xiao Lin had to hurry back. The next day dawned, and most people remained unaware that the world's balance of power had shifted dramatically. Nearly all of Hydra's members have been wiped out, leaving only Red Skull and Hive, important figures, but now leaders without an army. "Let's go, you monsters!" Andy and Lauren, now brought to the school for mutants, struggled fiercely, desperate to avenge their father. "Lin, who are these two?" Logan's face registered surprise as he saw the siblings being brought in by force. "They're the children of Hydra's leader, Baron Trask. But I suspect there's more to their story that's been kept from them. I'm leaving them in your care." Xiao Lin handed the siblings over to Logan. Then, recalling their unique abilities, warned him, "Be careful. They can nullify mutant powers." "No problem. Even without my healing factor, dealing with these two won't be any trouble. Old man, I'll show you what I can do." Andy snapped back, provoked by Logan's dismissive attitude. "Hey, let us go." The events that unfolded above the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in New York yesterday quickly became common knowledge. After all, it was impossible to hide the sight of massive helicarriers and Skrull ships filling the sky. The citizens of New York were growing almost accustomed to these epic battles erupting every other day. Yet, Xiao Lin's return was a double-edged sword for the politicians. His ever-growing power stoked both their hopes and their fears. Still, when Congress convened an emergency session to address the Hydra crisis, both the military and government made sure to invite him. At the entrance of the building, Xiao Lin spotted Natasha and Agent Hill waiting for him. "Where's Fury? Why isn't he here?" Xiao Lin glanced around but saw no sign of Fury. Surely, someone so invested in S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't miss such a critical moment. Wasn't he worried about keeping the agency afloat? And neither was Steve anywhere to be seen. Agent Hill replied, "Fury's decided to step back. He realized that once we reveal all of Hydra's secrets, there's no way S.H.I.E.L.D. can survive." "Doesn't that mean you're out of job too?" S.H.I.E.L.D. was Fury's greatest concern, but had also been Hill's workplace for over a decade. To see it vanish just like that, she couldn't be taking it well. Agent Hill offered a mysterious smile. "Actually, I've already found another job. You'll find out soon enough." "Don't look at me. I have no clue what she's talking about," Natasha chimed in, giving Hill a gentle tug. "Anyway, I'll be working at Tony's Avengers Tower. Let's go. Everyone's waiting for us inside." There were many people inside the building, but each one carried significant weight. Most kept their distance from Xiao Lin when they saw him, but there was one exception. Before the meeting began, someone walked straight up to him. "Mr. Xiao Lin. Norman Osborn. What can I do for you?" Xiao Lin recognized him immediately. Azeroth Technologies and Oscorp had crossed paths often in the weapons industry. But after several encounters, Xiao Lin had found this somewhat neurotic man rather difficult to like. "Gentlemen, the meeting's about to start," an official said suddenly, cutting their conversation short. Once inside the conference room, Xiao Lin was surprised to see Tony there as well, though Tony looked like he was about to doze off. "Order, please. Next, we'll be discussing." There was a lot on the agenda, but none of it interested Xiao Lin. More than once, he considered getting up and leaving outright. As for what happened at S.H.I.E.L.D. yesterday, the President of the United States was livid. 3 helicarriers, each costing billions, destroyed in an instant, and he had personally signed off on the funding. "Why isn't Steve here?" the Secretary of Defense asked Natasha. "Because of you two, our intelligence and security agencies have been completely compromised. What do you expect us to do now? How are we supposed to deal with threats from aliens and terrorist organizations?" As he spoke, the Secretary of Defense glanced over at Xiao Lin. Natasha replied, "S.H.I.E.L.D.? Honestly, I think it's better off dismantled. It was totally infiltrated, and all the intelligence Hydra provided you with was nothing but lies." The Secretary of Defense retorted, "Weren't you the one who handed us most of that information? Given everything you've done, some members of the committee believe you belong in prison. Not here, trying to justify yourself. You're not going to lock us up." The President interrupted Natasha. "I know what you're about to say. You think we still have to rely on you uncontrollable Avengers? You act without a care for the consequences." There was a deep frustration in his voice, clearly the result of long-standing resentment. This time, someone has to answer for what happened. Neither you nor Steve can avoid responsibility. At that moment, 2 uniformed officers stepped forward, ready to cuff Natasha. "Wait," Xiao Lin stood up. "No matter what, they're members of the Avengers. During the Battle of New York, they put their lives on the line and nearly died for it." The Secretary of Defense replied, "Mr. Xiao Lin, that's beside the point. Actions have consequences. Do you really think the world would end without them? That aliens would just take over Earth? I've never thought the world would be doomed without them. In fact, I'm a security advisor to S.H.I.E.L.D. too. I was the one who destroyed the helicarrier. Are you going to arrest me as well? And I'm also a security advisor to S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony, now fully alert, interjected. Both the President and the Secretary of Defense fell silent, momentarily stung by the reminder that their predecessor had been forced to resign under pressure. "All right, gentlemen." Norman rose, breaking the heavy silence. "In China, they've already formed the Spear Bureau to fight against evil forces, but here we are, dissolving S.H.I.E.L.D. That means it's time for us to establish a new organization." Seeing all eyes on him, Norman continued, "After some preliminary discussion with the president, we've decided to form the Hammer Bureau, with me as director. Agent Hill, formerly of S.H.I.E.L.D., will be my deputy." At this, both Xiao Lin and Natasha turned to Hill in surprise. No one had expected her to join this new organization. "Mr. Xiao Lin, Mr. Stark, I hope both of you will join the Hammer Bureau as well." "Forget it." In Norman Osborn's eyes, he saw ambition. Xiao Lin rose to his feet and strode straight for the door. Just as he was about to step outside, he suddenly noticed someone, a white-haired, elderly man who seemed oddly familiar, though Xiao Lin couldn't immediately recall where he'd seen him before. This uncertainty made him pause. "Young man, why are you staring at me like that?" Sensing Xiao Lin's gaze, the old man with a bushy white beard and a pair of glasses turned around to look at him, feigning ignorance. "I feel like I met you somewhere before," Xiao Lin said, giving him a thorough once-over. He rummaged through his memory. None of the superheroes in the Marvel world looked like this. "Impossible. We've never met." The old man shook his head with a dismissive wave. "No time to chat. I have to get to the library. I'm just a librarian, nothing more." Stanley, watching the old man's receding figure, recalling that mischievous grin, Xiao Lin suddenly slapped his own forehead as the realization hit him. Wasn't this the legendary Stan Lee, the man who made cameo appearances in all those Marvel movies? Seeing the man depart, Xiao Lin carefully followed at a distance. There had to be some secret hidden behind that unassuming appearance. He trailed the old man all the way to a rundown apartment building. Xiao Lin watched him go inside. Wasn't he supposed to be heading to the library? Why come here instead? After a moment's thought, Xiao Lin summoned a shade of Naxxramas to silently drift in after him. His curiosity was piqued. This old man who popped up in so many Marvel storylines. Could the rumors be true? Was he, in fact, a watcher? He spent an entire day tailing the old man, but found nothing out of the ordinary. Xiao Lin's patience wore thin, so he left his summoned creature to continue the surveillance alone. "What a mysterious young man," the old man muttered to himself. "Still, you shouldn't recognize me. I'm always very careful about my appearances." As a watcher, the most crucial skill was the art of hiding. He had once stood face to face with the Ancient One without ever being detected. In fact, from the first day Xiao Lin arrived, the old man had been watching him, exercising the utmost caution. He was even more intrigued by Xiao Lin's identity. Why had this stranger appeared on Earth? In the depths of that wormhole, he had sensed an aura far more ancient than this universe itself. "Perhaps I should meet him after all," the old man murmured. He, too, had questions he wanted answered, and this newcomer didn't seem like a violent soul. But before he could make a move, a swirling black portal suddenly materialized before him, and out stepped a figure from its depths. "Well," the old man was left speechless in surprise. Everything the old man had just said, Xiao Lin had already learned through the eye of Naxxramas. So, the old man truly wasn't an ordinary person after all. He glanced at the eye of Naxxramas beside him, which was gradually shifting from hazy to clear, and the old man shed his disguise. In a blink, the elderly figure with white hair transformed into an alien whose head resembled E.T. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Watu, the watcher assigned to observe Earth civilization. If you wish to know more, follow me." As he spoke, he pressed a device on his hand, and a swirling blue portal appeared before them. Xiao Lin didn't hesitate to follow. He couldn't sense any energy emanating from Watu. He seemed as ordinary as any human. Perhaps his concealment was simply flawless. Stepping through the portal, Xiao Lin found himself in a grandly decorated hall. The walls all around were covered in elaborate murals. "This is Earth's history," Watu said, pointing to the images on the walls. "These were painted by my predecessors and myself. Nowhere else in the universe has a civilization as spectacular as Earth submerged. Experiments by the Celestials, epic battles between mutants and Inhumans, 2 world wars, the ancient cult's clashes with the Dark Lord Dormammu, conflicts between heaven and hell, the Aesir gods, the Vanir gods, dark elves, all had brought chaos to Earth." With Watu's narration, Xiao Lin's understanding of this world deepened. It truly was a dangerous place. "To have survived this long, I suppose I'm rather lucky," Watu remarked with a tinge of emotion. He had been stationed on Earth for tens of thousands of years, and several watchers before him had already perished. The unending emergence of powerful beings here had even left him astonished, and his fellow watchers had long since declared Earth forbidden territory. What was the point of observing such a world? One careless mistake, and you could be caught in the crossfire. The Watcher's abilities were nothing special here, not compared to the Celestials, Odin the All-Father, Jehovah, or some of the great immortals. So, you're basically just a bystander, here to watch the drama unfold, right? Xiao Lin suddenly realized. Bystander? What does that mean? It means you're just here for the spectacle. Wada pondered for a moment before understanding Xiao Lin's words. That's right, you could put it that way. Now you should know who I am. But how did you figure out I'm not an ordinary person? Wada was clearly puzzled. Even Heimdall of Asgard couldn't see through a Watcher's disguise. I can't really explain it myself. Xiao Lin certainly wasn't about to reveal all his secrets. By the way, is this the moon? Looking out the window, Xiao Lin saw only darkness, with a vast blue planet looming on the horizon. That's right. I've been living here all along. Wada picked up a bottle filled with a mysterious purple liquid and took a drink. The moon has been getting livelier lately. Those scrolls you brought have started building cities here, not to mention Adalin, the inhuman city that's been around for decades. Xiao Lin asked. On the mural I just saw, there was a battle between two groups of superpowered beings. Were they the Inhumans and the mutants? Exactly. Back then, the Inhumans were driven off Earth by the mutants. After that, both sides suffered heavy losses. The Inhumans on the moon have managed to recover much of their strength, but the mutants who stayed on Earth ran into even worse trouble. Wada paused here. I've said enough for today. The Watcher opened up the portal again. I'm just an observer, a bystander. I won't interfere with Earth's development. That's the fundamental rule for us Watchers. Also, I won't be watching you anymore. I hope you won't come to bother me again. Several of Watu's predecessors have been caught spying and were killed by powerful beings. He had no intention of following in their footsteps. He figured it was best to mind his own business and keep his distance from trouble. All right then. Perhaps someone else might have doubted the Watcher's words, but Xiao Lin knew it was all true. In a Marvel universe, there really was a group of bored onlookers like this. Well, I won't disturb you any further. Instead of stepping into the portal, Xiao Lin glanced out the window. I'm going out for a stroll. I want to see what kind of cities the Skrulls have built, and take a look at Adalin, the city of the Inhumans. Hey, wait. Unable to find an exit, Xiao Lin simply crashed through the castle's protective shield, flying toward the distant Skrull ships, leaving Watu behind, fuming and hopping mad. A thunderous crash resounded. The shield Watu had just repaired was shattered in an instant. The difference in air pressure sent the room's atmosphere rushing outward. You brat, you. He realized it was Xiao Lin returning again and erupted in a tirade. Why'd you come back? And you broke my house again. Seeing the anger on Watu's face, Xiao Lin pretended not to notice. I realized I still had a few questions for you, so I came back. Watu, clearly exasperated, said, Go ahead, ask. Once you're done, you can leave. Since you've lived so long, you must know about the Infinity Stones, right? Xiao Lin reached into the pocket of his trench coat and took out the orb, opening it to reveal the Power Stone inside, then quickly closed it again. Of course I know. I know exactly where they all came from, even the history of their owners throughout the ages. The dazzling purple glow of the Power Stone was mesmerizing, and even Wadu felt a surge of greed. This is your third Infinity Stone, isn't it? No, it's the fourth, Xiao Lin replied frankly. The Ether, the Tesseract, the Orb, and the Mind Scepter. I don't care about the details you just mentioned. Just want to know how to use the Infinity Stones. 4 Infinity Stones rested in his hands, yet he had no idea how to harness their power, so they were left idle. Well, Watu scratched his oversized head. Most people only scratch the surface when it comes to using the Infinity Stones. No one has ever managed to unleash their full potential. If their power were truly set free, each stone could destroy worlds. Xiao Lin gave a dismissive snort. So you don't know either, do you? That's right, Watu admitted, but I can offer you a suggestion. You could go to Asgard and find that Infinity Gauntlet to set the stones in, though it's just a replica, so the power it unleashes is limited. Alternatively, you could embed the stones in your weapon. Your sword is a legendary artifact, after all. It should just about withstand the power of the Infinity Stones. Watu's advice lit a spark in Xiao Lin's eyes. That was actually a good idea. He figured that embedding the Infinity Stones into Frostmourne would be even better. That's a good suggestion. I'll give it a try when I get back. Xiao Lin decided to experiment in a remote corner of the moon. The Infinity Stones were dangerously powerful, and any mishap could have unpredictable consequences. Besides, when he was done, he still needed to head to the city the Skrulls were building. Wait, Watu called out, stopping Xiao Lin just as he was about to dash off again. What else is there? Watu, now visibly annoyed, said, Use the front door this time, and stop breaking my defenses. Xiao Lin's figure plummeted into a crater on the moon. The Mind Scepter, the Space Stone, and the Orb all floated before him. But the Ether simply refused to come out, as if it had claimed his body as its home. Forget it. Better to deal with these first. Xiao Lin opened the orb, and the radiance of the Power Stone flooded the entire area with a captivating purple hue. Its wild energy stirred up the dust on the ground. With a sharp intake of breath, he reached out and gripped the stone, forcing it onto the pommel of his sword. A wave of purple energy rippled outward in all directions. Not bad at all. Wielding Frostmourne now inlaid with the Power Stone, Xiao Lin felt his strength surge beyond measure. Gripping the sword in his left hand, he struck the ground with his right fist. After a violent tremor, a deep crack split the lunar surface and stretched into the distance. The current Frostmourne could now enhance its wielder's physical attack and defense, and he felt confident that he could withstand the Hulk's blows head-on. Next came the Space Stone. At the heart of the Tesseract was a single point of light, radiating a dazzling blue glow, the very core of the Space Stone. However, this was ultimately just a mortal-made vessel to contain the Space Stone. It was not as sturdy as legend would suggest. When Frostmourne, now embedded with the Power Stone, struck it, a crack split across its surface. With a sharp crack, the Tesseract shattered, revealing the Space Stone within. It was a gemstone about the size of a thumb. Now, freed from its outer shell, its energy was fully exposed to the air, causing the surrounding space to ripple and destabilize. If an ordinary person were to grasp the Power Stone directly, their body would be unable to withstand its force. They'd be reduced to dust. In a violent explosion, the Space Stone, on the other hand, would shred anyone who touched it, tearing them apart with shattered space. But since Xiao Lin could hold the Power Stone without harm, the Space Stone posed no threat to him either. As he embedded the gem into the hilt of Frostmourne, its wild energy instantly subsided and was contained. With a faint hiss, the sword's tip sliced through the air before him, carving a black rift into the space itself, a portal to the unknown. Frostmourne now possessed the power to cut through space. He wondered if it could even slice through adamantium. Only the Mind Stone remained. After some consideration, Xiao Lin decided not to embed it into his weapon. The Mind Stone and the Crown of Dominion shared similar powers, and combining them would surely amplify their might. Unlike the wild energy of the Power and Space Stones, the magic within the Mind Stone was gentle, posing no threat to its wielder. With the Crown of Dominion now set with the Mind Stone, Xiao Lin could control the living as effortlessly as he commanded the undead. The power of these gems elevated Frostmourne and the Crown of Dominion from mere legendary artifacts to something far greater. And even with the Infinity Stones embedded, Frostmourne could still be stowed away in his dimensional pouch. Well then, it's time to head back. After Xiao Lin's departure, several figures in space suits suddenly appeared at the scene. They gazed at the crater, the rock shattered by some unknown force, and a flicker of concern crossed their minds. Even the moon is no longer safe. Have those suddenly appearing aliens discovered us? Another spoke up. We should take the initiative and head to Earth. The mutants there have already declined, and the humans are no match for us. That's a decision for Black Bolt to make. Our duty is simply to follow his orders. These were Inhumans, drawn here to investigate the strange occurrences they had detected. Maximus was the brother of Black Bolt, leader of the Inhumans. He had always coveted his brother's position and dreamed of seizing power, then launching an assault on Earth to claim its resources. Maximus turned to the other two and said, "Don't you want to return to Earth and enjoy its riches, instead of scurrying around and hiding like rats as we do now?" The other two glanced at each other, their eyes betraying their inner struggle. Of course they longed to return. How could they not? But neither dared to challenge Black Bolt, the mightiest of all Inhumans. Damn those aliens. Even this barren, desolate moon. They want to fight us for it. In their own records, the Skrulls saw themselves as a mighty empire. But until they fully understood their adversaries, they would not risk making any rash moves. A car pulled up to the quiet front of the Pioneer Tech building, and a man stepped out, carrying a case in his hand. "Dr. Killian, all the extremist virus experiment data has been retrieved." The newcomer handed the case to a middle-aged man, Dr. Killian, the current head of Pioneer Tech. "Endem, come to my lab first, and give me a report on the experiments." Although Pioneer Tech had already been restructured by Xiao Lin, and Vim had taken control, many within the company remained dissatisfied with him. Azeroth Technologies, after all, didn't share its advanced tech with them, and this sense of exclusion had led to growing resistance and disobedience. In truth, after Vim had seized the most valuable data and resources from Pioneer Tech, he lost interest in the company. He had bigger ambitions at Azeroth Technologies, and Xiao Lin never concerned himself with the day-to-day running of these companies. Pioneer Tech no longer served any purpose for him. It was after all this that Dr. Killian joined. Rising from a humble researcher to become the de facto leader of Pioneer Tech, he'd taken a failing company and, under his guidance, developed the extremist virus, a breakthrough in human enhancement technology. The trials have gone very well, Andem reported. Strucker has safely survived the genetic mutations caused by the virus, and most of the other subjects have also pulled through. The success rate is over 50%. Excellent. Killian opened the case. Inside was a portable hard drive and several syringes, each filled with a vivid orange liquid. Killian continued, call everyone in. We're all going to inject the extremist virus. But the success rate is only 50%, Andem hesitated. And even if we survive the initial transformation, there's still a risk of explosion later on due to instability. If you make it through, you'll have everything you ever wanted. Isn't that worth the risk? Think of the predicament you were stuck in before. All right, Andem gritted his teeth. I'll gather everyone involved in the Despair virus project right now. Inside a laboratory at Vanguard Technologies, more than 20 people had assembled. Now, Killian picked up a syringe, his eyes sweeping across the group as he spoke. It's time to show those who look down on us that we are far from worthless. Let them regret everything they've ever done to us. Excitement flickered across the faces of the others. Every one of them harbored deep resentment toward Vim. They were determined to prove they were no failures. With a sharp cry, the orange gene virus was injected into the first volunteer. But his luck ran out almost instantly. His face contorted in agony, and he let out a wild, tormented howl. Faint red light began to radiate from deep within his body. A loud explosion shattered the tense silence. Killian had anticipated such a risk. The test subject had been sealed inside a reinforced containment chamber. The explosion was so violent that it sent cracks spiderwebbing through the armor glass. Nothing remained of the person inside. Some in the group recoiled in fear. Killian was the second to step forward. He ordered himself strapped onto the operating table. This is a gamble, he said calmly. But with a 50% chance of survival, I'd say the odds are in our favor. This time, the procedure went smoothly. Killian's transformation was a complete success, and there was no explosion. Hours passed as the transformations continued, one after another. Incredible. Only 5 casualties. That's better than I ever expected. Killian stared at his hands, his excitement barely contained as, under his will, they glowed red-hot, radiating intense heat. Dr. Killian, we did it. The survivors were elated. As for those who had perished, nobody spared them a second thought. Doctor, is it time to announce our achievement? Vim will be begging to have us join his research team. No, a dangerous gleam shone in Killian's eyes. First, I have some scores to settle. Tony Stark, Dr. Connors, Dr. Vim, and Mr. Wilson. Hearing this, the others exchanged uneasy glances. But they're all powerful figures. Our research will make the world take notice. I already have a plan to earn us the recognition we deserve. After sharing uncertain looks, they chose to trust Dr. Killian. Without him, this project would never have succeeded. What they didn't realize was that the virus modifications were far from stable. Even after the procedure, the risk of spontaneous explosion lingered at every moment. Now we need more volunteers for the virus injection. Alva, go inform the others. Vanguard Technologies is about to reclaim its place as America's leading tech company. Back in his own office, Killian switched on his computer. On the screen appeared a man clad in an ornate, regal robe. Killian, what brings you to me? The man asked. Mandarin, my extremist virus trials are complete. With my serum, I can create a whole contingent of extremist soldiers for you. I'll send you the video. After you watch it, I hope you'll reconsider my previous proposal for cooperation. The Mandarin was the leader of the Ten Rings. Despite his youthful appearance, he was actually about the same age as Steve. Rumor had it he was a descendant of Genghis Khan, who once became obsessed with studying the mystical arts and temporarily set aside his pursuit of power. In fact, he had achieved some remarkable results. Now, though, he yearned to reclaim what he had once given up. Killian had first encountered the Ten Rings by chance, and had since shared his extremist project with the Mandarin, hoping that their collaboration would open the door for him into the upper echelons of American society. If this is truly as powerful as you say, I might just consider it, replied the Mandarin. He was undeniably a man of great strength, yet none of his lieutenants were truly formidable. Thus, he placed high hopes on Killian's extremist soldier initiative. Killian sent the video of the extremist transformation process to the Mandarin via an encrypted file. In the video, the transformed subjects displayed the ability to generate intense heat, heal wounds in an instant, and react with lightning speed. All of this greatly impressed the Mandarin. If these soldiers could be mass-produced, they would be of immense value to him. Killian, your extremist warriors have impressed me. However, I still need you to prove yourself, the Mandarin said cautiously. He would not trust Killian until he saw tangible results. Iron Man destroyed many of my bases recently, causing me heavy losses. I need you to deal with him. No problem, Killian replied, unable to hide his irritation at the Mandarin's skepticism. However, he himself nursed a deep-seated grudge against Tony Stark. Very soon, you will hear news of Tony Stark's demise. Tony, what's going on with you lately? Did something happen to upset you? Xiao Lin had come looking for Tony Stark, only to find him endlessly tinkering with his Iron Man suit in the lab, muttering to himself under his breath. At that moment, Tony's mind was haunted by memory after memory, seeing himself carrying a nuclear missile through the portal above New York, and recalling how Baron Strucker had effortlessly destroyed his Iron Man armor and left him locked inside a pitch-dark container. Lin, do you have any way to strengthen my body? Tony paused what he was doing and turned to Xiao Lin. Though his Iron Man armor was formidable, he himself was still just an ordinary man. The suits I built are starting to outpace me. My reflexes are simply too slow, and I can't harness their full power. Perhaps the extremist virus would suit you, but the risks are enormous. Failure in the enhancement process can be fatal. Xiao Lin considered for a moment and realized that extremist was the only viable option. Superheroes in America all gained their powers through unique, unrepeatable circumstances. Or you could learn magic. I know the ancient one. In that case, maybe it's better not to. Tony trailed off. Mr. Stark, several armed helicopters are approaching this location. Jarvis's warning suddenly chimed in. Before Tony could respond, a deafening explosion shook the room. A gaping hole appeared in the wall of his lab, and outside, enemies were already launching missiles in their direction. Who could possibly be behind this? Tony's heart pounded with alarm. He never imagined someone would attack his home directly, and he hadn't even had time to put on his armor. I'll take care of them. Xiao Lin sprang into action, catching a missile in midair before hurling it back outside. Without waiting for the next attack, he dashed out, his feet cracking the floor beneath him as he launched himself into the fray. Soaring through the air, Xiao Lin remembered that this could be connected to Dr. Killian, the head of the extremist experiments. The story was all too familiar. Despite so many changes, some things were destined to happen. At present, Vanguard Tech was essentially under the control of Azeroth Technologies. Perhaps Kingpin had been careless, letting some operations slip from their grasp. On board the helicopters, the mercenaries hired by Vanguard Tech watched in horror as Xiao Lin hurtled toward them, impossibly high above the ground. How can he be here? Retreat. Fall back now. They knew they were no match for such a powerhouse. Even Iron Man would struggle against him. This was only meant to be a surprise attack. With an explosive roar, Xiao Lin brought his sword down, slicing a helicopter clean in two. The men aboard plummeted toward the earth alongside the wreckage. The other helicopters, seeing the disaster unfold, desperately veered away, trying to escape. Trying to run? Wielding Frostmourne, Xiao Lin slashed at the other two helicopters through the air. Two thin rifts in space appeared, neatly severing both crafts in half. As the attackers tumbled downward, Xiao Lin seized one of them and soared back toward Tony's villa. He needed to find out if these men had been sent by Dr. Killian. Meanwhile, Tony's villa was a scene of utter devastation, littered with shattered stone and concrete. Pepper watched anxiously as Tony sat on the ground in a daze. Xiao Lin bound the man he had grabbed with chains of ice, then shook Tony and shouted to him, "Tony, Tony!" Tony snapped out of it and looked at Xiao Lin. "Lin, can you help me get the extremist virus? You want to use the extremist virus to enhance yourself?" Xiao Lin looked at him in shock. "The success rate is really low. If it fails, you'll explode. Nothing left, not even ashes." "I've made up my mind," Tony replied, his tone resolute. "Tony, you don't have to do this." Pepper's face showed a flicker of anger. Tony placed a hand on Pepper's shoulder. "I've had enough. The Iron Man suit can't reach its full potential with me, just because I'm still only human. Ivan Vanko, and now these attackers. Without the suit, I'm nothing. If it weren't for Xiao Lin, I couldn't even protect myself, let alone you. Lin, please talk some sense into him." Pepper was desperate to keep Tony from risking his life. Xiao Lin just shrugged, helpless to intervene. "Let's not talk about this now. First, let's see who exactly this guy is." The man's luck had run out. During the fall, he'd been knocked out cold. Xiao Lin grabbed a basin of water and poured it over the man's head, jolting him awake. Seeing the group standing around him, he immediately realized he'd been captured. Tony slipped a piece of his Iron Man suit onto his hand and punched the man in the stomach. "Talk. Who are you? Who sent you?" Clutching his stomach in pain, the man gritted out, "You think I'll tell you? That's fine if you don't want to talk now." Xiao Lin reached into the man's body with one hand and yanked out his soul. "Now will you talk? Or do you want to learn what true torment in hell feels like?" Death's power bound the man's soul, refusing to let hell drag him away. The attacker stared in terror at his own body lying before him, while his outstretched hands had become translucent. Pepper and Tony were both stunned. Neither could believe what they were seeing. "I'll talk. I'll tell you everything." The man's spirit began to unravel. He wasn't afraid of death, but the threat of torture after death was more than he could bear. My name is Benson. I'm a mercenary. This time, I was hired by Advanced Idea Mechanics to kill Tony. Hearing this, Xiao Lin said, just as I thought. I know who's behind this. Looks like I can solve two problems at once. Tony didn't understand what he meant, but saw Xiao Lin open a portal and vanish in an instant. Hey! Xiao Lin had decided to return to Advanced Idea Mechanics immediately to see if Dr. Killian was there. Inside the building of Advanced Idea Mechanics, Andam knocked on office door and walked in. Dr. Killian, the mercenaries have failed. Killian was not particularly surprised. After all, they're just ordinary people. This time, we're sending our own men. Andam hesitated before adding, Doctor, those mercenaries ran into Xiao Lin when they attacked Tony. One of them was even captured. What? Killian shot to his feet, still lacking the confidence to face Xiao Lin directly. Pack up. We're leaving this place immediately. What about the people Mr. Weems sent here to keep watch? Andam asked. Kill them, Killian said coldly, unwilling to linger a moment longer. Gather everyone involved in the Extremist Virus Project. We're leaving as fast as possible. No sooner had he finished speaking than Killian set about collecting his things. It wasn't just the Extremist Virus Project files he needed to take. There were plenty of other important items as well. Dr. Killian, are we really going in now? One of his extremist soldiers asked. Killian and his small squad of extremist-enhanced operatives stood outside the Azeroth Technologies building, watching the steady stream of people coming and going. What's there to be afraid of? Even if we're discovered, we can get out before any mutants show up. With our abilities, there's no problem. He led the group to a side entrance, one he had already scouted and learned the layout of in advance. Red light flickered in Killian's hands as he pressed them against the iron door, melting a gaping hole through the metal. Beyond the door, darkness stretched out. There wasn't a single guard in sight. Now we head to the underground lab. That's where what we want is kept. Earlier today, we sabotaged the computer system there, and I've already bribed the monitoring staff. Killian had confirmed that there were no security personnel stationed in this underground facility, a fact that puzzled him. With so many confidential company secrets, how could their defenses be so weak? He was after Azeroth Technologies' biotech secrets, hoping to combine them with the extremist virus. He was convinced he could create even more powerful soldiers that way. They moved deeper and deeper into the facility. The underground corridor was eerily silent, broken only by the faint hum of electricity in the distance and indistinct, unsettling noises echoing through the darkness. Killian checked the location displayed on his handheld computer, then pointed toward a door. This way. Andam voiced his concern. Doctor, I can't shake the feeling that this is too easy. This is a military tech company. There's no way they wouldn't have any guards. What if they knew we were coming all along? The information I have says it's always like this, Killian began to reply, but was interrupted by a distant sound, a guttural roar, like some wild beast howling in anger. Even with their bodies transformed by the extremist virus, they had all once been mere researchers. The sinister atmosphere had them on edge, fear prickling at their nerves. Then came a sharp click, the unmistakable sound of a lock turning. They all stood on guard where they were. What's that? After a while, they saw a massive figure appear around the corner. He was clutching a heavy iron chain, dragging along the ground with a crisp, metallic clatter, and each of his steps landed with a deep, resounding thud. When the creature fully came into view, everyone was left gaping in shock. What is that? What does he have 3 hands? And the body is all out of proportion. It looks like a monster cobbled together from different parts. How can it even move? Before their eyes stood a figure, greasy flesh quivering, with 3 arms jutting from his body. Thick seams crisscrossed his skin, with tangled threads, poking out everywhere. Each step left a trail of green slime oozing from his stomach, and he glared at them with a pair of terrifyingly enormous eyes. As the monster caught sight of Dr. Killian and his group, he swung his iron chain and bellowed, Patchwork is Dr. Connors's warbringer. Elsewhere, in a certain room, Dr. Connors was watching everything unfold, with Xiao Lin standing at his side. Dr. Connors murmured, Those fools at Vanguard Tech. Let's see how they fare as my test subjects for the power of alchemical constructs. Patchwork's strength and speed are beyond human imagination, easily a match for the Hulk. Catching Xiao Lin's gaze, Dr. Connors scratched his head a bit sheepishly. He swore that what Patchwork just shouted definitely wasn't something he'd programmed in himself. Connors, don't go destroying the company headquarters. Don't worry, Mr. Xiao Lin. I have absolute control over Patchwork and Thaddeus. In Dr. Connors's palm sat a Death Stone, the fusion of modern technology and scourge science, which had given birth to a being even stronger than the original. Everyone at Azeroth Technologies had once been implanted with subconscious loyalty by the Mind Scepter. Long before Killian tried to buy off the staff, Connors had already discovered everything and had laid his plans accordingly. Originally, Xiao Lin had intended to track down Dr. Killian himself, but unexpectedly, Killian had delivered himself right to the doorstep. His desolation virus, Connors had to admit, was a formidable piece of tech, something Connors was very interested in. Dr. Connors was now obsessed with undead biotechnology. Patchwork was a gigantic flesh golem stitched together from the corpses of Kree, frost giants, dark elves, and other powerful beings. Only when Xiao Lin arrived did Connors manage to animate him using the power of death. Of course, there was another formidable undead construct, Thaddeus, capable of channeling electricity. What the hell? Faced with the terrifying monster, Dr. Killian's skin flushed bright red as he charged straight at the creature before him. Patchwork wants to play with you. Seeing the enemy rush forward, Patchwork swung his iron hook in a powerful arc, wind whistling in its wake, and sent it crashing into one of Killian's men. Bang! In an instant, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The head of the Despair warrior who couldn't react in time was smashed into a pulpy mess, and not even the formidable regenerative power of the Despair virus could bring him back. Don't run. None of you can escape, Killian barked, quelling the urge of the others to flee. The monster before them moved far faster than anyone could have imagined. Realizing there was no hope in running, Killian took the lead and charged forward. As the iron hook came swinging at him again, he responded with lightning reflexes, reaching out to grab it. A hiss of white smoke rose from Killian as his entire body heated up, his hands glowing with a fierce red light. Patchwork's iron hook was just ordinary metal, and under the intense heat, it melted into a stream of molten iron, dripping onto the ground. With another thud, Killian's fist struck Patchwork's body, sending up a stench of burning flesh that filled the air. You made Patchwork angry now. In a blur of motion, Patchwork's fist swung out, too fast for Killian to react, and drove straight through his body, leaving a gaping hole. Killian staggered upright, staring in disbelief at the hulking monster before him. He simply couldn't keep up with this creature's speed. It was nothing like what one would expect from someone so massive. The Despair virus instantly healed Killian's wounds, and he called out to the others, "Quick, surround him and burn him down." A dozen Despair warriors encircled Patchwork, flames blazing from their hands as they unleashed their searing heat upon him. "It's so hot." Patchwork roared, swinging his iron chain in a wide arc. In a single sweep, he sent the surrounding warriors flying, scattering them like ragdolls. Thud, thud, thud. The sound echoed through the hall as the warriors were struck down, left sprawled on the ground with broken arms and legs. However, their powerful regeneration allowed them to heal swiftly. Except for the first unfortunate soul whose head had been obliterated, none had died, but it was clear they were no match for Patchwork. He pressed the attack relentlessly, never tiring. Patchwork is impressive, much stronger than those Despair warriors, Dr. Connors remarked with satisfaction, echoing Xiao Lin's approval. Mr. Xiao Lin, next, let's test Thaddeus. I suspect his results won't be much different. Once the tests are done, bring them both to Naxxramas. The battered Despair warriors now faced utter despair. Even with the virus enhancing their speed and reflexes, they couldn't keep up with Patchwork. Their searing flames were useless against a monster with such incredible healing. At this rate, they were doomed. No wonder there were no guards stationed here. No one could get past a creature this terrifying. As they huddled together, wary and on guard, the monstrous figure before them suddenly turned and lumbered away. Yet by the look of him, he seemed none too pleased. Master says Patchwork is not allowed to play anymore. They watched as Patchwork walked into a room, and then all went silent. None of them dared to go in and check. The wounds on their recently reattached limbs still throbbed with pain. Dr. Killian, what do we do now? The others were used to following Dr. Killian's instructions. We keep moving forward, Killian said through gritted teeth. Judging by the distance that had vanished behind them, they were only a few rooms away from the archives. If they retreated now, everything would have been for nothing. But we have to move quickly. I'm worried this is a trap. What they thought was a foolproof plan now seemed riddled with uncertainty. Was there something even more terrifying waiting for them ahead? In front of the monitors, Dr. Connors reached out and gripped the necromantic control orb. Great death energy swirled within it, and somewhere in the underground lab, a necrotic automaton's eyes snapped open. A crackling surge of electricity burst from the half-mechanical giant, Thaddeus, as he stepped out of the laboratory, each movement sending arcs of blinding light flickering around him. When Dr. Killian and his team saw the electric giant looming before them, they knew they had been discovered. Perhaps it was that bribed informant who had betrayed them. Damn it, paid him all that money and he didn't deliver. If I ever see him again, I'll make sure he burns. We have to get out of here now. There was no longer any hope of securing the secret files. At Killian's words, the others wasted no time, spinning on their heels and running full tilt. Suddenly, brilliant arcs of electricity shot toward them from the distance, enveloping every last desperate fighter. Electrode conversion. The currents running over Thaddeus's body shifted, pulling all those fleeing bodies straight back toward him. Regret churned in Killian's gut. He never should have tried to steal Azeroth Tech's research. The desperation virus alone would have sufficed for his ambitions. Just then, a blinding red light flared at his side. Killian turned and saw agony twisting one of his comrades' faces. Something was wrong. He realized the Desperation Warrior was about to explode. "Quick, scatter!" Killian shouted, flames blooming in his palm as he tried to scorch a path through their electrocaptor, desperate to break free from the current's grip. But fate had other plans. The electric giant's blinding bolts not only stopped the warrior's self-destruction, they grew in intensity, shocking the group so violently their bodies convulsed uncontrollably. With a final jolt, darkness claimed their vision, and they all lost consciousness. "Thaddeus, bring them all to my lab," came the cold command. A small crowd poured from the neighboring room, hefting the unconscious intruders and carrying them off to Dr. Connors' laboratory. "When will I finally face a worthy opponent? My globulus is nearly complete," Dr. Connors muttered, eyes gleaming with wild obsession. He was utterly engrossed in his work. When Dr. Killian regained consciousness, he found himself locked inside a metal cage, all alone. "Don't waste your energy. That's adamantium alloy," came Dr. Connor's voice from nearby. Killian turned his head and saw a computer resting on a metal frame. On the screen appeared someone he recognized, Dr. Connors. He had never heard of adamantium alloy before and didn't know just how strong it was, but he soon realized that, even under the intense heat he generated, the metal didn't show the slightest sign of turning red or softening. "You planned all of this from the very beginning, didn't you?" "That's right." Connors looked at him with a touch of regret and said, "With your abilities, you could have gained far more resources and unimaginable technology at the company." "Enough. I have no interest in working under someone else." Ever since Tony had let him down last time, he'd sworn never to rely on anyone's charity again. "You'll regret this. Your companions have already become my test subjects. Just like Patchwick, whom you saw before, their bodies shattered and reassembled. As for you, Mr. Xiao Lin will deal with you." With that, Connors ended the call. A truck carrying the cage rumbled toward the teleportation array of Sky City, where several mutants were already waiting. After passing through the teleportation array, they arrived in a grand hall within Naxxramas. When the adamantium cage was finally opened, Dr. Killian saw a young man standing before him. Noticing that there was no one else around and that he wasn't being physically restrained, he couldn't help but hurl a jet of flame at the young man. He knew he was no match, but in his mind, there was still hope for escape. But he had barely taken 2 steps when a wave of icy wind swept over him, freezing him instantly into a statue of ice. When he regained awareness again, the world around him was nothing but endless gray. Xiao Lin spoke to him. "I need the formula for the extremist virus." Killian was confused about his current state. His body seemed to have become insubstantial. "You're already dead. Now your soul is under my control." Dr. Killian tried to flee, but his body, now no more than a wisp of smoke, remained trapped. Black mist curled around him, holding him fast. A nameless terror forced Dr. Killian to yield. "The USB drive with the extremist virus data is in a pocket on my body." Dr. Killian watched as his own body became visible, emerging from the melting ice block. It seemed everything the stranger had said was true. He was already dead. "Can you let me go now?" No sooner had he spoken than he felt his body compressed tightly, as if he'd been stuffed into something. After obtaining the necessary data, and with further effort from the researchers at Azeroth Tech, the extremist virus serum was finally completed. It had been improved as well. Once the enhancement succeeded, there would be no risk of another explosion. With the new extremist virus serum in hand, Xiao Lin called Tony. "Tony, the extremist virus serum is ready. I've removed the unstable components, so there's no longer a risk of self-destruction. Of course, there's still a chance the transformation could fail." "That fast?" Tony replied enthusiastically. "Lin, I've just designed a new suit of armor. I'm only waiting for you to bring me the extremist virus." When Xiao Lin arrived at Tony's home, it seemed Tony and Pepper had just had another argument. The moment she saw Xiao Lin, Pepper started to complain. "Lin, can't you talk some sense into him? He can't spend every day wrapped up in his Iron Man suits. He even needs his armor standing by at night while he sleeps. If this goes on, maybe he should just go live with his suits instead of me." Xiao Lin glanced at Tony, who was completely absorbed in building his armor, apparently unaware that anyone had entered. "Pepper, Tony is under a lot of pressure. That incident, when he went through the wormhole above New York, left him mentally shaken. I'll do my best to help him." Pepper clearly understood this. Otherwise, she would have moved out long ago. Hey, Tony. Xiao Lin noticed a puddle of metallic fluid on the desk, unsure of what Tony was working on. He rapped his knuckles on the table to get Tony's attention. Lin, you're here. Tony turned, excitement shining in his eyes as he pointed to the metallic substance. This is my new armor. Originally, I was designing the extremist suit, but after a few days of research, I've come up with something even better, the Blood Edge suit. The Blood Edge suit. The name alone suggested something formidable, though Xiao Lin didn't really understand it. The Blood Edge suit works by infusing nanomaterials into my bones. With the blood permeation tech, I can summon the armor at any time, directly through my bloodstream. But for that, I need the extremist virus you brought. Without it, my body can't withstand the transformation. Tony, Pepper finally snapped. It's bad enough that you insist on having your Iron Man suit next to you, even while you sleep, and now you want to put the armor inside your body? Maybe you should just go live with your armor instead. With that, Pepper stormed out angrily. Aren't you going to go after her? Xiao Lin asked. Tony shrugged, unconcerned. It's fine. She'll come back. So, do you have the extremist virus? Tony looked at Xiao Lin expectantly. Here it is. Xiao Lin produced a syringe filled with an orange liquid. Are you really sure you want to go through with this? Of course. With you here, there's no way anything will go wrong, right? Tony replied with absolute confidence. Well, all right. Xiao Lin seemed a bit helpless. But this world isn't just about technology. There's a lot of mysterious magic. Too, I think you could design a suit of armor that combines both magic and tech, like the Asgardian destroyer we encountered before. The image of that massive, indestructible suit of armor flashed through Tony's mind. His own Iron Man suits were nowhere near as powerful. I don't know the first thing about magic. For now, let me finish my Blood Edge armor. Xiao Lin added, if you ever run into that old man Odin, you could ask him to bless your suit. That would seriously boost its power. Xiao Lin's own magic was limited to curses and plagues. Blessings weren't exactly his specialty. We'll see about that some other time. Tony laid down on a surgical table, where metal restraints automatically locked his body in place. Jarvis, begin the injection. The extremist virus and Tony's custom-made nanometal were simultaneously introduced into his system. Tony still felt uneasy about the transformation. If those recent nightmares hadn't started to mess with his mind, he wouldn't have made this decision. Now, the Iron Man suit was the only thing that gave him any sense of security. As the extremist virus coursed through his veins, Tony's entire body flushed red and burned with heat, while the nanometal sent chills running all over him. The sight made Xiao Lin wince. Why put yourself through so much pain? Still, Xiao Lin couldn't help but admire Tony's sheer willpower. Fortunately, nothing went wrong along the way. Over an hour later, Tony stepped down from the table, drenched in sweat. Xiao Lin watched as Tony worked at the computer, inputting data he couldn't begin to understand. Lin, punch me. Now that the transformation was complete, Tony brimmed with confidence. Are you sure? Xiao Lin looked at him seriously. One punch from me, and it could kill you. It's fine, go for it. Don't hold back, Tony said, bracing himself and striking a ready pose. All right then. Even without the power of the Infinity Stones or the force of death, Xiao Lin's natural strength was formidable. He certainly didn't want to accidentally kill Tony with a single blow. Xiao Lin's fist whipped through the air, landing squarely on Tony's abdomen. With a heavy thud, the moment his fist connected, metallic liquid surged from Tony's veins like a flowing river, instantly covering and shielding his body, armor snapping into place in the blink of an eye. Tony only staggered back 2 steps from the impact, completely unharmed. At Tony's mental command, the armor flowed back into his body like water, vanishing without a trace. Liquid metal? The words made Xiao Lin think of liquid metal robots. It's nanomaterial. You didn't use enough force just now. Try again. Tony's face lit up with excitement. Seeing Tony's smug expression, Xiao Lin focused and channeled the power of frost into his hands. Before Tony could react, Xiao Lin vanished from his spot and reappeared, landing a punch squarely on Tony's body. There was a deafening blast, and Tony's body smashed through the villa's solid concrete. With a sharp, piercing whoosh, he disappeared without a trace. Xiao Lin broke into a cold sweat. He might have gone overboard this time. Would Tony be all right? He gazed into the distance and spotted a figure bursting out of the water, speeding back their way. Before Tony even got close, Xiao Lin saw a dazzling particle cannon blooming like a chrysanthemum on Tony's arm, firing a white beam straight toward him. Xiao Lin hastily summoned a shield for protection and realized that Tony's new weapon was far more powerful than his old repulsor blasts. Tony landed back in the villa, retracting the particle cannon. Then, with a flicker, a lightsaber appeared on his arm, and he swung it at Xiao Lin at an unbelievable speed. Come on, Tony, are you nuts? Keep this up, and I'll hang you upside down. Xiao Lin couldn't help but admit Tony's new suit of armor was on a whole different level. Faster to equip, quicker to react, and sporting weapons leagues ahead of before. Growing impatient, Xiao Lin unleashed the aura of death from his body, transforming into a swirl of gray mist that wrapped around Tony, freezing him in place. With a thunderous crash, Xiao Lin grabbed Tony by the leg and hurled him aside, sending him smashing through 2 walls in succession. Within seconds, Tony climbed out from the rubble, the edges of his armor still gleaming red. Xiao Lin noticed he didn't seem to have suffered a scratch. "So Lin, what do you think? Not bad, right?" Tony grinned. "It's impressive, but honestly, having metal inside my body would feel uncomfortable." Tony replied, "No worries. Thanks to the extremist virus, it doesn't hurt me at all. Plus, it's removable. Jarvis, did you record the data? See if there's anything we need to improve." Meanwhile, in a certain Middle Eastern country, the Mandarin received news through his channels that Killian had failed. "A bunch of idiots. Why provoke enemies far beyond your reach?" The Mandarin mused for a moment, then declared, "Tony Stark seems to have a close relationship with the headmaster of the Mutant Academy. That's a threat to us too. Make arrangements for my trip to America. I want to meet that young man." Shang-Chi, the Avengers destroyed several of our bases while hunting down Hydra remnants. Take some people and pay them a visit. The Mandarin was furious about innocents being caught in the crossfire. While Tony was busy gathering data on the Blood Edge battlesuit, his wristwatch suddenly chimed. Steve's voice came through. "Tony, we found a new Hydra base. We're heading out now." Although all the major Hydra leaders have been eliminated and nearly every Hydra base in the United States have been wiped out, there were still many Hydra remnants scattered across other countries in this world. The Avengers have been working tirelessly to hunt them down. "Lin, drop by my Avengers Tower when you have time. I've got to run." With those words, Tony vanished in an instant, not even bothering to deal with the mess in his own chaotic mansion. After returning to Sky City, Lin received a call from Kingpin, who said that a wealthy man named Mandarin wanted to discuss a major business deal with their company and hoped to meet Lin in person. Although Lin's various identities weren't exactly a secret, not everyone was aware of them. At least, this Mandarin character probably had no idea who he really was. "All right, I'll go see him," Lin replied, his curiosity piqued about the man's identity. The next day, on the top floor of Azeroth Technologies, Lin met the man who was said to be a tycoon from the Middle East. As they shook hands and greeted each other, Lin noticed the 10 rings on Mandarin's fingers, each one unique and striking. Suddenly, Lin remembered, Mandarin was none other than the infamous Master. There was a mysterious power emanating from him. Lin knew that each of those 10 rings was practically an artifact. Although none of them were as powerful as Frostmourne, their strength lay in their sheer number. While Lin was studying him, Mandarin was also sizing up the young man in front of him. In Lin's eyes, he saw a lifeless aura, the kind he'd only ever seen on corpses, or on Mr. Wilson, who stood nearby. "You all may leave," Mandarin commanded his subordinates with a wave of his hand. Not sure what Mandarin was planning, Lin glanced at him, then instructed Kingpin to leave as well. Now, on this skyscraper nearly 1,000 meters above the ground, only Lin and Mandarin remained. Mandarin stood and gazed out at the view. "I hear you have a good relationship with Tony Stark." He spoke as if it were a casual remark, his expression betraying nothing out of the ordinary. Lin knew Mandarin was essentially Tony's nemesis. Ever since Tony decided to take the fight to the terrorists, their feud had only intensified, especially since many of the militant groups in the Middle East were under Mandarin's control. "It's all right," Lin replied. "He brought me to America, and I've saved him a few times myself. I've come this time to select a batch of weapons from you. I'm about to launch an armed uprising in a Middle Eastern country to overthrow their brutal regime." The Mandarin spoke these words with utter calm. Xiao Lin hadn't expected him to be so forthcoming, sharing such plans as if they were merely chatting about the weather. "I hope you can remind Mr. Stark not to attack my people again. And when the Avengers go after Hydra, make sure they don't accidentally hurt the wrong side." From his tone, Xiao Lin picked up a hint of threat. "I'm just a businessman. I can't control what he does." Suddenly, the world around Xiao Lin changed. The clear blue sky gave way to a vast sea of stars. But as he looked closer, he noticed some flaws. He was under a psychic attack from the Mandarin. This was the world of the mind. He caught the swirling galaxies reflected in the Mandarin's eyes. "Are you attacking me?" When it came to psychic power, Xiao Lin was confident that he was second to none. Yet, the Mandarin's techniques intrigued him. Was this, perhaps, the legendary cultivation of the immortals? "Young man, there's more to this world than mutants. You're from the East as well. If you lived in China, you'd understand the wonders of immortal arts. Eastern mysticism does interest me, but I suppose you've only scratched the surface." Xiao Lin's own mental strength condensed into a mighty hammer, striking directly at the Mandarin's mind. The Mandarin's focus wavered for a moment. His psychic assault was dispelled in an instant. With a crackle of defiance, the Mandarin summoned the power of another ring. White lightning danced between his fingers before leaping forth as a bolt of thunder toward Xiao Lin. The current wasn't terribly strong. Xiao Lin's anti-magic shield brushed it off with ease. When the dazzling white light faded, the Mandarin saw that Xiao Lin stood unscathed, still protected by his magical barrier. It wouldn't do to leave such an attack unanswered. Xiao Lin drew his own weapon and unleashed a razor-thin slice of space toward his opponent. Sensing the danger, the Mandarin poured all his energy into another ring, releasing a blinding white radiance. A powerful gravitational field warped the space around him, distorting the approaching rift. With a heavy thud, Xiao Lin closed in, wielding his weapon with immense force. The blow shattered the Mandarin's gravity shield in an instant. Just as Xiao Lin was about to plunge his blade into the Mandarin, the system suddenly chimed in. System quest issued. Difficulty S. Seize the Terrigen crystal from the Mandarin. Reward: 100,000 exchange points. There was never any pattern to when the system would assign a quest. It had been a long time since the last one. With his exchange points currently at 0, this was a rare opportunity. The dignitary from the Manchu faction, who had intended to put on a show of force for Xiao Lin, scrambled awkwardly to his feet. He realized that his own powers were completely ineffective against Xiao Lin, and the weapon in Xiao Lin's hand was far stronger than he had anticipated. Xiao Lin feigned helplessness and said, "Master Man, I'm just a businessman. There's no need for all this fighting and bloodshed." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Master Man stood up and turned to leave without another word. "Master, do you want me to take care of them?" Kingpin asked, watching the departing members of the Ten Rings gang, a cold menace in his voice. "No need," Xiao Lin replied. "They're still useful to me, and besides, they pose no real threat to us." In truth, Xiao Lin was curious whether the soul of a cultivator would prove especially nourishing for him, but he decided to let it go for now in favor of his mission. Thinking of the Terrigen crystals, Xiao Lin remembered the Inhumans. There were 2 Inhumans currently working under Coulson and S.H.I.E.L.D., Yo-Yo and Quake. After the internal chaos within S.H.I.E.L.D., the organization was left fractured. Most of the original agents had joined the newly established SWRD, leaving only a small group of a dozen or so agents loyal to Coulson. Fortunately, they still had the secret backing of the President of the United States, not to mention funding from Stark Industries, courtesy of Tony Stark. Aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent's airborne plane, Coulson called a few of his team into his office. "Sky, May, Lance, Bobby, I need the 4 of you to head to a small village in Kansas." Sky asked, "What's the mission this time?" Coulson tapped his computer, and the screen displayed an image of a rather eerie village, where rows of stone statues shaped like humans stood in formation. "Are those inhuman cocoons?" Sky and Bobby gasped in shock. If it were just a single cocoon, they wouldn't be so surprised. But here, scattered across open ground, nearly 100 cocoons were densely clustered together. "The situation is complicated," Coulson explained. "For reasons unknown, several Terrigen crystals have appeared in this village, and almost the entire population are Inhumans. Your job is to get to the crystals before SWRD does." Coulson harbored little trust toward SWRD, especially under Osborn's leadership. In recent days, several clashes had already occurred, and only Agent Hill's old ties had prevented them from suffering real losses. He continued, "We suspect the villagers are all members of a cult, and they're in the process of summoning a demon lord from hell." Agent May asked, "A demon lord? Are we sure they've already succeeded in summoning it?" "We can't be certain," Coulson replied, "but for your safety, I've contacted Ghost Rider, Johnny. He's already on his way." As the agents prepared to leave, Coulson added, "One more thing. Intelligence suggests that a member of a Middle Eastern militant group has also gotten wind of this. Stay sharp. If they truly understood the extent of the Mandarin's power, they wouldn't look so unconcerned." The Quinjet, carrying the team, lifted off from the massive airliner's roof and soared toward Kansas. In a remote little village in Kansas, every house stood empty. There was no sign of animal life in the surrounding woods. Only the faint rustle of trees swaying gently in the breeze broke the silence. 4 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents moved carefully along an eerily quiet path. In Lance's hands was a device designed to detect Terrigen crystals. "The Terrigen crystals are scattered all around. Are we splitting up?" The device showed that the crystals had been placed around the edges of the village. "Is this a demonic ritual circle?" Agent May noticed the strange lines on the ground, and the device indicated the crystals were positioned exactly like the array Mephisto had used to summon the forces of hell last time. "The demon may already be here. We should stick together," May insisted. "Against the demon, they might not even get the chance to fight back. Splitting up would only make things more dangerous." Suddenly, an explosion erupted in the center of the village, flames roaring skyward as if a fierce battle had broken out. Could it be the Ghost Rider? Sky wondered aloud. The team exchanged a glance and broke into a run, heading straight for the source of the disturbance. Reaching the open square at the village center, they found it crowded with cocoons spun by Inhumans. At the heart of it all stood a blood-red altar. Some of the cocoons had already burst open, revealing the tragic faces of villagers who had died inside. The success rate of terrigenesis was alarmingly low. Out of 100, fewer than 10 might survive. The rest meant only death. Of course, on the moon, the Inhuman royal family had ways to drastically reduce the fatality rate. But even then, successful transformation often meant grotesque change. Some became dogs, some even turned into inanimate doors, unable to move at all. After all, Kree technology was far inferior to the power of the Celestials. The souls of these Inhumans are truly delicious, gloated the being floating opposite Ghost Rider. His eyes burned with a sinister red light. Barbara spoke up, "I'll grab that crystal." Before anyone could stop her, she darted away in a blur. Inhuman, the Hell Lord caught sight of the speeding figure and instantly conjured a bolt of crimson lightning, striking Barbara and sending her flying backward. Barbara, Lance, Barbara's lover, rushed to catch her as she crashed back, panic etched on his face. But the demonic lightning still crackled across her body, and as he held her, its energy shot through him too, making his whole body tremble uncontrollably. "Shield agents," the Hell Lord rasped, his voice gravelly and cold. "You just won't stay dead, will you?" Agent May recognized the voice immediately. "Mephisto, weren't you already banished back to hell by Xiao Lin? In this dimension, I have countless followers. I always find a way to enter this world." He barely had time to gloat before a blazing iron chain swept toward him. "Damn you, Johnny. I'll drag your soul into hell, where you'll suffer the torment of hellfire for all eternity." The flames atop Ghost Rider's head flared even brighter as he let out a mocking, raspy laugh. Mephisto roared in fury, and searing fire burst from his body. As the flames hit the ground, they transformed into a swarm of little demon imps, each one wreathed in fire. "May, should we help them?" Having fought Mephisto before, May was the only one with any real insight into him. The others all looked to her, hoping she would come up with a plan. "Our weapons are useless against Mephisto. It's better if we go find the Terrigen crystals elsewhere for now." Sky gazed at the field of Inhuman cocoons before her. Some of them were still intact. There might be survivors inside. "I'll stay here," Sky said. "There could still be living Inhumans in these cocoons, and I can also support Ghost Rider." May thought for a moment before responding. "All right, the rest of us will go collect the crystals." No one knew how long Ghost Rider and Mephisto had been locked in battle, but neither showed the slightest sign of fatigue, even now. Suddenly, beams of light shot from Mephisto's hands and connected to the Inhuman cocoons. One by one, pale souls were drawn from them and absorbed into his body, making the flames around him burn even hotter. "Delicious," he exclaimed. A sharp crack rang out as a fissure split one of the central cocoons, revealing an Inhuman inside. As Sky hesitated, the Inhuman within suddenly sprouted a pair of bat-like wings and, unsteadily, took to the skies. Mephisto cast a passing glance, his interest piqued by the Inhuman, who looked almost demonic. "I need to get out of here," Mephisto muttered, growing irritated by his inability to defeat Ghost Rider. He began plotting his escape. Meanwhile, the newly emerged Inhuman, lost and confused, managed only a few meters in the air before plummeting back to the ground. "Master, that's a Shield Quinjet. Should we move in now?" The Mandarin and his followers had arrived at the outskirts of the village. He paused, gazing at the clouds over the distant village, now tinged red by some unknown energy. The East was considered forbidden territory for demons, a realm belonging to immortals and ancient cultivators. As a practitioner himself, the Mandarin had only read about demons in old texts. He had no idea what he was truly facing. Suddenly, a crimson shadow streaked rapidly toward them. Lord Mandarin spotted the Terrigen crystal he had been searching for embedded in the other's chest. He raised his ring and unleashed a bolt of lightning at the figure in the sky, knocking him down from above. With a thunderous crash, Mephisto, who had been fleeing, was struck by the sudden attack and plummeted straight to the ground, carving a deep crater upon impact. Unlucky as he was, encountering Mandarin led to yet another fall from the sky. Covered in dust and dirt, Mephisto scrambled to his feet, glaring at the human before him. Furious, he wasted no time and hurled several bolts of red lightning at his opponent. In haste, Mandarin conjured an energy shield around himself, barely managing to withstand the barrage. Mephisto was taken aback. Lately, It seemed as though many powerful beings had emerged in the mortal realm. "Human, why are you blocking my path?" Mandarin replied calmly. "Hand over the Terrigen crystal on your chest, and I'll let you go." As the Lord of Hell, Mephisto had his pride and would never yield to a mortal's threat. Black mist began to seep from his body, spreading into a thick fog. Within the darkness, countless pairs of crimson eyes glimmered ominously. Channeling the power of his rings, Mandarin intensified the gravity around Mephisto, pressing him deep into the earth. Simultaneously, several talismanic seals appeared in Mandarin's hand. With a flick of his wrist, he sent them flying, circling Mephisto in a precise ring. Demon Sealing Array. As Mandarin formed a mystical hand seal, the talismans surrounding Mephisto began to glow with golden light, winding around his body and searing him, sending up curls of blue-black smoke. Eastern Sorcery. Mephisto howled in pain, struggling desperately. This host body, already corroded by demonic energy while restraining Ghost Rider, was nearing its limit. With a deafening explosion, Mephisto made a swift decision. He detonated the body he possessed, causing the demon sealing array to erupt in a violent blast. His spectral form emerged from the explosion and shot toward the sky. He had to find a new host quickly, or his soul fragment would be dragged back to hell. No sooner had he risen into the air than he spotted the demon Inhuman lying on the ground below. The idea to possess this new vessel flashed through his mind. At that moment, Sky was reaching down to help the fallen Inhuman when she sensed a phantom swooping down from the sky, straight toward them. Without hesitation, Mephisto plunged into the Inhuman's body, elated to discover that it was perfectly suited for his possession. Hellish energy flowed steadily into him through the demonic runes etched upon the vessel. Sky saw the once motionless Inhuman suddenly open his blood-red eyes. With a powerful shove, he knocked her aside and took to the skies, wings beating furiously. Mephisto realized that this body could withstand most of his true power, and what's more, he could draw directly from hell itself. Something he had never imagined, the perfect vessel he had always dreamed of possessing. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he no longer feared Odin or the Ancient One. Maybe he could even defeat Xiao Lin, who last time had driven him back to hell and stained him with the shame of failure. This was an utterly unexpected delight for him. What's going on? After gathering the Terrigen crystals, May, Barbara, and Lance hurried over to Sky's side, where they saw Ghost Rider trapped atop the altar by bands of energy. Sky explained, Mephisto possessed the body of a newly transformed Inhuman and escaped in that direction. Meanwhile, Ghost Rider, still bound on the altar, felt the flames on his body searing the rock beneath him, turning it into flowing lava and finally freeing him from his prison. Breaking free from his restraints, Ghost Rider mounted his motorcycle, following Mephisto's trail in grim silence. The spirit of vengeance within Johnny was utterly fixated on banishing the Lord of Hell. Ha ha ha! You mortals, tremble before the power of the Lord of Hell. Mephisto floated high above, looking down on the people below with utter disdain. Demons are creatures of cunning and arrogance, and as their lord, he was no different. Feeling the energy within him swelling ever greater, he saw no more reason to flee. As his power intensified, the energy churned the clouds above into a swirling, stormy vortex. Down below, the Mandarin watched, sweat beading on his brow. He recognized the formidable demon, one whose strength vastly surpassed his own. But how could a demon possess such terrifying might? Soul extraction. Mephisto opened his mouth, and a wave of soul-siphoning force drifted forth. Save for a handful of the strongest, most people had their souls pulled from their bodies. He smacked his lips in satisfaction, though still craving more, then fixed his gaze on Ghost Rider and the Mandarin below, diving down toward them. Ice Storm. With the demon bearing down, the Mandarin had no choice but to fight back. One of his rings flared with white frost, unleashing a blast of frozen wind at his enemy. At that moment, the just-arrived Ghost Rider hurled his chain to block Mephisto's path. Hellfire erupted in Mephisto's hands. A tremendous blast, the hellfire struck both the Mandarin and Ghost Rider squarely. The Mandarin barely had time to conjure a hasty shield before he was sent hurtling through the air, hellfire searing his body. He knew few spells, and none could help him now. Only by activating the rings on his hands was he finally able to douse the flames consuming him. The Ghost Rider who had been struck appeared immune to Mephisto's hellfire, suffering only from the tremendous impact that twisted his body out of shape. Yet in an instant, he recovered completely. By now, Xiao Lin had arrived at the scene as well. Gazing up at the demon, suspended in midair, he sensed an unusually powerful energy radiating from the figure. The demon's body seemed like a black hole, relentlessly drawing energy from another plane. a demon whose very form was inscribed with infernal runes. Weren't demons supposed to be unable to enter this plane directly? What in the world was this creature? Lin. Xiao Lin turned to see Agent May approaching from a distance, accompanied by several people he didn't recognize. May addressed Xiao Lin. That's Mephisto. He's possessing an inhuman's body, and he's much stronger now than when we last encountered him. Mephisto's entire form exuded the stifling stench of brimstone, his blazing red eyes sweeping over the ground below. Perhaps when this body was transformed into an inhuman, it had absorbed too much of Mephisto's infernal essence, for Mephisto now wielded its power with effortless control. Under Mephisto's overwhelming presence, even the hellfire burning on Ghost Rider's body was forced into submission, stripping him of his supernatural form and reverting him to a bewildered Johnny, sitting dazed on the ground, unable to summon the Ghost Rider again. Now, only the Mandarin stood alone against the Lord of Hell, and he felt the pressure mounting. He raised the ring finger of his right hand, pointing it at Mephisto. The golden gemstone on his ring unleashed a razor-sharp beam of light that shot toward the demon. The beam flashed forth in an instant. Mephisto barely managed to dodge, but the ray still struck him, dissolving his entire arm into nothingness. "Your ring is most intriguing," Mephisto remarked, and in a heartbeat, his vanished arm regenerated. With a casual wave, he unleashed a barrage of scarlet lightning, even more ferocious than before, obliterating the ground where the Mandarin stood and leveling it to nothing but scorched earth. Watching from afar, Xiao Lin's astonishment grew. Why was this Mephisto, possessing an inhuman, so terrifyingly strong? The Oldham would never have stood a chance. Mephisto glanced down at the demonic sigils etched into the earth, a glint of calculation in his eyes. Perhaps now was the perfect moment to invade this plane. Guided by his host's connection to the Terrigen crystals, Mephisto's psychic power summoned the crystals from all corners, drawing them into his grasp. Even the one agent May held tightly in her hand slipped free and soared toward him. With a series of sharp whooshes, Mephisto cast the crystals toward the surrounding altars. The energy surging within these Terrigen crystals far exceeded his expectations. Combined with the infernal power now coursing through his body, they would be more than enough to tear open a passage between worlds. He was ready to summon his legion of demons from hell. Mephisto slipped into the crevice between universes, and as his incantations echoed, the village beneath the magic circle grew scorching hot, with hellfire erupting and raging uncontrollably in every direction. Everything happened so suddenly. Xiao Lin hadn't expected Ghost Rider and the Mandarin to fall so quickly. The situation now looked grim. Above everyone's head, a swirling cloud appeared, pitch black with streaks of fire glowing through it. The space within had become chaotic, reminiscent of the massive wormhole they'd encountered on Sakaar, except this one bridge to another plane of existence. Xiao Lin drew Frostmourne, and beneath his feet, a frost dragon materialized, carrying him swiftly into the sky. Mephisto. Seeing the human appear before him, Mephisto's expression twisted with suppressed rage. The last time, it was Xiao Lin who had banished him back to hell. This time, you won't stop me. Try if you dare. Confident as ever, Mephisto stood his ground. The frost dragon beneath Xiao Lin spat a chilling sphere of ice, but it passed straight through Mephisto's form, leaving him unharmed. Unwilling to give up, Xiao Lin activated the spatial gem embedded in his sword, opening a dark rift where Mephisto hovered. Yet it too had no effect. Time ticked by, and now at the heart of the swirling clouds above, faint glimpses of another world began to emerge. There, volcanoes belched thick smoke, rivers of lava flowed freely, and demons lounged in molten streams as if soaking in a warm bath. Mephisto's body now lingered in the rift between two worlds, completely immune to attacks from outside his realm. Unless Xiao Lin entered that hellish dimension himself, he couldn't harm Mephisto at all. All that remained was to wait. Sooner or later, Mephisto would have to emerge. If not, he risked being lost forever in the cosmic void. Even Odin, a god among gods, would hesitate to linger in the universe's fissures. The longer one stays, the more power one expends, and the greater the risk of being dragged into the abyss. It's said that no one has ever returned from the rifts between universes. Only Mephisto's avatars dare such a feat. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Heimdall's gaze fixed on the portal opening on Earth. He understood the magnitude of this event better than anyone. A hellish invasion was a catastrophe capable of shaking the world's balance. He hurried to deliver the message to Odin. Mephisto has always coveted the mortal realm, but until now, he's never succeeded. What changed this time to let him in? Heimdall's apparition spoke to Odin. Because of the inhumans on Earth, Mephisto has acquired a body that matches his demonic soul. With the help of the Terrigen crystal created by the Kree in a demonic ritual, he has torn open a dimensional passage. He is now summoning his demon army. The evolutionary outcomes for Inhumans are random. The odds of producing another demon Inhuman are virtually zero. Even if exposed to the same demonic influence, the result would be the same. As long as his true form does not enter this world, that's all that matters. Odin hesitated for a moment before saying, "Notify Thor to travel to Earth. Let him and his Avengers handle this. The world needs them." Throughout the entire conversation, they never once mentioned Xiao Lin. Far away in Kamar Taj, the Ancient One also noticed the portal appearing over North America. However, on this day, the Ancient Order was receiving an important guest. After some thought, the Ancient One decided that there were others capable of handling the current situation. She had other matters to attend to. What's going on? In the SWRD base, Osborn watched the strange phenomenon unfolding in the skies over Kansas, which was gradually spreading across the United States. When did this start, and what's causing it? A SWRD agent explained, "Director, our satellite has only just launched, so our surveillance is still weak in some areas. We are currently investigating the situation on the ground." Osborn had been eager to make his mark, but lately, nothing seemed to go his way. "I don't want to hear excuses. I want results. You must finish setting up surveillance across the entire United States as soon as possible." "Director Osborn, I've already sent agents to the scene, but we're likely to run into the Avengers. I think it's best if we avoid any conflict." Osborn very much wanted control over the Avengers, whom the former S.H.I.E.L.D. director had assembled. But whether it was Tony who wielded more influence than he did within the U.S. government, or Thor, the Prince of Asgard, or even the Hulk and Ghost Rider, none of them were under his command. The Avengers need to be kept in check. I'm going to establish a Dark Avengers team. Gazing at the scene on the screen, at the other end of the portal, Osborn knew this would be the first major crisis he would face as director. His own Green Goblin armor was still incomplete, and at the moment, all he could command were ordinary agents. The demons in Mephisto's army looked eerily similar to those from Azeroth's Burning Legion. Massive winged fiends, hellhounds that prowled like monstrous dogs, and alluring succubi with seductive forms. Perhaps there was some unknown connection between the two worlds. The previously gloomy sky was now aglow with the fiery red light of the demons. Winged horrors soared above, hellish beasts raced. Below, after being trapped in hell for so long, the newly arrived demons scattered in all directions, reveling in their newfound freedom. It feels like something catastrophic just happened. Johnny hobbled over to the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, his gaze fixed helplessly on the demons swarming the sky. At that moment, the spirit of vengeance inside him had fallen completely silent. "Let me make a call for help." Johnny fished a phone out from the tattered remains of his leather jacket. Perhaps it was Parker's influence, but May couldn't shake the feeling that Johnny now had a bit of a foolish streak to him. "Hey, Tony, we've got a serious problem." Johnny stared up at the sky, unable to find the right words in the face of the overwhelming demonic horde. "The demons have all broken loose." "I see it." Tony, clad in his bleeding edge armor, was fighting for his life against the fiends. Even his villa on the Bleaker coast was under siege, with a mob of demons gleefully tearing the place apart. Television news all across America was reporting on the demonic invasion, and waves of panic were spreading everywhere. Just then, a brilliant beam of rainbow light shot down from the heavens, scattering the thick clouds and reducing several unlucky demons to ashes. Where the light struck the earth, it left behind a mysterious sigil. "Thor, you finally made it." Xiao Lin casually dispatched a horde of demons and landed before Thor. Mephisto, it seemed, wouldn't be showing himself for a while. Lin, since the last battle in New York, Thor hadn't seen Xiao Lin again. Now, standing face to face, Thor realized that looking at him felt like staring into the eyes of death itself. A thunderous tremor shook the ground, abruptly cutting their conversation short. "Sir," Thor's eyes widened as a towering, 100-meter-tall fire giant leapt from the clouds, triggering a minor earthquake upon landing. The demon's appearance was nearly identical to that of the fire giant, making Thor's confusion understandable. "I'll handle him." Thor's fighting spirit soared. Surtur was Asgard's archenemy. He spun Mjolnir swiftly in his hand and shot through the air, hurling himself at the adversary. With a deafening crash, the demon swatted Thor away as easily as if he were shooing a fly. Thor's body rocketed through the air like a cannonball, smashing through rows of buildings. "I am Locke, Lord of Hell, and at last I have come to the mortal world." The deep, resonant proclamation rattled everyone's eardrums. Upon seeing Mephisto, Locke immediately bowed with deference. In hell, Strength was everything, and with the Lord of Hell before him, even Locke dared not overstep. This demonic invasion was far more overwhelming than any previous battle, not confined to a single American city, but rapidly spreading to other continents as well. Xiao Lin no longer had time to worry about his mission. If the world fell to the demons, his own losses would be catastrophic. High above, a flock of winged demons drew near New York, their bloodthirsty eyes hungrily fixed on the people below, seeing nothing but prey. Just as panic was spreading among the people, a pale blue dome appeared above the city, and Naxxramas, the floating city in the sky, once again loomed overhead. Thanks to the technology provided by the Skrulls, they had managed to construct a planetary defense barrier, though, for now, it could only shield a single city. The mutant school, once a source of fear and anxiety, had become their guardian angel today. People could only stare up at the sky in stunned silence. At the spot where the portal had opened, the once sweltering air suddenly turned icy cold, a chill that seemed to seep straight into the soul. Even the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents sheltering inside their Quinjet, dressed in specialized uniforms, found themselves unable to withstand this bone-deep cold. They watched as, both on the ground and in the air, strange arcane circles appeared, summoning a host of undead wreathed in ghostly blue light, a stark contrast to Mephisto's blazing demonic legions. Xiao Lin had been waiting for Mephisto to emerge from the rift in the cosmos. This cunning demon was a master of evasion, but this time, Xiao Lin intended to wound him deeply and absorb this soul avatar. "Human, you truly surprise me," Mephisto remarked, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. "You are only the third being I have ever seen who can summon an army of the dead." But then, with a disdainful glance, he added, "Yet these are the lowest tier of undead, no better than ordinary mortals. Against my demon horde, they are nothing but cannon fodder." Until now, Xiao Lin had kept his powers in check, but today he had finally revealed his undead army to the world. And what about now? As Xiao Lin spoke, a blood-red sigil unfurled beneath his feet, sending out ripples of energy. Bathed in this crimson glow, the undead moved with newfound speed, and the wounds they'd suffered from the hellfire healed in an instant. The one-sided battle was brought to a standstill once more. Mephisto, feeling the pressure, found himself being inexorably dragged deeper into the cosmic abyss. Though this was only a fragment of his soul, he was reluctant to let it go. "Human, why don't we negotiate?" Mephisto's face took on a friendlier expression as he lingered in the rift. "If you agree to work with me, after we conquer this world together, I'll make you its king. All I ask in return is their faith and their souls when they die." He spoke as if the lives of others were mere bargaining chips, completely unfazed by the idea. Eyes wide, Mephisto stared at Xiao Lin, his tone turning conciliatory, as if offering him the chance of a lifetime. "Lin, don't trust him," Thor called out, locked in a fierce struggle with the fire demons. His luxuriant golden hair was now singed and curled from the flames. The Lord of Hell and Thor, God of Thunder, were evenly matched. "Forget it. I have no interest in ruling the earth. Besides, I don't trust you." The odds of being tricked when dealing with a demon were simply too high. "If you don't believe me, you can ask Johnny. Wasn't the contract between us perfectly fair?" Thor couldn't help but interject. "Don't think he doesn't know you hid all the additional clauses at the very end of the contract, in print so tiny no one could possibly read it." Mephisto defended himself. "If someone doesn't pay attention when signing a contract as sacred as this, that's hardly my fault." Xiao Lin had finally witnessed the shamelessness of the Lord of Hell. He summoned the stitched giant to stand guard by his side, ready to strike the moment Mephisto showed himself. "I will tear your soul apart and cast it into the hottest lava." Unable to contain his rage any longer, Mephisto burst forth from the rift in the cosmos. If he stayed hidden any longer, he risked being dragged into the abyss himself. "I will transform this world into a realm of molten lava." Mephisto's gaze lingered greedily on the weapon in Xiao Lin's hand. "A legendary artifact inlaid with infinity stones. What a waste in your hands. Now, let me show you the power of the Lord of Hell." With a furious roar, Mephisto's form began to change. What little resemblance he had to a human vanished as long horns sprouted from his head and his eyes blazed with white light. His entire body was stripped of skin, revealing only crimson muscle. This was Mephisto's true form. Though Mephisto preferred to ensnare his victims with contracts rather than brute force, that didn't mean he lacked power. His body swelled to an enormous size, and a flaming greatsword appeared in his hand, swinging down towards Xiao Lin with tremendous force. Holy hell! Is this some kind of supernatural manifestation, or did he steal pin particles? At this moment, Mephisto towered over 50 meters tall, his flaming sword stretching more than 40 meters long. Before him, Xiao Lin looked like nothing more than an ant. A deafening crash shook the heavens and earth as the flaming sword collided with Frostmourne. The sheer difference in weapon size made one's heart race. But with the Power Stone's energy surging through him, Xiao Lin held his ground. The gem's violet glow corroded the flames licking at Mephisto's sword. The Infinity Stones are truly extraordinary. Mephisto's eyes flickered with calculation as he extended his mental force into Xiao Lin's mind, attempting to tamper with his memories. But Xiao Lin only snorted. Mephisto's consciousness was struck by a powerful blow, and his massive body staggered back several steps. The Mind Stone! Mephisto reeled in shock. In Xiao Lin's spiritual world, he had seen a dazzling sphere of light. Even with his immense psychic strength, he was instantly repelled. How many stones do you have exactly? According to legend, gathering all 6 Infinity Stones grants the power to alter reality, to wield limitless strength, and even to acquire the elusive 7th stone, the Ego Stone, along with the ability to summon mighty goddesses of vengeance. Wait! Mephisto stepped back, narrowly avoiding Xiao Lin's plague-imbued, heavy slash. There's still a time stone in the Ancient Order. I can help you get it. How about it? Maybe you don't crave authority, but you must want power, don't you? That's not something you need to worry about. Xiao Lin showed no concern for the burning pain of the lava. His weapon tore through Mephisto's body, leaving deep gashes with every strike. Meanwhile, the shield agents of the scene realized they were completely outmatched. They could only pilot the aircraft in desperate maneuvers, dodging waves of chaotic energy and the relentless harassment of demons. Hey, let's just get out of here. We're no help anyway, Lance said, heart pounding as he watched the ground crack open with molten lava and demons shriek past, transforming the place into a living hell. They glanced at the distant battlefield where ice clashed against fire. After a few seconds of thought, she nodded. She opened a channel to SHIELD headquarters. Director Coulson, the situation here is totally out of control. We need to evacuate immediately. Then get back here, Coulson replied, unwilling to risk losing his best agents. Mephisto's massive sword sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, flinging molten lava aside, only for the lava to be instantly frozen by icy power, turning into solid rock and crashing to the ground. As the Lord of Hell, this avatar of Mephisto wielded powers nearly on par with Odin himself. With the legions of hell at his back, he fought without a trace of restraint. Suddenly, at Xiao Lin's feet, monstrous worms with gaping, blood-red maws erupted from the ground. Even in midair, Xiao Lin could clearly smell their putrid stench. Plague Strike! Sickly green energy flowed from the tip of Xiao Lin's sword, infecting the giant worms. The green threads of plague leapt from demon to demon, and those once furious, clawing monsters collapsed limply to the ground. Mephisto stared in utter disbelief. He recognized the attack as some kind of plague, but demons of hell were supposed to have near immunity to curses and disease. What he was witnessing should have been impossible. At the Ancient Order's sanctuary in Kamartaj, before the Ancient One, a swirling mirror revealed the hellish scene unfolding elsewhere. After a moment's contemplation, she summoned Mordo. Mephisto's arrival this time is more brazen than ever. We can't just stand by. Take the mages to the scene, and bring Stephen with you. Mordo hesitated, worry flickering in his eyes. Master, that guy can't even open a portal right now. If we bring him, he'll just slow us down. I don't want to be responsible for getting him killed. A mysterious smile appeared on the Ancient One's face. Without experiencing true battle, one can never grow. Don't underestimate him. His talent is unparalleled. He just needs a little push. In Mordo's memory, the Ancient One had never praised anyone like this before. That stubborn Stephen. He simply didn't believe the man could play any significant role. In fact, sending Stephen onto that battlefield was like asking a level 1 novice to train on a level 60 map. On the training grounds of Kamartaj, the sorcerers of the Ancient Order were sparring one-on-one. Meanwhile, Stephen was taking a beating from the others, his face bruised and swollen, which drew bursts of laughter from the crowd. I've had enough. Do you think this is funny? Stephen wiped the blood from his nose and snapped. I came here to heal my hands, not to be your punching bag. Mordo replied. Well, this isn't a hospital. If you want your hands fixed, go to a hospital. All right, everyone gather around. Mordo clapped his hands, calling the sorcerers to assemble in the square. Mephisto from hell has invaded our world. As the protectors of Earth, it's our duty to defend it. That's our responsibility. Though the demons hadn't yet reached Kamartaj, Mordo's patience was clearly wearing thin. He extended his sling ring and made a slow, sweeping motion in the air. Only a few sparks flickered and died. The expected portal failed to appear. The space over there is in chaos. We'll need everyone's strength. Demonic energy and the force of death had thrown that realm into utter disorder. One by one, the sorcerers of the Ancient Order raised their hands, joining their power. Together, they conjured a golden portal before them. On the other side of the portal lay a hellish scene, but the sorcerers strode forward without hesitation. "Stephen Strange," Mordo said, grabbing the future Doctor Strange and hauling him toward the portal. "Didn't you want to heal your hands? Come with me now." "Stop. Don't drag me. I don't want to die yet." Stephen struggled desperately, terrified by what he saw beyond the portal. He'd already heard of the demon invasion online. The monstrous being on the other side was unmistakably a demon. With Stephen's howls trailing behind them, the portal vanished. The sorcerers of the Ancient Order had brought along a reluctant companion to the battlefield of hell. The moment they arrived, a wave of searing heat assaulted them. Seeing there was no way out, Stephen, though helpless, could only steady himself and focus on survival. After all, he hadn't learned a single spell despite months at Kamartaj. He stared, trembling, at the monstrous creature before him, towering more than 50 meters tall. Yet, what truly captured his admiration was the young man fighting that beast with unwavering courage. The sorcerers of the Ancient Order took out their mystical rings. In unison, over 100 magicians cast a mirror illusion spell, reshaping the entire landscape, and, without Mephisto or Xiao Lin even realizing, lured them into a world of reflections. Mordo shouted at the top of his lungs, "Restrain the demon first." The magicians pressed their hands to the ground, summoning colossal pillars of rock from the molten lava, encircling Mephisto and trapping him within. Of course, they didn't believe for a second that these mere rocks could contain their foe. Pressing their palms to the stone, golden light spread upward, and as long as they could hold on a bit longer, they would send the Lord of Hell banished to another realm. The sudden interruption of battle left Xiao Lin thoroughly frustrated. He'd almost been trapped himself just now. Were these people here to help, or did they plan to take on both of them at once? Since they were so eager to meddle, Xiao Lin thought, let them deal with Mephisto themselves. He landed on the ground, watching as the Ancient Order's magicians frantically tried to patch up the cracks that had already begun to appear in the magical cage. From Xiao Lin's own experience, this Mephisto's power had truly reached the level of a demigod. Even the Ancient One herself might not be able to prevail against him. But there's truth to the saying, there's strength in numbers, especially when those numbers are made up of dedicated, powerful magicians. Each and every one of them was a formidable force. Some of them hurried to mend the cage's cracks, while others opened a pitch-black portal above the prison. Only Stephen remained standing there, at a loss for what to do. A furious pounding erupted from within the cage. Mephisto, seething with rage, hammered at the prison walls with fists wreathed in flame. Despite the magician's efforts, they hadn't managed to repair the damage in time. The entire cage shattered into a heap of rubble. Worms of the Ancient Order. Mephisto, newly freed, turned and unleashed a scorching hellfire at the sorcerers. A golden shield rose above their heads, blocking the torrent of flames. Seeing his attack fail, Mephisto simply brought down his massive hand, breaking through the golden barrier and snatching someone at random from inside. Stephen. Mordo was speechless. Why had their teacher sent Stephen to such a perilous battlefield, only to have him snatched up by the enemy now? We need to save him first. Nearly 100 sorcerers summoned golden cords of light in their hands, each one lashing out to bind Mephisto's wrist. With a flick of his hand, Mephisto sent the entire group of magicians soaring helplessly into the air. Just as they were about to plummet into the lava, the ground below them surged upward, catching the falling sorcerers. In this mirrored world, they could reshape the terrain at will. Falling to their deaths was never a real concern. Xiao Lin noticed a golden light protecting the man in Mephisto's grasp, and suddenly, that figure struck him as oddly familiar. Since the man clearly wouldn't die anytime soon, Xiao Lin landed beside the battered Mordo. Who is he? Mordo shot him an irritated glance, but still explained, he's the new apprentice our master just took in, Stephen Strange. I really don't get why the master wanted him here. Stephen Strange? The future Doctor Strange? Now, that was an extraordinary figure. His magic could toy with Loki, the god of mischief, and with the eye of Agamotto, he could even negotiate with Dormammu, the Lord of Darkness. But judging by the timeline, it hadn't taken him long at all to transform from an ordinary man into a master of the mystic arts. Perhaps it was due to his remarkable talent, or maybe it was simply the way the story had to unfold. Mr. Xiao Lin, could you try to save Stephen? One of the Ancient One's mages called out to Xiao Lin, who was still spectating the scene. Just then, Mephisto, growing impatient, flung Stephen from his grasp. The others barely had time to react. Stephen was plummeting toward the molten lava. In that instant, A portal rimmed with golden sparks suddenly opened in his path. With a heavy thud, he tumbled through the portal and crashed headfirst onto a rock. He sat there, clutching his dizzy head, struggling to regain his senses. What was that? Before anyone could recover from their surprise, Mephisto's hands came crashing down at them with a howl of wind. At that moment, a wave of white bones swept overhead, shielding everyone beneath it. Another thunderous crash shook the ground, bone fragments raining down, and the force of the impact left the Ancient One's mages reeling and unsteady on their feet. "Kid, need a hand?" A sudden voice echoed in Xiao Lin's mind, catching him off guard. "Sindragosa?" The voice was familiar, yet he couldn't be sure. The fact that someone could reach him directly from the land of the dead was astonishing. "It's me. That nap did wonders. Thanks to all the souls you helped me consume last time. Just a few more like that, and I'll be back at my peak." Sindragosa's tone brimmed with delight. Surveying the scene, with the Ancient One's mages being battered mercilessly by Mephisto, Xiao Lin realized he'd need help to bring this to a swift end. "All right," he agreed. With a summoning incantation, a chilling wind swirled through the sweltering air, and a storm of bones spun into existence from a magic circle. As soon as she appeared, Sindragosa opened her jaws wide and unleashed a silent roar, a soul-shaking cry that needed no sound to be heard. "A dragon?" Mephisto's voice was tinged with disbelief and uncertainty. Dragons, no matter the world, were always formidable creatures. There were a few in hell as well, though none of them would ever heed his command. He quickly realized that this dragon was only slightly weaker than him in his current state, and with Xiao Lin at its side, he stood no chance at all. Just as Mephisto prepared to open a wormhole and flee, Sindragosa unleashed a frost bomb in his direction. The icy blast snuffed out the flames flickering across his body and encased him in a thick layer of frost, freezing him in place. A blizzard raged. The freezing breath followed. Under the relentless assault of these two spells, Mephisto's body shattered, scattering in pieces across the ground. Below, Stephen, who had just managed to grasp a few basic spells, had been feeling quite pleased with himself, until he realized there was nothing he could do in the face of such overwhelming power. This was what a true master looked like. He wondered if someone this powerful could heal his hand. The thought nagged at him, and he wanted to ask, because even though he had learned the spells, his hand still trembled uncontrollably. As Mephisto's possessed body disintegrated, a pitch-black soul drifted free, seizing the moment before the portal above vanished. In a desperate rush, it shot upward, trying to return to hell. The mortal body Mephisto had possessed was only average in strength. It was solely his own powerful soul that had elevated it to near demigod status. Such a potent soul would be an incredible prize for either Xiao Lin or Sindragosa. There was no way Xiao Lin would let it escape. He raised Frostmourne high, and a powerful force aimed at souls surged from the blade, yanking Mephisto's soul fragment into the sword's inner space. In that instant, far away in hell, Mephisto lost all contact with his avatar. He flew into a rage. This time was nothing like before. To seize control of Earth, he had projected most of his power here. Losing this avatar was a serious blow, drastically weakening him. He would need time to recover. If his strength waned any further, he would lose control over the demons of hell. High above Earth, the rift connecting this world to hell gradually faded away. Millions of demons were left stranded in another realm. Mephisto knew those demons would soon be wiped out by humanity's modern weapons, the Ancient Order, the Avengers, and the Mutant School. So be it. I'll let Thanos end all life on Earth, and then I'll come to reap the souls. I had even hoped to keep them pinned up for myself. This invasion of the material plane had ended in utter failure. Back in the small village, with Mephisto gone, the lava that had covered the ground quickly hardened, and the surroundings slowly began to recover. High up in the sky, Sindragosa delightedly hunted down the demons, darting in every direction. The souls of these demons were a powerful nourishment for her, and she hoped to regain her peak strength as soon as possible. "I remember you." Stephen stared at Xiao Lin from afar for a while, then suddenly shouted, "You're Mr. Xiao Lin, the principal of the Mutant School." Watching Stephen run toward him, Xiao Lin wasn't sure what his intentions were. Stephen stretched out both hands, his voice trembling with excitement as he asked, "Mr. Xiao Lin, you must have a way to heal the injuries on my hands, don't you?" These hands were Stephen's life. With them, he had healed countless patients whom others deemed incurable. Once he had even removed a bullet straight from the brain of a man pronounced dead, without harming that intricate and fragile organ. He relished the grateful gazes from patients' families. Yet now, those days seemed forever out of reach. Xiao Lin looked at Stephen's hands, now covered with ghastly scars and still trembling uncontrollably. "Of course I have a way." "Really?" Stephen was visibly stirred. He reached to place his hands on Xiao Lin's shoulders, but before he could get close, the icy aura radiating from Xiao Lin made him shiver and pull back. What kind of hands would you like? Kree, ghoul, vampire. With Dr. Connor's current technology, it was no problem at all to graft any kind of arms onto a person, and there would be no risk of rejection. No, that won't be necessary. Stephen was so unnerved by these suggestions that he refused repeatedly, a chill running down his spine. Stephen, we have to go. After gathering the bodies of their fallen comrades, Mordo called out loudly, there are still many demons waiting for us to destroy. Destroy demons? Stephen glanced at the hulking, terrifying corpse of a demon at his feet. Before he could protest, a golden rope shot out from behind, wrapped around his waist, and dragged him through a portal. Hey, Mordo, I'm still just a beginner, Stephen's wail echoed as he vanished into the portal. At this point, Dr. Strange had yet to become the self-assured master of the mystic arts. It was clear he harbored some resentment toward those ancient orders. The Terry Jin crystal, which should have appeared after Mephisto vanished, was still nowhere to be found. Could it be that the Mandarin wasn't dead after all, and had managed to steal it away? He recalled the Eastern art of 5 elements escape, a spell perfect for making a quick getaway. Just then, Xiao Lin noticed something unusual on a large tree that was still mostly intact. Without hesitation, he unleashed a death coil in that direction. Sizzle. The last remaining tree nearby was instantly corroded, reduced to nothing but ashes. Xiao Lin saw a rather disheveled figure tumble out from inside. It was Masterman. But at this moment, he no longer had the air of an immortal sage. His whole body was marked with scorched wounds. Wait! Seeing Xiao Lin was about to act, Masterman hurriedly called out, You want these Terry Jin crystals, don't you? I'll give them to you. He fumbled and pulled out 6 crystals from his person, each glowing with a strange, otherworldly light. Those rings on your hand look quite impressive. No way. Masterman nearly jumped in protest. Without those 10 magic rings, his power would be greatly diminished. There was no way he was handing them over. Yet before Xiao Lin could do anything, the other man vanished with a blink, slipping into the ground and fleeing away at high speed. Forget it. Those rings were of no real use to him anyway. When Xiao Lin arrived at the academy, the defenses were already on the verge of collapse. A dense horde of demons surrounded the outer barrier. And, most worryingly, there was a demon lord among them. A creature so powerful that it alone had shattered nearly half the academy's defenses. Wanda, how's it going? Seeing Xiao Lin arrive, Wanda finally breathed a sigh of relief. In her eyes, as long as Xiao Lin was here, nothing was truly hopeless. We're almost out of energy. Most of the gargoyles defending the place have been destroyed. If this keeps up, the city is going to fall. Xiao Lin asked, puzzled, Where's Eric? Wanda could only respond with exasperation. Who knows? A tremendous boom shook the air. The floating city began to list and descend, tilting dangerously. Alert! Protective barrier rebooting. Levitation array damaged. The shield enveloping the city simply vanished. If it were up to Xiao Lin, he would never have switched on such a shield. It drained far too much energy. But now is not the time to dwell on that. Before Xiao Lin could react, the entire floating city plummeted downward, striking Star Tower, which, incidentally, Tony had already sold off. Amid the screams of the crowd, countless buildings crumbled and roads were torn apart, leaving a massive crater where the city crashed down. Inside Naxxramas, a haze of chaotic magic enveloped the floating city, shielding those within from harm. My experiments. Dr. Connors wailed from his laboratory. Months of painstaking work were now ruined. Red and green fluids spilled everywhere, mixed with fragments of bizarre corpses strewn across the floor. Cracks now marred the floating city, which barely held together, one step away from turning into a heap of ruins. The barrier is broken. Delicious souls are waiting for us. They had spent a great deal of time breaking through this protective shield. The demon lord knew that the portal was now closed, and Mephisto had vanished from this world, but he couldn't have cared less. There were countless demons in hell, yet far too few souls fell into its depths. Even as a demon lord, he never got much of the spoils. But here, in this world teeming with souls, he felt like Sun Wukong crashing into the peach garden, utterly unrestrained and ready to indulge himself. Suddenly, streaks of lightning flashed across the sky. A hammer thundered through the air from afar, slamming into the demon lord and knocking him out of the clouds. Blinding bolts of lightning crackled across his body, leaving him numb and reeling. Demon, your end is here. Lightning shot out again and again from the swirling clouds, blasting the demon lord downwards in a relentless barrage. The Avengers had already wiped out the demons plaguing the rest of America. Only this patch of sky remained a chaotic battlefield swarming with fiends. From here, they could see Naxxramas smoldering on the ground below. Tony streaked through the air to Xiao Lin's side. "Lin, want me to hook you up with the best construction crew?" He hadn't finished the sentence when several demons lunged at them, wreathed in scorching flames. The gauntlet of Tony's suit flared open, blooming like a white-hot flower, and beams of energy shot out, piercing through several demons in an instant. "No need. You'd better focus on those demons first," Xiao Lin replied, shaking his head. Naxxramas was built from extraordinary materials. Now battered and burned by hellfire, it could only rise again with help from himself and Wanda. Tony, clad in his blood-edged armor. Parker, flustered in his new spider suit. Thor, hurling lightning in all directions, and even a giant who had suddenly appeared on the scene. All of them stood together, holding back the demon onslaught. Dr. Pym. Long ago, Dr. Pym was one of SHLD's founders. But when the other directors coveted his Pym particles, a fierce argument drove him to leave. Later, his wife, the Wasp, became lost in the quantum realm, and Pym withdrew from the world. Now, no one knew why he had suddenly reappeared. "Demon, your end is here." As the most powerful of the demon lords, he naturally drew the attention of even more superheroes. Cursed insects! With the Avengers' arrival, the city was spared from further chaos. Together, they managed to contain the spreading demonic threat. Just then, several fighter jets appeared in the sky, slicing through the demonic ranks to land on the ground. "SWRD," Wanda muttered, frowning. They'd always had plenty of friction with SWRD. It was nothing like S.H.I.E.L.D. under Fury's command. "What are you doing here?" Agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. encircled the ruins of Naxxramas, sealing off every possible escape. Just as Wanda was about to make her move, a middle-aged man in a sharp suit strode out from the rear. "Director Osborn, what is the meaning of this?" she demanded, her gaze drawn to the line of rumbling construction vehicles approaching from distance. "Look around you," Osborn said, gesturing toward the massive crater filled with the shattered remains of skyscrapers. "You've turned this city into chaos. Every battle left. New York with devastating losses, forcing countless entrepreneurs to flee. I won't hold you accountable for the destruction, but we'll be the ones to clean up this mess now." Osborn was far from magnanimous. What he truly coveted was the fallen Naxxramas. Even his wreckage, it was immensely valuable. He'd been eyeing it for a while. His goblin tech needed more advanced technology to upgrade S.H.I.E.L.D. agents' equipment. A metallic clang echoed out. Even fragmented, the Sky Fortress was astonishingly resistant. Ordinary machinery couldn't so much as scratch its surface. "Hey, old man," a student shouted. "If it weren't for us, those demons would have taken over New York already. The damage would be way beyond this." The mutant students erupted in protest, using their powers to soften the ground beneath the demolition machines. With a groan, the heavy equipment slowly sank into the earth. "Wait, look at the principal. What's happening to him?" Zheng Xuanyu pointed at Xiao Lin, rooted to the spot. "Ms. Wanda, doesn't that look a bit like your magic?" All eyes turned to Xiao Lin, who was now shrouded in a deep crimson mist swirling like a living fog around him. Wanda instantly recognized that this was no trace of her own chaos magic. Her power was tied to a certain demon god, and she felt no sign of that entity's return. At that moment, Xiao Lin opened his eyes. He stared down at the red fluid coursing over his hands. The long-dormant ether particles finally awakened. By his mental command, this was a power to reshape reality itself. He wondered, just for a moment, whether it could rival Wanda's own chaos magic. At his direction, the red mist surged upward, swirling around Naxxramas and knitting together the cracks in its structure. Even the shattered levitation arrays slowly repaired themselves, their magic reigniting. "Wanda, get inside and restart the city," Xiao Lin called out. Amid the thunderous noise, everyone watched in astonishment as the once-fallen city began to rise, floating gently off the ground. The broken gargoyle statues reassembled and took their places once more, lining the city's perimeter. A few demons swooped in, but under the might of the reality stone, they were simply erased, vanishing from existence itself. Meanwhile, the demon lord, who had been locked in battle with the Avengers, caught sight of what was happening below. A chill of dread ran through him. Better to retreat while he still could. Fighting as he withdrew, he made his escape, disappearing into the distance. Using the reality stone to kill enemies is simply too wasteful. It consumes an enormous amount of energy. Sensing the danger, the demons no longer dared to approach. With the overwhelming power of the reality stone's laws, the city was gradually returning to its original state, the cracks on its surface healing rapidly. As one of the infinity stones, every use came at a price. Xiao Lin could feel his vitality being continuously siphoned away, transformed into another kind of energy. He felt somewhat Relieved that he was no longer truly alive, the life force expended to repair Sky City would have been enough to turn a young man into an old one, but none of this mattered to him. Xiao Lin's power just keeps growing stronger, Tony remarked, uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. His own Iron Man armor had improved by leaps and bounds, yet compared to Xiao Lin, he still fell far short. Osborne now found himself caught in a dilemma. At first, he was secretly pleased when Sky City began to fall. He believed he could finally acquire the technology it held, and he was even prepared to offer something in exchange. Yet, the turn of events before him left him utterly perplexed. Director Osborne, a nearby agent, approached and said, "That's Dr. Pym. Should we?" Naxxramas floated back into the sky, the ether particles within Xiao Lin's body flowing like a river into the hilt of Frostmourne, causing the twin skulls on its pommel to glow with a deep crimson light. "Mr. Xiao Lin, if you have the time, I hope you'll visit SWRD headquarters. We need to have a conversation." Realizing there was nothing to gain here, Osborne extended an invitation to Xiao Lin. But Xiao Lin simply put away his weapon and ignored him, returning to Sky City without so much as a backward glance. There were still many demons in the sky, and a target as large as Naxxramas was bound to attract their attacks. Meanwhile, the mutant students used a teleportation array to return to their school. Hive, following her attunement to the Terrigen crystal, made her way into a laboratory. She found the Terrigen crystal placed right before her, completely unguarded. Reaching out, she was startled by the icy touch and instinctively withdrew her hand. This crystal was the linchpin of her plan. With it, she could replicate the Kree experiment, transforming ordinary people into Inhumans. Of course, most would die in the process, but that didn't bother her in the least. Yet, she couldn't help but remember that person. Would her plan really succeed? That person's abilities filled her with fear. Even if she had an army of Inhumans, she doubted it would be enough. For the first time, she felt a sense of uncertainty about the future. Hydra was all but destroyed. She was the only one left. The road ahead looked bleak indeed. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind her. Feeling the gentle but unmistakable pat on her head, she couldn't help but resent the height of this body. As she turned, she realized it was Xiao Lin standing behind her. The discovery made her nervous, and she hurriedly pulled her hands away from the desk. "Principal, what are you talking about?" "Hive," she feigned innocence. "Sister Dana is waiting for me. Goodbye, Principal." She turned to leave at once, but a field of energy wrapped around her. Suddenly, she was lifted off the ground, suspended in midair. Xiao Lin had uncovered her true identity a long time ago. He would never allow someone with unclear origins into the school. The Mind Stone was not just for show. "Drop the act. You're no mutant. You're Hive, an Inhuman, and a Hydra agent." Hearing these words, Hive knew her cover was completely blown. At some point, Xiao Lin's weapon had appeared in his hand, its gem glowing with a cold blue light. Determined, she abandoned the mutant's body and slipped out as a wisp of greenish smoke, streaming from the nose and floating toward Xiao Lin. Was she trying to possess him? Xiao Lin stood his ground, unmoving. Yet before the smoke could get close, it recoiled as though shocked by a surge of electricity, snapping back into her original body. "So cold." Hive shivered, shrinking back. "Now that you know, what are you going to do with me?" Xiao Lin picked up the Terrigen crystal and spoke calmly. "Relax. I have no intention of harming you. I just want to ask, how much do you know about the Inhumans on the lunar city, Adeline?" Adeline. Hive looked bewildered. Before leaving Earth, she had been the leader of the Inhumans. But a rebellion had stripped her of control, and she was exiled to another planet. Since then, she had no idea what had happened on Earth. The Skrulls were also on the moon, and with the Terrigen crystals in his possession, it was only a matter of time before the Inhumans clashed with them. It was said that Black Bolt, the Inhuman king, possessed immense power, ranking among the top even among superheroes. "If you don't know, then never mind," Xiao Lin said, having never expected to get much information out of her. Hive-eyed Xiao Lin with anxiety, unsure of what fate awaited her. A beam of green light shot from his hand, forming a glowing rune on the back of her hand. "This is a rune mark. It lets me track your movements at any time. I hope you won't try anything reckless." Xiao Lin wasn't truly concerned about Hive, but it was safer to take precautions. The rune would also anchor her to this body. After all, Death Knights were masters at manipulating souls. Hive nodded repeatedly, resigned. She had hoped to lie low within the mutant school. Instead, she trapped herself in a far more precarious situation. On the moon, the city built by the Skrulls was steadily expanding. Before long, it would reach the outskirts of Adeline, encroaching upon the Inhumans' territory. This would inevitably expose their city to the gaze of these alien outsiders. The Inhumans knew the Skrulls well. In their own recorded history, they remembered how long ago, Under the leadership of the Hive, they had once served as weapons for the Kree and waged war against the Skrulls. "Brother, we can't keep hiding here," Maximus said. He was an ordinary man, untouched by the Terrigen mist that awakened the inhuman gene. Still, as a member of the royal family, he was spared from manual labor. Maximus yearned to lead his people back to Earth, away from the barren scarcity of lunar existence. Black Bolt shook his head. He did not wish to see the hard-won peace shattered. As for the Skrulls, he decided to observe them a while longer. He even considered making contact. "You'll regret this, brother." Maximus stormed off, his heart simmering with anger at Black Bolt's stubbornness. "Black Bolt, we may have been discovered." Gorgon, the inhuman with black hooves, hurried in from outside, his expression strained with worry. Was it the Skrulls? Black Bolt communicated silently through hand gestures. As the mightiest inhuman, his voice could unleash a devastating surge of energy, so he always chose to speak without words. "It was the humans from Earth," Gorgon admitted sheepishly. He had, by accident, exposed himself to a lunar probe. If humans glimpsed a pair of hoof prints wandering the moon, who could tell what they would think? And there's something else. Gorgon suddenly remembered another pressing issue. 6 Terrigen crystals have appeared on Earth. Should we try to recover them? After so much time, their supply of Terrigen crystals had dwindled. Each remaining shard was now their most precious resource. Without them, there was no way to awaken their latent inhuman abilities. "I'll handle both matters at once," Black Bolt replied. Though he had not set foot on Earth, he was well informed. He realized that everything pointed to a single individual. It was time to meet this human face to face. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, Adolin was in the throes of a rebellion. After Black Bolt once again rejected his plea, Maximus could wait no longer. Gathering those loyal to him, he decided to seize control of the Genetic Council, believing that with this, he could sway the majority of the Inhumans to his side. "Black Bolt, you don't have to do this," Karnak implored, hoping to dissuade his king from visiting the Skrull base. Those aliens, after all, had once been their mortal enemies. Once Black Bolt made a decision, he would not change it lightly. He summoned Lockjaw, a dog as tall as a grown man. In truth, Lockjaw had once been human. After undergoing mutation from the Terrigen mist, he was transformed into a dog. As for the reason behind his peculiar name, perhaps only he himself knew the answer. Watching Black Bolt's gestures, Lockjaw nodded in understanding. When Black Bolt placed a hand on him, man and dog turned into a swirl of mist that sped off into the distance, arriving in an instant at the Skrull city on the moon. "Alert! Intruders detected! Intruders detected!" No sooner had Black Bolt and Lockjaw teleported into the Skrull city than alarms blared all around them. This city had been established only recently. Many of its facilities were still incomplete, and devices to prevent teleportation hadn't yet been installed. After all, very few on Earth possess such abilities. "Who are you?" The newly formed Skrull Guard squad rushed over, quickly surrounding the man and the dog, weapons raised and eyes wary. Black Bolt tried to explain with hand gestures, but the Skrulls looked at each other in confusion. They couldn't make sense of his silent language. Black Bolt felt a twinge of embarrassment. Perhaps he should have brought someone along who could translate for him. An Inhuman, General Carlet, who had just arrived, eyed the newcomers with suspicion. As a Skrull general, he knew from history that there were such people on Earth, the Inhumans, experimental weapons created by their mortal enemies, the Kree. Once, they had helped the Kree in wars against the Skrulls. "Destroy them," General Carlet commanded without waiting for Black Bolt's explanation, ordering his troops to attack at once. Inhumans, like mutants, possessed a wide range of powers and had to be treated with caution. The Skrull weapons unleashed volley after volley of energy beams at Black Bolt. Though his body was far stronger than any ordinary humans, even he would be left with a gaping wound if struck by these weapons. "I'm not your enemy," Black Bolt thought desperately as he dodged among the obstacles. Thankfully, there were plenty of things to hide behind, and his speed allowed him to keep up, at least for the moment. But as time wore on, even he began to tire. Then Lockjaw, the big dog, failed to dodge in time. A beam struck his hind leg, leaving a scorched black mark. With no choice left, Black Bolt opened his mouth. A powerful shock wave burst forth, surging toward the Skrulls. The air itself seemed to tremble with the force, and the metal ground shook violently. Once Black Bolt's power was unleashed, even he could not restrain it. The plaza before him was battered as if by a raging storm, and entire buildings, newly constructed, were ripped from their foundations and hurled away. General Carlet managed to evade the onslaught in a disheveled scramble, but the Skrull guards, caught completely off guard, were swept away by the blast, no one knew where. Damn it! General Carlruth was visibly angry. His body writhed and twisted, and in an instant his appearance became identical to that of Black Bolt. As a Super Skrull, His abilities went far beyond mere imitation of appearance. After being repaired by the devices aboard the Skrull ship, his powers had fully returned, and now he could also acquire the abilities of those he transformed into. A piercing shriek, just as powerful, erupted from his mouth, blasting toward Black Bolt. The sonic waves from both men collided, clashing violently in midair. Even the sturdy metal floor beneath them began to crack and split under the sheer force. Black Bolt was in a tough spot. He hadn't come here to fight, yet the Skrulls gave him no chance to explain. Instead, they attacked the moment they saw him. Now he dared not stop for even a second, or the energy backlash would tear his body apart. Off to the side, the massive dog Lockjaw was at a loss. His only real ability was teleportation, but in this chaos, he didn't dare attempt to whisk Black Bolt away. One wrong move, and they'd be struck by the raging energy before even escaping. Black Bolt shot Lockjaw a look, signaling for him to return to Adolin alone and seek another solution. Lockjaw hesitated for a moment, then turned into a swirl of mist and teleported away by himself. He intended to find Medusa, convinced that the Queen of the Inhumans would know what to do. The violent tremors in the lunar city were felt even by Xiao Lin, who had only just arrived. Puzzled, he turned to the Skrull Queen and asked, "What's happening? Do earthquakes happen on the moon?" The Skrull Queen replied, "Let me check with General Karlruth and see what's going on. There haven't been any signs of seismic activity or meteor strikes lately." However, no matter how long she tried, she couldn't reach Karlruth on the communicator. Just then, a Skrull guard burst into the room. "Your Majesty, intruder detected in Sector C3. It's an Inhuman." An Inhuman? The Skrull Queen was stunned. How could an Inhuman appear here, of all places, on the moon? Xiao Lin, however, was less surprised. Most likely, the newcomers were Inhumans from Adolin, the hidden city on the moon. It seemed they had finally decided to make their move. Did they intend to destroy the city? He decided to investigate in person. The Inhumans were not a force he could afford to ignore. According to the Watcher's information, there were over 1,300 superpowered Inhumans, far outnumbering mutants. Let's go together and take a look. The Skrull city on the moon was vast. After more than 10 minutes of hurried travel, they finally arrived at the epicenter of the disturbance. A massive fissure had already split the area. If it spread any further, this entire sector would be completely destroyed, and repairs would take a great deal of time and effort. General Karlruth was now suffering in silence. As a fake Black Bolt, he simply did not possess the real king's mighty power, and the longer the fight dragged on, the more he struggled to keep up. His subordinates still lay helpless on the ground, unable to move. Two Inhumans. Xiao Lin was startled for a moment, but quickly recognized one of them as General Karlruth, who was now gradually losing ground. At that moment, a pitch-black rift appeared where the two powers collided. The energy clash between the two Black Bolts was swallowed up by the rift, vanishing without a trace. The violent tremors shaking the surroundings also began to subside. Xiao Lin had no intention of letting them keep fighting. Death energy wrapped around their throats, silencing their attacks, while another deathly grasp seized their bodies and dragged them over. "Is that Xiao Lin?" The Black Bolt quickly gestured, signaling that he had not come to fight. Mute? Xiao Lin was caught off guard. The Inhuman visitor couldn't speak. He knew no sign language, either. Just then, two swirling energies appeared at their side, gradually taking shape into a person and a dog. The moment they materialized, the blonde beauty who had been transported and called out anxiously to Black Bolt, "Brother-in-law, Maximus has gone mad. He's launched a coup and wants to steal your throne." The newcomer was Medusa's younger sister, Crystal, who wielded the power of the four elements. After speaking, she noticed the tense atmosphere and froze in surprise. Hello," Crystal greeted, spotting many strangers around her. She still had no idea where they were. Looking up, she saw a metallic sky overhead. She patted Lockjaw's shoulder. "Big dog, hurry and take Karnak, Gorgon, and my sister away." She was worried Maximus might harm them. The wild look in his eyes had genuinely frightened her, even though he was only human. After saying this, she turned anxiously to Black Bolt. The coup had come so suddenly. Most of the Inhuman guards had been turned, leaving only a handful still loyal to the king, and even they had mostly been captured. Hearing Crystal's words, Black Bolt was startled, but quickly regained his composure. Thinking it over, it wasn't surprising his brother would attempt a coup. Maximus had shown ambition for the throne since childhood, but their father had insisted on passing the crown to Black Bolt. And after Maximus failed to undergo terrigenesis, the possibility had become even more remote. Crystal added, "But we can't go back right now. Adolin has already fallen under his control." "Go back." General Karlruth, who had been watching them, sneered. "Now that you've come to our city, don't even think about leaving." He then turned to Xiao Lin and said, "Your Majesty the Queen, Mr. Xiao Lin. These Inhumans are lackeys of the Kree. We can't let them go. If they get in touch with the Kree again, they'll surely launch an attack on our city." At that moment, Big Dog Tetanus arrived with 2 more Inhumans. He had originally wanted to take everyone to Earth, but he couldn't bring himself to trust Black Bolt completely. So, following his instincts, he came here instead, feeling that while danger might lurk, they'd ultimately be safe. Black Bolt, Medusa has been captured. Karnak, who had just arrived, wasted no time in delivering the news that immediately made Black Bolt tense up. Black Bolt gestured to Crystal, signaling for her to translate for him. No matter what, they had to resolve the situation here first. Otherwise, there would be no leaving. The rift that had just swallowed up his energy blast had left him feeling threatened. He knew he was no match for the young man who had just appeared. "Sir, your ever-expanding city is about to come into contact with ours, Adeline. So Black Bolt has come to discuss an alliance, hoping we can coexist peacefully on the moon," Crystal explained after glancing at Black Bolt. "We are no longer slaves to the Kree. The Kree's lapdogs, the Inhuman Hive, were exiled long ago by our ancestors. We have a will of our own." Queen Skrull and General Carlrut exchanged glances, uncertain whether to believe what they were hearing. They were no longer the mighty Skrull empire of the past, and had to tread carefully. "There's been a rebellion in your kingdom. Why don't we go and have a look? Perhaps I can be of some help," Xiao Lin said, noticing that the Inhumans who'd just arrived were all injured, as though they'd just been through a battle. No one quite understood what Xiao Lin meant. Did he really intend to help quell the Inhumans' coup? "Let's go. Take me there," Xiao Lin continued. He wasn't actually so charitable as to help with their internal strife. He was simply curious about the Inhuman city. After all, coming to the moon was originally his way of seeking out Adeline, and this was the perfect opportunity. What? The Inhumans exchanged uncertain glances. This was their own business, and neither Black Bolt nor the others wanted outsiders involved. Black Bolt, especially, was unwilling to let his people become someone else's weapon again. The last time the Kree's Ronin came, it had been a nerve-wracking ordeal. While Xiao Lin was still waiting for Black Bolt's reply, he suddenly saw several Inhumans gathering together. Their forms began to blur, and with Big Dog preparing to teleport them away, it was clear they were about to make their escape. Trying to slip away, are they? Xiao Lin activated the power of the Space Stone, warping the surrounding space and disrupting Tetanus's teleportation. In an instant, Black Bolt and the others found themselves circling in place, only to materialize right back where they started. Frostbind. Several chains of icy cold locked them in place, leaving them unable to move, while Xiao Lin approached Tetanus with Frostmourne in hand. Black Bolt rolled his eyes towards Xiao Lin. Thinking the other was about to kill them, he grew anxious and, disregarding all else, unleashed his power in full force. Intense sound waves battered the ice encasing him, causing it to shudder violently. Yet the ice proved far sturdier than he had imagined. After much effort, he managed to create only a small crack, just in time to see Xiao Lin's sword drawing close to Tetanus' body. A flash of blue light from the soul gem on the sword swept over Tetanus. His eyes turned black for a moment, then swiftly returned to normal. Once the great dog's restraints were lifted, Xiao Lin spoke to him, "Take me to your Adeline." Tetanus nodded. With a swirl of smoke, Xiao Lin was transported to the massive city of the Inhumans. Before he left, he also released the other Inhumans from their bonds. Adeline was a mobile city, nestled within a lunar crater in the blue area of the moon. Nearby stood a Kree ruin, and overhead stretched an artificial atmosphere and simulated sky, remnants of Kree technology. The city teemed with Inhuman soldiers, their ranks now loyal to Maximus. Troops patrolled every corner, working to impose order on the city, which had been thrown into disarray by the coup. As Black Bolt and his group arrived via Tetanus teleportation, Xiao Lin remarked, "It's impressive how quickly your kingdom fell under another's control. Looks like you never truly had your people's hearts." Gazing at his former subordinates, now refusing to heed their king's command, Black Bolt managed a bitter smile. Did they truly wish to return to Earth? That place was far too perilous for his people. "There's Black Bolt. Don't let him escape," shouted an Inhuman soldier who had spotted Black Bolt. As for Xiao Lin, the stranger, he was simply ignored. Maximus. Karnak's glare was laced with fury, still seething over Medusa's abduction. In the distance, they saw familiar faces. Maximus, flanked by Orin and several dangerous Inhuman prisoners, approaching them. "Why did you release that dangerous one as well?" Karnak demanded when he noticed an Inhuman whose entire head was encased, radiating a palpable menace. "Ultraman." Xiao Lin was taken aback by the prisoner's appearance, noting the orange glow in the man's eyes. "What's an Ultraman?" Crystal asked curiously. "He's Mortis, a prisoner of the Inhumans, once thrown into the dungeons by Black Bolt." Black Bolt. Mortis' tone dripped with hatred. He had agreed to Maximus' offer, not just for the promise of freedom, but even more so for his chance at revenge. Seeing his enemy, Mortis' eyes blazed with fury. Before Maximus could say a word, Mortis launched himself at Black Bolt, firing a beam of orange energy from his eyes. The violent blast gouged a scorched black groove into the ground. When Black Bolt dodged the initial strike, Mortis swept his laser in a wide arc, destroying everything in its path. Watching the display of this inhuman's power, Xiao Lin couldn't help but think of Cyclops. They both unleashed beams of energy from their eyes. As Mortis' laser swept dangerously close to him, a green shield suddenly shimmered to life before Xiao Lin, intercepting the blast just before it could strike him. Who was this standing beside Black Bolt? Mortis had never seen anyone withstand his attack head-on before. Surprised, he poured even more energy into his assault, making the beam blaze brighter than ever and whipping up a fierce wind around them all. Watching this unfold, Maximus felt only jealousy burning in his heart. He desperately wanted to become an inhuman himself, to gain such formidable power. This coup was about more than seizing the throne. He longed for the Terrigen Crystal's second activation. Damn it, will this never end? Mortis' relentless laser barrage washed everything in a yellow-orange glare before Xiao Lin's eyes, forcing him to give ground, step by step. But Xiao Lin steadied himself. Planting his feet, he summoned a forest of ice spikes from the ground, transforming the land ahead into a frozen landscape. This sudden change forced Mortis to halt his attack, turning his laser to shatter the rising spears of ice. Who was this man? Maximus racked his memory, but could recall no one like him. With power like this, such a figure could hardly remain unknown. As Xiao Lin squared off against Mortis, Black Bolt hesitated for a moment behind him, but ultimately chose not to attack Xiao Lin. He couldn't risk making a powerful enemy of the Inhumans. The agents he dispatched to Earth had already brought back a wealth of information about this mutant headmaster. Unlike his brother, Black Bolt was well aware of the dangers of this world. One of the main reasons he hesitated to lead his people to Earth was, in fact, Xiao Lin. Black Bolt patted Crystal on the shoulder, signaling with his hands for her to ask Xiao Lin to show mercy. Mr. Xiao Lin, please don't harm them. Crystal stood facing dozens of formidable Inhumans, unsure why Black Bolt still wanted her to say this. The sudden appearance of so many Inhumans had startled her. She couldn't understand what it was about Maximus that inspired such loyalty, drawing so many to his cause. Crystal, who do you think he is? No one can withstand the attacks of so many Inhumans. Maximus spoke with absolute confidence. Thick roots began to surge from the ground in front of Xiao Lin, weaving themselves into a circle around him and trapping him inside. Seeing Xiao Lin surrounded, the Inhumans by Black Bolt's side didn't make a move. After all, these were their own kin. Yet, they also didn't go to fight Xiao Lin, leaving Karnak and the others uncertain about what to do next. Although, from Xiao Lin's perspective, none of these Inhumans, apart from Black Bolt and Mortis, were particularly powerful, being beset by so many at once was still quite a nuisance. Come forth, Valkyries! Summoning circles appeared one after another on the ground. With a flash of green light, winged women emerged from the magic arrays, soaring into the air. These Valkyries were not the legendary Asgardian warrior maidens. Though they resembled angels, they were actually Vrykul from the world of Azeroth. After being transformed by Frostmourne, they had become undead beings, wielding necromantic spells and able to turn corpses into undead minions. Xiao Lin found himself feeling more and more like the Lich King, now standing as the master of these Valkyrie warriors. Psychic Lash, Word of Darkness. Under Xiao Lin's command, streaks of dark magic shot from the Valkyrie's hands, sapping the strength of the Inhumans. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, powerless to move. A sharp hiss cut through the air as Mortis, furious, fired lasers at the Valkyries in the sky. Those struck were instantly reduced to ash, but before long, he was forced to cover his eyes and bow his head, his power overwhelming his own senses. The sudden turn of events left Maximus momentarily stunned. How could it be that so many Inhumans were defeated in the blink of an eye? Brother, it seems you won after all. Do you think I'm just a joke? Maximus gave a bitter smile. He himself possessed no power at all. Concerned that Xiao Lin might simply slaughter everyone, Black Bolt hurried forward from the rear. We are all family, Black Bolt signed to Maximus. This time, I won't hold it against you, but I will have you confined to the detention chamber. Hopefully, you'll take some time to reflect. Maximus's face remained expressionless as Gorgon lifted him up. He'd spent so long planning this coup, and to have it end in failure before it even began left him deeply frustrated. He looked up at Xiao Lin and asked, "Who exactly are you? Why would you hold my brother? I'm just the ordinary human from Earth you look down upon." and you were the ones who attacked me first. Xiao Lin couldn't help but taunt him. Weren't you planning to conquer Earth? Yet you can't even defeat me. Honestly, you're like a frog at the bottom of a well. Maximus was left momentarily speechless. He really knew nothing about Earth, but how could humans from that planet possibly be so powerful? And this one's abilities seemed unusually strange. Looking at Black Bolt and Maximus, Xiao Lin couldn't help but think, are brothers always fated to be rivals in the Marvel Universe? Thor and Loki, Black Bolt and Maximus, always the younger brother jealous of the elder, loving and hating each other in equal measure. Suddenly, Adolin began to tremble. Overhead, the blue sky gave way to a strange, resonating noise, and then the heavens turned pitch black. In a heartbeat, the entire city was plunged into darkness. What's happening? Has the barrier failed? Crystal and the others cried out in alarm. It seemed incredible that Adolin's shield would suddenly drop without any warning, especially since it was Kree technology that hadn't malfunctioned in decades. It's not just the barrier. Every electronic device in the city has stopped working, as if we've been hit by an electromagnetic attack. Gorgon tapped his communicator, only to find it was completely dead. This is bad. Without the barrier, Adolin could be destroyed at any moment. Fortunately, after just a few minutes, everything in the city returned to normal. The dark sky cleared, becoming blue once more. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. With over 1,000 Inhumans still here, there simply wasn't time to evacuate them all. Other than the Skrulls and the Inhumans, the only other resident on the moon right now was the Watcher. Adolin was so well hidden. Who else could have attacked? But Black Bolt had no time to investigate. The recent insurrection had left too many urgent matters for him to address. Thank you, Mr. Xiao Lin, for helping me put down this rebellion. Black Bolt looked at Xiao Lin, clearly curious as to what this powerful stranger's next move might be. Xiao Lin's strength made him wary. After all, the Inhumans were no match for him. I'm just here to look around. Don't mind me. They all knew Xiao Lin must have some purpose, but for now, they had no choice but to let him be. Black Bolt called for the guards. Despite the recent turmoil, his authority was indelibly etched into the Inhumans' collective consciousness. Seeing Maximus and his followers defeated, everyone obeyed Black Bolt's orders and dragged the prone rebels off to Adolin's prison cells. When they finally rescued Medusa, everyone was shocked to see that her once flaming red hair had been completely shaved off, leaving her looking unnaturally pale and dispirited. Sister, Crystal looked at Medusa with some concern. Her long hair was her power, able to attack at her command, more agile than her own hands. Now that it had been shaved off, she was just like any ordinary person. It's all right. Medusa, however, seemed unfazed. After all, she rarely needed to use her abilities anyway. What happened just now? Maximus wanted to activate Adolin's self-destruct sequence. Did he actually succeed? He probably didn't. Karnak shook his head. Ever since he had been teleported away by tetanus, only a short time had passed. Maximus couldn't possibly have done anything else in that window. We don't really know what just happened, either. Let's go check the control room. Black Bolt made a gesture. What had just occurred couldn't be taken lightly. The safety of the entire Inhuman race depended on this Kree device. If the barrier had been down for a few more minutes, the city's gravity system would have shut off, and all the air would have vanished as well. Who was he? Medusa had also noticed Xiao Lin following beside them. In Adolin, there shouldn't be anyone she didn't recognize. Crystal explained, "This is Mr. Xiao Lin from Earth. He helped us resolve this crisis." Medusa glanced at her husband, and upon seeing Black Bolt give a small nod, she said nothing more and turned toward Adolin's control room, a place where only the royal family of the Inhumans was permitted entry. They passed through a long corridor and descended a flight of steps. Xiao Lin saw, in the center of a small room, a modest pool of water, with two white-hooded figures sitting motionless on either side. Check if there are any issues with the entire barrier system. Medusa waved her hand through the air, and a virtual projection of all of Adolin appeared before them, shaped like a pyramid. The system is intact. Power reserves are full. No signs of an attack. Crystal leaned in and whispered to Medusa, "Sister, could it have been that human who caused this?" "That has nothing to do with me," Xiao Lin said. He, too, had found what happened earlier rather odd and had no idea what was going on. Realizing her whisper had been overheard, Crystal couldn't help but stick out her tongue in embarrassment. Xiao Lin paid no mind to what they thought. Looking at the two figures beside the pool, he asked, "Why have those two footbath attendants been sitting there all this time without moving?" "What did you say?" Crystal looked at Xiao Lin in confusion. "Footbath attendants?" Xiao Lin pointed at the two white-hooded figures. "Them. They've just been sitting here. I haven't seen them do anything." "Oh." Crystal finally realized whom Xiao Lin was referring to. She couldn't help but laugh. "You mean them? They're the graphical interfaces of Adolin's control system, not foot bath attendants. What a peculiar sense of aesthetics, placing these two odd things here. Black Bolt examined them for a long time, but couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. It was as if what he had just experienced was nothing more than an illusion. Seeing this, Black Bolt could only let it go. Crystal, please show Mr. Xiao Lin around. Adolin wasn't very large, more like a small village. Even with just over 1,000 Inhumans, it still felt crowded. Many ordinary people who hadn't undergone terrigenesis could only head to the mines according to their racial status. In less than an hour, Xiao Lin had toured the entire place. Thank you for your hospitality. If you ever wish to visit my mutant school, you're always welcome, Xiao Lin said, having lost interest in staying any longer and preparing to leave. Mutant. Crystal's expression turned slightly uneasy, but she said no more. She simply watched as Xiao Lin opened a swirling black portal and stepped through, leaving Adolin behind. Returning to the Scroll City, Xiao Lin saw General Carlet busy directing his subordinates. Still haven't figured out what happened? Judging by his tone, he sounded rather aggravated. What's going on? Seeing Xiao Lin arrive, General Carlet quickly explained, Mr. Xiao Lin, we're not sure what happened. The entire city systems just crashed moments ago, and we still haven't identified the cause. This sounded eerily similar to what had happened earlier in Adolin. To encounter the same phenomenon in different places on the moon was rather strange. Meanwhile, chaos was unfolding on Earth as well. From the west coast of America all the way up through Canada, vast regions were experiencing massive power outages. Unlike the Kree and Skrull technology on the moon, Earth's human electronic devices lacked any self-protection features. After a long stretch of time, the world remained shrouded in darkness. Inside SWRD's headquarters, confusion reigned. Every piece of equipment and instrumentation had lost its function, leaving them completely blind. How much longer until the power's back on? Osborn was losing his patience. The building was still plunged in darkness. Director, the chief engineer stammered, sweat beading on his forehead. Even the generators have failed. We're working on a solution. Just as Osborn was about to explode in anger, the building's power and several systems suddenly flickered back to life. Without waiting for further orders, the staff quickly got back to work. When they booted up their computers, the last image their satellites had captured was of a silver object streaking rapidly across the sky. Mr. Xiao Lin, the same thing happened on Earth. The systems have only just recovered. Standing on the viewing platform of the lunar city, gazing toward Earth, Xiao Lin saw that the once glittering surface of the planet was now shrouded in darkness. He decided to return and investigate what had happened, whether it was connected to the events on the moon, and who could possibly possess the power to cause such a vast anomaly. Because the mysterious object was traveling at an incredible speed, the satellites of the Skyhammer Bureau only managed to capture a fleeting image of a silver flying object before losing all contact. One of the Skyhammer agents reported, Director, that mysterious craft must have interfered with our equipment. Anyone can see that. Do you really need to spell it out? Osborn resisted the urge to slap him. It was painfully obvious, something even a blind man could tell. Track it down. Where did that thing go? Yes, Director. The trail of that silver object was not hard to follow. The commotion it caused was too conspicuous. Soon, they discovered that it had made its way to the Arctic continent, and the satellites in orbit quickly pinpointed its location. There, on the vast expanse of Arctic ice, a silver-white figure stood atop a surfboard-like craft, seemingly deep in thought. Is that a person? They had originally assumed it was an alien spacecraft, but now it was clear that it was a humanoid being, though his entire body shimmered like liquid mercury. He was the Silver Surfer, Herald of Galactus. For a long time, he had soared through the cosmos, searching for sustenance for his master. Hurry, send agents to the scene at once. I want that being brought back here, Osborn ordered. But since the area straddled the borders of Russia and Canada, their influence was severely limited. Never mind, I'll go myself. Call Victor too. Victor Von Doom, known as Dr. Doom, was a formidable figure, a master of both science and sorcery. He had recently begun collaborating with Osborn, who was assembling a team reminiscent of the Avengers. Skyhammer Bureau agents scrambled to ready their fighter jets, launching toward the Arctic with all possible haste. Amidst the endless white of snow and ice, the silver figure hovered above the frozen landscape. The surfboard beneath Silver Surfer's feet emitted a signal, one only Galactus could perceive, guiding his master toward this world. Yet, Silver Surfer was not the only herald searching for worlds to feed Galactus. Their master would not arrive so soon. Just then, the Silver Surfer heard a deafening roar in the distance. He looked up and saw several massive aircraft approaching. Yet the discovery of his presence by this planet's inhabitants did not trouble him in the least. Many of the worlds he had led Galactus to devour had been home to intelligent life. None had ever resisted Galactus's power. These were the fighter jets of the Hammer Bureau. They were the first to arrive here, beating out all other factions. Still, they only dared to land at a considerable distance, uncertain of how far the aliens' interference with their equipment might extend. Agents from the Hammer Bureau, weapons at the ready, began to encircle the area from every direction. Director Osborn had given them a single, ruthless order: capture the alien at any cost, dead or alive. So aliens look pretty much like us after all. It wasn't until they drew closer that they could truly see the alien's appearance. Strangely, he didn't seem the least bit concerned by their approach. "Hello, alien. You are now," the squad leader, gripping his weapon, addressed the alien with a hint of nervousness in his voice. At this moment, the Silver Surfer, Norrin, was devoid of emotion and self-awareness. His one and only thought was to seek out sustenance for Galactus. When he saw the armed men threatening him, his surfboard erupted with a dazzling barrage of silvery white beams, striking the agents and reducing them to dust before they could even react. Witnessing this, Director Osborn showed no sign of surprise. He turned to the black-robed man beside him, whose face was hidden behind an iron mask. "He's clearly hostile," Osborn said. "Victor, it's your turn now." "Don't speak to me in that tone of command," came Victor's raspy reply. He removed his cloak, revealing a suit of armor reminiscent of Tony Stark's own. Victor lifted off the ground, floating toward the Silver Surfer. As he approached, he chanted arcane phrases under his breath, electricity crackling in his hands. The energy radiating from the surfer made Victor acutely aware of the threat he faced. Before Victor could close the distance, the surfer's board unleashed a beam of light in his direction. In that instant, a shimmering energy shield materialized around Victor, absorbing the attack, but vanishing just as quickly. Victor darted aside, determined not to be hit again. Bolts of lightning shot from his hands, weaving together into a brilliant burst that struck the surfer. The electricity vanished into the surfer's body, without leaving so much as a mark. It was as if his form were a black hole, absorbing every ounce of Victor's power. Victor swooped and soared, his attacks relentless, but his opponent remained utterly unmoved, as solid as a mountain. Osborn could see Victor was struggling. In his mind, Dr. Doom had always been a force to be reckoned with. But now he couldn't help but wonder if the real problem was simply that their enemy was too powerful. He knew they couldn't afford to wait any longer. The longer things dragged on, the more unpredictable they would become. And this was far from home turf. Turning to his subordinates, Osborn commanded, "Bring out my equipment." The Hammer Bureau agents hauled over a massive case. Inside lay a suit of armor and a flight device, ready for battle. This was the Green Goblin suit he had developed, which had finally been completed not long ago. These pieces of equipment contained his unique, cutting-edge technology, so advanced that even an electromagnetic pulse or a graphite bomb couldn't wrest control from him. Once he donned the Green Goblin armor, he felt as if a dark, wicked impulse in his heart had been set free. Under the puzzled gazes of his subordinates, Osborn let out a wild, unearthly shout and soared into the sky. Down below, Victor had yet to defeat the Silver Surfer, but he could tell that his opponent's true advantage lay in the flying device beneath his feet. That thing is definitely a powerful weapon. Victor's eyes gleamed with greed. If he could get his hands on that board and unravel its secrets, it would vastly increase the might of his own armor. He called out loudly to Osborn, "Osborn, it's that flying device under his feet. If I can take it from him, we'll be able to catch him." Osborn glanced at the silver surfboard, his interest piqued. He also sensed that Victor was eager to claim it for himself. With a sharp motion, he hurled a pumpkin-shaped green goblin bomb at the Silver Surfer, while Victor began gathering a surge of powerful magical energy. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Xiao Lin had returned to Earth. The blackout that had swept across the entire United States hadn't affected Sky City in the slightest. After all, this was a city powered by magic. "Lin, this incident was caused by a being from beyond Earth," Wanda said as she activated a virtual projection. Xiao Lin saw the silvery figure, gliding on a board, streaking across America. "That's the Silver Surfer." Wanda asked, "You know him?" Xiao Lin explained, "There's a legend in the cosmos. A being who devours entire planets sends out a herald to search for worlds rich in energy. This must be him." "Devours planets?" Wanda's face was filled with disbelief. She had never imagined such a creature could exist. Just how powerful, how colossal must it be? "So what do we do? Is he coming to devour Earth?" Xiao Lin frowned as well. If he could gather all the Infinity Stones, he was confident he could deal with Galactus. After all, this was only an avatar, not the full force. Its power wouldn't be overwhelming. "We'll take it one step at a time. For now, we need to find his herald. It's that thing under his feet that's sending signals to its master." In truth, He didn't intend to prevent Galactus's appearance. Subconsciously, he believed that a mere avatar of Galactus wouldn't pose a real threat to this world. Far north, in the Arctic, the battle raged on between Osborne, Victor, and the Silver Surfer. Missiles launched in rapid succession from the armor that encased Osborne, streaking toward the Silver Surfer. He raised his surfboard in front of himself, and all the missiles were swallowed up by it without causing any effect, as if they had been transported to another place. All of Osborne and Victor's attacks proved useless. They couldn't knock their opponent off the surfboard, and it felt as if they were somehow tethered to him. A sense of helplessness washed over them. With the relentless barrage of attacks, the Silver Surfer's fury erupted. The surfboard beneath his feet pulsed with energy that surged into his hands, and he unleashed a blast at the two men. Victor and Osborne were struck by the wave of power. With no way to resist, they were both sent flying, tumbling over 100 meters through the air before crashing into an iceberg. Casting his gaze into the distance, the Silver Surfer saw more human soldiers, creatures intent on attacking him. He felt no need to show them mercy. He raised his hands toward the SWRD agents in the distance, sending wave after wave of energy blasts streaking across the sky. These ordinary fighter jets, lacking the protection of Doom's armor or the Green Goblin's suit, were shattered in an instant. One explosion after another, like glass shattering under impact. The jets burst apart, scattering debris across the ice, while the SWRD agents inside perished in a heartbeat. Having dealt with his enemies, the Silver Surfer turned and soared back into the sky, freezing the sea beneath him as he passed. He had other tasks to complete now, all to hasten his master's consumption of this planet. Victor and Osborne crawled out from the ruins of the collapsed iceberg. Now, only the two of them remained on the vast frozen plain. SWRD had suffered a devastating loss in this operation. Osborne's armor hung from his body in tatters, its function lost. Fortunately, his goblin glider was still intact. Otherwise, he'd have had to walk back. That alien surfboard is far too powerful. We need to find more help, Osborne said, rising into the air on his glider. Victor scowled, but he had no alternatives. Neither of them could harm their opponent. Who do you plan to find? Osborne glanced over and replied, Dr. Reed Richards. With his intellect, he might be able to separate that alien from his flying device. I've already recorded all the data from this battle. Though Victor had his own grievances with the Fantastic Four, he said nothing against Osborne's plan. Together, the two of them shot into the sky, heading for New York. At midday, near the Hudson River in New York, the city was at its liveliest. Suddenly, a massive circular crater appeared in the middle of the river. People watched in astonishment as a humanoid figure flew out of it. It was Norrin, the Silver Surfer. In a matter of moments, he had bored a passage clear through to the Earth's core. Before Devourer of Stars can consume the planet's energy, he needs his heralds to open several channels leading deep into the Earth's core, so he can absorb the planet's power more quickly. On the riverbank where the Silver Surfer passed by, there stood a Ferris wheel, still crowded with visitors. They stared in shock at the massive pit that had appeared, watching as the river's waters rushed in, creating enormous waves. Because of the turbulence caused by the Silver Surfer's board, the towering amusement ride began to malfunction. People screamed as the Ferris wheel started to tip dangerously. Don't panic. Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man is here. Peter Parker, seeing the chaos, changed into his Spider-Man suit at lightning speed. He swung toward the Ferris wheel, spinning web after web to secure it firmly in place. On the ground below, Tony looked at Parker, trusting that he could save those people. Then, turning his gaze to the distant Silver Surfer, Tony's blood-red armor unfolded from within him, assembling into a gleaming suit of Iron Man armor. Whoever this mysterious being was, causing such destruction here, he couldn't be allowed to escape. Mr. Stark, the target is radiating intense cosmic energy. If you get too close, it could interfere with your Iron Man suit, just like what happened across America before. Let's get a closer look, Tony replied. So this was the source of the recent anomalies. His curiosity was piqued. Who was this being, and how could he wield such overwhelming power? Two figures streaked through the canyons of New York's skyscrapers, leaving chaos in their wake. Hey, you up ahead. Stop right now, or I'll open fire. The Silver Surfer moved so fast that Tony could barely keep up, but the warning went unheeded. Jarvis, deploy the Iron Legion. Surround him. A furious pursuit ensued. When the Silver Surfer saw himself surrounded, his expression didn't change in the slightest. He simply chose a direction and forced his way through. Attack! Tony gave the order without hesitation. This time, he couldn't let the intruder escape. A barrage of explosions erupted. Crashes and bursts echoed through the air. But it wasn't the Silver Surfer taking the hits. Instead, Tony's Iron Man suits were falling from the sky, trailing sparks as they crashed to the ground. Mr. Stark, we're experiencing signal interference, Jarvis reported. All the suits have lost control. Just then, a fiery figure soared across the sky. Whoa, aren't those Tony's Iron Man suits? Why are they falling on their own? It was Johnny Storm, the Human Torch. He called out, "Hey, Mr. Stark, did your suits get rusty?" Tony fought the urge to snap back at Johnny, but with the enemy momentarily at a standstill, he blocked the Silver Surfer's path. He fired twin blasts of white energy from his palms, yet the Silver Surfer merely absorbed them and continued on his way, not even sparing a backward glance. "Mr. Stark," Susan came flying in from the distance, shouting to Tony, who was visibly frustrated by the enemy's escape. "Director Osborn has invited you to visit the IOpenedaWoWStore headquarters together." Tony watched the Silver Surfer speed away and realized he truly had no way to deal with him right now. But what could Osborn want with him at a time like this? Their relationship was far from friendly. "When did you start working for Osborn?" Tony asked. The Fantastic Four had always declined SHLD's invitations in the past. Could Osborn really be that persuasive? Susan noticed Tony's misunderstanding and clarified, "We're simply responding to Osborn's invitation. He wants to discuss how to handle the threat brought by this alien being." Tony had once served as a security consultant for S.H.I.E.L.D. He was well aware that Osborn had played a role in its dissolution, and before he shut down Stark Industries' weapons division, the two of them had been business rivals. So, he had no fondness for the newly established HAMMER. Susan continued, "This being came from outer space. Osborn wants you involved in the discussion about how to deal with him. We can't just let him run rampant on Earth." "All right," Tony agreed after a moment's thought. This alien could absorb any form of energy or physical attack. For now, Tony had no way to affect him. All they could do was talk things through and see if anyone had an idea and maybe uncover the alien's true motive. When they arrived at Osborn's office in the HAMMER building, they found Dr. Reed and another unfamiliar man already deep in conversation with Osborn. "Mr. Stark," Osborn greeted Tony with a broad smile, though no one could guess what he was really thinking. Tony got straight to the point. "How much do you know about that silver being?" Dr. Reed answered first. "We took notice of him the moment he first appeared." He opened his laptop, and Tony saw an image of a silver figure on the screen, the very same being he had encountered. "We discovered this being emits a powerful radiation. Based on that, I tracked him through space and found he's been to many worlds. All of those places are now lifeless. Either the life has been extinguished, or the planet's core energy drained and the world shattered." Tony listened, skeptical. "I'll admit he's formidable, but I find it hard to believe he can destroy entire planets." Dr. Reed shrugged. "We found it hard to believe, too, but this is what the evidence shows. After repeated verification, it all checks out." Osborn didn't want to dwell on this issue any longer. He said, "No matter what, we have to capture that guy. Whether or not he has the power to destroy a planet, we can't allow him to keep rampaging on Earth. Last time he appeared, it caused a slew of disasters. The president has already ordered that this situation be resolved within a deadline." The panic caused by this incident was no small matter. New Yorkers were left deeply shaken. Tony spoke up. "He absorbs energy, is immune to physical attacks, and can unleash devastating energy blasts. We practically have no way to deal with him. My Iron Man Legion was wiped out in a split second." Tony had nothing to hide about what had happened before. At this point, Johnny, who had been silent until now, suddenly interjected, "That means it's up to the handsome and mighty Human Torch. I don't believe he can handle temperatures of over 10,000 degrees. "Enough, Johnny." Susan was exasperated with her brother. He always managed to offend people wherever he went, arrogant and self-absorbed, and nothing she said ever seemed to get through to him. "All right, I'll stop." Johnny, despite his bravado, was still a little afraid of his tough sister. Victor chimed in, "Dr. Reed, the key is in your hands now. Director Osborn believes you can figure out a way to separate him from that flying board. If you succeed, we'll have a chance to take him down." Dr. Reed replied, "I'll need some more data. I want to study the function and principles behind that surfboard beneath his feet." Osborn pulled a hard drive from his desk drawer. "This contains the battle data Victor and I collected while facing the alien. You and Tony should go over it together. We need a solution as soon as possible." Dr. Reed took the hard drive. Just then, Tony suddenly asked, "That flying device he stands on looks like a formidable piece of equipment. How are we going to divvy it up?" Clearly, everyone was interested in that powerful weapon. Each of them wanted it for themselves. Director Osborn replied, "For now, SWRD will keep it in custody. Once this is all over, everyone will have a chance to study it." The group exchanged glances but remained silent. "All right, I have no objections," Tony conceded after a moment's thought. He realized there was no better option for now. Several days passed. The Silver Surfer continued to punch tunnels straight down to the Earth's core all over the world, leaving the planet riddled with wounds. Meanwhile, Tony and Dr. Reed finally completed a device that could separate the Silver Surfer from his board, though it had yet to be tested, and no one knew if it would work. Tony, who had always considered himself a genius, had to admit his admiration for Dr. Reed's knowledge. I've pinpointed the alien's radiation signature. He's currently in Germany. Dr. Reed pulled a tablet from his pocket, its screen displaying a set of coordinates. Then let's move out right now. They've already located the alien. Inside the Azeroth Technologies building, Dr. Weem used satellite imagery to pinpoint the Silver Surfer's position. The Silver Surfer never stayed in one place for long, always vanishing before anyone could track him down, which is why Xiao Lin had never managed to find him. Staring at the coordinates displayed on the computer screen, Xiao Lin stepped onto the rooftop platform. He summoned an enormous frost dragon, and with a rush of wind, he vanished into the distant sky. The frost dragon was swift, slicing through the clouds in no time. Before long, Xiao Lin arrived above a dense forest. There, on the ground below, he spotted a tunnel plunging deep into the earth, its end lost in darkness. The Silver Surfer was truly a master at tunneling. This passage looked as if it reached all the way to the planet's core. Suddenly, with a tremendous roar, a massive chasm appeared not far from where Xiao Lin hovered, just like the enormous crater that had opened in New York before. A small lake nearby was drained in an instant, leaving nothing but cracked earth behind. Xiao Lin saw a figure, body shimmering in pure silver, soar out of the pit. He immediately recognized the Silver Surfer. As the surfer was about to leave, Xiao Lin called out loudly, "Norenrad, I know who you are." Hearing his true name spoken aloud, the Silver Surfer paused, astonished. This planet was light years away from his homeworld. How could anyone here possibly know his name? "Who are you? How do you know my name?" The Silver Surfer's expression shifted ever so slightly. He scanned Xiao Lin from head to toe, yet nothing in his memory matched this stranger. Xiao Lin replied, "I'm just a human from this planet, but I'd like to invite you somewhere." He still wanted to reason with the Silver Surfer. This was someone deserving of respect, a being who had sacrificed himself for the sake of his people. "You don't have to serve Galactus any longer. Think of all the worlds destroyed because of you, so many innocent lives lost. How do you know these things?" The Silver Surfer almost suspected Xiao Lin might be a fellow Zenlavian. No one else could know so much about his past. On every planet he'd visited, life had been extinguished. There should have been no survivors. "I never had a choice." You can't imagine the power Galactus wields. The more the surfer learned about Galactus, the more awe and fear he felt. Galactus had 4 heralds scouring the universe for sustenance, and the surfer was the weakest among them. By now, he wouldn't even hesitate to feed his own home world to Galactus if commanded, let alone some distant, unfamiliar planet. No, you do have a choice. The universe is vast, and Galactus is always busy devouring energy. He won't have time to come after you. Galactus's hunger for energy was never-ending. He had no time to concern himself with a mere speck in the universe. Silver Surfer remained unmoved, steering his board to change direction. "Galactus is coming. This world is on the brink of destruction. Whatever you do will be in vain." Xiao Lin replied, "That might not be the case. This world isn't as simple as you think." The Silver Surfer didn't believe that this human before him could stop him, just like all the others he'd encountered on countless planets. Among all those worlds, he had never met anyone strong enough to make him wary, much less anyone who could stand against Galactus. Just as the Silver Surfer was about to depart, a swirl of gray mist shot up from below, wrapping around his body. Off guard, he was violently slammed to the ground. With a thunderous crash, he carved a deep crater into the earth. He hadn't expected his opponent to attack without warning. All of the Silver Surfer's powers came from the equipment granted by Galactus. Without his board, he was just an ordinary alien. Picking himself up from the ground, the Silver Surfer quickly regained control of his board and floated back up. Anger flickered across his face as energy surged from the board beneath his feet, channeling into his hands. It was a wave of cosmic radiation, the destructive force bestowed by Galactus upon his herald. Xiao Lin felt a crushing power collide with him, that force gnawing ceaselessly at the spot where it struck, until pale bone gleamed through torn flesh. Thankfully, he no longer felt pain. Still, he chastised himself for being careless and not donning his runic armor. Xiao Lin cast a death coil upon himself, ordinarily a spell to drain life. Its deathly energy now rapidly knit his wounds back together. The Silver Surfer had no desire for a drawn-out fight. As he prepared to launch into the sky, a horde of stone gargoyles surged up and blocked his path. Yet he slipped through their ranks as effortlessly as passing through water, emerging on the other side unscathed. It truly was no simple feat to contain the Silver Surfer. But he, too, realized he could not harm the human before him. The wisest course was to leave as quickly as possible. Just as Xiao Lin was preparing to use the Infinity Stones, he noticed a crowd emerging in all directions, surrounding them on every side. Something was wrong. Their target was the Silver Surfer, not him. These were agents of SWORD, and among the crowd, Xiao Lin spotted Tony and Dr. Reed. When had they joined forces with SWORD? The Silver Surfer's keen senses picked up on the newcomers as well. They were some of the same people he'd encountered before. Tony caught sight of Xiao Lin and the Silver Surfer facing off by the lake. That's Xiao Lin. He's here too. Forget about Xiao Lin for now, Dr. Reed said, hauling equipment off the plane. Get the device set up. Don't let that alien get away. Move everything over here and surround him. Buddy, I don't need you ordering me around. Tony sounded irritated. No one could boss him, not even the President of the United States. The Silver Surfer rose once more, gliding like a comet streaking through the sky, racing toward SWORD's headquarters. This time, he was determined to settle things once and for all. Meanwhile, Xiao Lin drew Frostmourne. The space stone embedded in its hilt radiated a blue light that spread across the area, disrupting the spatial energy that the surfer's board usually provided him. This time, the gargoyle blocked the surfer's path. Unable to phase through, the surfer was seized by his limbs and dragged downward. On the other side, Tony and his team finished installing the interference device. As the machine powered up, a force field unfolded, enveloping the area in its protective embrace. The connection between the Silver Surfer and his board was severed. The board dropped to the ground. His once brilliant silver body dulled, losing its luster, and his movements turned sluggish. We did it. Johnny, impulsive as ever, blazed into a figure of living fire and shot toward the spot where the Silver Surfer had fallen. Johnny, Susan tried to call him back, but her brother was already soaring out of sight. Yet, the success of the plan brought little comfort to Osborn. Xiao Lin's unexpected involvement was the biggest variable. Capturing the Silver Surfer wasn't just about saving Earth anymore. Acquiring that board meant everything to him. Victor, the weapon is now in Xiao Lin's hands. That's not good news, Osborn muttered. He knew Xiao Lin wouldn't just hand over the board without a fight. I'll go to him, Victor replied in his gravelly voice. I'll make sure he gives it up. Go ahead. I'm rooting for you, Tony said, his tone edged with sarcasm. He couldn't help but mock this stranger who seemed so full of himself. What Tony didn't know was that Victor, in his own universe, was every bit as formidable as Tony himself, if not more. Releasing the gargoyle's grip on the Silver Surfer, Xiao Lin casually flicked out a strand of death energy, which coiled around the surfer, binding him tightly. The surfer's board hovered just above the ground. As Xiao Lin stepped forward to claim it, a sudden wave of searing heat brushed past his ear, a blazing fireball. Boom! A giant tree behind him exploded, splitting in two as flames engulfed it. Hey, step away from that thing. That's our trophy, a voice called out. Looking up, Xiao Lin saw a figure wreathed in fire hovering nearby, another fireball forming in his palm. It was clear who had just attacked. Johnny? Xiao Lin took a closer look and recognized him. A brash young man, full of himself. As he tried to get closer, Xiao Lin raised his hand, sending a wave of icy cold that instantly froze Johnny in place. The flames on. Johnny's body were snuffed out in a blink, his expression frozen on his face as his whole body turned into a solid block of ice. Johnny. After all, he was her own brother. Susan quickly harnessed her energy, shattering the ice and rescuing Johnny from his frozen prison. I'm freezing to death. Johnny shivered uncontrollably, then flared up once more, transforming himself back into a human torch, warming his own body with renewed flames. Susan stopped her impulsive brother, knowing this was not the time for a scene. Mr. Xiao Lin, perhaps we can talk things over. Wait. Xiao Lin's gaze shifted. He saw a group from S.H.I.E.L.D. approaching, among them Tony, Dr. Reed, Osborn, and a stranger he didn't recognize. Lin, it's been a while. Where have you been lately? Tony strode up, beaming, and pulled Xiao Lin into a warm embrace. At that moment, two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents moved in, following their director's orders to seize the Silver Surfer's board. Suddenly, both agents clutched at their throats, gasping in pain as they were lifted into the air, shrouded by tendrils of inky darkness. Mr. Xiao Lin released them. Director Osborn couldn't stand by and watch his men suffocate. He pulled out a pumpkin bomb and hurled it toward Xiao Lin. In midair, the bomb was swatted aside by Xiao Lin, detonating harmlessly away from them. In the aftermath, a swath of trees several meters wide had been reduced to dust. An eye for an eye. Xiao Lin conjured an icicle in his hand and sent it flying straight toward Osborn. Bang! A bolt of lightning intercepted the icicle, turning it instantly to vapor. Xiao Lin saw that it was the stranger in a cloak beside Osborn, his hand still crackling with electricity. Who is he? Xiao Lin wondered. There was a distinct aura of hell about this mysterious figure, but he couldn't recall anyone in the Marvel world with such a connection. Certainly not Mephisto, who had only recently lost an avatar and wouldn't be reappearing so soon. I'm Victor Von Doom, ruler of Latveria. Victor stepped forward, planting himself firmly in front of Xiao Lin. He'd only just returned from hell not long ago, which explained the lingering infernal aura. Dr. Doom? Xiao Lin remembered once wanting to find him to help build Sky City. This silver surfboard is our trophy of war, Victor declared. His cooperation with S.H.I.E.L.D. was driven by his own motives. The power contained within this object was too tempting to resist. His mother's soul was still trapped in hell, awaiting his salvation. However, he had already heard some legends about the young man standing before him. Although he had boasted in front of Director Osborn just a moment ago, he wasn't actually foolish enough to underestimate this opponent. A few grand battles had made him known to every corner of this world. Do you really think he'd answer you if you called his name? He didn't quite understand what Xiao Lin meant, but he could clearly hear the mocking tone in his voice. Just as another fight was about to break out, Dr. Reed hurriedly stepped in to defuse the tension. Although he disliked Victor and had his own grudges, personal feuds had to be set aside for now. Dr. Reed spoke. Lin, this alien has appeared on many planets before, and every one of them is turned into a dead world. Before he could finish, Xiao Lin pointed at the Silver Surfer and said, No problem, I'll leave him to you. The Silver Surfer drifted over to Dr. Reed's side. Without the power from his surfboard, his spirit seemed depleted. To Xiao Lin, Norn the Silver Surfer was of no use at all. Besides, Galactus had come tracking the surfboard, and the surfer's fate was irrelevant. I can hand this man over to you, Xiao Lin said, gripping the surfboard as everyone watched. An immense surge of energy began to pour into his body, yet it clashed with the deathly power within him, making it impossible for him to use. But as for this thing, I can't give it to you. I still have plans for it. Though he couldn't wield its power, he could sense it constantly broadcasting some sort of signal into the cosmos. Galactus would soon arrive. A crackling surge of electricity erupted from Victor's hands. He had no intention of giving up the surfboard that brimmed with such power. He could see that the Silver Surfer was now just an ordinary man, powerless and of no use to him. As Xiao Lin was affected by the power of the Silver Surfboard, Victor unleashed a bolt of lightning that wrapped around Xiao Lin's body, jolting him abruptly back to his senses. Are you giving me a massage or something? Xiao Lin's sarcasm was razor-sharp, and before his opponent could erupt, he struck first. Death energy streaked out and coiled tightly around Victor. Victor grunted as his body creaked under the pressure. Beneath his cloak was a suit of armor forged from both magic and technology, etched with mysterious runes that now glowed bright white. A wave of magic swept out, pushing everything around him away, including Xiao Lin's deathly power. Xiao Lin, I know you've defeated Mephisto twice before, but I've seen his true form. You can't imagine how powerful he really is. Yet I was able to escape from him with ease. As Victor spoke, he manipulated the controls on the arm of his armor. In response, a swarm of robots flew over from the distance, forming a tight circle around everyone. As the dictator of Latveria, Victor had resources at his fingertips, so it was no surprise he could muster a robotic army with little effort. Xiao Lin showed no fear in the face of these heavily armed machines. Planting Frostmourne firmly into the ground, he watched as the earth beneath their feet began to tremble and shift. One after another, monstrous spiders burst from the soil, their jaws spraying thick webs that dragged the robots down from the air. With a sickening crunch, the spiders' fangs tore through steel, shearing the robots into jagged pieces. Of course, some spiders were incinerated by the robots' weapons, reduced to charred husks. Victor! At that moment, Susan cried out, Stop this! In an instant, chaos erupted as the battle between the monstrous spiders and the robots swept through the scene, with even several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents caught in the crossfire by accident. Since Susan asked, I'll do as you say. Victor commanded his robotic army to retreat. If the fight continued, his forces would be wiped out. And besides, Susan had once been his girlfriend, even if she'd left him. Some dignity was worth preserving in front of a beautiful woman. Watching his wife and Victor together, Dr. Reed couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy, as if a green cloud hovered over his head. Maybe he really couldn't afford to be buried in work all the time. He needed to keep an eye on things. With Victor's withdrawal, Xiao Lin picked up the silver surfboard, not bothering with further ceremony. Any objections now? If not, I'm leaving. No one spoke up, so Xiao Lin summoned his frost dragon and soared into the sky. Lin, wait. As Xiao Lin was about to leave, Tony summoned his own armor and shot after him, unable to hide his curiosity about the surfboard. Osborn was far from pleased with how things had turned out, but there was nothing he could do. After all, his opponent was not only powerful in his own right, but also surrounded by formidable allies. Tony quickly caught up with Xiao Lin up ahead. I'm interested in that thing too. There might be an entirely new form of energy inside. Of course, I'll do my research at your place. All right, come with me, Xiao Lin replied. There was no reason to refuse. The two of them flew through the sky toward the Azeroth Technology Building. Suddenly, a strangely shaped spaceship appeared in their path, blocking their way. Hold on, Lin. As Xiao Lin prepared to blast the ship out of the sky, Tony stopped him. Looks like there's an old man inside. Let's see what he wants first. Mr. Xiao Lin. A massive projection was cast from a spaceship before them. Who on earth is this old man? Tony was utterly astonished. The spaceship before his eyes looked nothing like anything built on Earth. Who are you, and why are you blocking our way? Stan Lee? No, wait. Wadu, what are you up to? Xiao Lin still showed a bit of respect to this watcher and didn't attack straight away. Aren't you always just a bystander? I usually avoid interfering so that civilizations aren't destroyed because of our involvement. But if I don't step in this time, this planet is doomed. All because of that surfboard in your hand. Seeing Xiao Lin draw his weapon, the Frostmourne, now set with infinity stones, Watu swallowed nervously. Hold on, don't do anything rash. Let me finish what I have to say. Who exactly is this guy? Tony's curiosity was piqued. Clearly, Xiao Lin seemed to know the old man. He's Watu the Watcher, a peeping Tom, an alien. I'm not a peeping Tom. I am Watu the Watcher, observer of planetary civilizations. Watu sounded irritated at Xiao Lin's words, his eyes fixed on the surfboard. What you're holding belongs to Galactus. Galactus is. No need to explain. I know who Galactus is, and I know that thing is transmitting a beacon to him, guiding him straight to Earth. Then why are you? Watu had assumed Xiao Lin was unaware of this. Galactus's arrival is inevitable now, but I won't let him destroy Earth. Tony, unable to contain himself, blurted out. Who is this Galactus you're talking about? How can he possibly destroy Earth? Xiao Lin explained. Galactus is the devourer of worlds. He consumes the energy of entire planets to survive. He's a survivor from the last universe, and now one of the 5 primordial beings of the cosmos. Though Xiao Lin couldn't see Tony's expression behind the Iron Man mask, he could easily imagine Tony's shock. Watu added, I didn't expect you to know so much about him. If that's the case, why do you think you can defeat him? Just because you have a few infinity stones you haven't even fully mastered yet. Even if I'm not fully prepared, I have no choice. Besides, I've discovered something. Galactus hasn't just sent one herald here. This was intel Kingpin had just uncovered. Impossible. Watu cried out in disbelief. Galactus's heralds always operate alone, scouting for planets as his next meal. There's never been a reason for 2 to appear at once. Let's go. This isn't the place to talk. Standing around here was asking for trouble. There were satellites overhead, and sooner or later, the government or someone else would notice them. A beam of blue light shot out from Watu's ship, appearing before them, a short-range space portal. Tony was itching to study this stable spatial gateway in front of him, but seeing Xiao Lin and Watu step through, he hurried to follow. After a wave of dizziness, Tony passed through the portal as well. On the other side, he found himself in a vast, empty hall. Above his head stretched a transparent, glass ceiling, beyond which lay the endless darkness of space, dotted with stars. On the horizon, he could see a massive blue planet looming into view. Noticing the astonishment on Tony's face, Xiao Lin explained, We're on the moon. So, can you tell me now? How did you know there'd be another Herald of Galactus? Tony asked. He had lived on Earth for so many years that it had become his second home. He even had a child here. The thought of Earth destruction was unbearable. The Watchers possessed technology far more advanced than Earth's, and, in fact, beyond most interstellar civilizations. Watu had been observing Earth for ages without detecting another Herald. Tony found it hard to believe what Xiao Lin was saying. Xiao Lin himself was at a loss. Something about this didn't add up. The script felt wrong. He produced a spherical object, which Tony immediately recognized as a shield projection device. Xiao Lin pressed a button on the sphere and tossed it onto the table. A shimmering holographic screen appeared before them, showing a small black hole materializing in a New York alley, directly beneath the floating city, an area densely packed with magical sentries monitoring everything nearby. Naturally, Xiao Lin had detected the sudden arrival of a strange life form. That's Stardust. Watu recognized the creature emerging from the black hole, a being of pure energy, its body composed of cosmic particles and radiant with dazzling light. It looked every bit the champion of justice, but in truth, it was the most ruthless of Galactus's 4 heralds. While the other heralds simply guided their master towards sustenance, Stardust would go so far as to kill every living thing fleeing from a doomed world. It was only because he detected the same energy signature as the Silver Surfer that they realized Stardust was also one of Galactus's heralds. He's powerful and savage. Do you have a way to deal with him? And remember, Galactus could arrive at any moment, Watu said, clearly lacking confidence in Xiao Lin. We'll take it one step at a time. My people are already searching for this Stardust you mentioned, Xiao Lin replied, setting down the surfboard. Tony, I've decided to leave this here. If you want to study it, this is your chance. Lin, can you really handle those two monsters you're talking about? They sound terrifying, Tony said, his worry playing. It hadn't been long since his first encounter with aliens, and now more just kept appearing. Don't you trust me? The gems on Frostmourne shimmered with purple, blue, and red light, opening a portal through space. In that case, I'll go ahead. Tony, if you want to return, just let that. No need, Tony replied, his blood-edged armor receding and flowing seamlessly back into his body. My suit is more than capable of flying through space. Xiao Lin watched as Tony reverted to his sharp suit, looking every bit the businessman again. Don't you feel uncomfortable? Tony picked up the surfboard. Not at all. It has absolutely no effect on my body. I meant, don't you feel strange inside, emotionally? Passing through the gate of death, Xiao Lin returned to the school. The students here carried on with their studies and daily lives as usual. Just then, Wanda approached him. Director Osborne has invited you to SWRD headquarters. He says there's something important he needs to discuss with you. They must have discovered that the Silver Surfer's board had been transmitting signals to Galactus, drawing his attention toward Earth. Might as well go and see what's happening. The Silver Surfer should be at SWRD headquarters now. He might not yet know about the arrival of another herald of Galactus, but he should be familiar with Stardust. The SWRD headquarters was now located in what used to be the Triskelion, the original shield base. Most of the building had been destroyed during the Great Battle, but plenty of advanced equipment remained. At Osborne's request, it had become the new home for SWRD. A pitch-black portal appeared at the entrance of SWRD headquarters. The guards instantly raised their weapons, wary and tense. Understandable, given the recent influx of alien invaders. Wait, that's Mr. Xiao Lin. Agent Hill was on the scene as well. She recognized the death gate and quickly signaled the guards to lower their weapons. She certainly didn't want a fight breaking out over a misunderstanding. Mr. Xiao Lin, Director Osborne is waiting for you inside. Hill. He hadn't expected her to be the one greeting him. Xiao Lin had always admired this capable agent, though he couldn't quite understand why she'd chosen to join SWRD. After all, Coulson's SHIELD team was still carrying on with their missions. Agent Hill, why did you join Osborne's SWRD? I would think Coulson could use your help more. The mighty shield had collapsed almost overnight, which Xiao Lin found rather unfortunate. Now, only Coulson's small team remained, maybe just a dozen people, counting logistics, combat, and other personnel. I trust Coulson to take care of the team, Hill replied. In fact, I think he's even better suited to be director than Fury ever was. She had always had her differences with Fury, and her frustration with the World Security Council ran even deeper. In her eyes, the dissolution of S.H.I.E.L.D. might not be such a bad thing after all. The damaged buildings surrounding them had mostly been repaired. This was Xiao Lin's second time coming to the Trident building, but the atmosphere was entirely different now. Osborne had made the place feel much more like a company headquarters. Everyone's waiting for you. We received some bad news, Hill said, then added, by the way, what about that surfboard? Xiao Lin answered casually. It's on the moon. Tony's running tests on it. As they reached their destination, Hill fell silent and opened the door. We're here. Let's talk inside. It was a laboratory filled with all sorts of scientific equipment. Inside were Osborne, Dr. Reed, and Victor. There was also an upright metal bed, with someone strapped to it, Silver Surfer himself, looking noticeably drained. Dr. Reed, anxious, turned to Xiao Lin. Mr. Xiao Lin, where's the alien flying device you took? I know what you're getting at. That surfboard is transmitting a homing beacon to Galactus, who's coming to destroy Earth. It won't be long before he arrives. Osborne pressed. If you knew that, why did you take it? Do you already have a solution? Of the three, only Dr. Reed fully trusted the information Silver Surfer had provided. The other two chose to believe, but only because of the surfboard. Xiao Lin replied, I have some questions for Norin. Norin? No one knew Silver Surfer's real name, so Dr. Reed asked, you mean this alien? His name isn't what matters, Osborne interjected. What we need is that surfboard. Ignoring them, Xiao Lin stepped up to Silver Surfer. How much do you know about Stardust? At the mention of that despised name, Silver Surfer lifted his head. Of course I know him, a cruel villain who wouldn't spare even his own kind. He was the one who led Galactus to my planet. Without his surfboard, Galactus's influence over him was gradually waning, allowing his mind to slowly clear. Xiao Lin frowned as he listened. He's come here as well. Do you know why? Galactus doesn't need two heralds to find a planet. does he? Silver Surfer seemed surprised. While they were both heralds, the four of them almost never met, certainly not in the same place at the same time. No, that's impossible. We'd never appear together. There's simply no need, Silver Surfer said, shaking his head in disbelief. Then take a look at this. Xiao Lin activated a projection, and before everyone's eyes, a figure bathed in white light appeared. Watching that somewhat familiar figure, the Silver Surfer couldn't help but believe what he said. I don't know why he's here either, but I think you should savor your final moments. This planet is finished. Who is he, and why would you say that? Osborne pressed closer to the Silver Surfer. The creature projected by Xiao Lin looked rather peculiar, almost like one of those legendary beings of pure energy. The Silver Surfer paused before answering. He's a being of pure energy. He's destroyed countless worlds. Get to the point. What kind of abilities does he have? Xiao Lin interrupted, realizing that if even the Silver Surfer didn't know why. Stardust had arrived, then the only thing left was to figure out what powers the opponent wielded, so they'd be better prepared in the future. At that moment, the Silver Surfer lowered his head. The other saw a patch of transparency appear on his torso, revealing a starry sky within. Stardust was there, and facing him was a horse-headed figure wielding a hammer. Was that Beta Ray Thor? The battle between the two was exceptionally fierce. Brilliant beams of light and thunderbolts flashed across a vast expanse, while ships nearby attempted to flee the dying planet. Most, however, were destroyed before they could escape. In the final moments, Stardust even opened a swirling dimensional portal. Stardust cannot die. Even if he's shattered, he can reassemble his body. My powers are meaningless against him. I can barely hold out for a few minutes. If necessary, he can even open a black hole that devours everything. The Silver Surfer's words seemed exaggerated, but Stardust was indeed unimaginably powerful. If that's true, then it's terrifying, Reed murmured, replaying everything he'd just witnessed in his mind. That kind of battle was beyond his comprehension. The atmosphere in the lab quieted for a moment as everyone tried to process what they had just seen. It seemed this universe was far more turbulent than they'd ever imagined. A massive planet shattered, countless starships, seemingly the height of interstellar technology, reduced to cosmic debris. Such a sight was shocking, especially for those who had never left Earth. Our top priority now is to find Stardust. He must be destroyed, Osborne said again. And Mr. Xiao Lin, you must get that surfboard off Earth. He was no longer as calm as before. Any thought of obtaining the surfboard had vanished from his mind. Thinking back to the Chitauri invasion, how half of New York had been demolished in just a few hours. This time, the situation seemed even more dire. After all, they were facing a being that fed on the energy of entire planets. The Silver Surfer's board is with Tony. He's working on a way to sever its signal transmission. It could still be useful to us. In the not-so-distant future, Thanos would invade, bringing with him an army that had swept across countless galaxies. Thanos himself was a being of godlike power. Alien invaders will keep coming for Earth in the days ahead. Mr. Xiao Lin, is there something you're not telling us? The world was growing more chaotic by the day, and as the director of SWORD, Osborne was visibly unsettled. All I can say is that many beings have their eyes on Earth. I'd rather not give you the details just yet. I don't want to crush your morale. Names like Dormammu, Thanos, and Galactus, none of them were benevolent. Xiao Lin kept contemplating the gap between their power and his own. A heavy silence fell over the room. Both Osborne and Dr. Reed looked grim, but neither pressed further. They knew Xiao Lin wouldn't disclose more. Victor alone seemed unfazed. All he cared about was rescuing his mother. Nothing else mattered to him, not even the fate of Earth or humanity's survival. After a moment of quiet, Dr. Reed finally spoke. Two heads are better than one. Lin, I'll join Tony and help with the research. I'm a scientist too, and I practice magic. I'm sure I can contribute as well. Victor had not yet given up his ambition to claim the power hidden within the surfboard. With a casual gesture, Xiao Lin opened a portal in the middle of the lab. Tony's on the other side. Go and find him. He was confident that Wadu would never allow anyone to take the board away. Victor hesitated as he stared into the dark, swirling passage, but Dr. Reed stepped through without a second thought. He trusted that, with Xiao Lin's strength, there was no need for deception. Once the two of them passed through the portal, they were left stunned by what they saw on the other side. That night, atop the Azeroth Technologies skyscraper, a meteor streaked across the sky and came to rest on the rooftop. A humanoid figure, radiating a brilliant white light, illuminated a vast area around him. The energy swirling about his body was so intense that it even caused the voltage in the nearby power lines to flicker. Such a spectacle could hardly go unnoticed. Down on the street, passers-by craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the scene unfolding high above. What is that? Is it some new experiment from Azeroth Tech? The dazzling light outshone the city's neon, bathing the entire district in daylight brilliance. People quickly pulled out their phones, recording the mysterious phenomenon atop the building. Meanwhile, inside the Azeroth Technologies Tower, many employees were still hard at work, searching frantically for any trace of the missing Stardust. A man in a suit and tie was hurrying down the corridor. This was Bullseye. He had been uncomfortable in this getup for quite some time. After all, he was an assassin, not a company employee. Yet here he was, preoccupied all day with office trivialities, though he never dared complain. Knock, knock, knock. Bullseye rapped on the door and called out, "Mr. Wilson, there's an unidentified creature on the company rooftop. It looks just like the unknown energy life form we discovered some time ago." Such a blinding light. Kingpin had already noticed it. He pulled out his phone and dialed Xiao Lin's number, but after a long wait, all he got was the endless beeping of an unanswered call. "I'll go up and take a look." He had no idea what this creature's purpose was in coming here, but if it came to a fight, he wasn't afraid. The security here was no weaker than that of Sky City. As soon as he stepped into the elevator, Kingpin ran into Dr. WYM, who also intended to go upstairs. The doctor was accompanied by a squad of guards, all armed and ready. "The signal nearby has already been disrupted. We've lost communication with the outside world," Dr. WYM said, his tone grim. "I'm certain these visitors mean no good." Kingpin nodded. At that moment, the elevator doors slid open before them. The rooftop was flooded with dazzling light, making it impossible to see anything clearly. Fortunately, they had come prepared. All of them wore sunglasses. "Who are you, and why have you come here?" Kingpin demanded. The runes etched into his sword glowed with a faint green light, subtle compared to the brilliance around them, but still eye-catching. Their visitor had no eyes, but everyone could feel its gaze locked tightly on the sword in Kingpin's hand. After a pause, the being spoke in a voice that sounded ethereal and distant. "Just as the rumors say, you indeed possess the power of death. I am Stardust, emissary of Galactus. I have come to challenge a master. The victor shall claim those Infinity Stones." Ever since the last encounter when Stardust was first discovered, everyone had been searching for him. Yet here he was, appearing on his own. "How did you know my master possesses the Infinity Stones?" Kingpin asked. Not everyone knew about the existence of the Infinity Stones, so where had this being gotten its information? "That's no secret in the universe," Stardust replied patiently, showing no intention of fighting Kingpin. After Xiao Lin used the stones to kill Ronin and Malekith, many forces have set their sights on him. Kingpin wasn't fully aware of what had happened after Xiao Lin left Earth following the Great Battle in New York, but what Stardust was saying didn't sound good. This was information his master needed to know immediately. No one wanted to go through another New York war. "Remember this, tomorrow at this time, I will be waiting for you here." Seeing that Stardust was about to leave, Kingpin had no intention of letting him go. He stepped forward and declared, "This isn't a place you can come and go as you please. If you want to challenge the master, you'll have to get through me first." The rune sword in Kingpin's hand pointed at Stardust, and a surge of death's grasp seized him, pulling him forcefully in Kingpin's direction. Unfazed by the deathly energy swirling around him, Stardust extended his slender arm. A wave of cosmic energy materialized in his palm and surged toward Kingpin and his companions. Forced to abandon his hold over Stardust, Kingpin quickly conjured an anti-magic shield to protect himself. But barely a few seconds passed before Kingpin's shield shattered. The cosmic energy relentlessly tore through, corroding his body, revealing gleaming white bones beneath his ruined flesh. Behind him, Dr. Whirl hurriedly pressed a button on the device in his hand, projecting a shield in front of them. With Kingpin standing in the way, the shield just barely managed to protect the others behind him. When the energy blast finally dissipated, Stardust had vanished from the rooftop. "Mr. Wilson, are you all right?" Dr. Whirl, standing behind Kingpin, put away the equipment now drained of power. He saw Kingpin half kneeling before them, his suit in shreds, most of his muscle tissue gone, exposing his pale spine. To everyone's astonishment, not a drop of blood seeped from his mangled frame. "Is Boss Kingpin still alive?" Bullseye asked cautiously. The sight was so gruesome that, even though he had witnessed Kingpin's resurrection from death before it, was hard to believe Kingpin could possibly survive this. Dr. Whirl and the other staff were even more shaken, grateful that the terrifying alien creature had left. Dr. Whirl, still uncertain, muttered, "How could he possibly still be alive? We have to report this to Mr. Xiao Lin immediately." As everyone prepared to move Kingpin, he suddenly coughed, startling the people beside him so much that they stumbled backward. With a rasping, dry cough, Kingpin felt as though his parched windpipe was about to catch fire. The wounds on his body brought him no pain. Only the fractures in his bones left him unable to move. "Help me up," Kingpin croaked, his hoarse voice making the staff instinctively take a step back in fear. Was this even human anymore? Most of them could only stare, dumbfounded. Only Bullseye dared to step forward, helping Kingpin to his feet. Boss Kingpin, are you all right? Idiot, do I look all right to you? Kingpin snapped, his mood foul. He had once believed himself nearly invincible, yet he had been so easily overwhelmed. That beam of light had pierced straight through his death magic defenses. Mr. Wilson, communications have been restored. Dr. Wim noticed that his phone now showed a signal. As a servant, Kingpin was unable to send messages to Xiao Lin telepathically, so all he could think about now was reporting the situation to his master as quickly as possible. Hurry, call Mr. Xiao Lin, Bullseye said, supporting Kingpin as they headed to his office. And keep searching for any trace of that stardust. Inside the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Xiao Lin was just about to leave when a staff member suddenly rushed in. Director Osborne, there's an abnormal incident at the Azeroth Tech Tower. There's suspicion of alien life forms appearing. The sudden announcement from the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent sent a ripple of surprise through the room, but after a moment's thought, everyone realized it was likely related to stardust. I need to head back, Xiao Lin said as he stood up to leave, but before he could take a step, his phone started ringing. I understand. We'll talk when I get back. After ending the call, Xiao Lin's expression turned grim. It was Dr. Wim on the line, informing him of what was happening at the Azeroth Tech Tower. Curious, Osborne asked, Mr. Xiao Lin, what happened? A rat showed up at home. I need to go deal with it, Xiao Lin replied. Before anyone could react, he opened a portal and vanished before their eyes. Director, what should we do? The staff member asked, turning to Osborne. Stepping through the portal, Xiao Lin was met with the sight of Kingpin, slumped weakly in his chair and looking worse for wear. Master! Seeing Xiao Lin arrive, Kingpin felt a twinge of anxiety. He was now the weakest of the 3 Death Knights, a consequence of devoting most of his time to managing the company. We'll talk in a moment. A swirl of black energy formed in Xiao Lin's hand. Just then, Dr. Wim entered and said, Mr. Xiao Lin, you can't blame Mr. Wilson for this. The alien's power was simply overwhelming. We stood no chance. You're overthinking it, Xiao Lin replied. I'm just here to heal him. Death Coil was a dangerous spell for the living, but to undead beings, it worked like a healing touch. The black energy of death flowed into Kingpin's body, and to everyone's astonishment, muscle began to rapidly regrow over his skeletal frame. But it wasn't enough. Kingpin's injuries were too severe. A single Death Coil wouldn't be enough to fully restore him. Xiao Lin sent wave after wave of Death Coil into Kingpin. The death energy overflowed, corroding nearby tables and chairs to ashes. Bullseye, watching from the side, was both fascinated and horrified. It was the first time he had ever witnessed a treatment like this. After a few minutes had passed, Kingpin knelt half-crouched before Xiao Lin, completely naked. Thank you, Master, for your healing. Kingpin's face was filled with respect. His wounds had now fully recovered, with no trace of the terrifying injuries he'd suffered before. Now, tell me exactly what happened, Xiao Lin instructed. When Kingpin mentioned that Stardust had come for the Infinity Stones in his possession, Xiao Lin was taken aback. But upon reflection, he realized this probably wasn't a secret anymore. Still, did this mean his own situation was getting more dangerous? After all, there were countless powerful beings in the Marvel Universe. If he would be beset by them all at once, who knew if he could survive it? So, the other side will arrive here in one day, he asked. Kingpin replied, yes, and he also said that if Master does not show up, he will destroy this planet. Master, should we make some preparations? The opponent is a being of pure energy. Maybe that won't be necessary. Preparations would be useless. Besides, if I can't handle one alien, I might as well run away while I still can. Xiao Lin stroked his chin thoughtfully. So, he isn't here to collect food for Galactus. In that case, we must hurry and get that surfboard off Earth. The arrival of Galactus was imminent. There was no time to waste. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. The power of Galactus's avatars varied greatly, and Xiao Lin wasn't sure he could handle what was coming. He made his way to Watu's base on the moon. The ancient alien was visibly displeased. As soon as Xiao Lin appeared, he raised his voice in protest. Why have you brought so many mortals to my domain? Look at what you've done to my place. For all his complaints, however, Watu didn't make a move against Tony, Dr. Reed, or Victor. Tony. Xiao Lin ignored Watu, pushed him aside at the doorway, knocked, and called out, "Open up!" Hearing the commotion outside, Tony emerged. When he saw it was Xiao Lin, he grew excited. Lin, you wouldn't believe what I've discovered. The energy inside this surfboard is practically limitless. If I could use it to power my Iron Man armor. Now's not the time for that. Hand me the surfboard. We have to get it off Earth immediately. Xiao Lin squeezed past him into the room. Tony was puzzled, trailing after him. Why? I'm so close to a breakthrough in my research. Xiao Lin replied, exasperated. If you don't want Earth to be destroyed, don't ask questions. We're running out of time. Hearing the urgency in Xiao Lin's voice, Tony had no choice. He shut down his instruments and handed over the surfboard. Dr. Reed, who had only just arrived, asked, Is Galactus coming? Yes, if we don't send this thing away soon, it'll reach Earth. I don't have the confidence to stop it, and perhaps no one on this planet can. After picking up the surfboard, Xiao Lin opened the gate of death leading to Asgard. He planned to pass through it, cross that immense wormhole, and head for the planet Sakaar. Once the surge of energy had dissipated, the stardust who had been standing on the rooftop vanished without a trace. Far off in some corner of the universe, one of Galactus's avatars, who was still feeding, sensed a message from his herald. After draining the core energy from the planet before him, he turned and flew toward Earth. Why has the location changed? Another dimension? He hadn't been flying long before he realized that the path indicated by the Silver Surfer had shifted, leading him into a different, foreign dimension. Galactus felt a flicker of confusion, yet the power his true self had bestowed upon Norrin made him nearly invincible across the cosmos. The universe was vast, but so far, he had never encountered any real surprises. Of the 9 realms, only Earth was within this universe. The others existed as parallel worlds. Yet they were all bound together by the World Tree, drawing them infinitely closer. Cloud-like fragments of shattered worlds spun and whirled around Galactus, while a surge of cosmic power, identical to that wielded by Stardust and the Silver Surfer, burst forth, opening a spatial passage near Asgard before him. At that moment, Xiao Lin, carrying the silver surfboard, had just crossed the threshold of space, appearing near a secret corridor that led to Asgard. Hardly had he arrived when, far away on the Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall sensed a strange energy emerging in the northern forests of Asgard. It was a force of the highest order, tinged with the power of death. Potent energies that simply didn't belong in that place. Yet something on the newcomer shielded him from Heimdall's sight, making it impossible to pinpoint his exact location. This brought to his mind the memory of Xiao Lin on Earth. My king, an anomalous energy has appeared in the northern forests, something like the power of Galactus, mingled with the force of death. Now, on the Rainbow Bridge, Odin and Heimdall stood side by side. Heimdall's consciousness linked with Odin's, sharing with him a vision of the events unfolding on Earth. A cosmic event as momentous as the arrival of Galactus's herald on Earth could not go unnoticed. Even now, Heimdall was still monitoring Stardust's position. Weren't Stardust and Norrin both still on Midgard? No one else should possess the power of Galactus. Heimdall replied, It's likely that young Xiao Lin has brought Norrin's gear to Asgard. But I can only sense his general location. I cannot see him. Even with eyes that could pierce the entire galaxy, Heimdall was unable to lay eyes on Xiao Lin's exact whereabouts. Why has he come to Asgard? Odin wondered, unable to make sense of it. Just then, he spotted Thor approaching from a distance. Odin called out to him, My son, there's something I need you to do. He reasoned that Thor and Xiao Lin had already fought side by side a few times on Earth, so they could be considered friends. Sending. Thor seemed ideal. After all, Xiao Lin's power continued to grow, showing no sign of limits. Even Odin felt a trace of apprehension. Thor, however, wore a reluctant expression. He was supposed to meet his girlfriend Jane for a promised day out together. But this is extremely urgent. A powerful being has entered the solar system. Find Xiao Lin at once, or the 9 realms may be doomed. Odin's voice was grave. Though he couldn't see Galactus, he sensed a vast energy force had entered the solar system, and had even opened a portal toward Asgard. It wouldn't be long before it arrived. Thor was taken aback by his father's words. Odin was a Skyfather-level powerhouse. Thor had never encountered anyone stronger. The idea that someone could threaten the 9 realms seemed impossible. All right, what do you need me to do? Thor reluctantly set aside his own plans, already dreading the explanation he'd owe Jane next time they met. Xiao Lin has brought a powerful artifact to Asgard. Since you're familiar with him, find him and bring him to me as quickly as possible. In Odin's vault was a flame of eternity, capable of consuming anything, even the device the Herald of Galactus possessed. He's in that direction. Before Thor departed, Heimdall pointed him toward Xiao Lin's general location. Thor raised his hammer and, with a rush of wind, spun into the sky and soared away. Once Thor had left, Heimdall continued. Word has spread throughout most of the galaxy that Xiao Lin possesses several Infinity Stones. Many now covet them, including Thanos of the Eternals. Odin frowned deeply. That's trouble. The best option would be to entrust those stones to the Collector for safekeeping, but I doubt he would ever agree. The Collector was one of the Elders of the Universe, beings of immense power. Surely keeping a few Infinity Stones safe would not be a problem for him. The Infinity Stones were immensely powerful, but equally dangerous. Odin no longer harbored the ambition he once had, and his interest in such things had waned. Meanwhile, Xiao Lin, having entered Asgard, flew toward its outer edge, where a river flowed onward, its destination unknown. Asgard was a continent suspended in an alternate dimension, but its size was beyond imagination. After flying for nearly half an hour, he finally emerged from the forest, and the majestic royal city of the Aesir appeared before his eyes. He ascended higher into the air, hoping to avoid encountering the Asgardian guards. Explaining his presence would be complicated, considering he had sneaked away the last time. If Galactus were to show up here, things would become even more awkward. Just then, he spotted a streak of lightning in the distant sky, carrying a human figure directly toward him. A fleet of Asgardian ships followed close behind. It was Thor. It seemed Heimdall had indeed noticed his arrival. Still, running into the god of thunder shouldn't cause too much trouble. They all descended from the sky together. Lin, what are you doing here? Thor recalled his father's words and glanced at the silver surfboard in Xiao Lin's hand. That was likely the object in question. My father is waiting for you at the Bifrost. Come with me. He paused, then added, that thing you're holding is extremely dangerous. I know. That's why I'm here, to deal with it, Xiao Lin replied. Thor, curious, asked, what exactly is it? How could it possibly destroy all 9 realms? It's not that this object can destroy the 9 realms on its own. Anyway, let's not discuss it now. We should hurry. Xiao Lin took the lead, soaring into the sky toward the Bifrost. Before long, they reached the edge of Asgard, with a rainbow bridge arched into the void. Odin and Heimdall were waiting for them below. Upon seeing the silver surfboard in Xiao Lin's hand, Odin's brow furrowed. Human, your actions have brought great trouble to Asgard. Xiao Lin replied helplessly, I had no choice. Galactus is coming, and we can't find a way to block the signal this thing emits. So, the only option is to take it from here to Sakaar. If you truly intend to do this, you may come to regret it. The Elders of the Universe have existed for countless eons. Their power far exceeds what you can imagine, Odin cautioned, well-versed in the ways of the cosmic elders. As a sovereign, he had crossed paths with them many times. And do you think we haven't noticed Galactus's herald arriving? Earth is part of the 9 realms after all, the Midgard of Yggdrasil. If Galactus is allowed to devour Earth unchecked, disaster will befall the other realms as well. At that moment, a beam of light shot from Heimdall's amber eyes, forming a shimmering vision before them. Xiao Lin saw a massive sphere, surrounded by 3 immense, mysterious arrays of runes. There are 3 sanctums of the ancient order on Earth, each capable of providing maximum protection for the planet's safety. The Ancient One and I have long since devised a defensive plan. Xiao Lin interrupted him, asking, then why, when the Chitauri invaded before, did the sanctums fail to respond? That's because the sanctums only detect threats from powerful living beings. They can't recognize the danger posed by technological weapons. As he spoke, Odin gestured for Heimdall to withdraw the projection. There's no time for more explanations. Hand over what you're carrying. I can destroy it with the eternal flame. Odin had gone to the trouble of explaining because he was wary that Xiao Lin might refuse. If a conflict broke out, Odin wasn't sure he could control the situation. But now, there was no more time to waste. The eternal flame was currently housed in the Asgardian royal vault, alongside many other artifacts, some genuine, some clever imitations. All right, Xiao Lin agreed readily. After all, it needed to be destroyed, and he had other ideas in mind as well. But I want to go to your vault and watch it be destroyed with my own eyes. Thor glanced at Xiao Lin, fully aware that this wasn't Xiao Lin's real purpose. The Asgardian vault was forbidden ground. Even Thor himself was rarely allowed inside. He had expected his father to refuse, but to his surprise, Odin nodded in assent. A massive Asgardian craft descended slowly overhead, and Odin led the way as they boarded. Was that agreement, then? Seeing Thor and Heimdall both watching him, Xiao Lin followed them aboard. Bathed in the light of an unfamiliar star, the Asgardian royal city gleamed like gold. In front of the towering palace stretched a vast plaza, and the ship came to rest right there. It was Xiao Lin's first time inside the Asgardian palace. Murals covered the walls, depicting Odin locked in battle with all manner of monsters and striving to keep peace across the realms. But Xiao Lin knew what Odin had truly been like in the past, a warlike and ruthless monarch. With his overwhelming might, he had waged conquest and slaughter throughout the 9 realms. Except for the realm of Frost, nearly all had fallen to him. Their group passed through a long corridor and arrived at a hidden underground chamber, where a heavy stone door stood before them, etched with magical runes Xiao Lin couldn't decipher. The guards at the entrance, seeing the king approach, bowed deeply. "Your Majesty." "Step aside." The two guards glanced at Xiao Lin, hesitated for a moment, then moved away from the door. Odin raised Gungnir in his hand. Lightning arced from its tip, tracing the magic sigils on the door. With a deep rumble, the heavy doors slowly parted, revealing a vast, pitch-dark space within. Here stood rows upon rows of shelves, displaying all manner of peculiar objects. Of them, Xiao Lin could only recognize a few: the Frost Giant's icy casket, an Atlantean life token, and even a counterfeit infinity gauntlet. Yet what truly drew Xiao Lin's attention was the dense aura of death emanating from beneath the ground. Hidden below was undoubtedly a powerful undead creature, the giant wolf Fenrir, slain by Odin himself. Odin stood before a cluster of blazing flames, extending his hand toward Xiao Lin. "All right, let's hope this eternal flame is enough to destroy him." Taking the Silver Surfer's board from Xiao Lin, Odin set it upon the fire. The once calm eternal flame suddenly surged upward. The moment its orange blaze touched the surfboard, it erupted into a fierce inferno, radiating such intense heat that even Odin could not endure it, forcing him to drop the board onto the ground. As the silver surfboard was consumed by the flames, the world devourer, Galactus, who had already entered the solar system, abruptly lost his target. "No matter. I've memorized the way," Galactus murmured, his hunger for energy undiminished as he pressed forward. Ahead lay a region of warped space, the most fragile link to the realm of Asgard. From within a vast shroud of dark mist, two massive arms extended, clad in shimmering metal armor. Galactus had the form of a humanoid, his stature colossal, but not quite planetary. The swirling fragments of worlds and pulsating, unknown energies that orbited him were mere remnants gathered over countless ages. From his hands burst the same cosmic power wielded by the Silver Surfer and Stardust, tearing open a gateway in space, a passage straight to Asgard. Asgard itself floated as a solitary continent adrift in the void, wrapped in a dense barrier of energy. To Galactus, it was a feast waiting to be devoured. Deep within its heart, he sensed an immense energy reminiscent of the goddess of death, but he cared little for such details. Galactus sent forth tendrils of black mist, surging first through the portal. These were his instruments for siphoning energy. "Look, what's that?" High above Asgard, a spatial rift suddenly appeared. Most had no idea what was happening. "This is bad. An enemy invasion. I must alert the king." The dark mist thickened in the sky, spreading swiftly over the royal city. A spectacle so grand, it was clear this was no minor threat. Other guards rushed to launch Asgard's flying ships, each vessel soaring into the air. There were still many ordinary folk in Asgard, unskilled in battle. After years of peace, the sudden emergence of an unknown foe threw the city into turmoil. For a moment, chaos reigned in the streets. "Hurry this way." Hogun stood on high ground, waving his arms urgently. The trio of warriors from Asgard struggled to organize the civilians' escape. Within this city, there was a bunker built long ago as a refuge from enemy attacks. They needed to get everyone inside. "Your Majesty, enemies have invaded Asgard." As Odin and his companions made their way out, they encountered the captain of the city guard, who came sprinting toward them outside the treasury. "I am aware," Odin replied, his face darkening with concern. He, too, had sensed a powerful, unknown presence entering Asgard. But he was a step too late. The Devourer of Worlds had followed the trail and arrived here. "Protect the civilians. Leave the enemy to us." At this moment, Asgard was in utter chaos. The sky above everyone's heads had turned completely black. In the distance, several columns of storm clouds spun over the waters at the edge of the realm, connecting sky and earth. They formed a colossal vortex, pulling river water backward into the newly formed hole. From the wormhole in the sky, black mist continued to pour out, as if a demon king had descended upon the world. Amidst the darkness, a sphere tinged with crimson emerged from the portal. Floating Asgard, much like a planet, possessed a core at its heart, the very thing maintaining the realm's integrity and serving as the source of Hela, goddess of death's power. To the world devourer, this was a feast waiting to be consumed. "Where is Norn? Why hasn't he come to greet me or open a path to the core?" The devourer searched the surroundings, sensing several powerful presences. Yet Norn's was not among them, and the silver surfboard he had gifted was nowhere in sight. "No matter. I need energy." Greed gleamed in the devourer's eyes as he gazed down at the land below. With a wave of his hand, more pillars of cloud rose to bridge heaven and earth across Asgard. The attacks from Asgard's flying ships didn't trouble him in the slightest. To him, they were less than insects. Yet the golden beams fired from the ships blocked his view, vexing him more than he cared to admit. At that moment, Odin, Xiao Lin, and their companions emerged from the treasury and crossed the palace square. They saw flames flaring in the sky. Asgardian ships struck down by beams from the swirling clouds above, crashing into the river and being sucked into the vortex one after another. Run! Run! The commander on the battlefield shouted in panic. They were utterly powerless to resist, unable even to scratch their foe. In fact, they didn't even know what they were facing. Watching the people of Asgard fall one after another, Thor's eyes turned crimson with rage. I don't care who you are, you're finished. With Thor, it was always his fist that moved before his mind. Before Odin could stop him, he saw his son swing Mjolnir and soar into the sky. What is that thing? Even as Thor drew closer, he still couldn't make out what was hidden within the swirling black mist. All he could see were a number of unfortunate soldiers trapped inside. Taste the wrath of the god of thunder. Thor was about to summon lightning from the sky, but abruptly stopped himself. Thankfully, he wasn't mad enough to attack his own people. All at once, a sudden tornado yanked Thor up into the clouds, sending him tumbling head over heels. He felt so dizzy that he nearly lost his lunch. Wait, what had he eaten for lunch anyway? Down below, Odin watched the scene unfold and shook his head with a mixture of helplessness and amusement. He wasn't especially worried about his son. After all, his child had the tenacity of a cockroach. Earth's experiences haven't quite changed his reckless nature. He still has much to learn. Because of Xiao Lin's unexpected involvement, many events had shifted, and Thor had yet to fully outgrow his bad habits. Odin suddenly glanced at the people beside him, fingers idly tracing the length of his spear, as if deep in thought. Xiao Lin felt a shiver run down his spine under Odin's gaze. Is this old man plotting something against me? But before long, Odin turned away and looked up at the sky. He raised Gungnir, aiming it at the battlefield. A bolt of blue lightning shot forth, taking the shape of a giant hand. It caught the falling soldiers, saving them from a fatal plunge, then reached further into the storm clouds and yanked Thor out as well. Truly, the Allfather's power was unmatched. His mastery over lightning was nothing short of extraordinary. Xiao Lin compared their strengths in his mind, but after a moment, realized that without facing Odin himself, he couldn't judge. He didn't know the depths of Odin's abilities. Thor emerged from the clouds in utter disarray. His armor looked as if it had been scorched by fire, while his face was streaked with soot. Cough, cough! Thor couldn't stop coughing, still dizzy from his wild ride. As more soldiers continued to fall, Odin's patience finally snapped. He turned to Xiao Lin and said, "The Devourer must be stopped. Don't worry, this is only one of his avatars. Although first, follow me. You're a god on the level of the All-Father. You go ahead. I'll be right behind you, cheering you on." Xiao Lin cut him off before he could finish. Odin couldn't afford to argue. Xiao Lin watched as the All-Father summoned a winged steed out of nowhere, then soared into the sky in his radiant, golden chariot. "Heimdall, aren't you going up?" "My strength isn't enough to aid His Majesty the King," Heimdall replied with perfect self-awareness, his orange eyes fixed on Xiao Lin, making him uneasy. Legend said Heimdall, guardian of the Bifrost in Asgard, possessed eyes made from the Soul Stone. No one knew if it was true, but under Heimdall's gaze, Xiao Lin felt as though his very soul had been laid bare. Watching his father depart, Thor shouted from behind, "Father, be careful." Just moments ago, he had been dragged out before even catching a glimpse of the enemy's face. The chaotic energy inside still left him feeling uneasy. Your father is far more formidable than you imagine. Unlike Thor, Heimdall showed no sign of worry. Having fought alongside Odin through the 9 realms, he had never seen Odin defeated. Turning to Xiao Lin, he continued, "Xiao Lin, while King Odin is in no real danger, defeating the Devourer of Worlds will not be easy." By now, Odin's figure had vanished from sight. Driving his chariot, he charged straight into the mist that shrouded the World Devourer. After some time, a giant clad in crimson armor appeared before him, the true form of the Devourer. At this moment, the Devourer looked somewhat vacant, but when he caught sight of Odin, his eyes lit up with a ravenous glow, and he muttered over and over, "Energy! Food!" Odin brandished Gungnir, unleashing a blinding bolt of lightning from the spear's tip. In an instant, it shot across thousands of meters and struck the Devourer's armor. Caught off guard by the energy radiating from Odin, the Devourer's massive form shuddered as the azure lightning snaked across his body, writhing like living serpents. "I will crush you, devour you." Enraged by Odin's attack, the Devourer's eyes blazed with crimson energy. He raised both hands and unleashed wave after wave of pale, cosmic rays at Odin, flooding the dim expanse with piercing brilliance. Odin met the oncoming energy with a steely gaze. Spinning his spear, He conjured a barrier of crackling lightning before him. Though the Devourer's beam seemed ordinary in size to its wielder, up close it swallowed Odin's entire form. The cosmic rays relentlessly battered the barrier Odin had raised, threatening to sap its strength, but in the end, it held firm. Odin realized that this avatar of the Devourer, though lacking in intellect, was in no way lacking in power. In fact, its mastery and sheer volume of energy even surpassed his own. If only that young man from Earth were here to help. Perhaps together they could defeat this avatar of the World Devourer.